To prove my choice was right, I directly challenged the strongest beastmaster in the entire school as the 1,000 Poison Gu, even boldly declaring I could take on 10 at once because I knew my potential far exceeded others' imagination. Chen Fei, snap out of it. If you come any closer, I swear I'll kill you. The next moment, Chen Fei was kicked to the ground, his head slamming hard against the floor. The sharp pain instantly brought him back to his senses. Didn't I die? Memories that didn't belong to this moment flooded his mind, the spirit dominion being invaded by eerie forces. The 10 evil kings wreaking havoc, beasts and humans joining forces to resist, yet still suffering defeat after defeat. In search of hope, humanity trained several batches of death warriors to venture into the 4 forbidden lands of the spirit dominion, and Chen Fei was one of them. After enduring countless hardships, the team was nearly wiped out. In the end, he fulfilled his mission, retrieving a sacred artifact known as the Tome of Slaughter from the 9 Abyss Forbidden Land. He thought he had found hope, but when he stepped out of the cursed land, the 6th evil king was already waiting outside. After a blinding flash of light, Chen Fei was blasted into pieces. By all logic, he shouldn't have survived unless something incomprehensible had occurred. Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a familiar sight, the lounge of Mountain and Sea Academy. Standing before him was none other than Jiang Yi, his sophomore year senior. Her clothes were torn and disheveled, revealing glimpses of her fair skin, her face a mix of terror and fury. Déjà vu. Have I gone back to that freshman welcoming party 7 years ago? Chen Fei's mind reeled, unable to calm down for a long while. At that moment, a surge of dark fire erupted from his abdomen, the overwhelming desire nearly robbing him of self-control. Only then did he suddenly remember 7 years ago. Both he and Jiang Yi had been drugged with an aphrodisiac called floating life stream. Worse still, Jiang Yi had been placed under a restriction seal, rendering her unable to use spiritual power. In this world of beast taming, being unable to summon spirit beasts or utilize spiritual power means being in extreme danger. In his previous life, after this incident, Chen Fei's spiritual sea was severely damaged, taking a full 3 years to recover, losing the most precious cultivation time. Given a second chance, how could Chen Fei allow such a thing to happen again? However, the effects of the floating life dream potion were too potent for his current state to resist easily. He had to find a way to break through this predicament. Senior sister, stay calm. I'll find a way to resolve this, Chen Fei said with difficulty, struggling to suppress his desires. Jiang Yi watched him warily, her eyes filled with suspicion and fear. Chen Fei took a deep breath and began to inspect his body internally. He remembered that when he was drugged, apart from the floating life dream, there was also a demonic beast called the 1,000 Poison Gu. This 1,000 Poison Gu, like a parasite, continuously devoured the spiritual energy in his body, which was why his recovery had been so slow over those 3 years. If his guess was correct, the 1,000 Poison Gu was currently hiding in his heart rather than his spiritual sea, allowing it to evade detection by physicians in the future. Sure enough, after internal observation, Chen Fei found the worm, which was only the size of a fingernail and resembled a black bamboo segment. At that very moment, he seemed to hear the sound of a page turning, and immediately, a semi-transparent, dark yellow sheet of paper appeared before his eyes. 1,000 Poison Gu Hermaphroditic, Level 1 Tier 1, Attributes, Assassin Type, Poison Type, Talent, C Potential, Capable of advancing to SSS Tier Talent. Skills, Parasitism, cannot parasitize entities exceeding one's own strength. Proficiency, Beginner Level, Devouring, can absorb spiritual energy, poison, etc., converting them into personal strength. Proficiency, Beginner Level. Beast Companion Talent Grading, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, Immortal Beast, Divine Beast. Skill Proficiency Levels, Novice, Skilled, Proficient, Peak, Flawless. What the hell is this? Chen Fei thought he was hallucinating, yet found himself utterly unable to move the paper away from his sight. Wait. This paper looks strikingly similar to the Tome of Slaughter. Could it be that my return to this point in time was caused by the Tome of Slaughter? However, time was pressing. The dark desires surging through Chen Fei's body grew increasingly intense, leaving him no opportunity to investigate further. The most crucial thing right now is the 1,000 Poison Gu. It's the only way to break the current deadlock. 1,000 Poison Gu, I believe you can understand me. How about becoming my contracted beast? Chen Fei communicated with the 1,000 poison Gu through spiritual sense. The 1,000 poison Gu trembled slightly, clearly surprised that it had been discovered. However, it quickly regained its defiance. Your body has an endless supply of spiritual energy. Why should I go out and submit to your control? Besides, you can't do anything to me. Remember, if I die, you die too. Rebellious enough. Once the 1,000 poisonous compass died, the toxins in its body would follow and explode, making it truly difficult for Chen Fei to survive. It had taken a lot of effort to remove it from its body in the first place. Luckily, this guy had one drawback, and that was that he was very shy about his life. Chen Fei did not waste any more words, but stood up and gathered his strength. When Jiang Yi saw the Chen Fei who stood up, her entire body panicked. She was afraid that Chen Fei would lunge towards her again, but she was even more afraid that she would not be able to control herself and lunge towards Chen Fei. The consequences of that would be unacceptable to Jiang Yi. However, at the moment of Jiang Yi's despair, Chen Fei raised his own fist, gathered the few spiritual energy on it, and smashed it towards his chest. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and under the sensation of intense pain, it was as if the evil fire had receded by 3 points. Seeing Chen Fei's eyes regain a few moments of clarity, Jiang Yi suddenly paused. He actually made himself awake in such a way. At this instant, Jiang Yi's heart was complicated. Chen Fei didn't have the time to guess what Jiang Yi was thinking, and continued to communicate with the 1,000 poison compass. You're right. If you die, I have to die as well. However, don't forget that you are only a level 1 stage 1 young beast. I'm afraid you were just born not long ago. If I blockade the heart with my aura, you won't be able to run out in a short period of time, and you will remain in a parasitic state. By then, if I die, you'll die too. Let's see who can outlast who. At this time, the 1,000 poison compass's parasitism skill was only at the entry level. If the parasitism was not lifted, if the host died, the 1,000 poison compass would die along with it. Only when it reached the skillful level skill would this situation get better. 1,000 poison compass. This human was so knowledgeable about the characteristics of the 1,000 poisonous compass. Shocked as he was, the 1,000 poisonous compass remained unmoved. You think I'm scared? You must be swindling me. Would anyone not be afraid of death? Swindling you? Chen Fei laughed. In the next second, he once again gathered spiritual energy and whipped towards himself. This time, it was even more vicious than just now, and Chen Fei couldn't support himself with his feet and fell to the ground once again. 1,000 poison compass. Jiang Yi. One person and one beast simultaneously gave birth to one thought. This person is really hard on himself. This author is going to avoid the thunder. 1. No heroine, no harem. Jiang Yi has contact with the protagonist, but not the heroine. 2. The school is just a transition. The protagonist is on the front line most of the time. 3. All beast pets are not transformed. 4. The protagonist's beast pets are all original demonic beasts. No reference to Pokemon or anything. 5. Can enhance the strength on the enhancement, can evolve on the evolution. The main one is not suppression. Not suppression is only the same level of invincibility, not directly beyond the older generation, do not like to enter. 6. The author is LV1, temporarily unable to illustrate. Picture first put here. Click to view. Other pictures are among the book circle. 7. Is also the most important is not brainless cool article. I'm not a brainless writer. I'm not a brainless writer. I'm not a brainless writer. It's not brainless. Important things to say 3 times. The more important thing is to say 3 times. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. But over dozens of steps to kill the enemy, sorry, there is no. 8. Assassin department and assassins are 2 different things. Assassin is a killer profession. Assassin is the attribute. The 2 are not the same. Please distinguish them. Thank you. With this attribute, you can learn skills such as lurking, stealth, diversion, puppet control, surprise stab, hidden breath, hidden killing aura, and certain kill strike. The 2 are not the same. The 2 are not the same. The 2 are not the same. Chapter 2 Contract 1,000 Poisonous Compass. The 1,000 Poisonous Compass was a bit flustered. This human didn't follow the rules. He was really down on himself, as if he didn't take his body seriously at all. You don't want to die. The 1,000 Poisonous Compass's voice clearly carried a tremor. Life. He. Chen Fei laughed that insane laugh. That insane laughter reached the ears of the thousand poisonous compass, causing it to freeze a little. It wasn't right. Obviously, he was the villain. How was it that he was now more like the victim? What exactly was wrong? Immediately afterward, it heard Chen Fei hoarsely say, "I've already died once, so what is there to be afraid of? I'll give you 3 seconds to decide." 3, 2. As Chen Fei counted, the thousand poison compound realized that he had raised his fist again and again and again. The thousand poison compass cracked directly. "Be a man. Can you not be such a dog? Gotta give me some time to think about it. What does 3 seconds mean? Your hand." Boom! Another bang. Chen Fei smashed on his chest. Such a sound made Jiang Yi on the bed shaken once again. This Chen Fei could actually do this. It's so hot. Jiang Yi had already reached the edge of losing control. Her eyes were clouded with watery mist, carrying a seductive aura as she slowly leaned towards Chen Fei. Chen Fei took a look and screamed that it was not good. Right now, he could still hold on. But if Jiang Yi pounced on him, who would be able to hold on? No, I can't have that kind of contact with Jiang Yi. A woman will only affect my drawing speed. Chen Fei's conviction was firm, and then he was once again ruthless. "Thousand poisonous compass, you don't agree, right?" After saying that, he swung his fist again. Panicked, the thousand poison compass completely panicked. He could clearly feel that Chen Fei's life force was constantly losing. If it was to go on like this, 2 more punches and he would be able to send himself to his death. Chen Fei wanted to die, but the thousand poisonous compass didn't want to. Don't, 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 don't. The thousand poisonous compass was on the verge of crying. How could there be such a dog of a human? How could it have never thought that it would one day be pushed to this point? "I'll just ask if you'll answer." Looking at Jiang Yi getting closer and closer, Chen Fei's voice became more and more vicious, not even feeling a trace of temperature. Seeing that the thousand poisonous compass did not answer, Chen Fei's fist was about to fall. "Stop, stop, 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 stop. I'll promise, won't I?" The thousand poisonous compass finally gave in. Chen Fei quickly stopped his fist, followed by a sigh of relief. It had finally swindled its way through. "Speed. Sign the contract." Chen Fei utilized the knowledge from his previous life to quickly coalesce the contract. A light blue hexagram array appeared in front of the thousand poisonous compass. A quality contract. Once the contract is completed, neither party can persecute the other. Moreover, the contract is irreversible after it is concluded. Unless the beast pet dies, then the beast pet can be replaced. However, the beast master will also be subject to the corresponding backlash. Light strength regression, heavy can be fatal. The thousand poison compass also had no way back. The contract was reached. "Compass. Gu. I will call you Xiao Gu from now on." Chen Fei quickly summoned Xiao Gu from his body into the Imperial Beast space. The first time Xiao Gu came into contact with the Imperial Beast space, there was a pool of beast pets inside. As soon as it entered, it could feel that the water in the pool carried healing abilities and could even increase its cultivation bit by bit, just at a slower pace. However, uncontrollable things happened again. Only to see a book with an ancient-looking appearance suddenly float out of the beast pet pool, and then a mighty pressure shook over, causing little Gu to tremble. It was as if it saw an ancient beast opening its bloody mouth on itself. As long as it dared to move, it would be doomed. How could this human's Imperial Beast space have such a thing? Little Gu was once again mad. What was even more infuriating was that the killing sacred Canon had even divided a piece of land for itself. It was 9 and Xiao Gu only got 1. Instantly, Xiao Gu burst into tears. There was no way to bully a beast like this. Chen Fei naturally also discovered the movement in the Imperial Beast space. The killing sacred dictionary was indeed still present, only that it had somehow run into the middle of the Imperial Beast space, which gave him an indescribable feeling of gratitude. However, the killing sacred dictionary simply did not listen to the call, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Little Gu, let's do this first. First suck out the floating dream from my body." The main event was important. Outside, Jiang Yi had already gotten close to Chen Fei. "Xiao Gu, hurry up." Chen Fei was sweating coldly. The moment Xiao Gu appeared, he saw the two entangled together. "Shy!" Chen Fei cursed. "Shy you sister ah. Hurry up." Xiao Gu couldn't turn the corner for a moment. "You want to shy my sister? I don't have a sister. Besides, you are so big. Our thousand poisonous compass clan is so small." Chen Fei was infuriated and laughed. How could this Xiao Gu's mind be so crooked? You're sick. If you don't make a move, I'll let the holy dictionary slash you. When these words came out, Xiao Gu shuddered again. Afraid. Afraid. I'll work or not. Eating away, releasing. The floating dreams on Chen Fei and Jiang Yi were being absorbed by Xiao Gu bit by bit. Only, after all, it was still only a level 1 beast, and its eating skill was only at the entry level, so its absorption efficiency was too slow. Could barely keep one person awake, and there was no guarantee for the other. As he watched Jiang Yi begin to pick at Chen Fei's clothes, he felt bad. Think fast. Is there any other way? For a moment, Chen Fei's head was blank. Wait, the killing sacred canon. Currently, the only power he could utilize was the slaying sacred dictionary. Wrapping his consciousness around the slaying sacred dictionary, Chen Fei finally saw the information floating on it. Only this panel was very transparent, so transparent that it was almost invisible. Killing holy dictionary. Quality. Sacred object. Material? Potential? Abilities. 1. Eye of discernment. Can appraise demonic beasts, spiritual plants, and spiritual objects recorded by the Holy Canon. 2. Storage space. Currently possesses 10,000 cubic kilometers. Remarks. Whether it's a dead or living object, it can be put in. 3. Killing value conversion. Any living creature that is killed can be converted into killing value. It can be used to improve human, demonic beast strength, qualification, skill proficiency. Introductory level skills. Skillful level skills require 1,000 kill points. Skilled skills. Proficient skills require 10,000 killing values. Proficient level skills. Peak level skills require 100,000 kill values. C level qualification. B level qualification requires 10,000 kill values. B level qualification. A level qualification requires 100,000 kill value. A level qualification. S level qualification requires 1 million killing value. 1,000 killing value is required for each step up in the hierarchy of a primary beastmaster. Junior Beast Master. Intermediate Beast Master requires 10,000 killing values. The current balance of kill value is 23,000. Retained from previous life's killings in the Fierce Land. Remarks. Special spirits, environments, bloodlines, etc. can reduce the use of killing value. Seeing this information, Chen Fei's spirit lifted. Finally seeing hope. Chapter 3, Xiao Gu Evolution. Looking at this 23,000 kill value, Chen Fei was in a trance. After he had gotten the Killing Sacred Codex, he had slaughtered countless skeleton monsters before escaping from the murderous land. Unexpectedly, these kill values were actually used today. Use the killing value. There was only one message returned to Chen Fei. Once you use this sacred canon, the skills you use and the demonic beasts you contract can only be of the assassin lineage. This is a mandatory attribute for the contract, but it is not mandatory to go the assassin route. This information, indeed, caused Chen Fei to hesitate for several seconds. If all the demonic beasts were of the assassin lineage, then they would be taking the extreme offense route. Could be very strong or very weak. It all depended on how the Imperial Beastmaster managed it. However, this kill value promotion path made Chen Fei feel that there was something to get into. If utilized well, the speed of strength increase might even exceed the bloodline evolution, spirit evolution, battle evolution, and other evolutionary methods that other Imperial Beastmasters provided to their beast pets. Making a decision when he had to, Chen Fei sent the message of use to the Killing Sacred Dictionary. In a flash, the red light of the Killing Sacred Dictionary shone brightly, and an incomparable hexagram pattern was formed within the Imperial Beast space. Chen Fei was stunned. The Killing Sacred Dictionary actually required a contract just like a demonic beast. Without much thought, Chen Fei followed suit and the contract was reached. It was also at this moment that Chen Fei clearly felt that he could summon and use the Killing Sacred Dictionary at will. And even if he summoned the Holy Dictionary, only he could see it. A realization passed, and Chen Fei extracted 1,000 killing value to use on Xiao Gu. Nibbling skill. Promoted from introductory level to skillful level. Xiao Gu? What the heck is that red light floating around? Something's not right. Why is my sericulture so much faster, at least twice as fast? But cool. It doesn't matter if a little more red light comes. If there was enough time with the current Xiao Gu, it would be perfectly possible to slowly remove the toxins from both of them in a clean manner. The problem was that there wasn't enough time. Taking a look, it wasn't long before half of the group broke in. It was necessary to end this quickly. Looking at the 22,000 kill values left, Chen Fei hesitated. These were enough for him to rise to intermediate Imperial Beast Master, but there was no extra kill value for Xiao Gu to follow. It would be better to continue upgrading his skills. No, the qualifications could also be raised upwards. Extract another 10,000 out and smash it on Xiao Gu. Nibbling skill. Promoted from skilled level to proficient level. Increase skill effects. 1. The efficiency of absorbing auras and poisonous chi increases dramatically. 2. Except for souls, time, space, reincarnation and other special toxins that can't be absorbed, all others can be absorbed. An adept level skill effect was really strong. This also meant that apart from specialty toxins, Chen Fei was completely unafraid of being poisoned. Upgrade qualifications. The Killing Sacred Dictionary began to flip, and the page of 1,000 poison compasses popped up, which showed that the evolutionary path of the 1,000 poison compasses was divided into 8 major categories: poison, devouring, compassion, reproduction, unifying the insect clan, strengthening the flesh, speed, and perception. For this evolution, only 5 of the 8 categories can be picked, and due to the complicated evolutionary combinations, the result of the evolution is unknown. Pick 5 out of 8? That's still pretty messed up. The characteristic of the 1,000 poison compass is that it absorbs and releases toxins, and the poison must be retained. Breeding would allow for the formation of an army of 1,000 poisonous compasses. Optional. The future direction of encroachment is to devour and retain. At this stage, the domination of the insect race is not useful to Xiao Gu. After all, the strength is too low. But at the later stage, the usefulness could be great. Utilized well, it would be an army of insects. As for the last direction, Chen Fei was a bit hesitant. Xiao Gu's perception wasn't strong, no better than a perception-type demonic beast, ruled out first. And its own speed was not fast, strengthening it wouldn't be much faster. Strengthening the physical body was actually not bad, but the characteristic of compulsion was even more interesting. Not only could the compulsion lurk within living beings, it could even control them, a wonderful direction. The red light once again disappeared into Xiao Gu's body, but this time the feeling was completely different. Xiao Gu felt as if it had been sublimated from its flesh to its soul. Its fingernail-sized body rapidly grew larger, and finally became as long as a finger. The links of the body even grew some armor material, must be the life force and resistance have been strengthened to a certain extent. The head even grew a vertical scimitar-like horn with a sharp ebony light, presumably to better penetrate the demonic beast's flesh and achieve the purpose of parasitism. Qualification upgrade. Evolved from C rank qualification to B rank qualification. The 1,000 poison compass evolved into the 10,000 poison compass. Comparison advantages. 1. All skill effects are greatly increased. 2. The speed of absorbing toxins is greatly increased, and toxin attacks are enhanced. 3. Within the parasitic state, even if the host dies, the 10,000 poisons compass will only suffer a certain degree of backlash and will not die. 4. Breeding and hatching speed is accelerated. When he saw the third point, Chen Fei was once again glad. If the one parasitizing himself was the 10,000 poisonous compass, then the threat he had just made was nothing but a joke. Xiao Gu opened his eyes in a daze. This is me? I actually became this big. And what's with this armor? It's old and handsome. Don't be a stinker. Hurry up and absorb the toxin. Chen Fei interrupted Xiao Gu's self-indulgence. Xiao Gu once again unleashed his silkworm skill, and after a double boost, the speed of absorbing toxins was a full 8 times faster than at the very beginning. Was this the benefit that came from boosting qualifications? The upper limit of the skill was directly increased by a lot. No wonder every time an S-class beast pet appeared, all the big clans went crazy and splashed money on it. It was very sensational, not without reason. 2 minutes later, as the floating dream dissipated, the fiery feeling from earlier was gone, and both of them regained their clarity. Senior sister, it's all right. The poison in your body has been sucked out. Jiang Yi still wanted to play dead, but being singled out by Chen Fei, she could only quickly turn around and put her clothes in order the moment she climbed up. When she turned her head again, the flush on her face hadn't faded and was budding. For others, the Jiang Yi at this moment undoubtedly possessed a fatal attraction. But for Chen Fei, who knew where the future was headed, it was directly ignored. What was the point of talking about beauty when one's life was gone? Chen Fei slowly supported his body. The 3 punches just now really hurt, otherwise he couldn't fool Xiao Gu. On the other side, Jiang Yi always felt that Chen Fei seemed like a different person. The facial lines were clean and sharp, the features were distinct, and the appearance still looked full of teenage feeling. However, his dark, deep and long eyes made him look a little deep, with a sense of maturity that did not belong to this age. Seeing Chen Fei's face with a bit of pallor, he couldn't help but be concerned. "How are you doing? Do you need to be all right? I'll go find the school doctor now." "Wait, school sister." Chen Fei stopped Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stopped, uncertain. "Doesn't senior sister think that this matter is very strange? We've both been hit by the floating dream, and we've also been put in the same room, so it's obvious that someone has deliberately arranged it. But I'm just a freshman, and I'm not a genius, so who would target me? Senior sister is different. At the age of 20, she is already a senior Imperial Beast Master, the ace of the sophomore year, belonging to the genius level. Royal Beast Master rank is divided into Primary Royal Beast Master, Intermediate Royal Beast Master, Senior Royal Beast Master, Grandmaster Royal Beast Master, and King Royal Beast Master. And demonic beasts are categorized into 1st to 5th level, 3rd level Commander, 4th level Demon General. The 5th level Demon King corresponded exactly to the King level Royal Beast Master. Between each level, there are 9 steps. Zhang Yi's dad was a King level Beast Master. With all the talent and resources, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Yi wanted to advance to the Grandmaster level, or even the King level. However, the murderer was too hidden, and under the multiple tracing in his previous life, he was never able to find the culprit. It remained a thorn in Chen Fei's heart until now. Starting over again, Chen Fei could directly avoid the detours and start investigating from another group of people. Zhang Yi was not a little cutie. After Chen Fei made such a point, she instantly understood the intent of this game. This was a game targeting herself. No, to be more serious, it is probably aimed at her father, Jiang Nan. The more she thinks about it, the more she is afraid. If this was really succeeded by the murderer, then how could father sit back and do nothing? An ace royal beast master getting angry, that would be terrifying, and the entire city would have to shake with it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi then looked at Chen Fei. "So schoolmate has a suspect? Chapter 4 When you're a goon, you're also a real goon." Seeing Jiang Yi's thoughts finally catching up with his own, Chen Fei also began to summarize the direction of his investigation in his previous life. The competitor of the school sister is Xiao Gu of the Xiao family. She is also the daughter of a king-grade Imperial Beast Master, and although she has lost to you many times, she has her own pride and temperament, and doesn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. School sister's family is a feud with the Nalan family. Nalan Imu would make a move against you, and it is justifiable. But Nalan Imu is a fighting maniac. Does he have the brains to lay out a plan? Does he have the time to buy forbidden drugs? In his previous life, the Chen family's investigation target was Xiao Gu, and the Jiang family's investigation target was Nalan Iwu. Both ended up in a dead end until the 10 evil kings appeared and the matter was put behind them and left unsettled. After experiencing the dark times of his previous life, Chen Fei's pattern opened up. Who said that the murderer must be a student? It must be an antagonist? Was it possible that it was a teacher? Was it someone unrelated? When Chen Fei ruled out these two, Zhang Yi looked even more confused. She rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. "So?" Chen Fei was silent for a while before he spat out in a deep voice, "Teacher Song Gong, or Teacher Shui Lei." Zhang Yi was stunned. Weren't these two the teachers who were in charge of the freshman gala with her? They do have that opportunity, that strength to lay out, but what about the motive? Zhang Yi's voice was a little deep and hoarse. She could not accept Chen Fei's speculation. Motive? Ki. Chen Fei let out a strange laugh. Does eliminating geniuses count as a motive? You? Zhang Yi was shocked. How can you have such a dark mind? Darkness. Chen Fei was already too lazy to respond. He didn't want to be. But there were many things that were darker than this in his previous life. Telling Zhang Yi all this was just to use the power of the Jiang family to investigate these two. As for whether Zhang Yi believes it or not, it's none of his business. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Fei took off his bloody jacket and threw it into the trash can before preparing to leave. Before leaving, Chen Fei paused in his steps. Lastly, a friendly reminder. There is 1,000 poisonous compass lurking at your heart. After saying that, Chen Fei dragged his tired body away, not wanting to linger for a moment. Without going far, he ran into Bai Yang, who was rushing towards the lounge. Bai Yang was also a sophomore with his strength ranked at the 3rd seat. Most importantly, Bai Yang had been pursuing Zhang Yi, and if he came across Chen Fei and Zhang Yi alone in a room with a charming atmosphere, then Chen Fei was bound to have Bai Yang targeted. The current Chen Fei is only a junior Imperial Beastmaster who can't beat anyone. Sure enough, only strength is the hard truth. If he had enough strength, why would he need to flee in such a sorry state today? In order to stay away from Jiang Yi, a bomb that could explode at any time, Chen Fei left the Royal Beast Academy overnight, not daring to delay a moment. What's so great about this school? I've learned everything I need to know. The life of the child is important. Xiao Gu, who was lying on Chen Fei's shoulder, cursed. Ruthless when it comes to being ruthless, but also when it comes to being a wimp. Chen Fei carried Xiao Gu to himself. Thanks for the compliment. Being a wimp is my merit. Xiao Gu. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to scold back. Chen Fei flicked Xiao Gu and felt that its body was as hard as a rock. To put it in a better word, it's called tactical biting, understand? Xiao Gu ate some pain and said indignantly, "You are the only one who can talk about wimping out in such a refreshing way." One person and one beast pinched each other like this. In fact, they were also using different forms to understand each other. During this period, Chen Fei incidentally used the remaining 2,000 kill value. 1,000 kill value was spent to raise the parasitic skill to the skillful level. The remaining 1,000 was used to raise his strength. Chen Fei was at the primary second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and Xiao Gu was at the first-ranked second. When he returned to his home again, Chen Fei's hands trembled a little. In his previous life, his parents were killed by the 9th evil king, and he was afraid that when he pushed open the door, he would find that everything was a dream. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." The bearded Chen Qingyun and the steady and sensible Xia Zhishua looked puzzled. "Didn't you just go to school a few days ago? Back so soon?" Seeing that they were still alive and well, Chen Fei's hanging heart dropped quite a bit. "I was injured." Chen Fei did not hide it. Although the Chen family wasn't a big family, Chen Qingyun was a Zhongsher-level Imperial Beastmaster anyways, and still had some energy. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhishua rushed forward to check. Internal injuries had been hammered out of his chest, and if not treated in time, he would injure his foundation. Chen Qingyun's eyes were rounded and had the tendency to swallow people. Xia Zhishua was more sensual and introverted. Her eyes were red, but she still hastily summoned a demonic plant that possessed 4 flowers. Each flower had a maiden-like humanoid face on it. Chen Fei followed and looked over. Human face spirit flower. Strength, 4th level, 3rd stage. Attribute, healing, elemental, life. Qualification, A. Potential, expected to be promoted to SSS grade qualification. Skills, healing peak. Entanglement proficient. Sonic attack proficient. The human face spirit flower was currently at the demon general level, which meant that her own old mom was also a Zhongsher-level powerhouse, not much weaker than her dad. "Tell me what's going on." Chen Qingyun interrupted his thinking. Chen Fei didn't hesitate and directly told the bureau, and also mentioned a mouthful of suspects. Right now, he didn't have enough strength and could only borrow momentum. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhishua glanced at each other, not expecting so much to happen in just one party. It seemed that, after the weird invasion, even the rear was not peaceful anymore. "Find a chance, I'll go have a good talk with Jiang Nan. You're equivalent to redeeming her daughter's innocence. So how can you shell out some favors?" Chen Qingyun muttered a few words. In reality, he was more interested in finding Jiang Nan to look into the matter behind this together. Someone was messing with their own child. How could they, as old men, stand idly by? "Then what are your plans for the future?" When Chen Qingyun saw Chen Fei running home overnight, he knew that this guy didn't want to stay in school. Chen Fei was silent for a while before firmly saying, "I want to go to the front line." If one wanted to quickly increase their strength, then they had to keep killing. And the front line was undoubtedly the most suitable place for Chen Fei. "No, the front line is too dangerous. It's no joke. It's not something you should do as a junior Imperial Beastmaster." Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhishua sternly refused. Chen Fei knew that it wasn't easy to convince them, but he still had to say, "Mom and Dad, dodging this calamity is because I contracted a poisonous demonic beast. If I want it to grow quickly, I need a constant supply of poison. And the 8th district of the frontline, which happens to be the 100U mountain range, possesses countless poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, which is the most suitable for it to grow. I know that my strength is low, but I can enter the medical department and specialize in cleaning up toxins for patients, and improve my skill proficiency in the process." When he said this, Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhishua's brows loosened a few points, obviously somewhat moved, and Chen Fei rode the wave. Besides, the school is equally crisis-ridden. The daughter of a king-level imperial beast master has someone who dares to poison her. Who can guarantee that nothing else will happen? You might as well arrange for me to be placed in a medical team that you trust, so that I'll be safer instead. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue glanced at each other, both somewhat convinced. Indeed, as Chen Fei had said, with Jiang Yi's status, there were people who dared to make a move, so what else would they not dare to do? However, even the medical team had a few dangers and was not absolutely safe. Thinking about it, it was surprising that there wasn't a perfect place to go, which gave the two of them a headache. Let us think about it. That's right. Summon your beast pet out and take a look. Chapter 5, Going to the Front Line. Isn't this a C-grade 1000 poison compass? Such a trashy demonic beast, alas. In Chen Qingyun's opinion, the C-grade qualification was still too low and would only drag down Chen Fei's cultivation speed. Nay, it was irreversible after the contract. Otherwise, Chen Qingyun really wanted Chen Fei to replace it with a demonic beast with a grade or higher qualifications. Xiao Gu, who was lying on Chen Fei's palm, showed his teeth. Polite? I'll ask you if you're polite? C-grade demonic beasts don't deserve to exist, do they? However, he saw Chen Fei shaking his head. Dad, take a closer look. Being told by Chen Fei, Chen Qingyun moved a few points closer and found that Xiao Gu appeared to be a bit larger than the other 1000 poisons, and that there was even more armor on its body, so he was surprised. No, this is not a 1000 poisonous compass, but a grade B 10,000 poisonous compass that is hundreds of times rarer than a 1000 poisonous compass. Surprisingly, it's grade B. Xia Zhixue was also surprised. A B grade 10,000 poisonous compass was almost 1 in a million, and with a little bit of good subsequent cultivation, reaching a grade would not be a problem. And an A-grade demonic beast would make some sense. This made both Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue feel better in their hearts. What they didn't know was that at this time, Xiao Gu already possessed 1 proficient level skill and 1 skillful level skill, or else they would only be more surprised. The next day, after learning that Jiang Yi had shared a room with Chen Fei yesterday, Bai Yang also began to notice this person. Go check out Chen Fei's background, and also, don't let him get close to Jiang Yi again. There were quite a few people who followed Bai Yang, all of them rushing towards the king-level powerhouse behind him. Bai Yang only needed to give an order, and there were many people working for him. Chen Fei, who had left the school, didn't even know that he had been targeted by many people. At this moment, he had already left Tianqing City and was on his way to the front line. If you are not in a hurry, you can just take a vehicle. Some people in a hurry will take a flying demonic beast, which is extremely fast. Along the way, Chen Fei held multiple books without letting go. Skill analysis of the 10,000 poison compass. The possible evolutionary routes of the 10,000 poisonous compass. If the 10,000 poison compass is used properly, it will be a nightmare. The dozen or so books in the car were all about Xiao Gu's growth direction and learnable skills. Among them, there were some things that made Chen Fei's heart skip a beat. For example, the poison kiss skill. Xiao Gu could utilize its characteristic of absorbing poisons, and then accumulate them to form stronger poisons. The more types of poisons there were, the stronger the toxins formed. And then use different ways of attack such as venom spray, poison mist, poison sting, etc. to inflict single damage or group damage, making it impossible for people to defend themselves. Poison in itself was a great killing weapon. It is more inclined to covert, sudden and undefendable forms of assassination. Utilized well, it wasn't even weaker than a bursting fire elemental attack or a manic thunder elemental attack. There was also the parasite skill that Xiao Gu had already learned. After advancing to the skillful level, Xiao Gu could then use insect egg parasitism, which could currently only split 2 eggs per use. The eggs would hatch out small 10,000 poisonous compasses that were a few steps below the strength of the mother to parasitize the enemy, thus avoiding Xiao Gu's main body from having to take risks. And then it would feed back a portion of the absorbed aura, poisonous chi, etc. to the mother parasite. The higher the skill proficiency, the stronger the strength, the greater the number of eggs, and the closer the strength of the hatch-out 10,000 poisonous compass is to the mother compulsion. And the mother parasites could always pass on the insights gained from the enhancement to their offspring, so that they could enhance their skill proficiency even more. When the strength was sufficient, it would be an army of 10,000 poisonous compasses. Thinking about it made people excited. There was also the serpent-eating skill. Currently, it could only absorb aura, poisonous chi, and when the proficiency went up, there were more and more things that could be absorbed. For example, blood. What kind of horrifying experience is it to absorb all the blood from a demonic beast or human body within a minute? Not only that, the 10,000 poisonous compass was both a demonic beast at the same time, but also a parasite. Composts have a characteristic that after parasitizing, they can control each other under certain conditions. As long as the 10,000 poison compass learns the entry-level corpse control skill, it will have a certain chance of success. The higher the skill proficiency, the higher the chance of success. There were countless other strange and wonderful tricks that opened Chen Fei's eyes. It was after seeing these things that Chen Fei realized why the potential of the 10,000 poison compass was so high. It took an entire day for Chen Fei to finalize the future direction of the 10,000 poison compass. Poisonous kiss, corpse control, must be learned, parasitism, eating prioritize raising proficiency. The assassin's infiltration and hidden breath are also essential. Just as Chen Fei was planning to give his brain a rest, the car suddenly stopped. Uncle Deng, what's wrong? Chen Fei pushed open the car door and got out of the car after him. See that magnificent city wall? That's the front line. At that time, the city wall was quickly repaired by hundreds of level 4 demon beasts and 2 level 5 demon kings, who combined their efforts to use earth skills. Behind the city wall was Baiue City, the very place where the army was stationed. However, there are a few escaped level 1 and 2 demonic beasts in front of it, so by the way, let's clean it up. The one who spoke was Chun Qingyun's assistant, Taming. This time, Chun Qingyun and Xia Zhixue had been transferred from the front line to the human rear and had urgent matters to deal with, so they had Taming escort them on a ride. Taming summoned his main pet, the illusory crystal mantis, a rank 3, rank 9, just a hair's breadth away from rank 4. The phantom crystal mantis' entire body was covered in white crystal armor, very hard, and it was difficult for demonic beasts of the same level to break through its defenses. The most frightening thing was that the speed of the phantom crystal mantis was extremely fast, a proper killing weapon. The disadvantage was that its attack power was relatively weak and its attack method was relatively single, thus it could only be rated as an A-grade qualification. The surrounding demonic beasts brazenly rushed over after seeing the phantom crystal mantis. This was the demonic beasts after being invaded by the weirdness, brazenly defying death. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have already fled. The phantom crystal mantis made a horizontal slash over and sliced a grade 2 blood claw spider in half. Taming, however, spoke at this moment. Little Fei, don't underestimate demonic beasts that are invaded by weirdness, even if they are already dead. Just the next second after Taming finished speaking, this blood claw spider's innards suddenly gushed out a fist-sized, black and slimy mass, much like a slug. And then it jumped out, trying to find a loophole so that it could burrow inside the body of the illusory crystal mantis, and then control the illusory crystal mantis. This thing is called the black slime worm by us, the product of the bizarre invasion. It will drill through the mouth, nose, eyes, ears, etc. of demonic beasts or humans while controlling the other party. Don't look at this as just a level 1 black slime worm. It can control level 2 demonic beasts and is very terrifying. Normal physical attacks are useless against it, even if it's cut in half. Both halves are still alive and have extremely strong vitality. Only to see that the black slime worm was slapped away before it could even get close to the illusory crystal mantis. Against black slime worms, swatting away was better than slicing. And then the illusory crystal mantis used the crystal pillar skill to lock the black slime worm firmly amongst the crystals. When the crystal pillar was smashed by the phantom crystal mantis, the black slime worm also followed suit and transformed into crystallized dots of light before it completely died. This is all experience piled up with human lives. So Little Fei, you must pay extra special attention at the front line. Chen Fei nodded heavily. Got it, Uncle Tang. What weighed him down was not the black slime worms. These were just the early bizarre creatures that Chen Fei knew how to deal with. But the ones that appeared later on would only be more terrifying and difficult to deal with. Even if you know its weaknesses, you can't necessarily kill it. Uncle Tang, leave 2 half-crippled ones for me to try. Chapter 6, Getting Killing Value. Taming gave a start, not expecting Chen Fei to ask for this. Little Fei, are you sure? You've just contracted a beast pet not long ago, and you don't have strong real-world combat abilities. Even if these small first or second level demonic beasts stand and let you kill them, you won't necessarily be able to kill them. Although it sounded a little hard to bear, this was the reality. Chen Fei didn't give up. Uncle Deng, with you at the side, safety is guaranteed. Besides, I'm just trying it out to see how big the gap is between myself and these demonic beasts. Seeing Chen Fei's insistence, Taming could not persuade him any further. He wasn't worried about safety, but was worried that Chen Fei's confidence would be shattered. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid that a level 1, second-order 10,000 poisonous compass would not even be able to break the defense of the demonic beasts and still want to kill the other party. Thinking about it, Taming still let the phantom crystal mantis beat this blood-clawed spider half to death and cut off 4 of its legs, causing its speed to drop drastically. Seeing this, Chen Fei began to let the 10,000 poisonous compass make its move. It was at this moment that Taming, who stood at the side guarding at all times, saw a scene that made his scalp numb. Not just one 10,000 poisonous compass had jumped down from Chen Fei's body, but dozens of them. They came out of the storage space of the sacred Canon, looking much like they had been summoned from the Imperial Beast space. These dozens of level 1, rank 1, small 10,000 poisonous compasses were hatched continuously by Xiao Gu over the past 2 days, and it wasn't a momentary endeavor. Since Xiao Gu had the infinite hatching characteristic of the insect race, why not make good use of it? They were only half the size of Xiao Gu, and like fleas, they all hopped forward, not slowing down, and soon surrounded this half-crippled level 1, rank 7 blood claw spider. Some tried to enter through the blood claw spider's mouth, some tried to enter through its wounds. If it was an entry-level skill, it wouldn't have been possible to successfully parasitize it. But now that it was a skillful level skill, no matter if it was the ability to break armor or otherwise, it had been drastically improved. A full 10 of them succeeded in parasitizing, and they went along with the internal organs, looking for the black slime worms that were hidden. When the black slime worms reacted, it was already too late, and the army surrounded them. The small 10,000 poisonous parasites continued to invade, attempting to parasitize even the black slime worm. However, the black slime worms were not injured and had extremely strong defenses, far from being an existence that the small 10,000 poisonous compasses could invade. One head got closer and was instantly wrapped in mucus by the black slime worm, and the connection was broken. Xiao Gu, let them pull apart. Use the silkworm to absorb the aura first, while the venom attacks later. Currently, what Chen Fei lacked the most was strength, and absorbing the aura from them and turning it into his own was a good way to improve. As for the venom sprayed onto the black slime worm, the effect was not obvious. Its poison resistance was higher than expected. There was also the fact that the types of toxins accumulated by Xiao Gu were too small to form a lethal toxin. Xiao Gu, blast. At Chen Fei's command, Xiao Gu controlled the little 10,000 poisonous compass while then proceeding to self-destruct. Kill a level 1 blood claw spider, gain 5 points of kill value. Kill level 1 black slime worm, gain 5 points of kill value. Chen Fei. Wow, go on, only 5 points. It was only at this moment that Chen Fei realized that acquiring kill value was much harder than imagined. If he hadn't already been a cleric level 2 in his previous life, how could he have accumulated 23,000 kill value in just half a day between getting the killing holy scripture and his death? It seemed that, in the future, the kill value would have to be arranged more rationally. Deng Ying, who was on the side, was also stunned when he saw the blood claw spider being blown into a bloody mess. Wasn't it a level 1 hatchling? With this kind of attack power? Little Fei, what exactly did you do just now? Chen Fei spread his hands. Nothing much. It was just making the 9 small 10,000 poisonous compasses parasitizing the blood claw spider explode themselves. Deng Ying, listening to this made his teeth sore. Regardless of whether it was a blood claw spider or a black slime worm, even if it was a 6th and 7th rank existence, it was still only a 1st rank. How could they possibly stop 9 first-level beasts from self-detonating? It's just that people's self-detonation is the last killer used to die together. As a result, you're good against a remnant beast. You even use self-detonation? Or as many as 9. More or less some pompous right. Should I say that this little guy is ruthless? Or should I say that he is steady? Taming silently retracted the sentence he had just said. The 10,000 poisonous compass could not only break defenses, it was even a mobile bomb. He could think of Chen Fei's combat style in the future, which was to go wherever he went and blow himself up. That scene, TSK. Uncle Tang, try that level 2. First Order Rock Armor Scorpion. The Rock Armor Scorpion was a possessor of the 3 elements of earth, gold, and poison, and its entire body was covered with an open stone armor. As its strength and qualifications increased, the tougher the armor became. Of course, its disadvantage was that its movement speed was on the slow side, so its qualifications were weaker than Taming's Phantom Crystal Mantis. This time, Taming didn't question it right away. It would be embarrassing if he was slapped in the face again later. At the same time, He also wanted to see what method Chen Fei would use to deal with this rock armor scorpion that had been pressed down by the crystal pillars and had lost its ability to move. Chen Fei quickly commanded, "Xiao Gu, attack both sides of the rock armor scorpion." Where the armor was weak on both sides was precisely its shortcoming. But even if it was weak, it was not something that the small 10,000 poisonous compass could touch. Thus, the self-detonation was staged once again. The 5 small 10,000 poison compasses formed a circle, and then immediately followed the side to self-detonate, blowing open a very, very small opening. For the small 10,000 poisonous compasses, this small opening was enough, and a group of 10,000 poisonous compasses once again swarmed in, as it were. When Taming saw this scene, he had an expression of, "I'm sure it's like this kind of fighting style, it's too rogue, isn't it?" Xiao Gu quickly transmitted a message. "Chen Fei, the black slime worm inside is a level 1, 9th order, not yet level 2. Call the master." "I don't." Chen Fei had a bit of a headache. Other people's imperial beasts were all called master, master, master. How could this Xiao Gu be so rebellious? "Control the number of self-explosions. Don't kill the black slime worms outright." Xiao Gu told the rest of the small 10,000 poison compasses to retreat, leaving only 6 small 10,000 poison compasses behind. After self-detonating again, the black slime worm did not die, but it was severely injured. The rock armor scorpion's external armor was unharmed, showing how hard the armor was. However, as hard as the exterior was, the organs inside were already fragmented and not far from death. Xiao Gu parasitized the black slime worm while using corpse control. Corpse control proficiency was not high, not even entry level, still in the process of figuring things out. For the first time, it quickly failed. "It's fine, Xiao Gu. There's still quite a bit of aura from the nibbling just now. If it doesn't work, then we'll wait until there's enough aura, then continue." Under the incessant attempts, finally, on the 24th time, he succeeded in controlling the corpse. This was originally an experiment of Chen Fei's. He wanted to see if the black slime worms created after the bizarre invasion could be controlled. Now, it seemed feasible. Killed level 2, 1st order rock armor scorpion. Gained 20 points of kill value. Only 20 points of kill value for a level 2, 1st rank demonic beast. If one wanted to raise the parasitic skill to the proficient level, it would require 10,000 kill value, which was equivalent to killing 502nd level demonic beasts. And Xiao Gu was able to kill the rock armor scorpion because of Taming's help. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have only been killed. A heavy task and a long way to go. Taming was also staring blankly at Xiao Gu in Chen Fei's hands. How could he really let him do it? Even with his own help, it is still a real level 1 killing level 2. If any other level 1 demonic beasts came over, they would not be able to take the rock armor scorpion at all. It was only at this moment that Taming truly realized how terrifying Xiao Gu was. After cleaning up the battlefield, Taming brought Chen Fei to report to the medical team. However, in the corner where Taming hadn't noticed, a black slime worm was quickly rushing towards the mists. Chapter 7 Medical Squad 49. Taming did not take Chen Fei directly to the medical department, but instead led him up to the city wall, pointing at the dense and gray misted forest in front of him. Further ahead, there is the 100 mountain range. 5 years ago, the western part of the continent began to be shrouded by the mists, and many humans lost their lives because of the mists, those who died and those who fled. The mists just kept on spreading. No one could stop them. Even king-level powerhouses went in to explore. They all returned with serious injuries. Fortunately, after a certain point, the mist stopped, but many strange and bizarre lifeforms were born, often triggering tides of beasts. Along the edge of the mists, mankind has established 12 war zones, and the Baihui mountain range is the 8th war zone. So Fei, don't be too curious about what's in the mists. Especially before you grow up, don't step halfway in. This was something that Chen Fei understood even if Taming did not say it. Taming might not know as much about the dangers in the mists as Chen Fei did. "This is the medical team here. I'll have them check you in. Still, nothing is more important than your personal safety." Only after a few words of instruction did Taming leave the medical department. "You are Chen Fei?" Sitting in front of Chen Fei was a woman with delicate features and a cold temperament. The black-rimmed glasses on her face made her appear more elegant and mature. In his previous life, Chen Fei had seen this person named Cheng Jingjing, the head of the medical department, a Zhongshe-level imperial beastmaster who was not yet 30 years old. "Reporting, sir. I am Chen Fei." Chen Fei's aura, posture, and the way he answered back did not look like a person who had just entered the military, which made Cheng Jingjing look high. Originally thought that it was another military second generation that was forced in by his parents, but now it seemed that the attitude was quite passable, at least it was better than those dangling guys. Back then, after Chen Fei recovered, he also entered the army, the soldiers said, he was naturally more than clear. Tell me, what are the abilities of your imperial beasts, so that I can arrange where you will go? Since Taming had already instructed, Chang Jingjing was also too lazy to ask too much. My beast pet can absorb all kinds of toxins. Oh, Chang Jingjing came to be a bit more energized. In the medical team, there were more wood system and light system healing demonic beasts, and larger wounds or broken arms and legs were considered to be handled well. But this is the Baiwe mountain range, the paradise of all kinds of poisonous beasts, poison beast pets. Soldiers don't too common. And some poisons can't be solved by relying on the wood and light systems. It's troublesome. 100 U City has a total of 50 medical teams, each with 20 people, but only 48 poison system therapists, which can be seen as precious. After all, the poison lineage normally was used to kill people, not to save them. Now that Chen Fei had come over, he could just fill a position. All right, you report to the medical team numbered 49. Chang Jingjing waved her hand, indicating that Chen Fei could leave. Chen Fei left with a military salute. While looking over, report, Minister Chang asked me to join medical team number 49. Unlike what was imagined, the captain of the 49th medical team was a bald youth, not some stream of beauty, and was currently writing a report with his head down. Ability. Zhou Yan, like Chang Jingjing, asked about the demonic beast's ability as soon as he arrived. Here, ability was greater than everything. Chen Fei was succinct. Poison healer. Chen Fei. Pa! Zhou Xian's pen was slammed on the table by him. Damn it! I was just about to ask Minister Cheng for someone, and you ended up here. This damn fate. Chen Fei right. Welcome to Medical Team 49. This thick voice. This exit into dirty looks. Completely different from just a moment ago. Zhou Xian got up, and Chen Fei's 1-meter-8 height actually only reached Zhou Xian's shoulders. And then he patted Chen Fei's shoulder with his huge hand. Chen Fei felt a heaviness in his shoulders, a feeling that he was about to fall apart. Captain, are you sure you weren't a combat unit before? Zhou Xian stroked his bald head and curiously said, How do you know about it? I did used to be a combat unit. The main defense system, strength system, demonic beasts. Only the third beast pet contracted the healing system by chance, which is why it was transferred here. At the same time, I can also take on the responsibility of protecting the medical team. So just rest assured, I'll be the one to protect you all in the future. Regardless of whether it was a medical team or a scouting team and other troop types, one would need to be at least a senior Imperial Beastmaster to be able to assume the position of captain. Then, thank you, Captain. Chen Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He preferred Zhou Yan's big-hearted personality. It wouldn't be too tiring to get along. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the other members. The two quickly arrived at Medical Room 49. Each medical team had their own exclusive medical room, and the two medical rooms were separated by 5 kilometers. Captain, I was just about to go find you. I just delivered a soldier who was stung by the phantom cold ants. Zhou Yan had just stepped into the medical room when he was stopped by a female physician. Chen Fei looked over. Lin Qi had a pretty face and a pill head, looking incomparably competent. Phantom cold ant? Zhou Xian's eyes were a bit gloomy. Lin Qi nodded heavily. The phantom cold ant is only a B-class beast, not strong in combat, but its cold poison is very overbearing. Those who are stung will feel the gradual coldness of their body and eventually freeze to death alive. Logically, a fire-type healer would be better, but we don't have one. The wood system, the light system doesn't have much effect on the cold poison, so we can only send them to another medical room. I say you guys, can you save it? Hurry up and give us an answer. Can't you cure such a common poison? Sitting next to the patient was the captain of Scouting Squad 21, Su Kuei, a senior Imperial Beastmaster. His entire person looked anxious. Once again, he was being looked down upon. However, Lin Qi was already immune to it, who made their squad lack everything. Zhou Yan pushed Chen Fei forward. Introducing the new poison healer, Chen Fei, will belong to our Squad 49 from now on. Chen Fei, you go ahead and try it out. Lin Qi had seen Chen Fei from just now, but didn't take it seriously, not realizing that it was the poison therapist they had been waiting for day and night. Only, this person looked a bit too young, not even graduated from university. Watching Chen Fei walk towards the patient, Lin Qi approached Zhou Yan, then muttered in a low voice, Captain, is he really good? At this moment, the spiritual power fluctuation on Chen Fei's body was obviously only a junior second-level beast master. No wonder Lin Qi questioned. Zhou Yan spread his hands. Honestly, I don't know. Whether it will work or not, it's not up to me. It's up to whether Chen Fei has that ability. Lin Qi thought for a moment, but still persuaded. Captain, I advise you to prepare a vehicle. If it doesn't work, then hurry up and send the patient over. This would be troublesome if something happens here in our place. My car is parked not far from here. I can drive over any time. Not only Lin Qi, even Zhou Yan felt suspended. After all, how strong could a beast pet be for a junior second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster? Zhou Yan took out his car keys. How is Chen Fei? Can it be cured or not? If not, change the medical team. It's already healed. Chen Fei replied indifferently and was currently looking at Xiao Gu's state. All right, that's fine. I'll go and drive over. Zhou Xian finished speaking and was about to leave, but then suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, what did you just say? Did I hear it right? Chen Fei said he cured it? Chapter 8, Xiao Gu kills crazy. Hearing Zhou Yan ask again, Chen Fei then turned his head strangely. Yeah, cured. Adept level sericulture. Absorbing this cold poison was just a matter of minutes. Zhou Yan and Lin Qi froze at once, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. We've only been chatting for 2 to 3 minutes since just now on a full count, and then you're done? And cured? Lin Qi rushed forward and re-examined the patient. After a while, Lin Qi excitedly said, It's done. It's really cured. This is too fast. Zhou Yan was also in a trance as he listened to Lin Qi talking to himself. So he had picked up a treasure? Lin Qi was curious. How did you do it? This was clearly beyond the realm of a junior second-ranked beastmaster. Chen Fei knew that he would have to face this question sooner or later, and had already thought of something to say. There are many kinds of toxins divided into Class 1 skin poison, Class 2 blood poisons, Category 3 neurotoxins, Category 4 elemental poison, Class V soul poison, 6 categories of special poison. Each category is divided into 1 4-level of poison, 1 level of poison for low poison, 2 level of poison for high poison, 3 level of poison for poison, 4 level of poison for no solution. And for Class 1 Class 4 toxins, Class 3 toxins and below, all of my beast pets can treat them and have a skill proficiency level of skilled. Lin Qi instantly realized that the poison of the phantom cold ant belonged to the elemental poison and belonged to the Class 2 toxin. No wonder Chen Fei could heal it. And it was still a skill at the skillful level, so it made sense that the healing speed would be faster. Wait a minute. A level 2 beast pet has a skillful level skill? A little genius. Both Zhou Yan and Su Kuei next to him realized this. Ordinary beast pets would not be able to learn skillful level skills until at least level 2, but geniuses could often break these laws. Chen Fei smiled and did not say anything. He couldn't say that Xiao Gu already possessed a mastery-level silkworm. Could he? That would not be a surprise to say, but a shock. Well, awesome Chen Fei. Zhou Yan was in a great mood with such a powerful poison healer. In the future, they wouldn't have to keep pushing their patients out. It was also time for Squad 49's name to be made famous. As Su Kuei left with his comrades, Zhou Yan hooked up Chen Fei's shoulders. Go. We must go rub a meal tonight. And by the way, I'll introduce the gang to you. Chen Fei did not refuse. Familiarizing himself with the team members as well as their beast pets and abilities was a very important part of the process, which could greatly improve his chances of survival in the battlefield later on. This is the vice team Lin Qi. You've already met him. This is our team's strongest nurse, Nangong Sha. As long as you still have a breath, she can hang you for half a day. This is Yang Xian, and the only healer on the team who doesn't have the talent of the Imperial Beasts, but he has put a lot of effort into martial arts, and his hand of rejuvenation technique is outstanding. When he heard martial arts, Chen Fei looked at Yang Xian twice more. Beastmaster was indeed the main profession in the Imperial Spirit Continent, but not everyone possessed it. Thus, there were martial arts to replace it, which also needed to be based on spiritual energy, and the enhancement was of the self's own body. The Royal Spirit Continent also had a few powerful martial kings, and an ordinary demon king wouldn't really be able to hold up with a single slash. The problem was that the inheritance of martial arts was limited and not as systematized as the Imperial Beasts. Chen Fei pondered his chin. In fact, martial arts could be learned by himself. Other people are on the side of the Imperial Beasts and they don't have any other energy, money or wealth to learn extra martial arts. But he himself was different. There was no need to spend money to buy various evolution materials, enhancement materials, and bloodline materials for Xiao Gu. Moreover, with the kill value, the martial arts that one cultivated could also improve their proficiency. Although the Imperial Beasts are strong, but many Imperial Beast masters themselves are brittle, if there are martial arts to defend themselves but also a good choice. Only martial arts are relatively scarce, cannot be so good to obtain, need to exchange topography through the contribution value. And contribution value, naturally, is to make a certain contribution at the front line. For example, fending off the beast tide. Capturing samples of living bizarre beings to facilitate military research. Going deep into the misty land and scouting for demonic beasts to see if there is any movement. Even treating soldiers had contribution value, only it was relatively small. Now Chen Fei had accumulated 2 points of contribution value, but the most common level 1 martial arts required 200 points of contribution value. A long way to go. In addition to this, contribution value has many other uses. It can be exchanged for spiritual fruits, spiritual materials, the blood of demonic beasts with higher qualifications, and even the eggs of beast pets. Only the higher the qualification, the more contribution value is needed. Nightfall. Chen Fei was arranged to share a room with Yang Xian. Yang Xian ran to the training room to practice martial arts by himself in order not to disturb Chen Fei's sleep. Chen Fei was not idle either and summoned Xiao Gu out. Xiao Gu, share your vision and see what progress Gui has made. Gui was none other than the little 10,000 poisonous compass that had successfully parasitized the black slime worm during the day. With the vision shared, Chen Fei saw that the black slime worm parasitized by Gui was invading a Tier 1, 9th ranked blood-devouring black snake. In terms of attack power, the black slime worm was far inferior to the blood-devouring black snake. Once the black slime worm entered the blood-devouring black snake, everything became different. Soon the black slime worm managed to control the blood-devouring black snake. This Gui has slowly familiarized himself with the characteristics of the black slime worm. Then next, the hunt begins. The 100U mountain range was divided into the outer perimeter, the middle zone, and the inner perimeter. Most of the outer perimeter were 1st and 2nd level demonic beasts. In the middle zone, 3rd level demonic beasts were predominant. In the inner perimeter, there were 4th level demon generals and 5th level demon kings. As long as the controlled blood-devouring black snake was moving around the outer perimeter, the probability was that it would be safe. Kill level 1 phantom cold ant. Kill value +5. Kill a level 1 blood claw spider. Kill value +5. Kill a level 1 black slime worm. Kill value +5. That's right, Gui wasn't slaughtering at random, but utilizing the characteristics of the black slime insects to feel the presence of other black slime insects before slaughtering them. When he came across one weaker than himself, he just did it without saying a word. When he came across one that was stronger than himself, he would hide as far away as possible. In this way, even though Chen Fei was in Baiyu City, Gui had already gone crazy. The kill value was accumulating little by little. Let's see how the other tiny Gu are doing again. Other than Gui, the dozens of tiny 10,000 poison compasses at that time were all released to earn extra money. Only those little 10,000 poisonous compasses were still too weak, those that died, those that were injured, and almost none of them survived. Only one of them was lucky enough to run into 2 grade 2, level 3 demonic beasts fighting over a red vermilion fruit. Taking advantage of their defeat, the little 10,000 poisonous compass successfully parasitized it. Although it did not succeed in controlling the body, it was able to hide in the thunder pupil ape's body. Chen Fei was a bit surprised. The thunder pupil ape is a demonic beast on the upper end of the A rank, mastering the power of lightning. This tiny Gu, no, let's call it Gu-air. Gu-air can seize the opportunity to quickly grow his body. No, we have to hurry to improve our corpse control skill proficiency. If Gu-air can successfully control the corpse, then the demonic beasts killed by the thunder pupil ape will also be counted on tiny Gu, and then the kill value will be earned in a big way. At this moment, Chen Fei felt that contracting little Gu was an incomparably correct choice. Watching the kill value non-stop +5, Chen Fei collapsed and fell asleep. Chapter 9. The lackluster stuff. Waking up the next day, the first thing Chen Fei did was to check the kill value. Current kill value balance is 480. Well, not bad, very powerful. Slaughtered 96 Tier 1 lesser beasts in a single night. Saving at this rate for a few days, Xiao Gu and I will be able to raise our strength by several ranks. Chen Fei felt more and more that the kill value was just like a cheating artifact, Worthy of being a sacred codex, it did not disappoint. Good morning, Vice Squad. Good morning, Vice Team. Lin Chi looked over and was a bit speechless. You two share the same dormitory. Why is one full of energy and the other sleepy? Yang Xian deflated. He practiced until most of the night before going back. Someone had already slept like a pig. Can it be compared? Right? I forgot to tell you. Lin Chi looked at Chen Fei. Other than having patients or special things, the medical room is generally still quite idle. So cultivate as you should, and upgrade your beast pet as you should. You're only at the beginner level 2 right now. You're too weak to even be able to defend yourself. Even if you want to follow the troops into the mists, you should at least be an intermediate level Imperial Beast Master. Obviously, Lin Chi was trying to urge Chen Fei to cultivate almost explicitly. Look at others Yang Xian working so hard. Then look at you. Chen Fei awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Understood, Vice Team. I will work hard. The whole morning was quite free. Chen Fei had nothing to do. So he went to Baiyu City's library and borrowed some books. The complete book of poisonous insects and poisonous beasts. The common poisonous insects and poisonous beasts of the Baiyu mountain range. The complete book of toxin combinations. On the possibility of spiritual toxins mutating into soul toxins. Reading these books was preparation for the toxic kiss skill. For example, the hell platypus mentioned in the book, 101 kinds of toxins existed in the flesh of this demonic beast and could be used in any combination, forming neurotoxins, elemental toxins, and so on, which was very amazing. But not all toxins could be combined at will. Some toxins clashed with each other and were forced to be integrated together, but instead served as an antidote. Wouldn't that be awkward? After knowing what kind of poisonous beasts were in the Baiyu mountain range, one could send Gui forward to nibble away at them, and then feed some of them back to Xiao Gu. It was even possible to accumulate toxins while killing. Xiao Gu huffed and puffed. Chen Fei, you are mistreating my children and grandchildren. They are more than cattle and horses. At this point, Chen Fei could not argue. Xiao Gu, if someone threatened your life, would you try to find ways to become stronger? Xiao Gu did not understand Chen Fei's sudden shift to this topic, but it still gave a serious answer. Of course I would. Get stronger and go back to them up. Chen Fei nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Xiao Gu, having this realization. And I'm facing a Demon King crisis right now. I need to get stronger quickly, even if it means doing whatever it takes. Xiao Gu. These words gave Xiao Gu a whole speechless. You're a primary Imperial Beast Master. Which Demon King would think of dealing with you? Don't believe it, right? Chen Fei asked with a smirk. Of course. Xiao Gu did not hesitate at all. Chen Fei solemnly said, then let's make a bet. 2 months later, there will be a major crisis in the medical team. Half a year later, there will be a small beast tide in the Baiyu mountain range. A year later, there will be a large beast tide in the Baiyu mountain range. If it is different from what I say, I will no longer treat your children and grandchildren harshly. But if it's the same as what I said, you should know the extent of the horror behind this, right? Xiao Gu was silent. If it was really like what Chen Fei said, having problems at these points in time proved that Chen Fei had the ability to prophesy. Then, facing the Demon King crisis was also mostly true. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Gu spoke, all right, I'll bet with you. Chen Fei knew that this bet he was sure to win. These situations that had arisen in Baiyu City happened to coincide with the fact that he had come to Baiyu City to recuperate and recover after he was injured and withdrew from school. Right now, Chen Fei has already started to prepare for it, and utilizing it well, he will be able to earn a large amount of killing value. When Lin Chi was idle, she would occasionally pay attention to the newcomers. She found that Chen Fei was truly disliking cultivation, but he wasn't useless. At least he had a very strong sense of security. Those books were still necessary to read in Lin Chi's opinion. Even she felt that not only Chen Fei had to read them, but even the other members of the team had to read them as well. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself before you can fight 100 battles. Just as Lin Chi was fuming, a patient came over. At a glance, wasn't it Su Kuei from yesterday? Why is it you again? Lin Chi was a bit speechless. Su Kuei let out a bitter smile. I didn't want to, but our scouting squad just entered the outskirts of the Baiyu mountain range, and we were surrounded by a swarm of phantom cold ants. I don't know which lackluster contraption has nothing to do with messing with the lair of the phantom cold ants. Hearing this, Chen Fei silently closed the book, somewhat vain. If he guessed correctly, it should be Gu Yi's doing. Phantom cold ants, right? Come to me for treatment. Chen Fei waved at them. Some of them were beast pets that were bitten, while others were Imperial Beast Masters, but with little Gu here, none of these cold poisons were a problem. After the treatment, Chen Fei pulled out a small 10,000 poison compass, which Chen Fei called Gu-san. Wait! Bring this! Su Kuei and the others stopped and looked at the Gu-san in Chen Fei's hand. Is this your beast pet? Chen Fei nodded. Sort of the offspring of my beast pet. Bring it with you. Ordinary toxins shouldn't be too much of a problem for you guys. Su Kuei and the others instantly brightened up. Their scouts had to enter the mountains every day. Even if it was only the periphery, the probability of encountering poisonous insects and beasts was still very high. If there was such a little guy who could detoxify the poison at any time present, the safety was increased by several times. Thank you then. I used to say that your medical team is not powerful. I was wrong, your medical team is the best. Su Kuei directly gave Chen Fei a thumbs up. I'm not done talking. I have conditions. Chen Fei's words caused Su Kuei and the other smiles to slowly disappear. Sure enough, there was no free lunch under the sky. What conditions do you say? If we can afford it, we will consider it. Su Kuei reluctantly returned Gu-san. Chen Fei helplessly waved his hand. Don't have so much psychological pressure. This is the list of poisonous grasses and flowers that I've made, including the external characteristics and also the pictures. If you guys happen to come across these plants in the future when you're conducting reconnaissance operations, just let Gu-san go up and take a couple bites. There's no delay. Of course, if you guys can bring it back, that's even better. For these scouts who often went into the mists, Chen Fei was still very impressed. It was truly a great fate for them to have survived until now, and it would be nice to give them a hand. As for this request of his own, it was just a passing thing for them, so I'm sure they wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, after Su Kuei heard it, he thought he had heard it wrong. That's it. Chen Fei was a bit surprised by their reaction. Yeah, what else do you want? Su Kuei and the other scouts looked at each other for a few moments, both seeing relief in the other's eyes. Honestly, this request of yours can't even be called a request for us. It's just something that goes by the wayside. Don't worry, we'll take care of this. Lin Qi and Yang Xian's hearts were also much more comfortable, at least from the current performance. Chen Fei's character was completely fine, and even somewhat noble. In their eyes, this Gu-san was no different from the antidote pills that were given to Su Kuei for free. Watching Su Kuei and the others leave, Chen Fei rubbed his chin in thought. In this way, Gu-san was still safe with Su Kuei and the others, and could accumulate toxins, which was also a good growth route. Then what about the next step? Where should it go? Chapter 10: The Third Master. Half a month later, with the accumulation of kill values, Chen Fei had already raised his strength to primary 7th ranked Imperial Beastmaster, with Xiao Gu at primary 7th ranked. It was worth mentioning that Chen Fei did not use the kill value on Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu's elevation was entirely due to Gu Yi's kills, and Gu Er's nibbling away at the Thunder Pupil Ape's spiritual energy. If it wasn't for the fact that the strength of the beast pet was unable to surpass the strength of the Imperial Beast Master himself, or else Xiao Gu's rate of enhancement might have been even faster. Current kill value balance: 2,045. This half a month had passed, and both Poisonous Kiss and Corpse Control had also reached the entry level. Chen Fei then used this last 2,000 kill value to increase the proficiency of these two skills. Poison Kiss, from entry-level proficiency level. The number of toxins that can be released has increased from 3 to 5, and the lethality of the toxins has increased dramatically. Corpse Control, from entry-level proficiency level. For beings below your own strength, the control success rate reaches 70%. Within 3 ranks above one's own strength, the control success rate is 20%. Above 5th rank, the success rate is extremely low. Thunder Pupil Ape Level 2, 3rd Order. When Gu Er's strength was raised to Level 1, 9th Order, it was impossible to say that he would be able to control a corpse successfully. In addition to that, there was another thing that made Chen Fei more excited, which was that the blood-devouring black snake controlled by Gu Yi had accumulated to its peak after many days of slaughter, be it in actual combat or otherwise, and a breakthrough was just a matter of time. With a Grade 2, Level 1 blood-devouring black snake, the objects that could be killed had also increased by a lot, and if one occasionally killed a few Grade 2 demonic beasts, the income from the kill value would be quite considerable. Little Gu released this batch of tiny Gudu. A batch of rank 5, rank 6 little 10,000 poisonous compasses would have some ability to defend themselves in the outer reaches of the 100U mountain range. At that time, no matter if it was parasitic or corpse control, as long as it could guarantee its own safety, it would be another steady stream of kill value income. Baiyu Mountain Range. Su Kuei was leading his squad through the outer perimeter at breakneck speed. Captain, there's a spectral ice fruit in front of us. It's a great help for ice demonic beasts. Su Kuei raised his fist and signaled for everyone to stop. Do any of you need it? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't need it. Then take it back and exchange it for contribution value. All be careful. Usually spirit plants have guardian beasts. Just as Su Kuei finished speaking, a member of the team was bitten, and his entire body instantly went soft. Captain, it's a level 2, rank 5 Ghost Ice Centipede. Once the Ghost Ice Centipede scored a hit, it burrowed back into the ground, ready to sneak attack at any time. Su Kuei quickly signaled everyone to back off. The Ghost Ice Centipede's toxicity is stronger than the Phantom Cold Ant. It's important to save little fish first. Please, Master San. Gu-san was still in the middle of his sleep, and as a result, he was carried out from the special beast pet box. Third Master, please make a move and save little fish. At this moment, Gu-san had just become the rightful physician of Scout Squad 21, saving them countless times, and was honored by them as Third Master. Gu-san jumped over, and then bit at the tiger's mouth of little fish's palm, and immediately began to eat away the toxin. 2 minutes passed and the toxin was dispelled. Both Su Kuei and the other members slurped. This Third Master is powerful enough to be able to detoxify even the poison of a rank 2 beast. From now on, we can walk horizontally in the outskirts of the Baiwe mountain range. Why do I have the feeling that Third Master skills are more than just skillful level? You mean it's not realistic for a level 1 beast to have a skill at the mastery level, right? Unheard of. Since Gu-san wasn't afraid of the Ghost Ice Centipede's toxins, this underworld ice fruit was a must-have. This day, Squad 21 was full of harvests, and everyone's backpacks were full. This caused the other squads to be a bit incredulous and red-eyed. Wang Ji, the captain of Squad number 25 who had a better relationship with Su Kuei, posted over. I say, old Su, has your squad gotten lucky lately or something? You can always return with a full load. And didn't you guys run to the medical room 2 or 3 days in front of you? It's been half a month and I haven't even seen you guys get injured. When Su Kuei and the team heard this, they all hemmed and hawed. Indeed, they had gotten lucky. Hooking his finger, he asked Wang Ji to get closer. Old Wang, I'll only say this to you, so don't spread it around. There's a little genius coming to medical room 49. His beast pet is extraordinary. You go beg a Third Master to restrain all ordinary toxins. Wang Ji glanced at Su Kuei's teammates who all had a look of exactly, indicating that Su Kuei hadn't lied to him. That's fine. I'll go and take a look as well. But what is the Third Master? Oh, it's this. Su Kuei placed Gu-san on his palm. Wang Ji took a look. Wasn't this just a level 1, 6th rank 10,000 poisonous compass? How powerful could it be? He felt that Su Kuei was exaggerating a bit. Seeing Wang Ji's questioning expression, Su Kuei did not feel strange. At the very beginning, he also had this expression. Old Wang, that's only telling you this because he's on good terms with you. Don't look at the fact that Third Master is only a level 1. He can even detoxify a level 2, 5th rank Ghost Ice Centipede. Don't you dare believe it. Really? This time, Wang Ji could be a bit surprised. Su Kuei asked back, do I have to lie to you? That's fine. I'll go there when I have time. No, I'll go there right now. Wang Ji was also a man of action and immediately found medical room 49. Hello. May I ask which healer Chen Fei is? Yang Xian, who was on reception, froze for a moment before pointing at Chen Fei, who was buried in a pile of books. Hello? Chen Fei. I'm Wang Ji, the captain of Scout Team number 25, and I'm here today to beg a head of the Third Master. Chen Fei closed the book and looked at Wang Ji with a confused expression. What the hell is a Third Master? Wang Ji gestured. Just a tiny head of 10,000 poisonous compass. Chen Fei then realized, you're talking about Gu-san. Yes. It was Su Kuei who introduced you here, right? Chen Fei asked again. Wang Ji nodded his head in the affirmative. Chen Fei's entire body leaned back in his chair while rubbing his chin. Lending another head out isn't that big of a deal. Only what good will this do me? With Su Kuei's help, Gu-san had already pretty much organized the poisonous grasses around him, so there was no need to do repetitive work. After considering it, Chen Fei stood up. Team Wang, I can lend you a small 10,000 poisonous parasites, but Wang Ji knew that the other party was going to make conditions. You say? Chen Fei was no longer polite. As you know, if I lend out the small 10,000 poisonous compasses, I won't be able to feed them some spirit fruits or something to enhance their strength. My request is very simple, that is, while you feed your demonic beasts you can leave 1 or 2 bites for it. just within your ability to bear it. Or the demonic beasts killed by you guys. If you have the time, you can let it nibble on the aura inside. Chen Fei's idea was simple. It was not through killing. Yet he could use another safer, more secure way to absorb the spiritual qi. Hearing Chen Fei's request, Wang Ji not only did not feel any discomfort, but instead felt it was reasonable. Taking away someone's beast pet and not feeding them a mouthful of food, that would be too unreasonable, right? He patted his chest. Don't worry, as long as I have a mouthful to eat, I will absolutely leave a mouthful for it as well. After receiving Wang Ji's assurance, Chen Fei gave a small 10,000 poisonous compass out. After that, he continued to bury himself in the pile of books. The complete book of assassin lineage demonic beasts. The most valuable assassin department skills for cultivation. The strongest assassin demonic beasts in history. The ancient assassin lineage demonic beast atlas. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to being an intermediate imperial beast master, it was time for him to consider a second beast pet. Chapter 11. Alternative Ways of Becoming Famous. Since he was taking the path of extreme offense, the second beast pet would have to make up for what Xiao Gu didn't have. If the skills characteristics overlapped with Xiao Gu, then there wasn't much point. For the assassin lineage, the more common skills, concealment. Hide your body like a ghost, and then noiselessly close to the enemy and kill them with a single blow. After proficiency is increased, it is even possible to touch stealth. Shadow control. Control the shadow to assassinate, silent and eerie. Illusion. Before getting close to the enemy, use illusion to confuse, hard control the enemy for a second or two, and then kill it is also a good direction. As for the rarer skills that are even more bizarre, attacking directly from the soul, cursing from thousands of miles away, freezing time, the more domineering the skill, the higher the qualification of the beast pet is needed to be able to learn it. For example, if a demonic beast that doesn't have a time attribute, and you favor it to learn freeze time, it's impossible to learn it until it dies. And demonic beasts with time attributes were all at least SS rank or above. After all, time is honored, space is king, destiny does not come out, and cause and effect is king. However, there were thousands of different demonic beasts, and it wasn't that easy to find the right one for you and the one that had an eye for you. Let's take a step and see what happens. After seeing the middle of the night, Chen Fei felt some back pain, so he went back to his room to sleep. Lying on the bed, he habitually summoned the Killing Sacred Dictionary. Current killing value balance, 1025. This discovery made Chen Fei sit up violently. If he remembered correctly, the killing value had been used by him until he only had 45 points left. But after another day, this kill value had gone up by 980. This speed, it was somewhat terrifying. After checking the source of the kill value, Gui contributed more than 400, the other small 10,000 poisonous compasses that had just been sent out were less than 200, and the remaining 300 or so actually came from the Thunder Pupil Ape. Could it be that Gu Air had finally succeeded in controlling the corpse after many attempts? Xiao Gu vision sharing. After the vision turned around, what appeared was the Thunder Pupil Ape's perspective, indicating that Gu Air had indeed succeeded in controlling the corpses. And the Thunder Pupil Ape was dealing with a level 2 stage 1 Bloodthorn snake, surprisingly tearing it directly into 2 pieces. This was too brutal. Soon, from the corpse of the Bloodthorn snake jumped out a tier 1 9th order black slime worm. The Thunder Pupil Ape didn't even think about it, and directly blasted it into slag with a Thunder Service. Against black slime worms, the Thunder demonic beasts were still very useful. Kill level 2. First stage Bloodthorn snake. Kill value plus 20. Kill a level 1 black slime worm. Kill value plus 5. Another 25 points of kill value into the account. This Thunder Pupil Ape was too powerful. Without much thought, Chen Fei extracted 1,000 points of kill value out of his account while raising his strength. Beginner level 8 Royal Beastmaster, just 11,000 points of kill value away from Intermediate Royal Beastmaster. Tonight, he could sleep beautifully again. Old Wang, where did you get this 10,000 poisonous compass to work so well? Scout Squad number 60 was doing their mission when they were unfortunately surrounded. In the midst of the mists, sometimes the most terrifying thing wasn't necessarily the poisonous insects, snakes and scorpions, but the plants. Squad number 60 had come across a plant called the 9 Illusion Flower. Originally, this plant would have spewed hallucinogenic toxins at living beings that came close in order to protect itself. However, after the invasion of the mist, the 9 Illusion Flower became different. The mist it spat out not only had a hallucinogenic effect, but also a corrosive effect. A soldier was accidentally caught in the mist and turned into a puddle of blood. The members of scouting team number 60 no longer dared to approach, but they couldn't get out and stayed in the same place for a day. Luckily, they ran into Wang Ji on patrol. As soon as Wang Ji saw this situation, he immediately moved out the fourth master. Chen Fei named it Gu Si, but Wang Ji called it master, just like Su Kuei. The hallucinogenic effect belonged to neurotoxins and the corrosive effect belonged to skin poisons, all of which were within the scope of the 10,000 poisonous parasites nibbling. Not to mention that these poisons were absorbed by Gu Si. Even the 9 illusory flowers that surrounded scouting squad number 60 were gnawed away by it. How could Yi Kaixiong, the leader of the number 60 squad, not be moved and began to ask Wang Ji about this 10,000 poisonous compass? As soon as Wang Ji saw that the fourth master had already been exposed, it was not a good idea to hide it, so he revealed the origin of the fourth master. Thus, in the next few days, a terrible thing happened, and the threshold of treatment room 49 was directly trampled on. Hello? I'm looking for little brother Chen Fei. Hello? I'm looking for healer Chen Fei. Which one is it? Hello? Our scouting squad number 12 would like to invite brother Chen Fei for a meal. Yang Xian looked at the batch after batch of people rushing towards the medical room with some numbness. However, when he asked about the situation, he realized that they were not here to see the doctor, they were all here to find Chen Fei. This made him confused. Hasn't Chen Fei been in the medical room all this time without going anywhere? How come he knows so many people? Next to him, Lin Qi was also in a scrutinizing mood. Does he have some special status? Or are his parents some kind of powerful existence that has been exposed? So many people are running over to befriend him. Zhou Yan hadn't seen so many people since he had taken over this medical room for so long, and he also had a look of astonishment. His parents can't really be some big shot, right? It should be possible. Lin Qi and Yang Xian weren't very sure either. Wait, I remembered something. Lin Qi's left hand was a palm, his right hand was a fist, and the two of them gently clapped together, and then he had a look of sudden realization. You guys still remember that Chen Fei once gave a small 10,000 poisonous parasites, and since then, Su Kuei's squad never came over again, but there have always been other scouting squads coming over. Yang Xian was instantly enlightened by such a mention. Are you saying that that head of small 10,000 poison compass was so useful that it made all these scouting squads come and beg? It should be so. Lin Qi felt that his guess was not far off. After Zhou Yan heard the cause and effect, he felt a bit unbelievable. A level 1 10,000 poison compass can be sought after by so many people? Chen Fei's way of becoming famous is somewhat otherworldly. Who said otherwise? Lin Qi and Yang Xian followed and looked over, also astonished. No. Captain, look at the aura floating on Chen Fei's body. It seems like is what? Zhou Yan looked over in confusion. This look was amazing. He realized that Chen Fei's aura floating had actually come to the primary 9th rank. From the time Chen Fei had come over until now, it had only been 25 days full count. In less than a month's time, he had actually risen 7 steps. The speed was a bit scary. Zhou Yan let out a sigh of emotion. Lin Qi, you were really right. This guy really is a little genius. The record for the fastest strength increase in the Royal Spirit Continent was from a primary First Order Imperial Beastmaster to an intermediate Imperial Beastmaster in 22 days. Although Chen Fei was not as good as the other party, this rate of improvement was still terrifying and far beyond the norm. Many more people had spent 4 or 5 months, or even half a year or more to ascend to intermediate Royal Beastmaster. Even if some used resources to pile on, it would still take more than 2 months. This comparison made Chen Fei's rate of advancement very strong. There was no one more difficult to accept than Yang Xian. Didn't this guy sleep every day as soon as he returned? What was wrong with working so hard himself? Could it be that effort really could not surpass talent? Chapter 12. Head of the Scouting Department. After Xiao Gu's strength had also risen to level 1 rank 9, Chen Fei began to shift his combat style. Nowadays, the level 1 rank 7 black slime worms were no longer sufficient for Gu Yi's needs. They were too weak. But it couldn't be wasted is all. Chen Fei asked Gu Yi to make a trip back to the city first. Team Zhou, I have an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with. Having been here for almost a month, Chen Fei had yet to mention any request to Zhou Yan. Instead, Squad 49's fame had risen a great deal because of Chen Fei. Now that Chen Fei had opened his mouth on a rare occasion, Zhou Sun also wanted to hear what he wanted to say. Team Zhou, my beast pet parasitized a black slime worm. Alive. I want to offer it to the military for research. I just don't know if there are any suitable holding vessels. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Zhou Yan was shocked. You said you captured a black slime worm alive? Chen Fei nodded. Precisely. Zhou Yan was immensely surprised after hearing this. He habitually pinched his brows as far as he knew. This kind of existence, the black slime worm, was very tenacious in its vitality. And even more so, it had the characteristic of being immortal. As soon as it encounters a human, it will become bloodthirsty. Moreover, it would not bleed itself, and its poison resistance was extremely strong. Using the anesthesia skills of demonic beasts, it could not be controlled. Of course, there are also restraining attributes, sleeping, hallucinogenic, soul, crystal system. These can barely capture it alive. Now that Chen Fei, a junior Imperial Beast Master, had actually captured one alive as well, this was the thing that made Zhou Yan the most unbelievable. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan patted Chen Fei's shoulder. Well done. However, the black slime worm has already been captured by someone, so the contribution value for redemption isn't as high as it used to be, so you have to be mentally prepared. As for the vessel, I'll go ask the minister for one. Such things are still available. Chen Fei had a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Captain, then. As for the contribution value, it doesn't matter how much it is. A mosquito is still meat even if it's small. That's true, haha. Zhou Yan laughed cheerfully, and then went to find Minister Chang Jingjing. Knock knock. Come in. Zhou Yan pushed open the door only to realize that there was another person in the room besides Chang Jingjing. This person was tall, with a full beard that looked like countless horizontal and vertical silver needles, and looked rather serious on the surface. However, Zhou Yan knew that this person was actually quite good to get along with, and was none other than the Minister of Reconnaissance, Xie Sun. Minister Chang, Minister Xie. Chang Jingjing and Xie Sun stopped exchanging words before looking at Zhou Xian. What's the matter? Zhou Xian was very dry and directly stated his intentions clearly. Chang Jingjing tapped her fingers rhythmically on the desktop. It's this Chen Fei again. A junior Imperial Beast Master can cause so much trouble? She had been here for 3 or 4 years, and she had never heard of a junior Beastmaster requiring the Minister of Scouting to personally find him. Even more so, she had never heard of a junior Imperial Beastmaster being able to capture the black slime worm alive. How about this, Zhou Yan? You use my name to apply for a crystal box, built from the mineral crystals of a rank 4 demonic beast. It's impossible for a rank 1 black slime worm to crash through it. Also, have that Chen Fei come over as well. Yes, Minister. Zhou Yan gave a military salute and retreated. It wasn't until Zhou Yan left that Xie Sun spoke again. Old Chang, it seems like your medical department has really picked up a treasure. Chang Jingjing's face darkened. You're the one who's old, your whole family is old. My old lady, I'm not even married yet. How come I'm old? Xie Sun, listen to your own words. Are the spears not contradictory? Are they not conflicting? As for how talented Chen Fei is, we still have to see him in person to be sure. Not long after, Chen Fei pushed his way in. Chang Jingjing's attention was on Chen Fei's cultivation. With her Zhongshi level strength, it was still quite easy to see Chen Fei's strength. It was just that this look really made her a little shocked. At this time, Chen Fei actually already had a junior 9th rank, and it was still a very full kind. I'm afraid that breaking through to an intermediate royal beastmaster would just be a matter of these few days. When he just came, Chang Jingjing clearly remembered that he was only at the primary 2 stage. So when you do the math, this little guy's talent is even stronger than his own. When Chang Jingjing had spent 2 months to become an intermediate royal beast master, she had already been called a genius by her family. Then this Chen Fei, wouldn't he be the best of the geniuses? It took a while for Chang Jingjing to suppress the surprise in her heart before she spoke. Chen Fei, this Minister of Scouting Xie Sun, he's looking for you for something. Good day, Minister Xie. This person Chen Fei knew something about. He had a great relationship with his parents, and his strength was extremely strong, once reaching the peak of the Zhongshi level, but unfortunately he also lost his life in the hands of the evil King No. 9. Xie smiled brightly. I'm a person who has never been one to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. As far as I know, out of my 120 scouting squads, 23 of them are already equipped with your 10,000 poison compass. I'm sure your 10,000 poison compass does have some skill, or else they wouldn't have taken it so seriously. Can you let Minister Chang and I see it as well? Chen Fei did not know what the two wanted to do, but letting Xiao Gu be completely exposed to the eyes of the two, that could not be done. Seeing Chen Fei's hesitation, Xie Sun spoke once again. Don't worry. We are not digging into the bottom of your beast pet. We just want to see its ability to detoxify poison. just how strong it is. If it is suitable, I would like to have every scouting squad equipped with a 10,000 poison compass. It was at this moment that Chen Fei realized where Xie was coming from. In the next second, he summoned Ancient One, which was sufficient for this occasion. With the increase in strength, Gu Yi's body had obviously grown a few points. Xie and Chang Jingjing could clearly feel a fury, if any, on its body. It must have not done much killing in the past while. Xie snorted and had 2 poisonous demonic beasts brought in. This one is a rank 2, 7th step Red Lotus Inferno Butterfly, and a common demonic beast in the middle of the 100U mountain range. As for this one, it's a level 3, first order ghost-faced poison spider, which is distributed in the middle zone of the Baiyu mountain range at the junction with the inner perimeter. After the introduction, Xie looked at Chen Fei. If your 10,000 poison compass can even cure the poison of these 2 heads, then it would be a very good aid for our scouting section. Chen Fei pretended to hesitate, and only after a while did he speak. Give it a try. I also want to know where Xiao Gu's limits are. All right. Xie's eyes lit up. He naturally hoped that Chen Fei would not back down. Under the control of the other soldiers, the Red Lotus Inferno Butterfly flapped its wings and scattered some tiny pollen-like particles. These particles were none other than the toxin of the Red Lotus Inferno Butterfly. No matter if it was inhaled by a demonic beast or a human, there would be a strong burning sensation in the internal organs, and if it was not treated in time, it would die from lack of water. It belonged to the level 2 poison. Gu Yi, start eating away at the Inferno poison, but eat away a little slower and act a little tougher. Chen Fei did not know where Xiao Gu's limit was even now. However, he knew that this level 2 elemental poison was all but a small meaning to Xiao Gu, who possessed proficient level Eclipse. Knowing that, Chen Fei still had to let Gu Yi pretend for a while. Showing too much ease would be a bit too much. It took 10 minutes for Gu Yi to consume that little bit of Inferno poison. This efficiency, to be honest, was not fast, and was in line with Xiesun and Chang Jingjing's mental expectations. After all, no matter what, this was a level 1 beast. Even if it was strong, how strong could it be? Should we try the poison of this level 3 ghost face poison spider again? Chen Fei waved his hand repeatedly before smiling bitterly. Don't bother, Minister Xie. Just now Xiao Gu told me that this Red Lotus Inferno Butterfly is already its limit. It's better not to touch the poison of a 3rd-grade demonic beast. It's across 2 large classes. After Chen Fei said this, the 2 of them then reacted. Yes, if this 10,000 poison compass can even cure the poison of a 3rd-level beast, then it has indeed crossed 2 levels and can only be described as terrifying. Chapter 13. Singing in Hades. Even though the poison of a 3rd-grade demonic beast couldn't be detoxified, it still made Xie happy. Not bad, quite good. This 10,000 poison compass can cure the poison of a grade 2 beast when it's only grade 1 now. When it reaches level 2, won't it be able to cure the poison of level 3? In that case, those soldiers of mine will be able to go deep into the middle zone without having to circle around outside all day. Some scouting squads would also go deep into the middle ground, provided that they brought a poison healer with them. However, people also had to cultivate, and it was impossible for them to follow them around every day. Now Chen Fei's beast pet showed Xie the possibility. Chen Fei, this 10,000 poison compass of yours should have the ability to split or reproduce. I'll reserve a batch first. When it rises to level 2, remember to equip my squad with one. Before Chen Fei could even open his mouth to speak, he was forcefully interrupted by Chang Jingjing. I say, Xiesun, this is too much for you. Letting my people do things for you, and you don't show any favors. It turned out that Chang Jingjing was asking for benefits for Chen Fei. Chen Fei was not good at opening this mouth, but she, Chang Jingjing, was not accustomed to the other party. Xie pressed his hand, signaling Chang Jingjing to calm down a bit. How can I not be prepared? But we still need to see what supplies Chen Fei needs. This kind of good thing, how could Chen Fei refuse? I want to save contribution value to exchange for martial arts. For Xiao Gu's growth, the killing value was currently enough, and martial arts was an important way for Chen Fei to improve himself and protect himself, prioritizing it. Xiesun and Chang Jingjing glanced at Chen Fei in surprise, both not expecting this little guy to want to dual cultivate imperial beasts and martial arts. There were many such people, but more of them ended up doing nothing. Chang Jingjing still opened her mouth and advised, Chen Fei, after all, human energy is limited. If you are greedy for everything, the road ahead will be tough. After all, it is his own soldier, and it is also a very talented person. Chang Jingjing didn't want him to go astray. Chen Fei knew Chang Jingjing's good intentions, but he had his own plans. I know, Minister, but I still want to try. Chang Jingjing opened her mouth, but in the end nothing came out. It's just that, it's Chun Qingyun's son anyway. It's none of my business. Since Chen Fei had a request, it would be good for Xiaosun. I have two options. One is to rent a level 2 10,000 poisonous compass at 5 points of contribution value per month. If the strength of the parasite increases, the contribution value increases. Option 2, in addition to those above, I can utilize my personal authority to allow you to directly select a grade 2 martial art. You should know that a level 2 martial art requires at least 1,000 contribution points. The premise is that it's enough as long as you transfer to the scouting department. Since Chen Fei's 10,000 poison compass was capable of resolving grade 2 poison, it was highly likely that it could also kill grade 2 beasts. Possessing the ability to kill strongly across levels, just ask which officer wouldn't want to cultivate it properly. Chang Jingjing's face directly darkened by an octave, even with a hint of fury, the kind that was ready to tear someone apart at any time. Good you Xiaosun, robbing my soldiers in front of me. Singing in Hades, you belong to the first place. Xie touched his nose in embarrassment. This was indeed unseemly. But if Chen Fei could get into the scouting department, if he wanted the 10,000 poisonous compass to cooperate in the future, don't mention how convenient it would be. You can't restrict his freedom. Let him choose for himself. Chang Jingjing directly exploded. Choose my ass. The soldiers under my mother have nothing to do with your scouting department. One more word and I'll blow you out. No, old Chang, you be reasonable, okay? The two of them pinched each other like this, looking at Chen Fei in a daze. Especially Chang Jingjing on the surface looks one quiet, a fierce up. I'm afraid that fierce men have to be afraid of 3 points. That! Chen Fei wanted to interrupt them because he realized that without realizing it, the kill value had risen to 10,000 points, and he was still in a hurry to distribute it. Chang Jingjing and Xiaosun both looked over to listen and see what Chen Fei had to say. Chen Fei took a deep breath. I am grateful for Minister Xie's favoritism, but I still prefer the healing department a bit more, so I'll go with the first option. The scouting department was indeed a good place to go. One could frequent the 100U mountain range and earn kill value conveniently. However, there were too many rules for the scouting squad. There was a fixed scouting range, and even more so, there was a fixed time period to go out and a fixed time period to come back. Chen Fei did not want to be bound by these rules, even if he really wanted to enter the 100U mountain range later on. Chang Jingjing's face looked a lot better. Finally, it was not a waste of her hard words. Xie could only secretly say a pity. In that case, then the first option. Not long after, Xie got up to take his leave, leaving only Chang Jingjing and Chen Fei behind. Chen Fei, are you sure you want to practice both martial arts? Chang Jingjing asked again in a serious tone. She still hoped that Chen Fei could consider it carefully. Chen Fei did not hesitate and decisively arrived. I want to study it for self-defense. Chang Jingjing fell silent as she habitually tapped on the table to think about the problem. It was only after a while that Chang Jingjing spoke. Since Xiaosun used a level 2 martial art to poach you, then I can't be too stingy either. How about this? Using my personal authority, you can go and pick a level 2 martial art. Once you realize that the martial arts will hold you back, I hope you can stop in time. Chen Fei was overjoyed. Thank you, Minister. How could one not want this kind of benefit for nothing? Immediately afterward, Chen Fei quickly went into the middle of the martial arts collection and began to search for a suitable martial art for himself. Explosive inflammation finger, grade 2 fire attribute technique with a proficiency level of flawless, can point a finger through a grade 4 demon beast, and can even fight against a demon king. Note, only those with the fire attribute can learn it. Thunder battle armor, grade 2 thunder attribute technique. At the time of its completion, one's body will be covered in thunder armor, which cannot be broken by an ordinary demon king. Remarks, only those with the thunder attribute can learn it. After a cursory glance, the martial arts were still very restrictive. There were very few humans who possessed the thunder attribute themselves, so this thunder battle armor was basically unlearned. And even if they did learn it, it would be too difficult to reach flawless level proficiency before they could spar with the Demon King for a bit. Some people could not even cultivate it to the flawless level even if they gathered their entire life's efforts. What's more, for Chen Fei, these martial arts were followed by a string of non-assassin lineage feats, attributes not possessed by the contracted person, and may not be boosted using kill value. It was even if the beast pet needed the assassin lineage, but he himself also needed to learn assassin lineage feats. Sometimes it was just plain ed up. There was no way around it. Chen Fei could only honestly go searching for assassin lineage feats. Ghostly shadow steps. a level 2 assassin martial art that allowed one to weave through shadows, approaching the opponent with extremely fast stance and speed, seeking to kill them with a single blow. Phantom sound technique, capable of emitting psychedelic sound waves, allowing one to briefly enter an illusionary state before attacking and killing. Mist concealment technique, utilizing the water vapor in the sky and earth to condense into mist, concealing one's figure and breath. The hidden yuan technique, by practicing this technique, one can hide one's cultivation and strength, allowing the enemy to misjudge you. A minor achiever can conceal the scent, flavor, and killing aura of himself or his beast pet. The great achiever can even conceal his own and his beast pet's body. These were the 4 level 2 assassin techniques that Chen Fei could look at and that did not overlap with Xiao Gu's abilities. The first one required the use of shadows, had great limitations and drawbacks, and was eliminated without much consideration. In the future, there was a definite need to go into the creepy mist and then learn the mist stealth technique, which conflicted without much need. What gave Chen Fei a headache were the 2nd and 4th books. Chapter 14 Intermediate Imperial Beast Master. The illusory sound technique majored in illusionary arts, and illusionary arts were useful no matter the occasion, so it was a good direction to choose. The concealed yuan technique wasn't bad either, whether it was concealing one's cultivation or concealing one's killing aura and figure, it was perfect for a qualified assassin. Compared to the illusionary sound technique, the introduction to the hidden yuan technique would be simpler, it was just that it was more difficult to go further up the ladder. Others might not be able to go further after practicing to a small level, but Chen Fei did not have that limitation. Moreover, when it came to the step of being able to conceal one's figure, although there were still many limitations, it was still stealth. Who could resist the temptation of invisibility? Just pick it. After picking out the hidden elemental technique, Chen Fei incidentally spent 200 contribution values to exchange for the most ordinary spatial ring. Compared to the Sacred Codex, this was simply trash. The space inside was only 10 cubic meters in size, and one could not bring living things with them. However, there is always a need to do something, otherwise it would be impossible to say that so many things appeared out of nowhere, and then they quickly returned to the dormitory. Current kill value balance, 10,200. Without any hesitation, Chen Fei directly extracted 10,000 kill value and used it on himself. The moment the red light disappeared into Chen Fei's body, he felt that his vision was becoming clearer, and it seemed that the visual distance was further away. Chen Fei. Cultivation increased, from Elementary 9th Order Imperial Beast Intermediate 1st Order Imperial Beast Master. Comparison advantages. 1. Newly unlocked a beast pet position. 2. Body resistance, speed, strength, etc. are greatly increased. Note: Intermediate Imperial Beast Master requires 5,000 kill value per rank upgrade. Intermediate 9th rank Imperial Beast Master, Advanced 1st rank Imperial Beast Master, requires 50,000 kill value. Chen Fei clenched his fists, feeling that his strength was going to be much greater than before. However, he wasn't a body refiner after all, and with his current physical strength, he could only go and fight demonic beasts below 1st level 5th rank. Demonic beasts of the same level could completely abuse Chen Fei himself. For the 2nd beast pet, Chen Fei would need to make a good selection. The higher the qualification, the better, and save wasting kill value to enhance it. However, the priority right now was to upgrade Xiao Gu to a 2nd level beast. Releasing Gu Yi out of the city once again, he then searched for Gu Air. The Thunder Pupil Ape controlled by Gu Yi had now risen to level 2, stage 5, and coupled with its strong thunder skills, it was basically at the level of an overlord in the periphery. It completely had that strength to help Gu Yi find a better parasitic object. This parasitic object Chen Fei didn't want the body to be too large, but it needed to be strong enough. This way, when there was a need, it could be carried around at all times and would be a good bodyguard. There. A level 2, 7th ranked aquamarine mantis. During the night time, its abdomen would emit a turquoise-colored ghostly light, forming a ghostly face to scare its enemies. In fact, the aquamarine mantis was a rare possessor of the light system in the Baihui mountain range. It could use the light system for attack, defense, and even healing. Very comprehensive. However, when it was comprehensive, it also meant that it didn't have too prominent a side, so its qualifications were weaker than the Thunder Pupil Ape. Thunder Pupil Ape has not yet approached. Came a thunder in the air, almost roasted the blue light praying mantis a burnt and tender. However, the blue light praying mantis reacted quickly healing itself, and covering multiple layers of defense light shield. When he saw the huge body of the Thunder Pupil Ape, the blue light mantis did not show any weakness, and threw out a light blade. The Thunder Pupil Ape's hardened flesh was unexpectedly cut out with a scar. Roar! The thunder pupil ape was furious, pounding its chest to show its displeasure, and then began a furious bombardment. Wherever the two beasts went, countless weak demonic beasts suffered. Kill level 1 order 5 rock armor scorpion. Kill value +5. Kill a level 1 6th order thorn spider. Kill value +5. This will do? Looking at the constantly rising kill value, Chen Fei was also very emotional. If it wasn't for the fact that the aquamarine mantis was 2 ranks higher than the thunder pupil ape, or else I'm afraid that it would have lost to the thunder pupil ape long ago. Now that the combat strength is almost the same is to rely on grinding until which party cannot hold out until the end. But don't forget, in addition to thunder pupil ape, Ancient One is also watching from the sidelines. Just when the blue light mantis's light shield broke, revealing the scars of its flesh, Gui seized the opportunity and sprayed a venom out. This venom was not simple. After Chen Fei's research, it was fused with the illusionary poison of the misty illusion grass, the paralyzing compulsion poison of the phantom moon compound, as well as a number of various toxins to form a special kind of neurotoxin. Although it was only a level 2 poison, and the toxicity wasn't strong, it was able to create a certain illusion while paralyzing the physical body, and was completely capable of hard controlling the opponent for a period of time. The disadvantage is that it needs to come into contact with a wound, or enter through the mouth. This poison was very similar to the effects of the toxins of some mushrooms, thus it was called by Chen Fei, mushroom number 1. The aquamarine mantis completely failed to notice Guyi's presence, and accidentally fell prey to it. The moment its body was paralyzed, it knew it was going to be cold. As expected, the thunder pupil ape did a jumping explosive hammer, which knocked the bilight mantis unconscious. Ancient One took this opportunity to parasitize and kept using its body control skills. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and Gui failed to control the corpse even after he used up all his aura. Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry. At least the parasitized bilight mantis could eat up more aura than the thunder pupil ape. In this way, Chen Fei did as he had done, letting the thunder pupil ape bring other small 10,000 poisonous compulsions to find stronger demonic beasts and black slime worms one by one. Regardless of whether it was parasitism or corpse control, it could maximize the efficiency of strength enhancement. At the end of the day, a large portion of the level 2 beasts in the area that Su Kuei's team was patrolling and scouting had been parasitized or body controlled. It was also at this moment that Xiao Gu truly realized how terrifying Chen Fei was. According to your deployment, I think that after a while, you can even directly launch a small beast tide, right? Hearing Xiao Gu's words, Chen Fei's eyes revealed a ghostly starlight before revealing an unfathomable smile. Don't you think that's interesting? If someone wants to deal with me, I'll directly pounce on them with an army of demonic beasts and see if they panic. Shameless. Insidious. Xiao Gu was full of exclamations. But such a master is very much in line with the appetite why fight one-on-one when you can fight in a group? Chen Fei's deployment completely made up for the shortcomings of the 10,000 poisonous compasses in single combat. Besides, the 10,000 poisonous compass clan, have always taken the shameless route. If they could parasitize, why would they need to cultivate themselves? At this moment, the 10,000 poison compass somewhat understood Chen Fei. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Fei smiled as he accepted Xiao Gu's contempt. If it was in his previous life, if someone had said this about himself, Chen Fei would have been furious. But in the present, he would only feel that it was a compliment to him. What's wrong with being insidious? What happened to being shameless? The more despicable means that would allow him to quickly increase his strength, he could use them all. Taking advantage of the fact that the 10,000 poisonous compass had changed its opinion of Chen Fei continued to discuss with it in depth so that they could understand each other more. Night. Chen Fei began to hug and gnaw on the hidden elemental technique. In his previous life, he had also practiced a defensive martial art, and knew that the cultivation of martial arts required the introduction of aura into the place of the dantian first, which would then go from the dantian to the limbs and bones, forming a cycle. Some specific techniques even had to unlock the acupoints on the human body, which was incredibly complicated. He didn't have much talent in martial arts, and he couldn't even achieve a skillful level of proficiency. Now that he had the assassin's sacred canon, he didn't need to make it so complicated. He just needed to get started and leave the rest all to the kill value. In this way, he would be able to have more time to train Xiao Gu. Just as Chen Fei was deciphering the hidden Yuan technique word by word, a phone call came over. Chapter 15. Return quickly, the murderer has a bleak vision. Little Fei there's a clue to what you asked us to look into. On the other end of the phone, it was none other than Chun Qingyun. Chen Fei sat up straight at once. There were only 3 things that he had asked Chen Qingyun to look into. One was the source of the 10,000 poisonous compulsions, and the other was the sales route of the floating dream. The last one was the first place that betrayed humans in Tianqing City in his previous life. It was called Listening Rain Dock, a high-class clubhouse. Although he did not know if this Listening Rain Dock had anything to do with the Zhangyi incident, Chen Fei still classified them together. Even if it was truly unrelated, it would be good to clear out the Listening Rain Dock in advance. Dad, what have you found out? Chen Fei's tone carried a bit of seriousness. Chen Qingyun slowly told what he knew. Little Fei, we didn't find out much. After all, Floating Dream is a potion that was banned over a decade ago, and it's impossible to circulate it in the market. The only thing left to circulate this item is the black market. My people did find out about a bizarre existence in the black market, calling himself the Sower, who seems to have more banned items there. Sower? Chen Fei had a questioning look on his face. He had not heard of this person's existence in his previous life. But it was also true that he had been in the army since he left Tianqing City after being injured, so it was normal for him not to know about it. And, Chen Qingyun added, the Listening Rain Dock you asked me to investigate has a complicated composition. There are quite a few dignitaries inside, and there are even some military personnel who have registered as members there. The person behind the scenes who can afford to open this kind of high-class club is definitely not simple, so don't offend them easily. I was also planning to withdraw my people back, but I accidentally discovered that the Sower had entered the Hearing Rain Dock through the back door after disguising himself. At that moment, I felt that this Listening Rain Dock was not quite right. Chen Fei exhaled heavily. Sure enough, it ended up being related to the Listening Rain Dock. If one wanted to plunge into the mists and become a betrayer, what was the most important thing one needed to do? Of course, it was to destroy, to stifle geniuses, and to create chaos. Following this line of thought, then strangling Zhang Yi would become inevitable. And he, Chen Fei, was only the most miserable, the most inconspicuous victim in this bureau. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth hooked up into a cold smile if there was one. Let me guess. Was there also a teacher who had once entered this Hearing Rain Dock? That's right. Chen Qingyun's affirmative reply came from the other end of the phone. The corners of Chen Fei's eyes rose slightly as a cold light flashed. Was it Song Gong? Or Shuele? Neither. This news caused Chen Fei's face to stiffen. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? If it wasn't these two, then who else was there? Those were the only ones who could make Zhang Yi drink the Floating Dream without any defense. What information am I missing out on? Chen Fei's brows knitted into a ball, his face revealing an unspeakable unwillingness and suppression. Sensing that Chen Fei wasn't in a very good mood, Chen Qingyun comforted. Little Fei, don't worry. This Sower has always been under our surveillance. Sooner or later, he will reveal himself one day. In addition to telling you this today, there is another piece of good news to tell you. Jiang Nan is not only a king-grade royal beast master, but also the chairman of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. You helped Zhang Yi escape this time, so you're doing the Jiang family a favor. That's why he promised to let you go to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce and pick any class beast pet egg. A class beast pet egg? There was such a good thing? Hearing this, Chen Fei's face only looked a few points better. Anyway, his second beast pet bit had already been unlocked, so there was no harm in going to take a look. Even if it didn't meet his needs, then giving it to his dad and mom would be a good choice. If it really didn't work, it would be good to sell it to earn some spirit stones. The currency that circulates in the Imperial Spirit Continent is spirit stones. After all, no matter if it was a royal beast master, a demonic beast, or a martial artist, they all needed to draw spiritual chi from spirit stones. Spirit stones were further categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades, as well as extreme grade spirit stones. A middle grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 lower grade spirit stones, and the other categories were divided in that order. An AB grade beast pet could be sold for 100,000 medium grade spirit stones. An A grade beast pet could be sold for 1 million medium grade spirit stones. As for S-class beast pets, they were usually traded only with top-grade spirit stones or top-grade spirit stones, and they were the kind that had a price without a market. Right now, the Zhang family was going to give an A-grade beast pet egg, little cutie. Only then would they not want it. I know, Dad. I'll go back in a few days. All right, be safe. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fei pinched his brow and had a bit of a headache. When things deviated from the expected track, it was always so catching people off guard. That's just it. I don't want to think about it. Let's raise our strength first. Only then can we respond to all changes with no change. After assigning Xiao Gu a task, Chen Fei once again studied the hidden elemental technique. September 16th. The train has arrived at the station. Please change carefully. As the doors opened, Chen Fei walked into the compartment and found his seat to sit down. Another half a month had passed since Chen Qingyun's call. Chen Fei was almost ready before he embarked on his return journey. Taking a closer look, he realized that this carriage was basically filled with students. Students, this time when we go to participate in the 3 schools exchange tournament, our main opponent is still Tianqing Academy. So let's digest the information about our opponents first. There are a few powerful seedlings in their freshman class. Shangguan Shihua, intermediate 3rd ranked Beastmaster, 2A ranked Beast Pets, can attack and defend, very difficult to deal with. Chu Lai, intermediate 3rd ranked Imperial Beastmaster, also 2A ranked Beast Pets, but one of them was a thunder-attributed demonic beast that did extremely high damage. Freshman number 1 Su Ken, intermediate 5th ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Until now, he had defeated all the people in his year group with just one Imperial Beastmaster. No one knew what his second beast pet was yet. However, it is certain that his first beast pet is a grade A eagle tiger beast. The eagle tiger beast had the body and head of a tiger, but the sharp claws and wings of an eagle. It combines elemental, flight, and sonic, 3 faculties in one. Especially the flight faculty dominated the sky and was very difficult to deal with. That teacher added a few more sentences. Ordinary people are awakened at the age of 18, but there are some exceptions. This Su Ken awakened early when he was still 2 months away from turning 18. Imperial Beastmasters who awaken early all have one advantage, and that is that they have been cultivating for a longer period of time than others. That eagle tiger beast was most likely just his second beast pet and not his main pet. So, during the exchange match, remember to fight hard with your opponent. When Chen Fei heard this, he did not have the heart to continue. He had long since passed the age of such petty fights. However, it was only at this time that he understood the strength of the Imperial Beastmasters of the same grade. He didn't expect that the strongest ones were already intermediate Imperial Beastmaster level 5. This speed was really not slow. Under his own utilization of the kill value to continuously improve, he was only an intermediate level 3 Imperial Beastmaster. Without the Sacred Codex, it was hard to say if Chen Fei could sprint to intermediate Royal Beastmaster now. Opening his cell phone, Chen Fei saw a new message. Quickly return to Mountain and Sea Academy. The murderer has been sighted. Chapter 16. I just happened to be passing by. Seeing the message from Chen Qingyun, Chen Fei sat violently straight. The murderer had been found? This was too sudden, right? I wanted to go straight home, but now it seems that I must make a trip to the Tianqing Academy. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the station. Chen Fei got off the train with the crowd, while walking step by step towards Shanghai Academy. Wait, that person isn't a student of our Thousand Peaks Academy. Our deployment just now was heard by him. Lu Xiao, who pointed at Chen Fei in front and behind him and gritted his teeth. The others also reacted and hurriedly chased after him. Surrounding Chen Fei, "Classmate, are you a student of Shanghai Academy?" Chen Fei was stunned for a moment. Sort of, except for the few days when school started, the rest of his time was spent on the front line. His growth process could be said to not have much to do with the Mountain and Sea Academy. Lu Xiao, who narrowed his eyes and asked, "We are students of Thousand Peaks Academy? I don't know which year you are in. Can you show us the way?" Chen Fei didn't doubt it. "First year. The place you're going to should be in the Western District's battle arena. Turn left as you enter the gate. Pass a lake and you'll be there." Lu Xiao, who and the others had an expression of, "I'm sure that's the case," after hearing this. "You really are an undercover agent sent by the Mountain and Sea Academy, aren't you? First poking around to find out our strengths and deployments, so you can go back and make arrangements, right?" "That's right, Mountain and Sea Academy is really good at calculating. You guys can't afford to lose. It's also true that in this 3-school exchange match, the winning side can represent Tianqing City in the 100 Cities competition, so you're doing everything you can." Chen Fei? What the heck? A 3-school exchange match? 100 Cities competition? So complicated, what does it have to do with me? You guys have misunderstood. I just happened to be passing by, with no intention of wanting to listen to your speeches. After saying that, Chen Fei turned around and wanted to leave, with no intention of staying. "Xiao Qi! Stop him!" Lu Xiao, who and the others were still angry, and they would not rest until Chen Fei gave a statement. So they had a wood-type 7-star vine monster, using its entanglement skill, leave Chen Fei behind. Suddenly, There was a flash of turquoise light on Chen Fei's body. That was the turquoise mantis light shield taking effect. Chen Fei's face darkened. These people were still getting the better of him? The aquamarine mantis appeared out of nowhere on Chen Fei's shoulder. The moment it came out, a bloody odor hit his face, causing the approaching Xiao Gu and the others to stiffen up after it. This was a baleful aura that could only be left behind after killing an unknown number of living beings, and it was completely not something that a student like Xiao Gu could block. Without the need for Chen Fei's command, the aquamarine mantis first used the prisoner of light, and the light blade was then flung out as well. Nowadays, the bewitching mantis had reached level 2, step 8, and was not something that the opponent's level 2, step 3 7-star vine monster could touch. Couldn't even dodge a cage, let alone a faster light blade. This was still Chen Fei letting the blue light mantis keep its hands off, or else this blow would have directly injured the 7-star vine monster. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and by the time Xiao Gu and the others reacted, Chen Fei had already disappeared. "How are you doing, little 7? Xiao Gu squatted down to inspect the 7-star vine monster's injuries, but found traces of light-based healing on it. It must have been left by that bright light mantis. This made Xiao Gu a few points helpless and tinged with a few points of gratitude. "What are you all stopping here for?" Tao Zhou, the lead teacher, rushed over with the second graders, only to find the group all huddled together. In response to Tao Zhou, there was a silence. Tao Zhou was so angry. "What is it that makes it so difficult for you guys to speak?" Seeing that no one opened their mouths, Xiao Gu hardened his head. "Teacher Tao, just now there happened to be a first-year student from Shanghai Academy in our compartment. We were afraid that the deployment just now would be heard by him, so we tried to leave him behind. As a result, the other party summoned a second level 8th order bilight mantis. The previous things were ignored by Tao Zhou until this level 2 rank 8 made Tao Zhou's eyes involuntarily flash a few times. He asked seriously, "Are you guys sure it's a level 2 order 8? "Sure." Everyone spoke in unison. "Then where does this person's strength go?" "Don't know." "Tao Zhou, you've fought someone and you still don't know where their strength is? A bunch of dumbass. It really wasn't their fault." Chen Fei had long since raised his hidden yuan technique to the skillful level. Even senior Imperial Beastmasters could not necessarily tell Chen Fei's cultivation, let alone these intermediate Imperial Beastmasters. This was just a small episode, but it left a few haze in the first-year students of Thousand Peaks Academy. The intermediate 5th-ranked Sukans had given them a headache, and now there was an intermediate 8th-ranked Chen Fei. Was there any need for such an exchange match to continue? Chen Fei didn't have the time to pay attention to this group of people, and quickly rushed to the school's reception room. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Qingyun, Jiang Yi and her father Jiang Nan were already here. As Chen Fei pushed the door in, the gazes of the crowd followed. The hidden yuan technique was only at the skillful level, able to block the insights of a senior royal beastmaster's earth, but not a patriarchal royal beastmaster, not to mention the king-level royal beastmaster Jiang Nan. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue glanced at each other. "Little Fei, this is already an intermediate-level royal beastmaster? The speed isn't slow." The more talented Chen Fei was, the happier they were naturally. Jiang Nan was also scrutinizing Chen Fei from afar, and he had a few curiosities about this lad as well. After all, there weren't many people who could make Jiang Yi hang onto his lips anymore. Especially when Jiang Yi relayed Chen Fei's words in their entirety, Jiang Nan realized that Chen Fei was far more mature than someone his age. While Jiang Yi didn't dare to speculate the murderer towards the teacher, Chen Fei dared and was resolute. As for Jiang Yi, when she saw Chen Fei again, she was a bit helpless. This guy finally showed up. "Since everyone has arrived, can the few of you state your intentions?" Sitting in the main seat was the principal of Mountain and Sea Academy, Su Shanhai. With half-white hair, he was kind but carried a bit of majesty. The Mountain and Sea Academy was named after him. Originally, he did not intend to appear, but since Jiang Nan had come, it would be somewhat unreasonable for him not to show up. "It's a long story. Let's let old brother Chen speak." Jiang Nan threw his gaze at Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun wasn't polite either. "Does the principal know about this place? Hearing rain dock?" Su Shanhai squinted his eyes to recall a bit before gently shaking his head, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Seeing this, Chen Qingyun did not say anything more but switched to another topic, giving the whole story of the incident of the floating dream. "There's even such a thing?" Su Shanhai was also surprised. Someone was setting up his own students in his own school, which gave Su Shanhai the feeling of being slapped in the face. If it wasn't for the parents coming to the door, he wouldn't even know about these things. After pondering for a moment, Su Shanhai sighed quietly. Since you guys came looking after a month or so, you must have gained something, right? Chapter 17, Soul Torture. Chen Qingyun solemnly said, with Jiang Yi's student strength of advanced 5th rank, there aren't many people her age who are her match. Anyone who can do these things outside of her perception must not be a simple person. So the object of our suspicion is none other than the teacher of Mountain and Sea Academy. Not only that, we also made it a point to investigate the source of the floating dream. It was found that it came from the hands of a vendor named Sower. Speaking here, Chen Qingyun purposely paused, wanting to see if Su Shanhai had any special reaction. As usual, Su Shanhai's brows furrowed into a Chuan character without much of a reaction. Only after not being able to see anything did Chen Qingyun continue. This Sower is very special, to the extent that he was able to enter a high-class club like the Hearing Rain Dock. As far as I know, there are also quite a few teachers from Shanghai Academy who are members of Listening Rain Dock. Saying this, it was already quite clear. Su Shanhai's mind had already connected the causes and consequences together. Teachers from Mountain and Sea Academy had bought the floating dream from the Sowers at Listening to the Rain Dock, and had later used it to design Jiang Yi. Su Shanhai was so angry that he smashed up the table. Which teacher did this? It's simply a disgrace to Shanghai Academy. Tell me straight, old brother Chen. No matter who it is, I won't take half a side. However, he heard Chen Qingyun veto. The only 2 teachers who came into contact with Ms. Jiang that night were Song Gong and Xue Lei. However, neither of these 2 ever entered the Listening Rain Dock. I had someone check the 2 teachers' relationships and found that no one around them had any relationship with Listening Rain Dock. Su Shanhai's expression was a bit stunned. Wait, why am I getting more and more confused the more I hear this? Are you saying that this matter was not done by the teachers of the Mountain and Sea Academy? If it wasn't for the fact that so many people were there, Su Shanhai would have flatly exploded directly. Feelings you rounded half a day, with the Mountain and Sea Academy teachers do not have half a penny relationship. Then you pull so much dry fart. Chen Fei, however, at this moment erected his ears. He knew that the next is the focus. Sure enough, the next second verified his thoughts. Chen Qingyun paused before continuing his story. Although Mr. Song has nothing to do with Listening to the Rain Dock, it is indeed his doing. These words could confuse both Chen Fei and Su Shanhai. Seeing their incomprehensible expressions, Chen Qingyun just faintly said, "Let Mr. Song come and you'll know." Su Shanhai directly made a phone call and had someone call Song Gong over. The slightly blonde and somewhat bald Song Gong arrived at the reception room and saw Chen Qingyun, Jiang Nan and the others. He was only slightly stunned for a moment before he came to Su Shanhai with a big smile. "I wonder what the principal is looking for me for?" Su Shanhai directly passed over with a mighty pressure. "Song Gong, what did you do on the day of the welcome party?" Song Gong's smile didn't change. "On that day, of course I was preparing for the party. Xue Lei can testify to that." Su Shanhai asked again. "Then Xue Lei was by your side the entire time?" "That's not true." Song Gong replied truthfully. "In other words, you took advantage of Xue Lei's absence to drug student Jiang Yi." Song Gong's pupils dilated, a little stunned. "How could that be? I've always been honorable. How could I possibly do such an unseemly thing?" Su Shanhai looked towards Chen Qingyun, signaling that the next matter would be left to them. This time, the one who walked out was Xia Zhixue, only to see that she summoned a level 4, stage 3 deer-type demonic beast. The size was similar to that of an ordinary deer, covered in patterns, and the most eye-catching part was its antlers, which were entwined with green plants and had colorful colored flowers. This was by far the best-looking demonic beast Chen Fei had ever seen, directly attracting the gaze of Jiang Yi next to him, who was simply irresistible. Xia Zhixue gently stroked the beast pet's head. "This is the flower fairy deer, which can recognize hearts. As long as you lie, it will be able to sense it." "Oh, exempt." Chen Fei directly gave Xia Zhixue a thumbs up and shouted in his heart, "Old Mom Cowhide." The skill of being able to recognize hearts belonged to the auxiliary system. It didn't have much effect under normal circumstances, but it was undoubtedly the most applicable skill at this moment. Surprisingly, Song Gong remained very calm. "If I don't do anything wrong, I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. You guys ask." The atmosphere at the scene instantly became a few points more depressing. Xia Zhixue was also frowning, but things had come to a head and she had to continue. "Let me ask you, on the day of the welcome party, did you drug Jiang Yi in the same way?" "No." Did you put a ban on Zhang Yi? No. Several questions in a row passed, and Flower Fairy Deer all shook her head, proving that she wasn't lying. It was starting to get a little tricky. Chen Fei's eyes were filled with gravity. The direction of things was already off the established track. Just as he was confused, Jiang Nan stood up. It's better for me to do it. When Xia Zhishua saw that Jiang Nan was going to make a move, she put the Flower Fairy Deer back, only to see Jiang Nan summon a demonic beast in the shape of a tiger, only that the demonic beast's outer perimeter was burning with empty green flames, making it too difficult to see exactly what it looked like. If Chen Fei hadn't guessed correctly, it was a soul flame. It was so rare to be able to come into close contact with a level 5 demon king. Chen Fei hurriedly flipped open the sacred canon. Glistening soul beast. Strength, 5th level, 2nd stage. Attribute, illusionist, soul, assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills, 1. Soul torture. People lie, memories lie, but souls don't lie. Proficiency, peak level. This skill will cause irreversible damage to the user. Do not use it indiscriminately. 2. Soul shackle. Use invisible shackles to bind another person's soul, making them unable to move and torturing their soul. Proficiency, peak level. Chen Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. The first feeling this information gave him was so strong, so ridiculously strong. Every skill was an unsolvable existence. Was this a king-level powerhouse? Was this the battle power at the top of the continent? The second feeling was that he wanted to own it so badly. Being both a soul and assassin, it was perfectly in line with Chen Fei's contractual standards. While Chen Fei was still envious, Jiang Nan had already used soul torture on Song Gong. Song Gong, let me ask you, on the night of the welcome party, did you poison Zhang Yi? Placed it. Song Gong's soul finally fed back useful information. This caused Chen Fei Zhang Yi to be a bit exhilarated. Was the truth finally going to be restored? Jiang Nan once again asked, why did you make a move against Zhang Yi and Chen Fei? The words that came back from the soul were somewhat broken. Break the path of genius. Our goal is Zhang Yi. Chen Fei is just along for the ride. Any other boy would be fine. When he heard this, Chen Fei's teeth soured. I already knew that I was just along for the ride, but you don't have to tell it. Instead, it was Zhang Yi on the side who was caught in endless dismay. The news that Song Gong Gong had fed back so far was surprisingly not far off from what Chen Fei had told. Chapter 18. Listening to the teachings of the ancient gods. Even Jiang Nan looked at Chen Fei a few more times. This little fellow had really guessed it. The motive was there, so the next step was the source of the floating dream. Then how did you obtain the floating life dream? When it came to this question, Song Bao's expression was agonizing, as if something was tearing at his 5 senses. It must have been the negative damage from the soul torture that had appeared. The floating life dream was handed to me by someone. Who? The chef. Everyone followed with a start. This answer was too unexpected. Jiang Nan's eyebrows also followed a frown, and continued to pursue. Which chef? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen it too. Then why did he give you the floating dream? And who gave you the 1,000 poison compass? Also, what organization are you and who else are you? He. We. At this moment, Song Gong's soul was as bad as a computer going down, and nothing came out. Suddenly, Song Gong's soul shook for a moment, and then it unexpectedly cut off the control of the spotted soul beast in a hard way. A weird smile suddenly appeared on Song Gong's face. Since you asked me sincerely, then I'll be merciful and tell you. We inhabit the zone where black and white intertwine, gathering between chaos and order. We make pilgrimages here to listen to the teachings of the ancient gods. The gods say that all humans are evil beings and need arbitration. Ha 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 ha. An evil laugh drifted by. Do you guys believe me when I say I'm making this up? The moment Song Bao finished speaking, empty cyan flames emerged from his body. That was the soul burning itself. However, Song Gong Gong remained eerily smiling as if he couldn't feel the pain. Jiang Nan's expression was obscure and uncertain before he sighed quietly. He's already dead. Hearing this, everyone on the scene was creeped out. What kind of power was it that could control Song Gong's soul, cut off the connection with the glistening soul beast, and kill Song Gong in front of Jiang Nan, so that even Jiang Nan was too late to rescue him? It was extremely frightening to think about. No one's face at the scene was good-looking, not afraid of a strong opponent, but afraid of facing the unknown. At this moment, it felt like Chen Fei had stepped into the mist. Everything was so helpless. It wasn't until a while later that Jiang Nan was able to organize some of his thoughts. Song Gong is indeed the murderer of the poison, but it's very likely that he doesn't know that he did this. There are always some special demonic beasts in this world that can control people's memories. Song Gong was most likely hypnotized and subsequently hit with the skill memory weaving. So much so that Flower Fairy Deer was unable to recognize right from wrong. Because in Song Gong's memories, he hadn't done any of these things at all. And that's why he can be so righteous. Su Shanhai came in front of Song Gong and closed his eyes before having the body transported home. At least his family needed to know the situation. After transporting it away, Su Shanhai's expression remained ugly. After all, for something like this to happen in his territory, it made him sit up a bit. Everyone, this force is very frightening. Even the sovereign first-ranked Song Bao was able to get hit. There must be a king-level royal beastmaster behind it. I suggest that it would be better to eradicate it earlier to prevent more unpredictable things from happening. Just as Su Shanhai finished his sentence, a phone call came through. Chen Qingyun picked up the call and turned on the speakerphone. Report, we've already attacked the Hearing Rain Dock. There's no one else inside other than some drinking clan scions, a few officials, and some employees. As early as after Song Gong's soul admitted that he was the murderer, Chen Qingyun had his men move in. The result was obvious, it was still a flop. Su Shanhai followed suit and fell silent, his proposal ending before it had even begun. Seeing that the atmosphere was inexplicably depressing, Chen Fei tried to speak up. Dad and Mom, why are you so sure that the person who poisoned them is Song Gong and not someone else? I can answer this. Zhang Yi stepped forward. You still remember the 1,000 poison compass hidden in our hearts, right? Of course I remember. Chen Fei had also asked Xiao Gu, but it was still an egg and had no impression of the outside world. Could it be that the other end was different? At that time, the 1,000 poisonous compass was only at level 1, rank 6, and its soul was still very weak, so it couldn't carry the soul torture of the spotted soul beast and would die directly. That's why for more than a month, I kept cultivating the 1,000 poison compass until after the 2nd level, and then I tortured its soul. The results of which point to teacher song. As expected, the strength of the compulsion that dealt with Zhang Yi was much higher, and by that time it had long since become self-aware. This 1,000 poison compulsion, too, had become a breach. No, it should be said that it was the 2nd breach. The first crack was that it was fortunate that the 1,000 poisonous compass existed for Chen Fei to be able to contract it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two families to sit together and trace these things now. The many questions in Chen Fei's heart were solved quite a bit. He should have been happy, but his heart was still heavy. The death of a Song Bao had unearthed an even more terrifying organization. This gave Chen Fei the idea and urge to raise his strength as soon as possible. Jiangnan waved his hand. All right, that's it for today. You two little ones just listen and don't make any noise to the public. You take Chen Fei to pick the beast pet eggs. A direct expulsion order was given. I'm sure the next words were not something Chen Fei and Zhang Yi could listen to. The road. The two walked separately, one not knowing how to speak, the other with a heavy heart. Why didn't you come to school this while? In the end, it was Zhang Yi who spoke first. Went to the front line. Front line. Zhang Yi looked fiercely at Chen Fei. His own senior Imperial Beastmaster was stopped when he wanted to go. He, a person who had just awakened not long ago, actually dared to go to the front line. Don't want to die? Zhang Yi seemed to have thought of something. You wouldn't have gone to the 8th district, would you? Chen Fei looked over in confusion. Why would you guess that? It's simple, because the 1,000 poisonous compass, only the 100 Velvet Mountain range has an existence like the 1,000 poisonous compass. So you went to investigate the 1,000 poisonous compass appearing in Tianqing City. Chen Fei fell silent. He had indeed missed this part, and if not for Zhang Yi's reminder, he really hadn't thought of it. In other words, this 1,000 poison compulsion was most likely provided by someone from 100U City. In other words, there were traitors in 100U City as well. This discovery caused Chen Fei to be a little more vigilant. Sure enough, there is no place that is absolutely safe. Only strength reigns supreme. Chapter 19, When Did I Become a Big Brother? As they walked, the two just happened to pass by the sparring area. Isn't that senior sister Jiang? Who's the guy next to her? He's Chen Fei from our class. He took a vacation within a few days of school starting. He's Chen Fei ah. Wouldn't it be possible that the flower that is Sister Jiang has already been picked? Don't scare me. She's the goddess of my heart. The moment this name came out, the vast majority of people looked over. Couldn't be helped. Everyone still remembered the fact that Jiang Yi had once gone to class 2 to look for Chen Fei. Now that they saw the two of them talking and laughing, it was too normal to think about them. The people from Thousand Peaks Academy also followed and looked over, and it didn't matter if they didn't look, they were shocked. Lu Xiao, who even blurted out, "Isn't that the one who owns a level 2, 8th order bilious mantis? Students of Shanghai Academy? Are you mistaken? Chen Fei is only a freshman. How could he have a demonic beast of such a high rank? You know that even Big Brother Su Can isn't that exaggerated." Lu Xiao, who glared at the other party. "What the hell do you know? I fought with him at the entrance of the school. How could I not know? To be precise, it was abused." The moment Lu Xiao who said this, everyone looked at Chen Fei differently. Is it really a level 2 8th rank? How come it feels so unreal? Just outrageous. If you do the math like this, it's even stronger than Big Brother Su Can. No, where exactly is this Chen Fei? Lu Xiao who? Thousand Peaks Academy students. It's even if we, Thousand Peaks Academy, don't know, but what's with you Mountain and Sea Academy being all shocked? At this moment, even Shangguan Shihua, Chu Lai and these proud sons of heaven looked over. However, they realized that they could not see through Chen Fei's cultivation. There were only two possibilities for this situation. Either Chen Fei's cultivation was higher than theirs, or he was practicing a hidden technique. But how could an Imperial Beast Master have so much time to study martial arts? The former was more likely. In other words, what Lu Xiao who said was most likely true. This caused the pupils of Shangguan Shihua and the others to follow suit. There was even this kind of hidden big brother in the first-year students. Oh, no wonder senior sister Jiang was only looking for Chen Fei. It was because they were both geniuses among geniuses. Everything made sense. Chen Fei had no idea that just because he and Jiang Yi walked together, he was recognized as a big brother. Could there be anything more outrageous than this? Sure enough, invisible brainstorming was the most deadly. Just as they were discussing Chen Fei, another cry of alarm fell. Su Can's eagle tiger beast had actually been knocked down. This was the intermediate 5th-ranked Su Can who was so fierce. At a closer look, it wasn't someone from the Thousand Peaks Academy, but another, named the Elemental Academy. This group of academies only accepted elemental demonic beasts and were a bit biased, which was why they weren't looked at by Thousand Peaks Academy. Now, it had actually risen out of nowhere, and even Su Can's usual beast pet was no match for it. The other party is actually an intermediate 6th rank. When did their school have such a strong Imperial Beast Master? What's going on? There are a bit too many geniuses in these 2 years. It's a bit outrageous. I've heard a saying that the more geniuses there are, the greater the disaster proves to be. They were born in response to the calamity. Go, go, go. Get off to the side. Don't be an alarmist there. The people from Mountain and Sea Academy and Elemental Academy were still eating their melon, and the only ones who were hurt were Thousand Peaks Academy. Lu Xiao who revealed a bitter face. No, are we the weakest alone? The strongest is only at the intermediate 4th rank. This pace is going to be ruined. On the ring, Su Can wasn't discouraged by the defeat of the eagle tiger beast and remained calm because he still had his bottom card. Only to see a dragon-type demonic beast that was white with blue, with fleshy wings on its back and covered in ice armor appear in front of Su Can, causing everyone to gasp again. With its 3-meter-tall figure, even Chen Fei and Jiang Yi were attracted to it. Frost Dragon Sub-Dragon Species. Strength, Level 2, 5th Order. Attribute, Elemental. Flight. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills, 1. Arrow Rain. Ice prana arrows made up of countless extremely cold chi, pouring down like meteors. Proficiency, skillful level. 2. Barrier of Pure Ice. Condense water vapor from the air into an ice crystal shield, most effective against fire attribute attacks. Proficiency, skillful level. Even if it was a sub-dragon, it was still a dragon. The minimum qualification was at least S rank. This Su-chan was by no means something that could be nurtured by an ordinary family. Coincidentally, the demonic beast that faced him happened to be a fire attribute demonic beast, and was restrained to death, directly losing the battle. Interesting. Is that what makes it interesting? Tang Jian laughed out loud, having the pleasure of running into his opponent. The Elemental Academy students under the ring followed suit and laughed out. When Brother Tang laughs, life and death are hard to predict. Looks like he's serious too. Among students of the same grade, Brother Tang has never lost. Immediately afterward, he saw Tang Jian summon a bird-like shape with blue-violet feathers and 3 long and beautiful tail feathers. Chen Fei once again looked over. Purple Thunder Phoenix possesses a rare phoenix bloodline. Strength, 2nd level, 6th rank. Attribute, Elemental, Flight. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills, 1. Thunder Cage. Constructs a cage woven of thunder and lightning, imprisoning the enemy within it. Proficiency, Skillful level. 2. Thunder Snake Entanglement. Stimulate the thunder element in the whole body, condense several giant snakes of pure lightning, and then attack the enemy. Proficiency, Skillful. The strength, it's not weaker than the frost giant dragon. Looks like there's a fight to be had. A dragon and a phoenix began to battle fiercely in the air. The 6 blue lightning snakes approached only to be frozen by the cold ice from the frost dragon's mouth. However, the purple thunder phoenix was very obscene and actually secretly condensed a small white lightning snake that was very inconspicuous, but its killing power exceeded that of the 6 lightning giant snakes. This small white snake circled around behind the frost giant dragon and slammed directly on top of the fleshy wings. Instantly, purple lightning wrapped around the dragon's body, especially where the fleshy wings were blackened, causing the dragon to fall from the air in pain. When he thought that the balance of victory was tilted in favor of the purple thunder phoenix, a translucent ice silk net fell from the sky and covered the purple thunder phoenix. This was the frost dragon's unique skill, Frostweave's net. The almost transparent net, however, contained extreme cold ice power, suppressing the purple thunder phoenix between them. The 2 giants fell to the ground, instantly causing smoke and dust to rise. It was thought that both of them would be defeated, but they were not. The violet thunder phoenix was actually uninjured, but instead used the lightning electromagnetic field in order to get closer to the giant dragon. Back when the Frostweaver's net fell, the purple thunder phoenix also condensed a white thunder cage, and the 2 clashed against each other. The reason it fell was because it was caught by the impact of the collision. It then used this impact to approach the dragon with the fastest speed possible. Once the thunder electromagnetic field was opened, the frost dragon's defeat was already visible. However, no one expected that the frost giant dragon was actually faking its fall as well. It was true that the flesh wings were electrocuted, but at that instant, the giant dragon condensed countless layers of ice shields, dispensing with a large amount of damage, and the remaining lightning power was not enough to seriously injure it. So the moment the purple thunder phoenix landed, the frost gargoyle tore over, relying on its thick ice armor to engage the purple thunder phoenix in a melee battle. However, it did not expect that the purple thunder phoenix actually had a melee technique. As a result, the frost giant dragon bit on purple thunder phoenix's neck while spitting out cold ice power non-stop. And purple thunder phoenix's lightning electromagnetic field kept acting on the frost giant dragon. No one would allow anyone. It's so wonderful. It's really a series of twists and turns. The 2 obscene streamers actually both pretended to be injured. Now it's good. They could have flown but had to fight in close combat. Now let's see which end lasts longer. As soon as the words fell, the frost giant dragon collapsed straight down. In a situation where the qualifications and skills were similar, it would depend on who gained the first move. If neither side had the advantage of first strike, then it would depend on strength. The frost dragon was rank 2, step 5, and the purple thunder phoenix was rank 2, step 6. The extra rank was an absolute advantage in such an occasion. Sukin opened his mouth, but said nothing, and in the end, only took the frost giant dragon back into the imperial beast space to recuperate. He himself was a bit discouraged and only left his forlorn back to stay at the corner. As for the purple thunder phoenix chirping and hovering in the air, this was a ceremony belonging to the victor. None of the students from Mountain and Sea Academy were very willing either. Almost spelled out the purple thunder phoenix. Even if it's a draw. That way whether it's Shangguan Shihua or Chu Lai against someone else, there's no pressure. Yeah, who else can deal with this Tang Jian now? Wait, don't we still have big brother Chen Fei? What's with everyone's frustrated faces? Right? Isn't big brother Chen Fei here? Big brother Chen Fei, go on and crush that violet thunder phoenix. Yes. Everything depends on you, big brother Chen Fei. Chen Fei? No, when did I become a big brother? I don't even know myself. Jiang Yi also followed and looked over. It seems like schoolmate is very famous amongst the freshmen. Chapter 20. Chen Fei takes a shot. Chen Fei's head shook like a rattle drum. No, misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. How could the 1000 poison compass be a match for a level 2, 6th order purple thunder phoenix? Jiang Yi thought about it. It was impossible for the 1000 poison compass to grow anywhere in a short period of time. After all, she had also cultivated it for more than a month and knew its qualifications and potential. Thus, she opened her mouth to relieve Chen Fei. Did you guys recognize the wrong person? However, she saw everyone shaking their heads straight. That's right. It's this Chen Fei. Don't hide it. Summon out your level 2, 8th order bright mantis. That's right. It's already been seen. There's no need to hide it. Chen Fei was helpless for a while. If it wasn't for Lu Xiao whose sneak attack, the Bai light mantis wouldn't have been exposed for protecting himself. At this moment, Su Shanhai happened to walk over. Yo, what a lively crowd. In the second-year match, Mountain and Sea Academy has already achieved the final victory. As long as we take the first-year matchup again, we will be able to take the spot. Chen Fei glanced a few times at the second-year students in the back. Without Jiang Yi participating, they actually managed to take the match. It seemed that these older siblings were also very strong. Just as Chen Fei was pondering, Su Shanhai's words changed. So Chen Fei, if you can take it, then go on. There's me to cover for you. What are you afraid of? If you can't, there is still the Jiang family. Su Shanhai point to point. Chen Fei didn't even think about it and rejected it. Sorry, principal. I can't do it. For this kind of small fight, he is really not interested. There is always a kind of adult bullying students feeling. Su Shanhai wasn't in a hurry and smiled. A grade 2 Bodhi fruit. Bodhi fruit couldn't increase the cultivation of a demonic beast, nor could it increase skill proficiency, but it could increase enlightenment. A skill that had been practiced for a long time just couldn't reach the entry level, and with the Bodhi fruit there was a higher chance of success. While level 2 represented 50 years of Bodhi fruit, level 3 100 years of Bodhi fruit. The higher the vintage, the better the effect. Chen Fei still shook his head, but secretly extended 5 fingers. He was still moved. For one thing, there were only so many means to enhance strength. It was nice to have one more direction. Secondly, the aquamarine mantis had already been exposed, so there wasn't much point in hiding it any longer. Since this was the case, it would be better to take the Bodhi fruit first and enhance his strength. Su Shanhai's old face darkened. No, too many. You think the Bodhi fruit is wholesale? 2 at most. Chen Fei didn't say anything and silently raised 4 fingers. Jiang Yi slapped her forehead breathlessly. You guys just cut the price in public like this. You're not taking your opponents too seriously. No matter what, it's still an S-qualified Purple Thunder Phoenix. Is Chen Fei so sure that he can win? You little fellow, you really don't give up without seeing the rabbit. Fine, 3 is 3, but only if you win the Elemental Academy, otherwise not a single one. Su Shanhai pretended to be reluctant to part with it, but was actually quite happy inside. When Chen Qingyun and Jiang Nan came to the door, Su Shanhai had his people investigate Chen Fei at the first opportunity. It turned out that he was doing well in Baiyu City, and even fought with Thousand Peaks Academy in front of the school in the morning. No, it was a complete abuse of the other party. How could he not be happy that the academy had gained such a young genius? As for the 3 grade 2 Bodhi fruits, for someone who could afford to open the Mountain and Sea Academy, there was no lack of such a small amount of resources. Don't worry. Since I promised, I have to take it. Chen Fei was confident in this. As a group of 2nd grade demonic beasts were snoring in the sacred Canon, Tang Jian looked towards Chen Fei with a few moments of caution in his gaze. He had heard a little bit just now. This guy's aquamarine mantis was very strong and had to be defended against. Although it was only an A-grade qualification, its strength was 2 orders higher, so it was really hard to judge whether it could be taken down or not. Chen Fei looked over. Do you want to continue letting the Violet Thunder Phoenix recover? Or just start? Rest. Tang Jian was decisive. He wasn't so conceited that he could finish off all geniuses, so why waste it when he had plenty of time to rest? All right, then hurry up. Chen Fei had no choice but to sit down, and then he took out a copy of the complete book of Soul System Demonic Beasts and read it. After the Song Bao incident, Chen Fei was deeply aware of the importance of the soul and had to guard against it. He even needed to get himself a Soul System Demonic Beast to keep, or else he wouldn't know how to die in the future. The others all froze in unison when they saw Chen Fei's maneuver. This is the self-cultivation of a genius? People with exceptional talent aren't necessarily scary, but being gifted while working harder than others is quite terrifying. This ability to learn anytime, anywhere, when will it be transferred to me? Even his opponent, Tang Jian, was watching in awe. This was the first time he had seen someone so solid. 10 minutes later, under the treatment of the Elemental Academy's teacher, the Violet Thunder Phoenix recovered to a 7. The crowd was energized. Was it finally going to start? Tang Jian came to the ring. Do you choose to fight alone? Or together? Chen Fei slowly closed the book. Together. Save time and trouble. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian directly summoned the Violet Thunder Phoenix and the Shen Qi Fire Bat. Chen Fei directly pulled out 2 demonic beasts from amongst the sacred texts. When the crowd took a look, they were indeed a level 2, 8th-ranked aquamarine mantis, and a level 2, 6th-ranked thunder pupil ape. Although the thunder pupil ape was also an A-rank qualification, the aura on it was surprisingly not much weaker than the purple thunder phoenix. After all, the thunder pupil ape had grown up between life and death. After seeing the thunder pupil ape, Tang Jian's face turned green, truly afraid of what would come. His strongest beast pet was none other than the Violet Thunder Phoenix, but the thunder pupil ape was also a thunder attribute demon beast, and in terms of thunder resistance, it wasn't to say it was extremely strong, but at least it wouldn't be too weak. Tang Jian had wanted to finish off the thunder pupil ape in a short period of time, and then focus on dealing with the bioluminescent mantis, but now it seemed to be a bit difficult. Bilight mantis. A flash explosion first. Chen Fei was just about to command the aquamarine mantis in combat when he was interrupted. Wait! Tao Zhou, the leader of Thousand Peaks Academy, and Du Shengjie, the leader of Elemental Academy, joined forces. Both of them were sect master-level powerhouses, and Chen Fei's hidden elemental technique was nothing in front of the two of them. Tao Zhou looked towards Su Shanhai. I've actually always had a question. How did an intermediate 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master control a 2nd-level 8th-ranked Bilious Mantis? Or is it that this Bilight Mantis is not his own? When Tao Zhou said this, the scene was in an uproar. What? Big Brother Chen Fei only has the strength of an intermediate 3rd rank. How is that possible? It's common sense that a beast pet's strength cannot exceed that of the Imperial Beast Master himself. Even if it did, it would still feed back to the Beast Master, and in the end, the strength would still be equal, and there would never be a situation where the beast pet would exceed the Beast Master. So how is this? Everyone looked towards Chen Fei, wanting to hear how he explained it. Chen Fei wasn't flustered at all. He had guessed that this would happen the moment he stepped onto the field. I've already said that I'm not a big shot. I'm really only an intermediate 3rd rank. It's you guys who don't believe me. As for this blue light mantis and thunder pupil ape are indeed not mine. Rather, they are the dependents of my beast pets. After saying that, Chen Fei allowed the bilious mantis to come to his side. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw a tiny parasitic insect crawling out of the bilight mantis flesh. Chapter 21. What a ING talent. It was none other than Gu Yi. This is my beast pet. They are merely parasitized. At this moment, everyone had a feeling of sudden realization. A level 2, 3rd order compass parasitizing a level 2, 8th order bright mantis? What a blood sacrifice. That's right, isn't this pure and simple waste? The qualifications of this bilious mantis are even stronger than this parasite. Originally, I thought Chen Fei was a big shot, but I didn't realize it was cheating. In that case, it seems that Chen Fei's future potential isn't as strong as Su Can's. When people understood Chen Fei's routine, they instantly lost interest in him. His strength could only be strong for a short period of time. When everyone got stronger in the future, Chen Fei would be slowly pulled apart. Tao Zhou sneered a few times before mocking. I thought that Mountain and Sea Academy had really produced a remarkable genius, but I didn't expect that it was just a person who plays smart. You guys are really doing everything to win. Su Shanhai still smiled as he responded. I don't think there's anything wrong with the aquamarine mantis and thunder pupil ape that Chen Fei parasitized with his skills. There doesn't seem to be anything within the rules that says you can't do this, right? Utilizing the rules wisely is also part of strength, isn't it? Su Shanhai loved to see them gnashing their teeth and being unable to do anything about it. Tao Zhou grimaced. It's true that the rules weren't touched, but what do you think is the point of doing this? When the 100 Cities competition starts in the spring of next year, do you think he can keep up with Tang Jian and keep up with Su Can? After saying that, Tao Zhou bowed towards the sky. I still ask Lord City Master to make a decision. The 3 schools exchange tournament was about Tianqing City, and City Lord Huangfu Mingfei was naturally observing in secret. After Tao Zhou's voice fell, he saw that Huangfu Mingfei had already landed on the ring, standing with his arms folded, with a powerful pressure overflowing from his body. His strength was also above Jiang Nan. Chen Fei also looked towards Huangfu Mingfei. He was only middle-aged, but he looked very vicissitudes. His right eyebrow was broken, very recognizable. Because of that, it was often referred to as the City Lord of Broken Eyebrows. Huangfu Mingfei opened his mouth coldly, without a trace of emotion. Since it's within the rules, there's no problem. In the 100 Cities competition at that time, people also use such tactics. Is it hard to believe that you won't compete and just admit defeat? After Tao Zhou heard this, he opened his mouth but didn't know where to retort. It was also true that although such tactics were dirty, but when it came to the time of the competition, who dared to be sure that they wouldn't appear? Huangfu Mingfei continued, "Today's matter just gives you all a reminder that it's not the higher the qualification of the beast pet and the higher the cultivation, the more powerful it is. That also depends on how the Imperial Beast Master operates. There are no longer a few cases of B-rank and C-rank demonic beasts killing S-rank demonic beasts. Go to the outside world more often and grow your knowledge. Tianqing City is still too small." After saying that, Huangfu Mingfei disappeared in place. Tianqing City was only a second-tier city. Compared to those first-tier cities, it was indeed much worse. Su Shanhai was still smiling. Since Lord City Lord has said so, then the competition will continue. This time, what else could Tao Zhou say? Only that the Elemental Academy and also the Thousand Peaks Academy looked at Chen Fei with different eyes that wanted to knife him. If eyes could kill, then Chen Fei was afraid that he had already died countless times. The students of Mountain and Sea Academy also looked at each other. This matter was really not favorable. It's fortunate that Chen Fei is from our Mountain and Sea Academy. Otherwise, we must curse him out. This tactic is indeed dirty, but I'm still supporting him at this moment. It's better than being hung by the Elemental Academy. A momentary hero is still a hero. Amidst everyone's discussion, the ring was once again given over to Chen Fei and Tang Jian. The match officially begins. The referee gave the order and everyone shut up. However, Chen Fei spoke up at this moment. "Wait a minute. Since my old self has been revealed, there's nothing for me to hide. Come out. Big guys." As Chen Fei's voice fell, those present saw a dozen more demonic beasts suddenly appear in the ring. Grade 2, 4th Order Rock Armor Scorpion. Grade 2 5th Rank Cloud Swallowing Locust. Grade 2, 6th Level Bitter Eldritch Bird. Grade 2, 5th Order Phantom Sound Leopard. Level 2, 7th Order Purple Electricity 9 Heavenly Lion. Together with the Thunder Pupil Ape and Blue Light Mantis, the entire 16-second level demonic beasts stood in front of Tang Jian. This scene was particularly spectacular. Whether it was freshmen or sophomore veterans, all had their mouths wide open. The shock brought about by 16 demonic beasts was too great. Su Ken, Tang Jian, Shangguan Shihua, and the others all had their scalps tingling for a while. No, it can still be played like this? How can this still be fought? Just surrender directly. Whoever sees these 16 demonic beasts must not shake a little. Damn, what's wrong with seeing my blood boil? I think the same as you, but I'm craving for those 16 demonic beasts. The weakest is also a B class. Just say it's angry or not. This can't be called dirty anymore. This is called carrying forward the Beast C tactics. The eyes of the students looking at Chen Fei changed once again. He was still a bigot, but a kryptonite bigot. When a person did something to the extreme, it was still awe that was drawn. Jiang Yi, however, looked at Chen Fei in a daze. She remembered that a month and a half ago, Chen Fei's beast pet was still a level 1, 2nd rank 1000 poisonous compass. What was going on with such a large formation now? This metamorphosis was too outrageous, right? Tao Zhou and Du Shengjia's faces were as black as charcoal, so they simply turned their faces to the side and did not look. Su Shanhai's smile grew brighter and brighter. He was liking this little guy more and more. Even Huangfu Mingfei in the sky stumbled and almost fell down. Only after a long time did he stifle a sentence. What ING talent! On the ring, Chen Fei beckoned. You may continue now. Tang Jian. His heart had long been cursing madly. It's too. I'm not sure I can do it with the blue light mantis and the thunder pupil ape, and now I'm being asked to pick 2 against 16? Is my head squeezed by the door or what? Tang Jian looked at Tao Zhou's eyes with some resentment. If he hadn't come out and interfered, he wouldn't be in such a mess right now. After a long time, Tang Jian sighed quietly, "I admit defeat." Thus, the match ended dramatically like this. It's definitely not that Tang Jian isn't strong enough. It's that big brother Chen Fei smashed the money. I'll take 3 seconds of silence for Tang Jian. It feels like no matter which intermediate Imperial Beastmaster takes on big brother Chen Fei, the result will be the same. At this stage, he's an invincible existence. In their hearts, Chen Fei was indeed currently invincible. However, when Tang Jian, Sukan reached the advanced level Imperial Beasts, Chen Fei's Beast C tactics would be useless. So what if there were more level 2 beasts? A few level 3 beasts were enough to crush, unless his cultivation speed could keep up with Tang Jian, Sukan, and continue to maintain the 3rd level Beast C tactic. But was that possible? Not to mention the issue of kryptonite. Could it be ranked 10,000 Poison Compass keep up with the cultivation speed of an S-ranked Purple Thunder Phoenix? It was impossible to even think about it. In many people's minds, Chen Fei's potential was still no match for Tang Jian and Sukan. Walk it off, you guys continue ha. After collecting the 16 beast pets, Chen Fei jumped down from the ring, and later came to Su Shanhai and pried away 3 Bodhi fruits before he was satisfied and left after Jiang Yi. The crowd looked at his departing figure, sighing. Chapter 22 Heart of the Compeller. Right. This is for you? Thank you for saving me that day. Jiang Yi handed over a box. Chen Fei twisted his head. What? The 4th level Compulsion King's heart. When he heard the heart of the Compeller King, Chen Fei paused violently with a few moments of surprise in his expression. There were professions in this world that specialized in cultivating parasites. Hundreds of poisonous insects were put into a vessel and allowed to kill each other, and the one that won in the end was the Compeller King. This kind of Compel King, the qualification is at least A grade and above. The heart of a grade 4 Compel King is the heart of a dead demon general level Compel King. If it was the heart of a grade 5 Compel King, that is, the King of Kings, it was even more remarkable and its value was even more than that of a grade S beast pet. In addition to the kill value evolution, the level 4 Compel King's heart could definitely allow Xiao Gu to go even further. This is too valuable. The value of this Compel King's heart was even more valuable than an A-grade beast pet egg. After all, the beast pet egg had yet to hatch, so who knew what it would look like after hatching? Whether or not it could grow to a rank 4 demon general was still one thing. But this Compass King's heart, however, was already the heart of an authentic demon general. Originally, Jiang Yi was also hesitant to give the Compulsion King's heart away. However, after the Songgong incident, and the strength that Chen Fei had just shown, Jiang Yi had turned this hesitation into certainty. Other than that, at least this investment was meaningful. Jiang Yi smiled wryly. Didn't you contract the 1,000 poison compass? This is the most necessary part of its evolutionary process. Are you sure you don't need it? Besides, the level 4 compass heart is quite valuable in your eyes, but it's just a useless decoration in my house. Chen Fei. Listen, is this speaking in human language? Isn't this proper Versailles literature? Or do you think that this great lady's innocence is not worth a compassionate king's heart? Saying so much was actually just to make Chen Fei accept it. I don't mean that. Chen Fei scratched his ears a bit. PFFT. Of course I know you don't mean that. So feel free to accept it, so that we don't owe each other anything. We don't owe each other? That's good. That way there wouldn't be too many interactions with her anymore. In Chen Fei's mind, Jiang Yi was still an unsettled time bomb. Having dodged this calamity, he still didn't know where the next calamity would be. He collected the heart of the Compeller King, and the sacred Canon paper appeared in front of his eyes once again. Heart of the Compeller King. Quality, grade 4. Source, demonic spider compulsion. Function, has a certain chance to make the 10,000 poisonous compulsion evolve. Remarks. Together with the 20,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, it will allow the evolution to reach the flawless level. Going from a grade B qualification to a grade A qualification would have required 100,000 kill values, but now it had been reduced to 20,000 because of the appearance of the grade 4 Compel King's heart. Such a good thing, a dozen more. In that case, thank you. Chen Fei's expression carried a bit of exuberance. And then, he pretended to put it into the spatial ring in his hand, but in reality, he put it directly into the sacred codex. It was safer to put such a valuable thing in the sacred codex. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. What Chen Fei had come to was nothing more than this Chamber of Commerce's store in Tianqing City. In other cities, there were quite a few branches. Miss, you're here. An old man with a somewhat stooped waist but meticulously dressed and hairstyled came out to greet him. Uncle Fu. I bought you some pear cakes. Zhang Yi handed the bag in her hand to the other party. Good. Thank you, miss. Uncle Fu smiled and accepted it. Let's go. Go to the third floor together. After saying that, Uncle Fu led the way in front. Chen Fei looked all the way over. The first floor was filled with some demonic beasts. The lowest quality was C grade, and there were quite a few A grade beasts as well. This was only what he saw. There were many more that he didn't see. The second floor was mainly spirit flowers and herbs for demonic beasts to evolve, and high-grade bloodlines. All of them were worth a lot of money. When he saw these, Chen Fei thought of the sacred code of killing. This killing value promotion method not only saves effort, it also saves money. Silently in his heart, he gave a nod to the killing sacred dictionary. The third floor was exactly where all kinds of beast pet eggs were divided by qualification, and they were all stored in special incubation boxes. Zhang Yi pointed to the second area. That's where the A-grade beast pet eggs are. Do you want to pick them yourself or let Uncle Fu introduce them to you? Chen Fei followed and looked over. There were 50 to 60 beast pet eggs placed in this area, which was already quite a lot. As for the first area next to it, only 3 were placed. Chen Fei asked curiously, "This can't be S-class beast pet eggs, right?" Zhang Yi did not deny. Those are indeed S-class eggs, but they are all auxiliary demonic beast eggs. Seconds understood. No wonder they hadn't been sold until now. Even with S-rank qualifications, the combat power wouldn't be very high, and the price was still dead expensive. And in the world of eating people without spitting out bones, combat power represented everything. That's fine. I'll pick it myself first and see. It was better to do this kind of thing yourself. Qualifications were part of it, and so was eye contact. After Zhang Yi and Uncle Fu went aside to drink tea, Chen Fei began to slowly pick. Blue Flame Phoenix Bird Demon Beast Egg. Attribute: Elemental. Flight. Qualification: A. Potential: expected to be promoted to SS grade qualification. Remarks: possesses a trace of Phoenix bloodline, can evolve towards Phoenix, Shen bird, etc. This blue flame Phoenix bird was also considered to be a potential, but it was a pity that it was of the elemental system and did not meet Chen Fei's contract requirements. Putting it down gently, he honestly searched in the direction of the assassin lineage. 9 Phantom Python Demonic Beast Egg. Attribute: Poison, Illusion, Assassin. Qualification: A. Potential: expected to be promoted to SSS grade qualification. Remarks: proficient in poison and illusion, but has a rather large body. Having a large body is sometimes the biggest drawback. If you want to go to the extreme in the assassin department, you still need to be light and flexible so that you can hide anytime, anywhere, and sneak attack later. And the poison lineage itself overlaps with Kogu. Forget it. Next. Abyssal Evil Butterfly Demonic Beast Egg. Attribute: Poison, Illusion, Assassin. Qualification: A. Potential: expected to be promoted to SS grade qualification. Remarks: proficient in poison and illusion, but relatively brittle itself. Butterfly demonic beasts just didn't seem to be not brittle, and their flight speed wasn't as fast as birds, so they were at a loss in this regard. After looking for a good half-day, Chen Fei realized that these assassin-type demonic beast eggs either overlapped with Xiao Gu's abilities, or they all had certain intrinsic problems. After thinking about it, he still asked, "Other than the ones placed here, are there any more?" Chapter 23. The Ghost Dream Soul Fox. Zhang Yi put down her teacup. "Didn't find what you wanted?" Chen Fei smiled bitterly. "Not really. Highly discerning." Zhang Yi got up and waved towards Chen Fei. "Follow me." This time, Zhang Yi did not lead Chen Fei upwards, but instead came to the basement. Instead of a basement, it was more like a storage room. Zhang Yi turned on the lights here. Every day, a batch of demonic beast eggs are shipped over, only they haven't been organized yet. The C grade to A grade eggs are all mixed together. Most likely the one you picked is just a B grade egg. Still interested? Chen Fei did not refuse. "I'll take a look first." There was no rush to go back to the third floor if he really couldn't find a good one. This search was another half a day in the past, and there was still no one Chen Fei was satisfied with. After all, some demonic beasts were born directly from the fetus, and there was no such thing as a demonic beast egg. Those that have eggs are basically birds, turtles, poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, and many of these are in conflict with Xiao Gu. Suddenly, a blue with black demonic beast egg in the corner caught Chen Fei's attention. He jumped over and picked it up, realizing that the egg was heavy, heavier than any normal egg. The surface of the eggshell was rough, more like a stone than an egg. There were also some unique patterns on it that looked quite mysterious. Chen Fei summoned the Holy Dictionary to see if there was any record of this thing. Phantom Soul Fox fossilized. Attribute illusionist, soul, dream, assassin. Qualification A. Potential. Expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Remarks. The Phantom Dream Soul Fox is an ancient special soul beast that is extremely rare. The weakest Phantom Soul Fox should also be S-class. This beast's A-grade qualification is due to its innate deficiencies, resulting in a short lifespan. After being sealed by the Great Sealing Technique, which seals time and life, it forms a fossil under the flood of time. However, as long as the seal can be lifted, this beast can wake up again. Special remarks. 100,000 kill values are required to unseal it and make up for its innate deficiencies to be promoted to S rank. Chen Fei's mouth was wide open. This was the longest note he had ever read, bar none. It turned out to be a fossilized stone formed after being sealed, only its appearance was too much like an egg, which was why it had strayed here. There were two things that most tantalized Chen Fei. One was the attributes of the Phantom Soul Fox. The 4 attributes of illusion, soul, dream, and assassin in one. Even Jiangnan's glistening soul beast did not have such an exaggerated attribute. The more attributes it had, the more skills it could learn. By then, a single Phantom Dream Soul Fox would be able to fulfill the skills of the 3 peculiar attributes of illusion, soul, and dream, which was simply not too strong. The second point was that a rank qualification's S-rank qualifications required millions of kill values. While waking up the Phantom Soul Fox and allowing it to rise to an S-rank qualification would only require 100,000 kill values. Calculated like this, it was simply too profitable. Looking at the accompanying picture on the Holy Canon again, the size of the Phantom Dream Soul Fox was about the same size as a normal fox demonic beast. One would have thought that it was the same as the glistening soul beast, burning with empty sigh and flames and not being able to see much of its appearance. In fact, this is not the case. Instead, it had white fur, a long white tail, and the only fur that was dark in color was the face and the feet. Unlike other foxes, it has 2 horns, the same color as its face, and strange patterns flow from its horns. It was very similar to the fossilized patterns in Chen Fei's hand. Very handsome. It's decided that it's you. The appearance of the Phantom Soul Fox fulfilled all of Chen Fei's fantasies about soul-based demonic beasts, and even exceeded his expectations. Senior sister. It's it. Chen Fei didn't act happy when he found Jiang Yi. Instead, he carried a bit of frustration. This would not be good if the other party saw the signs and did not want to give it to him. Jiang Yi took the fossil and looked at it before handing it to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu is an expert in this area. Let him help you take a look. Chen Fei's heart thumped, secretly saying that it was not good. Uncle Fu summoned a monkey-like demonic beast that was very pocketable, about the size of a squirrel monkey. Jiang Yi introduced, "This is the Spirit Xian monkey, an auxiliary lineage demonic beast. It's definitely not good at fighting, but it has a special skill, the pupil of life. This skill can sense the life forms in the demon beast's egg and form a resonance, thus determining the approximate attributes and qualifications. There is even such a magical skill." It was also the first time Chen Fei had heard of it, and he felt a few more emotions. A layer of light green light appeared on the Spirit Xian monkey's eyes, which then shared its vision with Fu Bo. "I can see that it's probably a fox-shaped demonic beast inside, and the qualification, well, floating on the A-rank side, it should be in the Soul Department and Illusion Department." What Fu Bo said surprised Chen Fei immensely. This basically corresponded to what the Holy Canon described. There were indeed countless capable people in this world. No one should be underestimated. This fox demon's qualifications are not too bad. But, hearing that Uncle Fu was stuck here, Chen Fei fiercely looked at him. It was hard to believe that this Fu Bo had seen the origin of the Phantom Soul Fox. On the contrary, this little fox demon's vitality seems to be a bit weak. Even if it hatches out, there is a possibility that it may be innately deficient. Saying this, Spirit Xian Monkey withdrew the skill, and Uncle Fu followed suit and covered his eyes with a hot towel. This skill was good to use, but it was just a bit laborious, and his eyes would become sore after looking at it for a long time. By this point, Chen Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What Fu Bo had said was not far off. The only thing missing was that he did not see the origin of the Phantom Soul Fox. If they were to know that it was an ancient demonic beast, I'm afraid that they wouldn't let go of it so easily. Jiang Yi looked at Chen Fei. "School brother, are you sure you want to choose this one? It's hard to make up for an innate deficiency afterward. Chen Fei nodded solemnly. It's it. I'll think of another way for the innate deficiency. But demonic beasts with a soul system and illusion system in one are too rare. Indeed, Jiang Yi didn't object to this point. After all, her own dad's spotted soul beast only had these attributes. All right then, it's yours. And when you have the chance to come back to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, I'll give you a 20% discount. A discount of 8.8% was already the price of an ordinary member, and the two were considered to have experienced life and death together, so this discount was still available. All right, then thank you, senior sister. Without lingering, Chen Fei directly left the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, already unable to wait to go back to elevate Xiao Gu. Only when he had just walked to a more remote zone, he was surrounded by several people. Are you Chen Fei? The person who spoke carried a bit of a gangly odor, named Pocky. Chen Fei took a look. The visitors were not good. So you guys are? A few people did not answer and directly summoned their beast pets. There were 8 level 2 beasts and 3 level 3 rank 2 commander level demonic beasts. Pocky spoke again. Knowing that you can summon 16 level 2 beasts, so we weren't careless and invited a senior beast master. 3 level 3 beasts are more than enough to beat you up. Chen Fei sort of understood that these people did not intend to take his life, so it would be good to deal with them. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, if you guys can reveal some information, I can even stand and let you beat me up without summoning my beast pets." While speaking, Chen Fei secretly released a batch of small 10,000 poisonous compasses out. Pocky was a bit impatient. A word of advice: don't touch a woman you shouldn't. After saying that, Pocky stopped talking nonsense and told them to do it. Combined with Asako's words, Chen Fei had already guessed a general. Chapter 24, 10,000 Poisonous Compulsion King. The woman who could not be touched should be Jiang Yi. And the person who cared so much about Jiang Yi 9 times out of 10 was Bai Yang. Throwing down these distracting thoughts, Chen Fei spoke quietly. It's a pity that you guys know nothing about my true strength. After a ringing finger, 36 grade 2 demonic beasts appeared in front of Chen Fei. That's right. Not 16, but 36. Chen Fei was shy about his life. Therefore, he moved half of the grade 2 demonic beasts that had already succeeded in controlling their corpses into the sacred Canon space. Although they weren't strong enough, they were better in quantity. A larger amount would make him feel more secure. It was also the moment these 36 demonic beasts appeared that the shield skill was used at the same time. Even if the 3 level 3 beasts wanted to get close to Chen Fei, it would take some effort. Seeing these 36 level 2 beasts, Asako was directly numb. What about the promised 16? There's something wrong with that forced information. Even that senior Imperial Beast Master had dull eyes. The 3 tertiary beasts were strong, but against these 36 heads they would have to fight for a while. Fighting until the end and exhausting their beast pets to death just to clean up a mid-level Imperial Beast Master? This was too worthless. However, how could Chen Fei only have these backhanders? While their gazes were still stuck on these level 2 beasts, more than 100 small 10,000 poisonous compasses had already jumped out. After their strength was raised to level 2, the little Gu could already hatch 5 eggs at once. Hatching 10 or so times a day wasn't too much of a problem. So these 100 or so heads were merely part of the army of 10,000 poisonous compasses. Their target was not the demonic beasts, but the Imperial Beast Masters. The demonic beasts might be okay with poison resistance, but not the Imperial Beast Masters. More than 110,000 poisonous compasses released poisonous gas at the same time. The most terrifying thing about this poisonous gas was that it had no color. When you smelled that the air tasted a little off, congratulations, you had been hit. For this reason, Chen Fei named it Colorless Poison No. 1. Without defense, several people were struck and went limp. Only that senior Imperial Beast Master was holding onto the wall, barely still standing. You actually poisoned? Too dirty? Yo, poison resistance is still good. You should be thankful that this colorless poison one hasn't taken shape yet, or else you guys wouldn't be as simple as going soft. Chen Fei began to back away, with no intention of staying. Before I leave, let's give you guys some more gifts. After Chen Fei finished speaking, he first placed some poison, which was not fatal, but was enough for them to lie down for a month or two and suffer from itching every day. Then, the little 10,000 poisonous compasses drilled into the flesh of these people and imperial beasts, and thus parasitized and even controlled them. As long as they don't realize the existence of the small 10,000 poisonous compulsions, Then they and their own imperial beasts will become Xiao Gu's permanent aura ATM. After returning home, Chen Fei carried Xiao Gu out. Why do you always make noise when I'm sleeping? Xiao Gu was raging. Gu, there's a wake-up call. Chen Fei flicked it out of habit, and it ended up hurting his own fingers. Numb nuts. It's getting harder and harder. Xiao Gu showed his teeth. It's not all your fault. Every day let me hatch. After hatching a wave of no spirit, of course, sleepy. To this kind of cow and horse life, Xiao Gu said that it could not tolerate it at all. Chen Fei also knew that it was indeed quite hard, and held it in his hand and comforted. We are still weak, so we can only work hard for you. No, I brought you something good. After saying that, Chen Fei took out the 4th level Compel King's Heart. When Xiao Gu took a look at the Compulsion King's Heart, his eyes were glowing and he quickly pounced on it, not being able to let go of it at all. I want to eat it. My, it's all mine. Seeing Xiao Gu's monkey-like appearance, Chen Fei couldn't help but tease a bit. Yours, it's all yours. I can't swallow this even if it's given to me. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei summoned the killing sacred Canon. Current kill value balance is 25010. With so many level 2 beasts around, the killing value was rising at an amount of 2 to 3,000 per day, which was still ferocious. Presenting 20,000 kill value, he directly punched it into Xiao Gu's body before urging, quickly eat the Compassion King's Heart. Chen Fei still chose the 5 directions of poison, devouring, compulsion, reproduction, and unification of the insect race. Xiao Gu was just like Pigsy eating a ginseng fruit, swallowing it in 3 or 2 bites without tasting it at all. In the next second, Xiao Gu's body was filled with red light, and a mysterious pattern stretched across its body. So hot, so hard. Xiao Gu kept rolling around on the table. Seeing Xiao Gu in this state, Chen Fei also became anxious for it. Wasn't it a flawless level evolution? How could it be like this? Chen Fei wanted to do something about it, but found himself at his wit's end. It was only after a minute had passed that the situation improved. Xiao Gu's appearance changed once again. There was no growth in size. After all, it belonged to the category of parasites, and if it was too large, it would lose its significance as a sneak attack parasite. The whole body was covered with a layer of ebony black armor, and there were some mysterious lines on the armor, which were flowing with a dark golden light. The overall look was overbearing, worthy of its appearance after evolving into a king compass. Qualification enhancement. Evolved from B rank qualification to a rank qualification. The 10,000 Poison Compass evolved into the 10,000 Poison Compass King. Comparison advantages. 1. All skill effects are greatly increased. 2. The speed of absorbing toxins and aura is greatly increased, and the toxin attack is enhanced. 3. Breeding and hatching speed is accelerated and the number is increased. 4. 10 special hatching parasites can be hatched to reproduce offspring for the king of 10,000 poisonous compulsions. The energy needed for reproduction is the energy supply gained from parasitism and cannibalism, or you can utilize the energy supply from spirit stones. 5. It has a certain degree of dominance over insect clans that are below its own strength. 6. Due to the fusion of the Compassion King's Heart of the demonic spider compass, he has gained the Silver Silk Entanglement skill entry level. Looking at Xiao Gu's data, Chen Fei's entire body became hyperactive. This wave of strengthening was quite powerful. After having 10 hatching compasses, Xiao Gu no longer needed to painstakingly breed every day and was completely liberated. There was also this new Silver Silk Entanglement skill, which was entirely an ability unique to spider-type demonic beasts. It was considered a good control-type skill. First control and then give poison, and then parasitize plus control the corpse. This set of flow was simply not too smooth. As a result, the direction of Xiao Gu's evolution had an additional 9th direction. Control. This evolution was crucial for Xiao Gu. Looking at Xiao Gu's information, Parasite, Eclipse, Corpse Control, and Poison Kiss were all at the proficient level. If one wanted to go one step higher, that would require at least 100,000 kill values. And a rank to S rank qualifications required 1,000,000 kill values. None of them could be accumulated in a short period of time. Sure enough, it's the killing value that's the most lacking. Chen Fei sighed, before taking out the Phantom Soul Fox fossilized stone and placing it on the table. Next, then we'll prioritize raising our strength class. There's also the matter of saving up enough 100,000 killing values to revive the Phantom Dream Soul Fox over. The Soul Department, This weird ability of the Dream Realm Department had always made Chen Fei very scrupulous. Chapter 25 Dream Realm Crisis. Late at night, all was quiet. The light red full moon in the sky looked somewhat demonic. In the less populated areas of Tianqing City, a grave stood under the moonlight. The black soil, the black trees, made the place seem even more ghostly. Such blackness continued all the way to a church. The white walls make it look so holy, and the flowery glass of the windows are arranged in an orderly fashion, forming mysterious patterns, like carriers of certain beliefs. The intersection of the cemetery and the church made black and white so distinct. If Chen Fei came here, he would be reminded of the saying, "We inhabit the zone where black and white intertwine." In the church, a round table was purposely set up, consisting of 5 people sitting around it. Sitting in the main seat was a person who was draped in a black cloak and covered in bandages, with only one eye exposed. Known as the high priest by those on the scene. "Arbiter, why did your execution fail?" His voice was hoarse with a sharp edge. The arbiter in the high priest's mouth wore a death mask, and his body was filled with a dark and heavy aura of death, as if he was a demon from hell. He was also somewhat puzzled. Everything went according to plan. I don't know which part went wrong. His voice did not carry a trace of temperature. The person squatting on the chair and wearing a clown mask raised his hand. I can testify that we watchers didn't realize which part of the process went wrong either. Is it possible that Jiang Nan is keeping a card on Jiang Yi? The scene once again fell into silence. The high priest knocked on the table, pondering. After a long time, he spoke again. If the one targeting Jiang Yi was successful, listening to the rain dock wouldn't have been terminated so early. It's just a matter of starting another one. Sower, how is the medicine you researched? Everyone looked at the sower, who was also the only one not wearing a mask. However, everyone knew that this guy's face was all fake, and the next second he might change into another face. If he wasn't sitting here at the moment, otherwise he wouldn't be found in the sea of people. The sower took out 4 red pills and threw them over. This pill is called Spirit Gathering Pill. It can help Imperial Beast Masters gather the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth when they are practicing, rapidly increasing their strength. However, it is addictive, and what is gathered over can be more than just spiritual chi. It may even be extraterrestrial evil chi. Hearing this, all 4 of them gave the sower a thumbs up. Very well, mass produce it, and let this spirit-gathering pill flow throughout the entire continent. Then, the high priestess looked at the last person with a crying face mask. Weaver, this is the soul fragment the Lord gave you. I hope you can become a king-grade Imperial Beast Master sooner. The Weaver was already a sovereign grade 6 Royal Beast Master. Not far from being a king-grade Royal Beast Master, he was missing an opportunity. Now that opportunity had arrived. Thank you for the Lord's gift. High Priestess, I'll go back and retreat. But before the retreat, please allow me to utilize the power of the Dream Realm to erase those geniuses. The High Priestess also carried a bit of anger when the hearing rain dock was terminated. And dream killings were never so bizarre that even if they were detected by Jiang Nan, it would be difficult to find the culprits. Moreover, using the Patriarch level to deal with 1 senior Imperial Beastmaster and 2 intermediate Imperial Beastmasters. This hand was solid enough. The High Priestess did not hesitate any longer. May! Then the targets are Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Kan? At this point, the High Priestess interjected. At a Chen Fei. The Weaver looked at the High Priestess, not quite understanding. The High Priestess explained. This Chen Fei is exactly a part of that bureau that dealt with Jiang Yi. Only that bureau failed and was dodged by this Chen Fei. So is there a possibility that the one who helped Jiang Yi break the game was not necessarily Jiang Nan, but this Chen Fei? The crowd felt that it was a bit pompous. How could a little guy who was only a junior first rank at that time break the toxicity of the floating life dream? However, this possibility could not be completely ruled out. The High Priestess continued, even if there's only a 0.0001% chance of it, then we still have to erase it. Steady. In the eyes of the crowd, the High Priestess was incredibly steady. With the High Priest nodding, the Weaver began to move. A grayish-black, ghost-like, wolf-like figure appeared behind him, which could not be seen too clearly and truly. And then, he took the 4 hairs handed over by the Watcher and threw them to his beast pet, the Heavenly Jade Dream Beast. Utilizing the breath in the hair, he began to invade the Dream Realm. Chen Clan. Chen Fei was still in the middle of a deep sleep, but he was suddenly pulled into the Dream Realm. He himself naturally did not realize this and instinctively thought that it was just an ordinary dream. In the dream, Chen Fei came to a gray area. In addition to the ashes floating endlessly in the sky, there were countless skeletons on the ground. This place, which Chen Fei would never be able to forget in his life, was the 9 ghosts of the 4 great evil places. So it's a nightmare, Chen Fei murmured. The 9 deadly secrets was indeed his lifelong nightmare. After all, it was here that he had died in his last lifetime. Just as Chen Fei was still thinking in place, a huge humanoid skeleton monster walked towards him. Its paws were bigger than Chen Fei's entire body, and even though it was a dream, Chen Fei didn't want to be trampled to death like this. After rolling a few times, he managed to escape. Why is this dream so long? So clear. At this time, he hadn't realized that his dream was being artificially controlled. After the giant skeleton appeared, the skeletons on the ground also began to tremble. And then slowly pieced together into a skeleton monster, there were bone tigers, bone oxen, and bone snakes. Thousands of bone beasts pounced towards Chen Fei. This was exactly what Chen Fei had experienced in his previous life, and it was exceptionally terrifying. If he didn't run at this time, what better time to wait? Spicy next door, it's just a dream, and you still have to go through the great escape of your last life. Chen Fei remembered that at that time, there were more than 1,000 of them who had entered the 9 sepulchral ferocious land, and as a result, they were killed by most of these bone demons before they had traveled far. Because the weakest of them had the strength of a 3rd-level beast, and most importantly, the amount was large, it was simply countless. I don't know how long I had fled for, but the bone beasts behind me finally didn't catch up. Chen Fei gasped for air and began to observe the surroundings. The ground was still full of beast bones. However, the beast bones were covered with blood-red pishy flowers. This was precisely the 2nd danger zone of the fierce land. Suddenly, Chen Fei realized that blood was dripping from his arm, probably from his escape path just now. Only this dream was so real that he could feel a hint of blood. Wait, Chen Fei's entire body shook as he finally noticed that something was wrong. Wake up! Wake up! In reality, Chen Fei's entire body was shaking. Just how could he not wake up? The 2 lifetimes of him also at this moment was greatly tricky. If he guessed correctly, someone was going to utilize the dream world to obliterate himself. Xiao Gu, who was sleeping on the side, also discovered that Chen Fei was not right, and hurriedly called out with his consciousness. Chen Fei? Chen Fei? What's wrong with you? Chen Fei, answer me. However, Chen Fei did not give Xiao Gu a single response. Little Gu bounced back and forth, its eyes covered in anxiety. It seemed to think of something, then fiercely took a sharp bite at the tiger's mouth of Chen Fei's arm, but found no toxin whatsoever. Chen Fei, nothing can happen to you. Although this person was a bit of a dog, Xiao Gu still recognized his way of doing things. When he realized that Chen Fei was in a dangerous state, Xiao Gu felt so incompetent for the first time. Chapter 26, The Suicide Note. Dream killings were also divided into many kinds. With average proficiency, one could only intervene in the dream world to fake it. Make the death in the dream world a real death. When proficiency is high enough, it's not as simple as intervening, but can change the dreamscape at will. The most terrifying thing was to keep the dream state in a constant loop, causing one's consciousness to collapse, unable to return to the physical body, and becoming a living dead. Only this kind of ability was only available at least at the flawless level of proficiency or above. Currently, it seemed that this crisis belonged to the foremost, and could only intervene and could not be altered. It also meant that the caster did not know what was in the middle of the dream. Otherwise, Chen Fei was afraid that he would have been killed by the dreamscape long ago. But even so, this dream realm was still dangerous because Chen Fei was unable to summon his beast pet and the slaying sacred code. What to do? Since his rebirth, Chen Fei once again felt a strong sense of crisis. The blood on his arm caused the pigeon flower to start trembling, and then many spores floated out, and these spores were like sharks smelling blood as they surged wildly. Run! There were no unnecessary thoughts. Following the escape route from his previous life, Chen Fei ran all the way to the inner perimeter of the 9 sepulchre fierce land. Aside from the flower spores of the pie flower, one could not touch any of the thorny vines on the ground. Once touched, it would awaken these nightmarish demonic plants, and even if a 4th-level demonic beast came over, it would be entangled in an instant, and then its blood would be sucked out. By the time Chen Fei rushed into the inner circle, he was already covered in wounds. Even when those spores floated over, Chen Fei just tried his best to dodge them. not daring to approach a bone temple in the center. Because this bone temple has a powerful guardian beast, Hidden Sky Skeleton King, a special existence that possessed the spatial, necromancy, and assassin lineages. Even though it was only a 4th-level Skeleton King, it was an invincible existence in the same rank. Back then, when they walked here, there were still 61 people left in the 1,000-man brigade. One person had 4 demonic beasts or 244, and it ended up killing only 9 of them. 61 people left with 3, what a terrifying existence. Chen Fei used the hidden yuan technique to minimize his aura as much as possible, fearing that he would be discovered by the Skeleton King. This won't work. Chen Fei's face was gloomy. If one remained trapped here, then the consciousness would not be able to return to the physical body, and the issue would remain important. What to do? What else can I do? On the other side, Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Ken were also experiencing a crisis at the same time. After all, Jiang Yi was a senior beastmaster and was still barely resisting. Tang Jian and Su Ken were not so lucky. A little bit of blood had already trickled out of their 7 orifices, and if it continued, their lives would be in jeopardy. Bang! There was the sound of something breaking. Jiang Nan jolted out of bed. This was the sole imprint he had placed on Jiang Yi. Once something bad happened to Jiang Yi, this imprint would shatter on its own. Jiang Nan immediately came to Jiang Yi's room and realized that she was already soaked in cold sweat. Dream skill. Who is it? Don't let me find it, or I'll set your bones to ashes. Jiang Nan quickly made a call out. Souls were his strong point, but dreams weren't, so he could only ask for outside help. Church. The high priestess glanced at the time. It's already 10 minutes past. Weaver, hold on tight. Those people from Jiang Nan aren't a meal. Don't let even our base camp be terminated by then. I'll do it. The monitor came next to the Weaver while summoning a black unicorn. Horse body, unicorn horn, dog ears, lion tail, unicorn feet. Earth hidden unicorn, S-class qualification. Possessing a trace of the bloodline of the divine beast Shimeji. With ears that could hear all directions and recognize truth and falsehood. This is also why the Jizo unicorn's royal beastmaster was able to become the organization's watcher. In addition to the ability to spy, the Jizo unicorn also had a special skill increase. As a gray light surged onto the Weaver and the heavenly Jedi Dream Beast, he could feel that the ability of the dream interference skill had increased by quite a bit, even allowing his beast pet to change the content of the dream by a fraction of a second. This caused the Weaver to be excited, and after this experience it would definitely allow the heavenly Jedi Dream Beast to touch the threshold of peak-level dreamscape abilities. It was also at this moment that Chen Fei realized that his dream realm began to shake. And then the ground began to shake, cracking violently and sinking continuously. This is too much. It doesn't give a damn. If one were to fall into these abysses, the end could be imagined. Chen Fei looked around. Only the Bone Temple seemed to be guarded by some mysterious power, not moving at all. Other than that, the entire Fierce Land had pretty much collapsed. This dilemma was nothing but despair. Could it be that after being reborn for less than 2 months, I'm going to meet the King of Hell once again? In addition to helplessness in Chen Fei's heart, there was also a full-blown rage. He had never taken the initiative to provoke anyone, nor had he done anything to harm the heavens and the earth. Why did fate want to play such a trick on him? Looking at the lofty and motionless Bone Temple, Chen Fei leapt forward. Even if he dies, he should die with dignity. At the moment he stepped into the Bone Temple, the hidden Sky Skeleton King at the corner woke up. It straightened up and arrived in front of Chen Fei with a single weave, ready to give him a fatal blow. Heh! Chen Fei just laughed to himself, and then closed his eyes, not intending to resist, nor could he. Just after a long time, Chen Fei did not feel any discomfort. He opened his eyes and saw the Skeleton King's face close to his own. On your body, there is the flavor of your master. Chen Fei followed suit. What was going on? It hadn't even killed itself? He attempted to ask, Your master? My master? The owner of the killing sacred code? The Skeleton King simply said this, before turning around and slowly coming to a chair next to the altar of the Bone Temple. Sitting on the chair was a human corpse bone. The hidden Sky Skeleton King took out an exquisite box from the hands of the corpse bone and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei at this moment understood the other party's meaning and opened the box. Inside was clearly a suicide note. I, the Shadow Emperor, was assassinated by the closest person, and all of my beast pets, except for Shao Kong, were killed in battle. Due to the hidden Sky Skeleton King's use of the Great Spatial Shift technique, I was barely able to survive. However, I know that I have a short time to live, so I am writing this letter. If you can read this letter, I would like to ask you to do two things. First, take care of Xiao Kong. It crossed the border to use the great spatial shifting technique before its strength regressed back to the 4th level. However, its own qualifications are strong enough to be a help to you. Secondly, if you are strong enough in the future, please help me kill the Shen Yu Emperor. As for the killing sacred codex on my body, it can be a help to you. The assassin lineage is only a mandatory attribute of the contract. Whether it's to improve strength, qualification, or proficiency, it all depends on killing. Once you use the sacred canon, you will need to spend your time in non-stop killing. You also need to bear the karma that comes with killing. There is gain and there is loss. This is the law of heaven and earth. At the end of the day, the handwriting became more and more scribbled and uninteresting. So I'm afraid that it's because life is nearing its end. As for the Shadow Emperor's bones, the sacred code was long gone, having been contracted by Chen Fei. No wonder the hidden Sky Skeleton King said that it had its familiar flavor on its body. It should be the sacred codex without a doubt. Chen Fei sighed, not expecting that this time, it was still the sacred canon that saved him. Just when Chen Fei wanted to sit on the ground and take a rest, the soul plate on the altar of the bone temple suddenly trembled, and then a voice that resonated through the heavens and earth came from the ground. Scram! Instantly, the dream world shattered and Chen Fei's consciousness returned to reality. Chapter 27, Going to the Frontline Again. Chen Fei sat up violently from the bed, panting heavily. Dangerous. Too dangerous. To describe it as a life hanging in the balance would not be an exaggeration. Crazy killing intent spread across Chen Fei's face, every inch of his skin filled with a murderous aura. Zhang Yi's game had already taken half of his life, and this time, it was an attempt to directly break his back. This was no longer some petty fight, but a deep hatred. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely uproot this organization and set its bones to ashes. Chen Fei's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He never thought of himself as a good person because in such an environment, good people did not live long. In the past, Xiao Gu would be intimidated by Chen Fei in this state. Since the contract, Xiao Gu hadn't been scared anymore because it knew that Chen Fei's bloodthirsty intent was given to others, not himself. Chen Fei, how are you? What happened just now? Scared me to death. Quickly, check. For the first time, Chen Fei found Xiao Gu whose words were so dense. He couldn't help but feel his heart warming up, and the fury on his body slowly retracted. Don't worry, I'm fine. Only after calming down did Chen Fei think of wiping the sweat from his body. But he realized that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Picking it up, it was actually the suicide note from the dream. Wait, was this more than just a dream? What was that last roar about? Could it be that the 9 sepulchral fierce lands had nothing to do with the Shadow Emperor? What realm was there above the king-level Imperial Beastmaster? String after string of questions made Chen Fei's head feel like mush, unable to make sense of his thoughts at all. The only thing he was awake for was to tell himself that he couldn't go back to sleep tonight, and that he had to get through it even if he had to. Church. The Weaver felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer, and blood flowed out from under his mask, penetrating his clothes. The figure of the heavenly Jedi Dream Beast also faded a few points with it, clearly having suffered a heavy blow. The high priest could no longer sit still and directly stood up. What's going on? The sewer quickly pulled out a dark yellow pill and unmasked the Weaver before stuffing it into her mouth. That's right, it was a woman just around 30 years old. After slowing down for a while, the Weaver leaned back in her chair wearily. The dream was forcibly broken, and it is the first time I have encountered this kind of situation. Either it's touching some taboo, or there's some kind of dream-type spirit weapon. Damn. As a result, none of them were taken out. Chen Fei and Zhang Yi didn't have much going on, but Tang Jian and Sukin were still heavily injured. Taboo? Spirit weapons? Just 4 little things that haven't even traveled far. What kind of taboos can they encounter? The High Priestess directly ruled out the taboo. It should be Jiang Nan or Su Shanhai who took out some dream-type spirit weapon. Su Ken was none other than Su Shanhai's grandson. The Su family was a large family, so it wasn't surprising that they had some kind of spirit weapon. And Jiang Nan himself was a king-level royal beastmaster, so it wasn't strange to have any strange encounters. The always silent arbiter spoke. A clan-level strike is already solid enough, but I didn't expect it to still fail. It seems that these few little guys all have rather hard lives. Several people all thought of Zhang Yi at first. The 2 operations against her had ended in failure, so it seemed like a more meticulous plan was needed to erase this genius. Weaver, you shouldn't show your face in the near future. Recuperate and try to advance to king-level Royal Beast Master earlier. That way, the strength of our organization will be further advanced. Understood. High Priestess. After saying that, the lights of the church followed and went out. The round table also disappeared as if it had never appeared, leaving only a few drops of blood on the ground that had not yet dried. But in the next second, a weird thing that looked like a plant vine and an octopus tentacle reached out from the painting on the wall and erased the blood. September 17th, early morning. Chen Fei bid farewell to his parents and traveled to Baiwa City once again. Originally, he wanted to rest at home for 2 more days to come, but last night's experience made his heart palpitate even now. He only had one thought right now: to become stronger. Only when he was strong to a certain point could he get rid of all these crises. Before he left, he borrowed another pile of books that he could now continue to chew on. The complete book of Dream Realm Department Skills. On the weirdness of the Dream Realm system. The Dream Realm skill system, when used properly, can kill invisibly. The most common dream system skill is Dream Interference. The most common dream system skill is Dream Interference, controlling the dream world and then interfering with the environment, characters, demonic beasts, etc. in it to achieve the purpose of killing. There are also more bizarre skills, such as Dream Torture. In reality, cannot pry the enemy's mouth. Soul Torture is not the time. Then you can utilize the dream world, recasting the dream environment and characters to make them reveal themselves. Dream of Doom Whispering through the constant hints of the dream world, and then affect the target's real life. Dream Projection skill, briefly projecting exaggerated and horrifying dreams into the real world for the purpose of intimidation. When proficiency is high, it can even briefly materialize beings in the dream world. However, if the original body is too strong, it can be sensed. When he saw this, Chen Fei pondered. That roar last night, was it because the forbidden being under the bone temple had sensed this dream realm, so it shattered it with a roar? If one thought about it that way, it was not unlikely. Although it was a bit risky, it had to be said that this dream realm projection was quite useful. If one were to project the hidden Sky Skeleton King during a battle, wouldn't that be a crunchy mess to kill? Well, this skill had to be learned. Before the hidden Dream Soul Fox had even come out of the seal, Chen Fei had already arranged a whole bunch of skills for it, and with the 3 Bodhi fruits it wasn't too much of a problem. Xiao Gu sked twice. I can sense that it's coming out as a laborer as well. Chen Fei helplessly spread his hands. I also want to contract you guys and then travel all over the continent and enjoy a free life. But you see, do others give us a chance? Xiao Gu waved with a domineering air. Wait for my hatching compulsion to hatch an army of 10,000 poisonous parasites to press the enemy to death at the bottom. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth twitched. You guy, after becoming the king of 10,000 poisonous compulsions, you're starting to float? What can you do with this army when people kill you from the dream world later? Xiao Gu's movements stiffened, as if that was really the reasoning. Then it's better for the little fox to come out quickly and guard my soul, as well as the dream realm, so that I will be invincible. Chen Fei squeezed once again. Then if the hidden Sky Skeleton King pulls you into the middle of another space, and then squeezes you out, what do you think? Xiao Gu. Chen Fei, can you be any more of a spoilsport? Chen Fei lightly mocked. It has to be possible. A divine beast with time skills, traveling through the long river of history and obliterating your parents. Do you think you can still exist? Or the strange beings of the life system, shorten your lifespan to 1 month. Do you cry? There are also darkness lineage beings that deprive you of all senses, leaving you in perpetual loneliness and fear. Do you panic? Chen Fei said excitedly, but Xiao Gu's face was pale. Stop. Enough is enough. I know it's wrong. Spicy next door. There are actually so many beings in this world that can take my life. No. Chen Fei, hurry up and give me the kill value. I'm getting stronger. I want to get stronger. After Xiao Gu stirred up so much, Chen Fei's mood followed suit. There is such a living treasure in, at least life is not lonely. By the time Chen Fei arrived at Baiwa City, it was already mid-afternoon. Before he even got close to the medical room number 49, he realized that it was overcrowded and blood was flowing all over the place. Quickly, light system healers stopped the bleeding first. Would system healers see if they can attach the broken arm? Chen Fei's 10,000 poison compass. Take drugs? Speed. The entire scene was a mess. Outside, Su Kuei and Wang Ji were squatting on the ground, frowning and smoking cigarettes. Chen Fei hurriedly approached. "What's going on?" The two men looked up, saw that it was Chen Fei, and threw their cigarettes aside while getting up and stomping a few feet. "Little Fei is back. After we had Third Master, we dared to go to the middle ground to hang out. I just don't know what's going on today. The demonic beasts over there are like they've gone berserk. As soon as they see people, they attack without saying a word. This would have been nothing, we are all used to it. But this time is different." When he said this, Xiao Gu stopped. His face still had a few palpitations. Switching to Wang Ji, he spoke. "In addition to the demonic beasts that went berserk, we felt the entire ground shaking, and then something suddenly drilled out and yanked our teammates, along with the beast pets, into the ground." Chapter 28 Earth-Splitting Demon Worm. It wasn't until later, when we forced it out of the ground using our earth skills, that we realized it was a giant worm. Its length was close to 20 meters, more than a meter thick, and its strength was immense. Although it's also a tertiary beast, its physical resistance and elemental resistance are extremely strong. Even the lightning attack, which had always been unfavorable, had only left an opening. The wound healed quickly later. Both of our squads were unable to do anything about it and could only retreat. Wang Ji's words gave Chen Fei a rough outline. He asked again, "Besides the worm-like appearance, are there any other characteristics?" Wang Ji thought for a moment. "It has 3 pairs of eyes on its head, and its mouth can split into 4 flaps, with the end of each flap resembling a hook. Once it captures its prey, it will not let go, and then pull straight into the ground." Hearing this, Chen Fei already knew what that was. That was the earth-splitting demon worm, and the dependence of the evil king number 9. Thinking of this, Chen Fei raised a reminder. For demonic beasts that stay underground all year round, its 3 pairs of eyes are just for show. Generally speaking, these types of demonic beasts rely on breath, sound, movement, and heat to sense everything around them. If we can lure it to an open area and block its path, we should be able to deal with it. Chen Fei stopped here and did not continue. Everyone was not a little cutie. A little goes a long way. Since the Rift Earth demon worm didn't have eyesight, it could be hunted against this weakness. Xiao Gu emotionally patted Chen Fei's shoulder. "If only I had brought you along at that time, I wouldn't have to be in such a mess. Old Wang, you really need to read more. Look at Chen Fei hugging a book every day. This doesn't need to be on." Wang Ji was also very agreeable. "Yes, it seems that in the future when I am free, I will have to borrow some books to read." The two of them attributed Chen Fei's proposal to the knowledge on books, which instead saved Chen Fei a lot of trouble. He followed and looked towards a grayish 100-yew mountain range, a layer of haze covering his heart. In his previous life, he had only heard of the great name of the earth-splitting demon worm 3 years later, and at that time it was already a demon king-level existence that was up to 100 meters tall and directly destroyed a city. And that was only the dependence of the 9th evil king. It was hard to imagine how strong a true evil king could be. I didn't expect it to have appeared so early already. Does that mean that the other dependents or evil kings have also been out long ago? Only that their strength had not yet reached its peak and was hidden? Thinking of this, Chen Fei's sense of urgency grew a few points stronger. After chatting with the two, Chen Fei went to the medical room to help out. There wasn't much he could do. A little help was a little help. At night, Chen Fei then secretly released the 36-second level beasts out of the city. In the front, he was still a bit intolerant, picking only the demonic beasts controlled by the black slime worms to kill. However, after experiencing the dream crisis and the sudden appearance of the earth-splitting demon worms, Chen Fei's thoughts changed. Since those demonic beasts were in the midst of the mist, they were already a knife of the mist, the kind that could explode at any time. Even if they weren't controlled by the black slime worm, they could still be controlled by other evil beasts. Instead of doing so, it would be better to slaughter them all in the morning. It wasn't allowed to say that the ones slaughtered would most likely be some of the demon kings that would become famous in the future. In order to stay alive, Chen Fei decided to be a little more ruthless. "Little Gu, give the order. Tell Little Gu that he doesn't need to stare at the black slime worms to kill them anymore. Everything in the mists can be killed." "Oh right. What happened to the 10 hatching parasites?" Chen Fei placed them in the middle of an area in the sacred Canon space. Xiao Gu sensed it. 1 hatching compass can hatch 100 lesser 10,000 poison compass kings in a day, which means that 1,000 of them can be hatched in a day. Since they were hatched by hatching parasites, their strengths are all at level 2, first rank here. 1,000 heads. This data could have shocked even Chen Fei severely. If this was saved for 10 days, Wouldn't that be 10,000 heads? If these 10,000 little 10,000 poisonous compulsion kings directly surrounded the split earth demon insect, even if they couldn't kill it, they could at least tear open an opening, right? What an exaggerated figure. What an exciting figure. Little Gu, today's batch is released first. Don't be in a hurry to kill them, but look for demonic beasts that are a bit stronger to parasitize. If these 1,000 little 10,000 poison compass kings could be transformed into 100 demonic beasts of around level 2, step 5, that would definitely be worth enough as well. Moreover, the hatching parasites could be hatched continuously, and as their strength and skill proficiency increased, the number of hatchings would only become more and more terrifying. Killed level 2, second order lion scorpion demon, kill value plus 20. Kill level 2, third order purple pupil silver snake, kill value plus 20. Kill a level 2 fifth order frost demon bull, kill value plus 30. Ha! This was the first time Chen Fei had seen the kill value exceed 20. In other words, the higher the rank, the higher the kill value gained. Upon careful calculation, the kill value had increased by close to 800 points in an hour's time, which was definitely a very terrifying figure. When the army of 10,000 poisonous compound kings rose up after hatching to a certain extent, this data would still keep stacking upwards. The second day, Xiao Gu led his squad on a routine reconnaissance, and as soon as they entered the outermost part of the mountain range, a few of them smelled a dense and strong odor of blood that made their brows furrow. There were also endless corpses of demonic beasts. Even Xiao Gu felt a few moments of suffocation and discomfort. Captain, it looks like a mad massacre has taken place here, with corpses everywhere. Even the nests of the phantom cold ants, which we normally avoid, have been smashed clean. Just what kind of monster carried out such an insane killing? Xiao Gu was unable to answer the team members' questions, and this was the first time he had discovered such a situation. Xiao Gu told the team members to wait in place while he himself led the speed demonic beasts and quickly traveled through the outer zone to check out the entire area. It was indeed just as the team members had said, a mountain of corpses. This caused Xiao Gu to stare in disbelief. This was not the same as an incoming tide of beasts. Whenever a wave of beasts came, the periphery would seem unusually quiet. So quiet that not even the sound of flying birds spreading their wings could be heard. The vast majority of the demonic beasts were concentrated in one place, ready to raid at any time. And today, this situation was more like a certain demonic beast killing in order to increase its strength. After slaughtering such a large area, it was hard to imagine to what extent this demonic beast had grown. Anyway, he, a senior Imperial Beast Master, would never be able to reach this point. In other words, it was very likely that a rank for demonic beast existed here. After returning to his teammates, Xiao Gu quickly gave orders. Immediately report to the reconnaissance department that there are suspected traces of a large number of rank 3 and 4 beasts infesting the area, and have all the reconnaissance squads be careful. At the same time, let the Border Defense Department of Bayue City be careful, and keep an eye on the movements of the Bayue mountain range at all times. Let's hope that nothing big happens. Chapter 29 5-Colored Divine Stone Flower. On that day, the information from the reconnaissance department was sent out one by one, and everyone functioned in fear of something big happening. However, the originator had only just woken up from his nap and stretched. The current kill value balance is 12,600. Well, not bad. An extra 12,000 kill value in one night, very powerful. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei extracted 10,000 kill value to use on himself and Xiao Gu. The cultivation level broke through at a rapid pace. After thinking about it, raising his strength too quickly was also a problem. It was too easy to be detected. What awaited Chen Fei in the future would most likely be sliced up and studied. In that case, it seemed that the proficiency of the hidden elemental technique had to be brought up a little further. Currently, it must at least reach the point where it could not be detected by a Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster. Chen Fei, there are only 12 days left before the 2-month period you mentioned. Xiao Gu poked Chen Fei's cheek to remind him. Of course I remember. How could Chen Fei forget the bet with Xiao Gu? The 2-month period was precisely the time of the bloodshed in the medical room. The Chen Fei of his previous life was not present at the scene, and he only knew that in medical room 16, the entire medical squad was all killed. Not only that, but even a few squads from the reconnaissance squad were also victimized. Before and after, a total of 7 or 8 squad members died in that incident, which was horrifying. Let's go to medical room number 16 to observe. After making up his mind, Chen Fei wanted to go and explore first. Just before he could leave the door of the medical room, he happened to run into Su Kuei and Wang Ji. Old Wang. There really isn't anything at all in the area you guys scouted? There really isn't, why would I lie to you? Wang Ji had a helpless look on his face. This question had been asked by Su Kuei countless times. Su Kuei rubbed his head. So what's wrong? Just the area we scouted. There was a large-scale demonic beast death, causing me to report upwards in a frenzy. Chen Fei twisted his head to the side, lest they see his embarrassment. If the guesses were correct, this matter was again the work of the lesser 10,000 poison compass kings. However, their conversation also allowed Chen Fei to get a very important piece of information, that large-scale demonic beast deaths would attract the attention of the scouting team. Then, if he slaughtered the peripheral demonic beasts in the area corresponding to Medical Room 16, I wonder if he could avoid the bloodshed this time? Saying that, he did it. Xiao Gu sent a message to its offspring and moved towards Medical Room number 16. Moving all the way, slaughtering all the way. Chen Fei, Minister Xie asked us to ask how the matter of the 10,000 poison compound is going. The purpose of Su Kuei and Wang Ji's trip was precisely for the 122nd grade 10,000 poison compasses that Chen Fei had promised. Here, treat them well. When the 120 small level 2, stage 1 10,000 poison compass kings appeared in front of Su Kuei and Wang Ji, both of their eyes widened. Wow go! Chen Fei, you're an intermediate royal beast master at this? The two's exclamations of surprise did not attract the attention of Zhou Yan, Lin Qi and the others, as they had long since finished being surprised, especially Yang Xian, who looked like he had seen a ghost. He was also certain at that moment that talent was greater than effort. Chen Fei waved his hand. Keep a low profile. After communicating a few sentences, he headed towards Medical Room number 16. Medical Room number 16. Only when Chen Fei arrived here did he realize that there were only 2 medics in the entire medical room. Henan walked towards one of the curly-haired youths. Hello? Where's your captain? How come it's just the 2 of you? Ji Tai Rong lazily replied. The captain has gone into the mountains. Do you want to see a doctor or what? Into the mountains? Going into the mountains at this time of the year had to make Chen Fei have some special thoughts. No, I'm looking for your captain for something. So did he say when he would be back? Ji Tai Rong shook his head. That's not true. He only said that he went into the mountains to look for beast pet evolution materials. Hearing this, Chen Fei always felt that something was not quite right. It was fine for a medical squad leader to go into the mountains to look for evolutionary materials. Why would he bring along his team members? After thinking about it, Chen Fei pulled out a few inferior spirit stones and stuffed them into Ji Tai Rong's hand. What evolutionary materials are they looking for? So secretive. Ji Tai Rong did not move and put it away. His movements were very stealthy. And then whispered, I heard that 5-colored divine stone flowers have appeared in the mountains. You know, this thing is so valuable that many medical squads and scouting squads have gone forward to fight for it. 5-colored divine stone flower? Chen Fei did not have an impression of this kind of spiritual flower, and could only summon the Holy Dictionary. 5-colored divine stone flower. Qualification. Grade a spiritual plant. Introduction. This flower only blooms on top of 5-colored soil. The 5 petals represent the 5 systems of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Usage. Combined with the corresponding materials, it has a chance to evolve the elemental system demonic beasts. After evolving, the demonic beast has a chance to awaken a new elemental system. In addition to this, there are also 6-colored flowers and 7-colored flowers. With each additional petal, the qualification would be raised by 1 level, and the chance of awakening a new element would be greatly increased. Note: 5-colored earth is also a rare spiritual earth, so don't waste it. After reading the information on the 5-colored divine stone flower, even Chen Fei was quite moved. Elemental demonic beasts were too common, but they were usually single or double, and there were rarely any elemental demonic beasts with 3 or more lineages. If it really reached 3 more elements because of the 5-colored divine stone flower, that would be quite something. Even if it wasn't an S-rank qualification, it was still the kind that was very close. In that case, it was understandable that even the medical team was involved. Since it's so precious, why don't you go? Ji Tai Rong looked at Chen Fei with a speechless face. Whether this 5-colored divine stone flower is real or fake is still one thing. Why would I go and make do? I'm not the one to take the benefits if there are any. Moreover, look at me again, intermediate level 7 therapist. What am I going to do in the mountains? Sending myself to death. Chen Fei looked at this Ji Tai Rong twice more. Very self-aware, At least he wouldn't be swept away by the five-colored divine stone flower. Last question. Where did the news of the five-colored divine stone flower come from? This question, Ji Tairong wasn't clear either. I only know that the news came out of nowhere. It's unknown exactly from whom it came out. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to leave, but he always felt that something wasn't quite right. For one, the five-colored divine stone flower was too rare and precious, and it required five-colored soil to cultivate it. But where did this Baiyue mountain range get five-colored soil? Secondly, the timing wasn't quite right. It was too close to the time when the bloodshed broke out. Thirdly, this news came too suddenly but was very limited. Surprisingly, only these few teams knew about it, no one else knew about this. There was a big problem in it. Xiao Gu, pick a few speed-type corps controlling demonic beasts and quickly head to the area of Medical Room 16 to look for signs of these few teams. At the first sign of movement, feel free to share your vision over. Since he had sensed a problem, Chen Fei naturally would not let it go. It was just that this search was a few days in the past. Chapter 30 Deeper into the Inner Circle? September 23rd. Having been unable to find any trace of Medical Team 16, Chen Fei had no choice but to focus his attention on strength enhancement. In order to hide his cultivation as much as possible, Chen Fei prioritized giving his kill value to the hidden Yuan skill. The proficiency level of hidden elemental technique has increased from skillful level proficient level. Advantages brought about by elevation. 1. In addition to cultivation, it also hides breath and killing aura. 2. In addition to hiding oneself, one can also hide beast pets. Note: cultivation concealment cannot be probed below Sovereign Rank 5. Sovereign Rank 5 is indeed a watershed. Cheng Jingjing is still at Sovereign Rank 3 while Xiaosun is at Sovereign Rank 4. As long as he displayed his strength at the intermediate level 3 stage, he could avoid the gazes of many people. Then in one breath, he raised his strength to intermediate rank 9, and his kill value bottomed out once again. At this point, Chen Fei had no intention of continuing to raise his cultivation. One was to wait for Xiao Gu to raise to the second level 9th rank, and the other was to save up 100,000 kill values. It was also time for the Phantom Soul Fox to come out. Chen Fei, our large force has arrived at the area that Medical Squad 16 is responsible for. Xiao Gu directly burrowed into the middle of the lower-grade spirit stone, enjoying the abundant aura. After a few days of shifting, the 10,000 Poison Compound King's large force cleared all the way through and finally arrived at this area. Chen Fei nodded. Continue the massacre without stopping. See if you can alert the number 16 medical squad responsible for this area, as well as the number 86 and number 87 scouting teams. 5 days had already passed, and surprisingly, medical squad number 16 had yet to return. If someone reported it up, there would definitely be disciplinary action for dereliction of duty. With such an attitude, no wonder the bloodshed first erupted here. Suddenly, Xiao Gu drilled out of the spirit stone. Chen Fei, the advance force has discovered a group of people. This advance force was none other than the speedy demonic beasts that Chen Fei had asked Xiao Gu to send out to find Medical Team 16. Chen Fei sat up straight. Share the vision over. The field of view was linked. Chen Fei then saw a group of people frantically fleeing. Some had lost an arm, some were dressed in rags, and some had broken legs and could only rely on their teammates to carry them all the way. These people were covered in dust. Their hair was disheveled, and their clothes were in tatters, making them look wretched. Chen Fei noticed the insignia on them. They were medical squads number 15 and number 16, as well as scouting squads number 86, number 87, and number 88. With a full complement, there were at least 50 people, but now it looked like there were only about 20 people left. Surprisingly, more than half of the soldiers were folded in it. Taking another look around, the position they were in was the junction between the middle zone and the inner perimeter. How did they dare? How dare they go deeper into the inner perimeter? Even a patriarch-level royal beastmaster like Cheng Jingjing and Xiaosun didn't dare to take half a step in. Even the king-level royal beastmasters came over and hovered one step at a time. Chen Fei finally understood how serious this bloodshed was. There were black slime worms in the outer perimeter, earth-splitting demon worms in the middle ground, and who knew what other thousand weird and bizarre things were in the inner perimeter. Without hesitation, Chen Fei directly knocked on Cheng Jingjing's office door. With things having reached this point, it was no longer something that he, an intermediate imperial beastmaster, could do as he pleased. Come in. What are you doing here? Cheng Jingjing was still quite satisfied with Chen Fei's cultivation speed. At least he wasn't slowed down by martial arts. But this guy had always been unfazed by changes. Why was he in such a hurry today? Minister, my imperial beasts have the ability to hatch, you know this. That's why I released a batch of them out of the city this while, and went forward to the Baiwa mountain range to grow on their own. As a result, just now, my beast pet discovered a group of several small teams that fled for their lives from the inner perimeter. Chen Fei quickly told the cause and effect, and mentioned a mouthful of 5-colored divine stone flowers. Chang Jingjing's brows knit tightly and her face was ugly. These guys, who gave them the guts to go deeper into the inner perimeter. Don't you want to lose your life for the 5-colored divine stone flower? She brought Chen Fei and quickly rushed to medical room number 16, still cursing along the way, hearing Chen Fei's ears getting calloused. Ji Tai Rong looked at the black-faced Chang Jingjing coming over and instantly panicked. Minister, greeted by Chang Jingjing's tirade and saliva. Department of Afarta Minister, you still put me in the eye knot? Did I set the rule that any medical squad member can only go to the middle zone at most, not deep into the inner perimeter? Also, if a member of the medical team has to leave for more than 2 days, he must ask for a leave of absence. You've been gone for 5 days and you didn't report it? If Chen Fei hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. You people, you deserve to die outside. Ji Tai Rong was about to bury his head into the ground. This was indeed something they did wrong and couldn't defend. Chang Jingjing became more and more angry as she spoke, directly pounding her fist on the table. The tabletop was pounded out a hole by her. This made both Chen Fei and Ji Tai Rong gulp in fear. So fierce. This Chang Jingjing should have a power-type demonic beast and can be added to humans. Over time, Chang Jingjing also has a certain power attribute. If this is a punch on his own body, he will not spit out several mouths of blood. After venting, Chang Jingjing also calmed down a bit. Chen Fei, where did they get to? Chen Fei quickly reported his position. Just past the middle zone. Now they have entered the periphery. Good. Chang Jingjing directly picked up her cell phone and made a call out. Hey, old Xing. Have your people close the city gates. There will be a few squads coming back later. Remember not to let them enter the city and arrange for them to go to the temporary observation house first. Also, tell your people not to get too close, so that they don't get contaminated or parasitized by anything unclean. On the other end of the phone, it was Baiwa City, the head of the city's defense department, Xing Xiaoshan, whose cultivation was straight up to the 8th rank of the Zhongshe grade, and he was the first line of defense of Baiwa City. Normally, the king-level royal beast master was not in charge. The only time he would appear was during a big accident or a beast tide. Xing Xiaoshan rarely heard Chang Jingjing's tone so serious. What's wrong this is? Is it that serious? It's better if he doesn't say it. As soon as he says it, Chang Jingjing gets angry. Damn. These little guys even went deep into the inner perimeter. You say it's serious or not? Xing Xiaoshan had gotten used to Chang Jingjing's scolding tone and didn't feel anything. Instead, it was the matter of going deeper into the inner perimeter that made him horrified. Because his left eye, which was blinded after entering the inner perimeter, nowadays he could only wear an eye patch all year round. If he, a patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster, was still like this, how could these squads possibly have a good outcome? Alright, I know, I'll make the arrangements. You and Xie had better come over as well. The matter was more serious than imagined, and one had to be on guard. After hanging up the phone, Chang Jingjing was ready to head to the temporary observation house. He was stopped by Chen Fei. Minister, bring me along. And then he quickly explained, I can have my beast pet enter the temporary observation house as well, and then share the view to everyone. This will prevent anyone from coming into head-on contact with them. Chen Fei's proposal made it hard for Chang Jingjing to refuse. Alright, you come along as well. Chapter 31, Weird Moss. It wasn't long before a group of people from Squad 16 finally escaped the 100U mountain range. Open the door. Open the city gates. We have team members who need to be rescued. Open the city gates quickly. The captain of medical squad number 16, Chu Chongxin, was anxious. Not only were his team members injured, even his lover had been poisoned by the world-destroying mad ant. With their squad's resources, there was no way to detoxify this toxin, and a higher-ranked poison healer was needed. The guards on the city gates didn't open the door and said solemnly, Sorry, we've been notified. Please move a few of you to the temporary observation house. The temporary observation house was outside the city, between the city walls and the Baiwa mountain range, facing the danger of demonic beasts attacking at any time. In Chu Chongxing's heart, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. He unwillingly shouted, Are you guys abandoning us? What have we done wrong? There were many who were sent into the temporary observation house, but those who didn't die and walk out had to shed a layer of skin. The guards were expressionless as they said, "I'm sorry. This is Minister Xing's order. We must carry it out." Chu Chongxin was still thinking of arguing with reason, but he was pulled by the people around him. "Forget it. Maybe our entry into the inner perimeter has been discovered, or else we wouldn't be waiting in such a tight formation." But Chu Chongxin opened his mouth and finally swallowed back the words that reached his throat. There was no other way. He could only request, "We can go to the safe house, but please also send over a poison healer, who must be able to detoxify the world-destroying mad ant." The guard spoke again. "It's already on its way. It'll be here soon." Unable to do anything else, Chu Chongxin could only lead the crowd to the temporary observation house. Instead of a house, it was more like an enlarged version of a crystal box. It was still constructed by the Level 4 Crystal Department skill. However, this large crystal box is divided into 3 layers. The inner layer divides the room, the middle layer serves as reinforcement, and the outer layer blocks light and protects privacy. Chang Jingjing, Xie Sun, Xing Xiaoshan and Chen Fei had long been waiting in front of the monitoring room, watching Chu Chongxin and the others enter. Only after all, separated by the screen, breath, symptoms, toxins, and so on could not be confirmed. Chang Jingjing looked at Chen Fei. When your beast pet was level 1, it could detoxify level 2 beasts. Now that it has also become a level 2 beast, can it detoxify level 3 exterminating mad ant? Chen Fei pretended to think before giving an unclear answer a little later. "Try it. I don't know if it will work. Go on, by the way. Have your beast pet share its vision over," Chang Jingjing commanded. After receiving the order, hundreds of small king poisonous compulsion kings jumped out from Chen Fei's body. Looking at the several people's densophobia was about to release. Xie couldn't help but ask, "Chen Fei, just how many offspring have your 10,000 poison compasses hatched?" There's probably about 10,000 heads." This question was really difficult for Chen Fei. He didn't know exactly how many heads had hatched. He could only say many, many. Hearing this figure, the 3 patriarch-level bigwigs were all astonished. 10,000 heads crushed through, any intermediate-level Imperial Beastmaster would have to be buried, right? This hatching speed of yours, it's a bit perverse. This had already exceeded the hatching speed possessed by a B-class beast, and Xie had to be skeptical. Chen Fei just lightly said, "Some opportunity. Right now my beast pet is a Class A 10,000 poison compass king." He only wanted to hide the matter of his cultivation rising too quickly. As for the matter of qualifications, he did not intend to hide it. It wasn't a bad thing to let these bigwigs discover his potential earlier. He needed a certain amount of resources tilted in his favor. After knowing that it was the Compass King, Xie did not ask any further questions. He only secretly said that it was a pity why such a talent was not under his command. Chang Jingjing also secretly put this matter down, have to watch a little more closely, or do not know which day will be Xie Sun this old man pry away. Chen Fei does not have time to care about the minds of these people. His heart is on Chu Chongxin and others. In his previous life, Chu Chongxiong didn't die in the Baiyue mountain range, but rather in the middle of the medical room, which meant that something else terrible had happened in it. As the tiny ancients entered, the vision was shared over. The first thing Chen Fei had to do was to first have the tiny ancient ones detoxify Chu Rebirth and the others. The weakest world-destroying mad ant possessed A-class qualifications, while the queen even possessed S-class qualifications. What Chu Chongxin and the others encountered was exactly a 3rd level 5-7 rank world exterminating crazy ant swarm. A single one was enough to pose a threat to them, let alone a swarm. Even a 4th level demon general wouldn't dare to easily meet this swarm of world exterminating crazy ants. Not to mention that these world-destroying mad ants possessed super strong blood toxins, which belonged to level 3 poison. It would trigger blood degeneration, necrotic lesions, inhibition of paralyzing the cardiovascular and respiratory centers, and so on. Without timely treatment, one would surely die. Chu Chongxin didn't recognize the little 10,000 poison compound king and immediately summoned his beast pet to prepare for battle. After spending a few days in the Baiyue mountain range, he was a bit winded. The scouting squad stopped him. "This is a beast pet sent by poison healer Chen Fei, one of our own." Chu Chongxin was relieved, but he still didn't take the beast pet back. The poison of the exterminating mad ant wasn't too difficult for Xiao Gu, only that Chen Fei still had it suppress its healing speed. While healing, Chang Jingjing's voice came through the surveillance. "Tell us, what exactly happened and why did you guys go deeper into the inner perimeter?" A group of people looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't know how to explain. "I'll say it." Chu Chongxin put away his beast pet while sitting down in disheveled state. after organizing his words for a while before speaking. I heard that the 5-colored divine stone flower appeared in the middle of the 100U mountain range, and all 5 of our squads didn't hold back the temptation to go on a treasure hunt. We'll only take the backbone members, and it's still not too much of a problem to go around the middle zone. On the first day, we searched during the day and found a safe zone to recuperate at night. Everything was normal. On the second day, we really did find the 5-colored divine stone flower. It was also at that moment that everything became different. When they said this, the faces of the group of people were still filled with palpitations. Chong Jingjing and the others didn't interrupt, letting them finish their words slowly. We found a total of 5-colored divine stone flowers, and this discovery made us overjoyed. A small team will share one plant and there won't be any conflicts. However, when we carefully approached the 5-colored divine stone flower, the surroundings changed along with it. It was only at this time that we realized that it was just a mirage. Mirage was originally a natural geographic refraction phenomenon, but there were some demonic beasts that could naturally manipulate this kind of phenomenon. This type of skill was actually also a type of illusion with a lower killing power, but a more realistic environment, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false. Chu Chongxin continued. When we realized that it was fake, we wanted to retreat at the first opportunity. But it was already too late. As if the moss on the ground had come to life, it began to wriggle and spread over a large area, coming towards us. At that time, Xiao Yuan was the closest and was accidentally touched by this moss. After only a few seconds, Xiao Yuan began to roll around on the ground non-stop, screaming. Our medical team started using various light and wood skills, all of which were useless. But before he could scream a few times, Xiao Yuan could no longer open his mouth because he had already become one with the moss. It seemed to have become the moss's nourishment, and more moss kept multiplying out of him. Where have we seen this before? We can only desperately escape. Chapter 32. Evil King Number 8, Stitching Skill. This moss? I've come across it before. The one who spoke was Xing Xiaoshan. Chong Jingjing and the others followed to look over, and they heard Xing Xiaoshan continue. That time, I chased that fugitive to break into the 100U mountain range alone. But before I even reached the inner perimeter, I came across this kind of moss. I watched with my own eyes as the senior 9th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster was devoured by the moss just like that, without the ability to struggle at all. Xing Xiaoshan's words caused those present to stare. Advanced 9th rank could be devoured. Then there was no chance of Chu Xiaoxiong and the others being alive when they encountered this thing. As expected, the most feared thing was not how strong the enemy was, but this kind of unknown enemy. After everyone digested for a while, Chong Jingjing signaled Chu Chongxin to continue. That weird bloodthirsty moss blocked our retreat. There was no other way. We could only dodge towards a place without moss. But soon we realized a fatal problem. We lost our direction. We seemed to have inadvertently broken into an illusionary realm, and no matter how far we ran, our surroundings were exactly the same. It was then that we were sure we had run into a ghostly wall. Mirages could appear, and it didn't seem strange to run into a ghostly wall. It was only that Chen Fei felt that this was too coincidental. It just so happens that where there are 5-colored divine stone flowers there is moss, and it just so happens that where there is moss there is also a ghost hitting the wall. How does it sound like a trap? I don't know how long it took before we escaped this piece of ghost-beating wall, and the bad thing is that we actually broke into the inner perimeter without realizing it. 4th-level demonic beasts walk everywhere there, and occasionally you can hear the hissing of a 5th-level demon king. The most terrifying thing was that it was filled with many unknown creatures. Monsters with human bodies but red lanterns on their heads. Tree demons that could walk but had human faces growing from their trunks. The scariest part was that those human faces were our own faces, each one twisted beyond recognition. There was also a normal Capricorn lion, but next to it was an extra leopard's head and an ape's head. A storm demon snake, but with bat-fleshy wings, and the tail of a poisonous scorpion. Everything looked spooky as hell. We were really scared and didn't have time to take a closer look, so we took the road and fled. Just as we ran, we realized that our teammates were getting fewer and fewer. The entire 42 people, until finally there were 18 of us left, and all of them suffered from different degrees of injuries. When saying this, Chu Chongxin's face obviously still had a few moments of palpitations, a few moments of collapse. Chong Jingjing and Xie looked towards Xing Xiaoshan, but saw Xing Xiaoshan shake his head. The last time I entered the inner circle was already a year ago. I don't know what changes have happened inside now. Xing Xiaoshan was unclear, but Chen Fei was pondering. In his previous life, he had heard a word or two, and it seemed that the number 8 evil king among the 10 evil kings could sew demonic beasts together. Sewing 2 or several unrelated demonic beasts together, as a result, the strength of that mutated demonic beast increased drastically and retained the characteristics of each demonic beast. Quite bizarre. According to Chu Rebirth's description, it is likely that those bizarre creatures he saw are all this evil king's test subjects. I didn't expect this evil king to come out so quickly, and now he should be in the middle of accumulating strength. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Fei's heart was clogged. He very much wanted to try out what he knew, so that Cheng Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan and the others would be more vigilant. However, he didn't know where to start, nor did he have any way to explain how he knew this. He couldn't say that he was born again, could he? After considering for a long time, Chen Fei still swallowed those words back. Wait a minute. If the tiny ancients were allowed to go deeper into the inner perimeter and then share their vision, wouldn't what they themselves saw be the best evidence? Strength, what he was lacking now was still strength. If one wanted the tiny ancients to go deeper into the inner perimeter, they would have to be at least a 3rd level high rank. And there must be an existence like the phantom soul fox that can break through illusions. Otherwise, the strength is strong, but only in the illusion of spinning, the actual effect is equal to 0. While several people were pondering, the tiny ancients had already cleared the toxins of the world-destroying mad ants. And then they began to observe if there was anything wrong with the several people. With the vision shared by the little Gu, they could feel that the 18 people's breath were all quite low. There was also a woman called Ling Ling who was in a coma, not knowing when she would wake up. Other than that, it was hard to see anything else. Cheng Jingjing approached the microphone. You all know? Stay in the temporary observation house for at least half a month. I will have someone send you food every day. If there's nothing wrong with all of you after half a month, then I'll let you out. With things having come to this point, Chu Chongxin and the others were also resigned to their fate. One could only hope that nothing else happened in this half-month. Afterwards, Cheng Jingjing looked at Chen Fei. This time, you deserve a 3rd-class merit. If you hadn't realized it early, when this group of people entered the city, the consequences would have been quite serious. Do you guys have any opinions? Cheng Jingjing said this to Xiesun and Xing Xiaoshan. Both of them shook their heads. They also recognized Chen Fei's credit. The fear was not that all these people would die, but that they would bring back something they shouldn't. Then it would truly take human lives to fill them. Chen Fei wasn't overjoyed by a 3rd-class merit. He always felt that things weren't that simple. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Fei tossed and turned and just couldn't sleep. It was suspected that the sighting of Evil King number 8 had stuck in his throat. Unable to sleep anyway, Chen Fei asked Xiao Gu to share his vision over. At this moment, there was already a group of advanced troops heading to the middle zone. The middle zone was littered with tertiary beasts, yet it wasn't completely devoid of opportunities. Gui controlled the bright mantis and led a group of tiny Gu to the shadows. Instead of being smaller in size, it was more suitable for assassination. A level 3, First Order Raging Lotus Inflammation Butterfly. This butterfly was an evolved version of the Red Lotus Inflammation Butterfly, with grade A qualifications. Its inflammatory poison had risen from a level 2 poison to a level 3 poison, and even if it wasn't inhaled into the lungs, but just on the surface of the skin, it would cause a strong burning sensation which would then burn layer by layer right into the bone marrow. Raging Lotus Inflammatory Butterfly also has a lot of fire skills, and our 3 or 5 heads traveling together is also considered to be a more dangerous existence in the middle zone. The biggest drawback was still a weak body, and this, in turn, became Gu Yi's only chance. Thousands of small 10,000 poisonous Compass Kings were already prepared, just waiting for Chen Fei to give the order. As the angry lotus flame butterfly approached, Xiao Gu's order came out. Little ones, use silver silk entanglement together. The scene was particularly spectacular as thousands of spider webs flew out, and it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. If it was Tang Jian's Violet Thunder Phoenix against these thousands of spider webs, it would only be dumbfounded. Sometimes quantitative changes could cause qualitative changes. Not to mention that at this point, the silver silk entanglement skill was already at the proficient level. It was difficult for a level 2 beast to break free, and a level 3 beast would need some time. But being stuck by these more than 1,000 spider webs at the same time, how could the angry lotus flame butterfly break free so quickly? Chapter 33. Strange changes rise again. 3 large cocoons quickly appeared on the ground. The raging lotus inferno butterfly was definitely not going to sit back and wait for death. Using the red lotus bloom skill to form a red lotus flower around it, that was scorching hot. This lotus flower not only had a certain defensive effect, it could also burn everything around it. I'm afraid that half a minute's time would be enough to break free, leaving little time for Gu. And Gu had only one role to play, which was to drag these 3 cocoons to quickly fly towards the periphery. If they were to fight in place, they were afraid of attracting more angry lotus flame butterflies. The little 10,000 poison compound kings naturally wouldn't stop there, and they quickly launched their second attack on the 3 cocoons. That was poison. Poison was their specialty, and Mushroom 1 was launched first. The combination of paralysis plus hallucinations, a second more was a second more to be able to stall. It was followed by the second poison. This second poison is Toxin Bug 1. This one poison gathered the venom of all the poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, poisonous spiders, and other demonic beasts that Xiao Gu currently had access to, and mixed them together. And it wasn't mixed randomly, as long as the toxicity was similar and not mutually exclusive. In the end, 779 types of toxins were picked out from amongst these toxins and mixed together. This poisonous insect one once appeared that is 3-level blood poison, nerve poison. The poisoned person's whole body meridians are like being tightly wrapped by countless poisonous spider threads, and the body is unable to move. Immediately afterward, the toxin would gradually erode the body functions, causing the person or demonic beast to feel extreme pain, and eventually die due to obstructed breathing and heartbeat. The raging lotus inferno butterfly had the red lotus added to its body, so it was not necessarily possible to kill it, but what Chen Fei wanted was just the effect of the meridian entanglement, to continue to stall for time. After that, there was the nightmare one. This poison was extracted from a variety of rare plants. After being poisoned, one would fall into an endless nightmare. The fear, pain, etc. experienced in the dreams would gradually erode their minds until their consciousness collapsed, waiting for death to come. With the constant accumulation of toxins, Xiao Gu's poisonous kiss also became terrifying. Coupled with the previous colorless one, with 4 sets of toxins, any defenseless demonic beast would have to suffer. Moreover, when the effects of these toxins passed, the little Gus could have already stored the second batch of cobwebs and could launch them again. In this way, this whole set of processed down 3 angry lotus flame butterfly was controlled to doubt life. If we say that the previous little Gu was borrowing the bright mantis, thunder pupil ape, and other second-level demonic beasts to be so strong. Now, Xiao Gu's army had already formed itself into a faction, and even killing strongly across levels was not a problem. After all, how many people under the sky could breed 5 level 2 beast pets that were proficient in level 2 skills? When the 3 raging lotus flame butterflies arrived at the territory of the thunder pupil ape, bright mantis, and other beasts, they were greeted with a hammer blow. Just like that, 2 raging lotus butterflies were captured alive, and 1 was poisoned to death in the middle of the journey. Killed level 3. First order raging lotus flame butterfly. Kill value plus 100. Adding 100 points of kill value directly, a level 3 beast could be too flavorful. This kills a 1,000 heads, 100,000 kill value to hand. The phantom soul fox will be able to come out. However, Chen Fei wouldn't do this. Directly killing these 2 angry lotus flame butterflies certainly didn't smell any better than parasitizing them. While they are at their weakest, parasitize plus control corpse in the past. Controlling them was not the same as having the battle power of 2/3 level beasts. Afterwards, utilizing their battle power, coupled with the superb control of the little ancient army, wave after wave of tertiary beasts were pulled over. Although the process was incredibly tedious, soon afterward, it was an army of tertiary beasts. Then using this army to slaughter the tertiary beasts, the efficiency would definitely be faster. What Chen Fei needed was always just time. Given enough time, even if he only had Xiao Gu as a beast pet, he could still control half of the Baihui mountain range. Time passed day by day and soon came to the end of September. Everything was business as usual in the temporary observation house, and nothing special had happened. Not only was Chu Chongxin himself relieved, even Cheng Jingjing, Xing Shaoshan and the others followed suit. For things to develop in a good direction, that naturally couldn't be better. However, the most unwanted accident still happened. Boom! Boom! Several loud bangs came from the side of the temporary observation house. Cheng Jingjing several people immediately came to the city wall, only to find that the entire observation house had been pushed away from its original position. The outermost crystal cover had shattered, and the remaining 2 layers had cracks. The people inside were temporarily intact, only that they were all terrified. A large hole was left where the original temporary observation house had been. Based on the size, it should have been left by the earth-splitting demon worm. Xing Shaoshan asked the earth demonic beast royalty to quickly fill up this hole, and then summoned his own beast pet. Chen Fei was not familiar with Xing Shaoshan and looked over curiously. 9 turns crystal snake. Strength, 4th level, 8th rank. Attribute, crystal system, meat tan system, strength system. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills, 1. Crystal manipulation, able to control the or substance in the earth to form a wide-range killing crystal skill. Proficiency, peak level. 2. Crystal shuttle, can utilize crystalline matter to shuttle or instantly move. Proficiency, proficient level. Due to insufficient proficiency, it can currently only be used 3 times a day. Seeing this crystal shuttle, Chen Fei realized why Xing Shaoshan was able to escape from the inner perimeter of the Baihui mountain range. When utilized well, it was equivalent to a normal time travel skill, escaping invincibly. Immediately afterward, he saw the 9-turn crystal snake controlling the crystal or under the ground, condensing it into a crystal pillar, first sealing the entrance of the cave, and then protecting the rest around the observation house, preventing earth-drilling demonic beasts like the earth-splitting demon worm from destroying the crystal house again. Chong Jingjing also summoned her own beast pet, Greenwood Spirit Ape. Strength, 4th level, 3rd stage. Attribute, elemental auxiliary healing. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to be promoted to SSS grade qualification. Skills, 1. Life restoration, can draw on the wood system's life force to heal other living beings. Proficiency, peak level. 2. Close to nature, can communicate with plants within a certain range. Proficiency, proficiency level. As the Greenwood Spirit Ape made a throwing motion, a handful of seeds were thrown around the temporary observation house. Immediately after, these seeds quickly sprouted green buds and quickly grew into small greenwoods that were over 2 meters tall. A piece of these green trees swayed, and green points of light floated up, which then entered the observation house and floated into Chu Chongxin and the others. In an instant, Chu Chongxin and the others' minds instantly calmed down, and the injuries on their bodies were mostly healed as well. This is the difference between S rank and A rank. The Greenwood Spirit Ape can heal groups from a distance, while his own mom's human face spirit flower can only heal from a close distance. I thought that things ended here. Did not expect the change to rise again. Chapter 34. Black Slime Worm Evolution. Without the interference of the earth-splitting demon worm, the temporary house was temporarily safe. Chu Chongxin and the others followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Ling. Ling Ling, what happened to you? Ling Ling, don't scare me. An urgent cry woke up Chu Chongxiang, who had just relaxed. He hurriedly leaned over and realized that Ling Ling, the girl who had been lying down and had not awakened, had suddenly awakened. And the first thing she did when she woke up was not to ask where this was, not to ask what happened to her, but to cover her stomach and start rolling from side to side. It hurts. Ah. There's something in my stomach. Don't drill. I beg you, don't drill. As Chu Chongxin watched Ling Ling cry out in pain, even taking her own head and hitting the floor, he had an indescribably hard time. He hastily summoned his beast pet to heal her. However, he forgot that the Greenwood Spirit Ape was still outside, and the healing ability of a rank 4 beast was no better than his. If the Greenwood Spirit Ape couldn't even heal, what right did Chu Chongxin have? Chu Shige, what's going on? Seeing that the temporary house was in chaos, Cheng Jingjing hurriedly asked. However, before Chu Chongxin could respond, something terrifying happened. Ling Ling's body suddenly tensed up, and then her stomach burst open. Blood, broken flesh, and tattered organs sprayed everything around her. The bed, the floor, on the clothes of the others. Chu Reborn's face. Ah! The girls at the scene could no longer help but shriek. The sound of fear seemed as if it could tear apart the entire makeshift house. The others who were still calm were also backing away, not daring to approach at all. Vomit, even Chu Chongxin held onto the wall and dry heaved a few times. This kind of bloody scene, even if he was a medical team leader, he had never seen it before. From Chen Fei, Chong Jingjing's and their perspectives, they only saw an area of the transparent temporary house suddenly blush red. And then this blood slowly flowed down along the crystal walls. A few people's hearts thumped. Something was still wrong. Chen Fei had Xiao Gu share his vision out at the first opportunity, and several people were able to see what was happening inside. When they saw such a bloody scene, their stomachs were also queasy. There's something. There's something crawling out of Ling Ling's body. The girl who spoke, Ding Si, had been the closest, and when she saw this scene, she held back the trembling in her heart and ran outside at breakneck speed. Chu Chongxin looked over, and it turned out to be a black slimy worm. No wonder Ling Ling died tragically. It turned out to be this guy's ghost. Under indignation, Chu Chongxin began to let his beast pets attack him. However, this black slime worm was even more fragile than imagined, shattering with a single hit. That's right, just like porcelain falling from a height, it shattered straight away. The most frightening thing was that it shattered with regularity, forming small black slime worms the size of sesame seeds. And then it floated in mid-air, slowly filling the entire room. The one who reacted first was Ding Si. She pushed open the door of the room and ran out, and then came to the big door of the temporary house and kept flapping. "Let me out, Minister, let me out. There are countless black slime worms in here. I don't want to die. I don't want to die the same way as Ling Ling." The others followed and ran over. "Minister, open the door. Wait for those black slime worms to float over. Minister, please, do you really want to see us killed alive by the black slime worms?" At this moment, Chang Jingjing had a gloomy face. She wanted to save, but she couldn't. If it was an ordinary black slime worm, it would be fine, but this time what they had messed with was the evolution of the Black Slime Worm King. Chen Fei turned over the sacred codex and saw the relevant information. Black Slime Worm King, not the original body. Strength, 3rd level, 8th rank. Attribute, Poison, Life, Assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills, 1. Spore diffusion. The body can split into countless spores, and as long as one spore survives, it will not truly die. Can be used for escape or parasitism. Proficiency level 2. No wonder that the moment Chu Rebirth attacked the Black Slime Insect King, it would shatter into thousands of spores, so it turned out to be its special skill. These spores were like dandelions, floating in the wind, and once the temporary house was opened, these spores would float out. It didn't even need to enter through the mouth. As long as it landed on top of the skin, these spores could parasitize. And then, after a period of fermentation, forming a complete whole, after which they were broken out like Ling Ling. So Cheng Jingjing didn't dare to gamble. She didn't know if these spores would float into the city. Even if only one spore floated in, the consequences would be devastating. It was also at this moment that Chen Fei truly understood how serious the bloodshed in his previous life was. No wonder 7 or 8 teams died. What was even more frightening was that the Black Slime Worm King in front of him had only grown from one of its spores. It was feared that the main body was still deep within the Baiyu mountain range. This allowed Chen Fei to calm down a few points. Currently, Xiao Gu was very strong at the same rank, but not stronger than the Black Slime Worm King. At least under the same rank, this spore proliferation Xiao Gu would have no way to solve it. If you have the opportunity, you must raise Xiao Gu to S rank. While Cheng Jingjing, Xing Shaoshan hesitated, Ding Si and the others had already been infected by all of them. Their eyes no longer had light, and even the whites of their eyes turned black. Suddenly, Ding Si raised his head strangely and stared at Cheng Jingjing's direction without letting go. "You humans are really cold-blooded. Obviously you can save your companions, but you die and don't save them, and you just watch them being slaughtered by me? Huh? Ha ha ha." Obviously, besides the Black Slime Worm King, there was also a terrifying monster hidden that could manipulate hearts. Under the rendering of its voice, Chen Fei realized that the eyes of the surrounding soldiers who saw Cheng Jingjing, Xing Shaoshan, and the others had obviously changed. Disappointment, grief, and hatred. It was a complex wave of emotions. It was, if you don't save Ding Si and the others this time, you can also not save them next time. After all, they were just soldiers at the lowest level. They hoped that even if they died, it would be an honorable death, not such a suffocating death. When he thought of this, cold sweat began to break out on Chen Fei's forehead. This was a nakedly masculine plot. If Cheng Jingjing and the others didn't save Ding Si and Chu Chongxin, then the soldiers would definitely have a problem with them, and they would carry the reputation of seeing death and saving lives. But if they saved, the danger would only be infinitely magnified. Once something happened in the city, Cheng Jingjing and the others would still be scolded. This was roasting them on the fire. If they really got their way, then the morale of Baiwa City would be severely and greatly damaged. Xing Shaoshan could have let the 9-turn crystal snake crush the temporary observation house with one hand. But the problem was that the Black Slime Worm King preferred not to parasitize Chu Chongxing. just to make him struggle and let him be seen by all the guards on the city walls. Do it! Xie gritted his teeth. If we don't do it, the consequences will only get worse. Xing Shaoshan was also of the same mindset, so he prepared to let the 9-turn crystal snake deal them a fatal blow. However, before he could make his move, he saw the temporary observation house being buried by a grayish-purple color as the parasitized people went soft one after another. And the ones who had released the poison were none other than the tiny ancient ones who had been staying in the temporary house. They fiercely looked at Chen Fei, only to see the other party looking over as well. Parasitized by the spores of the black slime worm king, they are already hopeless. As for that Chu Rebirth, keep it, it's still useful. Xing Shaoshan? What did you find out? Chapter 35, Human Figurines. Chen Fei stared at Chu Rebirth and slowly spoke. This purple poisonous mist is a level 3 nerve, blood poison. What he was talking about was none other than the poisonous insect number 1. Even a level 3 beast may not be able to resist this toxin without defense. But Chu Rebirth, human, resisted it. Chen Fei bit the word human very heavily. Xing Shaoshan, Cheng Jingjing, and the others glanced at each other, all hearing something unusual in it. Without asking any further questions, Xing Shaoshan allowed the 9-turn crystal snake to detain Chu Chongxin out and lock him in another crystal box. After that, he had the entire temporary observation room crystallize, and as the crystals shattered, whether it was the black slime insect king's spores, or Ding Si and the others, they all followed suit and turned into bits of starlight. However, some black ebony powder remained, which was picked up one by the little tiny ancient people. Chu Chongxin angrily slapped the crystal box. Minister, why are you guys so vicious? Among them, there are my lovers, my brothers, my comrades. Do you all just euthanize them without seeing if they still have a chance to save them? Then are you all going to obliterate me as well? Come on, erase me, so that I can be reunited with them. His trembling shoulders and helpless look revealed his grief, his voice almost breaking with tears. The soldiers on the city walls all sympathized with Chu Chongxin's ordeal, while becoming even more disappointed in Xing Shaoshan and the others. He's lying. A sudden voice caused Cheng Jingjing and the others to turn their heads. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Mr. and Mrs. Chen Qingyun, who had left the front line for a long time. And besides Xia Zhixue was Flower Fairy Deer, who could recognize hearts. Chen Fei just nodded at them and didn't say much. He didn't want to expose the relationship between the two parties. Old Xia, you guys are finally back. Cheng Jingjing instantly relaxed a few points. Xia Zhixue's combat power wasn't high, but her auxiliary beast pet was quite useful, doubling up as the head of the logistics and torture departments. It was important to realize that many times, fighting a war was all about logistics. Let's settle this guy at the bottom first. Xia Zhixue knew that now was not the time to catch up. Chu Rebirth, let me ask you, why are you crying on the surface but laughing on the inside? Xia Zhixue's words caused Chu Chongxin to freeze a little. You killed my comrades and now you want to insult my innocence? Chu Chongxiong was filled with grief and anger. Those guards ruthlessly empathized. This is too much, slaughtering someone's squad and putting a charge on them. Is this the game of those in power? Hearing this, Chen Qingyun frowned and summoned a demonic beast in bat form without saying a word. However, possessing 6 ears and green eyes, it looked very special. 6-eared clear sound bat. Strength, 4th level, 5th stage. Attribute, sonic, flight. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to be promoted to SSS grade qualification. Skills, 1. Sonic Blast Impact. Can send out special sonic attacks that cause interference or damage to the enemy's nervous system. Proficiency, proficiency level. 2. Sonic Barrier. Can create a sonic barrier that resists sonic attacks as well as defends against a portion of physical damage, elemental damage. Proficiency, proficient level. In addition to using sonic attacks, the 6-eared clear sound bat also possessed extremely sharp hearing, capable of hearing extremely subtle sounds, including the heartbeats and breathing of its prey. Because of this, Chen Qingyun was attached to the tracking department, combining the functions of tracking and surveillance. As soon as the 6-eared clear sound bat appeared, it constructed a sonic barrier to prevent Chu Chongxin's cries from affecting the guards again. Immediately after that, it used sound wave resonance to eliminate the sonic influence on these guards, thus restoring their normal minds. It turned out that these guards had been tricked without realizing it. They touched their faces. What happened to me just now? When I heard Chu Rebirth's cries, I felt my heart clogged up and wanted to go and comfort her. But now I surprisingly don't have that feeling anymore. It turns out that I've been attacked by a sound wave type skill without even realizing it. So this Chu Rebirth is? Seeing that these guards' minds were restored, Chu Chongxin didn't bother to pretend. The news I got was that the two of you were not in Baiyu City. I didn't expect you guys to come back in such a timely manner. Xia Zhishua chortled. You're not Chu Chongxin? Who the hell are you? You guess Let's see if you can guess, ha ha ha. Laughing, Chu Chongxin suddenly solidified his entire body. That's right, it was solidified. It solidified into a human figurine, only that a bizarre smile remained on his face. This smile was familiar to both Chen Fei and Mr. and Mrs. Chen Qinyun. It was precisely the same bizarre smile that Song Gong died with before. Chen Fei let a small 10,000 poison compass king drill into it, and the result shocked him severely. It's surprisingly empty inside, which means that what has been communicating with us is just a human skin. No wonder the black slime insect king spores didn't parasitize it. No wonder the poisonous smoke didn't have any effect on him. Something so bizarre and inexplicable caused Chen Fei to get goosebumps straight away. Was this Chu Rebirth a human figurine from the very beginning? Or did he only become a human figurine after the black slime worm king appeared? One question lingered in Chen Fei's mind. The faces of Chen Qinyun, Chang Jingjing, and the others were no better. 5 patriarch-level imperial beastmasters were present, yet they hardly failed to see anything unusual about the other party. In the world after the mist descended, many things were too unbelievable. Everywhere revealed strangeness, and common sense could no longer sustain them as they walked on. All disperse. Do what you need to do. Xing Shaoshan waved his hand, sending the others back to their posts. These guards no longer had the disappointment they had felt just now, but instead, because of the matter of Chu Chongxin's human figurine, each of them had chills in their hearts. There was only one thought left in their minds. Don't enter the Baiyu mountain range if you can. In the conference room, the 5 ministers plus 1 Chen Fei were all in a state of speechlessness. Although the matter had come to an end, it brought about too many questions. It wasn't until a long time later that Chang Jingjing opened her mouth. Old Xia, didn't you guys say you'd be back in a couple days? How come you arrived today? Xia Zhishua looked at Chen Fei. My son asked me to come over earlier, saying that something has happened. Your son is also in Baiyu City? Xing Shaoshan and Xie were at a loss. Only Chang Jingjing crossed her legs. Not only is he in Baiyu City, but he is right in front of your eyes. Xie Sun and Xing Shaoshan fiercely stared at Chen Fei. Chen Fei. Chen Qinyun. So that's how it is. Chen Fei just nervously rubbed the back of his head and didn't say anything. Chang Jingjing also followed and looked over. This time, Chen Fei has made a great achievement. Originally, he was only given a 3rd-class merit, but now it seems not quite enough, at least a 2nd-class merit. Xing Shaoshan concurred. Not bad. If he hadn't realized it early and let Chu Chongxin's group enter the city, the black slime worm king spores would have spread everywhere. It wouldn't have been so easy to solve then. And it's very likely that a spy like Chu Chongxin will be planted in. Dangerous. Too dangerous. Chan Qinyun didn't realize that there was still Chen Fei in this, and while he was happy for him, he couldn't help but open his mouth. This 2nd-class merit can be given, but it's kept secret. The others quickly understood what Chan Qinyun meant. Guns hitting heads, he was not wanting Chen Fei to be too conspicuous. All right, it's decided. Then on to the second thing. Xing Shaoshan stood up and opened the conference room's projector. Displayed on it were the photos of this incident. What do you guys think is true and false about Chu Rebirth mistakenly entering the inner circle before? Chapter 36. Selling Demonic Beasts. Xie stated his guess. Half true, half false. Otherwise Ding Si and the others should have retorted a long time ago. Chang Jingjing smoothly picked up. What I fear the most is this kind of half-true and half-false information. No matter what, it's true that the inner perimeter has undergone a huge change. The earth-cracking demon worm, the black sticky worm king, and the unknown thing that can turn people into human figurines. These changes are not good. So, gentlemen, the next days will be even harder. This meeting talked around the event for how long and also made some new rules, mainly to prevent sudden accidents in the Baiyu Mountains, as well as to reduce the death rate of soldiers. After leaving the conference room, Xiao Gu jumped onto Chen Fei's shoulder and said heavily, "It's really true that you've hit the nail on the head. Something big has really happened. I didn't expect that in the end, those people from true rebirth would still be unable to escape death. At this moment, little Gu had begun to believe that Chen Fei was being chased by the Demon King. It seemed that the only way to get out of this perilous situation was to work hard to become stronger, so that Chen Fei and also himself could get out of this perilous situation. Chen Fei also carried a few emotions. Yes, the last person was not saved. He had already informed Cheng Jingjing in advance, and even called his parents back in advance, but the results still didn't change anything. This inner circle was no different from hell. There was also that smile at the end that reminded Chen Fei of how he was almost killed in the dream world. He had originally suspected that the matter of the 5-colored divine stone flower wasn't that simple, and now it seemed that this incident most likely had the figure of this organization in it as well. A bunch of beasts that treat human lives like grass. Don't let me catch them. Chen Fei's fist squeezed and creaked. There was no such thing as hatred without a cause, only grievances with a cause. That's right, Xiao Gu. Take out what you found and take a look. Originally, when the 9-turn crystal snake pinched and burst the black slime insect king's spores, there were some things left over that were collected by Xiao Gu. Spore crystallization powder. Among tens of thousands of spores, only 1 or 2 crystallized powders can be produced. Due to the insufficient quantity, it is not possible for the companions to learn the spore diffusion skill. Oh, exempt. Surprisingly, this was the skill that Chen Fei had been tantalized by the first time he saw it. In other words, when there were enough, it would be possible for Xiao Gu to learn this skill. It's an absolute escape weapon. Well, this incident wasn't completely unrewarding. This discovery alone was enough for Chen Fei to spend so much effort. As for the subsequent crystallized powder, he had already thought of a way to obtain it. Afterward, Chen Fei continued to frantically raise his strength. Over the course of this week or so, the kill value had already been saved up to 90,000. With the last 10,000 kill value, Chen Fei was prepared to get it done without sleep or rest. Xiao Gu's cultivation level had also slowly followed suit, and was at the strength of the 7th rank of the 2nd level. The qualifications and potential of the aquamarine mantis and thunderpupil ape were both still good, but they clearly could no longer catch up with Chen Fei's pace. After a while of contact, Chen Fei had some feelings for them. Killing them was definitely not an option, but he didn't release them back to the Baihui mountain range either. If he continued to let them stay in the Baihui mountain range, sooner or later, they would be annihilated in it one day. After thinking about it, Chen Fei found Su Kuei and Wang Ji. Both were old acquaintances and had something to say. Old brother Chen Fei, what is it that you are looking for us today? The two were still quite thankful to Chen Fei because of the 3rd and 4th master's affairs, and were basically at his beck and call. Chen Fei went straight to the point. It's like this, Brother Su, Brother Wang. I have a batch of demonic beasts here that I want to put out for sale. You guys see if you need them. Su Kuei and Wang Ji glanced at each other, neither knowing what kind of medicine Chen Fei was selling in this gourd. However, they didn't jump to conclusions too early. After all, there were things about this little guy that were always so unexpected. Only to see Chen Fei directly move out some of the demonic beasts in the sacred Canon space. Due to having been controlled by little Gu, they left a certain branding. Having also spent some time with Chen Fei, their wildness was suppressed a lot. At least they wouldn't bite at the sight of people. Instead, they began to get close to humans. The two Su Kuei who were originally talking and laughing were directly dumbfounded. Grade 2, Level 8, a qualified Bylight Mantis. Level 2, Grade 6, a qualified Thunder Pupil Ape. Hiss! The two men viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Did old brother move out any chamber of commerce? Of the 20 demonic beasts that Chen Fei had moved out, 12 of them were A-class qualifications, so it was no wonder the two were surprised. Do the two old brothers have their eyes on any? Su Kuei and Wang Ji's eyes were shining brightly. They obviously had their eyes on them, but they never opened their mouths. Are the two old brothers having any concerns? Su Kuei scratched his head before helplessly saying, Older brother, I won't hide it from you. I rather like this thunder pupil ape, but I can't help but be shy. Wang Ji followed suit and nodded. They weren't like Chen Fei, who had the sacred canon of killing, where they could raise their strength with the killing value. Not only were there spirit stones for their own cultivation, but they also needed to prepare all sorts of evolutionary materials for their beast pets, evolve their bloodline, and so on. The money spent on subsequent cultivation was unknown to be several times more than the money spent on buying the beast in the first place. The one Chen Fei took out was already a level 2 beast, and the price was definitely higher. On the market, each head would cost more than 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei sort of understood the concerns of the two, But his initial purpose was not to run for spirit stones either. Two old brothers. I am also entrusted by someone who, more than anything, wants these beast pets to find suitable owners who can cherish them and guard them. As for the price, the two of you can rest assured that a 20% discount will be given, and it can be delivered with contribution value, and even allows payment in installments. Well, roughly 600 points of contribution value can be exchanged away for a B-class beast, and 2,000 points of contribution value an A-class beast. Of course, this is just the initial price. I can still make it cheaper since I have such a good relationship with the two old brothers. Chen Fei did not think of giving away others for nothing. Firstly, he also needed resources, especially contribution points, which were quite useful. Secondly, this was something that Xiao Gu had spent a lot of effort to tie up. Even if it was a no-cost deal, then at least the labor hours should be paid for. Lastly, the demonic beasts that were given out for free, others wouldn't necessarily dare to use them, and they weren't necessarily cherished if they didn't spend their own money on them. Instead of that, it would be better to earn extra money along the way. For a captain level like them, 2,000 points of contribution value to find someone to scrape together was still available. The two of them thought about it for a while. The price really wasn't too high, and it would be a lie to say that they weren't heartbroken. Su Kuei patted his chest. Xing, old brother, your price is so favorable I won't be pretentious. I have 1,200 points of contribution value in my hand, plus 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. What do you think? When converted down, it was just about 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones, so of course Chen Fei had no problem with it. Only that Chen Fei returned another 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones back. Brother Su, for this 20,000, have someone check to see if there are any other problems. If there are any problems, come to me in time. After all, after being controlled by Xiao Gu for so long, it was not guaranteed that there would be intellectual problems or damage to the soul, so a check was still necessary. Even if Chen Fei didn't say anything, Su Kuei would still send it to be checked. The result was only a slight injury to the soul. It was not a problem and would soon recover. Just like that, with the quality and price guaranteed, Su Kuei and Wang Ji didn't mind introducing them to their teammates or other squads. Before long, the demonic beasts in the sacred Canon space were sold out. Chen Fei was also a bit dumbfounded after accumulating so much wealth for the first time. A total of 3,800 contribution points, as well as tens of millions of medium-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there was still a portion of contribution points from the army side that had yet to be settled. These were only sold at a 20% discount, and it was hard to imagine just how much those big chambers of commerce had made. With these 3,800 contribution points, Chen Fei couldn't wait to rush into the exchange area, hoping to find some good stuff. Chapter 37. The Phantom Soul Fox comes out of the world. Arriving at the exchange area, Chen Fei first looked for materials that would allow Xiao Gu to evolve. Having already eaten a Compass King's heart, another one would have almost no effect and would be a pure waste. Queen Bee Crystal. Quality, Grade 5. Source, Crystals of the Heart of a Level 5 Demon King, Queen Bee. Function, has a certain chance of allowing the King of 10,000 Poisonous Compulsions to evolve. Remarks, together with 600,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, it allows evolution to reach the flawless level. The Cloud Mist Queen Bee itself was only in existence close to S rank. Even though it was a rank 5 Demon King in its lifetime, it was still quite a bit short of what was needed to allow Xiao Gu to evolve, which was why it was necessary to make up for the shortfall with 600,000 kill values. Furthermore, this one Queen Bee's heart cost a full 4,000 points of contribution value, which wasn't that much of a need for both the current Chen Fei and Xiao Gu. Heavenly Crystal Bloodline. Quality, Grade 5. Source, the bloodline of a Grade 4 Demon General, the Heavenly Crystal Ant King. Function, has a certain chance to allow the King of 10,000 Poisonous Compulsions to evolve. Remarks, together with 400,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, it allows evolution to reach the flawless level. Although the Heavenly Crystal Ant King was only a rank 4 Demon General, its qualification was S rank, which instead helped Xiao Gu evolve even more. Only, the contribution value needed for this was a bit much. A whole 5,000 points. Even Chen Fei, who had a huge amount of money, was a bit shy. That's just it. Let's list it as one of the targets first, and then come back to exchange it when we have more contribution value in the future. Evolutionary materials were not found, so let's take a look at the feats. Since the continent's martial arts system was not well developed, it was simply categorized into 1 to 4 levels of martial arts. Level 4 martial arts were quite rare. There were only a few in total. Grade 3 martial arts were already the highest grade of martial arts that a normal person could access. and the price of each book was around 3,000 points of contribution value. However, looking all the way through, there were only 2 assassin martial arts, 1 poison and 1 illusion. It overlapped with the abilities of Xiao Gu and the Phantom Soul Fox, and it was tasteless to eat and discard. After browsing for a long time, he ended up spending 600 contribution points to exchange for a mushroom. Megalization mushroom. Quality, grade 4. Introduction. A magical plant in nature that can freely illusionize its body size. Function. There is a certain chance that Xiao Gu will obtain the Megamorphosis skill, or that the Silver Silk Entanglement skill will obtain Megamorphosis. Remarks. Combined with 100,000 kill value to make up the shortfall, it allows Xiao Gu to obtain the Gigantization skill. If you use 10,000 kill points to make up for the shortfall, you can make the Silver Silk Twist skill gain Megamorphic. Allowing Xiao Gu to gain the Megamorphosis skill wasn't very necessary. It was relatively fragile on its own, and after Giganticization, it didn't expose more of its shortcomings. Moreover, after Giganticization, going back to parasitize always felt like something was wrong, and at the same time it was also detached from the nature of the assassin line demonic beast. But having the Silver Silk Entanglement skill giganticized became necessary. Xiao Gu, eat it. While Xiao Gu nibbled on the mushroom, Chen Fei extracted 10,000 kill points to make up for the lack of the giganticized mushroom. Silver Silk Entanglement Mutation. Skill Proficiency. Proficient level. Increased skill effect. After spraying a spider web, the size of the web can be controlled at will. Current maximum macro multiplication. 4 times. Remarks. Once you choose to multiply, you can't reduce the size any further, and the process is irreversible. This process is irreversible. The magnification can be increased as proficiency increases. When Xiao Gu sprayed a spider web over to the enemy, the opponent thought he could dodge it, but the spider web suddenly became 4 times bigger, and by surprise, this success rate was greatly increased. The current Kogu was definitely more powerful than before. With the mutated Silver Silk Entanglement skill, Xiao Gu could completely hunt higher-level demonic beasts. As soon as the vision was shared, Chen Fei discovered a level 3, 3rd-order Ghost King Duck. The Ghost King Duck had a rank qualifications, but had the potential for S-rank qualifications in one aspect. For example, poison resistance. It was able to survive in this region of the Baihui mountain range precisely because of its superb poison resistance, and it fed on poisonous insects, snakes and ants. It could be said that it was born to be the nemesis of these types of poisonous insects. However, what it encountered today was an extraordinary small ancient people. Hundreds of spiderwebs passed by, and the Ghost King Duck merely scorned at them before preparing to utilize the woods, the terrain, and its athletic stance to quickly avoid them. Arachnid web giantization. What made the Ghost King Duck's heart tremble was that these spider webs suddenly became 4 times bigger, and at this time each one of them was at 4 meters in diameter, so big that it was perverted. The Ghost King Duck wanted to hide, but it didn't know where to hide. At this moment it knew it had been gullible, but it was already too late. Together with the other controlled level 3 stage 1 demonic beasts surrounding it, it was useless even if the Ghost King Duck's poison resistance was strong. As the Ghost King Duck was knocked out, Gui quickly drilled into its flesh. Due to the somewhat large gap in strength between the 2 sides, it was only parasitized and hadn't been able to control the corpse yet. But no matter what, it was still great progress. Gui's luck had always been good, and at this point, he had already managed to control a level 3, 2nd-rank Ghost Phantom Bee. Ordinary ghostly Phantom Bees only had a grade qualifications, and only the Queen Bee had S-grade qualifications. However, the A-rank qualification was also enough for it to run rampant in the middle zone. It was only because its speed was fast enough to be called a ghost. There weren't many demonic beasts that could catch up with it in the middle zone. The only pity was that it had boosted its speed and shed its defense and attack. If its attacks were a bit stronger, it wouldn't be just a ranked. Just like that, a total of 68 low-grade 3 demonic beasts were controlled under the mutated Silver Silk Winding Raid. These 68 heads were enough to frantically hunt 2nd-level high-rank demonic beasts, as well as 3rd-level low-rank demonic beasts. Killed level 2 9th-order Bloodstained Spider. Kill value plus 50. Kill level 2, 9th-order Ghost Dove Demon. Kill value plus 50. Kill level 3 1st-order Thunder Spider. Kill value plus 100. The accumulation of kill value was many times faster than at the very beginning, and it was also something that made Chen Fei more pleased at the moment. A few days passed. Finally, he had saved up 100,000 kill values. Chen Fei directly jumped into the storage space of the sacred code. Inside was a bright white, only so white that there were no other colors. After all, the great sealing technique of the dreaming soul fox was from ancient times, so Chen Fei didn't dare to casually unseal it in a corner of the city. This would be unattractive if the commotion was too great. He hauled up 100,000 kill values, and the brightest red light ever smashed onto this sealing fossil. In an instant, the fossilized stone began to tremble before several cracks appeared. Shuihua vermilion red light burst out from the cracks, directly reflecting red in the storage space. Chen Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that it was unsealed here, otherwise it would have really come to an end. After waiting for a few more moments, the crack grew larger and larger, and then turned into pieces that fell all over the ground. Only a subtle and incomparable Big Dipper 7-star pattern remained. Immediately afterward, this Dipper 7 stars was broken apart inch by inch, revealing a phantom soul fox with white hair like snow, 2 horns on top of its head, and only the size of an ordinary cat. In the center of its 2 eyes, there seemed to be a vertical pupil. Chen Fei's gaze was instantly attracted to the phantom soul fox, which was even more stunning than the picture. Ghost Dream Soul Fox. Strength, Level 2, First Order. Attribute, Soul Department, Illusion Department, Dream Department, Assassin Department. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills, 1. Soul Stripping, can temporarily shock the soul of the target of the attack out of the physical body, causing it to lose control of the physical body. Proficiency, Skillful Level. Due to low proficiency, the current stripping effect is only 0.2 seconds. 2. Phantom Doppelganger, can utilize illusion to create a doppelganger that is identical to oneself and has 50% killing power. Proficiency, Skillful Level. Due to low proficiency, currently can only create 1 doppelganger. The higher the proficiency, the more doppelgangers can be created, and the closer it is to one's own strength. 3. Dream Projection, can briefly project things in dreams into the real world. Proficiency, Skillful Level. Due to the low proficiency level, it can currently only project beings that do not exceed 3 ranks of its own strength, and has an existence time of 30 seconds. Looking at the information of the Phantom Soul Fox, Chen Fei was too stunned to speak. Worthy of being an ancient strange beast, this was too exceptional. Every skill was beyond Chen Fei's expectations. Dream projection he had studied, it was a very strong ability, only that there were very few demonic beasts that could learn this skill. Phantom Split was not exactly the same as the regular Create Illusion, but one thing that was certain was that the rarity of this skill wasn't much worse than Dreamscape Projection. Especially when proficiency came up, 7 or 8 Phantom Dream Soul Foxes appeared, which one should be fought. As for Soul Stripping, this was the most powerful skill Chen Fei had seen so far, directly shocking the enemy's soul out of his body. It was simply not too outrageous, right? If one were to learn a soul binding skill, binding the soul that was shaken out and preventing the soul from returning to the physical body for a minute or two, what would happen? Or if you learned a stronger soul skill and blasted the soul that was shaken out, wouldn't the physical body directly collapse? Just thinking about it was outrageous. The more Chen Fei looked at the Phantom Soul Fox, the more he felt like it, and when he wanted to get closer to hug it, the Phantom Soul Fox just happened to open its eyes. Chapter 38 Soul Stripping. After the Phantom Soul Fox saw Chen Fei, he tried to support his body and take a few steps back. Nay, the years of sealing had caused it to be unable to fully control its body for the time being. Chen Fei naturally saw the guardedness of the Phantom Dream Soul Fox and did not approach any closer, instead communicating with it with his consciousness. Little fellow, your seal has been lifted, and your innate deficiencies have also been cured. The world outside is huge. I'll carry you to take a look. The Pixie Dream Soul Fox was only wary and did not detect Chen Fei's malice. Instead, there was a flavor of closeness about him. The Pixie Dream Soul Fox was cured by the sacred Canon, and the imprint of the sacred Canon existed on its body. And Chen Fei had originally contracted the sacred Canon, which was what gave the Pixie Dream Soul Fox a feeling of closeness. With a movement of his consciousness, both Chen Fei and the Pixie Dream Soul Fox arrived in the middle of the dormitory. The Phantom Soul Fox glanced around, still not its familiar surroundings, and appeared a little disappointed. How long has passed since the time of my sealing? This question was difficult for Chen Fei to answer. After all, the ancient times were so far away, who knew exactly how many years? All he could give was a rough figure. 1,000,000 years should have passed. Upon hearing this, the Pixie Dream Soul Fox's pupils dilated violently. How many? A million years? Does my clan still exist? After the shock, its expression became despondent. Chen Fei could probably guess what it was thinking and comforted. Your Phantom Dream Soul Fox clan still exists in the world, only that it is already quite rare. If you are willing to follow me, when you are strong, we can go search for your Phantom Dream Soul Fox clan together. However, we are facing a huge crisis right now, and it's hard to say if we can survive this catastrophe. The premise is that we can all survive. Chen Fei did not want to deceive the Pixie Dream Soul Fox. The most important aspect of establishing a relationship was honesty and not deceiving. The Phantom Soul Fox could sense Chen Fei's good intentions, but it still needed time to think about it. You're still unable to walk right now? I'll carry you out to take a look? The Phantom Dream Soul Fox stared at Chen Fei's eyes and finally nodded gently. Chen Fei cupped the Phantom Dream Soul Fox before holding it in his arms, gently caressing its fur. The Phantom Dream Soul Fox only felt that Chen Fei's arms were warm, giving it a sense of solidity. Coming to the top of the city wall, the Phantom Soul Fox looked at the foggy Baiwa mountain range, as well as the Baiwa city behind it, the soldiers who were talking and laughing, the beast pets that were fighting against the drills, and the vehicles that it had never seen before. Everything gave it an unfamiliar and incomparable feeling. It was as if it was out of place in this world. The only thing that was somewhat familiar was this human who was holding itself. Will you really take me to find my people? Chen Fei lowered his head and laughed softly. If we are both still alive after the great catastrophe, we will accompany you to look for your clan. After saying that, Chen Fei bit his finger, and then gathered his aura and carved an arcane purple 3-star spirit formation in the void, with the word Oath in the formation. This was the Oath formation, which had similarities to the contract formation, and was also a mandatory course in school. Once the Oath array is set up, heaven and earth will witness it together, and those who repent will be sanctioned by heaven and earth. It was the only promise that heaven and earth could trust. When he saw this Oath array appear, the heart of the Phantom Soul Fox lightly trembled. This human didn't lie to himself. He would accompany himself to look for the clan. Without any further hesitation, the Phantom Soul Fox stretched out its paw with great difficulty, and then placed it on top of the Oath array. Instantly, the purple color glowed greatly, and the Oath was completed. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei once again carved the contract formation. From then on, the Phantom Dream Soul Fox became Chen Fei's second beast pet. Dream. White fur. I'll call you Dream White from now on. As a result, the Phantom Dream Soul Fox looked disgusted. I have my own name, called Shikuju, and I'm a female. What Dream White? How hard to hear. A capitalized embarrassment appeared on Chen Fei's face. Well, you have your own name, say it earlier. Ruler Jade gave Chen Fei a blank look. You didn't ask either. All right. Ruler Jade is still a good name for you. Ruler Jade had lived with the clan since she was a child. Having her own name was normal. Unlike Xiao Gu, who came out of the egg and was in Chen Fei's body. Then Ruler Jade, you should return to the Imperial Beast space to recover first. The inside can help you control your body faster. Good. Originally, after Chen Fei elevated to Intermediate Royal Beast Master, there would be an extra doorway out. Each Imperial Beast would have its own specialized resting area. However, for some unknown reason, the Killing Sacred Canon had hardened the second doorway, and the two pools merged into one. Ruler Jade could see the Killing Sacred Dictionary and Xiao Gu, who were soaking in the pool. Oh right, Ruler Jade. That little parasite is my first beast pet, called Xiao Gu. You guys get to know each other first. Ruler Jade looked at Xiao Gu, while then held back one word. So ugly. Xiao Gu? No, who did I provoke? It immediately retorted. We were originally from different clans. Our vision is naturally different. I am now in the 1000 Poisonous Compass clan, but I am a dominating one, right? However, Ruler Jade still had the same word. So ugly. Xiao Gu. There's no way to talk about this day, ah. The sacred canon on the side was trembling up and down, so he must have laughed his ass off. Ha ha ha. Even Chen Fei didn't hold back his laughter. Xiao Gu had a black line on his face. Excessive, ah. Ruler Jade newcomer, like this is even so. But Chen Fei and Sacred Canon Big Brother, what do you guys mean? Chen Fei compared, in terms of face value, Ruler Jade was noble and elegant. And small ancient bar. Ugly is ugly. Anyway, in the future, Ruling Jade, you have to call me Big Brother. Ruler Jade despised Xiao Gu. On what grounds? Xiao Gu greeted, and dozens of little Xiao Gu appeared behind him. just based on the fact that I have many descendants. Ruler Jade was expressionless, but a burst of light surged through the lines on its horn, and Little Gu's soul was blasted out. It just floated above the pool, looking at its own flesh, before it was pulled back in an instant. Although it was only a short 0.2 seconds, Xiao Gu had already experienced what it meant to be helpless. The moment its soul was blasted away, it truly felt like it couldn't do anything. Was this the ancient strange beast phantom dream soul fox that had been favored by Chen Fei? Xiao Gu put away his petty mentality and no longer felt that more quantity could crush everything. What's more, Ruler Jade's soul stripping was only at the skillful level and its strength was only at the second level, first rank. What would be the effect if both of them were raised? Chen Fei, who had been paying attention to Ruler Jade, was also startled. I didn't expect Ruler Jade to be so strong that she even blasted away the small ancient soul of the second level 7th rank. This was too domineering. Were S-rank qualifications all this mysterious and unpredictable? When he looked at Ruler Jade again, it was already paralyzed in the middle of the pool with a somewhat painful expression. Chen Fei hurriedly asked, "Ruler Jade, are you all right?" Ruler Jade's weak voice came out. "It's fine. Soul stripping is my Phantom Soul Fox's racial secret skill, and it's basically impossible for other races to learn it. Currently, I can use it across 7 ranks at most. It's only after crossing the ranks that it will bring about a certain amount of backlash. Don't worry, it'll be fine after a while." Racial secret techniques? These words were quite unfamiliar to Chen Fei. After pacifying Ruler Jade, Chen Fei ran to the 100 U Cities bookstore to look for information about racial secret skills. Chapter 39. Shikuyu's Skill Selection. Racial secret skills cannot be obtained by a powerful race. Legend has it that racial secret skills are related to the first generation. Some races are born with some special skills that don't need to be learned later in life, namely racial skills. After checking for a long time, the information about racial secret techniques were all just words. Among these messages, there was no clear indication of how racial secret techniques were cultivated and how they were created. There was no way around it. Chen Fei could only put it down for the time being. He then borrowed books on the 3 disciplines of soul, dream, and illusion, just to match the skills that Ruler Jade currently had, perfecting the combination of tactics. For soul stripping, Chen Fei found the soul prison seal skill. After shocking the soul out of the physical body, the soul prison seal was quickly used to lock the opponent's soul in a dark, otherworldly prison. The higher the proficiency, the longer the imprisonment time. There was also another skill, Soul Slash. On the soul that was shaken out, a cut was made, and even if the original owner didn't die, his vitality would be greatly injured. With increased proficiency, it would be possible to release more slashes at the same time. On top of that, one must also learn the Soul Guardian skill. In case Chen Fei or Xiao Gu was attacked by a soul, if this skill was activated in time, the damage received could be reduced. There was also the Soul Torture, demonstrated by the glistening soul beast at that time, which also made Chen Fei quite moved. As for dream skills, first learn the simple dream interference, as well as dream barrier, with guarding as the main focus. Illusionist skills must learn mirror flower, water, and moon. This skill can create an illusion that is just like the real thing. Like the flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, beautiful but with illusion, indistinguishable from the real. The higher the proficiency, the more realistic the environment would be, and the harder it would be to be broken. Being able to create illusions, it was only natural to learn the illusion-breaking reincarnation skill to break them. Some illusions are not made up of a simple layer of environment, but maybe 2, 3, or even 5 or 6 layers. At this time, it was necessary to use this skill to analyze the most primitive illusion construction point so as to break it. As for the assassin department, Ruler Jade was unable to use abilities such as poison, parasitism, and corpse control like Xiao Gu. It could only learn skills such as sneaking, camouflage, and concealment in the assassin department to facilitate smoother sneak attacks. These 10 or so skills made Chen Fei's head spin just thinking about it. The kill value that this would cost in the future was not a half a star. The only thing that pleased Chen Fei was Ruler Jade's talent. In terms of skills, Ruling Jade had only used 2 Bodhi fruits, while the rest had been realized on her own. At this point, Ruling Jade was stronger than Xiao Gu. After all, it was still an S-class qualification. On the contrary, in terms of realm advancement, Ruler Jade is far less than Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu can continuously improve himself through parasitic cannibalism, but Ruling Jade's talent seems to have been given to these 3 departments, and the improvement is slow. Things in this world were indeed not perfect. Fortunately, Chen Fei still had the killing sacred Canon, which made up for Ruler Jade's shortcomings. Otherwise, not to mention the realm, those 10 or so skills alone would be hard enough. Tianqing City, Black Market. Old Jia, I finally found you. My phone got a few more points closer before asking in a low voice, is today's spirit gathering pill in stock? Old Jia revealed a mouthful of big black teeth. Yes, of course. My phone rubbed his hands together excitedly. Quick, give me 10 of them. With regards to the spirit gathering pill, my phone had become completely addicted. He had been stuck at Advanced 9th Order Beast Royal Master for 3 or 4 years, and there had been no sign of a breakthrough. A while ago, he heard someone introduce this spirit gathering pill, saying that it had miraculous effects. Holding a trace of curiosity, my phone bought a try. The results led him surprise. The realm actually has a sign of loose effect, don't mention how excited. This is a little expensive. I actually need 3,000 middle grade spirit stone. A bottle of 10 is also cheaper, charging him 29,800 middle grade spirit stones. My phone had already bought 3 bottles before and after, feeling that a breakthrough was imminent, so he hurried over to buy another bottle. As long as he breaks through to the Sovereign Beastmaster level, the future will be much better. Old Jia, however, smiled and said, you also know the medicinal effects of the spirit gathering Dan. Everyone is rushing to get it. Moreover, this Dan wasn't officially recognized, and the checks were strict, leading to a serious shortage of subsequent supply. So you get it. My phone is also a human savant. How could he not hear Old Jia's meaning? His face darkened and said, tell me, how much did it go up this time? Old Jia revealed his big black teeth and smiled. Not much, not much, it's only tripled. After hearing this, my Feng's whole body was not good. Dare you do business like this? Why don't you go and rob Old Jia did not get angry, still smiling. I am robbing you love to buy or not. There are a lot of people to buy. It was so direct and unobtrusive. My Feng was so angry that he jumped to his feet. But what could he do? He couldn't rob it the hard way. Could he? The key is that a few days ago, a Master Level 2 Beastmaster wanted to rob Old Jia hard, and as a result, 4 beast pets were taken care of by a single beast pet. The strength was not too horrible. What could a senior beastmaster like himself do to the other party? But this is too expensive, a bottle of spirit gathering pill, equivalent to him to buy a B-class demonic beast egg. There was no other way. In order to break the boundary, my Feng could only bite the bullet and buy it. After he left, Old Jia put away his stall and then came to no one's place. His hand gently wiped on his face, and he changed his face. Even his big black teeth disappeared. The long street of the black market was soon filled with a seller with a full beard. Chapter 40, War Drum Master. Mid-October. My Feng locked himself in his room and welded the door shut. Although he had already become a Zhongshi level Imperial Beast Master, he didn't dare to take half a step outside. This was because a bizarre aura had unexpectedly appeared on him, if nothing else. If it was noticed by someone with higher strength, they would realize that this aura was the same as the monster in the mists. This discovery caused my Feng to be shocked, but more than that, he was helpless and didn't dare to make a sound at all. He was afraid that he would be obliterated as an evil creature as soon as he left the house. Suddenly, a humanoid shadow appeared in the room, only that the shadow seemed to have 2 extra clusters of strange things on it. Boom! The soft sound of a drum rang out before my Feng realized that the 2 masses of shadows were, in fact, the shadows of a drum. Who are you? My Feng summoned his beast pet and went on full alert. Boom! The other party didn't reply and another drum sound appeared. Lunar Light Beast. Use Illumination of Light. The opponent had appeared with a shadow after all, so use a light skill to dispel the opponent's shadow. What made my Feng's heart flutter was, under Illumination of Light, that shadow actually still existed. In other words, it wasn't a shadow system skill. In that case, there was a possibility that he had fallen into an illusion without realizing it. That shadow was merely a part of the illusion, so much so that the light skill was unable to break it. With no other choice, he could only let his Xian Yu illusion butterfly lay down a multi-layered illusion barrier. To his disappointment, the sound of the drums still came in. My Feng had a feeling that his strength and beast royalty ability had long been felt out. Subsequently, boom, 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 boom. The drums became denser and faster. My Feng instantly sensed that something was wrong with him. The evil chi that was originally scattered all over his body was actually gathering at the heart at this moment. He had reason to believe that if the drumming continued, his heart would definitely be squeezed out by the evil chi. Stop, stop, stop. What the hell do you want to do? My phone no longer wanted to know who the other party was, and only begged the other party to stop. However, the other party still didn't say anything and continued to beat the drum. At that moment, the evil aura began to surge, as if there were thousands of ants tearing at his heart. My phone was simply unable to resist this bizarre and invisible attack, covering his chest and rolling around. Immediately after that, the evil aura spread out violently. From his scalp to the tips of his toes, every bone, every inch of skin, every drop of blood, and every cell was suffering immense pain. My Feng's body was twisting until it became unrecognizable. Stop it. I'll agree to whatever conditions you want. As soon as the words fell, all the pain disappeared in an instant. My Feng, however, was drenched as if he had just come out of the water. His head was blank, only his body mechanically gasping for air. At this time, the other party finally spoke. His voice was hoarse. Remember this feeling and this promise. Your flesh, as well as your soul, already belongs to me. Don't think of betrayal, or you will enjoy the torture from hell. Cultivate hard, and I will come back for you. Remember, my name is War Drum Master. After saying that, the shadow slowly faded until it completely disappeared. If it wasn't for the pain that still existed in my Feng's body, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. After slowing down for a while, my Feng leaned against the wall and picked up the fruit knife, aiming it at his heart, but he was slow to make his move. Death was the easiest, but the fear of death was the most insurmountable. In the end, he threw the knife aside while hugging his head and crying. Not being able to pass this hurdle would mean that in the days to come, he would be at the mercy of others and would be betraying humanity. It wasn't just my Feng, it wasn't just Tianqing City. Similar incidents had occurred in multiple places, only no one knew about it. Either they were controlled or died. The most frightening thing was that those who died were hollowed out, leaving only a skin, and then continued to live bizarrely as if nothing had happened. And some were put into some green-colored, as thin and soft worms like leeches. Immediately after that, the dead flesh unexpectedly opened its eyes. Baiwei City. After more than a month of hard work, Chen Fei had finally saved up enough killing value, withdrawing 50,000 killing value to use on himself. Chen Fei. Cultivation increased, from Intermediate 9th Order Imperial Beast Advanced 1st Order Imperial Beast Master. Comparison advantages. 1. Newly unlocked a beast pet position. 2. Body resistance, speed, strength, and aura absorption speed are greatly increased. Note: Advanced Beast Master requires 50,000 kill value per rank. Advanced 9th Ranked Imperial Beast Master Grandmaster 1st Ranked Imperial Beast Master requires 500,000 kill value. And then, Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade's strength was also raised to level 3, 1st rank. These were the days when Ruler Jade was the most confused. He hadn't done anything, and his strength had risen abruptly, and breaking through was as simple as drinking water. Could it be that, after a million years, everyone cultivated like this? Chapter 41. Entering the Mist. Looking at the two tertiary beasts in front of him, Chen Fei was invigorated. From the beginning of his awakening until now, less than 4 months had passed. The strength of himself and his beast pets had developed by leaps and bounds. This progress, which had already finished off his previous life, was exhilarating to think about. Clenching his fists, Chen Fei began to consider the way to develop in the future, as well as the choice of his third pet. Poison, parasitism, incubation, souls, illusions, and dreams were all available. The third head, what demonic beast should be contracted to make up for the shortfall? Time, space-type demonic beasts. Chen Fei's heart naturally moved. But there aren't many of them in the entire continent, so they can't be found. Sealing demonic beasts are not bad. Sealing speed, sealing movement, sealing soul, and then a little more powerful, sealing the sky and the earth, sealing time and space. If you can learn a big sealing art, you can simply walk across the same level. Only the idea is very beautiful, the reality is very bone. The rarity of sealing system demonic beasts is even rarer than pure blood dragons. Headache. After going to the beast pet shop in Baiwei City, he didn't find a suitable demonic beast for himself. It's just a matter of chance. Forced cannot be forced. Some things still have to look at fate. Since he was already a senior Imperial Beast Master, it was time to take Ruler Jade to a real battle. The best choice is the 100 U mountain range, which is shrouded in mist in front of us. But before entering the mountain, some preparations had to be made anyways. Enough food, drinks, plus some protective gear. Head directly to the contribution value exchange area. A second-class merit still had many benefits in addition to increasing a soldier's sense of honor. The most realistic was the harvest of 600 points of contribution value, which finally came to Chen Fei's hands after a few days of process. Together with the previous gains, it was back to 3,800 points of contribution value. Secondly, with this second-class merit, as long as he became a senior beastmaster, he would be able to prioritize his application for the position of captain. Only after considering it, Chen Fei gave up applying. One was that he wanted to devote himself to the cultivation of beast pets. The other was the attributes of the imperial beasts. The fact that all of his beast pets were of the assassin lineage meant that he was more suited to being a lone wolf, both now and in the future. Only in this way could he maximize his assassin attribute and mobility. Why fight head-on when you can sneak attack? If you can release poison, why waste your energy? Chen Fei's purpose was clear. He only needed something to save his life. After the Dream Crisis incident, Chen Qingyun had purchased some life-preserving items from Jiangnan. Guardian Dream Realm Soul, although they were all disposable items, at least in the short term, there was no need to consider this aspect of safety. The next thing to prepare was a frontal anti-damage life-preserving item. Crystal Shield, worth 200 points of contribution value, created by a level 4, 8th Order 9 Transformation Crystal Serpent. In the event of danger, crushing the key of crystals will form a crystal shield that can resist the vast majority of physical attacks, elemental attacks, etc. of a rank 4 beast for 30 seconds. Remarks. Disposable consumable. 9-turn crystal snake? Isn't that Xing Shaoshan's beast pet? Oh, so that's how he earns contribution value. As long as someone exchanges the crystal shield, he'll receive a certain amount of contribution value. So damn sneaky. Could he imitate it himself? Ruler Jade possessed soul, dream, and illusion techniques, so no matter which aspect it was promising. Xiao Gu earns kill value and Ruler Jade earns contribution value. Perfect match. Sonic Barrier, worth 200 contribution points, created by a 4th level 5th Order 6-eared clear sound bat. When used, it can block the attacks of demonic beasts of the sonic system up to rank 4, step 7. Remarks. Disposable item. Oh ho, 6-eared clear sound bat? Isn't this Dad's demonic beast? What's the need to buy it? Just ask him for it directly. In the end, Chen Fei exchanged 1 crystal shield, 1 thunder shield, and 1 ice shield, spending 600 contribution value. He also took 3 more sonic barriers from Chen Qingyun and took some life-preserving potions and healing potions from Xia Zhixue. After making sufficient preparations, Chen Fei took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and used the hidden Yuan skill to conceal his body's aura as he traveled to the Baiyue mountain range. The hidden Yuan technique is still good, but it takes 100,000 kill values to raise it to peak level, a little expensive. After entering the outer perimeter, Chen Fei summoned Xiao Gu as well as Ruler Jade while slowly rushing to the middle zone. The demonic beasts in the periphery were too weak to even qualify for Ruler Jade's practice. At the same time, Chen Fei had Xiao Gu mobilize the corpse control army. With the mutated silver wire entanglements, it was often possible to capture some demonic beasts with higher strength. The ones currently being controlled were 2 level 3 5th Order demonic beasts, 12 level 3 4th Order demonic beasts, 36 level 3 3rd rank demonic beasts. There were even more level 3 2nd and 1st rank ones that Chen Fei didn't even bother to count. This army of demonic beasts was enough to sweep away a large number of senior imperial beastmasters. As for a genius like Zhang Yi, the current Chen Fei was not sure that he could beat it. According to Zhang Yi's family lineage, it was assumed that her beast pets were at least S rank. The most feared ones were those S rank beasts with rare skills, and sometimes numbers didn't always have an advantage in front of them. Capture the thief first. Once Xiao Gu was controlled, it was cool. When he reached the junction of the inner and middle zones, Chen Fei just made a small detour here, not daring to keep going deeper. The matter of Chu Rebirth was still fresh in his mind, so it was good to take it easy. As he walked, Chen Fei suddenly stopped. The ground ahead was soft. Looking closely, the soil was very wet, and there were even some water puddles. If not mistaken, this should be swampy terrain. In this world, any swampy land should not be easily involved. Besides the constantly sinking ground, the most terrifying thing was the demonic beasts hiding underneath, full of unknowns. Xiao Gu, have Gu Air control the ghostly phantom bee to come over. With its speed, even if there really is something in the swamp, it should be in time to escape. The ghostly phantom bee could have restrained the sound of its vibrating wings, but at this time, it intentionally made a noise and flew around the swamp a few times before stopping. After waiting for a while, there didn't seem to be much movement. Wait, ripples appeared on the water beach. The marsh then shuddered, and a huge thing leapt out of the marsh. It was a crocodile-type demonic beast with spikes on its back and head. Chapter 42. Xiao vs. Poison Scale Giant Crocodile. Poison Scale Giant Crocodile. Strength, 3rd level, 6th rank. Attribute, Poison, Flesh Tantra, Strength. Qualification, A. Potential. Expected to be promoted to SSS grade qualification. Skills, 1. Brute Charge. Enters a charging state that is hard to interrupt and boosts speed and attack power by a certain amount. Proficiency, Proficient level. 2. Energy Increase. Can absorb some of the enemy's physical damage, elemental damage, and become its own energy. Proficiency, Proficient. 3. Megamorphosis. Performs a certain amount of physical gigomorphosis. Proficiency, Skillful level. The poison scale giant crocodile itself had thick skin and flesh, and it could also absorb damage from its opponents, so once it rushed over after giganticizing, no matter if it was Chen Fei or Ruler's Jade, it would be knocked off its feet. There was no other end. Only, how could Chen Fei let the poisonous scale giant crocodile have this opportunity? It struck first. Ruler Jade, it's time for your show. Ruler Jade nodded solemnly before a soul stripping, went over and shook the soul of the poison scale giant crocodile out of its physical body. At this time, the soul stripping had been raised to the proficient level. Control time from 0.2s 0.5s. It is possible to use this skill beyond the 8th rank, but it will also bring about a corresponding weakness backlash. For use by beings below their own strength, there is no limit. However, when used over the rank, it can only be used 3 times a day, and after exceeding that, one's own soul will be damaged. This world was fair. The more powerful the ability, the more restrictions it would carry. The poison scale giant crocodile's figure froze, directly from the state of leaping out followed by falling on the swamp. After that, Ruler Jade wildly slammed 3 skills out. Soul Prison Seal, Soul Slash, and Mirror Flower Water Moon. The poison scale giant crocodile soul was first trapped in a dark cage, and then it was sliced several times. Its soul weakened a few points with the naked eye, followed by being pulled into the illusion. Even if the poison scale giant crocodile's soul returned to its physical body, it would not be able to wake up immediately. Who knew that the Ruler Jade again didn't stop and used dream projection again? The greatest advantage of the ruling Jade was that it was a demonic beast from the ancient era. Who knew what types of demonic beasts were present in that era? No, the ruling Jade directly projected a Tier 3, Rank 3 subsystem Heavenly Crystal Dragon. This was already the limit of proficient level dream projection, which could project an existence that exceeded its own strength by 2 orders. If Chen Fei wasn't mistaken, this was an existence with SS grade qualifications. Those with this qualification had only been seen by Chen Fei in the Hidden Sky Skeleton King. This celestial crystal giant dragon was also nonchalant, slashing furiously at the poison scale giant crocodile. Crystal piercing. Gathering a huge and sharp cluster of crystal piercing needles, it descended from the sky and blasted at the poison scale giant crocodile. Thunder Crystal. First wrapping the poisonous scale giant crocodile in crystals, then releasing thunder. This entire process down the line, Chen Fei could smell a hint of roasted meat. Still, in an even more terrifying skill, Blood Crystal Seal. This skill could directly crystallize the blood of the poisonous scaled giant crocodile, making it unable to circulate its blood and die. It was only that the heavenly crystal giant dragon was a projection after all, and just after making this skill, it dissipated due to a lack of aura. Otherwise, the poison scale giant crocodile could have really been screwed to death by the heavenly crystal giant dragon just like that. Worthy of being an existence with SS class qualifications, every skill was extremely domineering. Until the poison scale giant crocodile awoke, its first thought was to run. It was too terrifying, an incomparably strong soul system skill, and a heavenly crystal giant dragon that crushed the same level. The poison scale giant crocodile was almost scared out of its wits. After a lifetime of traversing the swamp, he had never imagined that he would encounter such a terrifying being. How could Xiao Gu let it escape? Even without Chen Fei's arrangement, it had already laid down its means, as well as thousands of spider webs, which were definitely enough for the poison scale giant crocodile to drink a pot. Instead, Chen Fei's attention was on the ruler Jade. At this time, it has no aura left, and also suffered from the weak backlash of the soul stripping. Lying in Chen Fei's arms did not want to move at all. Chen Fei gently knocked Ruler Jade's head and said seriously, "Now you know you're tired, right? Letting you make a move didn't allow you to use all of your bottom cards. If you fail to subdue your enemy in the first place, then the next one to die will be yourself." Ruler Yu did not retort, nor could he, if Chen Fei and Xiao Gu were not there. When the poison scale giant crocodile came back to its senses, it could easily ravage its weakened self. Our Ruler Jade's voice carried a bit of frustration. "Am I stupid and weak?" Noticing Ruler Jade's mood, Chen Fei gently stroked its head. "I didn't remind you of anything just now, so I wanted to see your combat style as well as your fighting prowess. Now, it seems that the Ruler Jade is super powerful. You're fighting beyond your rank, and in one leap you're at rank 5, and you were able to hard control the poison scale giant crocodile for such a long time and beat it until it was scared. That's quite a skill. But when you fight next time, pay attention to the ways and means. The reason why an undercard is to kill it with one blow. It is needed to be used out only at the right time. And that, too, is the point of us coming out for actual combat. It's so that you can use your abilities more skillfully and know where the limits of each ability are. Let's take dream projection, for example. You projected a heavenly crystal dragon this time. Will you be able to project it again next time? If you suddenly project a weak one, wouldn't you be screwing yourself over? Each of Ruler Jade's skills had proficient level killing power, but did not have the proficient level ability to utilize combat. Next, Chen Fei would need to target this point with some hard special training. Ruler Jade, besides familiarizing yourself with the limits of each skill, one thing you need to learn is to cooperate. Xiao Gu's skill isn't as strong as yours, but it just wins in quantity. There are 1 to 200 tertiary beasts here for you to drive, so why make such a mess of yourself? Xiao Gu's Silver Silk Entanglement skill can cross-stage control, and all it lacks is a second or two to give it control. Your Soul skill, as well as your Illusion skill, can interfere with the Poison Scale Giant Crocodile in the shortest amount of time. This does not give Xiao Gu a time gap. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to come back at this time and swarm? Under the cultivation of Chen Fei and Xiao Gu's sinister and rogue fighting styles, Ruler Jade nodded thoughtfully. It was truly listening, and it would put it into action in the near future. In this way, Chen Fei would stay for 2 days every time he entered the Baiwa mountain range, and then return to the city on the 3rd day. After resting for a day, he continued to bring the Ruler Jade into the mountains. While training Ruler Jade, Chen Fei was also thinking about how to make the cooperation between the two beasts more effective. The tacit understanding between the one person and two beasts was increasing drastically, and their strength was also growing by leaps and bounds. Boom boom! Chen Fei had just stepped into the outskirts of the Baiwa mountain range when he heard the sound of trees collapsing. It was definitely more than just one. There must be some large demonic beasts fighting. He hurriedly put on his mask while quietly hiding his aura as he quietly approached. It was worth mentioning that over these days, Chen Fei had used the 100,000 kill value he had saved up on top of the enhancement of the hidden elemental technique. Chapter 43 First Encounter with the Earth-Splitting Demon Worm. The proficiency level of the hidden elemental technique has increased from the proficient level to the peak level. Advantages brought about by upgrading. 1. Hiding cultivation, breath, and killing aura, drastically reducing the sense of presence. 2. When used, a miniature boundary will form around the body. This boundary can be fused with the surroundings, and standing still can create a certain stealth effect. Note: cultivation below King rank 5 cannot detect peak level skill concealment. The current stealth effect was just like that of a chameleon, making use of the rich pigment cells contained in the skin, which could contract and expand under the control of the nervous system, thus changing the color of the skin. Chen Fei naturally did not have the ability of a chameleon, but this layer of miniature boundary had such an effect. The prerequisite was that it couldn't be moved, and the moment it was moved, it would reveal a break. Currently, it was still a bit of a chicken rib, but in certain specific situations it was comparable to a divine skill. Following the direction of the battle, Chen Fei realized that they had come all the way from the forest to an open area. 3, 2, 1. The demonic insects are showing their heads. Take advantage of this. With Su Kuei's command, the soil that was still relatively loose suddenly hardened into stone. This was the earth demonic beast utilizing the Xian Shi dungeon skill to petrify the soil for a short period of time. Not only that, the ice demon beasts of Wang Ji's team also added a layer of ice seal to the petrified soil. Finally, another layer of crystal seal was added. Under such reinforcement, Even an existence such as the earth-splitting demon beast could not break free immediately. Chen Fei, who stayed in the tree, finally had the time to see what the Rift Earth demon worm looked like. Although it was a worm, its exterior had a layer of armored substance that was as solid as a rock. Each eye was the size of a basin, but it was somewhat lifeless, which was related to the fact that it had been staying in the ground for years. Where the mouthparts are, they can split into 4 petals, flowing with a light green sticky liquid that looks a bit revolting. Earth-splitting demon worm, 2nd generation worm. Strength, 3rd level, 8th rank. Attributes: elemental, flesh, poison, life. Qualification: S. Potential: expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills: 1. Brute charge. Enters a charging state that is hard to interrupt and boosts speed and attack power by a certain amount. Proficiency: proficient level. 2. Break and regenerate. Strong vitality grants the Rift Devil Worm the ability to be like an earthworm. Even if it breaks in 2, both parts can become new life. Proficiency: proficient. The higher the proficiency, the faster the recovery speed. When he saw the information of the earth-splitting demon worm, Chen Fei was shocked along with it. The behemoth in front of him was actually only a 2nd generation worm. And a 2nd generation worm was already S-ranked in qualifications and possessed 4 lineage attributes. What about the 1st generation bug? What kind of terrifying existence was it? No wonder a grown-up Rift Earth demon bug could crush a city in its previous life. It turned out to possess such powerful attributes. Illusionist demonic beasts stall for time. Everyone else, attack the parts of the demon worm that are frozen. Last time, there was no preparation, causing Su Kuei and Wang Ji to be caught off guard. This time, they were fully prepared and utilized the explosive fire and lightning systems to attack an opening first. And then, utilizing the wood-type wither skill, he drastically weakened the recovery speed of the Rift Earth demon worm. At the same time, utilized the ice-type skill to freeze the flowing blood. Immediately afterward, the sharpest gold-type skill was allowed to continuously expand the wound. With preparation, even the most common 5 elements elemental skills could severely damage the Rift Earth demon insect. The part of its body that was exposed to the ground was split in 2, and green blood flowed all over the ground. Everyone cheered as they watched the cracked earth demon worm lie motionless on the ground. Yoo-hoo! We finally killed it! Did Xiao Jin see that? We finally took revenge for you. Then again, this thing is really strong. To think that it needed 2 squads to bring it down. Chen Fei couldn't help but nod appreciatively when he saw their maneuvers. Did Shikuyu see that? This is coordination. Almost every beast pet only sends out 1 or 2 attacks, and with the 5 elements complementing each other, it has an excellent effect. Moreover, each beast pet only consumes some of its aura, and the remaining aura can be readily used to deal with unforeseen situations without putting itself in danger. This was also the reason why Chen Fei tried to avoid duplicate attributes when selecting his beast pets, so that he could form a more effective match and a stronger fighting force. Chen Fei had wanted to leave like this, but he saw 2 of Su Kuei's squad walking towards the flesh of the Rift Earth demon insect, seemingly wanting to take a closer look at the Rift Earth demon insect to see if there were any crystals or the like that could be mined. Gu Air. Quickly control the ghostly phantom wasp to go on. The Rift Earth demon worm possessed the ability to regenerate from a severed body, and this severed body was just a section that the Rift Earth demon worm had shed. But it didn't mean that this severed body was not a threat. It hadn't completely died yet. The ghostly phantom wasp rushed towards the duo as fast as it could, and it crashed through them. Su Kuei, Wang Ji, and the others reacted by immediately entering a state of alert, while commanding their beast pets to attack the ghostly phantom wasp at any time. Before they could strike, they saw the ghostly phantom bee use multiple wind blades on the Rift Earth demon worm's mouthpiece. Knowing that this severed body of the Rift Earth demon worm couldn't fit, it could only get up and dodge. Seeing that the Rift Earth demon worm had moved, Chen Fei told the ghostly phantom bee to come back immediately. A hint would suffice. In this way, it was believed that Su Kuei and the others would soon be able to grasp the Rift Earth demon worm's abilities. It was only then that Su Kuei and Wang Ji realized that the ghostly phantom bee was not trying to attack them, but was saving them. This demon bug isn't dead yet. Everyone prepare to fight. It can't even die like this. Its life is really hard. In that case, let's beat it into a puddle of mud. I don't believe it's still alive. Just as they were preparing for the second wave of attack, a sudden change occurred. The ground began to tremble, and then another earth-splitting demon insect appeared, and instead of attacking Su Kuei and the others, it yanked the severed body into the ground. It then hid itself, ready to sneak attack at any time. Su Kuei and the others were already familiar with the Rift Earth demon bug's fighting style, so they weren't too nervous. What made their scalps numb were the demonic beasts that were stalled in the sky. No, it would be better to say that it was a creature, rather than a bizarre being. It had the body of a lion, but had a lion head, a leopard head, an ape head, and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Not only that, it also possessed two tails. One was a scorpion's tail and one was a snake's head. It was like the product of a patchwork, and it looked bizarre. Fallen three-headed monster stitched body. Strength 3rd level 9th rank. Attribute: elemental, wind, flight, poison, soundwave, auxiliary. Qualification: S. Original qualification was a rank, forcibly upgraded to S rank due to stitching. Potential: after stitching, the qualification itself cannot be upgraded unless new elements continue to be stitched in. Remarks: suture bodies all have short lifespans, and their strength gains come slower than in their normal state. However, it is possible to retain one skill from each suture demon beast. Moreover, this suture body possesses 3 times the original aura. Skill. Seeing this information, Chen Fei's entire body trembled, and even more so, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 44: Terrifying Stitched Body. Unsurprisingly, this fallen 3-headed monster was indeed a suture body. In that case, it seems that the number 8 Evil King has already emerged and is now practicing with a 3rd-level demonic beast. Moreover, this fallen 3-headed monster was almost identical to what Chu Chongxin had said before he was born. It meant that not only did Chu Chongsheng enter the inner perimeter, but he even likely encountered something else before bringing about his demise. What was even more incredible to Chen Fei was the attributes after the stitching. It was even if it had been forcibly upgraded from an A rank qualification to an S rank, it also possessed 6 attributes and 3 times the spiritual power. It even had 5 extra skills in addition to its native skills. This was too terrifying. The feeling given to Chen Fei was like a boss monster that he had encountered while brushing the map in the game. This was still only a level 3 beast. It was impossible to imagine how perverse a stitched-up level 4 beast, or even a king-level beast would be. No wonder it only took the 10 evil kings in the previous world to overwhelm humanity. Sure enough, one head was more terrifying than the other. Auroar. Several lion roars came from high in the sky. This was the first wave of the fallen 3-headed monster's attack, the sonic intimidation, used by the center lion head. This skill could intimidate beings of their own strength and below, causing them to develop negative states such as fear and slowed thinking. Su Kuei and Wang Ji, whose strengths were the highest among the 2 squads and were the least affected, hurriedly yelled out, "All wake up! Don't be frightened by this lion's roar." Subsequently, Wang Ji had his beast pet use the sound wave barrier to first eliminate the interference of the sound waves on his own people. However, they still underestimated this fallen 3-headed monster. The sound wave attack was just a small test. It had more moves that it had not used. Only a circle of purple light emerged around the fallen 3-headed monster. Su Kuei recognized it at a glance and couldn't help but be alarmed. No good. It's an increased type skill. The next wave is likely to be a big move. Rack shield, speed. However, the next scene made Su Kuei's eyes almost stare out. A second purple circle of light appeared around the fallen 3-headed monster. A second increase? What the hell is this thing? How can it be so terrifying? Quickly, quickly. Use your skills to interrupt this monster from brewing. Red, blue, white, and purple. Colorful skills slammed into the fallen 3-headed monster, only to see a wind shield appear around it. To everyone's shock, a single wind shield blocked everyone's attacks. This meant that after the second increase, this monster's strength was infinitely close to that of a rank 4 demon general. Otherwise, it was impossible to block so many skills with a single wind escape. Retreat! Su Kuei and Wang Ji were very reluctant, but apart from the fallen 3-headed monster, there was also a Rift Earth demon worm lurking in the shadows. If they didn't leave at this moment, they wouldn't necessarily be able to leave later. Only the fallen 3-headed monster did not intend to give them a chance. Enhanced Sonic Intimidation. Enhanced Whirlwind Strangle. Enhanced version Poisonous Mist. Enhanced Rain of Golden Arrows. For enhanced version, killing moves came over in a row, causing Su Kuei and the others to be shocked. Ah, this is too perverted, isn't it? No, is it so full of aura? Su Kuei and the others didn't realize that the fallen 3-headed monster possessed 3 times the aura, Otherwise, they would have inevitably chosen to run for their lives the first second they saw the fallen three-headed monster. Looking at the wide range of poison and the rain of arrows coming over, escaping was impossible and would only leave their backs to the enemy. Set up the shield. There was no way out. They could only choose the most helpless way to meet the attack. Chen Fei knew that now was not the time to watch from the sidelines, and hurriedly instructed Ruler Jade and also Xiao Gu to help. He himself stopped speaking, wanting to see the effect of this bout of training. Only to see Ruler Jade's vertical pupil slit open a slit before glaring at the fallen three-headed monster. First, a mirror flower water moon went over. No matter if it could interrupt the fallen three-headed monster from casting a skill, at least it distracted it for a bit. Xiao Gu, on the other hand, commanded the 1,000 little tiny ancients to use the first wave of silver silk entanglement on the fallen three-headed monster in the sky. As it approached, it made the spiderweb instantly giganticize 4 times. The 2 skills did distract the fallen three-headed monster for a split second. But unfortunately, the fallen three-headed monster was too much stronger than Ruler Jade, and Mirror Flower Water Moon didn't even manage to fight for 0.1 seconds, and the spider webs were all violently torn apart by wind barrier. Although there was a mega effect, the process of the spider webs spraying towards the sky would itself greatly weaken the attack power. Coupled with the difference of 8 ranks itself, the toughness of the spiderweb was not quite enough. Both attacks were not too effective, but they tried out part of the fallen three-headed monster's bottom. This scene naturally didn't escape the sight of Sukue and the others. I don't know which big brother is present, but please help me out and interrupt that monster's skill casting. There will be heavy thanks. This was not the time for bravado. A being that could control so many spider webs was by no means an ordinary person. Chen Fei purposely spoke back in a hoarse voice. I can only buy you a second at most. The rest is up to you. Sukue was overjoyed. 1 second was enough to do a lot of things. Thanks a lot. We're squads 21 and 25 of the scouting department. You can look for us when the time comes. Sukue left his information as a sign of sincerity. Chen Fei did not say anything else, but instead looked at Ruler Jade and Xiao Gu. 1 second? Can we fight for it? Xiao Gu jumped onto Ruler Jade's head and patted his chest. It has to be possible. Ruling Jade gave a disgusted blank look. If it wasn't at a critical moment, it would definitely throw Xiao Gu off. Chen Fei thought for a moment and spoke. Right, Ruler Jade. Share your vision with me. Contacting the suture body for the first time, Chen Fei was still quite curious about it. Such a bizarre existence with a soul like this? Little ones, illusion type and soul type skills. Put as many as you can. Among the group of demonic beasts controlled by Xiao Gu, there were naturally these 2 types of bizarre skills. Only, the number was relatively sparse, adding up to only 7. It was evident how rare these 2 types of demonic beasts were. However, 7 heads were enough. They were just feints, aiming to just cause some interference to the fallen three-headed monster. Even if the disruption time of each skill was less than 0.1 seconds. Bridging the gap was Ruler Jade's soul stripping. Across the 8th rank, it just happened to be Ruler Jade's maximum limit. Only the lines on the corner of the Ruler Jade began to emerge with a luster. This shimmering light, if any, enveloped the fallen three-headed monster, forcibly stripping its soul out. Unlike normal demonic beasts, the fallen three-headed monster possessed 6 souls, only that each of them was quite weak, rather than being as solid as normal demonic beasts. Chen Fei hadn't expected to discover the weakness of the fallen three-headed monster by mistake. But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. Stitching 6 types of demonic beasts together and forcibly raising their qualifications must have caused some damage. Gaining also meant losing. Without the need for Chen Fei's command, after using soul stripping, Ruler Jade utilized soul cutting to attack the lion soul in the very center of the fallen three-headed monster. Chen Fei also stared closely over Chapter 45 Fish Stolen? When the soul blade cut on the lion soul, it was accompanied by the violent struggles of the 6 souls. The flesh was sewn together, and the souls were bound accordingly. The whole body was affected by the pulling of 1 hair. Ruler Jade's attack finally interrupted the fallen three-headed monster's attack, creating close to 2 seconds for Sukue and the others to retreat. Thanks, big brother. We'll retreat first. When the voice came over, Sukue and the others had already used their acceleration skills and ran out of sight. Chen Fei watched them leave, before letting Ruler Jade return to the Imperial Beast space to rest, while he himself retreated back into the shadows. The current him was not a match for the fallen three-headed monster, so it would be unwise to stay any longer. Only the fallen three-headed monster, which had lost its target, was left roaring wildly in the air. In the cave, this place was originally the territory of a third-level beast, but was now occupied by Chen Fei. After making it into a cozy nest, a fire was roasted, and some ashes of a rank 4 beast were scattered at the entrance of the cave, which would prevent the vast majority of low-level demonic beasts from breaking in. Xiao Gu, share the vision. This time, the vision that Xiao Gu shared over was rather special, dark with a slight brightness, and it was constantly traveling through. It wasn't because it was at night, but because it was underground. As early as the moment the broken body of the Rift Earth demon worm escaped, Chen Fei had instructed Xiao Gu to send the night-sniffing rats to track it. The night-sniffing rats were not of the combat lineage, but they were quite formidable in the area of scent tracking, and they also had night vision abilities. This allowed them to travel freely even underground. The night-sniffing rats finally found the broken body of the earth-splitting demon worm after following it all the way, and it was quietly curling up, recovering from its injuries. Chen Fei picked up the map of the Baiyue mountain range, which was divided into 60 zones, with each zone being patrolled by 2 scouting teams in shifts. The inner perimeter was called A, the middle zone was B, and the outer perimeter was C. Their current location was B48, and they were in the middle of the mountain. Their current location was the junction of Area B48 and Area C48. Chen Fei picked up a pen and ruler. Report the location. Xiao Gu contacted the tiny Xiao Gu in the middle of the night-sniffing mouse's body, and then estimated, it's about 30 kilometers to the northwest of us. Chen Fei quickly circled a location on the map, the junction of Area A36 and Area B36. In other words, the broken body of the Rift Earth demon worm was at the edge of the inner perimeter. At this location, the current Chen Fei did not dare to go deeper. His little life was important. It seems that we can only find a way to lure it out. Chen Fei could not defeat the fallen 3-headed monster, but he wanted to practice with the Rift Earth demon worm. The Rift Earth demon worm was mainly tenacious in its vitality, and its skills weren't too strong. The most important thing was that it was too bulky, and in Chen Fei's eyes, this was its most fatal flaw, perfectly suited for a small-sized demonic beast like Xiao Gu to sneak attack. Gu! The rumbling of his stomach rang out before Chen Fei remembered that he had not eaten for most of the day, taking out a handled vanilla rabbit from the sacred Canon space. This kind of rabbit loved to consume all kinds of herbs, and over time, its meat contained the scent of these herbs, making it most suitable for barbecuing. With some salt and pepper, it was an excellent delicacy. Ruler Jade, Xiao Gu, it's time to eat. Ruler Jade's stature was quite a bit larger than Xiao Gu, but it didn't eat much. 2 rabbit legs were enough. On the contrary, it was Xiao Gu, a pure foodie. A whole rabbit wasn't enough for it to eat. Fortunately, the space of the Holy Dictionary was large enough, coupled with the fact that he had earned enough spirit stones a while ago. Chen Fei did not need to worry about food at all. Immediately after that, Chen Fei was seen taking out 5 2-caddy-sized earth spirit fish. This kind of fish lived in the underground spiritual springs all year round, and its flesh contained rich spiritual qi. The fish meat was delicate and mellow with an excellent flavor, definitely a superior raw material for food. The head and tail of the fish was used to stew the soup, and the body of the fish was used to roast, the fragrance absolutely tantalizing. Even Ruler Yu, who was already full, couldn't help but have another one. Chen Fei, I want more. I want more. Xiao Gu had already finished nibbling on 2 of them but was still not full. Chen Fei was helpless. Xiao Gu with the skill of silkworming was too difficult to deal with. No more. The remaining 2 are mine. If this were to be elevated from cannibalization to devouring, what's the point? It would not be allowed to eat away his family's fortune. When Chen Fei didn't agree, Xiao Gu begged Ruling Jade. Ruling Jade, you can't eat it? Why don't you give me half of it? Ruler Jade didn't even lift her head, and pushed the drooling Xiao Gu away with a claw. Go away. You're interfering with my eating. Xiao Gu was in tears. You guys think I want to, but I really didn't eat enough. With the smallest body and the largest meal, who can it find to reason with? After Chen Fei drank the bowl of soup, he was actually already 8 points full. Forget about it, the rest of that earth spirit fish would be given to Xiao Gu. Just he reached out and molded. Hey, where is the fish? No, it was clearly still there roasting just now. Chen Fei instantly goosebumps all up. Enemy attack. Alert. Ruler Jade instantly threw away the uneaten roasted fish, and later came to Chen Fei's side, while Xiao Gu directly jumped onto Chen Fei's shoulder. 1 person and 2 beasts looked tense, ready to strike at any time. Only after waiting for a while, nothing moved. Chen Fei, Aren't you making too much of a fuss? The children and grandchildren outside have stated that nothing has passed by. Xiao Gu looked towards Chen Fei, who had a tight face. No, my fish was stolen. It's obvious that something came through. Chen Fei's words gave both Ruler Yu and Xiao Gu a creepy feeling. They were just over a meter away from that last roasted fish, and with such close proximity, they actually didn't notice anything. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? Why don't you try roasting another one? Chen Fei? Chen Fei instantly understood Xiao Gu's meaning. Take another one as bait and see if the fish would still be stolen. When he said he would do it, he did it. Chen Fei also purposely sprinkled some more spices to see what happened. And then, by the way, he used the hidden yuan technique to hide himself and the two beasts. Suddenly, there was a fluttering of flames, and the one person and the two beasts settled down. Something should be coming over. Chen Fei instructed, Ruler Jade, be ready to strike at any time. Directly use soul stripping. Don't hide your skills at this time. Roger. The next second, the shadow near the roasted fish stirred, and black claws quickly pierced out from the shadow, taking the roasted fish and then quickly retracting back. The speed of that was so fast that it took the breath away from one person and two beasts. The moment Ruler Jade went from reacting to having to cast a skill, the claw had already disappeared. It was as if Chen Fei and the two beasts had been pressed the pause button, and both froze a bit. This speed. There's no one else. Luckily, it's only a third-level beast. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a cat claw, right? There were very few cat-type demonic beasts in the 100 Voyage Mountain range, and it was quite a coincidence that they had stumbled upon it. Since this cat demon disappeared too quickly, Chen Fei only caught a glimpse of the words, Level 3, First Stage, and it had already disappeared. However, for a Level 3 Stage 1 to have the speed and the ability to manipulate shadows, it should be a fairly rare demonic beast, right? Chen Fei took out a few more earth spirit fish. I don't believe there's no way to catch you. Chapter 46-6 Capture Cat Demon. This time, Chen Fei raised the grill higher and purposely avoided the shadows. If the cat demon wanted to reach the earth spirit fish, it had to leave the shadow. In this way, it left them with an opportunity. Kiki. See if you still fall for it. Xiao Gu laughed like a villain. Chen Fei flicked Xiao Gu. Don't steal my words. Ruler Jade. Could these two be any more childish? Brush. After a gust of wind, the fish that was hanging in mid-air was gone again. One man and two beasts. Completely different from what was imagined. That black cat didn't drill out from the shadow, but opened an opening from the top of the hole, jumped down, and then left with the help of the earth. One person and two beasts stared at the ground and didn't see the movement above at all. Too much, right? A cat demon will shadow sneak even if will also be earth escape? Hey, I really don't believe in that evil. Chen Fei once again took out an earth spirit fish, and while roasting the fish, he had Xiao Gu seal up the upper part of the cave entrance and all the surrounding walls with spider webs to isolate the cat demon's earth control ability. After that, he continued to stare at the shadow, not believing that he would not be able to catch it this time. The cat demon did not let them down. A piece of the shadow stirred, and one person and two beasts raised their gods. In the next second, a spider web flew out from the shadow, and then wrapped the fish and quickly pulled it back into the middle of the shadow. Chen Fei, Xiao Gu, Ruler Jade. One person and two beasts were winded in place. This is too hard to comment. Collectively, they were frantic. What the hell is this? Shadow system, assassin system, elemental system. The attributes are already quite complex. As a result, a cat can also release a spider web. This is too outrageous, right? What if I have an urge to hit someone now? It's getting out of control. Directly opposite the cave entrance, a black cat squatted on a tree happily nibbling on an earth spirit fish, while then looking at the one person and two beasts in the cave dancing with their hands. In his heart, he thought to himself, what could be wrong with these three? The fish was stolen and still so happy? After eating, the black cat licked up its fur. Even if it was delicious, it had to be elegant. Chen Fei is considered to be done with this black cat, and will not sleep until he catches it tonight. Continue grilling the fish, continue luring. Fourth time, when neither the one person nor the two beasts reacted, the fire on the fire pile suddenly turned into a flying bird that bit into the roasted fish and flew out. One person and two beasts. Fire control technique? 2 of the 5 attributes had already appeared, remarkable. It was hard for Chen Fei to imagine what kind of demonic beast would be worthy of such an outrageous attribute. Fifth time, Chen Fei asked Xiao Gu to use a spider web to seal up the entrance of the cave. He wanted to see what else this cat demon could do. There was no surprise, but there was still a surprise. The soup that hadn't been finished turned into a small snake that carried the grilled fish and burrowed into the ground. 3 of the 5 elements appeared. The more the cat demon demonstrated, the more Chen Fei was shocked and became more and more curious about it. For the 6th time, Chen Fei put the soup away. What else could it do? This time, the black cat appeared in a more unexpected way. From the shadows burrowed out not just one black cat, but 6, making Chen Fei and also the 2 beasts unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. Utilizing such confusion, the black cats once again stole the roasted fish. However, this time, Chen Fei finally got a good look at the other party. The entire body was pitch black, not much different from an ordinary cat. The only difference lay in its eyes. Purple pupils. Since ancient times, all heavy pupils are extraordinary. After seeing this pair of eyes, Chen Fei no longer dwelled on the attributes of this black cat. After all, it was a heavy pupil, so what's wrong with being a bit special? Forget it. Let's sleep. In fact, Chen Fei still has one last way. To poison. One could put Xiao Gu's toxin in the baked fish, or one could put in Xiao Gu's insect eggs. However, what Chen Fei was considering was that if this black cat also had the skill to detoxify the fish, and it had escaped, would it come over to steal the fish again next time? It had to be said that the superior attributes of the black cat made Chen Fei ruthlessly move. Therefore, he did not want to take things too far. As long as this black cat was good at grilling fish, he still had a chance. Early the next morning, Chen Fei walked out of the cave and felt that the mist was getting thicker and thicker, and he could only see within 50 meters with his naked eyes. I don't know if it was because of the morning or something else. Let's go. Let's go meet the earth-splitting demon worm for a while. Chen Fei led the 2 beasts while the 2 beasts led 1,000 troops straight to Area B36. The Rift Earth demon worms relied on scent and movement to hunt for food, and as Su Kuei and the others utilized this, Chen Fei could naturally do the same. The first thing that came to mind was the smell of blood. Xiao Gu, have them hunt some demonic beasts over. Ones that are big enough and have enough blood. It didn't take long before this meadow was piled high with the corpses of cattle-type demonic beasts, horse-type demonic beasts, and other beasts. The blood began to seep into the ground. It was unknown if it could attract the earth-cracking demon worms, but it had already attracted a large number of carnivorous demonic beasts. Chen Fei watched from afar and had no intention of chasing these demonic beasts away. It was only when there was movement that there was more proof that this was not bait. This wait was the passage of a morning. The shadow of the earth-splitting demon beast was not seen, but it was the kill value that kept rising. Bake a fish. While filling his stomach, Chen Fei also wanted to test if this black cat was around. Sure enough, it didn't take long for one of the grilled fish to be missing. This made Chen Fei couldn't help but be happy, chasing from Area B48 to Area B36 just to steal a grilled fish. This black cat was definitely a foodie without a doubt. Chen Fei squatted down and was just about to serve the soup when he realized that the pot was flooded with ripples. It finally came. Not having the time to care about the black cat, Chen Fei quickly approached the pile of demonic beast corpses with Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade. The demonic beasts that were still stealing food from the corpses just a moment ago had pretty much fled, with only a few birds of prey still pecking away. Boom! The earth-splitting demon worm fiercely drilled out from, before dragging the cow demon corpse in one bite and disappearing into the ground. 3rd grade, 7th rank. Not the one from yesterday. A few minutes later, the earth-splitting demon worm reappeared. Ruler Jade now. Ruler Jade had been preparing for a long time and used soul stripping the moment the Rift Earth demon worm appeared. As expected, the larger physical body just wasn't as agile as the black cat, giving Ruler Jade enough time to lock on. The split earth demon worm's soul was instantly blasted away, and its flesh followed suit. Immediately after that, Soul Slash was thrown out, weakening its soul power. The soul prison seal was then used to drag its soul into the middle of the dark space to stall for time. At the moment when Ruler Jade released her skills, Xiao Gu had long since moved, first using silver wire entanglement on the tens of thousands of Xiao Gu's heads, and then poisoning them. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, the 4 strongest toxins of the current Xiao Gu will be used first. He also let the hundreds of 3rd-grade demonic beasts controlled by Xiao Gu attack a point of the Rift Earth demon worm. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Before the Rift Earth demon bug could react, it had already been sliced into 2 pieces. Some flying birds were startled out of the forest in the distance, And Chen Fei knew that it was the fallen three-headed monster that was on its way. Chapter 47 Intensive Training. What the heck? Not going. Perhaps it was because the current Rift Devil worms weren't strong enough, so the fallen three-headed monster became their protector. Whenever something happened to the Rift Earth Demon worms, it would be the first to arrive. It was too late for Chen Fei to thwart the Rift Earth Demon worm. However, the purpose of this trip had been achieved. His initial intention was to see if the battle prowess of Ruler Jade and Little Ancient could deal with a Rift Earth Demon insect that had yet to develop. Now, it seemed feasible. Within the same level, the Rift Earth Demon worm could not pose much of a threat to the two beasts. This gave Chen Fei a clearer understanding of the strength of the two beasts as well as the evil beasts in the mists. Retreat! Without any lingering, Chen Fei led the two beasts to quickly leave the scene. However, before leaving, he left a big gift for the Rift Earth Demon worms. Thousands of tiny ancients burrowed through the broken body of the Rift Earth Demon worm. Chen Fei believed that with so many tiny ancient beasts, there would always be a few that could be successfully parasitized, right? After parasitizing, if he kept using his body control, there would always be a chance to control the earth-splitting demon worm. If it doesn't work, then increase the proficiency of the corpse control. After controlling it successfully, he will continue to cultivate this earth-splitting demon worm, making it stronger and stronger until finally, it will contact the mother worm or even the evil king. This was a part of the infiltration plan that Chen Fei had drawn up, and there was no room for error. The evil king invaded the rear of the human race, while Chen Fei infiltrated the mists. Everything depended on who was faster. After leaving this place, Chen Fei also returned directly to the city. The black cat looked at the towering city wall, pondering, licked the fur on its paws, turned around and disappeared into the shadows. Boss, I want Earth Spirit Fish. The more the better. Chen Fei returned to the city, just afraid that he would disappear for too long to attract attention. There was also the fact that he had come here for this Earth Spirit Fish. 100 middle-grade spirit stones per piece wasn't cheap. But it couldn't help that it was delicious and could grow a few spiritual chi after eating it. This time, he bought 300 of them. In addition to eating them for himself and the two beasts, he could also take out a portion of them to continue tempting the black cat. A little later, Chen Fei once again walked into the book pavilion. There were always some existences that were beyond his knowledge, and it would not do to not check them out. The complete book of heavy-pupiled demonic beasts. The unbelievable features of heavy-pupiled demonic beasts. The attributes of heavy-pupiled demonic beasts. It took Chen Fei a long time to understand the terrifying and rare nature of the heavy-pupiled demonic beasts. In the complete book of heavy-pupiled demonic beasts, only 189 types of demonic beasts had been recorded from ancient times to the present day, and it could be hundreds or even thousands of years before a single one could appear. However, Chen Fei did not find the figure of that black cat among these 189 types of demonic beasts. In other words, this black cat was beyond the realm of historical records and was an undiscovered existence. This level of rarity was comparable to the Ruler Jade. As for the attributes that a heavy pupil could possess, it was a bit exaggerated. Elemental is just the lowest end, and may also involve soul, illusion, life, mind, and even the more profound ceiling, confinement, time, and space. There is a passage in the book. Heavy pupils are all favorites of heaven and earth, either kings or saints, either great good or great evil. They can discern the hearts of the people, can know misfortune, can observe chi and fortune, and can peer into the heavens, but they can't see through themselves. Although they are born as holy children, it is difficult for them to have a good end. For some reason, what Chen Fei remembered when he saw this W. As the words of the Shadow Emperor, there is always a loss with a gain. This is the law of heaven and earth. As for the difficulty of having a good ending, Chen Fei didn't care. It was hard to say if he could get past this hurdle in front of him, but what did he care if he could end up with a good life in the future? Chen Fei will continue to fight for this black cat. Just as Chen Fei was about to return to his dormitory, he received a letter. Hello? Chen Fei. I am the chief instructor and leader of Shanghai Academy's participation in the 100 Cities competition. I also hope that you can return to the school for a 2-month-long special training, with a stronger strength to face the 100 Cities competition at the end of January next year. 100 Cities competition? In Chen Fei's memory, this competition was considered to be one of the grandest competitions in the Great Summer Country. A total of 162 cities participated in this competition. It was used to select talents as well as distribute city resources. It was said that the champion team also had free S-class demonic beasts and demonic beast eggs to receive. But so what? Can that kind of demonic beast that someone else picked out be as strong as Ruler Jade? Could it be as strong as that heavy-pupiled cat demon? Instead of going through the trouble of competing just to get an S-ranked pet, it would be better to take down the cat demon earlier and also harvest the kill value along the way. Without giving it too much thought, Chen Fei rejected the other party, and then began to observe the whereabouts of the Rift Earth demon worm. Shanghai Academy. Chief Instructor Sun Gang looked at the 19 people in front of him and frowned. There was still one person missing. Well, it was that Chen Fei who had only taken a few days of classes. Even Jiang Yi, the daughter of a level 3, 7-ranked King Royal Beastmaster, had come to the intensive training. This Chen Fei was a bit arrogant. The intensive training was personally arranged by the city lord Huangfu Mingfei, and Sun Gang didn't dare to be careless. These 2 months of intensive training is to understand the characteristics and limits of each student, so that they can be better adjusted in the competition. Moreover, I heard that this Chen Fei's main pet is only a grade B 10,000 poisonous compass, and he even took a crooked path in the early stages.
罢了罢了，若是他集训全程不来，那只能安排他去候补了。
Not only Sun Barge, Jiang Yi, Su Kan, and the others were also searching for Chen Fei's figure in the crowd. There was even Tang Jian. Due to his high strength and potential, he was arranged by Huangfu Mingfei to go to Shanghai Academy. At this moment, Chen Fei was not in the school, but his legend was circulating in the school, tugging at many people's hearts. In the church, the high priest opened another meeting. That round table had increased from 5 to 6 people. The one who came in the back was none other than the war drummer. The high priest banged on the table. Weaver, with the Lord's soul fragment, you should be close to a king-level Imperial Beast Master. The Weaver nodded. It should be in another month or 2. As soon as possible, at least elevate before the 100 Cities competition, so that you can do a big wave. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at the High Priestess. This is to go after the contestants of the 100 Cities competition? Ha ha ha. The High Priestess smiled very brightly. The 100 Cities competition gathers geniuses from all the cities. Targeting them is always much more fun than targeting Jiang Yi, right? Everyone else smiled and agreed, except for the Arbiter who still had an icy face. High Priestess, why do we always have to do all this petty thievery? Can't we be more direct? The High Priestess didn't say anything, but stood up and pulled out a clean handkerchief from his pocket while wiping the painting on the wall. The painting was a triangular pattern of lines with a single eye in the center. After wiping it, the High Priestess stood with his hands folded. Arbiter, let me ask you this. How many years of history does mankind have? The Arbiter pondered for a moment. According to history, a few million years. The High Priest nodded before continuing. That's right, with a history of several million years, don't they have some heritage? With our current strength, we are undoubtedly striking a stone with an egg. Only the day the Lord awakens will be our new life. Chapter 48. Heavy Pupil Ink Cat. End of November. Counting the time, Chen Fei had spent another month in the 100U mountain range. Nowadays, Chen Fei's strength was that of a senior 2nd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, while Xiao Gu and Shikuju were both 3rd-ranked 2nd-ranked. This time, they didn't use their kill value, and purely relied on the boost they got from actual combat and the drawing of spirit stones. Of course, the balance of kill value is 354,000. It looked like a lot, but it was actually not enough at all. By the time one reached Senior Imperial Beastmaster, 50,000 kill value was required for each step up. It was really quite a lot. After considering it for a while, Chen Fei still planned to use spirit stones to slowly cultivate, putting these kill values into more useful places. For example, the enhancement of Xiao Gu's qualifications, the leap from a rank to S rank would definitely allow Xiao Gu to ascend another level. Heavenly Crystal Bloodline, 5,000 points of contribution value. There were still 3,200 points of contribution value in one's hand, so finding Chen Qingyun to scrape it together should still be possible. If you can't, you can spend spirit stones to purchase it. As for the killing value, saving up for a few more days would be quick. The fish is ready, Chen Fei yelled out. This yell was not only speaking to Ruler Jade and Xiao Gu, but also to the black cat not far away. After the temptation over the past month or so, both sides had gotten used to each other's presence. As long as Chen Fei entered the 100U mountain range, the black cat was not far behind. After Chen Fei finished grilling the fish, he would also throw 1 or 2 out. Over time, the black cat no longer hid itself, but just lay on the tree not far from Chen Fei and nibbled on the roasted fish. Heavy Pupil Ink Cat Mutant. Strength, Level 3, First Order. Attribute, Reproduction, Assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Unique skill, Mirror of Duplication. For strengths exceeding one's own by 9 ranks and below, as long as one touches the opponent's flesh, there is a chance of duplicating the next skill. Proficiency, Proficient. Remarks. Each demonic beast can only copy one skill. Because of the strength limitations, only 6 skills can be copied at the moment. The more advanced the skill, the lower the success rate of copying. The higher the skill, the lower the copying success rate. Strength, qualification, and skill proficiency can all be improved to increase the copying success rate. Copy skills. 1. Shadow stalking. Can integrate oneself into the shadow to achieve sneaking, sneak attack, and other purposes. Proficiency. Proficient level. 2. Fire control. Can coalesce flames into any form and manipulate them remotely. Proficiency. Skillful. 3. Earth escape. Remarks. If you switch the copy skill, the skill proficiency will start over from the introductory level. Upon seeing the information of the Heavy Pupil Ink Cat, Chen Fei finally understood why it could have so many attribute skills. It turned out that they were all copied. What was true was that the Heavy Pupil Ink Cat only had one Mirror of Reproduction skill. But don't underestimate this skill. When utilized well, it was simply a divine skill. As long as the success rate was high enough, it could copy any attribute skill. Whether it was an elemental skill, a trickster skill, or an invincible skill like time or space, it was possible to copy it down. The Heavy Pupil was worthy of being the favorite of heaven and earth. It was simply a dream divine skill with too much growth value. How about following me? In the future, I'll make sure that you'll be able to eat and drink delicious food. Chen Fei used his consciousness to relay his words. This was the first time Chen Fei had communicated with the Heavy Pupil Ink Cat head-on, deeply afraid of scaring it away. The Heavy Pupil Ink Cat just glanced at Chen Fei and didn't say anything before lying down and starting to snooze. Chen Fei had no choice but to eat the grilled fish in silence. However, he was in no hurry. As long as the Heavy Pupil Ink Cat continued to follow him, then he still had a chance. Chen Fei! Xiao Gu suddenly called out to Chen Fei. Chen Fei followed and looked over. What's wrong? Gu Qi has successfully controlled that earth-splitting demon worm. Powerful! Xiao Gu's words caused Chen Fei to directly throw away the grilled fish. Eating anything at the moment didn't feel appetizing. Quick, vision share over. With the vision sharing, it appeared in the middle of a huge basin. This basin was precisely the inner region of the Baiyue mountain range. Due to the low terrain, even without the weird invasion, it was foggy. It was relatively humid, and even sunlight was difficult to penetrate, living many rank 4 and rank 5 demonic beasts of this environment. This earth-splitting demon bug did not enter the center point of the inner perimeter. It was just the edge, and according to Xiao Gu's predicted bearing, it should be in area A16. In front of it, there were many bizarre existences standing in a mortar and pestle. In addition to the fallen 3-headed monster, there was also a humanoid monster with a long red lantern. A goat-headed humanoid monster with a huge scythe. There was also a leopard with 6 heads. Among these, the fallen 3-headed monster was instead the weakest, and the others all had the strength of a Class 4 demon general. The most terrifying thing was that they were feared to have the same godly skills and attributes as the fallen 3-headed monster. If they attacked the city at the same time, relying on just a few people from Xing Shaoshan would not be able to hold out at all. Without hesitation, Chen Fei directly dialed Chan Qingyun's phone. Dad, I have an urgent matter. Quickly gather Minister Chang Jingjing, Minister Xie, and the others over. This matter is even more serious than the Chu Rebirth incident. More serious than the Chu Chong Chong incident? Where did Chen Qingyun dare to procrastinate? He immediately invited the ministers. Chen Fei, everyone has arrived. Go ahead. All right. Now I'll have the compulsion in Minister Chen's hand share the vision to everyone. As Chen Fei's words fell, the figures of the fallen 3-headed monster and other beasts appeared before the crowd. There were a whole 10 of them, and the aura of each one of them was incredibly powerful, pressurizing a few people to the point where they couldn't catch their breath. Chang Jingjing said in a deep voice, "So it seems that what Chu Rebirth described the other day is true." Xie's attention was on that earth-splitting demon worm king. That body, at least 70 to 80 meters level, was far more exaggerated than what Su Kuei and Wang Ji's squad had reported. Xing Shaoshan's face twitched a few times, a rare expression of anger appearing on his face. That goat monster with the scythe is the very same guy that took my left eye. It can manipulate hearts and souls to make me turn on myself. If it wasn't for the 9 turns crystal snake carrying me back through the shuttle, I'm afraid I would have already died. Everyone's faces were quite ugly. This was just the tip of the iceberg in the inner circle, and it was already so terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence would their king be? When they wanted to continue observing, the earth-splitting demon worms had already burrowed into the ground and were in darkness. Chen Fei's voice came again. Ministers, according to Chu Chongxin's description, I had my beast pet go deep into Area A16, and as a result I saw these. There's also the 3-headed monster that old brother Su Kuei encountered. I've looked it up. It should be an extremely rare Sangha stitch skill. It can sew multiple demonic beasts together in a hard way, forcibly raising their qualifications and giving them 2 or 3 times more aura than the original. The price is a lower lifespan and a relatively weak soul. Chen Fei did not continue. This information was already enough. His purpose was only to make the several ministers and his own dad and mom a little more vigilant. Don't go down the old path of your previous life. Chapter 49, The Special Illusion Constructed by Ruling Jade. As the phone hung up, Chang Jingjing, Xie Sun, and Xing Xiaoshan stared intently at Chan Qingyun and his wife. Seeing that both of them had some numbness in their scalp, they hurriedly spoke. If you guys have something to say, just say it. Don't look like this. Xie Sun took Xing Xiaoshan's shoulder. Old Chun, how did you raise this son? Teach me. Xing Xiaoshan also had an envious look on his face. Compared to that brat in my house, Chen Fei is far too good. This discovery is at least another 3rd-class merit, or even a 2nd-class merit. Chang Jingjing was once again impressed with Chen Fei. Chen Fei is truly utilizing the hatching ability of the 10,000 poisonous compound king to the extreme. Thousands and tens of thousands of heads running towards the inner circle, there is always one head that is successful. Now it seems that he is not only suitable for the medical department, but also quite suitable for the scouting department as well. Not mentioning this was fine. Mentioning it made Xie Sun chagrined. That's why I've long asked you to let Chen Fei to me, but you didn't want it. Chang Jingjing didn't give Xie Sun a good face. Why should I give it to you? That's his own unwillingness to go. I didn't force him. The two argued again. Only the more they argued, the happier Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue became, who didn't hope that their children could become successful. Originally, they felt that Chen Fei's contracted 10,000 poison compass was average, but now it seemed that it truly responded to the saying, there is no weakest demonic beast, only the weakest beast master. Xing Xiaoshan stopped the two. All right, you two. Both of you. Cut the crap. The priority should be to think about how to face and prevent it. Chang Jingjing and Xie Sun were only trying to mobilize the depressing atmosphere. Now that they were brought up again by Xing Xiaoshan, they could only follow and get serious. Xie Sun sat down with a big grin. What else can we do? Recruiting. We can't expect the 5 of us to fight against that group of monsters, right? But he heard Chang Jingjing snort coldly. A group of people who are greedy and afraid of death. They are all afraid of being swallowed up by the mists. The ones who want to come would have come long ago. Back then, when the mists descended at the beginning, when the 12 war zones had not yet been established, there were batch after batch of deaths of sovereign-level royal beastmasters, and even king-level royal beastmasters died quite a lot. As a result, many people were afraid of being killed and hid in the back, not daring to show themselves, relying on their fathers' legacies to continuously amass wealth to improve themselves. There were fewer and fewer experts who chose to be stationed in the 12 war zones. Several people started a discussion on this issue. Knowing some of the enemy's details, there is always a need for defense. In the following days, Chen Fei still traveled back and forth between the Baiyue mountain range and Baiyue city. The fish are gone. A whole 300 earth spirit fish, dried up in a month. It was really ruthless. There was no way around it. He could only pull out some rabbit meat and chicken meat to replace it. He, Xiao Gu, and Ruler Jade were nibbling quite favorably, but the heavy-pupiled ink cat not far away had a disgusted look on its face. It seemed that it was only interested in fish. It did not take long before it disappeared from Chen Fei's view. It's gone. Chen Fei had thought that this bout of feeding would establish a certain emotional foundation with the heavy-pupil ink cat, but as it turned out, it seemed that this little fellow was only craving for fish. This made his heart feel more or less uncomfortable. Forget it, some things can't be forced after all, it's better to prioritize improving strength. The current balance of kill value is 389,000. Still missing 11,000. Work a little harder and you'll be able to save up today. As for the contribution points, Chen Fei had asked Chen Qingyun for 1,000 points and spent hundreds of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones himself to exchange the last 800 points. After returning today, he would be able to make Xiao Gu evolve once more. Let's go and get to work. Today try to see if you can take out a level 3 rank 5 demonic beast. That's a level 3, 4th order dazzling snake. Besides the venom, be careful of its pupil technique. Once it is struck, it will be in a stunned state and later be pulled into the middle of the illusion. It is also considered a very distinctive demonic beast. However, its talents are all in its eyes, and its physical body's defense is relatively poor. Chen Fei read out the information of the dazzling snake to Xiao Gu and Ruling Jade, and then stood aside without commanding, allowing the two beasts to play freely. Ruler Jade was already quite familiar with the various skills, and now all it had to develop was combat acumen. Chen Fei tried not to intervene if he could. Unless it came to a life-and-death situation, he would recall Ruler Jade back to the Imperial Beast space to rest and recover. In this way, he could simulate a more realistic environment of killing in the wild, increasing his bloodlust, and at the same time, he could also form a certain combat intuition. Unlike before, the current Ruler Jade didn't use soul stripping right off the bat. This skill was indeed strong, but it also consumed a lot. Every time it was used, it would consume 1/5 of Ruler Jade's aura. The biggest drawback was the lack of range. Therefore, Ruling Jade changed its fighting style to open up with Mirror Flower Water Moon. Ruling Jade had another advantage, and that was the existence of the ancient past. The illusions constructed by others could be some kind of corpse mountain, sea of flames, and heavenly catastrophe. It could also be a situation that pulled them back to the past that they most regretted, least wanted to remember, or most wanted to return to, or something like that. But the Ruler Jade was different. It constructed an ancient spiritual plantation. The 5-colored divine stone flowers were nothing in it, and there was also the dragon's ambergris that could obtain a trace of true dragon bloodline. The sacred virtue bamboo that helps break through bottlenecks. The Tao heart wood that finds one's own Tao heart. The golden cicada clothing fruit that had a chance of obtaining the golden cicada shell removal skill. As well as the supreme pure water that can wash the flesh and soul and increase the probability of evolution. Since the Ruler Jade had actually experienced it, it could not only construct images, but it could even simulate the divinity and aura of plants. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by looking at such a mouth-watering spiritual plant garden? Even the dazzling snake, who knew a little bit of illusion itself, had fallen for it. There was no need to delay for too long. Even 1 second, 0.5 seconds, was enough time for Xiao Gu to make his move. The silver silk entanglement, plus all kinds of toxins, are enough to make the dazzling snake drink a pot of water. It didn't take long for the dazzling snake to fall to the ground. From the beginning to the end, it had only used one skill, venom spray, and its strongest pupil technique hadn't even had time to be used before it died. Chen Fei couldn't help but nod appreciatively. Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade's cooperation was becoming more and more seamless, and in terms of the utilization of aura, it had also reached the point of being comfortable with it. Every time they fought, they used the most trouble-free way. If they could sneak attack, they would never fight hard. If you can poison, you will never be soft. This was what the assassin department should be like. It was getting late. The light could no longer shine into the mist. Except in the cave, Chen Fei did not dare to start a fire. A fire would definitely attract many unknown creatures. Since he had saved up 400,000 kills, there was no need to stay here, so he returned to the city directly. However, before going back, Chen Fei still stopped and observed, and never saw the figure of the heavy pupil ink cat. It seems he really didn't have a destiny with the heavy pupil ink cat. Laughing a few times to himself, Chen Fei was ready to head back to the city. However, at this very moment, the heavy pupil ink cat appeared, and it was holding a fish in its mouth that was even bigger than its body. Chapter 53rd Favorite. The moment he saw the heavy pupil ink cat, Chen Fei was clearly stunned. It turned out that it hadn't left. It turned out that it had gone hunting on its own. All the upsets in his heart were cleared away at this moment. The heavy pupil ink cat threw the sparrow snapper on the ground and then pointed with its paw. Chen Fei probably guessed its meaning. You want me to roast it? The heavy pupil ink cat nodded heavily, and there was still a trace of Hala at the corner of its mouth, but it quickly wiped it off in order to maintain its elegance. All right, we won't go back tonight. Chen Fei dragged the fish to the edge of the river and started cleaning it, before dragging it into the cave to roast it. It looked busy, but in reality he was very joyful inside. Looking at the heavy pupil ink cat that was eating deliciously, Chen Fei slowly approached and tried to stroke its silky fur. Unexpectedly, the heavy-pupiled ink cat raised its head and just stared straight at him. The scene was awkward for a while. Other than those big crises, Chen Fei swore that his heart had never beat so fast. I am just reconfirming whether you are willing to join this great clan. The heavy-pupil ink cat still did not reply, lowering its head and continuing to gnaw on the fish. Chen Fei rubbed the back of his head in annoyance, helpless. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Gu or Ruler Jade, as long as they were willing to open their mouths and communicate, Chen Fei would be able to prescribe the right medicine. However, this heavy-pupiled ink cat did not say a word, but instead, it was the most troublesome. Chen Fei resentfully withdrew his hand and prepared to go back to his position to sleep. Just at this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. There is a strong purple aura on your body, and that is what has been attracting me. Chen Fei turned his head violently as the heavy-pupil ink cat finally spoke. It was only its words that Chen Fei did not quite understand. On second thought, those with heavy pupils could know misfortune, observe qi, and peer into the heavens. Could it be that the purple qi represented one's own luck? Thinking about it carefully, his own luck really wasn't that bad. In the desperate times of the bizarre invasion, he was still able to find the killing sacred Canon and live a new life. How many people had such luck? Immediately after that, he heard the heavy-pupiled ink cat continue. I've been observing you guys for more than a month, and I found that your rate of enhancement is mind-boggling to this meow. As for me, I happen to need this kind of promotion speed. I want to take revenge. Hearing this, Chen Fei was instead in no hurry. He wanted to hear the story of the heavy-pupil ink cat. The object of your revenge should be related to your past, right? The heavy-pupil ink cat licked its paw before continuing with the opening. That's right. I didn't have heavy pupils originally, but was just an ordinary cat demon. With low strength and insufficient qualifications, I couldn't make it in the human world, and I couldn't even make it in the forest. That day, I was really hungry, and even if I didn't have any meat, I still wanted to eat something to fill my stomach. It just so happened that I came across a purple demonic fruit with a mysterious and incomparable pattern on it. It smelled so good and fragrant that I couldn't control it anymore, so I swallowed it in one bite. The moment I finished eating it, my stomach was full, but my body was about to explode, especially my eyes. I felt like I was blind. It was gray and I couldn't see anything. When I woke up again, I was lying in the arms of a human. I couldn't see her, but I could smell that she had a different scent of jasmine, light and nice. Every time I smelled it, I could sleep soundly. Every day after that, she let her beast pet use healing skills to heal my wounds. At that moment, I really felt that I had met an angel. It must have been heaven's arrangement for me to meet her. When I recover, I'm going to repay her. I'm going to become her beast pet. The heavy-pupil ink cat either didn't speak or spoke at length. Chen Fei could tell that this matter had been hidden in its heart for a long time. As wonderful as it sounded, the ending of the story was most likely tragic. A month or two later, my body had fully recovered, and even my eyes showed signs of recovery. When I woke up again, the world in front of me was different. It was brighter and more colorful. I also finally got a good look at this human. She was beautiful, the prettiest person I had ever seen, and she smiled with dimples that were very moving. She was a little surprised to see my heavy pupils, so she looked up the information for me. According to my description, she found a spiritual fruit called the Creation Heavy Pupil Fruit. It was because of it that I had my current heavy pupils. When I proposed that I wanted to contract with her, she readily agreed. So after we were ready to go home, we started signing the contract. Speaking of this, the heavy pupil ink cat's eyes were filled with longing, with resentment and hatred. Just on the way back, a gray mist descended, and there were screams and blood everywhere. She took me to hide, but still encountered a monster. It was a humanoid demonic beast with 6 pairs of feathered wings. When she saw the other party, she spat out a word, 6-winged angel. At that moment, I saw despair from her face. In the next second, that 6-winged angel swung a sword towards us. She fell into a pool of blood and slowly closed her eyes. No matter how much I screamed, I couldn't wake her up. After the unwillingness and grief, only endless sorrow remained. Chen Fei did not know where to comfort it, and could only stroke its fur as a sign of comfort. And then he took a deep breath. The 6-winged angel you spoke of, does it not have a head? The heavy-pupiled ink cat looked up sharply with a surprised expression. How do you know? Could it be that you also escaped from amongst the mists? Chen Fei smiled bitterly. I don't just know, it still owes me a life. That's right. The one who sniped at Chen Fei in the 9 sepulchral fiercelands was none other than the evil king number 6, the headless angel. Since we share a common goal of revenge, all the more reason to join forces. Chen Fei directly carved out an oath formation. As long as the heavy pupil ink cat enters into a contract with me, I will use my best efforts to help it behead the headless angel. The oath was completed. In this way, can you rest assured? After saying that, Chen Fei carved the contract formation, only waiting for the heavy pupil ink cat to conclude it. The pupils of the heavy pupil ink cat flickered continuously. It could observe qi and fortune, as well as discern hearts. It could sense Chen Fei's heart, which was incredibly sincere, without a trace of impurities. Sincerity was the best killing technique. The heavy pupil ink cat chose to contract. The contract was successful. Thus, the heavy pupil ink cat became Chen Fei's third beast pet. Do you have a name of your own? The embarrassment of naming Ruler Jade last time was still fresh in Chen Fei's mind. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't pick it blindly, but asked first. Yes, because I'm dark-looking, so she's always called me Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud. Well, that's not bad either. Hello, Dark Cloud. Formally introduce yourself. My name is Chen Fei. My name is Ruler Jade. I'm Xiao Gu. Remember to call me Big Brother. Dark Cloud gave it the same contemptuous look as Ruler Jade at the time. Xiao Gu instantly exploded. Well, it doesn't have fur. Well, one by one all underestimate me, right? It's time to show you my army of 10,000 poison compound kings. At Xiao Gu's command, several hundred third-level beasts surged over. Not only that, there were also tens of thousands of hidden second-generation parasites that showed their faces. They surrounded Chen Fei and the others in dozens of circles, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There were even countless insect eggs in the sacred Canon space that had yet to hatch. Even the dark cloud with its heavy pupils was numb and shocked to the core. At this moment, it only understood the gold content of Xiao Gu's Big Brother. A bug can withstand thousands of horses? Chapter 51. Xiao Gu's Re-Evolution. After returning to Baiyu City, Chen Fei first ran to the contribution point exchange area and exchanged the Heavenly Crystal Bloodline. The Heavenly Crystal Bloodline was considered one of the top bloodlines in the stone system. Whether it was Xing Xiaoshan's 9-turn crystal snake or Ruler Jade's once projected Heavenly Crystal Dragon, they all demonstrated extraordinary characteristics and abilities. Now that Xiao Gu was allowed to devour this bloodline, there was no telling what kind of changes it would cause, and Chen Fei was filled with anticipation. For this evolution, one can select from poison, devouring, compulsion, reproduction, domination of the insect race, strengthening the flesh, speed, perception, and control. Of the 9 categories, pick 6. There's nothing to pick. It's the same as before, just add one more control. Little Gu, swallow the bloodline of the Heavenly Crystal Ant King, and then Chen Fei detained 400,000 points of killing value and struck a brain into Xiao Gu. Instantly, the light blazed forth. As soon as Chen Fei saw that something was wrong, he immediately transferred it into the middle of the sacred Canon space. The commotion this time was no less than that of Ruler Jade. After all, how could it be said that it was also an evolution from a rank qualification to S-rank qualification, and the life level would reach its first leap? Gu! Xiao Gu rolled over in agony as its flesh seemed to be disintegrated and then reorganized. The cycle was repeated over and over again afterward, and it had surpassed the pain that the vast majority of flesh could bring. Regardless of whether it was Ruler Jade or Dark Cloud, they were all a bit terrified. With such an evolutionary process, Chen Fei could not play any supporting role and could only rely on Xiao Gu himself. As for Xiao Gu, it could be said that it was the most death-fearing fellow present. How could it allow itself to die like this? Its obsession with staying alive could not be stopped by a single evolution. Finally, the light passed, revealing Xiao Gu's new appearance. The shape hadn't changed much, but there was an extra pair of wings. From then on, Xiao Gu could fly freely. His entire body was covered in crystal-like armor, just like the 9-turn crystal snake. Only the armor of the 9-turn crystal snake was a shiny diamond color, while Xiao Gu's crystal armor was darker. Not only did Chen Fei not find it ugly, he even found it perfect. Since he wanted to be a qualified assassin, wouldn't it be adding to his own problems to make himself shiny? Instead, it was this kind of appearance that allowed one to walk in the darkness of the night without being noticed. Qualification upgrade. Evolved from a rank qualification to S rank qualification. The 10,000 Poison Compass King evolved into the Plutonic Crystal Compass King. Comparison advantages. 1. All skill effects are greatly increased. 2. 10 special hatching compulsion backfeeds evolve into hatching insect mothers. The amount that can be hatched in a day is increased from 100 heads 1,000 heads. The prerequisite is that the nibbling aura, spirit stone aura, etc. have enough energy to reach the hatching extreme. 3. The second generation worms hatched from the hatching worm mother will also have the ability to hatch and can hatch 1 head a day. 4. As a result of fusing the bloodline of the heavenly crystal ant king, it gains the ant king's wings. Attributes have changed. New crystal lineage, flight lineage. 5. Gained the sky crystal ant king's crystal system skill, gravity crystal entry level. It had to be said that Xiao Gu's evolution this time was simply too powerful. Going from dual attributes to 4 attributes meant that it could learn more skills. Even if it had more Ant King's wings, it even had 1 more skill. Gravity Crystal. A crystal with a gravity field can be constructed. Once activated, the gravity field is immediately released and does not disappear until the energy within the crystal is exhausted. This crystal is retrieved and can be used to continue replenishing energy. Note: due to low skill proficiency, the current gravity multiplier is 2x. Crystal energy duration, 10 seconds. Chen Fei's eyes were glowing. This skill was definitely not weak. Having a gravity field was nothing, quite a few demonic beasts possessed them, but they were usually released with themselves as the center. This skill was strong in its flexibility. It can lure the enemy to a specific area, and then remotely control the crystal to trigger the gravity field. It was simply an excellent skill for ambushes, and could definitely allow Xiao Gu to go farther and farther in the assassination business. In addition to Gravity Crystal, Chen Fei planned to arrange for Xiao Gu to learn a few more crystal system skills. Crystal Shuttle, the current escape skill comparable to Shadow Sneak. Moreover, Crystal Shuttle is not only for escaping by oneself, but also for escaping with an Imperial Beastmaster. Must learn. It's just that I don't know if Xiao Gu can learn it with his perception. It seems like I have to go prepare some more Bodhi fruits. Crystal Shield, Crystal Manipulation, and Crystal Arrow Rain are the more common crystal system skills. Relatively easy to learn, but endlessly useful. Xiao Gu vibrated its wings and tried to fly, but it fell down. But it wasn't discouraged, and under constant attempts, it finally rose up trembling. Although the flight was unstable and the trajectory was touching, it was still flying. Even Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud were a little envious. Chen Fei, I've flown, ha ha ha. I'll take you guys to fly in the future. At this moment, Xiao Gu felt that the bug life had reached its peak. Looking at such an excited Xiao Gu, Chen Fei was also infected, and the matter of the number 6 Evil King was temporarily left behind. As for the flight department, Xiao Gu's Ant King's wings were very small, not enough to be able to flap its wings and create storms, or use feather-type attack skills like other bird-type demonic beasts. In that case, then learn the skill that accelerates flight speed, Flowing Light Illusion. This skill could be accelerated twice, and the higher the proficiency, the more able it was to hide one's form. Combined with Chen Fei's hidden Yuan skill, the concealment was greatly improved, allowing Xiao Gu to approach the enemy without a sound. Looking at Xiao Gu, who was constantly tossing around in the air, as well as Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud, who were licking their claws. For a moment, Chen Fei's bravado rose to the sky. 3S class beast pets, such a configuration had already surpassed countless people, and even stood at the absolute top. The man from his previous life was not even worthy of giving his current self a mention. Wait for it, headless angel. Give me a little more time and we'll see if you die or I live. Knock knock. Chen Fei knocked on the door of Chen Qingyun's room. Chen Qingyun glared at him. Just to be clear, I don't have any more contribution value. Chen Fei hemmed and hawed, not knowing what embarrassment meant at all. Am I that kind of person? I came here this time because I wanted to take a look at the 6-eared clear sound bat. Dad's beast pet is simply too handsome. Being praised by his son like this, Chen Qingyun still had a few moments of triumph. Which old man didn't want his son to worship him? Chen Qingyun summoned the 6-eared clear sound bat. Dad, for the soundwave department, what skill is the strongest and best to use? For this aspect, Chen Qingyun had really studied it. Sonic Blast Shockwave, Sonic Blade Storm, Sonic Barrier, These are all relatively common sonic system skills that normal sonic system demonic beasts can learn. However, some sonic skills are more special, such as Withering Sonic Wave. The sound wave carries the aura of death and can weaken the opponent's life force. This kind of skill is relatively bizarre. As for the stronger ones, such as Ultrasonic Wave, when the proficiency is high enough, it sends out sound waves that make humans, and even demonic beasts, unable to hear them, which is equivalent to being soundless and shapeless, and naturally, it's strong. While Chen Qingyun was talking eloquently, Chen Fei took advantage of his inattention and secretly summoned out the dark cloud, allowing it to touch the six-eared clear sound bat, which then began to copy the skill. This was the real purpose of Chen Fei's trip. Chapter 52, Dark Cloud Skills. Since he possessed such a powerful skill as Mirror of Duplication, how could it go to waste? Dark Cloud's fire control, earth escape, and the like were all just relatively basic elemental skills. It was fine if nothing was wrong, but it was almost unusable for bigger occasions except for escaping. For example, the fire control technique. The dark clouds themselves do not have the fire element, do not produce fire. So where does fire come from? It can only be obtained from the surrounding environment. If in a volcano or magma or something like that, battle occasion is okay. In the rivers, lakes and seas and so on, that is not cool. The limitations are too great. It was entirely possible to replace it with a skill that was a bit more powerful, or to make up for the shortcomings of Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade. Thinking about it, the Sonic department was exactly the most lacking link in the current Beast Pet team. Successful copy. Obtain Sonic Crush entry level. Sonic Crush crushes and mixes sound waves, and after accumulating a certain amount of energy, releases it to attack the enemy's eardrums. Light cases lose hearing for a short period of time, while heavy cases can be crippled. Note, as it is currently only an entry-level proficiency, it can only target beings below its own strength. How could Chen Fei not expect the sound wave skill that Dark Cloud had copied over to be this? Specifically targeting only the eardrums was somewhat limited, but utilized well, it could definitely catch the enemy off guard. Retainable. Since only one skill could be copied from one head, Chen Fei targeted Xia Zhishua's beast pet. That's right, it was the healing skill. Generally speaking, assassin-type demonic beasts were not linked to the healing system at all. The appearance of the dark cloud made up for this aspect. Successful duplication, obtaining stars healing entry level. Healing of the stars draws energy from the stars to heal the injured. As such, this skill can boost its healing effect by 20% when used at night. Note, due to low proficiency, it currently only heals wounds. As proficiency increases, it can also heal the mind, spirit, and soul. This skill was within Chen Fei's expectations, but this ability to boost the healing effect at night was a pleasant surprise. Going with a specialized assassination lineage, the best time to sneak up on them was, of course, at night. Just like this, following the example of the others, Dark Cloud skills were greatly changed. In addition to Shadow Sneak, all other skills were replaced. There is one more, Shadow Binding, and one more, Sonic Barrier. The last skill is more special and goes to the support system. The skills of Ruler Jade and Xiao Gu are not weak, but overall they lack the ability to kill in one hit. Chen Fei thought of the fact that the fallen three-headed monster could apply 2 buffs to itself, so why didn't they learn it? Seal of Increase. Can condense several seals, strike into the object that needs to be increased, and excite the seal when needed. Can increase the power of the next strike skill by 10%. Note, the increase effect increases with proficiency. At this point, the skills of the 3 beasts have all been formed, and all that remains is to use and improve proficiency. At the end of December, the year is approaching. The streets were festooned with lights and the number of stalls increased day by day. Children were running around in their new clothes, and there was laughter everywhere. Under such a joyful atmosphere, people briefly put the matter of the mists out of their minds and enjoyed the moment. Unbeknownst to them, underneath such joy, there were already waves of darkness. Church. On top of the round table, 6 glasses of red wine were rarely placed. Let's raise our glasses tonight to congratulate the weaver on his successful ascent to the rank of King Royal Beastmaster. Several people took a shallow sip. The high priestess continued, "There is one more piece of good news. The Lord has shown signs of recovery. Soon after, the first wave of tests will be conducted on humans." Several others were all shaken in spirit. Praise the Lord. Finally, I've waited for this day. I've held it in long enough. Is my great revenge about to be avenged? Humanity. The day of removal has finally arrived. The high priest pressed his hand, signaling them to calm down. Don't get excited, it's just a small test wave. As for the lurking us, it's time to make a move. The high priest began to give orders. War drummer, remember to pass the message to each of the exiles. Those under their control had a uniform name, exiles. Watchers, continue to monitor all the clans of the king-level royal beastmasters. The more complete the information, the better. Arbiter, after the meeting is over, you can head to Imperial City. Someone will meet you there. Weaver, use energy to erase the people on this list. And the sower, add this to the spirit-gathering pill. In the high priest's hand was a grayish-brown irregular object. This object is the crystal of plague. Grind it up and add it to the spirit-gathering pill. Remember not to eat it by mistake, or you too will become a carrier of the plague. The sower carefully took it and took out a box from his spatial ring to put it in before storing it amongst the rings. In that case, I'll wait for everyone's good news. After the meeting ended, the five quietly retired, leaving only the high priest in the middle of the church. He turned to the painting in the church and lowered his head. Lord, everything is ready, just waiting for your array disc. The mural trembled for a moment before several tentacles appeared, each tugging on an extremely high-quality spirit stone. On top of the spirit stone, countless arcane lines were engraved. Each one was smooth and incomparable, forming patterns that the high priestess did not recognize. Exquisite and absolutely beautiful. A whisper came from the high priestess's ear. There are 3 types of array discs, so I hope you can make good use of them. There is also this evil beast bestowed upon you. It will be of great help to you. A grotesque demonic beast with a human body and spider underbelly appeared in front of the high priestess. This is the puppet spider woman, S-rank qualification, combining the devouring, puppet, poison, and assassin lineages. It can constantly devour humans or demonic beasts and increase its strength. The most important thing is its puppet art, which can help you control disobedient little ones. The high priest's eyes glowed. He had never heard of such an existence as a puppet spider girl, but listening to the other party's description, it definitely wouldn't be weak. Especially with such a rare attribute of the puppet lineage, it could completely solve many of his own troubles. Many thanks for the Lord's gift. I will definitely live up to the Lord's trust. The tentacles slowly retracted into the mural as if they had never appeared. Chapter 53. Exterminating the Fallen Three-Headed Monster. 100 Mountain Range. Chen Fei crouched on a tree and looked at the pile of corpses below. The cultivation fluctuation on his body was that of an advanced level 4 Sentinel Beastmaster. The 3 demonic beasts were all at the 3rd level 4th rank. Not long after, Chen Fei felt the entire tree vibrate. Coming! As soon as Chen Fei's words fell, the 3 beast pets beside him all raised their heads. Immediately afterward, he saw the earth-splitting demon worm break out of the ground. This one was already at level 3, step 9, and its aura was a few degrees stronger than the ones he had originally seen. Subsequently, Xiao Gu's flesh flashed with a dark light, and the 6 gravity crystals that were buried around it were instantly lit up. As the proficiency level rose to the proficient level, the crystals released 6 times the gravity. The rift demon worm was directly smashed onto the ground without any defense. The 6x gravity caused the rift earth demon worm's writhing to slow down quite a bit, but it wasn't enough to keep it from moving. But don't forget, there was now more than just Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade. There was an extra dark cloud. The dark cloud directly threw out 2 skills, the first being a sonic skill, Sonic Shatter. The split earth demon worm's eyes were not good, and targeting its eyes was useless. But attacking its sense of hearing would be quite useful. The proficiency level Sonic Shatter going over would be enough to make it go deaf instantly. This time was very short, only 3 seconds. The second skill was in the auxiliary department, Seal of Increase. Long before the battle started, Dark Cloud had put seals on Ruler Jade and Xiao Gu as well as himself. When the need arose, the Seal of Increase could be activated at any time. This time, the increase effect was given to Xiao Gu. Due to the proficiency level, it could increase the power of Xiao Gu's next strike by 50%. One could only see Xiao Gu controlling the crystal elements within his body before condensing a rain of crystal arrows. Each of the crystals was in the form of a biprismatic cone that was 2 meters tall. The ability once used by the Heavenly Crystal Dragon could also be used by Xiao Gu. It was only that the crystals that Xiao Gu condensed were not as huge and appalling as the Heavenly Crystal Giant Dragon. As Xiao Gu swung, endless crystals fell down, striking directly at the Rift Earth demon worms on the ground. Don't forget, the current Rift Earth demon worm was in the middle of a 6x gravity field. When the crystals naturally fell, it would generate a downward force in itself, and then after being pulled by the 6x gravity field, the power of the arrow rain doubled several times. Previously, it could only threaten the life of a 3rd-level 6th-rank demonic beast, but now after the 2 increases, it directly threatened the life of a 3rd-level 9th-rank demonic beast. The earth-splitting demon beast naturally sensed the danger and prepared to use its defensive skills. At this time, Ruler Jade needed to intervene. A soul-stripping went over and interrupted the Rift Earth demon bug's skill release. Ruler Jade's grasp of timing was incomparably precise. The training over the past 2 months or so had served its purpose well. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of crystal arrows continuously bombarded the Rift demon worm's body, as well as the surrounding land. Every time a crystal stone fell, it was a large pit that appeared. Even if the Rift Earth demon insect had thick skin, it couldn't withstand such a powerful rain of arrows. The other part of the Rift Earth demon worm in the soil sensed the danger and could only give up the part that was exposed on the ground, choosing to escape. Until the crystals all fell, the originally empty grassland had now turned into a small pond with a diameter of more than 20 meters. The flesh of the earth-splitting demon worm was tattered and torn. Even with the break and regenerate skill, it was useless, and it couldn't die anymore. This crystal combination skill had become the most fierce combination skill among the 3 beasts. Seeing the completely dead Rift Devil Worm, Chen Fei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had truly killed this half-head of Rift Earth Demon Worm, and it was only based on the 3 beasts, not relying on the other controlled tertiary beasts. If the number 9 Evil King's dependents were so difficult to deal with, how powerful would the Evil King himself have to be? It was simply unimaginable. Chen Fei only knew that he still had a long, long road to grow. Roar. Several animal roars came from the distance. If not wrong, it should be the fallen 3-headed monster rushing in. When he saw it a few days ago, Chen Fei had noticed that the aura on that guy's body was very unstable, so he must have been on the verge of breaking through to a level 4 beast. Level 3 was so difficult to deal with, level 4 was bound to be another level up. Looking at the 3 beasts with the addition of Dark Cloud, it might be possible to fight. Little Gu, let your children and grandchildren ascend into the air. As Xiao Gu evolved, its children and grandchildren also received a corresponding feed boost. One head flapped its wings. It was simply not too luxurious. The fallen 3-headed monster instantly went berserk when it saw the already dead half of the Rift Earth demon worm. A loud lion roar represented its anger. At the same time, it used the echoes of the lion's roar to recognize the surrounding beings. Although the concealed Yuan technique could hide its breath and killing aura, Chen Fei himself was a real being and could not be avoided, and was soon discovered by the fallen 3-headed monster. Thus, after the increase of sonic intimidation, whirlwind strangulation, poisonous mist, rain of golden arrows, and other skills smashed madly in the direction of Chen Fei, with the intention of not stopping until he killed Chen Fei. In the past, Chen Fei could only do one thing, and that was to escape. But now it was different. Xiao Gu possessed Crystal Shuttle, and could always shift his position when the skills smashed over. At the moment of shifting, Chen Fei commanded, "Tiny Gu, gravity field release." The little ancients that ascended into the air were humongous, adding a thick layer of crystal shield to themselves, holding the gravity crystals as they flew towards the fallen 3-headed monster. Halfway through the rush, Dark Cloud added a sonic barrier to them, greatly reducing the damage from the sonic attack. They barely made it to the side of the fallen 3-headed monster under the staggering, and Xiao Gu took the opportunity to invoke the gravity field. Under the crushing force of 6 times gravity, the fallen 3-headed monster couldn't fly at all and could only keep falling. The hardest thing for the flight department to deal with was flight. As long as it was allowed to fall to the ground, Chen Fei had a way to break its wings. The moment the fallen 3-headed monster landed on the ground, the crystal's energy also happened to run out, but it was also impossible for it to leave. Dark Cloud gave himself the increased skill, and then threw out Shadow Binding. The shadows on the ground formed a chain and locked the fallen 3-headed monster, making it unable to move for a short period of time. It could only control movement, not the fallen 3-headed monster's ability to cast skills. And due to cross-class combat, it would only last for 2 seconds at most. However, for Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade, it was completely enough. Xiao Gu issued a command, causing the hundreds of little tiny Gu in the sky to condense a rain of crystal arrows at the same time. Without the increase from the dark clouds, the power was greatly reduced and could only be piled up with volume. The dark clouds, on the other hand, gave the increase effect to the soul slash after Ruler Jade used soul stripping. The difference in strength between the two sides had gone from a difference of 8 orders to a difference of 5 orders, which, combined with the increase effect, made it possible for the soul slash to truly injure the fallen 3-headed monster. When that slash went down, the soul of the fallen 3-headed monster, whose soul was already weak, instantly stagnated. In particular, the soul of the lion's head that was targeted was dull, as if it would shatter away with just a light touch. After the multiple souls slowed down, the first thing they did was not to use defensive techniques, but to fight for the sovereignty of their flesh, completely disregarding the countless crystal stone arrow showers in the sky. Chen Fei watched this scene and pondered. In itself, it was a monster of different beings being forcibly stitched together. It was difficult to constitute an essential unity, and it was not surprising that this would happen. Just don't know what kind of light it will be after the number 8 evil kings sewing skill proficiency is increased. Regardless of the future, at least for the current fallen 3-headed monster, Chen Fei could hold it. Crystal Fall. The fallen 3-headed monster is extinguished. P.S. Happy National Day to everyone. Chapter 54 Hunted Down. Xiao Gu, Shakayu, and Dark Cloud, well done. The death of the fallen 3-headed monster once again proved the strength and potential of the 3 beasts. Under the same rank, the current 3 beasts were fully capable of touching the dependence of the 10 great evil kings. Chen Fei, who was in a good mood, came to the corpse of the fallen 3-headed monster and prepared to reclaim it. Although it was only the initial stitch monster, it also possessed a high research value. Put into the hands of a professional, one could even discover some of the ends of the stitching skill. Only, the moment Chen Fei approached, he realized that the stomach of the fallen 3-headed monster was bulging, frightening Chen Fei into hastily retreating a few steps back and having Xiao Gu stack a layer of crystal shield. It wasn't long before Chen Fei saw what came out of the broken belly. Not black slimy worms, not any evil beasts or anything like that, but the moss that Chu Chongxin once said. At that moment, Chen Fei's scalp went numb, and without even thinking about it, he spread his feet and ran wildly. The senior 9th Order Imperial Beast Master was not alive. How can he, a 4th Order, still carry it? They gnawed on the corpses of the fallen 3-headed monsters at an extremely fast speed. It seemed that they did not want Chen Fei to take it away for research. Brush. These mosses moved faster than expected. They spread out over a large area, wrapping up the rocks, wrapping up the trees, and with a glance, a few tens of meters around was full of dense green imps crawling around, scaring Chen Fei to the point where his soul was about to be lost. The speed of this reproduction is also too fast, right? Bloodthirsty moss 2nd generation body. Strength, 4th level 2nd stage. Attributes, elemental, devouring, life, demonic plant. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to be promoted to SSS grade qualification. Skills, 1. Bloodthirsty reproduction. As long as it touches the blood of living beings, the moss can reproduce quickly. The stronger the living spirit's bloodline, the faster the reproduction speed. Proficiency, proficient level. 2. Moss seed. The moss seed can be planted within the flesh of a living being. Once this living being dies, the seed can sprout, and then borrow the blood and aura of the corpse to rapidly reproduce offspring. Proficiency, proficient. Remarks. Except for the 1st generation body, the 2nd generation body will lose its vitality very quickly without the sustenance of blood. Without timely sustenance, it will die within a month. Before death, it will produce several seeds, which are then planted within the living being to be revived a 2nd time. Chen Fei read the moss's information as he fled, and the more he read, the more fearful he became. To summarize one thing, as long as there was blood, the bloodthirsty moss had almost unlimited vitality. In some ways, it was even more terrifying than the black slime worm king. It was hard to imagine what kind of turmoil would be caused by this moss entering the city. Not to mention, this was only a 2nd generation body. What kind of terrifying existence would a 1st generation body be? Chen Fei suddenly felt that even if he did not need the 10 evil kings to take action, these dependents would be enough to destroy half of the continent. Xiao Gu. Release the poison. Mushroom 1. Colorless 1. A variety of toxins went down and didn't disturb these mosses, and even their speed didn't half diminish. It seemed that the poison system was of little use to them. It's also true, after all, it's a demon plant system. Without a respiratory system like demonic beasts, the toxins would be hard to interfere with them. Let's see if we need to study toxins against the demon plant system in the future. Sonic system? Not really, it's not like they need ears. The soul stripping is for single beasts. For this kind of group of beasts, it's useless to exhaust Ruling Jade to death. Ruler Jade had met his match. The three major weird skills were all ineffective at the moment. Dark Cloud skills were not too effective either. Even if the fire control skill was still there, without a particularly powerful fire source, it was still useless. Xiao Gu. Ice crystal barrier is look. Xiao Gu quickly condensed the crystal box and threw it back. The crystal box covered a portion of the moss, and under Xiao Gu's control, the crystal box annihilated. Group beasts are invincible when combined, but separating each unit is relatively weak. Combined, it had the strength of a level 4 second rank, but each unit of moss didn't even necessarily have the strength and defense of a level 4 beast. So after the crystal annihilation, the trapped moss died partially. If Xiao Gu was of the same rank as it could certainly be destroyed in its entirety. Only what the crystal box covered was only part of it, unless this crystal box could be big enough to cover all the moss. That would require the strength of at least a king-level Imperial Beastmaster. If that seemed to be the case, there was nothing the three beasts could do with the bloodthirsty moss at the moment. Escape! The one person and three beasts utilized Crystal Shuttle to return directly to the city. Chen Fei had Xiao Gu set up a few locations. The dormitory, the crystal pendulum in Chen Qingyun's room, and one that was the storage space of the sacred Canon. Whenever something happened, one could directly shuttle to these three locations. The storage space of the sacred Canon was undoubtedly the safest, but it had one characteristic. From where it went in, it came out. If the bloodthirsty moss surrounded this place and didn't leave, it wouldn't be cool. After returning to the dormitory, the one man and three beasts sat on the ground panting heavily. Chen Fei! That thing is too insurmountable. Xiao Gu was very upset that they only had the chance to run away when they were the same S-class existence. The same was true for Dark Cloud and Ruler Jade. Especially for Dark Cloud. A bloodthirsty moss couldn't do anything to it. So wouldn't it be even more powerless against a headless angel? Chen Fei wiped his sweat before comforting. Don't be discouraged. There is a strength gap between you. Against demonic beasts with lower qualifications, you can fight beyond your level. But for an existence with the same level of qualifications, is it hard to believe that you still want to go beyond your level? Only after Chen Fei said this did the three beasts react. Yes, Roar, we're only at level 3, step 4, and it's already at level 4, step 2. There's indeed an uncrossable gap in strength. Seeing that they were in a better mood, Chen Fei continued to analyze. There is no absolutely invincible skill in the world. There exists a mutual reinforcement. In fact, when dealing with a demonic plant system existence, the elemental system is better used instead. If a fire burns over, how can it still be aggressive? This moss needs blood for sustenance. If we seal it into another space, it will naturally die without you guys making a move. The reason we are undefeated now is because there is no restraining attribute. Furthermore, it is strong. But it didn't still let us escape. The three beasts all looked at Chen Fei. This logic had no problem. Shouldn't they be glad to have escaped from under the hands of a rank 4 bloodthirsty moss? They actually wanted to kill back. It seems that this bout of overstepping and killing has given them the illusion that they are very strong. Being chased by the bloodthirsty moss this time wasn't a bad thing. Instead, it was a blow to the head. Let the three beasts more clearly recognize their own strengths and weaknesses, but also let them know that there are people, outside of the sky, this truth. In order to grow more humble in the future. Report: Area C48 is unusually quiet. Large demonic beasts are nowhere to be seen. Report: Team 102 has encountered a 4th-level demonic beast in Area B56. Report: A large number of bird-type demonic beasts are flying in fright in Area C2. Report: A strong pungent odor was found in Area B44. It is suspected that a cloud flame skunk beast was startled by a high-level demonic beast. Xie looked at these reports and was filled with sorrow. Chapter 55. The alarm sounded. According to these reports, the odds were that it was a sign of an incoming beast tide. Sound the alarm. It wasn't long before a sharp, ear-piercing, cyclical and repetitive alarm sounded. Chen Fei, who had just returned to the city not long ago, jerked his head up and looked towards the towering city wall. 3 minutes later, another alarm sounded. 2 alarms, a precursor to the coming of the beast tide. Chen Fei's expression gradually became grave, counting the time. It seemed like it was not too far away from the half a year of the beast tide coming. It seemed like more preparations had to be made. Not long after, Chen Fei received the message to convene the merge and hurriedly rushed to the treatment room. Zhou Yan stood in front of the main entrance with his hands behind his back. Everyone is here, right? All here. All right, then I'll make it short, 2 alarms, we all know what that means. I will now read out the instructions from above. First, no one is allowed to leave the city. Second, the medical team is divided into 2 shifts. One shift goes to the city wall to stand by at all times. The other shift produces healing potions, auxiliary potions, etc. as a backup. Third, Chen Fei, you have no other means of healing. Go directly to the front line. Yes, Dark Cloud had stars healing, but Chen Fei wouldn't say so. He couldn't wait to be able to stay at the front line all day. In his previous life, he could only stay in Chen Qingyun's room, listening to the explosions going on outside, but not being able to help in any way. That kind of only being able to wait anxiously was just too helpless. This time, Chen Fei would not miss it again. And of course, he would not miss the opportunity to harvest the kill value. All the way over, the streets were filled with more figures. Everyone was in a hurry. Everyone had a post that belonged to them and what they had to do. On top of the city wall, a soldier was originally arranged to stand guard every 50 meters, but now it was 1 for 5 meters. And there was also a group of soldiers standing by in the middle of the lounge. Earth Imperial Beast Masters listened to the order, Earth Trapping Technique. That was Xing Shaoshan deploying the battle zone outside the city walls. Utilizing an Earth-type demonic beast, a deep ditch was dug out, while some means were arranged in the ditch, and finally a thin layer of earth was covered. This was the second line of defense. The first line of defense was laid with a poison ring as early as the edge of the Bayou mountain range. There would be a third and fourth line afterward. With a little more preparation in the early stages, there would be a little more certainty in the later stages. Chen Fei didn't dare to be idle either. Xiao Gu, tell your children and grandchildren to stop targeting higher-ranked demonic beasts. From now on, slaughter demonic beasts below rank 3. Step 4. After ascending to S rank quality, there were basically no enemies within the same rank in the outer and middle areas of the Bayou mountain range. Those with higher strength could also be killed, but it would be too time-consuming. What Chen Fei wanted was to accumulate kill values at the fastest speed possible. Also, the 3rd-generation bugs in the Sacred Codex, spread them out comprehensively, scatter them across all regions, don't just stay in C48, C49, hatching 1,000 heads a day. It was another 30,000 2nd-generation worms since this month. The previous batch had already been released, and now there were still 10,000 heads. And these 10,000 heads, Chen Fei used to hatch 3rd-generation worms. 1 head of 2nd-generation bugs could hatch 1 head of 3rd-generation bugs, and 1 day was 10,000 heads of 3rd-generation bugs. Now that it had hatched for 10 whole days, it was 100,000 3rd-generation worms. Even if the strength of these 3rd-generation worms was slightly inferior to the 2nd-generation worms, and only had the strength of level 3 first order. But that was still 100,000 S-class beasts. This number was enough to cleanse half of the periphery, and could even push up the middle zone. Now, Chen Fei released all of these 100,000 3rd-generation worms, leaving only these 10,000 2nd-level worms to continue hatching. Killed level 2 5th order red essence sneaky, kill value plus 30. Kill level 2, 9th order transported turtle, kill value plus 50. Kill level 3 first order ghost firebug, kill value plus 100. Regardless of whether it was a level 1, level 2, or level 3 beast, the compulsion army scattered crystals wherever they went. Since the bloodthirsty moss could rely on blood to grow, Chen Fei had Xiao Gu not even leave it a corpse. On that day, more than 40,000 kill values were accumulated in a single day. But it wasn't enough. Chen Fei felt that it was far from enough. He needed more and more. Even if he didn't raise his strength, he still needed to raise his skill proficiency. However, as early as a few months ago, when the compulsion army entered the Bayou mountain range, it had not stopped killing. Chen Fei's rate of strength increase was already fast enough, so fast that it was frightening. Even Tang Jian and Su Kan had only just managed to reach senior first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster with the accumulation of various resources. And the strength wasn't even very stable. This was still referring to strength alone. Many of their beast pet skills were still stuck at the skillful level, whereas Chen Fei had dozens of skills, and as a result, each of them was at the proficient level. Even if Tang Jian and Su Kan were given another 3 months, they would not be able to catch up with Chen Fei's current progress. Not to mention that after a few days had passed, Chen Fei was preparing to raise the proficiency level of his beast pet skills once again. In the face of a beast tide, the most useful skills were group attack skills. Ruler Jade's soul system skills were all single attack skills, so they were ruled out first. Dreaming and illusion were not too useful in this kind of situation. They could only assist and could not kill, so they were excluded. Dark Cloud's current skills are on the auxiliary side, so he's ruled out first. The one that meets the requirements has to be Xiao Gu. Crystalline skills, poison skills, all group attack skills can be more useful. Crystal Arrow Rain's proficiency from proficient level peak level. Advantages brought about by the upgrade. 1. The size of the crystals is raised from 2 meters in height to 4 meters in height. 2. The number of crystals is raised from 100 to 500, and each crystal is surrounded by 10 smaller crystals. 3. Each crystal can be given other attributes. Energy with high explosive attributes such as fire, lightning, poison, etc. can be injected into the crystals. Remarks: after being raised to peak level, it can inflict fatal wounds on beings within 5 ranks of its own strength, and above 5 ranks of its own strength without using protection skills. It also has the chance to inflict fatal wounds. Worthy of being a peak level skill. The lethality caused by a 4-meter-high crystal falling from a high altitude was definitely at the level of a bomb. Even a level 4 beast wouldn't dare to carry it without using a protection skill, right? Even toxins could be added to form a secondary attack. It was simply not too ruthless. Proficiency of Toxic Kiss from proficient level peak level. Advantages brought about by the boost. 1. The range of the poisonous mist is expanded. 2. Toxins that can be released increased from 8 to 12. 3. Can condense the seeds of poison, suppressing the toxins into the seeds, ready to detonate at any time. 4. 2 types of toxins can be purified, making them super poisonous. Note: super poison is in the middle of poison and unsolvable poison. Normal healing skills, detoxification skills cannot break it. The first few advantages were not much of a surprise. It wasn't until the 4th advantage that Chen Fei's eyes went wide. Super virulent poison. There was actually such a thing. Between a level 3 poison and a level 4 poison, I'm afraid that even Xiao Gu's Eclipse skill couldn't absorb it, right? It simply couldn't be described as terrifying. Rather, it's an absolute killer. Worthy of a peak level skill, worthy of a proficiency that even a level 4 beast would find it hard to possess. This 200,000 kill value was well spent. For this beast tide, Chen Fei finally possessed a certain amount of resistance. Chapter 56. Beast Tide Attack. At night, Chen Fei had just laid down when he felt the bed vibrating. First it was very light, and then it became more and more violent. It was immediately followed by the sound of an alarm. 3 sounds, signifying that the beast tide was truly coming. In my previous life, it was during the daytime, but this time it's actually during the night. Has something changed? Chen Fei's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. Not being able to think too much, Chen Fei rushed to the city wall at the first opportunity. In the middle of the 100-yu mountain range, the masterminds were all gathered together. The scythe goat monster looked at the city wall. This city wall is too obstructive. When will we topple it? By the way, Lantern, wasn't the attack originally going to be in daylight 2 days later? Why has it been brought forward? The lantern monster Jejia made a few noises. Then you'll have to ask the Insect King. The black sticky Insect King looked over. In the past few days, I have discovered that there are beings that have been continuously slaughtering the demonic beasts of the Baiyue mountain range. So far, a few thousand of my offspring have died. If we continue to wait like this, the demonic beasts will all be slaughtered. How can we trigger a beast tide? The goat monster's expression was a bit playful. Surprisingly, there's still this much fun to be had. Which guy is so bold? It can't be the guy who slaughtered the 3-headed monster, right? Escaping is really fast. Even the moss can't catch up. Alright, I'll cut the crap. Now I'll assign the tasks. The one who spoke was the old tree that bore human-faced fruits, and was also their wise man, called Boss by the goat monsters and them. You command it, Boss. The face spirit ghost tree rolled up a few sheets of paper with its vines. This is the information that has been passed out from Baiyue City. The humans have set up a total of 4 lines of defense, which can greatly deplete our living forces. So, Insect King, send your children and grandchildren over first. Self-detonation is fine. Whatever, first dismantle those poison bomb traps for me. As you wish. From the group of demonic beasts, a group of 2nd-level demonic beasts rushed out. This level was just cannon fodder in a frontal battlefield. At this moment, however, it played a great role. That was to scout the way. Pretending to be the first wave of attack, It was actually to go and trigger the first line of poison defense. When the purple, green, and red poisonous mist began to drift, the soldiers on the city walls were naturally able to detect it, and the alarm sounded. Light Imperial Beast Masters, flares. Bang bang bang. Countless balls of light rose into the air at breakneck speeds, and then illuminated the open space in front of the city walls. One could only see the poisonous mist filling the sky, but one did not see many corpses, nor did one see any demonic beasts rushing out of the poisonous mist, making it seem a bit bizarre. Xing Xiaoshan came beside Chen Fei. Little Fei, your beast pet offspring should still be amongst the 100-yu mountain range, right? Chen Fei nodded. I'll share my vision with you. Visual field link. Xing Xiaoshan's entire face pulled down when he saw that the ones that touched the poisonous mist were only a group of small grade 2 beasts. It seems like the enemy this time exists wise, actually knowing to sweep for mines first. This made Xing Xiaoshan serious for a few moments. Such a beast tide went beyond the past. It was no longer a mindless attack, but rather a battle of wits began. While Xing Xiaoshan was still surprised, the ground suddenly rumbled as if something was traveling through the land. The earth-splitting demon worm. This was the first thing Chen Fei could think of. Sure enough, in the next second, a behemoth leapt up from the ground, and then quickly burrowed back into the ground as if it was a fish swimming on the surface of the water. Xing Xiaoshan lost sight of it before he could do anything about it. Immediately after, the second deep ditch defense line was touched, and explosions resounded throughout the battlefield. The means buried in the middle of the deep ditch was triggered. It was a magical fruit called the crystal durian. The shell of this durian was as hard as the crystals of a crystal system demonic beast, and when it was pressed, it would burst open. The spikes on it would scatter in all directions at the same time due to the impact of the explosion. This was a self-protection mechanism of the crystal durasteel, and now that it was being used as a weapon by humans under no defense, it could even kill a third-level beast, and was definitely considered a weapon of mass destruction. However, the bad thing was that this earth-splitting demon worm was a level 4 beast, and it was also the most thick-skinned fellow, constantly crushing the crystalline durians and detonating them in advance. The second line of defense, the pawn. Xing Xiaoshan and Chen Fei were already completely certain that this time, the beast tide had turned sour. It was no longer as simple as simply fending off the beast tide. It was more like two armies facing each other. And with this state of affairs, it also meant that there would be more casualties. The facing spirit ghost tree looked at the ruined second line of defense and laughed twice. The real war. The fight. All of you few. Go and pick your own opponents as well. With the order of the facing spirit ghost tree, the real beast tide rose. A group of grade 2 and grade 3 beasts rushed towards the city walls with red eyes. When one looked over, one could not see the end of it at all. It was densely packed and swept over like a black torrent, as if it was going to devour everything. The ground was instantly filled with smoke and dust, and with the rapid, chaotic footsteps, it was as if they were facing a tsunami on the seashore. Even more terrifying were the densely packed poisonous insects in the sky, as if they were black clouds pressing down on the city, with the illusion of being unstoppable. Xing Xiaoshan and Xiexie's eyes were filled with gravity among them. The guards on the city walls, however, clenched their hands. They were literally trembling. Such a scene, too appalling. If they could, they didn't want to stay for even a moment. The problem was, behind them was Baiyue City. There were still countless residents in the city. If they fled, then who would fend them off? Chen Fei, is this what you call a small beast tide? Xiao Gu looked at the scene in front of him, and all had the urge to return home. It had thought that its 100,000-strong army was already invincible. Who knew that the scene in front of it had completely shocked little Gu? This was more than 100,000. Couldn't even be said without a few hundred or a few thousand million. And this was only the small beast tide that Chen Fei had mentioned? Chen Fei helplessly spread his hands. It's really just a small beast tide. Can't you see that the main force of the demonic beasts is the third-level beasts? In the case of a large beast tide, the tertiary level is just the bottom of the pile, and more tertiary-level beasts or even tertiary-level demon kings will appear by then. When Chen Fei grew up in his previous life, it was already 5 years later. At that time, mankind had already entered the darkest period, and the so-called beast tides were no longer rare. This was because the demonic beasts in the mists and the main human army were about to fight their way out. There were only Patriarch-level Royal Beastmasters and King-level Royal Beastmasters left circling around, miserable. So this beast tide was also the first time Chen Fei had truly faced it. Xiao Gu, colorless 1 poison ready. The first line of defense was extinguished, but this army of 100,000 parasites could be another line of defense. The hidden army of 10,000 poisonous parasites all revealed their heads at this moment, while releasing colorless and tasteless toxins. There was also a portion that rose into the air to release toxins, targeting those flying poisonous insects. Those demonic beasts had just stepped out of the Bayou mountain range when they fell to the ground one by one, foaming at the mouth and dying on the spot. The poisonous insects in the sky also spilled down one by one, losing their lives after landing. The face spirit ghost tree looked at this scene, and the many faces on the tree frowned at the same time. Hasn't the first poisonous mist defense line already been triggered? What's going on? Chapter 57. This is the terror of Generation Body? Not only was it the face spirit ghost tree, even Xing Shaoshan and the others had puzzled faces. They were waiting for the beasts to get a little closer and enter the attack range. As a result, they died on their own before they even got close. The facing spirit ghost tree suspected that the humans still had a backhand, while Xing Shaoshan was worried that they were playing tricks. Both sides were jealous of the other. Only Chen Fei knew that it was the colorless 1 poison taking effect. This was because the current colorless 1 poison was no longer a level 3 poison, but a super poison that overrode it. Level 2 beasts were directly killed in seconds, and some level 3 beasts with weaker poison resistance couldn't carry it either. And at the time of the beast tide, the demonic beasts and poisonous insects all gathered together, thus creating this scene of falling dumplings and opening a gap hard. Of course, this was only part of the defense line. The total defense line was so long that even if a million third-generation bugs came over, it wouldn't be of any use. The power of one person was ultimately limited. The real battle would still be triggered. What Chen Fei could do was to let Xiao Gu pounce with all his might. Killing one more head would reduce the casualties by 1 point. As the beasts approached, the third, fourth line of defense worked some, but the effect was not obvious. They were all pretty much destroyed by the earth-splitting demon insects. All generals listened to the order. Release the Sky Technique. The Sky Technique was just a command in the army, not a proprietary skill. It included, but was not limited to, Explosive Fire Rain, Crystal Arrow Rain, Cold Ice Arrow Rain, Golden Blade Arrow Rain, and other such group attacking ranged skills where arrows of various attributes fell from the sky. Ordinary people wouldn't necessarily let their beast pets learn this kind of swarm attack skill, but soldiers must learn it. This was the simplest and at the same time the most effective sky skill to resist the beast tide. Xiao Gu, you come along too. Blending into the various skills, Xiao Gu's skill was the only one that didn't seem out of place. Xiao Gu sent out a command for all the third-generation insects to follow. Thus, an incredible scene appeared. By all rights, it should have been an orange-colored rain of fire and a white rain of ice occupying the entire sky. The fire and ice systems were more common, and other systems such as the gold system were relatively rare. But at this moment, above the sky, there was a third distinct color block. Instead of a metallic color, it was a bright diamond. In the end, there were more and more such crystal arrow rain, even on the verge of catching up with the amount of fire rain. Even Xing Shaoshan looked on in disbelief. No. When did crystal-type demonic beasts become so rotten? Why didn't I know about this? The facing spirit ghost tree, goat monster, black slime insect king, and the others were also stunned. Humans have such underpinnings? Impossible. A blindfold, right? If they had such an underbelly, they would have been killed by us a few years ago and fled everywhere. Is it possible that the humans have been vigorously hatching crystal-type demonic beasts these past few years? Facing spirit ghost tree's brows furrowed, and it didn't let go again. Split Earth Demon Bug King. We have to rely on you to help out in this wave, or else these second and third grade small beasts will suffer. Good. A dull voice rang in their ears, followed by hundreds of giant Rift Earth demon worms burrowing out from the ground. Each one was 30 to 40 meters long, and all of them had the strength of at least a third-level 8th rank. They blocked in front of the wave of beasts, and the aftermath was the use of the firm as a rock defensive skill. The beasts behind them all used defensive skills as well. Looking at the scene, Chen Fei just smiled faintly. It seems like they still don't know how that half of the Rift Earth demon worm died. Xiao Gu, have the third-generation worms ready to trigger the gravity field. The various sky techniques were also almost brewed. Release. With a command, fire rain, ice rain, gold rain, poison rain, and crystal rain poured down crazily. At this moment, the sky was directly illuminated. The crystals condensed out by the third generation of parasites were quite a bit smaller than the ones condensed out by Xiao Gu, and the quantity wasn't as large. However, the victory was that there were enough third-generation insects. What's more, the current crystal arrow rain had the killing power of a peak-level skill. This meant that every third-generation bug possessed the strength to cross over the ranks. Gravity Field. Invoke. As the crystals fell, the peak-level killing power, combined with 6 times gravity, even if the third-generation bugs were only level 3, step 1, the killing power of the crystals could threaten level 3, step 6, or even higher demonic beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the crystals falling to the ground, the sound of the ice arrows shattering, the explosion of the fireballs, and the screams of the demonic beasts were all mingled together. At this moment, Chen Fei felt that the entire world was incomparably noisy. It had never been this noisy before. Other than a bombardment sound, nothing could be heard. As the countless crystals fell, even this group of earth-splitting demon beasts could only maintain it with difficulty. The group of demonic beasts that were at their rear, once they didn't protect them, they would end up in pieces. There was no possibility of redundancy. With a glance, one could already see the blood slowly staining the earth red. This wasn't the end of it. Let's not forget that toxins could be injected into the crystals of the third-generation bugs. This time, the toxin was toxin bug number 1, and it was also the second type of toxin that had been upgraded to ultra-virulent. As the crystals shattered, the toxin burst out and the power was revealed. Under the onslaught of the poisonous mist, another swath of demonic beasts died. The largest gap opened up in the area enveloped by the third-generation bugs, even requiring other areas to come in for support. The facing spirit ghost tree could by no means sit back and ignore it. Split Earth Demon Bug King. It's directly up to you to carry it. Good. In the next second, the earth in front of Chen Fei began to tumble for a while, the ground being arched up hard before a behemoth broke through the ground. It was even longer than the second generation of the earth-splitting demon worm, reaching up to 70 meters in size, and it was also more powerful and domineering than the second generation of the worm. Its body was not only heavily armored, but also covered with barbs. Rift Devil Worm King Generation 1. Strength, 4th level, 6th rank. Attribute, Elemental, Flesh Tank, Poison, Life, Magnetism. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills, 1. Magnetic Shield. Can change the magnetic field around the Bug King to form a shield that is immune to normal elemental attacks and normal physical attacks. Proficiency, Proficient level. 2. Life Recovery. As long as the core of the Bug King is not truly destroyed, even if only a piece of flesh is left, it can slowly recover. Proficiency, Proficient. The higher the proficiency level, the faster the recovery speed. Unsurprisingly, the generation body was indeed an SS grade qualification. If anything, the information of the Rift Devil Worm's second generation body had already surprised Chen Fei. Then the attributes and abilities of the generation bug directly made Chen Fei despair. The magnetic attribute was quite rare. Surprisingly, it was immune to ordinary elemental and physical damage. Who would dare to believe it? There was also that life resuscitation. As long as the core wasn't destroyed, it could be resuscitated indefinitely. This was too perverted, too outrageous. Is this the terror of the generation body? Simply ridiculously strong. Now Chen Fei was completely convinced that the Rift Earth Demon Bug King had the potential to destroy a city. With the appearance of the Rift Earth Demon Bug King, it also signaled that this war was going to begin to intervene in the battle between the Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmasters and the Level 4 beasts. Chapter 58. Support arrives. Although the Sky technique was strong, it wasn't long-lasting, and this kind of large group attack skill required quite a lot of aura and attribute power. If one wanted to coalesce the next wave of Sky technique attacks again, one would have to wait at least 2 to 3 minutes later. And at this time, the onslaught of the beast tide was truly ushered in. The first ones to approach were still the poisonous insects in the sky. The human side can use Sky techniques, the poisonous insect swarm naturally can too. Poisonous mist, venom, a brain sprayed over, and the city walls were covered in poisonous mist of various colors. Xiao Gu nibble. This situation could not be avoided. Chen Fei could only let Xiao Gu and the 3 generations of insects absorb as much as they could. On the human side, there were still inevitable casualties. Not all senior Imperial Beastmasters had such superb fighting strength and poison resistance as Chen Fei. Not to mention the even weaker intermediate Royal Beastmasters. Quickly, drag him into the treatment room. Where are Chen Fei's parasites? It needs to be detoxified immediately. Don't throw away the broken arm. I have a way to heal it. The healing team began to function at this moment. Suddenly, a roar resounded through the clouds. Luan Feng, use the great wind to blow this fog away from me. Chang Jingjing had her 9-star wind Luan flap its wings and gather the power of the wind before using wind dispersion to blow these poisonous mist post beasts away. At the critical moment, it was still necessary to rely on the Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster to save the day. Otherwise, on the human side, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as a few deaths.
Yeah.
Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster has finally made his move. All the faces on the Face Spirit Ghost tree scoffed together. If I remember correctly, this one is the human's Minister of Healing. Misty Wind Poison Lord. Go meet her. Poison Department versus Healing. Interesting. An eagle-type demonic beast flew up, riding the wind as it shuttled extremely fast to approach. Newt. A voice of consciousness reached Chang Jingjing's mind. Human, follow me to the side. I believe you don't want to fight here either, right? Chang Jingjing indeed did not want to. Fighting here, even the aftermath of a skill could injure one of their own. Go! Along with the 9-star Wind Luan, Chang Jingjing headed to another battlefield with the Misty Wind Poison Lord. After they disappeared, the scythe-carrying goat monster stood in mid-air with its arms coldly clasped. It knew that someone would come to stop it. Xing Xiaoshan sighed quietly. I'll do it, old rival. Like Chang Jingjing, they headed to another battlefield. Roar! A dragon roar appeared, causing the morale of the beast pets on top of the city walls to weaken by 3 points. It came from the sub-dragon lineage, the dragon roar of the scorching prison sonic dragon, an existence that specialized in sonic skills. 6-eared clear sound bat, sonic barrier. Giving the guards a sonic barrier, Chun Qingyun knew it was his turn to fight. Watching Chun Qingyun and the scorching prison sonic dragon disappear into thin air, Chen Fei had no reason to be worried. Fortunately, however, Chun Qingyun was not the one who was in trouble during this beast tide. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have definitely made some preparations beforehand. As Chun Qingyun left, strange beings with red lanterns on their heads and human bodies underneath appeared. Bane Lantern Monster. Strength, 4th level, 5th rank. Attribute, Ghost, Curse, Summoning. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills, 1. Ghost General Summoning. Can summon ghosts and monsters from hell for him to drive. The higher the proficiency level, the stronger the summon being. Proficiency, Proficient level. 2. Curse of Eternal Night. The cursed will be plunged into a dark prison, unable to hear any sound or see anything. Proficiency, Mastery level. Current proficiency curse lasts up to 1 second. The higher the proficiency, the longer the curse. Chen Fei's first feeling after reading it. Weird? Too weird. He had heard of the curse department, the summoning department. Only this ghost department Chen Fei had never heard of. This guy definitely does not belong to this continent. Chang Jingjing, Chun Qingyun and Xing Xiaoshan had all gone out, and Xia Zhixue was in the auxiliary department, so she definitely couldn't fight. The only person left on the surface was Xie Sun. Chen Fei hurriedly transmitted his voice to Xie Sun. Minister Xie, be careful of this monster. It's likely to be the possessor of the ghost, curse lineage. Xie Sun heard this and visibly paused for a moment before looking deeply at Chen Fei. Many thanks. With this information from you, I know what to do. Xie Xie and the Scourge Lantern Monster also sought another battlefield.
Hehehe.
There are no experts in the city this time, right? The facing spirit ghost tree looked at the towering city wall, but didn't think it was that hard to break through. Go ahead, 6-headed demon leopard, Shen tiger skeleton, and green shadow hair stiff. The 6-headed demon leopard was a stitched body with 6 heads sewn directly into it. Its qualifications were still at rank S, but its strength was at rank 4, step 5, and with the aura that was many times that of the other rank 4 beasts, it was another difficult bone to gnaw on. Shen Tiger has a trace of White Tiger's bloodline S-level existence in front of him for the skeleton body. I think it must be the face spirit ghost tree. The side of the use of what secret skills will control it, also make it more necromantic system attributes, extremely difficult to deal with. The last green shadow hair stiff, for zombie system rare existence. Grade 1 purple stiff, Grade 2 black and white stiff, Grade 3 green stiff, Grade 4 hairy stiff, Grade 5 flying stiff. The green shadow hair stiffs corresponded to level 4 beasts. The most terrifying part of this special existence was that they were not afraid of pain. Without a patriarch-level beast master coming over, it was simply impossible to deal with them. The moment these three heads stepped into the battlefield, everyone was in a fit of despair. The ministers have already left. Who's going to stop these three rank 4 beasts? How come the mists always abound with such strange and weird things? It's zombies and skeletons again. Are there going to be some demons and angels in the future? Is that the point? The point is who's going to block them. Taming and some other generals who were about to step into the sovereign level were ready to strike at any time. They didn't know how long they could hold out, but they couldn't just watch them slaughter their own soldiers. Sorry, I'm late. The voice arrived before the person arrived. Chen Fei froze. He always felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. In the next instant, a figure arrived beside Chen Fei. Little fellow, we meet again. Chen Fei twisted his head and looked, surprised out. Principal, why are you here? After asking this question, Chen Fei felt like a bit of an idiot. He had shared the vision of the facing spirit ghost tree and other monsters to Xing Shaoshan and the others a while ago, so how could they not make some preparations? And since Tianqing City was closer to Baiyue City and had more acquaintances, it was categorically a priority to turn to Tianqing City. Su Shanhai smiled brightly. Little fellow, unexpectedly not coming to the special training. Forget it, we'll talk later. Now let's work first. Although he was not a king-level Imperial Beast Master, he was at least a veteran Clan Master-level Imperial Beast Master. Facing these 4th-level beasts, it was still more than enough. You are right, talking about you. The old turtle with green hair. Don't go fight with me. Su Shanhai taunted the green shadow, flying stiff and left. The next moment, another silhouette came to the top of the city wall. My family Jenner asked me to bring a message. When will we fight again? Looking at this kindly inch-haired uncle, Chen Fei said that he didn't recognize I'm Tang Jian's father. Oh, Chen Fei was a bit impressed. Sorry, your son might still be no match for me. Ha ha ha. Tang Siyuan laughed out loud. You little guy. Crazy enough. Let's talk later. I'm going to meet them too. Those 6 ugly monsters. Come with me. Regardless of whether it was Tang Siyuan or Su Shanhai, neither of them were polite to them. The last one to come, Chen Fei also recognized. It was clearly the Jiang family's Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu merely nodded at Chen Fei and led the Shen tiger skeleton away. With this, the battlefield temporarily regained its balance. Chapter 59 Sacred Golden Bee King. Chen Fei was somewhat glad that he had reminded Xing Shaoshan and the others in time to prepare early, or else this battle was bound to be a bitter one. On the other side, the facing spirit ghost tree was trembling with anger. Where did these several sect master-level Imperial Beast Masters come out from? There's no existence of these few on the data at all. It crushed the border map to smithereens. At the moment this thing was not very useful anymore. Moss, Black Slime Worm King. It's your turn to perform. What Su Shanhai and the others lured away was merely the weaker existence among them. The strongest ones at the moment were undoubtedly the bloodthirsty Moss and the Black Slime Insect King. Their bizarre skills and vitality, even the facing spirit ghost tree was afraid of them. The moment the bloodthirsty Moss struck, it occupied the blood in the battlefield for the first time. Pieces of moss spread extremely fast, and wherever they went, blood and flesh turned into skeletons. Every war was a great tonic for the bloodthirsty moss. Chen Fei looked at the rapidly spreading moss, scornful and at the same time, with 1,000 points of helplessness. His own strength might stand out among people of his age, but to catch up with the older generation was something impossible in a short period of time. He knew that he had to stop this bloodthirsty moss from sucking blood, or else he would raise a monster comparable to the 10 evil kings. However, his strength did not allow him to do so, so he could only watch the bloodthirsty moss grow stronger and stronger. In addition to the moss, another swarm of flying insects swept across the sky. Taming hurriedly commanded the army to knock them down. While the flying insects were being shot down, there were some tiny black dots that drifted with the wind above the city walls. They were the spores of the Black Slime Insect King. These spores took advantage of the chaotic battlefield and the dim and bright light to sneak in silently. Ah, my stomach! Go away! Get out of my body! The crowd was in a state of chaos, and even many demonic beasts jumped up and down. The Black Slime Insect King's spores worked. It was only then that people truly realized that the most terrifying thing to come out of the mist was not those monsters with strong single combat abilities. Rather, it was this kind of bizarre creatures that invaded the human body without a sound and reproduced quickly. They are the true biochemical weapons. Xiao Gu have the third-generation bugs use their crystallization skills to seal the spores of the black slime bugs. To Chen Fei's despair, the spores easily penetrated the crystal box. It was only at this time that Chen Fei realized that these spores were not the spores of the second-generation black slime bug king, but the first-generation bug king. Black slime bug king generation 1 bug. Strength, level 4, stage 7. Attribute, poison, life, assassin, devouring. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to be promoted to immortal beast. Skills, 1. Spore diffusion. The body can split into countless spores. As long as one spore survives, it will not truly die. Proficiency, proficient level. The spores that are currently spreading out all have at least the strength of a 4th level 3rd rank. 2. Life devouring. It can devour the life force and spiritual energy of the living being it is hosting, which is then fed back to the mother body, thus increasing the mother body's strength. Proficiency, proficient level. Seeing the information of the generation bug, Chen Fei truly understood how powerful it was. Each tiny spore had the strength of a level 4 beast. No wonder Xiao Gu's crystal box of 3 generation bugs couldn't hold these spores back. It was also because of his understanding of Xiao Gu's cannibalization skill that Chen Fei was very jealous of this life devouring. This meant that as long as the black slime bug king generation bug didn't die midway, becoming a level 5 demon king was a sure thing. Devouring, on the other hand, was equivalent to an evolved version of sericulture. Even without the aid of the killing value from the killing sacred canon, the black slime worm king generation bug's rate of advancement was still rapid and incomparable. It was hard to imagine how far the bloodthirsty moss and black slime worm king could grow after this beast tide. What made Chen Fei care was that the opportunity to obtain the spore crystal powder had finally come. Just in the nick of time, a buzzing sound appeared. The sound was getting closer and denser. Immediately afterward, thousands of wasp-type demonic beasts appeared. They quickly approached the spores of the black slime insect king, and the moment they touched them, the spores turned into gold. The bee demons then made a point, and these gold instantly transformed into golden glitter, and along with these spores they dissipated into the heavens and earth. Sacred Golden Bee King's 2nd generation body. Strength, 5th level 2nd stage. Attribute, elemental wind, gold and light elements coexist. Flight, assassin. Qualification, SS. Potential, generation 1 body is expected to be promoted to immortal beast. Skills, 1. Turning stone into gold. As long as the living being is touched, it will have a certain chance of being golden. Proficiency, peak level. Currently can pose a threat to living beings up to level 5 order 5. 2. Wind healing. Blowing through with a soft wind heals the flesh and restores injuries and aura. Proficiency, proficiency level. No wonder it could easily dissolve spore diffusion, so it was the appearance of a level 5 demon king. Just after reading the Sacred Gold Bee King's information, Chen Fei felt a gentle breeze float by, and his entire spirit was greatly invigorated. Looking around again, the injuries that had been invaded by the black slime insect king spores had basically stopped, and then were slowly recovering. At this moment, once the figure stood in mid-air, Chen Fei followed and looked over. It was no one else but Jiang Nan. It was also right, as Fubo had come, Jiang Nan naturally knew about the situation in the 8th district as well. It was no wonder that an existence like the Sacred Gold Bee King had suddenly appeared. Sacred Gold was a relatively special existence in the gold system. There were levels of poison, and gold naturally had distinctions as well. Level 1 ordinary gold, platinum, and so on. Level 2 Shenjin, which had better ductility, or amethyst gold, which had more rigidity. Level 3 has special properties that can be extracted from other substances such as dragon scale gold, 5 elements gold, and star meteorite gold. Level 4 is the foreign gold. Each kind of foreign gold is a unique existence between heaven and earth, cannot be extracted, only fusion. For example, the time flow gold that could affect the time around it. Can be as agile as water, but also can quickly heal the injuries of the blue fall green gold. And the holy gold is precisely a grade 4 gold. Among the metals, it carries the attribute of holy light, the nemesis of all evil demons and ghosts. This was also why the Holy Gold Bee King could be ranked as a SS grade qualification. Jiang Nan and the sacred gold bee king stood in mid-air like this, but it pressed down on all living beings. Standing up in the air. This is an ability only possessed by a king-grade royal beast master. Great, with a king-grade imperial beastmaster around, there's finally a backbone. This time, let's see how arrogant these evil demons and sneaks can still be. Chapter 60. The Beast Tide Retreats. When the facing spirit ghost tree saw Jiang Nan standing in the air, multiple faces turned green with anger. He meow, it's not even a problem that a few additional patriarch-level royal beastmasters have come, but there's even a king-level royal beastmaster? Excessive ah! Looking at the rear, the facing spirit ghost tree was considering whether or not to wake up those demon kings. That's just it. Just it. All retreat. The facing spirit ghost tree issued a command, and the goat monster, black slime bug king, and the others, one by one, retreated back into the mists. The bloodthirsty moss that still stayed on the battle line quickly devoured all the blood before attaching itself to the earth-splitting demon bug king and drilling into the ground to disappear. The beasts on the scene finally came to their senses at this moment, realizing Jiang Nan who was standing in the air, and began to flee in all directions. The tide of beasts thus, because of Jiang Nan's appearance, receded. Afterward, several patriarch-level imperial beastmasters returned to the city one by one. Old Xing, are you all right? Chang Jingjing saw Xing Shaoshan's left arm dripping blood and his entire face looked pale, so she hurriedly summoned the Greenwood Spirit Ape to treat him. Xing Shaoshan shook his head. I haven't seen you for a year. I didn't expect that way of the soul has improved again. I almost fell into the way. Chang Jingjing looked at the others. What about you guys? But who else is injured? Sovereign-level Imperial Beastmasters are the higher end of the human battle force now. One person can withstand hundreds or thousands of senior Imperial Beastmasters, and there is no room for error. The others all shook their heads, stating that they were not injured. Only Xie flung his arm and cursed. Damn, you guys don't know how annoying that lantern monster is. It can actually summon hellish ghost soldiers to fight against it, as well as the power of curses. I almost folded there. Whether it was Chang Jingjing or Chen Qingyun, or anyone else, all of them had means of mutual restraint with their enemies. Only this ghost lineage that Xie spoke of caused everyone present to carry a few moments of gravity. In order to break this heavy atmosphere, Su Shanhai and Fu Bo each moved out a body. It was the Shen Tiger Skeleton and the Green Shadow Hair Stiff. These two were, after all, dead creatures, controlled by the necromancy skill. No matter if it was combat thinking or resilience, they weren't as spiritual as they were when they were alive. Other existences are not so good to deal with, even if they summoned 4 favorites at the same time to fight, only to be able to draw. Could be seen how powerful these evil beasts were. You can do it. You even beheaded 2 of them. This battle is not a loss. No loss, my ass. There are more and more powerful existences in the mists, and the humans' living forces are just these. Sooner or later they will be dragged down. Once these words came out, the scene went cold once again. Xie scratched his head, feeling like he was the king of cold scene. Chen Qingyun didn't refute. He supported Xie's point of view. Old Xie is right. The beast tide receded so quickly this time because of King Zhang's help. Otherwise, there would still be a battle to fight. So when you do the math, it's actually us who lost. We exposed more of our power. However, we still know nothing about the enemy, about the level 5 beasts. After chatting a few more times, the few people dispersed, either rescuing the wounded or cleaning up the battlefield, killing the black slime king spores that hadn't died out one by one, preventing any of them from drifting into the city. Deep within the 100 mountain range, the goat monster, lantern monster, facing spirit ghost tree, black slime insect king, bloodthirsty moss, and cracking ground demon insect king surrounded each other. In reality, the 6 of them were the core of the level 4 evil beasts. The others were either sewn up, controlled, or summoned by the spirits of death. Several beasts quietly watched as the facing spirit ghost tree helped sew up the head of the 6-headed demonic leopard that had been knocked off. They couldn't help but envy it. The sewing skill that the king bestowed on the boss is really good. It's a pity that it's been a long time since I've seen the king, or else I'd like to beg to play with it. I was thinking of asking Wang to help me stitch up the other control faculties, or else I'd still let that Xing Shaoshan escape with just my soul power. After the facing spirit ghost tree was stitched up, it looked at everyone. Moss, Black Slime Bug King, how is the harvest this time? Is it enough to elevate you to Demon King? Bloodthirsty Moss sighed. It's still a bit short. The blood of low-level demonic beasts is also enough. What I'm lacking now is the high-level stuff. If I can let me suck the blood of Xing Xiaoshan, Chun Qingyun and those guys, as well as their beast pets, I should be almost there. The Black Slime Insect King did the same. I'm also missing some life force that is a bit stronger and more qualified. The Facing Spirit Ghost Tree pondered for a while before speaking. That king-level royal beast master shouldn't have left that early, and it's unlikely that he'll come back to induce a wave of beast tides. In this case, you guys go to the next war zone to pick up some bargains and come back after you've promoted to Demon King. Originally, this time, the beast tide was not really attacking Baiwa City, but rather preparing a blood meal for the bloodthirsty moss and black slime worm king. No matter if it was demonic beasts or humans, they could all become their sustenance. The truth was so cruel and merciless. As for the goats, lanterns, and cracked earth, you guys also hold on tight. When everyone is promoted to Demon King, that's when the real onslaught on Baiwa City will be launched. Don't let the king wait too long. After the 8th district unleashed the beast tide, the other 11 districts also successively unleashed small beast tides. However, only the 8th district was the most prepared and suffered the least casualties. The most serious one was the 2nd district, where more than half of the soldiers died, and 3 of the clan-level Imperial Beast Masters died as well. The entire city was directly paralyzed and needed follow-up forces to replenish. However, with such a serious incident, how many Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmasters would dare to risk death to defend the city? I can go, but my daughter is only 6 years old. At least let me accompany her through her childhood. No go. There's a tall man to hold the sky when it collapses. Wouldn't it be more useful to have a king-level royal beast master defend the city? I'll go. I'm all alone and unattached anyway. In most people's eyes, defending the city meant dancing on the tip of a sword and losing one's life at any time. This moment was a battle between selfishness and courage. Adding fuel to the fire was the fact that the force hidden behind the humans made a move. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and Jiang Yi were once again assassinated. Jiang Yi escaped in one piece, but the other two were a bit miserable, once again suffering serious injuries. Tang Si Yuan and Su Shanhai were furious. Su Shanhai slapped up the table with force. We were on the front line to guard all beings, and they ended up stabbing us in the back? Stabbing our descendants and grandchildren. This they are the same humans still do. Not even as good. Tang Si Yuan didn't calm down either. This is a threat. A naked threat. As long as we dare to come for support, they dare to target our families. A bunch of heartless guys. Sooner or later, I'll burn them to ashes one day. Even Jiang Nan, who was always calm and collected, had a somber look on his face. Even though he knew about such a bright and heartless young plot, he still couldn't control his inner rage. They could lay down their lives for humanity, but they would never allow someone to stab them in the back. Mobilize all connections, all forces, investigate thoroughly to the end. Chapter 61 Million Killing Values. On that day, the frontline powerhouses jointly initiated a proclamation. The human rear needs to give us an explanation from the frontline. Otherwise, we'll go on a collective strike and die together. Why are they only allowed to target my family and not allow us to abandon the front line? Do we have a responsibility or an obligation to crucify? The attitude is clear. In the past, you could do nothing, you could not want to cause trouble, you could turn a blind eye. But this time, the powerhouses on the front line need a result. If it's not handled satisfactorily, then we'll all part ways, and the big deal is that we'll each live our own lives. Having come to this point, those who did not act and were only greedy for pleasure and affairs finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Without these people continuing to guard the city, how could they cultivate in peace? Then give them an explanation. When all departments stopped what they were doing just to investigate thoroughly to the end, it wasn't that simple to let it go. The major cities carried out an incomparably strong, incomparably bloody purge. Anyone who had bought the spirit-gathering pill was first locked up, regardless of whether they had made a mistake or not. Anyone who has come into contact with the sours will be arrested, regardless of whether or not there is a relationship. Anyone who, it is better to arrest the wrong person than to let them go. In Tianqing City, the ones that have been infiltrated the most are the schools, the major high-class clubs, the Imperial Beast Clubs. In Shanghai Academy alone, 21 teachers were arrested. This sent chills down the spines of many parents. Schools are places where the best of humanity is trained, but even such places cannot withstand infiltration. Where else is it safe? What was even more frightening was that several of those arrested had been transformed into human figurines. There were some that were devoured by worms and died. There were also some who had their hearts exploded by evil chi, making the forensic process incredibly difficult. It was also at this moment that people realized how terrifying the environment they were in was. An era where everyone was at risk had truly opened up. In the church, only 4 people remained above the round table. The arbiter and weaver had already traveled to Imperial City. Watchers, report the situation. The high priest's duct-taped face couldn't be seen to show any emotion at all. The monitor organized his words. The number of exiles who were detected and captured by the military, and those we purposely exposed, reaches 80%. The remaining 20% are the elite of the human race to be driven. That's right. The ones who were sent to assassinate Zhang Yi and the others were precisely the weaker ones among the controlled humans. Before abandoning them, they were made to act as a smokescreen so as to paralyze the officials. The high priest clapped his hands. Very good. There's actually 20% left. More than I thought. This round of thorough investigation has kept the officials' nerves taut. When they feel that they've made all the arrests, it's also the moment when they let their guard down. At that time, it will undoubtedly be the best time for us to strike. The high priest played a golden trick. He wanted to utilize such a way, while later turning into a group and lurking wherever they each needed to go. By the way, Sower, they seem to be quite interested in you. Find a substitute and throw it out. That's easy. Today's Sower was actually disguised as a little girl, and not only could he change his face shape, he could even change his height. With such an ability, no wonder he could easily get rid of the layers of tracing. Very well then. Let's wish for a great plan to come to fruition. After the tide of beasts receded, Chen Fei finally had the time to check the kill value. Current kill value balance is 976,000. Chen Fei's eyes steeply even propped up wide, an incredulous light flickering within them. This was definitely the first time he had seen such a large amount of kill value. It was close to 1 million, and this was only a small beast tide. But thinking about it, it was right. After colorless poison 1 became a super dramatic poison, the poisonous insects, snakes, and ants that the pit had killed were at least a few thousand if not tens of thousands. Based on 10,000 level 2 beasts, that would be 200,000 to 300,000 kill value. The number of demonic beasts that were killed by the crystal arrow rain was also countless. 976,000 didn't seem to be as much as one would expect if one truly counted it. He knew that what the bloodthirsty moss had gotten was likely more than him. This close to 1 million kill values made Chen Fei begin to have a headache. What was the best way to distribute it? Qualification from A to S rank required 1 million kill values. But the 3 beasts were all S rank right now, and to raise them to SS rank qualifications would require 10 million kill values, which was impossible to save up in a short period of time. What was left was strength and skill proficiency. Having tasted the strong flavor brought about by the 2 peak level skills, Chen Fei could not forget about it. However, wanting to raise the 3 beasts to level 4 beasts in one breath was also impossible. In the end, a compromise was made and 400,000 kill value was taken out to raise each of the 3 beasts by 2 ranks. Chen Fei advanced 6th ranked Beastmaster, and the 3 beasts 3rd ranked 6th rank. The rest could raise the proficiency of 5 skills. It was enough for Dark Cloud to raise only 1 skill, which was the Mirror of Reproduction. Mirror of Reproduction's proficiency from proficient level peak level. Advantages brought about by the boost. 1. Increases the success rate of replication by 10%. 2. 3 additional replication skill bits are added. The addition of 3 more skill bits would allow Dark Cloud's strength to be turned upwards again. Although Chen Fei hated the evil beasts in the mists, he had to admit that some of the guys had skills that were truly perverse. Just like, for example, the Black Slime Worm King's Spore Diffusion. Whether it was used for killing or parasitizing, it was an excellent choice. It was just that wanting to copy skills from them was by no means a simple matter. At least the strength aspect wouldn't pass. Next up was the Ruler Jade. There was no hesitation, it had to be Soul Stripping. This skill could be considered the core of the Ruler Jade, and the rest of the soul techniques were all centered around it. Soul Stripping proficiency from proficient level peak level. Advantages brought about by the boost. 1. Control time from 0.5 S1s. 2. Can use this skill beyond 9th rank, but it also brings a corresponding weakness backlash. 3. The aura to use this skill is drastically reduced. There is no restriction for beings below their own strength. For beings above one's own strength, one can only use it 6 times a day. After that, one's soul will be damaged. The control time has increased to 1 second. Don't underestimate this 1 second, In a duel between masters, often 1 second can determine victory or defeat. As for the dream and illusion spells, it seems that they don't really need to be put to use at the moment, so keep them for now. Looking at Xiao Gu again, Chen Fei knew it best. Could be said that all the skills were carefully crafted by him. It was prepared in the early stages to acquire kill value, and now it was built for killing power. However, the acquisition of kill value was old money and should never be lost, and it even had to be stronger than before. Parasite's proficiency, from proficient level peak level. Advantages brought about by boosting. 1. Can parasitize beings up to 9 ranks beyond the body's strength. The more orders beyond the body's strength, the lower the chance of success. 2. Can reproduce 10 more hatching bug mothers. The amount that can be hatched in a day is increased from 1,200. Chen Fei's eyes were instantly lit up. Chapter 62. I'm not pretending anymore. I'll show my cards. 10 more hatching bug mothers, and each head can hatch 200 more second-generation bugs. That meant that 24,000 second-generation worms could be hatched in a day. Although the reproduction speed is not as exaggerated as that of the bloodthirsty moss, the strength lies in the fact that the lifespan of the second-generation worms is much longer than that of the moss. Chen Fei had a plan. First save up a few 100,000 second-generation worms, then let these second-generation worms reproduce third-generation worms. In a single day, hundreds of thousands of third-generation worms will hatch out. Thinking about it is already scary enough. If we really put it into practice, it wouldn't be a small-scale insect plague. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with letting Xiao Gu take this path of volume. The remaining 20 tens of thousands of kill value. Chen Fei is a little hesitant, whether to main point control or escape or nibbling power. After thinking for half a day, the more he thought, the more entangled. In the end, there was still not enough kill value. If it was enough, raising all the skills to peak level, where would there be so much to do? Chen Fei, the minister wants you to go there. Zhou Yan's voice interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. All right, go right away. Knock knock. Chen Fei knocked on the door of the office, only to go in and see that apart from Jiangnan, 8 Zhongshi level Imperial Beast Masters were all here. This scene, why is it a bit creepy? Before he could even open his mouth, Chang Jingjing was told to ask questions first, and was even quite serious. Chen Fei, still don't tell me truthfully. What exactly are the qualifications of your beast pets? Don't hide it. Those little moves of yours can't escape our eyes. Chen Fei was not bluffed. How to say that he was also a man of 2 lifetimes? If he didn't even have this kind of determination, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the reincarnators? Minister, my beast pet is just a grade qualification, It's not like you haven't seen it before. His tone and expression were so calm, not a single ripple in sight, as if he was saying it like it was true. The others couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed outright. I didn't know that. I thought this little guy was honest. In this world, honest people have long been eaten clean. That's right. It's good to know how to hide yourself. Tang Si Yuan cursed. Damn. I've never won a bet with you, old Su. Su Shanhai gave a belly laugh. I told you earlier. This little guy is a master who doesn't see a rabbit. You just don't believe me. At that time, if it wasn't for me giving 3 Bodhi fruits, he wouldn't even bother to go on the field to fight your son. There's more to this? Looking at the few people who were suddenly smiling brightly, Chen Fei was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? His own dad and mom didn't even give a hint? Cough. Xia pretended to cough a few times, and then carried out a 3rd-generation parasite. This parasite had already fallen into a deep sleep, and was obviously tricked, causing Xiao Gu to be unable to sense it. This is something I saw on my way back from fighting that lantern monster, and I tackled one back in passing. Honestly, I haven't seen this variety of compulsion before, but its appearance looks too much like your 10,000 poison compass king, and it was actually helping the humans kill the beasts. The first thing I thought of was you. It seems like you're the only one who contracted the 1,000 poison compass thing. There was one thing to say, the 1,000 poisonous compass really wasn't strong, it was even weak, it was just a low-end parasite, not many people could look at it. It was only somehow cultivated by Chen Fei to the king of 10,000 poisonous compulsions that it had some mind-blowing abilities. The moment he saw the 3 generations of worms appear, Chen Fei knew that Xiao Gu had been exposed. However, it was also true that with 100,000 3rd-generation worms fighting against the beasts, it was only normal that they had been discovered. All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. This is indeed my beast pet, the Underworld Crystal Compass King, S-Class qualification. evolved from eating the bloodline of the Heavenly Crystal Ant King. The fact that Chen Fei had exchanged the Heavenly Crystal bloodline was known as soon as it was found out, and could not be hidden at all. The people present had actually guessed it, but when Chen Fei himself admitted it, there was still a sense of amazement. Xing Xiaoshan sighed. I think that back then, I went through a lot of effort to make the 9 turns Shen snake have a crystal bloodline. And at that time I was already at the patriarch level. Can't compare at all. You're only now as well. Xing Xiaoshan's voice came to an abrupt end as he realized that he couldn't even see through Chen Fei's strength. Chen Fei instantly understood Xing Xiaoshan's point of surprise, and then withdrew part of the hidden Yuan technique, displaying that he had just broken through to a senior first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. This rate of improvement was not as fast as Su Can and Tang Jian, but it wasn't too slow either. It was possible to hide, but it didn't take much. Disguising himself as an ordinary genius was enough, so that he could gain enough permissions and resources. As for displaying yourself as a supreme demon, that was not necessary. He didn't want to be stared at every day like Zhang Yi. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue rubbed their eyes. This was a senior Imperial Beastmaster? They still wanted to find some time to properly cultivate Chen Fei, but it turned out that he himself had already raised his strength to senior Imperial Beastmaster, and even his beast pet had been raised to an S-class qualification after many evolutions. With such a skill, what else was there to teach? Little Fei has already surpassed the younger us. Forget it, it's better to let him loose. He'll naturally come to us if he needs it. The two had given up on the idea of preaching. Since the child was so talented, they didn't need to add to it. Chen Fei's path was up to himself. They only needed to support and protect him. S-class Heavenly Crystal Bloodline plus Senior Imperial Beastmaster. You have to cultivate it properly. You can't bury it. Xie patted his chest. Don't worry. With such talent, plus these 2 second-class merits, Chen Fei is considered the seed of our 8th district. Once promoted to a military seed, there would be a certain amount of resources tilted to help him raise his strength to a Zhongshi level Imperial Beastmaster sooner. This would also alleviate the pressure on the front line. Chang Jingjing added, it's good for us to know these things, so don't announce them to the outside world. Also, erase things such as Chen Fei's exchange of the Heavenly Crystal bloodline, and don't expose him to the enemy's eyes. It's still like before, obscene development. This time it was Su Shanhai's turn to scratch his ears. But I still want to send him to participate in the 100 Cities competition. At his age, it's too much of a shame to miss out on this stage. The others rarely interjected and seemed to recognize Su Shanhai's statement. Chen Fei, on the contrary, did not have any knowledge in this regard. At this time in his previous life, he was still in the middle of recuperation and did not participate in the 100 Cities competition. Moreover, this was also the last 100 Cities competition, and since then, it had been too late to resist the evil beasts in the mists, so how could he still have the heart to organize this kind of competition? He couldn't help but ask, what's so special about the 100 Cities competition? Of course there is, Su Shanhai affirmed. On the surface, the 100 Cities competition is selecting geniuses and allocating resources, but this is only the group competition. There is also the more important single-person tournament. The top 100 first-year students in the single-person competition and the top 100 second-year students can enter the Spirit Mansion secret realm to seize resources. Minister Chang Jingjing Chang, at such a young age, a patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster. How do you think you got here? Minister Xing Xiaoshan criminal is in the same year as your parents, but his strength is a whole lot more than that. What does he rely on? Relying on this Spirit Mansion secret realm. Chapter 63. Suspicious characters discovered. Spirit Mansion secret realm? This was something that Chen Fei really didn't know. He hadn't even participated in the 100 Cities competition, much less knew about something like the Spirit Mansion secret realm. Su Shanhai continued, in previous years, Tianqing City could only be considered medium, but this year is different. Among the second-year students there is Jiang Yi, the daughter of King Jiang, and Xia Zhujun, the daughter of King Xia. Among the first-year students there was Tang Jian, and there was Su Ken. If we add Chen Fei to the mix, along with its army of parasites, I don't think the outcome is really easy to say. This past 2 years, Tianqing City had indeed seen a batch of genius characters that were more powerful than ever before. Chen Qingyun and Xia Zhixue had only raised their strength to senior Imperial Beastmasters near the end of their first year, whereas Tang Jian, Su Can and Chen Fei had raised their strength to senior Imperial Beastmaster in half a year. This speed was enough to crush them in the past. That was why neither he nor Xiao Gu spoke out to refute it. Hearing this, Chen Fei wondered about one thing. Why can only first-year, second-year students participate? Su Shanhai smiled and explained. It's simple. It's still because of the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. There are 3 conditions for participating in this secret realm. 1. Strength of Senior Imperial Beast Master and below. 2. Age must not exceed 20 years old. 3. The number of people must not exceed 200. One could only be awakened at the age of 18, and the third-year students were already 21. Even if the third-year students were really arranged to compete, there was no way for them to enter the Spirit Mansion secret realm. After thinking about it, Chen Fei spoke once more. Last question. What is in the Spirit Mansion's secret realm? Su Shanhai shook his head. I can't answer you on this question because I have never entered it either. That's why, even though I'm already over 60 years old, I'm still stuck at the Zhongshi level Imperial Beast Master. With the increase in strength, the lifespan of a human would correspondingly increase. A sovereign-grade Imperial Beastmaster had a lifespan of roughly 150 years. The lifespan of a king-grade Imperial Beastmaster was even longer, up to 200 years. Su Shanhai could only be considered middle-aged at this age. Chen Fei and the others looked at Cheng Jingjing and Xing Shaoshan. The two looked at me and I looked at you, signaling the other to speak. It's not like we can't say it. Cheng Jingjing's nature was more on the boyish side, and she hated procrastination and indecisiveness in doing things. The Spirit Mansion's secret realm is huge. When everyone goes in, they'll be separated. So each has their own opportunities. I asked other people, some people encountered a spiritual plant garden, some people found some heavenly treasures suitable for the evolution of beast pets. There are also some people who mistakenly entered the illusionary realm, and when they came out again, their strength went up by a cut. The only thing that was the same was that one could eventually see a huge mansion. Many martial arts on the market are taken out from among the mansion. There are also some more common Dan formula, more rare bloodline, etc., are from this mansion. Some people speculate that it might be the address of a clan or a big brother in ancient times. Exactly why? It is still unclear. Saying that, Chen Fei could be interested. It was indeed quite tempting to have heavenly treasures and spiritual plants, martial arts, and so on. If one could find something suitable for the growth of the 3 beasts and combine it with the kill value to make up for the shortfall, it would completely shorten the growth cycle of the 3 beasts. Chen Fei admitted that his heart was moved. Su Shanhai patted Chen Fei's shoulder. Think about it yourself. If you want to go back to the school in the middle of January and head to Imperial City with the others. This position, it has always belonged to you, and I can even personally fund you with some additional resources. Before coming to Baiyu City, Su Shanhai just felt that it was a bit of a pity if Chen Fei didn't go. However, after knowing Chen Fei's army of third-generation parasites, Su Shanhai wasn't of that mind anymore. He had to dig him out even if he had to. Such an army of parasites could definitely crush a large group of people above the ring. Alright then, that's it for today. Minister Xing also troubles you to send us back. Earlier, Xing Shaoshan had placed the crystals in Tianqing City to make it convenient for Su Shanhai, Tang Xiyuan, and the others to be able to support them at any time. This distance was also well within the furthest distance that the 9-turn crystal snake could currently control. As Su Shanhai and the others left, Chen Fei asked his parents for their opinions. Mom and Dad, do you think I should go? Chen Qingyun let out a light laugh. There is no should or shouldn't, only if you want to or not. Whether you go or not, we won't stop you. Your life is up to you. As long as you don't go down a crooked path, we all support it. Aha! Chen Fei nodded vigorously. Chen Qingyun and Xiao Gu hadn't taught him much about imperial beasts. However, they had given him a good family atmosphere, which was something he had always cherished. Oh right. Chen Qingyun slapped his head and suddenly remembered something. I have a soul seal here for you. Chen Fei looked down. The aura of the soul seal in Chen Qingyun's hand was somewhat familiar. Zhang Nan Zhang Wang's? That's right. Value him into your body later. As soon as there is danger, King Zhang Nan will be able to sense it immediately. And this seal can also defuse a king-level royal beast master's attack for you once. Of course, there's nothing you can do if your strength exceeds that of King Zhang himself. Chen Fei was a bit surprised. This thing was quite expensive, but it was far better than those disposable crystal shields, and he didn't expect that Zhang Nan would give himself a copy. Thanks, Dad. As expected, it was still his own father. Chen Qingyun nodded slightly. There's no need to thank me. It's your strength and the talent of your beast pet that made King Zhang see it. It made him have the heart to cherish his talent and escort you on your journey. So when you have the chance in the future, don't forget people's kindness. I will. Needless to say, Chen Fei knew what to do. Moreover, Chen Fei knew that his parents should have paid some price, they just didn't mention it. Since they didn't say anything, Chen Fei didn't want to break the ice. What Chen Fei could do was to protect them in the future. Let them escape the clutches of the evil king of the ninth. After the beast tide, the Baiwe mountain range returned to its usual calm. It was just that this calmness was like a monster with its bloody mouth open, waiting for its prey to come in on its own and then swallow it in one gulp. Even Chen Fei didn't dare to step into the middle zone easily, only daring to maneuver around the periphery. He could not enter, but the army of 100,000 third-generation bugs could completely enter. Chen Fei, a suspicious fellow has been spotted. Xiao Gu's voice interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. What suspicious fellow? Chapter 64 Slavery Pupil. Xiao Gu promptly shared the screen to Chen Fei. Since the number of third-generation bugs is large enough, I have arranged for third-generation bugs to be stationed in all 60 districts. There were a total of 36 squads patrolling the periphery just now, but one of them quietly let their beast pet go. And that beast pet ran all the way towards the middle zone, or even the inner perimeter. The strangest thing was that the demonic beasts that we encountered along the way all avoided it. Thus, I had the third-generation bugs follow it. Among the vision shared over by Xiao Gu, Chen Fei saw a speed-type demonic beast, the blast wind letter lizard. This lizard-type demonic beast did not have a large body, just a little bigger than a palm, but it was extremely fast and stealthy. What was even more amazing was that its stomach was like a spatial ring, allowing it to store a certain amount of things inside. It became one of the best intelligence transfer information demonic beasts in the old times before there were cell phones. The disadvantage was that it possessed speed and gave up attack and defense. Later, because cell phones became popular, the blast wind letter lizard slowly lost its original market. I didn't expect to find such a little guy today. Xiao Gu, stop it. While the first time it is poisoned, don't let it pass the message to the Imperial Beast Master. After coming to Baiyu City for so long, Chen Fei had also been trying to dig out the traitor here. He just had no clue as to where to start. Now that he had this opportunity, how could he let it go? Moreover, this blizzard letter lizard is only an A-grade qualification, a small guy of the third level 2 stage, for the current small ancient. No, even the third-generation bug, it is not too difficult to deal with. After capturing the blast wind letter lizard alive, he utilized the crystal teleportation skill to quickly send it to Chen Fei's side. Xiao Gu, let a second-generation bug parasitize it first as insurance. At this point, the parasitize skill was already at peak level proficiency, not to mention a level 3 second stage, even a fainted level 4 second stage demonic beast would have a certain success rate. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei commanded, Dark Cloud, use enslaving pupil. After Dark Cloud had 3 extra skill slots, Chen Fei had the third-generation bug look for demonic beasts in the Baiwa mountain range that were suitable for copying skills. It really found one, named Baneheart Pupil Demon. The Baneheart Pupil Demon was definitely one of the demonic beasts that the scouting team did not want to encounter. They were not foxes or cats. They were civet demons with 6 tails but only 1 eye. The most frightening thing was their skills, either of the mind system or the pupil system. And the pupil art itself is something that can't be touched by the naked eye, and one doesn't even know when one is hit, and it's extremely dangerous. The skills that Dark Cloud had copied were Pupil of Enslavement. Use can manipulate the other party's consciousness and actions to become one's slave. Note: this skill can only be mastered by those who possessed heavy pupils. Dark Cloud himself possessed heavy pupils, and learning this skill was no problem. Coupled with the use of the kill value, it was raised to the proficient level in one fell swoop. Enslaved Pupil. There was no way to eat away at the opponent's aura like Xiao Gu, nor was it like controlling a corpse, directly taking charge of the opponent's physical body. The blizzard letter lizard itself would not be harmed, its mind would not be controlled, and even if it was released back to its master, it would not be able to notice anything wrong. The only thing was that from now on, under the heavy pupils of Dark Cloud, it would not be able to create a trace of resistance, nor would it be able to reveal any information about Chen Fei. Dark Cloud asked to see what this fellow is hiding in his stomach. Under Wu Yun's inquiry, the stomach of the blasted wind letter lizard squirmed for a while, and then opened its mouth wide, removing what was inside. Perhaps it was afraid of getting stained with the saliva of the blast wind letter lizard, so it was packed in a mahogany box. Just this fetching was several boxes. Chen Fei opened the one closest to him, and inside were several drawings. The contents of the drawings were exactly the 4 lines of defense map when the beast tide came. Only that these few drawings were not yet perfected, nor were the specifics of each line of defense specifically marked out, and they should have been the first few versions of the drawings. In an instant, Chen Fei thought about many things. No wonder the beast tide this time was so strange that it had allowed the level 2 demonic beasts to make the first move. It turned out to be that they had already known of the existence of the poison mist defense line. The second box. Inside was the information of Chu Chongxiong as well as his team members. Chu Chongxiong was specially marked with a point. This person is more greedy and used to use his team members as bait just to obtain heavenly treasures, which can be utilized. The more Chen Fei looked at it, the colder his heart became and the more angry he became. He had long suspected that someone had deliberately revealed the news of the 5-colored divine stone flower, and now it seemed that it should be this person without a doubt. The third box. Inside was not paper, not information or anything like that, but a kind of geomantic treasure called earth-heavy sticky sand. There are metal properties divided into 4 levels and sand as well. The earth-heavy sticky sand was between level 3 and level 4. The terrifying thing about this kind of sand was that it could be like a swamp, allowing living beings to sink deep into it. Moreover, this sand also had its own gravity attribute. The combination of multi-fold gravity and the stickiness of a swamp was simply a nightmare for the enemy. Once fused by a sand attribute demon beast, as long as there was enough spiritual energy, it could release the earth gravity sticky sand indefinitely. Although he didn't know where this thing came from, its origin must not be simple, no matter how he thought about it. It wasn't something that a high-level Imperial Beast Master could possess. The greatest possibility was a gift from the mist, so much so that it would make his heart flutter and become a traitor. After considering it for a moment, Chen Fei took a small portion of it. Perhaps he would use it in the future. The last box had an additional latest news label on it. Inside was still a drawing that recorded the border layout of Baiwei City. Instantly, Chen Fei was drenched in cold sweat. It was even if he had sold the 4 lines of defense, but now he was even selling the border defense map. I'm afraid that this person hadn't gone crazy already, right? No wonder the 100 Vietnam city in the previous life was like a papier-mâché, collapsing at the slightest touch of the enemy. Turns out that it has long been moth-eaten. A fine thought. Chen Fei took some pictures and put this drawing away while putting all 4 boxes back. This was the only way to create the illusion that the blizzard letter lizard had already met up with those monsters. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei stroked Dark Cloud's furry head. Dark Cloud, ask again who its owner is? Meow, answered Dark Cloud in enjoyment. Meow. Its owner is called Xiao Gu. Hearing this, Chen Fei's hand directly froze, full of incredulity, and then slowly, mechanically turned his head. Who did you say? Just Xiao Gu. Upon confirming it once more, it was as if a missile had blasted Chen Fei's brain directly. It made his eyes freeze and he almost forgot to breathe. Xiao Gu. What a familiar name, what a familiar figure. What surfaced in Chen Fei's mind was a 1-armed king-level royal beastmaster with high cheekbones, a face like pale gold, and a gaze like that of a falcon. This person was the very top person after Chen Fei's rise to power in his previous life. Chen Fei could no longer sit still. Chapter 65, Traveling to Imperial City. Xiao Gu. Share the image of the master of the blizzard letter lizard to me. In the middle of his field of vision, Chen Fei saw a man in his 30s, wearing a black combat uniform. Both of his arms were still sound, a point that did not match Chen Fei's impression of a 1-armed man. However, when Chen Fei took a good look at his face, his entire being fell silent. This slightly younger face overlapped with the one in his memory. In that instant, Chen Fei finally snapped out of it. No wonder that such a secret matter as entering the 9 sepulchral ferocious land back then, the evil king number 6 was able to know about it, and had directly blocked the entrance to the ferocious land. No wonder whatever he did in his previous life failed in the end. It turned out that there was such a high-level traitor in existence. This discovery caused Chen Fei to hit the bottom of his heart with a chill. For a moment, his faith directly collapsed. Xiao Gu was only a senior 8th rank royal beastmaster right now, and could be said to be nowhere near a king-grade royal beastmaster. However, with the gift of those existences in the mists, he was able to become a king-level royal beastmaster in just a few years. It was truly terrifying. However, Chen Fei did not find any connection between Xiao Gu and the Jiang Yi incident. Otherwise, with the combination of old and new grudges, Chen Fei would have to kill him immediately. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei stuffed the blizzard letter lizard back into the crystal and teleported back to the middle of the Baiyue mountain range. Xiao Gu, in almost half an hour, released this blizzard letter lizard. Calculating like this, the time should be almost right. Chen Fei suppressed the urge to slaughter the other party immediately. Since he had already locked onto Xiao Gan, it would be a long time to come. It wasn't long before several ministers gathered together again. Is this Chen Fei discovering something again? Old Chen. This son of yours is bullish. He's simply good at underground work. Every time we're called over, it's always something big. I'm a bit scared. Several people could be said to be growing more and more attached to Chen Fei. Coming tell us what's going on this time. Seeing Chen Fei come in, only then did the few people realize that his face was terribly gloomy, a completely different person from the one who usually put a smile on his face. Without any unnecessary greetings, Chen Fei directly projected the pictures he had taken. The atmosphere that had been joking and having a laugh just a moment ago was now dead silent. Their expressions were no different from Chen Fei's. The most hated were not godlike opponents, but those hateful people who had turned their backs on their beliefs. Xie gritted his teeth and said, "Where did these photos come from? After all, they were soldiers under their own hands, so how could Xie be comfortable?" Chen Fei once again shared his vision over, timing it just right, just when the blasted wind letter lizard was retrieved by Xiao Gan. The blizzard letter lizard, I'm sure you all recognize it. I captured it alive and pulled out the contents of its stomach. As much as the few people did not want to admit it, Chen Fei had no need to lie at all. Chen Fei continued to speak. I did it all without the blasted wind letter lizard's knowledge, without alerting Xiao Gan. In other words, now we know about him and he doesn't know that he has been exposed. After that, we can always keep an eye on him, and even pass him some false information when needed. After killing the sleeper, the other side would send another sleeper over. However, utilizing the sleeper, it could not be said to have a strange effect. Chen Fei didn't want to kill him directly. Other than that, he also wanted to fish for other sleepers. In the huge Baiyue city, it was impossible for Xiao Gan to be the only traitor. The compulsion lurking in the body of the blizzard letter lizard would be a crucial link. Xing Xiaoshan agreed. That's a good idea to adopt. Xie's face remained dark, and he squeezed out hard. Humph. Then let's keep him alive for now and see what else this Xiao Gan can do. Right, there's also this. Chen Fei cupped Gui in his hand. This is Gui, I left it here when I went to the 100 Cities competition. You can have it share its vision at any time, and the parasites lurking in the 100U mountain range are all at its command. These 100,000 third-generation insects, Chen Fei had not thought of taking them away. After all, there was quite a bit more fresh blood amongst the sacred Canon space. Have you decided? Chen Qingyun seriously inquired once more. Chen Fei nodded seriously. Decided. Not long ago, he was indeed still hesitant. But because of Xiao Gan after this incident, he figured it out. The future human race would be infiltrated into a sieve. It was an inevitable thing. Chen Fei couldn't stop it, nor was he capable of stopping it. Moreover, all of these people would be like Xiao Gan, who had been gifted by the mists and received all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures to improve themselves at an extremely fast rate. If Chen Fei didn't fight for more resources, it was still a bit hard to say if he would be able to overpower them in the future. Right now, all he can do is to fight for every opportunity to strengthen himself, and then press these guys who are with the mists and gifted by the mists to rub on the ground. Chen Qingyun gently patted his shoulder. All right, go ahead and do it if you've decided. I'll get you some more life preservation stuff when the time comes, and have that old thing Su Shanhai watch over you a bit. It's good to break in. Right now, Chen Fei gave him the feeling that he was too stable, completely lacking the kind of impulsiveness of a young man. What was wrong with being more stable than himself? Xie took over Gui and placed it in the most appropriate place in the scouting department. At the same time, he asked curiously, how many parasites are there in the Baiyue mountain range now? Chen Fei didn't hide it. 100,000. Scattered around the periphery, and the middle of the 100U mountain range. Xie. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Qingyun. Others. 100,000 parasites, this hatching ability, it's a bit strong. No wonder a lot of things were discovered by Chen Fei first. It's not surprising that there are so many eyes and ears present. In the middle of January, Mountain and Sea Academy, 4 giant polar shadow eagles landed at the entrance of the school. Each of them was about 10 meters long, and humans stood at their feet looking very small. These 4 polar shadow eagles were precisely the flying demonic beasts that they were traveling on for this 100 Cities competition, and their speed was several times faster than the train. The 9 first-year students and 10 second-year students had already gathered. The person leading the group this time was none other than their instructor, Sunbroke, a king-grade first-ranked royal beastmaster. There were also 3 Zhongsher-level teachers, one of which was none other than my Feng. His strength was as if he was already at the 4th rank of the Zhongsher grade. The speed of improvement could not be said to be fast. Sun Gang clapped his hands. All right, everyone. All of you go to the back of the Extreme Shadow Eagles. Each teacher will take 5 students each. Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, Su Ken, Xiao Jun, you 4 follow me. These few were a bit unlucky, always being targeted. Sun Gang, as the escort of this competition, naturally had to take more care of them. Principal Su, let's get ready to go then. Sunbroke patted the neck of the Polar Shadow Eagle, signaling it to prepare for takeoff. Wait, Instructor Sun. There's still one person who hasn't arrived. Su Shanhai stopped them. Chapter 66 Crystal Reorganization. Wait. Chen Fei is almost here. Su Shanhai's words caused Sunbarge to narrow his eyes. If he remembered correctly, it was that kid who didn't show up for training. Sunbarge didn't say anything. After all, Chen Fei's spot had been arranged from the beginning. He just wanted to see what was so great about this person who had been hung up on by Su Shanhai. As soon as Chen Fei arrived, he realized that he had a noteworthy aura on him and was already at level 3, step 1. This speed wasn't slow, it was just below Tang Jian and Su Kan. It was a bit stronger than Shangguan Shihua and the others, so it was no wonder that he was always on Su Shanhai's mind. In response, Sun Gang didn't say anything more. This world was like that. For people with strength and talent, the tolerance would be much higher. As soon as Chen Fei arrived, he found quite a few gazes on him. Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and the others naturally needed no introduction. Even among the second years, there were quite a few people who followed and looked over. Among them, there was one gaze that was particularly different. It was abhorrence. Chen Fei met that gaze. Oh, so it's Bai Yang. That's not surprising then. That guy had always thought he was related to Jiang Yi. Glancing at it, Chen Fei did not pay much attention to it. Half a year ago, he could only look at Bai Yang's back. Now, Chen Fei was no longer afraid of him. With a bunch of peak-level skills in hand, what could a few more Bai Yangs do to him? All right, get ready to go. Su Shanhai finished speaking and stepped onto the Extreme Shadow Eagle himself. After all, he was the head of a school, so how could he be absent on such a large-scale occasion? The Extreme Shadow Eagle released a wind shield, enveloping the crowd in it before flying towards Imperial City at an extremely fast speed. Chen Fei sat on the Polar Shadow Eagle piloted by Sunbarge and realized that they were all old acquaintances. Chen Fei, you finally showed up. Let's do another fight sometime. Tang Jian was already stupidly excited. The last time he was oppressed by 16 level 2 beasts was still fresh in his mind. How could he say that he wanted to get back in the game? Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Chen Fei just dealt with it, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with Jiang Yi, he sat himself down. Not long after, Xiao Gu's consciousness came through. The crystallized powder of the black slime insect king spores that were crushed by the sacred gold bee king were too scattered, and finally sorted out more or less, so I'll have Gu Air and the others use the crystals to teleport into the middle of the sacred Canon space. Subsequently, Chen Fei removed it from the sacred Canon space. Spore crystals. Quality, grade 5. Source. After the black slime bug king's generation body spores die, crystallized powder is left behind. Millions of spores die before getting a sesame-sized crystal. Function. There is a certain chance that the underworld crystal compass king will comprehend a special skill. Remarks. In conjunction with the 100,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, there is a certain probability of generating a mutation. Chen Fei had discovered this after the Chu Rebirth incident, and after spending so much time it had finally arrived. Xiao Gu, go into the sacred Canon space while eating it. At the same time, Chen Fei extracted 100,000 kill values onto Xiao Gu. Successful comprehension, obtaining a new skill, crystal reorganization. Crystal reorganization. The user's body can split into countless crystals, each of which has the ability to parasitize and eat away. As long as one crystal survives, it will never truly die. The split crystals can be reorganized again, and can even be combined with second and third generation bugs to form a different body. Much like building blocks and Legos, each single element is unchanging, but the combination is ever-changing. Current level of ability to split. Size of a green bean. Proficiency. Entry level. Remarks. The higher the proficiency, the greater the number of crystals that can be split. and the smaller the crystals will be. Chen Fei directly allocated the kill value over to raise the skill to the proficient level. Splitting degree. From the size of a green bean, the size of a sesame seed, the size of a midge. Midges were only about 2 millimeters in length, and could easily be overlooked if one did not pay attention. If Crystal Shuttle was a long-distance teleportation divine skill, then Crystal Reorganization definitely belonged to Xiao Gu's own escape divine skill, unless there were demonic beasts with special abilities, or beings whose level was much higher than Xiao Gu's, one could not think of completely exterminating Xiao Gu. With this ability, when Xiao Gu's strength is raised to about the same level as the Black Slime Worm King, he might be able to take on a wave of toughness head-on. Just as Chen Fei was studying Xiao Gu's skills, the sky suddenly clouded over. Everyone looked up, but it turned out to be a huge object flying above them, blocking out the sunlight. Chen Fei followed suit and looked over. It was a whale-type demonic beast several hundred meters long with 2 pairs of wings, one long and one short. 4-winged whale Kuan. Strength, 5th level, 8th rank. Attribute, devouring, flight, chaos. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills. Surprisingly, it had the strength of a level 5, step 8. This was an existence that Chen Fei had seen so far, with a strength that could rival that of a headless angel. It was only that it did not meddle in the matters of the mists, or else it would definitely be a great help to the humans. Sun Gang's words followed. Everyone, don't be alarmed. This is the only known 4-winged whale Kuan on the continent, possessing some Kuan Pong bloodline. It flies in the air all year round, never lands, loves peace, and sometimes interacts with passing flying beasts. There were once people who wanted to make a contract with it, but they were all rejected by it. It said that the only thing it will do in this life is to fly away from this heaven and earth. How difficult it was to fly away from this side of the heavens and earth. There were still living beings in the ancient times that could do it. By now, it's been more than 100,000 years since we've heard of living beings ascending. During this period, there were also speculations such as the theory of the end of the law, the theory of the disappearance of aura, and so on, but in the end, none of them could be proved, so they were left unsettled. Duh! A majestic and low voice came out from its mouth, spreading far and wide, silencing all the spirits. And then, with a flutter of its wings, it disappeared in front of Chen Fei and the others. The speed of the extreme shadow eagle was fast enough, but it couldn't even see the shadow of the 4-winged whale Kuan. Extremely terrifying. One day later, the crowd finally arrived at the Imperial City. Due to the air ban, the crowd could only hitchhike. What they saw and heard along the way made the group feel fresh. Imperial City was worthy of being the center of the Great Xia country, and it was far superior to Tianqing City in every aspect. Not to mention, the SS-class beast pets that could not be seen at all in Tianqing City could occasionally be seen here, 1 or 2 of them. Sun Gang led them forward to sign in and draw lots, while allocating them a bit of accommodation. Everyone is free to move around tonight. Gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to study the status of the opponents in the group stage. Everyone dispersed in a flurry. Some went to look for food, some went to a flowery place to relax. Chen Fei, on the other hand, went to store for a beast pet store alone. It wasn't to pick a 4th pet, it was still a bit early. He just wanted to go and see if there were any heavenly treasures suitable for the 3 beasts to enhance. Beast Soul Fruit. Quality, Grade 4. It can enhance the soul power of any soul lineage demonic beast below a rank 5 Demon King, and enhance the ability to comprehend soul lineage skills. Price, 1.2 million medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit Root Water. Quality, Grade 5. Can enhance the enlightenment of humans, demonic beasts, and other living beings. 1 drop of spiritual root water is equivalent to 1 300-year grade Bodhi fruit. Priced at 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei felt his pockets, originally thinking that 10 million mid-grade spirit stones was already a huge amount of money. However, when he saw these heavenly treasures, he realized how poor he was. Suddenly, an old object attracted Chen Fei. Chapter 67, Have a betting match? This old object was a carving, and from the looks of it, it was quite old. Chen Fei, the chi of this statue is not quite right. Dark Cloud, who was lying in Chen Fei's arms, transmitted a realization over. The Dark Cloud still had 2 remaining resurfacing skill bits. Chen Fei first had it resurface the camouflage and quicksand technique. The camouflage was used to hide its heavy pupils, making it appear to outsiders as just an ordinary cat demon, so as to prevent others from thinking about it. The quicksand technique was to fuse the Earth's heavy sticky sand to become another bottom card, and Dark Cloud's heavy pupils could originally observe Qi, relying on this to discover a hint of what was going on. The statue of the nine-tailed sacred fox carved from the Tree of Stars. It can gather a large amount of aura at night, increasing the speed of cultivation. Price: 1.5 million medium-grade spirit stones. In Dark Cloud's eyes, the Tree of Stars was supposed to have a dark blue Qi. However, there was a purple-colored Qi mixed in with this Qi. The greatest possibility was that there was something hidden within this statue. The Tree of Stars itself was quite rare, and its value was equivalent to a 200-year-old Bodhi fruit. What kind of thing would be worthy of using such a valuable star tree to cover it up? Looking left and right, he could not see a single thing. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fei still decided to buy it. Crystals could be earned again if they were gone, but some chances missed were for life. "Boss, pack this for me." Boss Liang Bing saw the fetched statue and immediately voiced out, "This customer has good eyesight. This is a good new purchase today. If you don't take another look to see if there's anything you like, I'll calculate some discount for you." "Then I'll take another look." Chen Fei was not in a hurry to go back, so there was no harm in taking a look. It was just that, after 2 or 3 rounds of shopping, there wasn't anything he wanted too much anymore. He and the 3 beasts mostly relied on their kill value to improve, and many heavenly materials and treasures were not just needed. What was more scarce were the materials needed for evolution. After all, going from S rank SS rank, costing 10 million kill values, one didn't know how long it would take to save up. Chen Fei came to the front desk and prepared to check out, but he found a line of people surrounding the boss. "Boss, just sell this to us. We can pay an extra 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. My brother's demonic beast desperately needs the star tree to break through so it can deal with the 100 cities competition the day after tomorrow. Anyway, the other party hasn't paid yet. Isn't it good for you to earn more?" Liang Bing looked embarrassed. If he did that, he would be smashing his own signboard. There's a first come first served in everything. This is what that customer saw first. If you guys want it too, you can negotiate with him. Liang Bing kicked the ball to Chen Fei. Only then did Chen Fei understand what was going on, so he was looking at the statue. Xin Lin came to Chen Fei. "Hello, can you let us have the statue? We can give you a certain amount of payment." "Sorry, can't let it go." Chen Fei refused. How could something that could be looked at by Wu Yun be ordinary? A fat man next to him came over and whispered, "Brother Lin, it's confirmed without a doubt that the treasure Qi that the treasure-seeking mouse smelled came from the statue. The treasure-hunting mouse belonged to the existence of the Battle 5 scum, but no one could underestimate its treasure-hunting ability. It was also because of its special ability that it was on the verge of being caught and exterminated. Xin Lin could be considered blessed to have a treasure-hunting mouse, often utilizing its ability to find latent treasures, while later earning the difference in price and accumulating resources to enhance his own strength. So don't look at Xin Lin as a first-year student, but he already had the strength of an advanced 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and was still above Tangjian Sukan. Can't we really negotiate? Or we can use other spiritual treasures to exchange with you." Chen Fei shook his head once again. The more urgently the other party wanted this statue, it meant that the more uncomplicated this thing was. "Boss, pay up. All right, I'll give you a 9.8% discount. A total of 1,470,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Chen Fei carried the statue past the crowd and left straight away. However, he didn't want a few people to chase after him. The first thing Xin Lin said when he came up was, "How about a betting match?" Chen Fei blinked, unsure. Xin Lin explained, "Imperial City does not allow the private use of beast pets to fight. Violators will be driven out of the city. However, there will always be conflicts between people, so the term gambling and fighting emerged. You can go to the official gambling platform set up to fight against each other, or you can fight to the death. Ming people don't talk in the dark. We have our eyes on this statue." Chen Fei smiled. He didn't hate this kind of person who had something to say straight out. What annoyed him the most was that kind of guy who sneaked around in the dark. There are gambling fights in Imperial City, but there's no rule that anyone who comes to an appointment has to agree, right? Besides, you're an advanced 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, and I'm only advanced 1st-ranked. Do you think I'm stupid? In order to get Chen Fei to agree, Xin Lin naturally couldn't do it himself. "This is my classmate Chang Yunhe, an advanced 1st-rank Royal Beastmaster, just like you. He will be the one to wager with you, and the spiritual treasure we pledge is the Morina grass. Sunluo grass alone is a highly poisonous thing. A single drop of juice can poison a level 3 beast to death, and even a level 4 beast with lower poison resistance can't carry it. However, when used together with other spirits, it possessed an excellent healing effect, and its degree of healing was above that of proficient level healing skills. There are also many effects, not counting the stuff inside the Tree of Stars. The value of Morina is a little higher. Shenlin stayed close and added in a low voice, I'm sure you know that the Tree of Stars may have something else in it. If you can know, we can also know. You also don't want to be missed all the time, right? If you are willing to take the bet, then we can make an oath that no matter if we win or lose, we will never mention this to anyone else in the future, and we won't look for trouble from you again. Shenlin was right on one point. Chen Fei really did not want to be constantly missed. There was another point in the information on the Morina grass given by the sacred Canon. One of the items was written like this. The Morina grass can be fused and enhanced with the colorless 1 poison, plus 50,000 killing value to form an unsolvable poison. Note, this unsolvable poison is only for level 4 demon beasts. It is much less effective against level 5 demon kings. Colorless poison number 1, which was already a super toxin, played a great role in the midst of the beast tide. If it were to be upgraded to the unsolvable poison, the terror would surely go without saying. All right, I'll take it. Chapter 68. I bet on myself to win. The group arrived at the gambling arena. There were a total of 10 fighting platforms here, and each one was overcrowded underneath. Aside from having a hilarious scene to watch, they could also place bets. Let's go find the notary. Shenlin walked ahead and found a notary public of Clan Master rank 6, Huaming. Yo, Shenlin is here. Huaming flirted. Chen Fei at this moment realized that Shenlin was a regular customer here. Uncle Hua, please also be a notary. This is Sen Luo Chao. I want to bet with him on the Tree of Stars statue. Huaming didn't refuse. Good deal, old rules. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones notary fee for 1 person. These 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones are actually for life preservation. Once there is any danger in the battle, Huaming will be the first to step in and save the other party. Chen Fei also paid the notary fee with alacrity. All right, after battle stage number 10 is over, it's your turn. As soon as Huaming finished speaking, someone immediately yelled out, It's open! It's open! Fox Squad's Chang Yunhe versus Cat Hugger Jr. Odds. Chang Yunhe 0.1, Little Brother 8. The people next to him couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Chang Yunhe is only 0.1 odds? This is too worthless, right? It can't be helped, the Fox Squad is also considered to be the head snake here, and this Chang Yunhe is the second in command in the squad. With 21 wins in 21 battles in the gambling arena, he is also considered unrivaled in the same class. Oh, is this Chang Yunhe this strong? Of course, you'll know if you read on. Chen Fei just quietly listened and did not make a sound. After listening to a generalization, he silently pulled out the stowage bag of 2 million medium-grade spirit stones from the sacred Canon space. This organizer bag had a certain spatial attribute. Of course, it was not as good as a spatial ring, but it was more versatile. Otherwise, 2 million spirit stones could be piled up into a small mountain, not good for trading. I bet on myself to win. A small bet is good for the heart. With such high odds, it would be a shame not to participate for a bit. The dealer froze for a moment before looking up and asking again, Are you sure? Sure as well as sure. Everyone else was also a bit stunned. This is indeed a fat sheep, ah. No wonder it will be looked at by the Fox Squad. I'm just afraid that it's the kind of fat sheep that people are stupid and have a lot of money, and they dare to spend such a large amount of money betting on themselves to win before even figuring out Chang Yunhe's strength. Maybe people have the strength? A group of people were talking, but none of them were optimistic about Chen Fei. It was mainly Chang Yunhe's fame and strength that was there. Venue 10 is empty, you two can go on. After Huaming finished speaking, Chen Fei and Chang Yunhe came onto the safety zones at both ends of the ring. He heard Huaming add, This is only a gambling arena, not a life and death arena. So the two of you should not leave the safety zone so as not to be affected by the beast pet skills. The gambling fight can be categorized into a single beast battle or a group beast battle, and both sides will negotiate the arrangements. After Huaming finished speaking, Chang Yunhe's voice came out, Single beast combat until all 3 heads are defeated as the end? Is that possible? His imperial beasts didn't have many control skills, which wasn't conducive to group beast combat. May! Chen Fei did not object. Chang Yunhe also did not speak any more nonsense and directly summoned his beast pet. Mist Sneak. Strength. Level 3. First Order. Attribute. Poison. Assassin. Fog. Qualification A. Potential. Expected to advance to SS grade qualification. Skills. Chen Fei looked at this mist sneak a few more times. Surprisingly, it was an entity-less demonic beast. The entire body was assembled from a gray mist, without internal organs, blood and all that, and could transform its body form at will, belonging to a special existence in the demon realm that was relatively rare. The audience under the stage began a flurry of boos. Here it comes. Chang Yunhe's most frequently summoned mist sneak. It has a peculiar fighting style. Directly a cloud of mist floats over and envelopes the opponent's beast pet, while toxins, mist ghost arrows, and other things are flung out in a wave. Due to the lack of entity, many demonic beasts were poisoned and fainted before they could do any damage to it. I wonder what kind of demonic beasts this little brother will use against them? Hee. What is he doing? Chen Fei didn't summon the imperial beast right away. Instead, he carried out a chair from the sacred Canon space, and then carried out a cup of milk tea made from gusher tea and Tushan cow milk. This milk tea could sweep away the fatigue of the day, and could also add a small amount of spiritual qi, making it simply a must-have for traveling. Chen Fei's appearance was not at all like he had come to bet on a fight. Instead, it was more like watching a show. Regardless of the strength first, this one is really pushy. I didn't know that. I thought it was some big shot who came to bet on the fight. It'll be fun when he loses later. Let's see if he can still pretend. A ringing finger sounded. A ghost king duck ran out from the sacred Canon space, also at level 3, stage 1, and didn't take advantage of the realm. Only the ghost king duck used the toxin absorption skill at the first opportunity. People were avoiding being enveloped by the mist, but the ghost king duck rushed into the mist on its own. The people under the stage were speechless for a while. Just rushed straight in? I've seen recklessness, but I've never seen such recklessness. It seems that the first round has already been decided. However, the imagined second victory did not happen. Instead, Misty Sneaky's fog was disappearing bit by bit, before revealing the ghost king duck inside. Hiccup. At this moment it burped. Not having an entity didn't mean it didn't have a nemesis. The ghost king duck's super strong poison resistance, even the little ancient ultra-toxin couldn't kill it, unless it was an insoluble poison after it was upgraded. The poison of the fog sneak was only worthy of tickling it, and then sucked the mist into its stomach one bite at a time, simply not too brutal. In desperation, Chang Yunhe could only take the mist sneak back into the imperial beast space. If it dragged on any longer, he was afraid that something would happen. Defeated, the unfavorable misty sneak unexpectedly lost. What was unacceptable to the spectators who had placed their bets was that Misty Sneaky had lost too simply and too completely. Even Shenlin was confused for a moment. When had Misty Sneaky become so weak? Restraint. It must be due to attribute restraint. Chang Yunhe at this moment had to re-examine Chen Fei. Originally thought it was a small fat sheep. Now it seemed to be a goat devil monster that swallowed people without spitting out bones. Of the 21 sparring matches, it's still the first time I lost so quickly in the first round. Next, I'm going to get serious. Chang Yunhe waved his hand, and a behemoth appeared in front of him. A 9-meter-long elephant-type demonic beast with strange lightning patterns on its forehead, ears, and nose. There were also electric arcs flickering on its body at all times. Thunder War Elephant. Strength, Level 3, First Order. Attribute, Thunder, Flesh Tantra, Healing. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to be promoted to SSS grade qualification. Skill. Holy. Seeing the Thunder War Elephant's information, even Chen Fei had to admit that this guy was tough. Even if the Thunder attribute was not enough, it was still a combination of Meat Titan and Healing. With meat and output, a normal sub-dragon wouldn't be able to mess with it, right? Without hesitation, Chen Fei put away the Ghost King Duck. This little guy's poison resistance was strong, but against the lightning that restrained all evil spirits, it had no chance of winning. Everyone cast their gazes towards Chen Fei, speculating on what kind of beast pet he would summon in his second head. Would it be able to battle the Thunder War Elephant, or would he just admit defeat? Chapter 69 Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros. Thunder attribute demonic beasts were strong, but they were not without restraining attributes. The mind system, the soul system, the dream system are similar to this more bizarre ability. However, under the same rank, it is not that easy for such demonic beasts to take down a Thunder War Elephant with Meat Tan plus recovery in one fell swoop. In addition to this, there is also the non-conductive wind elemental system, rock system, etc., which can also pose a threat. The group of guys who were sleeping on their backs in the sacred Canon space, there weren't many who could deal with the Thunder War Elephant. And all of them had strengths that exceeded level 3 stage 1. Sorry, the guys I summoned might be a bit strong. As Chen Fei's words fell, a rhinoceros clan demonic beast with a body size even larger than the Thunder War Elephant appeared. Reaching 11 meters in length, its body was composed of hard rock, and its head had a pair of sharp horns that seemed to be able to pierce through all obstacles. Its limbs are thick and powerful, and its back is high and bulging, as if it is carrying a small mountain on its back. Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros. Strength 3rd level, 3rd rank. Attribute Rock, Flesh Tan, Sonic. Qualification S. Potential expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills. Obsidian is at the 3rd level in the rock hierarchy. Hardness and sharpness are just its general attributes, and the most important thing is that it can absorb the energy of enemy attacks for its own use and return it back. The Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros was one of the few S-class demonic beasts hosted by the 2nd generation worm. There were a total of 6 of them, all of which had extremely strong attributes, and even Chen Fei was moved by them, so they were cultivated as the 2nd tier. At that time, the 2nd generation compasses had spent a lot of effort trying to take down the Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros. One-on-one, they couldn't really do it, and they couldn't even break the other party's defenses. In the end, it was only with the help of Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud that it succeeded. When Shinlin saw the strength of the Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros, his entire being was bad. Uncle Hua, I request a pause. The opponent's Imperial Beast exceeds level 3, rank 1, and I have reason to suspect that it doesn't belong to this person's beast pet. Ming accepts Shinlin's request. Reasonable suspicion. Pause the bet. Then he looked at Chen Fei. This little brother, can you tell us the origin of this Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros so that the betting fight can be made fairer? Chen Fei nodded. Of course, this beast is a dependent of my beast pet, controlled by the corpse control skill. After saying that, his palm cupped the 3rd generation compass. Only a freshly born 3rd generation compassion bug is as low as level 3 first order, and the 2nd generation bugs are at least level 3 4th order and upwards. Ming himself couldn't tell the difference, so he invited appraisers from the scene who specialized in demonic beast evolution and skills. Their job was to resolve similar situations. 2 minutes pass. The appraiser raises his hand. The appraisal is correct. This Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros does indeed belong to the dependents of this parasite. Ming nodded his head in understanding and waved his hand. There is no problem with the procedure. The betting will continue to begin, whether it's Shinlin or Chang Yunhe directly cracks up. No, it can still be played like this. A level 3, first order compass controlling a level 3, 3rd order Obsidian Rhinoceros. Should it be so outrageous? The audience under the stage also almost went crazy. This guy is also too trendy, right? S-rank Obsidian Rhinoceros is only worthy of being used as a family member. If I had an Obsidian Rhinoceros, I would definitely be an ancestor. It's really outrageous his mom gave outrageous to the home. Sure enough, I can't understand the world of the rich. Looking at the huge Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros, Chang Yunhe clenched his teeth. His attributes were once again restrained, and his strength was still weaker than the other party. Wanting to defeat it head-on was very, very difficult. Then the only remaining way to fight the battle was to utilize the field. Pushing the Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros off the battle stage would be considered a victory. Thunder War Elephant. Fight with all your might. Only a thick layer of red armor covered its circumference, and another layer of thunder covered the armor. This was the result of using a defense skill and a thunder skill at the same time. It showed that Chang Yunhe's conditioning of the Thunder War Elephant was still quite good. What was even more exciting was that the Thunder War Elephant actually used Brute Impact in such a state. 3 skills used at the same time in addition to enough aura, one had to have enough proficiency as well as a delicate enough mind. Unexpectedly, this huge body was hiding a delicate heart. No wonder Chang Yunhe could win 21 battles and 21 victories. This move alone was enough to defeat a large number of opponents of the same rank. The audience also held their breath, so strong 3 skills released at the same time can defeat the Obsidian Giant Rhinoceros, or is it a threat? Especially those who had placed bets, their hands were covered in cold sweat at the moment. Unfortunately, attribute suppression wasn't just words. Looking at the Thunder War Elephant that rushed over, the Obsidian Rhinoceros first stamped its big foot. Several obsidian stone pillars blocked in front of the Thunder War elephant, and after that, it used the meat tantrum system skill, immovable as a mountain. The obsidian giant rhinoceros stood still, and then rocks continuously emerged from the ground, first wrapping around its legs, and then quickly covering its entire body, leaving only its mountain-like back. From an outsider's perspective, the obsidian rhinoceros had truly become a mountain. The skill immovable as a mountain was materialized. Boom, there was a loud bang. A gust of smoke and dust rose from the field. Some people stretched their necks. Some people stood on their tiptoes, trying to see more clearly. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 70. A child delivering wealth? When the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed the scene. The stone pillars in front of the obsidian giant rhinoceros all shattered apart, and even the obsidian rock covering its body fell off in pieces. However, the obsidian rhinoceros did not appear to be in any serious condition. Lightning could not do much for the obsidian rhinoceros after all, it only needed to block the armor and charge. Coupled with its strength of 2 more ranks, it was not weak at all. What was hard to bear instead was the Thunder War elephant, staggering around like it was drunk and crashing into a half-dazed state. How could the obsidian rhinoceros let go of such a good opportunity? First let out a rhinoceros roar, the sound wave attack came first. And then it utilized its horns to launch a fierce charge. At the same time, such a charge was accompanied by the energy absorbed just now. It formed an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. With the same qualifications, the extra 2 ranks became a crushing factor. The Thunder War elephant didn't fall to the ground with a bang, but it was pushed off the battle stage step by step without resistance. Obsidian giant rhinoceros, victory. Huaming stopped the power of the obsidian rhinoceros's attack while declaring Chen Fei the winner. The spectators at the bottom were instantly confused. Lost? The ever-victorious General Thunderous War elephant actually lost. This obsidian rhinoceros is also too strong. What other beast pet at the same rank can beat it? This is almost invincible. Chang Yunhe's loss was not unfair. Despite all the reluctance, Chang Yunhe still opened his mouth. I admit defeat. The sound came out as if it drained all his strength. He still had a third favorite with good qualifications, but it wasn't stronger than the Thunder War elephant yet. There was no need to make a fool of himself for a game that was bound to be lost. Those who had placed their bets looked at the tickets in their hands and cried without tears. Where was the promised Chang Yunhe's certain victory? They were all liars. Chen Fei put away his chair, suddenly feeling a bit bored, with a feeling of bullying a small child. He received the moro grass in Huaming's hand, and at the same time, he collected the 16 million medium-grade spirit stones back. It's really fragrant. The banker on the other side was in real pain. The spirit stones that had been wagered didn't even add up to enough to pay Chen Fei, and he still had to pull it out of his own pocket. It's killing him. There's no way, but he can't give it. There were so many people staring at the scene, and after all, it was the Imperial City's official gambling arena. If he didn't give it, someone would be looking for him the next day. After giving the moro grass to Xiao Gu to eat, Chen Fei was ready to leave the place. However, he didn't want Shenlin to stick up again as if he were a dog's skin plaster. Wait, I'm going to bet with you again. Hearing the voice, the surrounding people looked over. Hey, there's another lively event to watch. Since you have the strength of a level 3, step 3, do you dare to fight me? Chang Yunhe couldn't beat Chen Fei. He lost on corpse control. But when had he, Shenlin, ever suffered a loss? If he didn't get this back, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Chen Fei didn't bother, it was boring, really boring. But unexpectedly, Shenlin pulled out his own chips. I have long realized that you have been looking for soul-based spiritual treasures. I have a piece of soul-suppressing iron in my hand that is worth no less than the Senluo grass. How about it? Bet or not? Soul-suppressing iron. Quality, grade 4. Has an innate suppressive effect on the soul, suitable for refining soul-suppressing spiritual treasures. Remarks. Combined with 100,000 kill value, extracting the soul-suppressing iron's soul-suppressing effect will allow the soul prison seal skill to improve. Oh, there's such a good thing? Chen Fei looked at Shenlin a few more times. Other than that, he had a lot of good things. It would be too much for him not to accept such a good thing. Since he was prepared to be a money-giving boy, then let him be. Pretending to hesitate before speaking. It's true that I can't refuse, so I'll take it. However, I have one request, only group beast battles. Chen Fei just didn't want to waste time before putting up this restriction. However, in Shenlin's opinion, The other party did not have certainty before they dared not fight in a single beast battle. In this way, it gave Shenlin a few more points of confidence. All right, as you say. Uncle Hua, please be a witness again. Ming received the spirit stone with a smile on his face. Good deal. How could he refuse such a good thing? Come. The betting board is up. Odds 1:1. With the lesson learned from the last time, the dealer had also learned his lesson and didn't dare to make the odds too big. Who knew if Chen Fei still had any undercards, if he summoned an even more outrageous imperial beast later, then he wouldn't be able to pay back even if he sold himself. I'm betting on Shenlin to win. There's no reason for this guy to lose. That's right, 2S ranked beasts. The first-year ace of the Imperial City's Lingchuan Academy. How is this going to lose? Spirit River Academy is strong? Not really, it can only rank third in Imperial City, yet it has surpassed the vast majority of academies. A third-grade third rank is indeed very strong. Only after they had all placed their bets did Chen Fei walk over with a smile. I earned some just now, so I'll take all of these out for a bet now. It's not a loss if I lose anyway. Well, 10 bags in total, 20 million medium-grade spirit stones. Bet on myself to win. These 20 million medium-grade spirit stones were already his entire fortune. The banker's scalp went numb for a moment. Again, he always had a feeling that it wasn't too good, but he still had the courage to follow through. There was no reason for him not to accept the bets placed by others. Otherwise, this reputation would be ruined. Ming's voice rang out at the right time. Venue 8 is empty. 2 of you, come on stage. The rules are still the same, so I won't repeat them. Since it was a group beast battle, Shenlin had no reservations and summoned 3 beasts. First, there was an A-ranked qualification fragrant fox beast. This beast had a rare odor faculty. It could control odors and change the odors in the air, thus making the demonic beast's internal organs uncomfortable and even other abilities such as sex hormone disorders. If it wasn't for the fact that it was relatively fragile and was a bit on the auxiliary side, it could have gone straight for S-class qualifications. The second head, Yang Yen Jiaolong. Chapter 71 Kryptonite Big Brother. The second head, Yang Yen Jiaolong. Yang Yen Jiaolong. Strength, 3rd level, 3rd stage. Attribute, elemental, flight, soundwave. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills. A dragon, possessing a small amount of true dragon bloodline, can transform into a true dragon only after crossing the dragon gate. Even the most ordinary true dragons start at the SS grade. Currently, its qualifications are comparable to a sub-dragon, but its potential is slightly higher than a sub-dragon. The third head, the Ghost Curse Crow. Ghost Spell Crow. Strength, 3rd level, 3rd stage. Attribute, Curse, Flight, Assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills. A rare curse lineage demonic beast. This type of demonic beast is famous for its weirdness. It can immobilize the opponent without the enemy realizing it, or disrupt the opponent's consciousness, generate emotions such as despair, fear, and pain. It could even make the other party's bad luck haunt them and their nightmares follow them. This Ghost Spell Crow was different. It possessed a Curse of Silence skill. With a proficient level of proficiency, it could make the opponent unable to release any skills for 1 second. Like Ruler Jade's Soul Stripping, it was a single attack, but it was incredibly strong, an absolute assassin's divine skill. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ghost Spell Crow had already recognized its master, otherwise Chen Fei would have really considered whether or not to make it his 4th pet. Your turn. Confidence came from strength. Shenlin believed that with a top-quality beast pet like his, it surpassed the vast majority of people. Chen Fei's obsidian giant rhinoceros was clearly not enough to look at, and if he didn't have any other beast pet, then he would wait to be crushed. 1A and SS. Worthy of being the first-year chief of Spirit River Academy. We can always win this time. If I can still lose this, I'll drink chili water upside down. Chen Fei sucked a mouthful of milk tea. His chair was too lazy to move out. He believed it would be over soon. With a flick of his hand, dozens of level 3 beasts appeared before him. Level 3, 2nd order Heavenly Flame Beast. Level 3 2nd rank Cloud Gang Elephant. 3rd level 3 rank Cold Moon Beast. Level 3 3 RD order Thorny Rose Tiger. Level 3, 4th order Phantom Bird. Level 3, 4th order Prison Scorpion Saloon. There was a sudden silence and a needle could be heard. Even the gambling arena next door was affected by this place, stopping their hands one after another while their eyes were filled with stupefaction. Looking at the group of beasts that crowded the gambling ring, even Huaming, who was used to seeing the big world, could not say anything. It's too damn outrageous. Whose beast pet controls a group of B and A qualified third-grade beasts as dependents? There are even S ranks. Should we be so pompous? The people under the stage finally reacted. 49 level 3 beasts. Does his family own a beast pet store? I originally thought that the obsidian rhinoceros was already outrageous enough, but I was wrong, so wrong. I always thought that this person was pretending, but he really has the ability to pretend. Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. This betting disc has gone down the drain again. Chang Yunhe froze in place. He had always been pretentious. Apart from Xin Lin, there was no one of his age that he could recognize. But today, his 3 views were directly shattered. He suddenly had the feeling of sitting in a well and watching the sky, thinking that even if the geniuses in this world were even more powerful, they were only like Xin Lin. But now, a senior first-rank imperial beast had shattered his perceptions, and then blended them together and shattered them completely. In the future, when he went out again, whoever said he was a genius again, he would turn his face against them. As for the main person, Xin Lin, at this moment he was still in a state of speechlessness. His so-called group beast battle was his own 3 beast pets fighting against each other, not dozens of dependents. Although, it seems like it also belongs to the strength of the individual. But, Egg Pena, 3 heads against 49 heads? There are even some demonic beasts that are already 3rd level and 5th rank. Fighting Farza, before the fight even started, they were drowned out by the pile of skills. I recognize your strength and I can admit defeat, but I'm still not convinced. Can you use more serious means and have a real match with me? As the first-year chief of Spirit River Academy, when had he, Xin Lin, ever been so stifled? He could lose, but he would not allow it to be so ugly. Chen Fei was silent for a moment, and then he put back this 49 head. As you wish. Buzz. Xin Lin only heard a sound of wings flapping. Then, one head after another of the 3rd generation of parasites flew out from the sacred Canon space. There were more and more of them, densely packed, filling up the entire top of the betting ring. With a single glance, one's eyes couldn't even penetrate through the layer of insects. If it was said that those 49 third-grade beasts just now had already caused Xin Lin and the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air, now, it directly shocked them numb. They felt like their worldview had been turned upside down. The insect race itself was very capable of reproducing, and the insect cultivators had always been terrifying existences. But the amount of energy and resources they depleted was also something that ordinary people could not afford to provide for. The tens of thousands of level 3, Stage 1 companions that had appeared today truly bore witness to Chen Fei's power. I know that bug cultivation is strong, but it's not this outrageous or else everyone would just go cultivate bugs. The reason why it's outrageous is definitely because this big brother is willing to throw money at it. That's right, I'm afraid this would have to cost a few 100 million medium-grade spirit stones to cultivate to this size, right? Just thinking about it is terrifying. This is the first time I've seen, in the true sense, what it means to be a kryptonite player. Xin Lin, in numbness, put away the 3 beasts. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but he simply couldn't. If these tens of thousands of parasites were qualified, they might still be able to put up a fight. The problem was that these parasites were all S-class, or relatively strong crystal system parasites. How can we fight? How can you fight? It would be better to take on the 49 heads just now. At least it wouldn't be so ugly to lose. What's most frightening is that this is only one of their favorites. What about the other 2 beasts? What kind of terrifying existence would they be? The moment he put away the beast's pet, it also meant admitting defeat. There was nothing to say when one's skills were inferior. Xin Lin handed over the soul-suppressing iron to Huaming and left with Chang Yunhe and the others without looking back. Everyone else sighed. It's not that Xin Lin isn't strong enough. It's that the opponent is too perverted. Who was that just now? The one who drank chilly water upside down. Stand out for me. That's it, be numb. After collecting the soul-suppressing iron and 40 million medium-grade spirit stones, Chen Fei asked towards the crowd. Anyone else want to bet on the fight? Any 3 or 4 steps above me will do. The audience, in speechlessness, sent Chen Fei a blank stare. Chapter 72 Resting Soil. After returning to the hotel, Chen Fei summoned the ruler Jade in the first instance, while extracting 100,000 kill value. Soul Prison Seal Fusion Soul Suppression Effect. Soul Suppression Cage. The enemy's soul can be pulled into the darkness of the cage. Moreover, a giant mountain of souls will appear in the middle of the cage, suppressing the enemy's soul. If it is light, it can destabilize the 3 souls. In the severe case, it can cause their soul to fly away and be dispersed. Proficiency. Proficient. Remarks. Current proficiency can imprison for 1 second. The soul suppression effect is effective on level 3, Order 9 and below demonic beasts. The new skill after fusing the soul-suppressing iron not only had a control attribute, it also had an attack attribute. Even this attack was not weaker than Soul Slash. With such a powerful skill, how could it not be upgraded to peak level? Withdrawing 100,000 kill value again, Chen Fei realized that the kill value balance was only a little over 200,000, which was still too little. At the peak level of soul-suppressing cage, the control time grew to 2 seconds, and the attack power was a direct threat to level for first-rank beings. When Ruler Jade's strength increased, it would be able to target beings with even greater strength. By the way, there was also the Tree of Stars statue. Being so pestered by Shenlin, Chen Fei was about to forget the most important thing. Being cautious, he still brought the statue to the sacred Canon space. Xiao Gu. Condense the crystal blade and slowly cut it. Gently, don't damage what's inside. Xiao Gu first cut a thin layer and didn't find anything special, and then continued cutting. After cutting for most of the day, he realized that there was only a tiny marble-sized thing inside, and the outside was full of marvelous lines. It looked very much like a fossilized sealing ruler jade. It's hard to believe that it's another sealing object. Utilizing the Holy Dictionary to identify it, resting soil sealed state, quality, grade 6, a kind of spiritual soil between heaven and earth. As long as it absorbs enough spiritual chi, it can grow indefinitely. Spiritual plants planted on the resting soil can accelerate their growth. When the resting soil expands to a certain level, it will feed back the aura and increase the density of the aura. Remarks. 100,000 kill value is required to unseal it. Surprisingly, it's a level 6 item. It's been a long time coming. A spirit soil that can grow indefinitely by absorbing aura is interesting, but it doesn't seem to have much use. Does it? Other than earth demonic beasts, other demonic beasts couldn't fuse it either. Rubbing his chin, Chen Fei fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by the 3rd-generation compulsion in the sacred Canon space, as well as the 3rd-level beast captured from the Baihui mountain range. The use of the kill value, Chen Fei would only use it on himself and the 3 beasts. What about these guys? It was unknown how long it would take for them to self-improve. If the aura density of the sacred Canon space was raised, would it allow them to accelerate their growth? After making up his mind, Chen Fei planned to do an experiment first. First, the seal will be lifted, and then in the canonical space to detain 1 cubic kilometer of space, take a basin containing the resting soil, placed in the middle. Then go to buy a few dozen pots of yuanling grass, placed around it. Yuanling grass has only one function, that is, it can continuously exhale spiritual chi, although the rate is not high, but the price is not expensive. Buy some more spirit-spitting dragon carp and cultivation tanks. It served a similar purpose as the yuanling grass. Then sprinkle the wood shavings of the Tree of Stars around. This would gather the yuanling grass and the aura exhaled by the spirit-spitting dragon carp. Everything was ready. As for how the results would be, that would need time to be verified. This night's tossing was simply not too profitable. Tired of tossing and turning, Chen Fei hugged the 3 beasts and entered dreamland. But he didn't know that in the outside world, the matter of a teenager commanding dozens of tertiary beasts had slowly begun to ferment. The following day, the crowd gathered in the middle of the conference room. Have you heard that Shenlin, the first-year chief of Lingchuan, was defeated by an unknown young man, and he was also challenged by a step-over? Tang Jian spoke in a colorful manner, as if he was there. Sukin interjected. One person controlling dozens of 3rd-level beasts. How is this maneuver a bit familiar? When Tang Jian heard this, he followed suit. This wasn't just familiar, it was simply a memory that couldn't be erased. Everyone followed Tang Jian to look at Chen Fei, and found that this guy was drowsy. Couldn't be helped. He had tossed and turned until too late yesterday and didn't have much energy. Tang Jian narrowed his eyes. It shouldn't be him. He's only just broken through to Senior Imperial Beast Master not long ago. Does he have that ability to capture a 3rd-level beast? Moreover, it is said that that person's S-class obsidian giant rhinoceros is just a dependent. You guys say, This guy Chen Fei is willing to let the obsidian giant rhinoceros become a dependent. Sukan nodded along. In that case, that shouldn't be Chen Fei. S-class demonic beasts are still quite rare in Tianqing City, and there is no one who would be willing to spoil it like that. Even for himself, with the support of Su Shanhai's resources, he only had 2 S-class beasts. For others, it was even harder. Before he could say anything else, Sun Gang walked in with a stack of information. Dark circles under his eyes quite heavy, obviously having stayed up all night. Hand these out. Now we'll start talking about the results of the draw. There are a total of 162 cities, but for those who actually participated, there are 320 academies. Take Imperial City, for example, there are 3 schools participating. Unfortunately, the 10th region we're in ran into Spirit River Academy. Chapter 73 AD ranked cat demon that no one wants on the side of the main road. There are a total of 32 teams in each region, which will be divided into 4 groups. And then the first of the group will be taken for the subsequent battle for the first place in the region. We didn't have very good luck with our signatures, and we're in the same group as Spirit River Academy. That means that we'll bump into, in the 3rd match. Su Kan and Tang Jian's entire body was bad when they heard about Spirit River Academy. This damned fate, they were just discussing it a moment ago, and now they're bumping into each other. The point was, the 2 of them had a headache against Chang Yunhe, let alone Shenlin. There really wasn't any certainty at all. Sun Gang also rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. This was the biggest reason why he hadn't slept much all night. At this time, Tang Jian asked, "Coach, the 1st and 2nd years must be playing separately, right? Then if the 1st year loses and the 2nd year wins, how should the winners and losers be determined?" "That's a good question." Sun Gang turned on the projector and pointed at something on the screen and said, "The game is played on a point system, with group 1st getting 8 points, group 2nd getting 7 points, and so on. If the 2nd grade wins group 1st, it gets 8 points. The 1st year wins group 5 and gets 4 points, so the total is 12 points. In the end, the winner is determined by points. Therefore, the center of gravity against Lingchuan Academy is probably going to be the 2nd year students. As for you 1st years, odds are you're no match for Spirit River Academy, so give up tactically. Go study other academies, take the 2nd or 3rd place in the group, and maybe even make a run at the 1st place in the group." Tang Jian and the others were very reluctant, but after getting tangled up, they had to admit that what Sun Bang said was the best way. Sun Bauer understood the meaning of their entanglement and needed time to accept it. Alright, below I'll talk about the other party's approximate range of strength, as well as the subsequent deployment arrangements. This meeting lasted the entire time until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, Sun Gang brought them to familiarize themselves with the venue for tomorrow's match. To Chen Fei's surprise, the competition venue for the 10th region was actually at the gambling arena that he had gone to yesterday. Since the venue was limited, the betting arena had been temporarily requisitioned. Now to finalize the list of 1st years on the field. 1st place, Tang Jian, advanced 2nd rank, main attack. 2nd place, Su Kan, advanced 2nd rank, main attack. 3rd place, Shangguan Shihua, advanced 1st rank, main ice. 4th place, Fang Kushi, intermediate 9th rank, main healing and control. 5th position. This 5th position, Sun Baozhuang hesitated for a long time. He didn't know Chen Fei at all, and it was still up for debate as to what his level was. But then again, he was the 4th guy amongst the current 1st year students to break through to Senior Imperial Beastmaster. This made Sun Gang conflicted. Leaving such a combatant unused was more or less a waste. 5th, Chen Fei, advanced 1st rank. In the end, Sun Bauer decided to put Chen Fei on the field. The opponent in the 1st match was relatively weak. Sun Bao just took this time to observe Chen Fei. If it didn't work, he would immediately replace it in the 2nd match. Alright, for the rest of the time, you guys go and grind on your own. Especially Chen Fei, you're not familiar with everyone. So it's even more important to grind it out. Got it, Coach Sun? Chen Fei nodded his head and agreed. He would still do what needed to be done. Su Shanhai at the back nodded in relief. He had long since seen that Sun Chong did not like Chen Fei very much. However, in the face of right and wrong, Sun Bao was still very reliable. If he made a choice that was unfavorable to the match, then Su Shanhai would definitely intervene. This distribution today was quite reasonable. Next, let's see what kind of surprise this group of kids can give. Chen Fei, I haven't seen your other beast pets yet. Why don't you introduce them? As Tang Jian finished speaking, the other 3 all looked over curiously. Chen Fei held up the dark cloud in his arms. This is one of them. The four of them looked and looked, but they couldn't tell what breed of demonic beast it was. Seemingly, it resembled a D-class cat demon that no one wanted on the side of the road. Tang Jian scratched his head. It's better if you introduce it yourself. Chen Fei laughed a few times inwardly. It's weird that you guys can recognize it. With the double combination of Dark Cloud's camouflage technique plus the hidden Yuan technique, even a king-level Imperial Beast Master wouldn't necessarily be able to see it. It's called Dark Cloud, and it possesses the Shadow, Sand, and Sonic Wave lineages, so it must be able to make up for some of the team's attributes. Several people nodded their heads fiercely. It's just right that it doesn't have the Shadow or Sand lineage. What about the other end? The other head was the Ruler Jade, but Chen Fei didn't want to make it appear. Although the Ruler Jade was an ancient strange beast, its appearance was too recognizable. However, anyone who had done some research on ancient demonic beasts would have no difficulty recognizing it. Thus, he released one of the 6S-class demonic beasts controlled by the second-generation worm from the sacred Canon space. It was ape-like with bluish-purple fur, especially on the top of its head, which was long and flowing. Its body was also covered with a layer of thunder armor, with lightning patterns on the armor. Combined with its bluish-purple eyes, it looked incredibly handsome. Thunder Pupil Ape King. Strength, 3rd level, 6th rank. Attribute, Elemental including thunder and fire elements, healing, illusionist. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills. The illusion department, like the soul department, belongs to a relatively rare category. It includes the ability to make one's physical body bigger and smaller, as well as the ability to transform into other demonic beasts for a short period of time. Quite a special category of attributes. However, due to the short duration of the illusion, it could not be retained for a long period of time like the disguise technique, or else Chen Fei would have let Dark Cloud copy it over. As for the Thunder Pupil Ape King strength, it had always been at the 3rd level 6th stage, only to be hidden by Chen Fei utilizing the hidden Yuan technique. To outsiders, it only appeared to be at the 3rd level 1st rank. Cannot Chen Fei, this Thunder Pupil Ape King of yours is highly qualified. Chapter 74, amusing me? They didn't know how powerful the dark clouds were, but the Thunder Pupil Ape King still knew. With its dual attributes of thunder and fire, and a certain healing ability, and the ability to multiply its physical body, it was simply a dream beast pet. Tang Jian had never dared to underestimate Chen Fei, and now that this Thunder Pupil Ape King had appeared, it made him feel even more that this fellow was unfathomable. If Chen Fei can hold back that Chang Yunhe, the two of us will go and deal with Shen Lin. We might be able to fight. Because of Chen Fei's power giving, a few people's confidence increased greatly, and then they began to grind. Night. While waiting for the crowd to rest, Chen Fei entered the sacred Canon space and came to the location of the resting soil. The site in front of him was a bit out of Chen Fei's expectation. The original handful of rest soil had now formed a soil layer more than 20 centimeters thick. After a slight measurement, the surface had an area of more than 30 square meters, even encompassing dozens of Yuan Ling grasses within it. And the Yuan spirit grass planted on the rest soil had grown a hair taller in just a day's time. The most incredible thing was that one of the Yuan Ling grass itself evolved into Shen Ling grass. The Shen spirit grass's spirit spitting effect was more than 6 times more than the Yuan spirit grass, and its value was directly elevated. This is the resting soil wonderful use. It's too strong. Without any hesitation, Chen Fei went straight to the spiritual treasure shop to start stocking up. All heavenly materials and treasures related to spirit spitting and spirit gathering were bought and bought and bought. Chen Fei wanted to use the fastest speed possible to have the resting soil pave over this 1 square kilometer of space. At that time, he would then see what would happen to the spiritual qi or other things that it would feed out. This tossing and turning went on until late at night. The next day, he woke up, still in a sleepless state, and was dragged by Tang Jian to the 10th region's competition venue. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning, and the place had already reached the point of being packed. If it wasn't for the air ban, some people would even be flying in the sky on their beast pets to watch. Baiyu City, Chen Qingyun, Xia Zhixue, Xing Shaoshan and the others were gathered around the big screen getting high on melon seeds. Displayed in the big screen was none other than the live broadcast of the 10th region. Hello everyone. I'm the host of the 10th region, Sang Ziliang, and I'd like to invite the 32 teams participating in the tournament to enter, not only them but also Zhou Yan, Yang Xian, and the other group of people who were on better terms with Chen Fei were also paying attention. Cheng Jingjing, didn't you never watch the 100 Cities competition? Why are you so active today? It's up to you. Cheng Jingjing was still as grumpy as ever. Can't I watch my own soldiers, old lady? She also glanced at Xiaosun twice in triumph. Xiaosun was speechless. This is still fooling around? No, when Chen Fei comes back, he has to be abducted into my scouting department. Xing Shaoshan shook his head with a smile. These two people have been suffering from the disease of, if you don't pinch each other for a day, you will die. It's time to start the match. Are you two watching? Coming. Match stage. The first match was against Yanhuang Academy. The biggest feature of Yanhuang Academy was that it recruited talents of the main fire element. The fire attribute element could be said to be one of the most common elements. It was because it was common that there was a more complete cultivation and evolution system, and quite a few supreme powerhouses appeared. Of course, more also meant volumes. As soon as a foreign fire appeared, it would be snatched up by multiple parties. So much so that out of the 15 imperial beasts of the Yanhuang Academy, only one possessed a true exotic flame. The others were either earth flames or special flames that were artificially fused, and the rest could only rely on the demonic beast's own beast fire. Sukan, your frost giant dragon is the best choice to deal with that fire brilliant bird that possesses a foreign fire. You'll be the lead in this one, and we'll be the assistants. A squad needed one person to specialize in directing the battle, and Tang Jian was that person. All right, Su can let the frost giant dragon meet the battle. Tang Jian then said, everyone else, control first, then attack the controlled demonic beasts. Chen Fei, doesn't your dark cloud have a control sand system? Control the group of demonic beasts on the ground first. I'll have the Jade Forest Rock Beast shield you guys first. The Jade Lin Rock Beast was another of Tang Jian's S-class beast pets. The Jade Lin Rock was on the same level as the Obsidian Rock, and the Obsidian Rock mainly absorbed energy to counterattack. On the other hand, Jade Forest Rock was a demonic beast with a Qilin bloodline that jadeized into a special or after its death. It possessed the wind attribute during its lifetime, so much so that Jade Forest Rock preserved its characteristics. When using the rock shield, a layer of wind attribute shield would be added in front of the shield. The existence of a double-layer shield greatly reduced the probability of injury. At this moment, Chen Fei softly answered, good. He then instructed, Dark Cloud, first give the quicksand technique an increase effect. After the seal of increase was used, Dark Cloud's claws touched the ground. Immediately afterward, the ground began to wriggle as if it was alive and began to sink continuously. Originally, the quicksand technique had already been raised to peak level by Chen Fei, and with the effect of the seal of increase, it directly exploded. The quicksand didn't just occupy a small area, but the entire floor of the battle platform sanded away, and even the beast pets on his side were affected. Tang Jian? Sun Gang? Audience? Tang Jian directly freaked out. Letting you use the quicksand technique didn't let you attack even your own people. After all, Sun Bauer was a king-level Imperial Beastmaster with a relatively sharp eye, and the first thing he noticed was that something was wrong. A skill that could quicksand the entire playing field, this was something that a third-level beast could do. Are you kidding me? This is something that even a fourth-level beginner demonic beast wouldn't necessarily be able to do, right? The host also discovered this scene and spoke out in shock. Oh my god. What the hell is happening? The entire battle platform is quicksand, and it doesn't distinguish between enemy and self. What the hell is this situation? Chapter 75 Terrifying Quicksand Art. Seeing the situation on the field, Chen Fei realized that he had played a big game, shouldn't have added the increase effect. He hurriedly instructed Dark Cloud to be more restrained. At least his party's beast pets could not move. Sun broke, the host and the audience were attracted over, then began to observe the quicksand. The attack range was sufficient. How was the control effect? In addition to the 4 flying demonic beasts on the opposite side, the other 11 were all caught in the quicksand. The most frightening thing was that no matter if it was a tank type, speed type, elemental type, etc., they were unable to break free from their bonds. In addition to the ability to constantly sink, the peak-level quicksand also had a stickiness similar to silver wire entanglement, as well as 8 times gravity. It was just like a power that could not be resisted by a level 3 beginner demonic beast, and even if a level 3 7th or 8th rank came over, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break free. Thus, an appalling scene occurred. An ordinary quicksand technique went over and directly engulfed the other party's 11 demonic beasts, disrupting all of their deployments. as well as their rhythm. The host hurriedly shouted, "It's a foreign sand, earth gravity sticky sand. Gravity combined with sticky quicksand. It's very terrifying. It's hard to break free under the same level." The moderator's insightfulness caused both sides to fall into a brief moment of silence. In particular, the students from Yanhuang Academy had a lifeless look on their faces. Is there any point in continuing this? What a fart. One move to destroy the 11 beasts, then another move to destroy them all, right? Just take down this frost dragon and admit defeat. Their morale was already half gone. After all, for against 14, there was no chance of winning anyway. Tang Jian and Su Kan stared at Chen Fei with burning eyes. This was the power that level 3 First Order still had. Even beating them to death, they didn't believe it. On the stands, the corners of Xinlin and Chang Yunhe's mouths twitched. It's true that the picture style becomes different once it comes to this Chen Fei. This guy really pits people to death. I seriously doubt that he is some old demon reborn. Otherwise, how could he have this ability to crush his peers? Rebirth like this is too nebulous. The biggest possibility is that people are willing to throw money at it, and good things like earth-heavy sticky sand can be gotten with a strong background. The two finally attributed their conclusion to kryptonite. But thinking about it, even if they sold such foreign sand, it would only be an auction. In the end, it would inevitably be a fight to the death, and it would be impossible to take it without tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones and millions of extreme spirit stones. Its value far exceeded that of an S-class young beast. Sun Gang knew very well that none of the 4 Tang Jian had a sand demon beast, and the only possibility was Chen Fei. He finally realized why Su Shanhai had such a high regard for Chen Fei. With such a hand in place, it was enough to sweep through a group of people. Sun Gang began to change his mind about Chen Fei. As long as the strength Chen Fei showed was strong enough, what was wrong with him being a bit arrogant? It was true that others were humble, but could humility defeat an opponent? Can humility destroy 11 beasts in one move? If he had this strength, he would definitely be more arrogant than him. The fire brilliant bird has a special fire. It's true that it can beat 3 or 4 beasts at the same level. It's already quite strong, and it's impossible to push 14 beasts across the board. Mountain and Sea Academy win. This ending, it had long been doomed. As for the second-year tournament, it was also won easily. Zhang Yi hadn't even taken the field yet. A Xiao Jun and a Bai Yang were enough for the other side to drink a pot of water. Principal's seat. Boss Su. This year's student body is good. Every one of them is a good seedling. That's right, we must serve a big meal at night. Su Shanhai smiled cheerfully. Okay. Tonight, order whatever you want. Spirit beasts full banquet? Spirit plants full banquet? I'll pay for it. He was originally from the military. Sitting next to him, there were several soldiers that he had led before. It's just that Mountain and Sea Academy has not been able to get out of the group stage in all the years, which makes it depressed beyond measure, with no honor on its face. It was the first time that it had a crushing match like this year, so how could it not be happy? Feng Jinan in the back snorted coldly. It's not just a win. Why are you so happy? Feng Jinan was none other than the principal of Lingchuan Academy, who had once had some friction with Su Shanhai, and the two had always been at odds. Su Shanhai was still smiling. In previous years, I couldn't beat your Spirit River Academy. I admit it. But this year is different. My Shanhai school has no reason to lose to you. All of his confidence came from Chen Fei. That army of 100,000 parasites was still remembered fondly. Feng Jinan was even more irritated. Don't think that a ground-heavy sticky sand can take care of everything. My school Shenlin isn't a vegetarian either. Su Shanhai remained unhurried. Right. Not a vegetarian, just a few more pairs of meat. And as a result, the day before yesterday, he was overstepped. When it comes to being clever, Su Shanhai has never lost. You! Feng Jinan was so angry that his face was green, but he couldn't retort. Who let Shenlin's uncontested contraption have nothing to do with going to some gambling arena? Now it's good. Reverse famous right. It didn't take long for the first round to end and the 16-8 match to begin. Shanghai Academy versus Wujiang Academy. Ling Qianshan, Ping Liang. You 5 up. Unlike the previous match, Wujiang Academy changed 2 alternates up just to deal with Wu Yun's quicksand technique, reducing the number of land demonic beasts and increasing the number of flying demonic beasts. The attributes were mutually exclusive so that the quicksand technique would not break. Like Yanhuang Academy, the strength of the other 5 were all senior royal beast masters, and again they were 15 beasts full. and Mountain and Sea Academy was still at 14 beasts. Chen Fei, does your compulsion control other demonic beasts like before? Tang Jian subconsciously asked before setting up his tactics. He always felt like he knew nothing about Chen Fei's strength. This guy didn't know how much else he was hiding. Chapter 76 Contracted Demon? Chen Fei didn't deny it. Of course I have, but I don't need to use it at the moment. Since they want to utilize the flight department to take control of the situation, I have a way to bring them down. Several people looked over. You have a way? Of course. Chen Fei gently beckoned, and 10 or so third-generation companions appeared. At this time, the referee happened to shout, "The match officially begins! Go, little ones!" Under the cover of the aura of the hidden Yuan technique, the third-generation compassion insects quickly approached the opponent's flying demonic beasts. In the process of approaching, there were still a few that were discovered by the other party's flying demonic beasts, but Tang Jian's Jade Forest Rock beasts had long ago put a shield on them, and coupled with their own crystal shields, resisting 1 or 2 strikes was still enough. This time difference was enough for the third generation of parasites to do a lot of things. The first thing was to quickly release the super toxin. Chen Fei did not allow it to directly release the unsolvable toxin, or else these imperial beasts would have to die. There was no second scenario. After releasing the toxin, the 3 generations of parasites simultaneously pulled out the gravity crystals that had been prepared long ago, which in turn triggered the gravity field. The peak-level gravity field could reach up to 8 times gravity. If one hasn't been specially trained in this kind of environment, the only result is to crash to the ground just like the original fallen 3-headed monster. As soon as the flying demonic beast crashed to the ground, it would lose its original advantage, and with the interference of the toxins, Tang Jian and the others only needed to beat up the fallen chickens. The ending was obvious. Shanghai Academy win. In the audience, there were already quite a few people paying attention to this team. What's the origin of this Mountain and Sea Academy? All of their skills are so overbearing, ripping all the flying demonic beasts directly to the ground in one breath. Too ruthless. I didn't even see what was going on before the game ended. A proper crushing game. His Shinlin and Chang Yunhe couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A dozen or so parasites had this kind of killing power. How terrifying were the tens of thousands of parasites they had seen at that time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who could have imagined that there was another large nest of such powerful parasites? Tang Jian's few people were dumbfounded as they looked numbly at Chen Fei. You're not beating them down, you're directly rubbing them on the ground. I have a feeling that this match is enough for you alone. Also, your compulsion should be S rank, right? Chen Fei didn't admit it, nor did he refute it. But Tang Jian's few people already had a number in mind. In other words, this guy now had 3 S-rank beast pets? Hiss! Tang Jian slapped his head with a headache. I was originally thinking of finding you for a fight, but now it seems that I was too ungrateful. He knew that Chen Fei's most terrifying Beast C tactic hadn't been used yet, and once it appeared, it would definitely be a frightening situation. Suddenly, Tang Jian's eyes widened. Could it be that the guy who defeated Shinlin was Chen Fei? He had initially ruled out this possibility at first. However, as Chen Fei displayed more and more things, Tang Jian felt more and more likely that it was Chen Fei. Mountain and Sea Academy Rest Area. Sun Gang was once again impressed with Chen Fei. He had thought that Tang Jian and Sukin were the strongest in this term, but now it seemed that the strongest was actually this Chen Fei. This hand of compulsion was beautifully played. Even when he was young, he couldn't resist it. The moment the third generation of parasites appeared, Zhang Yi's eyes had been on Chen Fei. She had only given Chen Fei a compulsion king's heart, and as a result, Chen Fei had hardened the qualification of the compulsion to S grade. One must know that it was only a B grade beast when she saw it at the very beginning, but now it was already S grade. This ability, even she was ashamed of herself. Bai Yang's eyes towards Chen Fei changed from hostility to scorn. If Chen Fei was still at the level of the imperial beasts from the last 3 schools' exchange competition, then Bai Yang would not have placed him in his eyes. But this moment was different. The higher Chen Fei's talent was, the less he wanted to let it get close to Zhang Yi. In order to ensure victory, in this match, Zhang Yi finally took the field. Chen Fei followed suit and looked over to see how Zhang Wang's daughter would perform. However, he saw that Zhang Yi had only summoned 2 beast pets out, both of which were S-class qualifications. It was worth mentioning that both of these beasts were already rank 3 and 9. The first royal beast was the same glistening soul beast as the Jiang King. With Zhang Wang around, Zhang Yi could take many fewer detours. If Zhang Wang's spotted soul beast was also at the third level 9 stage, it really wouldn't be a match for the one in front of her. This was because its soul chain skill was already at its peak level. Of course, only this one skill was at the peak level, while the others were all still at the proficiency level. In terms of proficiency, Chen Fei was unrivaled. The second demonic beast was still rare, a humanoid demonic beast with a scarlet-colored body. There were demonic horns on its head, a tail with a scythe on one end, and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. As for the face, it was similar to a humanoid girl, born with a seductive intent. Crimson Demon, Strength 3rd level 9th rank. Attribute, Elemental, Demon, Summoning. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills, 1. Demon Summoning, can summon powerful existences from the demon world through sacrifice. Proficiency, peak level. Remarks, can sacrifice auras, lifespans, lives, heavenly treasures. The more valuable the sacrifice, the more terrifying the summoned existence. Due to current strength and proficiency, the summoned demon is up to level 4, rank 5, and has an extremely short existence time. 2. Darkness Invasion, gathering the demonic attributes on the body to form a dark field, thus depriving the 5 senses and even lives. Proficiency, proficient. Remarks, of course proficiency can deprive vision, hearing, and smell, and each use can last for 3 seconds. 3. How could Chen Fei not expect that Zhang Yi had contracted a demon? Chapter 77. We admit defeat. Demons, which were never any good, could never be harnessed by the average person. More often than not, it is the poor and vicious generation who contract their nature to be closer to the demons. As for Zhang Yi, someone who had a righteous aura in her body would even go and contract a demon. What do you think? This world, it's a bit upside down. This sense of contrast was too strong. Only the Crimson Demon sacrificed half of its aura, while then summoning a level 4, stage 2 necromantic, devouring, and elemental skeleton demon. The skeleton demon was in the shape of a minotaur, more than 4 meters tall, and held a large skeleton axe in its hand. It stood still like this, the black flames permeating its body as if it was about to burn everything around it. What it brought was not heat, but endless cold. This was the evil spirit cold flame, which belonged to one of the foreign flames. It possessed the ability to freeze 1,000 miles, but the beings that were frozen were not frozen to death, but were burned alive. Such an ability of ice and fire was impossible to defend against. Coupled with the superb strength of a rank 4, step 2, the skeleton demon at this moment was in a state of invincibility. The peak level soul chain played a supporting role, strongly controlling the opponent's imperial beasts. It caused the skeleton demon to turn into ice sculptures wherever it went. The last game was a crushing game for the first year, and this was a desperate game for the second year. It wasn't even enough to run into such a pervert like Chen Fei, but now they ran into another Zhang Yi. The students of Wujiang Academy were all left with bitter faces. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but their opponents were too outrageous. Strongly taking this victory, they prepared for the 8-into-4 match. And this game, it was officially against Lingchuan Academy. Feng Jianan crossed his legs in triumph. Su Shanhai, it looks like your team can only go so far. It's up to our school to end it. Chen Fei was strong, but Xin Lin wasn't a vegetarian either. Ghost spell crows, spell of silence. Going over would definitely catch the opponent off guard. As for the strength that Zhang Yi was currently displaying, Feng Jianan was not yet in his eyes. Being able to summon a super-ranked demon was certainly strong, but it wasn't like there was no one in the second year of Spirit River Academy. Su Shanhai was already too lazy to fight a war of words with the other party. Childish. We'll naturally see what happens later. On the other side, Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others were all staring in disbelief. They had heard about the might of Lingchuan Academy, the first roadblock of this competition. Whether or not they could continue on depended on this one. Seeing them in this state, Sun Chuang went against the norm and no longer had a harsh expression. Instead, he smiled and comforted. It's fine. Just try your best. Besides, there are still second years around. The purpose of participating in the competition is not just for resources. More importantly, it's to interact with people of the same age. Only after touching base with others can you test yourself and know your shortcomings so that you can strive to strengthen yourself. The crowd was pondering. Now was indeed not the time to give up. Regardless of the outcome, they would only know after they had fought. and this would become the experience for their progress. Gathering up their moods, Tang Jian's few stepped onto the playing field with heavy steps. Going all out was the way to go. At this moment, their fighting spirit was at its peak. However, what was waiting was Xinlin's words. "We admit defeat. Tang Jian? Sun Gang? Audience? What the hell? Did I hear it right? Lingchuan Academy took the initiative to admit defeat. Is there some kind of dark secret in this? I think there is. Mountain and Sea Academy has so many people with good strength, but it's not to the point where Lingchuan Academy directly admits defeat. Admitting defeat before even fighting. This is too boring." The fighting spirit that Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others had managed to accumulate with great difficulty now followed Xinlin's words in a torrent. Until now, they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Suddenly, Tang Jian saw Chen Fei's expression of indifference. Wait, this guy couldn't have known in advance, right? If this guy is the one who defeated Xinlin, then everything makes sense. But is it really possible? Xinlin's admission of defeat caught everyone off guard. And the person who was the most enraged and irritated was undoubtedly Feng Jianan. He slammed away the stool and originally wanted to point at Xinlin's nose and curse, but there were too many people around him, so he could only try to suppress his temperament. "Xinlin, do you know what you're doing? Cowardice before battle. This is not like you. I need an explanation." Xinlin, Chang Yunhe, and the others had bitter faces. Why would they not want to have a good fight? The problem was that they had no power of resistance at all. Xinlin arched his hand at Chen Fei. "Big brother, don't hide. Show our principal your true strength. Save us from being scolded." Everyone looked in the direction of Xinlin's arching hand and spotted the cat-hugging teenager. With a clean and soft appearance, his eyes were as dark as an abyss. If I remember correctly, it's that student who destroyed 11 imperial beasts with one quicksand art, right? That's right. It's him. Chen Fei also didn't think that Xinlin, who had been mentioned in the mouth by Sun Barge and Tang Jian and the others, was that money delivery boy. It was mainly because he was too sleepy 2 days ago, causing him to doze off all the time and didn't listen to anything. Chen Fei is a little greedy for Xinlin's pocket, but so many people are there, it is not good to extort then change the way. Last time you left too quickly. I haven't seen what your ghost curse crow looks like. Can you summon it and let me touch it twice? Xinlin's first instinct was that this guy was unsettled. However, when he thought about it, he was originally stronger than himself, so there was no need to hit the ghost curse crow, right? So, Xinlin asked again, "Let you touch it twice, and you'll agree to my request?" Chen Fei quickly nodded. Yes. Everyone was confused by their conversation. Hate this kind of riddler the most. It wasn't until the next second, when 49 tertiary beasts suddenly appeared on the competition field, that they understood everything. Chapter 78. Chen Fei has a major illness? Level 3, 3rd Order. Phantom Sea Spider. Level 3, 4th Order. Ice Blade Deer Demon. Level 3, 5th Rank. Thunderbolt Peepa Worm. A total of 49 heads. Oh my god. This can't be the one that defeated Xinlin a few days ago. I guess it must be him. Otherwise, who else could have gotten so many level 3 beasts at once? No wonder Xinlin admitted defeat. That makes sense. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others stared blankly at the figure in front of them. Zhang Yi, Bai Yang, and the others in the audience also followed with a lurch. That dead memory was reawakened at this moment. That time, someone had used 16 level 2 beasts to force Tang Jian to admit defeat. This time, he used 49 level 3 beasts to shock the entire audience. The Mountain and Sea Academy students squatting in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Here it comes. It's Big Brother Chen Fei's Beast Sea Tactics. It's so kind to see it again. This guy is even more terrifying than before. Even if the number is high, the strength is still so strong. What else can Xinlin do if he doesn't admit defeat? Feng Jianan finally realized why Xinlin had gone against the norm. It turned out that he had long been defeated in the hands of Shanghai Academy. Thanks to himself, he still felt that Xinlin could win over them. Then thinking about the boast he had just made, a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. At this time, Su Shanhai gently added a knife. Sorry, Principal Feng. Now it seems that our Shanghai Academy is slightly better. The other principals around him laughed heartily, causing Feng Jianan's face to turn black as charcoal. And then it turned from black to pale. Not good. The principal's back breath is gone. Quickly. Send to the treatment room. Even Sun Barge had to suck in a breath of cold air. This Chen Fei was actually hiding such a bottom card? With 49 level 3 beasts, it was definitely possible to make a killing in the first-year tournament. Sure enough, one could not judge from the surface. In his heart, at this moment, Chen Fei's status was only below Jiang Yi. As for Chen Fei, with a lewd face, he hugged the dark clouds and stroked the ghost-cursed crow, and even kept chanting something in his mouth. Looking at Shenlin, he was flustered for a while, always feeling that Chen Fei was going to do something strange to his imperial beast. What kind of strange fetishes did this person have? How's Dark Cloud? What skill was copied? Meow, Curse of Despair. It makes people fall into despair, thus affecting their battle power. Change it for a change. Curses that affected moods weren't weak and could be used on many occasions, especially when torturing enemies. Ruler Jade already had soul torture, so there was no need to take it in. Meow, what about Illusion Curse? The Illusion Vision Curse caused the target to see a great horror illusion, thus falling into madness and fear. Its principle was the same as the Illusion Department Demon Beast and then changed. Meow, this one is Curse of Silence. Chen Fei's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he smiled wickedly. That's it. Copy it, and then replace Shadow Binding. Shadow Binding belonged to the weird control ability. But it also had no small limitations. A fear of light skill. Without a shadow, your proficiency would be useless even if it was high. Moreover, it only bound the opponent's physical body, and they could still use the skill. Furthermore, Quicksand Spell also belongs to the control skills, and with ground-heavy sticky sand, the power is far greater than Shadow Binding. Silence Curse is different. It directly silences the opponent's skills, more domineering and direct. After the great accomplishment, Chen Fei directly left, only leaving the ghost-cursed crow with its feathers scattered in place. Master, I'm not pure anymore. I've been touched all over by cats. Hearing the ghost spell crow's complaint, Shenlin's goosebumps fell all over the place. This guy, Chen Fei, definitely has a special fetish. It's true that geniuses all carry a bit of a big disease. After Chen Fei went off the field, it was the turn of the second-year battle. The second-year students of Lingchuan Academy were indeed no vegetarians, forcing Bai Yang and Xiao Gu to go all out. However, it still didn't force out Jiang Yi's third beast pet. On this one, Jiang Yi sacrificed some medium-grade spirit stones, as well as all of the Crimson Demon's aura, and summoned the level 4, stage 4 blood-eyed demon. There were a total of 36 blood-red eyes growing on the blood-eyed demon Dawn, with only a single eye on its face with a bizarre mosquito incense-patterned eyeball. On the outside, it looked like it made people more than a little uncomfortable. However, its strength was above that of the skeleton demon. When 36 eyes turned at the same time, the illusion field was activated. As it was strong enough, it enveloped all of the opponent's imperial beasts in one breath. The end was terrifying. Spirit River Academy's defeat began with this move as well. Tang Jian and Sukin couldn't help but envy. What a strong crimson demon. To think that you can summon a Super 4 ranked demon exalt. Sister Jiang Yi deserves to be the second-year chief. Too strong. I'm afraid that ordinary sovereign rank 1, rank 2 imperial beast masters may not even be her match. Chen Fei nodded along. This crimson demon's summoning faculty was indeed quite unbeatable. No wonder, even though it was a demon, it was still contracted by Jiang Yi. At this time, Sukin lowered his voice. I heard Grandpa say that senior sister Jiang Yi suppressed her strength in order to enter the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm, or else she could have long ago broken through to a Zhongshi level Imperial Beast Master. Hiss! There was an intake of breath in the surroundings. Even Chen Fei was secretly astonished. This was the kind of talent that Jiang Yi should have. If she had not been targeted in her previous life, she would definitely be a king-grade royal beastmaster in the future, and it would be the kind with superb strength. Seeing Jiang Yi, who was walking head-on, Chen Fei smiled and opened his mouth. Senior sister, this crimson demon is also too handsome. Can I have a closer look? Jiang Yi. This guy. Not right. Chapter 79. Against the Bug Cultivator. Jiang Yi remembered what Chen Fei had done to the ghost-cursed crow earlier, and always felt that he was a little sick in a big way. Couldn't help but respond carefully. What do you want? Without giving me a reason. There is no door. She and Shenlin felt the same. It was better to be on guard. Seeing the other party's cautious appearance, Chen Fei scratched his head. Could it be that Jiang Yi could see his purpose? Senior sister. It's my first time seeing a demon. It's not just curiosity. Just because of curiosity? Chen Fei nodded heavily. If you're curious, just go to the Imperial City's largest Imperial Beast Exchange Center. You'll always run into one. Jiang Yi directly dismissed him, saying that she wouldn't let Chen Fei touch it. Chen Fei, who ate the closed door, returned to his seat and looked at Tang Jian and Suka next to him. You guys! Before Chen Fei could finish his speech, Tang Jian and Su Kan hurriedly interrupted. Can't be done. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Chen Fei, I haven't even finished speaking. The top 4 of the tournament had been born, and a precious rest period had also been ushered in. Even if a person didn't need to eat, a beast pet wouldn't be able to carry such a burst of skills. The vast majority of the Imperial Beast's auras had already bottomed out and needed time to recover. Sun Gang hurriedly took this time to come over and say a few words. Everyone has worked hard. It's already quite difficult to have made it this far. In the past, the Mountain and Sea Academy would have stopped here. But this time, with all of you here, I believe it can go even further. Next, I'll say a few words about the opponent for 4x2 and Xinling Academy. From Sun Barge's mouth, Chen Fei and the others knew the origin of the Anshin Ridge Academy. It was located in the southwestern part of Daxia, near the primitive forest. The terrain there was complicated, with canyon cliffs everywhere, and one could fall into the abyss if they were not careful. Could be said that their learning conditions were very grueling. But that was precisely why they had a perseverance and affinity for nature that ordinary people didn't have. So much so that this group of school students owned quite a few wood system demonic beasts and even demonic plants. It wasn't that no one had contracted a demon plant, it was just that there were relatively few of them. In comparison to the demonic beasts, the speed shortcoming of the demonic plants was too obvious. But this does not mean that the demon plant is weak, no speed, then control and defense to make up. For example, the S-class spirit-devouring demon willow of the first-year head of Xinling Academy. It possessed countless willow branches that could form shields, which also attacked and controlled. Even their willow branches possessed the ability to absorb aura, and once they were bound and didn't break free in time, they would have to retract into the Imperial Beast space as their aura bottomed out. Even if the displacement was slow, it was still a frightening existence. In addition to the chief, there was also a weird guy who wore a cape and sunglasses all year round. He was a solid bug cultivator, unlike Chen Fei, who only had one compulsion, but all 3 beasts were bugs. It was hard to say who had more and who had less if they truly compared the numbers. That's the general situation of Xinling Academy. No matter if it's a first year or a second year, it's going to be a tough battle. By the time the 4x2 tournament came around, there were no weak players. Win, and it was the top 2 in the tournament. Play the final championship game. Region 1, fight for 1/10th place. Region 2, fighting for 11/20th place. Mountain and Sea Academy versus Anshan Ridge Academy. The match officially begins. With the referee's order, both sides summoned their own imperial beasts. Duamu Jie took off his sunglasses with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. The one across from me. I heard that you're an insect cultivator as well, so let's both play alone? No problem. Chen Fei did not refuse. It was not easy to come across a real bug cultivator. He also wanted to see what strength the other party had. However, before that, he pulled out the 49 tertiary beasts and went to help Tang Jian deal with the spirit-devouring demon willow. However, he heard Duamu Jie spill out a laugh. Brother, you're looking down on me too much. Your imperial beasts can be parasitically controlled, so why can't mine? Only to see Duamu Jie also fling out a batch of level 3 beasts. The number amounted to 60, more than Chen Fei's, but the strength would be relatively weaker. Most of them were at the 3rd level 3 and 4th level 3 here. Unlike Chen Fei, who had quite a few heads of level 3 5th order. One side had quality and the other had quantity, and in a real fight it wouldn't be much different. So both of them collected this batch of level 3 beasts back. Since the fight was about the same, there was no need to waste effort. Because of the two people's maneuvering, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly pulled up a notch. Wow, go on. Bug cultivators that can grow up are really just like being open. But how many of them can really get up? Don't play this business if you're not a kryptonite big shot. That said, it's rare to see bug cultivators dueling, so I can get a long look today. Since the corpse control S tertiary beast swarm wasn't useful anymore, it could only be a bug duel. From Duanmu Jie's body, 2 types of tiny bugs kept crawling out. One was a black crawling bug, the A-rank qualified black frost spider. The strength of the bugs were all at rank 3, rank 1, which meant that the female bugs were at least around rank 3, rank 3. They mainly utilize spider webs to play control and assist. The other type is the brown flying insect, which looks like a dead leaf and can hide itself better in the middle of the forest. Dead leaf cicada bug, second generation bug. Strength, 3rd level, 1st rank. Attributes: elemental, poison, spirit, assassin. Qualification: S. Potential: expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills: this insect can not only parasitize and control, but also draw the life force from its body, thus forming the energy it needs. Somewhat similar to Xiao Gu's direction of development. The last type is more special. Chapter 80: Ineffective? Ineffective? Still ineffective. This kind was different from the previous two, not the kind of small individual demonic insects. Rather, it was a large individual demonic insect, each one of which could reach more than 2 meters in height. Its appearance was similar to that of a unicorn immortal, but it had 3 horns and was covered in a bronze-like luster. Its thick armor also represented its hardness and difficulty. Because of its large size, it would be bound in numbers accordingly. The ones that Duanmujie was currently able to summon were only 20 heads. Bronze beetle, 2nd generation bug. Strength: level 3, 1st order. Attribute: elemental, tank, life, healing. Qualification: S. Potential: expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills: even if it's a tank system, it also comes with life and healing, a proper absolute defense beetle. Duanmujie's cultivation route is very clear: tank bugs, control bugs, attack bugs, forming a relatively complete system. With such a jack-of-all-trades system, no matter what kind of scene they were dealing with, they could be of use. Then he saw 20 bronze beetles at the front, thousands of black frost spiders at the back, and thousands of dead leaf cicada insects flying in midair. This formation was just like a battle. When Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others saw the scene, their cerebellums instantly shriveled. Densely packed bugs were flying all over the sky, and their intensive phobias were forced out. Chen Fei, I'll leave him to you. We'll deal with the others. Other than perverts like Chen Fei, the others didn't want to take on Duanmujie at all. Just leave it to me, you guys hang in there. Originally, he thought that Duanmujie's bugs were large enough and strong enough. However, after seeing such a lineup, Chen Fei instead lost interest. The 3 types of bugs combined were only a little over 10,000 heads, not much. The strength was also at level 3, step 1, and as for skill proficiency, it was even weaker. There were no peak level skills, most of them were at the proficient level, and there were even 1 or 2 skilled levels. But yes, even Jiang Yi's Imperial Beast only had 1 or 2 peak level skills, so how could the first-year Duanmujie have them? Not everyone was like Chen Fei, who possessed a plug-in. Only to see him wave his hand, thousands of 3rd-generation parasites flew out. The first thing they did when they flew out was to split into 3 rows. The first row set up a crystal shield. The second row brewed a crystal arrow rain for a fierce blast. The third row was ready to assist in response. Duanmujie naturally couldn't let Chen Fei have his way, and first a wave of poisonous mist tested the past. As a result, ineffective attack. These poisonous mists were not enough for the 3rd-generation insects to nibble away at. Duanmujie also did not expect this move to work. After all, they are all insects, poison resistance is definitely not weak. So a piece of spiderweb wrapped around the past, trying to knock down the flying 3 generations of parasites. What surprised Duanmujie was that the other party was using the same tactic, and the other party's spiderweb could suddenly become larger. This was also too outrageous. The black frost spider didn't get the job done, but instead, the withered leaf cicada insect was affected a bit. By this point, Duanmujie put away his smile. Control, poison were ineffective, and trying to penetrate the opponent's crystal shield to parasitize it wasn't too realistic either. It's a bit tricky. Then try this move. Withered leaf cicada worm's undercard skill. Tremor wave. Utilizing powerful mental power, an invisible shockwave of tremor is formed. This mental power shockwave could bypass physical shields and in turn launch a fierce blast. Shoo! It's finally effective. Seeing that the first row of 3rd-generation parasites had been blasted to pieces, Duanmujie fiercely clenched his fists and raised his eyebrows. It seems like your crystal compels can't carry this blow from me. Chen Fei remained calm. Your move is indeed good. It was also the first time he had encountered this type of skill, and for the time being, he did not have a way to deal with it. It was even tempting to have the dark clouds replicate it and woolgather. Hearing the praise from Chen Fei, Duanmujie was still quite flattered. However, he heard Chen Fei's words turn. But It's not easy for you to injure them. Duanmujie raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the other party still had a way to crack it? The next second, it was then that he saw those shattered parasites unexpectedly begin to reorganize themselves. That's right. After being hit by the shockwave, the third generation of compotes didn't carry it and their flesh was broken apart. However, being scattered did not mean death. The crystal reorganization skill that was obtained from the black slime insect king's side played a big role. Seeing this scene, Duanmujie's eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. There was still such an ability? This was too much of a rogue. In other words, the tremor wave attack was still ineffective. Not to mention him, even the group of clan master and king-level imperial beastmasters were amazed by this skill. They knew that this skill meant great vitality and infinite possibilities. At this moment, Chen Fei's status rose another level in Sun Barge's heart. As for Su Shanhai, he saw something more. The black slime worm king only appeared in the 8th region, yet it made those who knew about it quite fearful. That bizarre spore ability was simply indefensible, and no one in Baiyu City could stop it except Xing Shaoshan's 9-turn crystal snake. The fact that the last rank 4 beast had forced out the Ginger King in a hard way said a lot in itself. And Xiao Gu's crystal reorganization skill made Su Shanhai feel a familiar flavor. If Chen Fei was allowed to grow up faster, then he would definitely be the greatest weapon to fend off the black slime worm king. In Su Shanhai's mind, Chen Fei needed to be nurtured better. Thinking of this, he picked up his cell phone and left the audience. On the tournament field, Duanmujie could no longer maintain his previous calmness, especially when the rain of crystal arrows from the 3rd generation of compasses was brewing. The densely packed crystal stone arrows in the sky were simply desperate. Not to mention Duanmujie, even the other few people from the Anshinling Academy had their scalps numb and their eyes wider than copper bells. Destroy! Chapter 81 Jiang Yi's third favorite. As the crystal arrows fell in large swathes, Duanmujie hurriedly had the 20 bronze beetles turn on their shields to block them. At the same time, all sorts of healing skills crazily slammed onto themselves. The spirit-devouring demon Willow did the same, not bothering with Tang Jian and their imperial beasts anymore, but instead using its shield to guard its companion's imperial beasts with all its might. Even so, it couldn't carry peak-level crystal arrows. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud crash, smoke and dust rolled over the field and did not dissipate until a long time later. When the situation inside was revealed, everyone was shocked. The 20 bronze beetles were recovered by Duanmujie, 8 of them. The others, only a pile of broken body parts remained. Duanmujie almost cried out. Cultivating a bronze beetle requires nearly 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. This wave directly took out Duanmujie's 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, caused him to even breathe painfully. As for the spirit-devouring demon Willow's branches, surprisingly, there weren't a few left. They were all smashed off, properly seriously injured and incapable of fighting again. Although the imperial beasts under the protection of the spirit-devouring demon Willow were not in any great trouble, one could tell that they were shivering a bit. This was because half of the crystal arrows were still floating in the sky. It was just a competition. Chen Fei didn't intend to strike hard, just half as hard. Tang Jian, Su Kan and the few others all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Another move to defeat the enemy. This guy Chen Fei, what has he been through in these half a year or so? Could it be that the frontline can make one grow to this point quickly? Not really. My cousin who came back from the frontline isn't much better than me. The key still depends on the individual. The frontline could be a better way to train oneself for others. But for Chen Fei, it was a resource mecca. Shanghai Academy win. After the rain of crystal arrows, and Shunling Academy directly admitted defeat. With the main force all beaten up, there was no reason to continue. It was soon the turn of the second-year battle. This one was much tougher than expected. The second-year head of Shunling Academy summoned an SS-ranked Ice Crystal Overlord Turtle. Turtle-type demonic beasts themselves were heavy on defense, and under the same rank, it was basically one of the most defensive demonic beasts. And this Overlord Turtle even possessed an Ice Crystal bloodline, once again strengthening the power of defense. So much so that even the 4th-level demons summoned by the Crimson Demon couldn't break through the Ice Crystal Overlord Turtle's defense. This level of tanking was simply desperate. If Jiang Yi couldn't do anything about it, the others could do even less. However, with the opponent's heavy defense and greatly reduced attack power, it wasn't too realistic to take down Mountain and Sea Academy in one go. Thus, a fierce battle started. However, the balance of victory had always been in the absolute defense of Shunling Academy. Jiang Yi wanted to win, but instead, she couldn't drag it out. Come out, immortal crane! She finally summoned her third favorite. Its appearance appeared to be similar to that of a normal crane-type demonic beast, but this crane's feathers were much more beautiful, especially the wing part with 7 colors. The red hair on top of its head was long and flowing, and it was full of immortal aura. Cloudy immortal crane. Strength 3rd level, 9th rank. Attributes: elemental imprisonment, sonic wave, flight. Qualification: SS. Potential: expected to be promoted to immortal beast. Skills: 1. Energy imprisonment. Briefly imprisons the energy of the skill released by the target. Unreleased skills are in a sealed state and cannot be released. Proficiency: peak level. Note, of course, proficiency can only be for elemental system skills, sonic system skills, and spiritual system skills. For soul system, space system, time system, reincarnation system, cannot be banned. And the current maximum proficiency can only imprison the skills of beings below level 4 and 5, and the imprisonment time can be up to 2 seconds. 2. Perception imprisonment. Blocking the target's ability to perceive things around them, and can isolate the communication of consciousness between the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beastmaster. Proficiency: proficient. Remarks: current proficiency can only imprison for 3 seconds. 3. Crane sound. The special chirping sound of the immortal crane contains the power of healing, and can also calm the mood and relieve pain. Proficiency: mastery level. Remarks: this is a group healing technique, which is generally effective in healing the physical body, but more effective in healing the mind. Surprisingly, it was the imprisonment department. Chen Fei was attracted to these words at first glance. Under the sealing department was the imprisonment department. Sealing the heavens and locking the earth, sealing the wheel of time and space, belonged to the first tier with the space department and the like. The confinement department was slightly weaker, and could confine a certain amount of space-time, but it was more restrictive and belonged to the second tier. Even so, the confinement department was still one of the attributes that was impossible for normal people to obtain. Jiang Yi was able to contract this cloud immortal crane, so it must be because she was able to get it by relying on King Jiang. Zi. Tang Jian seemed to hear the sound of sucking saliva and looked over in the direction of the sound, but it turned out to be Chen Fei who was swallowing saliva non-stop. His gaze was dead set on the cloud immortal crane. Thinking about Chen Fei's fetish again, Tang Jian had goosebumps. This guy, I'm afraid he's staring at senior sister Zhang's cloudy immortal crane, right? That's right. Chen Fei did indeed have his eyes on confinement skills, and just about any of them would be of great use. Energy confinement. Not only is the energy of the confinement skill, but also can block the use of skills too damn strong. Perception imprisonment. For the Rift Demon Worm, it was definitely the best choice. It could even seal the communication of consciousness between the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beastmaster. Definitely an excellent ability to assassinate the Imperial Beastmaster. If Dark Cloud was able to replicate one of these, they could all take Dark Cloud to the next level. At that time, the Wu Yun would have SS grade attribute skills despite only having S grade qualifications. While still thinking about it, Chen Fei was attracted to the battle, which had already come to a white-hot stage. Chapter 82: The Terrifying Dragon Academy. Jiang Yi had been waiting for the moment when the opponent's lineup appeared to be broken, and then instructing Cloud Immortal Crane to use energy imprisonment. The target, naturally, was the Heavenly Crystal Bastard Turtle. The sudden confinement prevented the Heavenly Crystal Fighter Turtle from mobilizing its aura, and the Heavenly Crystal Shield on its body, as well as its tanking skills, directly disappeared. For a moment, it was frozen in place. At this time, it gave Mountain and Sea Academy a chance. If the Heavenly Crystal Fighter Turtle couldn't chew it down, then it would target the other Imperial Beasts. Without the guardian of the Heavenly Crystal Fighter Turtle, they could push all the way across. Until the end, Mountain and Sea Academy still had 5 Imperial Beasts left, while in Shunling Academy only had 1 Heavenly Crystal Turtle left. 5 versus 1, slowly grinding it down would definitely be able to wear it down. Mountain and Sea Academy. Win. Go into the final 2. Good, well done. Su Shanhai directly roared, roaring out all of his depressed anger from the past few years. Entering the top 2, which meant the top 20 of the 100 cities competition, how could Su Shanhai not be excited? Old brothers, add another monkey wine tonight. Don't get drunk. Everyone else's eyes glowed. Good, good, good. I haven't tasted monkey wine in years. That's a rare product. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones to get a caddy. Only a thigh like Boss Su can afford to drink it. No way. My mouth is about to water. Monkey wine was the brew of the prison flame monkey clan, and from time to time, they would use monkey wine to exchange some heavenly treasures with humans. Only they who weren't afraid of magma temperatures dared to go deeper to pick the main ingredient of the monkey wine, the Earth's heart flame lotus fruit. This fruit comes with a burning sensation, so much so that the monkey wine that is brewed is quite strong and powerful enough. Drinking this wine could also grow the aura in the body and raise the flame resistance. It was simply a rare treasure. After bragging a bit, Su Shanhai came to the resting area of Mountain and Sea Academy. Good job, everyone. Join me for a big meal tonight. In the afternoon, there is still the battle for the first place in the tournament. Don't have too much pressure. Just do your best. We've already locked the top 20 in advance anyway. Su Shanhai really felt that it was already enough. It wasn't easy for a small city like Tianqing City to get this far. But to go further up, it would be difficult. It was true that Jiang Yi was the daughter of King Jiang. But King Jiang was only a King Rank 2 Royal Beast Master. In this kind of competition, the last thing that was lacking was after a King Rank Royal Beastmaster. Some people's parents were even King Grade Royal Beastmasters, winning at the starting line at birth. The resources they gave would only be more than King Jiang. There was something even more terrifying, the lineages. The accumulation of one person, King Jiang, could be compared to the accumulation of dozens of generations of others. It wasn't impossible, but it was too difficult. Thus, in the middle of the Region 2 battle, Mountain and Sea Academy met the previous top 10 team, Dragon Academy. The only condition to be able to enter this school was that one must possess a dragon demonic beast. It didn't matter if it was an augur, sub-dragon, or true dragon. When it came to the battle for first place in the tournament, there was no need to hide any longer, as the giant Dragon Academy revealed all of its cards. Appearing in front of Chen Fei were two super strong giant dragons. An SS-class Chaos Purple Dragon, a level 3, 4th ranked sub-dragon species. It possessed the rare Chaos lineage, and this lineage represented the ability to learn the 10 major elemental skills: gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness and ice. The rich skill combinations brought about by the 10 elements caused Tang Jian, Su Kan and the others to despair. The other head was a level 3, 4th order true dragon, the Flying Heavy Dragon. Clad in silver gray scale armor, the dragon's horns flickered with metallic light, and its body exuded an air of nobility and majesty. This dragon didn't have many attributes, other than the wind, rain, and gold elements. The most outstanding one was the gravity attribute. It was the favorite of the gravity attribute from birth, as if it had been born with a natural mastery of the power of the rules of gravity. It could switch the gravity on any object or living being at will, and could also control the gravity within its own domain. Even Chen Fei had a headache when he encountered a flying heavy dragon. Dark clouds, quicksand technique, and Xiao Gu's gravity crystal were directly ineffective. Even the crystal arrows falling from the sky became harmless, and the flying third-generation companions, being bound in turn, couldn't fly at all. As for using poison, it didn't have much effect either. After all, there was still a chaotic purple dragon around, which could use wind to blow away the poisonous mist, or light to purify the toxins. Xiao Gu's usual abilities were all restrained. Tricky. Quite tricky. The only thing that could be restrained was the Ruler Jade. Only, Chen Fei didn't think of exposing Ruler Jade and chose to admit defeat. Having already made it into the top 20, no one would say anything if he lost. Instead, he felt normal. If Chen Fei was able to defeat the Giant Dragon Academy, then this dark horse would be too dark and it would be hard not to want to attract attention. As for the second-year tournament, Mountain and Sea Academy hadn't been able to take it either. While Jiang Yi was certainly strong, Xiao Jun and Bai Yang were quite a bit worse, while the other two players were even worse. But the strength of the Dragon Academy was quite average, each at least at the level of Xiao Jun, and there were two others who could touch base with Jiang Yi. With such strength, even Jiang Yi was powerless. In the end, Dragon Academy won the first place in the group, and Mountain and Sea Academy won the second place in the group. They entered tomorrow's championship match. For Shanghai Academy, it didn't matter if they tried hard tomorrow. No matter if they won or lost, they would at least be in the top 20. As for Chen Fei, he had only come to gain some insight into the level of the various heavenly prides. After all, the only thing he really cared about was the Spirit Mansion secret realm. Cheers! Cheers! How could one miss a celebratory feast invited by Su Shanhai? Halfway through the meal, Chen Fei was suddenly called out by Su Shanhai, Chapter 83 Human War God. Su Shanhai handed Chen Fei a spatial ring. As I said at first, as long as you participate in the competition, I will personally give you a batch of resources. You are giving it to me because of Shanghai Academy's achievements. Chen Fei teased a little. Su Shanhai blew his beard and glared. How could that be? Am I Su Shanhai such a person? But then again, are you still hiding a hand? Chen Fei imitated his tone. How could that be? As you can see, my imperial beasts, all of them were restrained by those 2 dragon beasts. Thinking of those 2 SS grade qualified dragon beasts, Su Shanhai was also powerless for a while. Other seed academies coming over wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them, let alone them. That's just it. Let's ignore this for now. I'll introduce you to someone. In front of Chen Fei, a silhouette suddenly appeared. A head of long silver hair, clad in a green-colored tunic, he looked elegant. His eyes were sharp with a bit of kindness, with a sense of returning to the basics. Let me introduce. This is my boss, Tuoba Ziyuan. Do you recognize him? Chen Fei stared blankly at the person in front of him. How could he not recognize him? At the beginning of the bizarre invasion, the absolute king-level Imperial Beastmaster who saved the 2 war zones with the power of 1 man, the owner of the space system Demonic Beast. This was still just the present. In the future, Tuoba Ziyuan was still one of the main forces to fend off the 10 evil kings from marching in again. At the same time, he was also the human war god who died with the number 3 evil kings. It was said that they died together, but it was actually because the 3rd evil king was also the main space system. Tuoba Ziyuan fought with him from the Imperial Spirit Continent to another space, after which 1 person and 1 beast disappeared in the Imperial Spirit Continent and never returned. Otherwise, if Tuoba Ziyuan was still around, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be that simple for the 10 evil kings to continue their advancement. The legend of Tuoba Ziyuan, Chen Fei only heard from other people's mouths, did not expect to see a real person today. Moreover, the so-called god of war, who looked so elegant on the outside, was also quite amazing. For a while, the monkey wine's alcoholiness had gone most of the way. How about the boss? I'll say he knows it. In front of others, Su Shanhai had always had a big brother demeanor. But in front of Tuoba Ziyuan, he had just become a naive little soldier. You're really right. Then, Tuoba Ziyuan looked at Chen Fei. Little Su told me that your talent is not weaker than Jiangnan's daughter, but it's a shame that you don't have a king-level royal beast master to cultivate you. But that was because he thought that, with the strength you displayed in the 100 Cities competition, it was far from enough and not as good as Jiangnan's daughter. Su Shanhai hurriedly added, Chen Fei, don't hide at this time. Didn't you come to the competition for resources, and now boss can help you? Just you are talkative. Tuoba Ziyuan scolded with a laugh. Su Shanhai smiled twice and did not speak again. Chen Fei did not open his mouth right away, but was weighing the pros and cons. With the slaying sacred codex in place, the resources of a king-grade Imperial Beastmaster were just icing on the cake. Would it be worth it to expose his entire self to gain recognition from Tuoba Ziyuan? While Chen Fei was hesitating, Tuoba Ziyuan could see something. Little Su, it seems that this little guy doesn't trust you and me very much. That's fine, since you have no desire for this matter. It will end here. But meeting each other is fate. I'll give you an item. As Tuoba Ziyuan's voice fell, his person also disappeared. Only a small 4-sided box was left floating in mid-air. Space barrier disposable. When encountering a danger that cannot be resolved, this item can be crushed, and a spatial barrier will be formed, which can stop most of the attacks from level 5 stage 5 beings. Spatial, temporal, and ceiling systems are excluded. Chen Fei. Alas, you missed out on a great opportunity. Actually, the boss has long since seen that the Thunder Pupil Ape King is just a control thing for the compulsion. There's also your cat demon, which isn't an ordinary cat demon, but has a rare heavy pupil. He just wanted to take a look at your 3rd favorite as a way to determine your true potential. As a result, you are good. You don't say anything, you don't mention anything. People naturally feel uninterested. Su Shanhai was so angry that he jumped to his feet. Hating the iron, Tuoba Ziyuan had always been alone, with no heir and no disciple. If Chen Fei could be taken in by him, it would not be a bad thing. Now it seems that it has fizzled out. Chen Fei did not respond, except for silence. A pity? Perhaps there was, but not much. If there was no killing sacred code, then he would do everything he could to get it. That's just it. That's it. Let's drink and drink. Su Shanhai was so depressed. How could he be comfortable without going back and pouring a few large mouthfuls of monkey wine? Thank you, Principal. Although this matter did not come to fruition, Su Shanhai's goodwill, Chen Fei received it. It was also at this time that Chen Fei realized why Su Shanhai, who was only a Zongshi-level Imperial Beast Master, was able to hold on to a $10,000 fortune. It turned out to be that there was such a big man behind him who dared to move a. After that, in the 100 Cities competition, everyone's attention was on the championship competition. Various SS-grade qualified demonic beasts appeared frequently. Confinement, demonic beast possession, skill fusion, mirror image bounce, puppet control. All kinds of abilities dazzled the eyes. A great battle with such underhanded cards coming out frequently could be more exciting than a regional tournament. In the end, the first place was won by Imperial City Taiching Academy. The second place was a dark horse, the Van Mountain Academy from a second-tier city. Their Imperial beasts are all quite special: dark, demonic, necromantic, zombie. Chen Fei even saw a ghost system. Strange to say, this school simply had a collection of all dark attribute Imperial beasts. In third place, it was none other than the Giant Dragon Academy. And Mountain and Sea Academy came in at 16th place, setting a new record. The benefit gained was that one person could pick an S-rank beast pet egg. As for the 10th place team picking an S-grade hatchling, there was also a heavenly treasure. There were additional rewards for the top 3. As to what they were, Chen Fei did not know. Arriving at the Imperial City's Beast Pet Egg Cultivation Center, Chen Fei looked past the densely packed S-ranked beast pet eggs, which amounted to 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Even the SS beast pet eggs, there were hundreds of them. Even S-class beast pet eggs were rare as hell in Tianqing City, yet they were piled up and stored here. The gap between a first-tier city and a second-tier was really hard to cross. One person only has one chance to pick, and after registration is complete, it cannot be changed again. Chen Fei went straight to the Assassin Lineage Beast Pet Egg. Chapter 84 Individual Competition begins. Chen Fei went straight to the Assassin Department Beast Pet Egg. It was useless for non-assassin departments to look at it. It couldn't be contracted. Just after looking at it for a good half a day, the limitations of the Beast Pet Egg were still too great. Most of them overlapped with the abilities of the 3 beasts. Of course, those better Beast Pet Eggs might have been picked over long ago. In the end, Chen Fei picked a Beast Pet Egg that possessed the Chaos Lineage, not using it himself but giving it to his parents. Chaos Lineage existences definitely had more potential than those Imperial beasts they had now. This matter ended, and it also officially ushered in the individual tournament. However, the individual tournament was not openly publicized to the public, nor would it be displayed through the live broadcast. So much so that Chen Fei did not know that there was such a thing. Moreover, the individual tournament was not a simple ring match. The location of the tournament in the artificial secret realm. The conditions for participating in this individual tournament shall not exceed 20 years of age and have a strength of Senior Imperial Beast Master or above. All those who participate come to me to receive a space token. When you can encounter unavoidable danger, remember to crush this token and he can teleport you all out. Special note: you can grab resources from each other, but you may not maliciously kill each other. There were only so many young people with stronger talent, and the bigwigs behind them didn't want them to kill each other because of a small advantage. Their future lay in fighting against the mists, not dying at the hands of their own people. The rules of the final match, they're simple. No matter who you meet in it, either run or kick him out of the secret realm. It's as simple as that. When there are 100 people left in the secret realm, those 100 people are the winners. It was indeed simple and rough, completely simulating a wilderness survival environment. The only difference was that one couldn't kill anyone. All right, now the first years and second years will each enter a secret realm. The second years were quite a bit stronger, and the possibility of putting them together was that there weren't many first years left, so they could only be separated. You 3, pay attention to safety. Chance is not as important as life. At the first sign of trouble, exit at any time. Only Chen Fei, Tang Jian, and Su Ken were the first-year students of Mountain and Sea Academy. The others weren't strong enough, and it would be a waste of effort to go in. Su Shanhai said again. And Chen Fei, if you meet the 2 of them, remember to help out some. Got it, principal, Chen Fei promised. As everyone entered the secret realm, the number of people was displayed on the large screen in the outside world. First year, 966. Second year, 2680. And there were many 5th grade Bs wearing cameras that flew into it, tracking everyone and providing real-time feedback on the screen and situation. After Chen Fei entered, the first thing he did was to summon Xiao Gu and Wu Yun, while surveying the surroundings. Taking a look, It was in the middle of a dense forest, and there was even the sound of demonic beasts howling. No one else could be seen in the surroundings, so they must have been dispersed. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of third-generation compulsions flew out. In this kind of environment, the third-generation compound insects could completely become Xiao Gu's eyes, probing the surroundings. Part of it ascends into the air, and part of it spreads out in all directions. Just the moment they ascended into the air, Chen Fei heard a flapping of wings, followed by a flock of blood-feather birds appearing and attacking the third-generation compound insects. The blood-feather birds were most fond of the insect race, and the formation of the third-generation compost bugs was a bit large, drawing them over. What Chen Fei didn't expect was that the first group of demonic beasts he encountered here was already at the 3rd level, 4th rank, and I'm afraid that many people wouldn't be able to cope with it. No wonder it was said that the secret realm carried a few dangers. Not allowed to kill people, but didn't say that they couldn't kill demonic beasts. Xiao Gu, clear the field. This group of blood-feather birds had thought that they could have a good time, but they didn't expect to run into a tough opponent and be abused in minutes. More than 100 heads were completely annihilated. Then, Chen Fei pushed all the way over. No matter if it was a demonic beast, spirit plant, or human, not a single one was spared. Chen Fei, there is a person 2 kilometers to the northeast. Let's go then. After coming in for half an hour, he finally came across someone. Chen Fei used the hidden yuan technique and then quietly approached. He found that the other party was fighting with a level 3 stage 5 iron armored bear. The bear was protecting a plant, the tortoise armor peony. This was a succulent spirit plant which was somewhat useful for tank-type and defense-type demonic beasts. While they were fighting, Chen Fei asked Wu Yun to use Shadow Sneak to sneak next to the tortoise armor peony and pick it off before quickly leaving. Stealing was an old trade for Wu Yun. Once Chen Fei had gotten the tortoise armor peony, he threw it into the resting soil space. It was planted with the help of the 2nd-generation compound and ruler jade inside. The current him was under the watchful eyes of others, and it was not good to leave this secret realm. The iron-armored bear realized that the tortoise armor peony had disappeared as soon as he turned his eyes. His eyes flushed red, and he directly went mad. Slapping fiercely towards the earth, the ground directly cracked a few large cracks, which could be seen by its great strength. Originally, it was not easy for Qian Feng's 3 beasts to take down the iron-armored bear, but now that they ran into the maddened iron-armored bear, their entire faces turned green. Damn! Which damn little thief! Don't let me run into it. Chen Fei just sat on the tree stoned on melon seeds and watched the show. It wouldn't be too late to make a move when they were almost done fighting. After 5 minutes had passed, Qian Feng finally crippled the iron-armored bear. There was no more tortoise armor peony, so he took the iron-armored bear's heart and other things as compensation. And then he quickly left, not daring to stay in the same place for fear that the little thief who stole the tortoise-armored peony was eyeing it from the side. Could only be said that Qian Feng still couldn't let go of this chance. Otherwise, he should have just gotten rid of the iron-armored bear and left instead of trying to take something from it. No, even if Chen Fei didn't make a move, someone had quietly arrived. Without saying anything, it was a sneak attack. Qian Feng's 3 beasts had already gone through a great battle and were still in a state to recover, when they came across Mu Xiang sneaking in from behind, and they were simply unbeatable. Under bitterness, he had to crush the token and leave, while Mu Xiang took the opportunity to harvest the iron-armored bear. Robbery. You are surrounded. Bring out the good things you harvested in the middle of the secret realm. Mu Xiang hurriedly turned back, and he saw an image that he could not forget in this life. Behind one person stood hundreds of tertiary-level beasts, as well as densely packed, endless parasites. Chapter 85 Casting Evil Beasts. Outside, a group of people's teeth soured when they saw the lineup behind Chen Fei. Dig it. I always thought that 49 heads was the limit for this guy. I didn't realize that he still hit a hand? Ma. Anyone who encounters these hundreds of tertiary beasts would have to cry, right? That's outrageous. Is this guy addicted to kryptonite? Su Shanhai had an expression of, I knew it was so, when he saw these tier 3 beasts. It was too much. This little guy is too damn good at hiding, so no one can really force out his bottom card. I'm afraid that these 103rd level beasts aren't necessarily his bottom card, right? This matter. It was really guessed right by Su Shanhai. 49 tertiary beasts? That was when Xiao Gu had just raised his strength to level 3 stage 1. Nowadays, Xiao Gu is at the 3rd level 7 stage. Controlling hundreds of demonic beasts at or below the 3rd level 5 stage was simply not too simple. In the sacred Canon space, there was even a group of level 3 8th and 9th ranked demonic beasts, only that they had not been released. If Chen Fei wanted to, he could even go and break into the second-year tournament. In the secret realm, Mu Xiang was directly numb as he watched this scene. This damn luck. Running into a kryptonite bigot as soon as you go out. Chen Fei's kryptonite reputation had long been spread among the first-year students already. Mu Xiang had a bitter smile on his face. Big brother, let's have a discussion. I'll give you everything I've harvested. Then you let me off the hook. How about it? Chen Fei hugged his arms and smiled. That depends on whether your harvest gives or not. He was prepared to be a bandit for a while. Opening his spatial ring, Mu Xiang took out a box which contained a purple frost jade stone. Purple frost jade stone was very common. There was some frost power present in the jade, but not much. Unless the age of this jade could be a little longer and become purple frost chalcedony, then it would be worth at least 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. You came in for half an hour, and you got this crap? Mu Xiang was even more bitter after hearing this. Big brother. Not everyone has your kryptonite. Chen Fei instantly lost interest. All right, you take it back. Then will I help you leave, or will you leave on your own? Mu Xiang surrendered with both hands. I'll leave on my own. I won't trouble Big Brother to do it. After saying that, he crushed the token and left. Chen Fei looked towards the dying iron-armored bear. Parasite it. It's still a level 3, rank 5 anyways, so let's collect it first. Afterwards, Dark Cloud gave it a healing spell. Thus, those in the outside world saw a horrifying scene. A living, breathing iron-armored bear joined Chen Fei's army of level 3 beasts. Is it so simple for him to control a demonic beast? I finally know where his army of tertiary beasts came from. There's no need to buy them at all. Just pick up the ready-made ones directly. That is to say, the secret realm has instead become his paradise? Paradise wasn't exactly a paradise, but it did allow Chen Fei to accumulate kill values. Just like that, he swept his way through the number of people in the midst of an extremely rapid decrease. 921, 845, 633. When the number of people was only 600 left, the Imperial City Lord commanded, "Shrink the artificial secret area to make it easier for them to run into each other. Also, drop the evil beasts." This batch of evil beasts were all captured alive from various war zones and utilized twice after research. Not everyone was like Chen Fei, who went to the front lines just a few days after school started. The vast majority of first-year students were still flowers in a greenhouse, and it was time to meet blood. As for the first-year students other than Chen Fei, the strongest of the others were only at the 3rd level 4th rank. The batch of evil beasts that had been cast were all specially selected, and their strengths were all between the 3rd level 5th rank and the 3rd level 7th rank. This forced them to go into battle with all their might, and once they took it lightly, they would most likely lose more than just a place in the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm, or even their lives. Hua Feng of the South Heavy Academy saw a fruit glowing with a bright red light from afar. It was definitely a spirit fruit without a doubt. He told his beast pet to be careful and on guard while he started picking it. When he had just touched the red fruit, he was teleported outside the secret realm. Hua Feng was dumbfounded. It's over so soon? The top 100 are already out. The people around him, however, shook and explained, "Not really. There are still 569 people. They just sensed that you were in danger and helped you crush the token to teleport you out." "How could there be danger? I was just about to pick spirit fruits. Where did the danger come from?" Hua Feng was filled with disbelief, feeling like he had missed out on a billion. Just knowing that he didn't believe it, someone saved the image. In the image, as Hua Feng was teleported out, a dozen hardened tentacles violently buckled from the ground. Just like a trapping device, they would quickly close up once they hit a critical point. If Hua Feng hadn't been teleported out, he would have become a pile of minced meat at this moment. Subsequently, a giant monster that looked like a C-plate car sea-star crawled up from the ground. Those tentacles, the very tentacles of a starfish, carried suckers on the back and many spikes on the front, and the sides were like sharp steel blades. Could be said that almost the entire body was a weapon. Hua Feng clearly saw that the red fruit was not a real spirit fruit, but was just a tongue that the monster spat out to tempt its prey, and he had actually stood on top of the monster's mouth without realizing it. In an instant, his back went cold, cold sweat started to break out on his forehead, and he couldn't say anything to retort anymore. He was thankful to be alive. The one Hua Feng had encountered was hunting the Sand King Star, one of the evil beasts of the 3rd region. Shangguan Hongyu from Shushan Academy encountered a bamboo ghost. one of the evil beasts of the 6th district. It could transform into a bamboo forest and launch a fierce attack when someone broke in. Its bamboo is not just any bamboo, but an exotic bamboo. It can be lengthened or shortened, as hard as gold and stone, and as soft as silk. The thousands of bamboos could become weapons at the same time. It was terrifying. Even if Shangguan Hongyu had a tank system demonic beast, he couldn't block such an attack, and in the end, he could only crush the token helplessly. In this way, either they found the end and escaped at the first time, or they were forced out of the secret realm by the evil beasts, and the number of people drastically shrunk. There were only a handful of people who were able to take on the evil beast head-on. Also let people who have not been on the battlefield, for the first time so intuitively feel the terrible place of the evil beasts. There is almost not much resistance. On the other side, Chen Fei was picking a batch of Xianling grass when he suddenly felt a tremor on the ground and hurriedly got up, jumping to the tree as fast as he could. In the next second, a four-handed, four-legged humanoid monster burrowed out of the area where Chen Fei had just been. Chapter 86. The picture style has been taken off course. This monster's head was flattened to form a fan shape, much like the head of a mature leech vortex, and was covered in slime, making it look rather strange. At the same time, it held a chain in each of its four hands, but the ends of the chains were missing. Four-chained vortex beast. Strength, 3rd level, 6th rank. Attributes: elemental, soul, poison, life. Qualification: S. Potential: expected to advance to SSS rank qualification. Skills: 1. Chain of darkness. When caught in the chains, one is plunged into the midst of boundless darkness, thus deprived of sight and hearing. Proficiency: proficient level. 2. Chain of souls. If you are caught in the chains, your soul will first be frozen and then roasted in fire, experiencing the ice and fire of your soul. Proficiency: proficient. 3. Chain of poison. When caught in chains, the spikes on the chains will be injected with poisonous seeds. The poisoned person will grow blood lotuses all over his body, sucking out vitality until the host dies. Proficiency: mastery level. This four-chain vortex beast, with exactly one chain and one skill, was even more bizarre than the other. At the same time, the four-chained vortex beast slime wasn't all useless, but made its flesh slippery like a loach, easily breaking free of the demonic beast's physical bonds. It even acted as a restorative, allowing severed limbs to quickly regenerate. After all, its attack was all in the four chains, and nothing could be missing. If someone else were to face a four-chained vortex beast, it would be at the absolute nightmare level. It wouldn't play melee with you, just sneak attacking and flinging the chains from afar would be enough. But it was now up against Chen Fei. Big guys, all on, dare to sneak attack me. Let him taste the joy of what it means to be surrounded. The people outside the secret realm heard Chen Fei's words, and all of them couldn't help but laugh a little. Every time it came to Chen Fei, there was always a sudden change in the picture. The others couldn't even escape in time, but he wanted to go bully the other party instead. It was just dashing, looking at the more than 100 third-level beasts that had suddenly surrounded them, as well as the densely packed parasites. Even the bloodthirsty four-chained vortex beasts were visibly frozen for a moment. The four unbeatable chains were now soft and paralyzed on the ground. There was still a skeptical light in their eyes.
Циркумфлекс процентов.
$#. Percent at 34%. Xiao Gu translated. Chen Fei, it scolded you, saying that you're not human, you're a pervert, bullying the beast. Chen Fei. Instantly, his veins rippled. You're the one who's not human. Your family is full of perverts. I will bully you how to drop, have the ability to hit me, bite me, give me on, beat me to death, don't be polite. Whoever is polite will be roasted tonight. The people outside the secret realm were once again happy. Ha 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 ha. Big brother is trying to laugh me to death. Those people who were just teleported out once made me think that the evil beasts were invincible. It wasn't until this four-chained vortex beast's chain softened that I realized that they too can be afraid. I sort of realized that all fear is only because of insufficient firepower and strength. Look, like Big Brother Chen Fei, just crush and be done with it. Even those military bigwigs from the outside world were a little bit in tears. Originally, they wanted to teach these newcomers a lesson. As a result, it seemed as if the painting style had been successfully brought off course by Chen Fei. In the eyes of these newcomers, why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Is it possible to talk about benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith when dealing with these evil beasts. After beating up the 4-chain vortex beast, Chen Fei let the second-generation worm parasitize it, by the way. How it was a pinnacle-level skill, there was no end to it. The eyes of the people outside almost fell out. So strong, huh? A level 3, 6-ranked evil beast can also be parasitized. Worship Big Brother. Big Brother is really becoming more and more invincible. With this lineup, whoever encounters it will cry. That's right. Shen Lin had already cried. No matter who he met, Shen Lin could at least run even if he was undefeated. But when he encountered Chen Fei, this pervert, there was really no place to run. Alas, what a coincidence, Mr. Shen. It's a coincidence. One party was very happy, while the other party was in tears. Chen Fei hooked onto the other party's shoulder. Don't be so frustrated. It's not like I'm here to beat you up. I've been looking for you for a long time. Shen Lin turned his head sideways. Looking for me for what? For some reason, there was always a feeling of ill will. Don't you have a treasure-hunting mouse? How about a little cooperation? You're in charge of searching, and I'm in charge of clearing the way. In terms of fighting, among the first-year students, Chen Fei had never been afraid of anyone. But in terms of finding treasures, Chen Fei was far inferior to a treasure-hunting mouse. Anyway, they had entered the secret realm, so they had to find something good anyways. It seems like it's not impossible. Shen Lin also came to have some spirit. It turned out that he didn't have any problems finding treasures on his own. But now that he had put in evil beasts, hell knows what kind of stuff would be killed halfway. But having Chen Fei on the side to participate in escorting was different. Even if the evil beasts came over, they had to take it easy. How do we divide it? Shen Lin asked. Chen Fei gestured. Look, you're only responsible for treasure hunting. I'll do all the fighting. I consume the most. So you 1 and I 9 reasonable. Shen Lin. Goddamn fights are all you? Obviously it's the 100 or so third-level beasts that are charging, right? What's it got to do with you? Of course, all of this is just Shen Lin spitting in his heart. Without the ability to find treasure, the force value is no longer useful, so 50-50. Shen Lin didn't want to take advantage, but he didn't want to lose either. Chen Fei shook his head. No. That's not how it works. You see, right now your stay or departure is still decided in my hands. After leaving the secret realm, it seems that your treasure-hunting mouse is of no use, right? Shen Lin's face darkened. This was too much. This was a naked threat. He had to take a step back. I'm 4 and you're 6, that's always fine. 2-8. Shen Lin straightened his neck. Chen Fei, there's no such thing as doing business. Of course you have to cut the price to do business. Shen Lin was completely defeated, and finally chose to split it 37. With the treasure-hunting mouse around, the ability to scavenge was indeed much stronger. Half of the mountain was cleared by the two of them, completely forgetting their original purpose. The Imperial City Lord's veins rippled. What the hell are these two people? I let you guys come to the competition. I didn't let you wool gather. Good fellow, still wool gathering addicted, huh? Come on people. Drop a level 3 8th rank evil beast for me. I'd like to see what else these two are capable of. Chapter 87 Four-Winged Heavenly Moth Beast. The treasure-hunting mouse walking ahead suddenly burst with excitement. Chen Fei inquired, What's wrong with it? Shen Lin explained, Every time it gets this agitated, it means that a supreme treasure has appeared. The last time it looked like this was because of the Tree of Stars statue in your hand. Oh, the last time was a rank 6 resting soil. Will there still be such a good thing this time? Thinking of this, Chen Fei became interested. Go. Go over to see what it is. The two of them quickly approached amongst themselves, and soon came to the entrance of a cave, which was well hidden, and could not be seen at all without a closer look. When the staff saw this place, they immediately reported over. City Lord, there is one of the secret realm's aura providing devices. It was found by these two little guys. The City Lord's face darkened. Then what are you waiting for? Drop the evil beasts. Yes. Chen Fei and the two of them were just about to go in and explore when they sensed a rustling in the dense forest next to them, as if something was rapidly weaving its way over. Retreat! Chen Fei shouted, hastily scattering. The next moment a strange being appeared. A humanoid evil beast with deep and cold eyes, 2 tentacles on its head, and 2 pairs of moth-like wings. Its body was covered with yellow pollen-like things and some pustules, giving it a sense of discomfort. 4-winged sky moth beast. Strength 3rd level 8th rank. Attributes: Elemental, Auxiliary, Poison, Flight. Qualification: S. Potential. Expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills. The moment he saw the four-winged heavenly moth beast, Chen Fei had a sense of familiarity. It was no other than the dependence of the evil king's headless angel. It was unexpected that he would encounter it on such an occasion in this life. Very well. Let's collect some interest then. Chen Fei was full of wariness. However, Xin Lin on the side was trembling. Chen Fei, I'll cheer you on from the back. After saying that, he slipped out of sight. Chen Fei ignored Xin Lin. It was good to slip away and save himself from getting in the way. At this moment, the four-winged heavenly moth beast vibrated its wings and the yellow dust on its body spread out. Chen Fei had long dealt with this kind of fellow and knew that the dust had a sleeping effect. He hurriedly asked Xiao Gu to put a crystal shield on himself. At the same time, he let the wind demonic beast blow the dust away. Xiao Gu, let the third-generation insects go on. The third-generation compound did have the numerical advantage, but the four-winged heavenly moth beast was no slouch either. Small holes suddenly appeared in the pustules on its body, and then one small moth after another drilled out. Such small moths were similar to Xiao Gu's third-generation bugs, possessing a portion of the strength of the main body. Dark Cloud. This is the headless angel's dependence. Know what to do, right? After hearing this, Dark Cloud's eyes flashed with hatred. Meow erase. There's no rush. I'll summon Shikuju in half-phase later. Use your silence skill with it. Meow roger that. Half-phase summoning meant that instead of summoning the Imperial Beast's entire body, a hole was made to appear in the Imperial Beast space, allowing the Imperial Beast inside to see what was going on outside. Chen Fei was waiting for an opportunity that could avoid the camera and was suitable for offense. The third generation of parasites quickly stuck to these small moths. One-on-one, their strength was too low to be a match, but they were superior in quantity. 5 third-generation insects against one small moth. If it wasn't enough, then 10, 20. In the middle of the sacred Canon space, there were already more than 100,000 troops. The old trick was then repeated, blocking the sky above with gravity and the ground with quicksand magic. However, this four-winged heavenly moth beast unexpectedly swapped positions with one of the small moths, skillfully avoiding these 2 layers of blockade. This was precisely the four-winged heavenly moth beast's unique auxiliary skill, Flesh Shift, Flesh Transfer. A brand can be applied to the offspring of the same bloodline. After activating the brand, one's own flesh can be exchanged with the offspring's flesh. Proficiency. Proficient. Remarks. This skill is an auxiliary skill unique to the bug race and cannot be learned by other races. The maximum transfer distance for the current proficiency is 1 kilometer, and the brand needs to be reapplied after use. This skill can be called an escape treasure skill. The reason why it is not a divine skill is because there are more restrictions. One required insect offspring, and the other was that the transfer distance was too close. If it had a transfer distance of 10 or 20 kilometers, then wanting to capture the four-winged heavenly moth beast alive was basically impossible. Even so, it was still quite difficult to deal with. Under such a sudden transfer, Ruler Jade could not even see the four-winged heavenly moth beast, let alone attack it. Chen Fei needed to create an opportunity. When the crowd outside saw the four-winged heavenly moth beast's ability, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wow, Lu, a heavenly master. This ability is too perverse. Right, directly exchanging flesh, who can withstand this? You guys look, not only is Chen Fei big brother ran into this thing, there is also the Dragon Academy's He, as well as the Taiching Academy's Nangong Xingchen. He was none other than the Flying Heavy Dragon's Royal Beast Master. Nangong Xingchen was the first-year head of Taiching Academy, and was also currently recognized as the #1 first year. After a king-ranked Imperial Beast Master like He and Jiang Yi, there was only one SS-ranked Imperial Beast and 2 S-ranked. Nangong Xingchen, on the other hand, had 2 SS-grade Imperial Beasts, crushing everyone in terms of qualifications. The one He encountered was a level 3, rank 6, for winged heavenly moth beast. Nangong Xingchen ran into a rank 3, step 7. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was up against a level 3 8th rank. Other people couldn't recognize the strength of these four-winged heavenly moth beasts through the screen. However, the Imperial City Lord was very clear. He hugged his arms and watched to see who would be able to defeat their respective opponents. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 88, The Lycanthropic Nangong Xingchen. 3 great battles were fought quickly. He Flying Heavy Dragon was worthy of being SS grade. Its gravity alteration, not only targeting the physical body, but applying a gravity brand on the soul. Regardless of how the four-winged heavenly moth beast shifted its physical body, as long as the soul brand remained, the flying heavy dragon could change the gravity on it and restrict its flight. At this point, it was more subtle than both the quicksand technique and the gravity crystal. The power of the SS class was revealed without a doubt. But that didn't mean that he could hold the four-winged heavenly moth beast at will. Although it couldn't fly, it could still transfer its flesh and still had countless offspring. Even if he had the assistance of the other two beasts, it wouldn't be easy to take it down for a while. As for Nangong Xingqian, it was even more intense. His two SS-grade beast pets were the Red Spirit Divine Crow and the Thunder Purple Lin. The Red Spirit Divine Crow possessed the Golden Crow bloodline, and its Burning Sky Red Flame hadn't yet reached the level of the Golden Crow Divine Flame, but it was ranked 18th amongst the foreign flames. Although it could not burn everything, it was hard to have a heavenly enemy. The Thunder Violet Lin possessed a Qilin bloodline and could travel on clouds. It has mastered the 9 heavenly purple thunder, which is stronger than ordinary thunder and lightning, and if it can go further, it will be the 9 heavenly divine thunder. The 9 heavens divine thunder is a kind of heavenly punishment thunder. This shows the power of the 9 heavenly violet thunder. The Burning Sky Red Flame and the 9 heavens purple thunder are both things that restrain evil demons and ghosts, and they have a great suppression power for the four-winged heavenly moth beast. The four-winged heavenly moth beast's poisonous pollen attack was directly burned clean by the burning heavenly red flame, and even those small moths were burned to ashes as soon as they approached. The 9 heavenly purple thunder even chased the four-winged heavenly moth beast everywhere, forcing it to use flesh transfer multiple times. The people in the outside world exclaimed, "Worthy of being Nangong Xingqian, the two SS-class demonic beasts are too damn strong." He was still fighting back and forth, but Nangong Xingqian directly chased after the other party. It's too awesome. But it doesn't seem like it's that fast for the Red Spirit Divine Crow and Thunder Purple Lin to want to directly take down this monster. It's mainly that flesh transfer. That's too difficult. The crowd thought that Nangong Xingqian could easily take down his opponent when the scene suddenly changed. Bear! The four-winged heavenly moth beast let out a long whistle. The next thing they saw was the group of small moths flying towards Nangong Xingqian in a desperate manner. Capture the thief first. The four-winged heavenly moth beast was quite intelligent, as it dodged the thunder while commanding the small moths to attack the Imperial Beastmaster. As long as the Imperial Beastmaster died, then the attacks of these two beasts would naturally dissolve. Nangong Xingqian had prepared for this, and in addition to the Red Spirit Divine Crow's flame shield, there was also an S-ranked Jiuli demon turtle. This turtle was of the same ancient bloodline as Shikuju. It was only that Ruler Jade's bloodline was much more pure, and the Jiuli demon turtle had been reproduced over many generations and was already very thin. Even so, like Ruler Jade, it has also awakened the racial secret skill, Jiuli's shield. When this shield is used, a gray demonic turtle silhouette visible to the naked eye can appear, and it can withstand the vast majority of elemental attacks, physical attacks, and spiritual attacks. Its degree of defense was also above the obsidian giant rhinoceros, immovable as a mountain. Because of this, Nangong Xingqian dared to let the Red Spirit Divine Crow and Thunder Violet Lin leave his side. But it was also because of this confidence that Nangong Xingqian suffered a dark loss. Those little moths didn't attack aimlessly, but the moment they were close to Nangong Xingqian and hadn't yet been engulfed in flames, self-exploded. 1 or 2 heads blowing themselves up wouldn't be able to break the Jiuli's shield. The problem was that thousands of moths self-detonated at the same time, and the explosion effect caused was terrifyingly incomparable. Boom! There was a loud bang. The explosion caused the hearts of those in the outside world to seize up at the same time. This was the number 1 person in the first year on the surface. He couldn't just die hastily like this, could he? 2 ruthless, self-detonation at the same time. This is the most terrifying killing move of the insect race, right? That's right, relative to self-detonation, what crystals, what poisonous mist, what parasites are all weak. Nangong Xingqian hasn't been teleported out. Does that mean he's not in too much danger yet? When the smoke cleared, the crowd finally saw the situation inside. The Jiuli demon turtle's breath was withered, and even its shell was cracked. However, the figure of Nangong Xingqian was nowhere to be seen. It was not until the Jiuli demon turtle moved away, revealing the deep pit underneath, that Nangong Xingqian, who was squatting in the pit and gasping for air, was found. His clothes were shattered, blood was dripping from his arms, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. If it wasn't for the fact that, at the last moment, he had gotten wise in a hurry and let the 9-dawn demon turtle quickly drill a hole, I'm afraid that Nangong Xingchen would be lying down right now. After being messed up like this by the 4-winged heavenly moth beast, Nangong Xingchen began to be restrained, not daring to let the other 2 beasts run too far. It wasn't like he hadn't killed demonic beasts higher than 3rd rank. He just never expected this 4-winged heavenly moth beast to be so difficult to deal with. For a moment, there was no way to break the enemy. The 4-winged heavenly moth beast had a hard time getting close to Nangong Xingchen, who was on the defensive, and the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. Strong as Nangong Xingchen is in such a sorry state, this monster is too strong. Isn't it? If I were to go in there, I wouldn't even know how I would die. I just want to know. Such a terrifying evil beast. He lay and Nangong Xingchen couldn't handle it. Who else could it be? There's also big brother Chen Fei. Most people looked towards Chen Fei's battle screen. They all wanted to see if Chen Fei could handle the 4-winged heavenly moth beast that he lay and Nangong Xingchen couldn't. I read some of the comments today, and some people said that they pressed the protagonist's battle power. I just want to ask, really pressed? Isn't it enough to drive all the way to the top? However, their reasoning is, the protagonist is not as powerful as the war drum master or the sower. It's hard for the author to understand these people's brain circuits. The protagonist has just been awakened not long ago, and he's already invincible at the same level. If he could directly crush the war drum master and the others, then there would be no need to write about his growth path. Just push him all the way across the board. That's called invincible text. Chapter 89, Treating Others the Way They Treat You. When the quicksand technique and gravity crystal were ineffective against the 4-winged heavenly moth beasts, Chen Fei released all of the 100 or so tertiary level beasts to chase after them, while he himself fought and retreated. The result of this was that Chen Fei himself had no demonic beasts to guard him. Once again, the people in the outside world had their hearts clenched as they saw that this 4-winged heavenly moth beast had adopted the same combat style. 1,000 or so small moths rushed over, quickly self-destructing the moment they got close to Chen Fei. Self-exploding again. These types of monsters are too ruthless. I wonder if Big Brother Chen Fei is alright. It has to be ruthless. This is a life and death fight, not the competition ahead. When you encounter an evil beast, it's either you die or I live. A motherly heart will only get you killed. Hee. Big Brother Chen Fei wasn't teleported out. Does that mean he's fine too? Just as they were still waiting for the smoke to dissipate, they heard a second explosion coming from the screen. Everyone was a little confused. What caused this second explosion? They all opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what was going on inside. When the smoke and dust all cleared, the crowd only saw a 4-winged heavenly moth beast that was kneeling on the ground, with its 2 tentacles broken, its 4 wings blown up to the point that only 1 wing was left, and its body in tatters, nearly dead. What? What the hell happened? What wonderful picture did I miss? Did anyone see clearly how Big Brother Chen Fei did it? This is too awesome. Here. There just happened to be another camera that captured it. It turned out, Chen Fei had intentionally sent out the 3rd-level beasts, falsely leaving behind the break that he had no demonic beasts to guard him. At the moment before the little moth blew itself up, Chen Fei utilized Crystal Shuttle to transfer to another place. The place where it appeared happened to be behind the 4-winged sky moth beast. Seeing that Chen Fei had been blown up, the 4-winged sky moth beast slowed down its pace, wanting to see what followed. And this, in turn, gave Dark Cloud and Ruler Jade the opportunity. At the same time, the crystal transfer was also utilized, and the time it took for the camera to capture Chen Fei's image again was enough for Ruler Jade to strike. Everything was calculated, just waiting for the 4-winged heavenly moth beast to take the bait. Dark Cloud's Spell of Silence went first, just to make the 4-winged sky moth beast unable to use flesh transfer. Afterwards, Quicksand Spell complemented it and immobilized the flesh. Immediately after that, Ruler Jade's Soul Stripping came out strongly, blasting the 4-winged sky moth beast's soul out. The soul-suppressing cage was then thrown out. After these 2 moves, Ruler Jade retracted once again, and the camera just managed to capture Chen Fei. The 4-winged heavenly moth beast was hard controlled by the ruling Jade for a few seconds, enough for Chen Fei to make a move. Several level 3, 6th and 7th rank parasitic demonic beasts were dispatched by Chen Fei and surrounded the 4-winged heavenly moth beast. They were all rank B, and it wouldn't hurt too much if they blew themselves up. Feeling that it was not enough, Chen Fei added 1,000 3rd-generation parasites. The crowd saw Chen Fei in the picture raise his middle finger towards the four-winged sky moth beast. It's not polite to come and not go. Command was given. The demonic beasts and parasites surrounding the four-winged heavenly moth beast exploded themselves. This was the entire process of the people in the outside world hearing the second explosion. The dark clouds were then seen giving the four-winged heavenly moth beast one last blow, completely smashing its flesh. The people in the outside world were directly excited. It's so cool. It's still Big Brother Chen Fei. Ha 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 ha. Using the way of others to cure others, you moths can blow yourself up. So can Big Brother Chen Fei's compulsion. It's only an existence like the bug race that has a superb number of offspring that dares to blow itself up like that. That's a must. If you let the red spirit divine crow try blowing itself up it mustn't die of heartache. That's why those with kryptonite ability still have to raise insects. Other than that, this self-detonation is invincible. Listening to the sound of their discussion, the military Big Brother once again had egg pain. This picture style was being brought more and more off. Self-explosion is a means of last resort. It's not used in every battle. Hey. The Imperial City Lord looked at the image of the four-winged heavenly moth beast dying and remained speechless for a long time. His vision was much higher than the average person. He could tell that Chen Fei had used other means when the four-winged heavenly moth beast was motionless, only that it had not been captured on camera and had been well concealed by Chen Fei. However, Nangong Xingchen had failed to take down the level 3, stage 7 four-winged heavenly moth beast. Chen Fei, however, had strongly taken down the level 3 rank 8 four-winged sky moth beast. This comparison already explained a lot. Even more, this little fellow might be harboring even more means. Sure enough, little Su didn't lie to me. This little guy is even more capable of hiding than imagined. That's right, the Imperial City Lord was none other than the human war god, Tuoba Ziyuan. He had been paying attention to the 100 Cities competition, and of course, he knew about Chen Fei's situation. Especially after receiving Su Shanhai's call, he had taken some interest in Chen Fei. Today's four-winged heavenly moth beast was actually a trial and test that he had deliberately arranged. It was only then that it so happened to be Nangong Xingchen, He Lei, and Chen Fei. As a result, it was obvious that Chen Fei's fighting process was more seasoned, and he was also the one who was the most unfathomable. According to Tuoba Ziyuan's observation, Chen Fei's imperial beast most likely possessed peak-level skills. However, he was only in the first year and had been awakened for 8 months so far. This talent, this potential, all caused Tuoba Ziyuan to be surprised and certain, indeed worth cultivating. Just as Tuoba Ziyuan was still pondering, he was suddenly stopped by someone under his hand. City Lord Tuoba, that Chen Fei has entered the Aura Device Cave. Tuoba Ziyuan glanced at it and said indifferently, "Let him go, and by the way, intercept the footage inside and don't broadcast it to the public. Anyway, there is still a rank 4, step 1 guardian beast there. If Chen Fei can get the Aura device under these circumstances, then what's the harm in giving it to him?" After thinking about it, Tuoba Ziyuan once again commanded, "One more thing. Declare to the outside world that the four-winged heavenly moth beast that Chen Fei encountered was only of level 3, step 6. If word gets out, I will personally pursue responsibility." In the secret realm, Chen Fei let the third generation of compass bugs explore the path first, while slowly delving deeper into the middle of the cave. Along the way, nothing too special was found. It wasn't until the end that an underground pool of water was discovered there. The water in the pool was not ordinary water, but rather earth spirit crystal dew. It contained a rich spiritual qi, and at the same time it could help water demonic beasts to accelerate their cultivation speed, and there was also a certain chance of improving their qualifications. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a crystal suspended above the pool that was as bright as a shooting star. Innate Spirit Crystal. Quality, Grade 5. Feeding spirit stones, spirit grasses, spirit objects, etc. would return 10 times the amount of spirit qi. For example, if you feed a medium-grade spirit stone, after 24 hours, you can return the aura of a top-grade spirit stone. Note: regardless of feeding any spirit object, only the aura is returned at the end. Feeding to a certain level can metamorphose into a grade 6 innate spirit source and return it 100-fold. Chen Fei's mouth watered. There was actually this kind of good stuff? This innate spirit crystal in conjunction with the resting soil is simply a perfect match. Worthy of being a treasure-hunting mouse, this kind of good stuff could be found. Wu Yun, do it. Having arrived here, how could one return empty-handed? However, Before Wu Yun could make his move, a strange-looking being emerged from the pool. Its body silhouette seemed to be that of an elegant female, yet it was not similar. The top of its head resembled a monk jellyfish with a transparent air sac filled with a light blue liquid. The air sac is surrounded by thin lines and blue-white stripes that are gorgeous. The main body resembles that of a mermaid, but without the scales. Several jellyfish-like tentacles grow on either side of the main body, and the slender tentacles are covered in purple stinging velvet. Stinging velvet water spirit. Strength, 4th level, 1st rank. Attributes: elemental, poison, nature, auxiliary. Qualification: S. Potential: expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills: Chapter 90. Learned from Xiao Su. Skills: 1. Vacuum extraction. Can drain the air inside within a certain range, creating a vacuum. Proficiency: mastery level. Remarks: cannot be learned by non-natural faculties. Current proficiency can extract a space of 10m times 10m times 10m in size. 2. Anti-gravity. Can reverse gravity within a certain range, making the enemy unable to adapt to the current state, and then attack. Proficiency: mastery level. Remarks: cannot be learned by non-natural faculties. Current proficiency can change the gravity of a space of 10m times 10m times 10m. 3. Looking at the spiny velvet water spirit's ability, Chen Fei was somewhat startled. A demonic beast that he had casually stumbled upon had such a terrifying strength, and it also possessed a nature system attribute. Those that possessed this attribute were the favorites of heaven and earth. Not only could they manipulate the common elements of nature such as water, earth, wood, stone, air, and gravity, but they could also change and create. Vacuum extraction and anti-gravity belonged to a variant of the nature-based skills. But such a variant was an extremely terrifying existence. Imagine, when you were still fighting, suddenly the air around you was extracted clean and you couldn't even breathe. How desperate would that be? Also realizing this, Chen Fei hastily retreated a few steps back. Xiao Gu. Use crystal shuttle at any time. He didn't want to die in such a place for no reason. That would be too unjust. At the same time, Chen Fei noticed one thing. Since he entered this cave, those king bees did not follow him in. It must be that there were things that could not be shot here. However, this also gave Chen Fei the opportunity. At least here, there was no need to hide his strength. The ruler Jade was also summoned by him. On the other side, Tuoba Ziyuan couldn't see Chen Fei's picture, but he wasn't too worried either. After all, Chen Fei had a spatial barrier given by himself on his body, so even if he did not defeat the thorny velvet water spirit, he would be able to protect himself. If he really used the spatial barrier, then he would go over to save him and see if the prickly velvet water spirit could expose all of Chen Fei's cards. While Tuoba Ziyuan was playing his little game, the prickly velvet water spirit had already launched an attack on Chen Fei. Only to see its tentacles float up, Chen Fei and the three beasts' bodies suddenly lost their center of gravity before falling uncontrollably in midair. That sense of security from the earth was gone at this moment. The anti-gravity was really too abnormal. What came next was vacuum extraction. Draining all the air from this side, that sense of suffocation and powerlessness instantly wrapped around the whole body. Fortunately, one person and three beasts used the crystals to shuttle out in the next second. Otherwise, the taste would not be too pleasant. Chen Fei, who had tried it once, didn't want to try it again for the second time. It was too horrible. Ruler Jade. Soul-stripping maximum power. The prickly velvet water spirit was indeed invincible to a certain extent. But this invincibility did not include the soul, which could be said to be the weakness of the vast majority of living beings. And the peak level soul-stripping could completely be used across levels. Even if he let the ruler Jade weaken for a period of time, Chen Fei had to get his hands on the innate spirit crystals, which were of great significance to the subsequent development of the resting soil. It was also at the moment when the soul of the prickly velvet water spirit was blasted out that a voice rang out from the artificial secret realm. The first 100 spots have been confirmed and will be transmitted out in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Chen Fei secretly screamed out a bad sound. There is not enough time. No, last ditch. In the next moment, all 100 people were teleported above the square. Chen Fei's first time to check the sacred Canon space, and only after that did he feel relieved and patted his chest. Fortunately, the innate spirit crystals arrived. The organizer's voice came out. This individual tournament is over. The top 100 players from the first year and second year gather here in 2 days. After returning to the Mountain and Sea Academy team, Su Shanhai and Sun Barge began to count the number of people. There are just 2 finalists in the first year, Chen Fei and Tang Jian. Su Ken was a little bit short, but if he could hold out for another 2 minutes, there would be hope. Second-year finalists are Jiang Yi Bai Yang. Xiao Gu was the same as Su Kan, not lacking in strength, just a little short of luck. In response, Su Shanhai was already quite happy. Not bad, not bad. It's already quite good for Shanghai Academy to have 4 finalists. In previous sessions, there were only 1 or 2 people or even none. Sun Gang then said, "All right, you 4 have a good rest for the next 2 days. Tomorrow I will talk to you about the do's and don'ts of entering the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm. As for the others, pack up your things and get ready to return to Tianqing City." The 100 Cities competition had officially come to an end, with some people rejoicing and some people being sad. As for Chen Fei, he wasn't in the mood to care about the others at all, and after entering his room, he opened up the sacred Canon space. Artificial Secret Realm. As the crowd was teleported out, the staff quickly realized that the aura concentration was lower than usual. The greatest possibility was that the innate spirit crystals had been taken. Receiving the report from the staff, Tuoba Ziyuan simply nodded and disappeared in the next second. The staff had already seen it and knew that he had utilized Spatial Shuttle to directly enter the secret realm. When Tuoba Ziyuan arrived at the cave, the scene in front of him made his eyes almost fall out. The innate spirit crystal was definitely gone. This point he had been psychologically prepared. But what was really gone was more than just the innate spirit crystals. This place is just like being shoveled. The entire water pool of the Earth Spirit Crystal Dew has been dug out. Even that precious and incomparable thorny velvet water spirit was nowhere to be seen. Only after a long time did Tuoba Ziyuan let out a ghostly cry. "This stinking problem of plucking feathers from geese? Did you learn it from Little Su?" Chapter 91 Dark Cloud's New Skill. In the Holy Canon space, Chen Fei had additionally detained a piece of space, which contained none other than the innate spirit crystals, Earth Spirit Crystal Dew, and the prickly velvet water spirit. At that time, it was already too late to think about it, as Chen Fei directly used the sacred cannon to scoop up a piece of space, as much as he could. Luckily, he had dug in all that he wanted. He just hadn't thought that even this velvet water spirit had been brought in. Now he did not dare to directly put the velvet water spirit into the resting soil space, which was destroyed by it. The efforts of these days will be wasted. Looking at the prickly velvet water spirit to show its teeth in space, Chen Fei is also a headache, how to deal with it for the better. After considering it for a while, Chen Fei summoned the 3 beasts, ready to prepare for a big battle. And then, he opened up that space of the prickly velvet water spirit. Sure enough, the prickly velvet water spirit was the first to use rain of water arrows on them. The water arrows of a rank 4 beast still hurt quite a bit, and even Xiao Gu's crystal shield was able to pierce through. However, this was sacred canon space. Everything inside was up to Chen Fei. By adding another spatial barrier between the spiny velvet water spirit and them, the spiny velvet water spirit's attacks would not be able to touch Chen Fei and the others at all. On the contrary, the skills of the 3 beasts could deal damage to the prickly velvet water spirit. Thus, it became a one-sided beating. The prickly velvet water spirit was so angry that its tentacles fluttered about. At #%@, Xiao Gu once again acted as a translator. "Chen Fei, it says you could be a little more shameless as a human being?" Chen Fei smiled. "Of course I can. Shamelessness is one of my few virtues." After hearing Xiao Gu's reply back, the prickly velvet water spirit almost fainted from anger. It simply paralyzed on the ground directly, killing or dying as it pleases. Seeing the prickly velvet water spirit in this state, Chen Fei was amused, and then utilized his consciousness to converse with him. "I won't harm you, nor will I detain you. If you wish to leave, I can release you to the artificial secret realm, where there are still crystals left behind by Xiao Gu, so you can shuttle back at any time. Only, the Earth Spirit Crystal Dew, as well as the innate spirit crystal, cannot be returned to you." The prickly velvet water spirit raised its head, its eyes revealing some intent. Chen Fei continued, "Of course, you can also choose to stay in this space, which is actually equivalent to living in a different place. It's not too late for you to come with me and take you to see the resting soil Pure Land before making a decision." The outside world, Chen Fei could not influence, but the resting soil space he could build it at will. Whether it was made into a blessed land or a pure land, there was no problem at all. The spiny velvet water spirit considered for a moment. Anyway, people are the chopping board for the sword and I am the fish for the meat. It could not win in a fight and it could not escape, so it just went to see what was going on. When it stepped into the resting soil space, the sight in front of it stunned it. The density of aura here was surprisingly comparable to that in the artificial secret realm. At this time, the resting soil was already as big as a soccer field and began to slowly feed back, changing the aura density. At this time, the aura density was equivalent to 1.5 times that of the outside world. And part of the area of the resting soil was used by Chen Fei to plant spiritual plants and flowers. And in the feedback of the rest soil, many of the spiritual plants had evolved. There was even a pond dug to specifically feed the spirit-spitting dragon carp. What surprised the prickly velvet water spirit the most was not these heavenly treasures. Rather, it was the demonic beasts living in this space. Different kinds of demonic beasts could actually coexist peacefully here, even if they couldn't do so in the artificial secret realm. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei was seen replacing the water in that pond with earth spirit crystal dew, before placing the innate spirit crystals to the top. What was even more exaggerated was that Chen Fei directly shelled out millions of medium-grade spirit stones to feed the innate spirit crystal. In this way, by this time tomorrow it would be spitting out millions of upper-grade spirit stones of spiritual qi. It was hard to imagine to what extent the resting soil could become by then. The only thing that was certain was that because of the innate spirit crystals being put in, the resting soil was gradually growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even the prickly velvet water spirit could see the plasticity of this place. Although it was only in its infancy today, it had infinite possibilities in the future, and its potential was definitely greater than that of an artificial secret realm. No wonder Chen Fei dared to call it the resting pure land. Only after that was done did Chen Fei look at the spiny velvet water spirit. So if you want to leave, I can send you back at any time. However, he saw the prickly velvet water spirit jump directly into the earth spirit crystal dew, and then gurgled a few times before emerging. You snatched away my shelter, yet you want to drive me away. Not even a door. This earth spirit crystal dew belongs to me. I'll go wherever it goes. Humph. Chen Fei hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. This was exactly the scene he was happy to see. Spiny velvet water spirit SS grade attribute, rare natural system. Even if he could not contract it, he was happy to keep it. If in the future it was willing to contract with his own old mom, that would be great, and it would also provide a little more security. Only, they need to reach the king-level Imperial Beast Master to contract the 5th beast pet. The road is still a long way to go. Prickly velvet water spirit officially moved into the resting soil space. Only how can it be free to move in, how also have to collect some interest. Dark Cloud, copy skill. A total of 11 copies were made, draining the Dark Cloud aura before copying the vacuum extraction skill, and then replaced it with Sonic Shatter. This skill targeted the enemy's sense of hearing. The limitations were still a bit big, not as domineering and terrifying as vacuum extraction. As for the kill value, the 100,000 troops of third-generation insects far away in the Baiwa mountain range were still working hard to earn it. Extracting 200,000 of kill values to Dark Cloud, both vacuum extraction and spell of silence were raised to peak level. The duration of silence, raised to 3 seconds. The range of vacuum extraction was increased to 20m times 20m times 20m, and the extraction time was only 2 seconds. In this way, these two pinnacle-level techniques would become Dark Cloud's new bottom card. Only, the kill value bottomed out again, so hard. Above the familiar round table, the High Priestess, Sower, and the others converged once again. The 100 Cities competition has ended, and the next moment is for these geniuses to enter the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. And this, too, is our best chance to strike. Chapter 92 Gambling on Stones. The following day, aside from the 4 Chen Fei people and Sun Chuang who stayed behind, Su Shanhai brought the others and rode on the Polar Shadow Eagle back to Tianqing City. Before leaving, Su Shanhai handed them a storage ring with some spirit stones and food and such, enough for those who stayed behind. Sun Gang also started to give the 4 of them a small meal. The Spirit Mansion's secret realm? I also had the honor of entering it once. The resources inside are indeed very rich. However, you guys should know that opportunities and crises have always existed at the same time. Inside is an undisturbed closed space, which means that the space token doesn't work. You can only go in through the entrance, and you can only come out through the entrance. Those from the outside world can't do anything to help with the dangers encountered during this period. There have been some geniuses who died in it in previous years, so it's still the same thing. Ensuring your own safety is the first priority. Subsequently, Sun Chong spoke about some of the things he knew, including some of the secret realms' illusionary zones, trial zones, and spirit plantations. It was only that everyone went in at a different location, and even Sun Barge only knew a portion of it. Alright, that's probably it. For the rest of the time, you guys are free to arrange, don't play too crazy, and prepare more life-preserving things. After the dismissal, Jiang Yi and Bai Yang each left. Tang Jian looked at Chen Fei. Do you have any arrangements? Chen Fei spread his hands to indicate that he didn't. Then let's go shopping together at a spiritual treasure store or something? For some reason, Tang Jian's proposal was the first thing that made Chen Fei think of this Xin Lin fellow. Not to mention, their treasure-hunting rats were really good. First the resting soil, then the spirit crystals, they were all top-quality spirit items. At this exact moment, the door of the room was knocked. Opening it, it was no one else but Xin Lin. Chen Fei was also a little surprised, when it really was a matter of what he wanted. Why are you here? Xin Lin brought some food. Of course I came specifically to find you, big brother. Looking for me? Chen Fei was a bit unsure. Xin Lin didn't intend to beat around the bush either. Then I'll make it clear. I'm here to find big brother to cooperate. Cooperation. That's right, similar to the cooperation within the artificial secret territory. I'll release the treasure-hunting rats to find heavenly treasures, while you'll be in charge of fighting. After all, when the time comes, we'll be up against more than just guardian beasts and whatnot, while also having to deal with snatchers from second-year students. Xin Lin was right, in a closed space like the Spirit Mansion secret realm where outsiders couldn't intervene, it also meant that there weren't any rules. And at that time, first-year students were often at a disadvantage. This led to first-year students throughout the years seeking cooperation. Chen Fei pondered for a moment. Of course there's no problem with cooperation, but the problem is that it's not easy to find each other when we're scattered in the middle of the secret realm, right? That's natural. Xin Lin did not deny it. Instead, he saw him summon the fragrant fox beast in the next second. But don't forget that my fragrant fox beast is a scent-based existence. As long as you carry my specially made scent pouch, within 10 miles, my fragrant fox beast can sense it. Chen Fei had forgotten that Xin Lin still had such an auxiliary fellow in existence, and now it seemed to have played a big role. Chen Fei's thoughts also took this opportunity to open up. Wow, go! I forgot about the wonderful use of the compulsion. He carried out 2 heads of parasites, and they were second-generation parasites hatched by Xiao Gu himself. Only then, it was closest to Xiao Gu's bloodline and had a stronger sensing ability. And then handed 1 head to Xin Lin and Tang Jian. You guys collect this head of parasites. As long as it's not too far away from me and nothing else interferes, you can sense it. Xin Lin's eyes brightened slightly. This is good, this is good. I was afraid that when I went in, my odor would be disturbed. Now that there are more parasites, it's kind of double insurance. Next, it was time to eat while agreeing on the details. Right, Xin Lin, you are familiar with the Imperial City. Where is a place to earn spirit stones quickly? Xin Lin wasn't surprised that Chen Fei would come up with this idea. With these perverted parasites he raised, he must not drop money to death. Chen Fei indeed lacked spirit stones, firstly to purchase heavenly materials and treasures, and secondly for the resting soil space. That was completely a large gold-swallowing beast, but an investment now would definitely have big gains in the future. The one that is more compliant is the gambling arena, but only if someone bets with you. Chen Fei shook his head, dismissing this option. Is there anything else? Xin Lin was a little hesitant, not knowing whether or not to say. Say what you have to say, don't stammer. Then I can say it, ha. Xin Lin, he first opened his cell phone interface. Look for yourself, the largest ore store in Imperial City. Collects ores from all over the country. These are the ores that can't be held and won't be opened easily. Some ores have ancient demon beast eggs in them, some are heavenly treasures, some are ancient objects, and some are corpses. Of course, there are also some that, after cutting, there is nothing. Thus, an activity. Gambling on stones was born at this time. Spending a certain amount of spirit stones, and then obtaining the mining qualification from the seller, the things obtained, all belong to the buyer. This store is the most reputable stone gambling store in Imperial City, and I haven't heard of this matter of someone industrial mining. Some shady stores would first take out the inside of the spirit or substitute it for the best, and then use special means to restore the spirit or, and this kind of mine would be known as an artificer's mine. Therefore, the water in this business of stone gambling was very deep. Chen Fei had a little bit of incomprehension. Don't you have a treasure-hunting mouse? It's only logical that you can find something good, right? Chapter 93. The good show begins. Lin let out a bitter smile. I tried it long ago. It's useless. Treasure hunting rats are in the mountains and fields in a few miles around to find out heavenly treasures. But there are good things in every spirit mine here, and it will only drool in front of each one, making it difficult to find out the best one. If not for this, Lin would have gone to take advantage of it long ago. Chen Fei pondered, the treasure hunting mouse couldn't do it. I don't know if the dark cloud can do it. Let's go. There's no harm in going to take a look. There might even be a harvest. The three of them were all action-oriented, and rushed all the way to the gambling stone field, only to find that there wasn't even a place to lay their feet. This place is overcrowded every day. Lin lamented. Chen Fei and Tang Jian didn't find it strange. Gambling, it was addictive. As long as one had opened something good once, one would look forward to a second and third time, and then become more and more addicted. Chen Fei didn't make a move right away, but instead hugged Dark Cloud and walked around for a bit to take a look. Manager Xiao Gu stood on the stage and shouted a few times, "Everyone, a total of 3,680 pieces of spirit ore have arrived today. First come, first served. Also, these 10 pieces of town shop spirit ore remain untouched. I wonder if someone can give us a long look today. Town store spirit ore?" Chen Fei looked towards Lin, and the other party pointed to the 2-meter-tall spirit mines behind Xiao Gu and explained, "It's those 10 large spirit mines. Each one has a strong fluctuation of spiritual qi and costs 10 million upper-grade spirit stones. Its high price has subdued the vast majority of people. On top of that, it's still because its stability is so poor. There had once been someone who had opened an SS-grade beast pet egg from it. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones could definitely not buy an SS-grade beast, making a huge profit. Of course, there were also people who only opened a few Xianling grasses and lost money to their grandmother's house. So much so that these big spirit mines are generally not something people dare to touch." Both of them expressed their understanding. Gambling on stones. Gambling is not its uncertainty. Meow among those big stones. There are several pieces of purple qi suffused. Before Chen Fei could ask Wu Yun spoke up first on his own. It seemed that this town store spirit mine was indeed something. However, 10 million top-grade spirit stones and 100 million middle-grade spirit stones were really a lot. The current Chen Fei simply couldn't take out that many spirit stones, so it was better to start with a small or first. Meow, this piece has most of the blue qi, and only some of the purple qi. At the prompting of the dark clouds, Chen Fei noticed a monstrous piece of ore. It wasn't big. It was L-shaped, uneven, and at a glance, it wasn't something that hid anything good, and those who had seen it shook their heads and gave up. Price: 2 million medium-grade spirit stones. Due to the poor selling quality, the selling price was also several $100,000 lower compared to other spirit mines. Chen Fei didn't get his hands on it right away, but instead looked to see if the Holy Dictionary could recognize it. The result was obvious: no. It was blocked by the rock layer and did not reveal any useful information. Watching Chen Fei keep staring at this piece, Lin couldn't help but wonder, "You don't want to buy this piece, do you? Take my word for it, this sells too poorly. Open it up. Even if there is something, it's not very big." Chen Fei didn't listen and retorted, "Heavenly treasures aren't measured in terms of size, but quality. With quantity but no quality, even more is in vain." After saying that, Chen Fei picked up this piece of ore, and at the same time asked Tang Jian to pick up the piece next to it as well. That piece was even smaller but had a regular shape and was of a very correct color, and was priced at 1.6 million medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei was just using this piece as a front. He couldn't open all the ores to find something good, so the shopkeeper definitely wouldn't continue to sell him ores. Watching the two men carrying the ore to the stone opening place, everyone else made way. Yo, still a fledgling, picked the 2 ugliest spirit ores. "What do you know? Look at this face, obviously still a student. Not a lot of money. This is why they came here to take a chance." No, you've all misunderstood. This is the favorite contestant of this year's 100 Cities competition. A very powerful bug cultivator. Kryptonite big brother yet. Oh ho, bug cultivator, Interesting. Big brother, these 2 spirit mines are not enough, right? Have a few more. People who crowded in the gambling stone field didn't necessarily want to gamble. Sometimes it was fun to watch others open stones. It was just like opening a blind box. No one knew what was inside, fully satisfying people's desire to explore. Chen Fei managed to squeeze through the crowd with great difficulty. "I want to open these 2 spirit mines." The mine cutter looked at it. Together with the cutting labor fee, A total of 3.7 million medium-grade spirit stones. Payment first before opening the stones. Chen Fei directly gave the spirit stones without blinking. The money was also won from the gambling ring anyway. But in the eyes of the audience, it increasingly solidified the name of Kryptonite Big Brother. Little one, this one cut first. At Chen Fei's command, the mine cutter instructed his demonic beast, the knife ghost mantis, to make his move. The knife ghost mantis utilized its two-handed blade to quickly cut the rocky epidermis of the spirit, or jade-like minerals appeared after the epidermis was cut. Knife ghost mantis continued to do so until the layer of jade material was emptied cleanly. At this point, a walnut-sized kernel was revealed. The mine cutter handed it to Chen Fei, who opened it himself. The others either came over or stood on their tiptoes, wanting to see what was inside. Chen Fei gently opened it, revealing what was inside. It was a bead-like object, crystal clear and glowing with a blue-white light. When the crowd took a look, they all shook their heads. This isn't a moonlight bead, possessing a weak light element in it. It's not too useful. This is only a little over 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones when fully counted. It's a loss. Still too young to understand the essence of stone gambling. Xin Lin and Tang Jian also brought a few moments of pity. Such a good skin, but it turned out to be opened with this. Sure enough, one never knows what's inside until it's cut. Cut the second piece. The crowd looked at the misshapen piece of spirit and were not optimistic. Instead, it was Chen Fei who was full of confidence, and the show began. Chapter 94, 9 Heaven's Enlightenment Willow. The blade ghost mantis still cut off the surface skin first, only to find that only a portion of the inside was jadeized, while the other portion was just ordinary rock. It directly chopped off the rock layer and continued to cut through the jadeized matter. This time, it was completely different from earlier. The jade object was just halfway cut when the crowd sensed the aura of lightning. Possessing a lightning attribute. I'm afraid that the item this time isn't simple. This lad is lucky. The second one came out good. I've seen this spirit mine a long time ago. I always thought it wouldn't produce anything. I didn't expect to look away. As the last blade fell, the item inside revealed its true colors. It was a piece of dead wood that looked scorched and black. Judging from the lines on its body, it looked more like it had been pierced by lightning. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. I thought it was some kind of lightning attribute spirit treasure, but I didn't expect it to be just a branch that was struck by lightning. I told you, this kind of deformed stone doesn't ship. Both of them lost money. It seems that this young man doesn't have much luck. This wind direction shifted rather quickly. Chen Fei picked it up and observed it for a while. The purple chi that Dark Cloud had mentioned should not be simple. Suddenly, he found a splash of deeply hidden shoots in the place where the deadwood had cracked. Information about the deadwood finally appeared before his eyes. 9 Heaven's Enlightenment Willow in Nirvana. Attribute: Elemental, Life, Yin-Yang, Auxiliary. Qualification: SS. Potential: expected to be promoted to Immortal Plant. Remarks: this willow once encountered a thunderbolt, and then, unable to defeat it, preserved its own vitality in this withered wood. After countless years, it sprouted again, encountering a thunderbolt. Isn't that an existence that is about to ascend? It's a pity that it didn't hold out and had to start over. If one nurtured it, would it be able to return to its peak? Thinking of this, Chen Fei directly collected this deadwood into the middle of the resting soil space. After all, it's 2 million medium-grade spirit stones. Take it back as an ornament. The others somewhat admired Chen Fei's optimism. Right, young man, don't be discouraged. Just consider it as spending money to buy a lesson. Big brother still open it? The so-called no. Maybe you can open something good with the next one. Chen Fei let out a laugh. Open? Must open. If I don't open a good item today, I won't go back. Manager Xiao Gu also saw the atmosphere over here. Not only did he not ruin it, instead he gave some drinks to Chen Fei's few people, letting them eat and drink well and open more stones. He liked this kind of rich and generous white guy the most to come and gamble on stones. What they didn't know was that Chen Fei had gotten a bit of a sweet tooth and was even more impatient than they were. Meow, this one has a faint orange-red glow. There was an orange-red glow? Dark Cloud. How many colors are there in the chi you observe? And what do they represent? Dark Cloud couldn't say much about this. After all, it could only figure this kind of thing out on its own. Meow, the chi I can see is roughly divided into gray, green, blue, orange-red, and purple. Gray chi, I only see it in ordinary people, None of them have the talent for imperial beasts. Purple, on the other hand, is for those with the strongest qualifications. Currently, the people who can see purple chi, one is Yu, one is Tuoba Ziyuan, the others, what with Jiangyi, Nangong Xingchen, etc., are only orange-red. According to the ordering of the dark clouds, the first spirit or that had just been cut off was green. The moonlight bead that was opened was also very average. As for the dead wood, it naturally didn't have much potential, but after all, it was left behind by the 9th rank of the 5th level, so it belonged to the blue chi. The one shoot, on the other hand, was the newborn of the 9 heavens enlightenment willow, which possessed unlimited potential and was worthy of purple chi. Meow, by the way, there is another kind of chi for black. I've only seen it on headless angels. I don't know what it represents. Dark clouds do not know. Chen Fei is even more unlikely to know. Can only wait for the future to understand. You said that this oval spirit or is orange-red, right? So let's take it first. Chen Fei then asked Tang Jian and Shen Lin, one of them to hold one at random, and he would pay for it. This way, alternating between the real and the imaginary, it was easier to hide from the public. Tang Jian held a green chi spirit mine, opened out for the purple haze stone, can absorb the heaven and earth chi, and then transformed into spiritual liquid for cultivation. Only this transformation rate is extremely slow. It's better to use the spirit stone directly to cultivate. Shen Lin's for the blue gas spirit mine, open the shark teardrops, can be used for treatment and other uses. The price is about 3 million middle grade spirit stone, earn some sum. However, in the eyes of others, the 4 so far, still a loss, will not attract much attention. Cut this one for me too. The crowd saw Chen Fei come holding an oval-shaped spirit or, whose appearance resembled an egg. But often, the more egg-like a spirit or was, the one that was opened was not an egg. This one costs 3.2 million medium-grade spirit stones. This young man is really rich. Can it not be rich, opening 5 in one breath? Too trenchant. If this one doesn't have any more goodies, then he'll have to lose money. Chen Fei laughed in his heart. It was impossible to lose money. The 9 heavenly willow of enlightenment alone was worth 1 SS demonic beast egg. So he had made a fortune, right? With the knife ghost mantis peeling after, orange-red gas spirit or, will also reveal its true colors. Chapter 95, Earth Emperor Green Fire. Halfway through the peeling, a rich flame breath came to the face. It drew the attention of someone at the gambling venue. Xiao Gu also immediately rushed over, before commanding, close the space of the gambling venue. Don't let this flame escape, and then invite the demonic flame fire dragon. Powerful flames possessed a certain amount of spiritual intelligence. If there was no corresponding means of control, it would be easy to let them escape, which was a scene that no one wanted to see. As for the Devil Flame Fire Dragon and the Xian Ice Phoenix, they were precisely the 5th level shop-keeping beasts of the gambling casino, and could also suppress the flames and ice crystals that were opened out at any time. Knife Ghost Mantis also became careful, one cut lighter than the other, afraid of not paying attention to be hurt by this flame. Before the last few cuts were made, the green flames burned the jade object to a crisp, and then lifted directly into the air, ready to leave. Only the owner of this place had long ago invited someone to place a spatial confinement, where it was so easy to escape. Afterwards, the demonic flame fire dragon detained the flame with one hand. However, this flame was not willing to be captured in this way, and gathered a large amount of fire elements from the air before exploding out in one fell swoop. Instantly, greenish-green flames filled the entire stone gambling arena, and those tables, chairs, benches, and whatnot directly burned clean. Only the crowd and the spirit mine were unharmed as they were protected under the fire shield by the demonic flame fire dragon. However, the scorching heat caused everyone's sweat to pour out and they avoided it again and again. The fact that a fledgling flame could freeze with a rank 5 beast for so long was enough to prove how powerful it was. It was also fortunate that it was a newborn flame that hadn't really grown up yet and had no power in its wake, or else the consequences would have been severe. The huge flame became smaller and smaller until it finally turned into a green-colored fire, controlled by the demonic flame fire dragon in the heart of its claws. Xiao Yu's voice came along with it. Congratulations to this customer for opening the top-grade goods. If I'm not mistaken about the fire, this fire should be the Earth Emperor Green Fire. A flame condensed from the corpse of the Earth Emperor Fire Qilin. It is above the Beast Fire and below the Foreign Fire, between the 3rd and 4th level. Of course, if there are other flames to feed it subsequently, advancing to a Foreign Fire is not impossible. Xiao Yu was not mistaken, it was roughly similar to the description of the slaying sacred Canon. The people at the scene were all surprised. It's actually the Earth Emperor's green flame. This thing is something special. A foreign fire is the same price as a SS grade beast pet. A beast fire between level 3 and level 4, that is, between an S and SS ranked beast pet, is worth at least 6 to 7 million top-grade spirit stones. 3.2 million mid-grade spirit stones opened up for 7 million top-grade spirit stones, directly doubling it by more than 20 times. This person is not only a kryptonite bigot, but also a European emperor bigot. The vast majority of people cast envious gazes. The feeling of opening the top-grade goods in just 5 spirit mines was too good. What was originally lost was all earned back at this moment. Xiao Gu's voice came again. This little brother, our subterranean dragon spirit mining shop is sincerely accepting this fire seed at an offer of 8 million upper-grade spirit stones. Or you can deposit it at our subterranean dragon chamber of commerce headquarters and auction it with tomorrow's goods. Of course, you can also choose to store it yourself. The subterranean dragon chamber of commerce was one of the largest chambers in the country, and its scale was far above Jiangnan's evergreen chamber of commerce. The Earth Emperor's green flame was certainly good, but it was exclusive to fire-type demonic beasts, and Chen Fei could not use it for any of these 3 beasts at the moment. Besides, how could it be that simple to feed a beast fire into an alien fire? For Chen Fei, it was even more of a thankless task. Without much hesitation, Chen Fei directly opened his mouth. Then, let's exchange it for 8 million upper-grade spirit stones. With 8 million upper-grade spirit stones, Chen Fei would have enough capital to continue mining. Xiao Gu was overjoyed. All right, little brother is quick. I will immediately send someone to prepare the spirit stones. When it came to the auction house, this Earth Emperor Green Flame would most likely fetch 10 million top-grade spirit stones, so of course Xiao Gu was happy. However, he heard Chen Fei waved his hand. There's no hurry, manager. I have to continue looking at the stones. The money for the next stone opening will be deducted from it. Xiao Gu was even more delighted. That's certainly no problem. Go ahead. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Jian and Xin Lin both came over. Chen Fei, take what you can get. These 8 million top-grade spirit stones are enough for you to use for a long time. That's right, you lose 9 out of 10 times when you gamble on stones. Winning for a while doesn't mean you can win for a lifetime. Chen Fei knew the good intentions of the two and patted their shoulders. Don't worry. I know in my heart. When have you guys ever seen me do something I'm not sure of? He deliberately winked towards the two. Xin Lin immediately understood. You mean? Before he could say it, Tang Jian covered his mouth with one hand. Chen Fei also compared a silent gesture. Don't be shocked. Just bury it in your heart. No need to say it. Xin Lin nodded heavily, with a lot of shock still hidden in his eyes. All right. Keep looking at the stone. This time, Chen Fei directly skipped over the small spirit mines. The good stuff was almost emptied by Chen Fei. His gaze fixed on the medium-sized spirit mines, each of which was more than a meter high, priced in the range of 1 million top-grade spirit stones to 2 million top-grade spirit stones, which ordinary people could not play with. Without the 8 million upper-grade spirit stones from the Earth Emperor Green Flame, Chen Fei wouldn't have dared to set his eyes on this place. Interesting. This big brother seems to be heading towards the medium-sized spirit mines. I'd like to see what other goodies can be opened from a medium-sized spirit mine. Chen Fei strolled around with Wu Yun in his arms. How is it, Wu Yun? Are there any more top-quality goods? Dark Cloud nodded. Meow, there are a few orange-red chi and 1 faint purple chi. Very good. There was another purple chi. That could be something to look forward to. Chen Fei didn't walk straight towards that spirit mine. Instead, he turned around 7 times and touched it for a long time before arriving beside this spirit mine. He was ready to pick it up along with the other one next to it. Right at this moment, a rough voice came out. Wait! I have my eye on this spirit ore as well. Chapter 96, Spirit Mine Gambling. The crowd followed the voice and looked. It was a man with a slightly chubby figure, in his 30s. Wearing on his body, he was wearing expensive things, the kind that were trenchant at a glance. Only his face was a bit pale, clearly a sign of overindulgence. If it isn't Yuan Kong of the Yuan clan, I didn't expect him to actually come over today. This is the real big shot. Chen Fei and Tang Jian came a little closer to Xin Lin. What's this one's origin? The surprise in Xin Lin's eyes hadn't completely faded, and now it reappeared. This is the young proprietor of the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce, and there is naturally a competitive relationship with the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce. That's why both sides often send people to each other's gambling stables to cause some trouble. I didn't expect Yuan Kong to personally come over today. Yuan Kang's purpose was very simple, digging out the store's top-quality goods. then the remaining spirit mines naturally would be ruined. The other party could only immediately get in a new batch of goods, or else I'm afraid they would have to close down in the next few days. The moment Xiao Yu saw Yuan Kong, his face directly darkened, but he couldn't kick him out. He was just the manager, not the proprietor of the subterranean dragon chamber of commerce. This little brother, how about letting me have this spirit mine? As soon as Yuan Kong arrived, he set his eyes on the spirit mine at Chen Fei's feet. If it was any other spirit mine, then it didn't matter to Chen Fei. There was no harm in letting it go. But this one had a faint purple aura. Even if it wasn't as good as the Nine Heavens Enlightenment Willow, it wouldn't be too far off. There was no way he would let it go. Sorry, can't let it go. Chen Fei shouldered the spirit ore and prepared to go and open the stone. Yuan Kong also froze for a moment, to think that there was someone talking to him like that. He asked unexpectedly, "You don't know who I am?" Chen Fei shook his head. "I'm here to gamble on the stones and am not interested in who you are." Yuan Kong scared twice. "Interesting, really interesting. I ran into something new when I went out today. Since we are all stone gambling enthusiasts, I won't bully others." Xiao Yu, when two people look at a stone at the same time, what should they do? Xiao Yu originally didn't want to pay attention to Yuan Kong, but now that he was named, he had no choice but to come forward. There is a rule in the gambling stadium. When two people have their eyes on a stone at the same time and do not humble each other, the ownership of the stone can be decided in the form of a gambling fight. A capitalized speechlessness appeared on Chen Fei's face. How is it that there are gambling fights everywhere in this imperial city? However, not being able to fight in public, gambling fights had indeed become the best solution. Unlike last time, the gambling fight at the stone quarry was of course based on spirit minerals. Each person picked 3 spirit mines of the same grade each. Whoever opened the stone and harvested more in total would win. Moreover, the 3 spirit or harvests involved in the betting fight would ultimately belong to the winner. How about it? Do you dare to have a betting fight with me? Yuan Kong stared at Chen Fei with a smirk. He really hoped that the other party would be able to follow. After all, there were not many people who dared to have a betting match with him anymore. Chen Fei sighed. It seemed like there was no escape. Since there was no way to avoid it, it would be better to just fight. Let's bet then. Yuan Kong clapped his hands excitedly. Well. It seems like I've come to the right place today. I haven't even gambled with anyone for most of the year. Then Xiao Yu, I'll ask you to be a witness in this one. Xiao Yu helplessly took over. All right then. For this one, the medium-sized spirit ore will be used as the gambling grade. You guys have 10 minutes to pick the spirit ore. After 10 minutes, you may not change the spirit ore again. The gambling match will now begin. As Xiao Yu's words fell, an imperial beast, the Mingyan guinea pig, jumped out from Yuan Kong's arms. It was guinea pig-like in appearance, not too big, and had a rock-like dorsal fin on its back. As suspected, this beast possessed the rock and magnetic field lineages. It had a special skill, magnetic field probing. It could transmit a magnetic field to the earth, and from the magnetic field feedback, it could obtain the approximate location of heavenly treasures. Nowadays, it could similarly use the magnetic field to probe the things in the spirit mine, and then feedback the likeness, size, shape, etc., before allowing the Imperial Beastmaster to judge what was in it. So the knowledge base of the Imperial Beastmaster was also quite a crucial part. This narrow rock guinea pig was the first time Yuan Kong brought it over, causing the subterranean dragon spirit mining store to not have a prohibition in this regard. After knowing the abilities of the Song Rock guinea pig, Chen Fei did not pay much attention to it. Its abilities were not bad, and it was already considered to be over the top within the stone gambling arena. However, it was not as good as the treasure-hunting mouse, much less the dark cloud. The 3 spirit ores were quickly selected, and the 2 men had them transported to the cutting table respectively. You first or me first? Yuan Kong was still jovial. Seeing that you are so sure of yourself, then you go first. Chen Fei was afraid that if he started first, the other party would be intimidated. The customers all gathered around to watch the show. In their eyes, the spirit mine gambling could be more interesting than the Imperial Beast battle. The only one who became the busiest was the Blade Ghost Mantis, a lifelong bull and horse. The first spirit mine was quickly revealed to be a beast pet egg. Based on the shape, energy, and quantity of the feedback from the narrow rock guppies, Yuan Kong locked onto the spirit mine in the first place. Because it was not just one, but a litter. S-class star devouring rock armor beast pet eggs. 5 of them, worth 6 million top-grade spirit stones. As Xiao Yu announced its value, The audience couldn't help but cry out in shock. As expected of you, One Kong, the door is open. If this trend continues, I'm afraid that one is even more powerful than the other. I wonder if that little brother can hold up. Chapter 97. Did Dark Cloud look away? Under the attention of the crowd, the second spirit mine took shape. Before it was even fully opened, an icy cold aura swept across the entire spirit mining ground. Some people tightened their clothing and still felt the cold before they began to shiver. Xiao Gu hurriedly ordered down, "It's an ice crystal type spirit. Quickly take the relative measures." First it was the beast fire, now it was the ice crystals. Today's gambling stadium was quite lively. Subsequently, a pink ice crystal broke through the jade object, and like the Earth Emperor's green fire, it chose to break through the air. It was a pity that it ended up in the same way as the Earth Emperor green flame. This time, Xiao Yu failed to recognize this ice crystal and could only call in the Spirit Treasure Research Master in the Spirit Mining Store Kong Simiao. This object is rather special. If I haven't seen it before, it should be the corpse of a cold soul ice shark in the ocean, which gradually formed into an ice crystal after years of evolution. For some unknown reason, this ice crystal came to the land and was in the middle of a special and icy cold environment. Finally sucked up the cold power there, only slowly formed the current appearance. It should be an unrecorded ice crystal that is only one step away from foreign ice. The crowd smacked their lips at these words. Close to the existence of foreign ice, which means it's worth at least 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Kawa kawa. 2 consecutive big openings. Is this Yu One Kong's strength? There's a third one. I wonder if it will be even more exciting. The crowd all looked at the third one and realized that after cutting it open, it was actually 2 ivory tusks. The ivory tusks were covered with densely packed Tangyun patterns that looked exquisite, and there was a faint blue light flowing from them. Kong Simiao was the first to gather around, and the whole person was about to plop down. That excited appearance was like a drunkard smelling a precious brew that had been around for years. Good, good, good. This is the tusk of the ancient 5th-level Demon King Tangyun Mammoth. It has great historical significance and research significance. Not only that, before it died, it injected its own energy, comprehension and whatnot into the ivory, which is the inheritance of their clan. In other words, the person who obtains this ivory can completely let his own imperial beast learn some of the Tangyun Mammoth skills from it. Other than that, at least this ivory exists the art of multiplication, otherwise it can't be 4 or 5 meters long ivory, now less than 1 meter. Of course, having the appropriate attributes to learn, otherwise it's a waste. The skill of an ancient level 5 Demon King, that was definitely a rarity. Its rarity was not even weaker than the pink ice crystal just now. Final offer, 12 million upper-grade spirit stones. Yu One Kong's 3 spirit mines yielded a total of 28 million upper-grade spirit stones. TSK 28 million upper-grade spirit stones for 4 million upper-grade spirit stones. This money is too good to earn. It's true that it's good money, but it also depends on the person. Not everyone has this strength. Now it depends on whether that little brother's total amount of spirit mines can exceed Yuan Kang's. I'm afraid that's hard. Yuan Kong has 3 openings and 3 centers, while that little brother doesn't have that ability yet. This time, all the pressure was undoubtedly given to Chen Fei. No one was optimistic about him, even Shenlin and Tang Jian were sweating for him. Although they knew that Chen Fei also had a cheater, they just didn't know if this level of cheating could surpass Yu One Kong. Open. Only Chen Fei himself believed in himself. No, it should be said that he believed in the dark clouds. Yu One Kong's spirit or hadn't even been completely cut out yet, and the aura had already started to gush out. But all of Chen Fei's spirit or had only a thin layer of jade substance left, and there still wasn't much spirit chi surging. Most likely the waste mine. Shenlin anxiously pulled up a handful of hair and whispered, "Didn't Chen Fei say he had a solution? What's going on now?" Tang Jian shook his head helplessly. "I don't know. I haven't been in contact with Chen Fei for long. I only know that this guy is very doggy and likes to hide his cards the most. So what you're saying is that he still has undercards. Just read on to find out." The jade object was finally cut, and it was different from all the past as people directly opened beast pet eggs or either heavenly treasures. And Chen Fei directly opened an extremely high-grade spirit stone. And the surface of the extremely high-grade spirit stone didn't have any special patterns. It didn't look like a formation disc or inheritance or anything like that. Yu One Kong directly laughed out loud. Interesting, interesting. A spirit mine worth 1 million top-grade spirit stones. And as a result, You opened an extreme-grade spirit stone hard. This can't be the so-called comfort item, right? Ha ha ha. The others also looked at each other in disbelief. This kind of spirit was indeed quite rare, and they did not expect it to be encountered by Chen Fei. It was very much like you didn't open anything and then you were given a consolation item. This little brother's luck is too bad. How could he even come across this? Even if something else was opened, it would still be better than this. It's a pity. This spirit mine is a bust. There are still 2 pieces left. It's a bit hard for little brother to win against Yuan Kong. Chen Fei scratched his head. The orange-red chi spirit that Wu Yun picked should not be so simple. He believed that Wu Yun most likely was hiding something inside. Thinking of this, Chen Fei directly shattered the extreme spirit stone to see if there was anything else. It was a pity that Chen Fei still couldn't find anything special after rummaging through it for half a day. Could it be that the dark clouds had really looked away? Chapter 98. Ask Elder Kong to estimate the price again. The extremely high-grade spirit stone with nothing in it caused Chen Fei to fall into self-doubt. When others saw Chen Fei like this, they thought that his confidence had been shattered. They'd sked a few times to express their pity. Even Tang Jian and Shen Lin did not know where to comfort. Suddenly, Xiao Gu's voice came from Chen Fei's mind. Chen Fei, I've sensed the insect race's aura. Are you sure? Chen Fei's mind, which had just sunk, immediately became active again. That's right, we all have special scents amongst the insect race. Only this kind of scent I've never smelled before. With Xiao Gu's affirmation, Chen Fei quickly acted. Taking the cuts he had just made, the larger chunks of spirit or rock epidermis, one by one, he picked them up and observed them, failing which he let the knife ghost mantis make a few more cuts. This moment of Chen Fei, in Yuan Kong's eyes, was a sign of struggle, which made Yuan Kong feel a little bored. What he wished for more was for Chen Fei to have the strength to fight against him for a bit. The feeling of being a chess rival was only comfortable, not a crushing game. Don't waste your time. Nothing good can be opened inside those little lumps. Being bored, Yuan Kong naturally wanted to end it early. As a result, he heard Chen Fei suddenly call out, "Finally!" The others all followed Chen Fei's words and found him holding a piece of amber that was only the size of a pistachio. After Kong Simiao saw the amber in Chen Fei's hand, he surrounded him at the first opportunity. He was good at this and was most interested in this type of thing. He held up the amber, and then looked at it again and again into the light. Inside were 3 insect-like creatures, only the size of an ordinary mosquito, but with a body shape more like a dragonfly. The whole body was made up of ice crystals, showing a translucent light blue color. Soon, Kong Simiao's surprised voice came out. This is a 3-turn frost demon compass from before the ancient times. The crowd all looked puzzled. They had not heard of this name. Elder Kong, what is so powerful about this 3rd-turn frost demon compass? That's a lot. Kong Simiao organized his words before speaking eloquently. The 3 revolutions of the 3 revolutions frost demon compass is not named because it sounds good. Rather, it possesses the ability to metamorphose 3 times itself. The conditions for their metamorphosis are easier than evolution. And when they metamorphose for the 3rd time, they can at least reach SS rank. The 3-headed parasite in this amber is already at S rank, which means that it has at least one more chance to metamorphose. Hiss. After Kong Simiao finished speaking, a sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. That is to say, all 3 of these parasites have a chance to be upgraded to SS grade qualifications. Wow, go on. Then that's much more precious than an S-ranked beast pet egg. That's right, the beast pet egg first needs to hatch out first. It's nothing if it doesn't. At this time, Yuan Kong interjected. Are you guys thinking less about one issue? These parasites have existed in the middle of amber for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and they're still alive? The crowd sniffed and calmed down afterward. That's right, amber wasn't formed in a day or two, and those 3rd-turn frost demon compulsions were afraid that they would have died through and through long ago. No, they are all still alive. Chen Fei's affirmative tone came out. The crowd all looked over, wanting to hear and see how he would explain. Chen Fei took the amber handed over by Kong Simiao. As we all know, amber is generally a compound made from the resins of pine plants, which are condensed by burying them underground for years. Generally speaking, there are no living things in amber. However, there are some possibilities, such as someone purposely sealing certain living beings into it, or if a creature crawls in and seals itself. But even so, very few living beings can survive such a long history. Those like the ruler jade were too rare. Chen Fei continued, In addition to the characteristics of the third turn Frost Demon Compass, there is another characteristic. When they encounter a natural enemy, they will choose to seal themselves, sealing their breath and life. So the third turn Frost Demon Compasses of this amber most likely crawled in on their own, and if that's the case, then there's still a possibility for them to survive. Kong Simiao had studied it for most of his life, but the third turn Frost Demon Compasses were too far away from now, and a lot of information had been buried in the river of history. So there were things he was unclear about, and he vainly asked for advice. According to you, then how do we wake them up? Chen Fei let out a light laugh. Simple. And then looked at Yuan Kong. Can I borrow that pink ice crystal? Yuan Kong waved his hand. Feel free. He also wanted to see what Chen Fei could get up to. Chen Fei just brought the amber close to the pink ice crystal and then stood still. A minute passed. The parasites amongst the amber began to move. Chen Fei explained at the right time. The third turn Frost Demon compulsions like cold environments the most, and the ice crystals with those special attributes are even more beloved. After they seal themselves, besides waking up on their own, the remaining way is to use the ice crystals to attract them. So please trouble manager Xiao to help capture them. Good point. Xiao Yu obliged. Not long after, the two third turn Frost Demon Compasses drilled out from amongst the amber, and then flew straight towards the pink ice crystals next to them. Only before they could pounce on them, they were captured and locked in the crystal box. Chen Fei secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was finally a good result. Now, please ask Elder Kong to estimate the price again. How much is a level 3, second order wild third turn Frost Demon Compass worth? Chapter 99. I want to open a town store spirit mine. Faced with Chen Fei's questions, Kong Simiao straightened them out one by one. A compulsion that is already level 3, second order is naturally more expensive than a beast pet egg that hasn't hatched out yet. Coupled with the fact that these level 3 Frost Demon Compasses still have one metamorphosis left in them, they have already defeated many S-rank beasts. That's why a single parasite was worth more than 3.5 million top-grade spirit stones. Plus the remaining research value of this already dead parasite. Quotable price: 8 million upper-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei opening a stone was really a twist. However, it was fortunate that he was persistent, or else he would really have to miss out on this amber. Who knew that it wasn't amongst the jade substance, but rather in the rock's epidermis. In other words, the first spirit, or Chen Fei, was slightly better. Interesting. Yuan Kong took out a stool carved from a dragon bone from his spatial ring and sat down while stroking the guinea pig's head. He looked at Chen Fei's other two spirit mines with considerable interest. The second one was not as convoluted and quickly opened up a gourd. The gourd contained the true Phoenix Nirvana liquid. The essence left behind when the water attribute Phoenix Nirvana, it was definitely a crucial spirit for S-class bird demonic beasts. The final offer, 9 million top-grade spirit stones. So far, it won Yuan Kong 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. It was down to the last spirit, or this one, on the other hand, was one of the medium-sized spirit mines with the most obvious orange-red aura. As the blade ghost mantis sliced and diced, a mighty pressure roared out, shaking the crowd backward and shaking Yuan Kong so much that he almost didn't sit still. The shock caused both the demonic flame fire dragon and the Shen ice phoenix to be unable to take off into the air, only landing on the ground. They actually felt the suppression from their bloodline from it. How terrifying a demonic beast would have to have such a suppressive power. Wow, go on. What is this thing? I've never felt such a strong killing aura in my lifetime. This kind of fury, it's almost condensed into substance. Isn't it? You guys see, the sword ghost mantis hasn't even made a move yet. That layer of jade is slowly being torn apart. Before the crowd could react, two beast teeth flew out from it before releasing monstrous baleful chi, terrifyingly incomparable. This is the sword teeth of the ancient thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger. Kong Simiao's shocked voice immediately spread throughout the scene. What followed was that everyone's jaws were about to drop to the ground, having trouble believing what they were hearing. This was because this thunderjack saber-toothed tiger was not an ordinary demonic beast, but rather an existence with SSS-grade qualifications. The lightning it grasped was not ordinary lightning, but a true lightning of heavenly punishment. The weakest was also at a level like the 9 heavenly divine thunder. At this moment, the two saber teeth were suspended in midair, coalescing to form a faint shadow of a heist thunder saber-toothed tiger. And this shadow was facing the dark clouds in Chen Fei's arms. It seemed to have traveled through time and space and came to a stare down with the dark clouds. The dark cloud loomed unafraid. In its eyes, the saber-toothed tiger in front of it was nothing more than a piece of chi, not much of a threat. Who knew that the thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger let out a hiss and rushed all of its baleful chi towards the dark cloud? Even Chen Fei was affected. The entire person's face turned pale and fell back several steps. The dark cloud was also enraged. A headless angel even more terrifying than this it dared to look at, let alone a pair of dead things. It utilized the purple aura condensed by its heavy pupils and glared back fiercely. In an instant, the virtual shadow dimmed by a few points. It was fortunate that the other party was only a dead thing, or else even if Dark Cloud had heavy pupils it wouldn't necessarily work. Roar! The silhouette roared towards the sky, and then slowly faded away, leaving only the two saber teeth suspended in front of Dark Cloud. Usually this kind of manifestation was a sign of recognition. It seems that little brother's cat demon is not simple. Kong Simiao was the first to react, how to say that the oldest being in here was used to seeing big scenes. Kong Simiao didn't bother to delve into Dark Cloud's secret, and turned to say in a loud voice, "The saber teeth of the robbing thunder saber-toothed tiger can be used for the evolution of cat-type and tiger-type demonic beasts. Due to the fact that it is a rare SSS-class demonic beast itself, it has great potential for excavation. It would have been worth at least 20 million upper-grade spirit stones, but since it has just been recognized, those who use it subsequently will encounter quite a bit of trouble, so it will drop a certain price. Even so, it's still worth 15 million upper-grade spirit stones." Xiao Gu picked up on Kong Simiao's words. Since Elder Kong has already quoted the price, then this little brother's 3 spirit ores add up to a total of 32 million upper-grade spirit stones. This little brother wins. When these words came out, there was a sigh of relief. Yuan Kong is already so powerful, and in the end he even lost. Gambling stones are really the most immeasurable thing. One can only say that this little brother's luck is too unbelievable. While the crowd was discussing intensely, Yuan Kong clapped his hands. Good, good, good. Today is very interesting. There are not many people who can make me, Yuan Kong, lose, and you, little brother, are one of them. Since it's a betting match, then these 3 items and this 1 spirit mine all belong to you. Yuan Kong was not furious because he lost the betting fight. Instead, he held admiration for Chen Fei. To be able to become the young proprietor of the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce wasn't a cutie pie either. A black cat that could make even the thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger recognize it was not a thing of the pool. As for Chen Fei, who was the owner of the black cat, how could it be as simple as it seemed on the surface? This kind of person could befriend as long as they could. Who would want to make enemies? That would be asking for trouble. Yuan Kong then spoke again. Anyway, my capital is only 4 million upper-grade spirit stones, but I have opened all the good goods of these medium-sized spirit mines. No loss at all. Only then did the crowd react to Yuan Kong's initial purpose, which was originally to smash the scene. Although the process was a bit more convoluted, the result remained the same. Whoever still went to pick the medium-sized spirit mines now was a cutie. After all the good stuff was already in Chen Fei's hands, and this batch of medium-sized spirit mines was considered a waste. Yuan Kong's words were simply murderous. Xiao Yu's face changed wildly, obscure, but more than that, he was helpless, who made both of them so perverted. Yuan Kong as in a good mood, packing up his things and preparing to leave, but he heard Chen Fei open his mouth towards Xiao Gu. Manager Xiao, except for the saber-tooth tiger tooth which is not for sale, the other 5 pieces are all pledged to your store. The converted spirit stones, I want to use to open the town store spirit mine. Even Yuan Kong stopped hard when he heard Chen Fei's words. Chapter 110 Ambush Killing Formation. I'm going to open the town store spirit mine. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked violently at Chen Fei, not expecting him to have this idea. Too bold, too courageous, too intriguing. Yuan Kong, who was about to leave, came back, and then pulled out the dragon bone chair to continue watching. How could one miss such a wonderful scene? Even the manager Xiao Gu was slightly surprised by Chen Fei's bold words. He didn't expect that the store spirit mine that no one had touched for a long time would finally have someone to get their hands on it. Xiao Gu shouted to, "Come on, bring out the 10 pieces of shopkeeper's spirit mines for Mr. Chen to select. The 5 pieces just now are valued at 45 million upper-grade spirit stones, plus the ones left in front, a total of 50 million upper-grade spirit stones. It's equivalent to Mr. Chen being able to open 5 town store spirit mines." Xiao Yu's title for Chen Fei had changed again and again, and now he was directly addressed as Mr. Chen. This was a recognition of his strength in stone gambling, as well as his financial strength. Wow, go on, you can open 5 of them. That's equivalent to having a half chance. That's no problem at all to open 1 or 2 good things. That's right, that's right. This has a high probability of producing an extremely high-quality spiritual treasure. Can it be that we're going to witness a miracle today? Although they weren't the ones who opened the mine, they couldn't help but rub their fists together as if they were the protagonists today. The crowd was attracted to the Zhandian spirit ore, already forgetting that there was another unopened ore in Chen Fei's hands. It was none other than that light purple chi spirit ore. Since this was the case, Chen Fei directly received it into the sacred canon space. The 9 Heavens Enlightenment Willow was only charred and unrecognized, but this piece was not necessarily so. It was better to wait until he was free and then slowly open it. Wu Yun, which pieces are the purple chi-filled ones you mentioned? Dark Cloud looked at it for a few moments, while then raised his small paw. Meow Block 2, Block 6, and Block 9. Just 3 pieces, ah. Chen Fei had thought that there were several pieces to come, but now it seemed that 50 million top-grade spirit stones was still too much to bet. In that case, let's open 4 and redeem the remaining 10 million upper-grade spirit stones to redeem the 3rd turn Frost Demon Compass. The Tong Yun Mammoth belonged to the tank lineage of demonic beasts, and was not very useful in Chen Fei's assassin lineage. The S-ranked rock lineage beast pet egg was not as strong as the obsidian giant rhinoceros. As for the pink ice crystal and nirvana liquid, the odds were that they wouldn't be used either. It was only the potential of the 3rd turn Frost Demon Compass that could make Chen Fei's heart flutter a bit. However, he didn't intend to contract it just as an alternative or cultivating it as the 2nd tier. After all, there was quite a bit of overlap with Xiao Gu's abilities. After making up his mind, Chen Fei began to feign hesitation as he walked back and forth in front of the 10 spirit mines. Let's open this one first. This one was an orange-red chi, so let's do it first. Xiao Yu responded. All right. Then as Mr. Chan said, let's start with this shop-keeping spirit mine first. Invite the Sword Ghost Mantis King over. The material of the town store spirit ore was much harder, and with the ability of the knife Ghost Mantis, it could only slowly polish it, rather than being able to directly cut it. Thus, the evolutionary body of the Blade Ghost Mantis was invited. The appearance of the knife Ghost Mantis King was even more ferocious and handsome, with the tentacles and end horns on its head, as if it were a crown, noble and incomparable. Under its sharp claw blades, the epidermis and jade objects of the town store spirit mine were as brittle as tofu. A piece of wood was soon opened. Kong Simiao recognized it with just a glance. This is immortal soul wood, which has many benefits on top of nourishing the soul and strengthening it. A more important point is that with the right approach, it can enhance the power of the soul skills of soul-oriented demonic beasts. Of course, it was only one section, not a complete immortal soul tree, and was a one-time consumable. And it only worked for some lower-ranked soul system demonic beasts, and was not very useful for a rank 5 demon king, otherwise it would be worth more. It's also considered a good spiritual treasure, worth 6 million top-grade spirit stones. The others all gave a secret cry of pity. The first spirit mine, a loss of 4 million upper-grade spirit stones. Normal, it's said to be a town store spirit mine, but it's actually just a relatively high probability of a good mine by 1 or 2%. Don't underestimate this 1 or 2%. It represents a higher ceiling. I don't know if little brother will continue or stop in time. For others, Chen Fei was losing money. But for Chen Fei, this cut-off immortal soul wood could be even more powerful than that Earth Emperor's green flame and the pink ice crystal. The ruler jade itself lacked the strength of a single strike. If this immortal soul wood is used on top of the soul suppression cage, it will definitely increase the power of suppression. Thinking of this, Chen Fei's mood was still quite wonderful, and he directly received it into the sacred canon space. Subsequently, it was the turn of the true purple chi soul suppressor store spirit ore. Then, in order, starting with the second spirit mine first. As the knife ghost mantis king sliced down, the situation where the aura surged did not appear. In full view of everyone, another extremely high-grade spirit stone was actually cut out, and it was also the kind without any engraved lines on the surface. Not to mention Chen Fei, even the others were a bit frantic. The town store spirit mine has opened up a single extreme-grade spirit stone. This is too pitiful. Is it possible that, like last time, there is some kind of amber or something like that present inside? Unlikely. The knife ghost mantis king sliced it very thinly and didn't reveal any of it at all. Chen Fei just couldn't believe it. Could the purple chi spirit mine still be as simple as just a piece of extreme spirit stone? It wasn't until Chen Fei picked up this piece of extreme-grade spirit stone that he realized the uncomplicated part. It had array patterns, but these patterns were translucent and almost invisible. If Chen Fei wasn't so close, he wouldn't have been able to find them. And it didn't know what special techniques had been used to engrave the formation patterns in the spirit stone. As if it was born with it, it was marvelous and incomparable. He himself was caught in a special environment. It could feel the killing machine in multiple directions, and no matter where Chen Fei turned, that killing machine was still directed at it, as if there was no dead angle in 360 degrees. When it tried to take a step, it realized that a large area of poisonous mist was madly surging towards it, and there were also a large number of hidden weapons in the mist. Before Chen Fei could really react, his consciousness returned to reality. Obviously, he hadn't dodged the attack and had already died once in this particular environment. At this time, information about this extremely high-grade spirit stone appeared in front of Chen Fei's eyes. 10 Ambush Formation Stone. A formation stone engraved by a formation master, which can be used by future generations to learn formations. Just by injecting spiritual qi, the special formation environment can be activated. No real killing power, only for comprehension. Among this formation stone, it possesses multiple proficiency levels of the 10 Faces Ambush Formation. Entry-level formation. From up and down, east and west, north and south, 6 directions composed of assassination-killing formation, forming a closed space to surround the enemy, gradually weakening the enemy's strength, take their lives. Skillful formation. Increase to 36 directions of the Big Dipper. Proficient level formation. Increase to 72 directions of the earthly deity. Peak level formation. Increase to 108 directions of the astral plane. Flawless level formation. 360 degrees without dead angle. Remarks. It is an assassination formation and can be learned, and can be used in conjunction with the ability of the Imperial Beasts. Seeing the information of this formation stone, Chen Fei could not help but breathe in. Chapter 101. Divine Art? Formation. It could be considered quite rare in this world, not to mention the fact that it was a famous assassination formation from ancient times. What was even more marvelous was that it could actually be used together with the ability of the Imperial Beast. If the formation was spread out and then the illusion element of Shikuju was added, the toxin of Kogu was added, and the various abilities of Dark Cloud were added. TSK. Just thinking about it made my scalp tingle. The most important thing was that this formation could be learned by Chen Fei, and he could use the kill value to increase his proficiency. This meant that in the future, Chen Fei would no longer only be able to rely on the Imperial Beasts to fight. He himself possessed a certain fighting ability. Even if this ability could only play a supporting role, it was still better than doing nothing. Worthy of being a purple chi spirit mine, the things that were opened out were different. Similarly, Chen Fei directly put it into the sacred Canon space, not giving Kong Simiao a chance to explore it at all. With his insight, he would definitely be able to recognize the wonders of this formation, and would not be able to get away so well then. Thus, Chen Fei could only put on a dejected look and spat out, "Manager Xiao, how is this town store spirit mine of yours even more of a pit than a small to medium-sized spirit mine?" Xiao Yu laughed inwardly, finally earning this kid a fortune, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Mr. Chen is joking, gambling on stones. There are always profits and losses. No one is a general who always wins. Maybe Mr. Chen will be able to open the next precious stone. Chen Fei pretended to be unwilling. "Then I'll take your advice. Open this one for me." Seeing Chen Fei's gambling demeanor, Xiao Yu was in a good mood. Only if this kid was distracted could he make more blunders. Yuan Kong, on the other hand, was a bit surprised, according to Chen Fei's vision. Since he was able to navigate through medium-sized spirit mines with ease, there was no reason for him to have a series of misses on the town store spirit mine. Could it be that he was holding back a big one? With such curiosity, Yuan Kong patiently watched on. As the spirit ore became thinner and thinner, through the jade, it could be discovered that there was something not so small hidden in it, and the aura was surging. It's hard to believe that it's really holding back a big move. Until the last cut fell, what appeared was a crystal box, and within the box was a well-preserved male corpse. Dressed in ancient attire with long hair, he was clearly not from this era. "Look guys, there is a red box padded under his head." With this person's reminder, the crowd realized this thing and became a bit curious for a moment. However, no matter how anxious they were, it would not help. After all, the one who could make the decision was Chen Fei. Instead, Chen Fei looked towards Kong Simiao. "Elder Kong, should I open the crystal box in this situation?" He really didn't have much experience with this kind of thing, so asking an older person would be the right thing to do. Kong Si Miao was silent for a moment before speaking. It's up to you whether to open it or not. However, my personal suggestion is that even if you want to take that red box, try to keep this body intact. It holds great historical research significance. Chen Fei nodded. I understand. Everyone back off a bit. He then commanded, Dark cloud, vacuum extraction. First, let a vacuum form on the periphery of the crystal box, and then after shattering the crystal box and removing the box, then let Xiao Gu reconstruct a new crystal box. In this way, the corpse could be kept in a vacuum environment. Kong Si Miao's eyes became different when he looked at Chen Fei. Mr. Chen's hand is awesome. It's too suitable for the archaeology world. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested in joining the archaeology team? Chen Fei? So sudden? If it was a peaceful era, the archaeology team would indeed be a respectable profession. It was not suitable now. I'm sorry, Elder Kong. I don't aspire to this. Kong Si Miao sniffed and had no choice but to give up. However, he still reminded, everyone back away a bit. It's better to be careful when you don't know what's in the box. As the crowd backed away, the mine cutters instructed the sword ghost mantis to open it. Knife ghost mantis almost went on strike. One of you hides far away and then leaves all the danger to me? It could be a little more doggy. Bam! The box was easily opened. There was no aura that was as compelling as expected. Nor was there any danger descending. Inside was just a very ordinary piece of jade slip lying inside. The jade slip's function was similar to that of a top-grade spirit stone. However, it was even more solidly structured than a top-quality spirit stone, and in addition to inscribing array discs, it would also leave behind some kind of inheritance or martial arts. Seeing the complicated patterns carved on this jade slip, it must be something real. Chen Fei carefully invaded his consciousness into it. The small strand of consciousness could be cut off at any time once it encountered danger. However, there was no such thing as danger, and Chen Fei even found a martial arts inheritance within it. The Imperial Spirit Art. The message that was transmitted was, demonic beasts were born with incredibly powerful flesh, while the human race was weak. However, the heavens had closed a door for the human race and opened one at the same time. The human race can awaken special Imperial beast talents, Imperial Thunder, Imperial Wind, and Imperial Soul, and have the most terrifying trait of all, which is the ability to constantly delve and learn. But there are always some people who cannot awaken any talent and are at the bottom of the food chain. A great powerhouse took pity on all living beings and researched a special martial art. Using the soul of a demonic beast as the foundation and the blood of a demonic beast as the guide, the shackles of the human body were opened, so that they could draw on the aura of heaven and earth for their own use, just like the demonic beasts. The stronger the demonic beast's soul was, the more potential it had. Of course, during the fusion process it was also more dangerous. After being able to draw spiritual chi, even without other talents, one could better cultivate martial arts to strengthen themselves. And this copy of the Royal Spirit Art had a relatively complete cultivation process. At the highest realm, it could reach straight to the king level. It could be said that this martial art was not just as simple as a martial art, it was a very important introduction for mortals to cross over into cultivators. For mortals, this was a divine art. The more he looked at it, the more Chen Fei felt that this martial art was of great significance. And at the same time, a question arose. Such an important martial art was not passed down. What happened in ancient times? In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Fei at this moment, some mental trance, are guessing that he actually saw what incredible things. Chapter 102, Universal Cultivation? Xiao Yu hurriedly ordered, Elder Kong, you should also take a look at what is in it to make Mr. Chen so surprised. Kong Si Miao did not push back. He himself was interested in these heavenly treasures, history, and culture. Perhaps there was something remarkable recorded in this. Seeing Kong Si Miao approaching, Chen Fei handed over the jade slip, not thinking to hide it. This thing was a divine object for mortals, and was worthy of the purple energy in the eyes of the dark clouds. However, for Chen Fei, who possessed the talent of the imperial beasts, it was more of a chicken rib. When Kong Si Miao finished reading the imperial spirit technique, the entire person unconsciously sucked in a cold breath, with an expression that was generally the same as Chen Fei. From shock to dismay to skepticism. It was even more unbelievable that Kong Si Miao, who had always been unperturbed by changes, would have such an expression. It was only after a long time that Kong Si Miao spat out a sentence. This is a great creation for the human race. Others? It's fine if you don't say it. Once you say it, it directly rises to the heights of the human race. No, it's just a piece of jade slip. Is it so exaggerated? Is it possible that this jade slip is hiding some kind of heaven-defying inheritance? Elder Kong, don't be appetizing. Quickly tell us what's going on. It was only under the urging of the crowd that Kong Simiao pressed his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Within this jade slip, there is an inheritance called the Imperial Spirit Technique. Using the soul of a demonic beast as a base and blood as a guide, it recasts the human flesh and breaks the shackles, thus drawing on the spiritual chi in the heavens and earth to become a cultivator. It doesn't have a threshold, only a danger exists the moment the soul enters the body. Does everyone know what this means? The others all shook their heads. Kong Simiao took a deep breath before saying in a loud voice, "This means that mortals who don't have the talent of a sentinel beast and are unable to draw in spiritual chi will be able to learn this sentinel art, thus reaching the era of universal cultivation." Universal cultivation. The moment these words came out, it was like a super tsunami, causing everyone's hearts and minds to be shaken. But anyone with a bit of brains could detect the extraordinary nature of this jade slip. That was the cornerstone that would make the human race powerful. Yuan Kong was also shocked by the contents of this jade slip, while his mind turned quickly. Merchants pursued profit. This jade slip allowed him to see no small business opportunity. He hurriedly spoke, "Mr. Chun, do you want to cooperate with my Quicksand Chamber of Commerce for a handful of years? Grant the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce the right to sell the Imperial Spirit Technique, and at that time, for every copy sold, the split will be 6-4, 4 out of 6 for you and 4 out of 6 for the Chamber of Commerce. No, even a 70-30 split is fine. The price can be discussed." Yuan Kang's words caused Xiao Yu's face to change drastically, not expecting the other party's brain to turn so fast. "My Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce is even more sincere, using 30 million top-grade spirit stones to buy the right to sell this Imperial Spirit Technique. And the same 70-30 split is possible for the follow-up. With such a large base of mortals, there was no fear of not making any money, and 30 million upper-grade spirit stones would quickly pay back the capital. The most important thing now was to increase Chen Fei's favorable impression, leaving the jade slip behind first. As for how to follow up, let the head of the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce go through the headache. Also, after he finished speaking, there was a sigh of relief. TSK. This 30 million top-grade spirit stone sales right is already enough to top the 3 town store spirit mines just now. Worthy of being a town shop spirit mine. Either nothing comes out, or it's a big open door, directly a divine-grade martial art. This little brother is already invincible. This draw from the Imperial Spirit Technique alone is enough for him to be rich for the rest of his life. A billionaire is not a dream. Naturally, Yuan Kong would not give up this opportunity to the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce. So he began to argue with Xiao Yu, bickering red in the face. Xiao Yu even directly dialed the phone number of the president of the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After the other party knew about it, he commanded, "Well done. Stabilize this, Mr. Chun. I'll be the first to arrive. If this comes to fruition, I'll give you a promotion." Yuan Kong saw how shameless the other party was, and quickly dialed his dad's phone. "Dad, quickly come to the Subterranean Dragon Spirit Mining Store. There is a big deal, comparable to a SSS-level beast pet." Yuan Kai heard, comparable to an SSS-grade beast that is hard to come by in 1,000 years? That's not bad at all. The first time he rushed here, the more Tang Jian and Xin Lin heard, the more speechless they became. They were still students and still had a long way to go. And Chen Fei had already reached the point where he didn't need to think about spirit stones. This human comparison would only exasperate people. Xin Lin couldn't help but lament. "I finally know why everyone in your school likes to call him Big Brother. It's because everything he did was too outrageous. Now he's a real big brother. I'm afraid that anyone who meets him in the future will have to call out Mr. Chun." However, the one who was more emotional was Tang Jian. He had thought that his efforts for a while could narrow the gap between the two sides, but how could he not have expected that the gap was getting bigger and bigger? It was so large that it was difficult to cross. Looking at the two Yuan Kong who were constantly arguing, Chen Fei had a headache and hurriedly interrupted them. "Both of you stop arguing for now. This can be talked about slowly. But for now, I would like to open another store keeping spirit mine." Both Yuan Kong and Xiao Yu stopped. It was also true that the argument between the two of them right now would not be able to decide whether the jade slip would stay or go, so it would be better to see Chen Fei open the stone first. Chapter 103 Life Crystals. The color of the last spirit ore was a few shades darker than the others, like the night sky, with bits of starlight shining in it. However, the more such a bright spirit mine, the more no one dared to open it. Usually, most of the things in this kind of spirit mine are related to meteorite iron. Meteorite iron was also divided into 3, 6, 9 grades, and most of them were used to make spiritual weapons, and there were even some that couldn't be cut artificially at all. This was the reason why a significant portion of meteorite iron couldn't be sold at a good price. I just don't know if this is the case with this spirit mine. As the knife ghost Mantis King went down with one knife after another, and had just finished chipping away at the surface of the rock and was ready to cut the jade object, one of the most powerful spiritual chi ever gushed out crazily. And then it swept through the entire spirit mining shop, and then after that spread to the streets. Even the people walking were startled by the sudden surge of powerful aura. Subsequently, the aura did not stop and directly shot up into the sky, forming a faint beam of aura visible to the naked eye. This scene caused the president of the subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce, who was on his way, to be dismayed. This isn't the direction of my spirit mining store. What the hell happened? Damn it. That guy Xiao, you couldn't have reported it all at once. Quickly, speed up. Yuan Kai, the president of the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce, was similarly shocked. Is this the SSS comparable beast that my son said? The commotion is too damn big. It feels like some kind of overwhelming demon has come out of the world. Quickly, speed me up. As this beam of light shot up into the sky, the entire imperial city stopped to watch. It had been years since they had seen such a big commotion. The last time this time, it was when the mists invaded. Tuoba Yuan naturally also paid attention to the situation here, and let out a broken curse. Which asshole is messing around blindly? Afterward, his figure disappeared, weaving directly in the direction of the beam of light. High in the sky, there was also a figure flying rapidly towards this place. Spirit Mining Store. Some people had actually made a breakthrough under the rush of this spiritual chi, and hurriedly found a corner to make a breakthrough. Even Chen Fei had a vague feeling of a breakthrough. It was really because this aura was too much. The jade object simply couldn't carry the rush of this aura, and it shattered open, revealing what was inside. It was a round bead with the color of a deep night starry sky. Green Underworld Xian Kuan Life Crystal. Quality, Grade 6. Source, ASSS Class Green Underworld Xian Kuan. A Demon King crystallization of rank 5, Step 9, with a complete inheritance hidden within. Function. The vast majority of the Kuan clan's inheritance is only suitable for the Kuan clan. The devouring lineage contained within it allows the Underworld Crystal Compass Kings serve each skill to metamorphose. Surprisingly, it was the inheritance of the SSS-ranked Green Underworld Xian Kuan. Moreover, the degree of completeness of its inheritance was above the saber teeth of the hijacking Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger. In the next moment after Chen Fei had just finished reading the information, a mighty pressure so powerful that one could not raise their heads descended from the sky. Immediately afterward, the ceiling of the spirit mining store began to shatter and fall. Fortunately, there were 2 rank 5 demon kings present to turn these falling debris into pieces. The crowd followed and raised their heads, realizing that a huge object was falling underneath the spirit mining store. Everyone winced. If this were to fall straight down, they would definitely be crushed into meat cakes. The spectators, who had always been talkative, could not even utter a single word at this moment, completely dumbfounded. Chen Fei was also looking at the 4-winged whale Kuan with a surprised expression. What about the promise that it would never land? It's all a lie, it's all a lie. If it was correct, it should have come for the Qingdian Xian Kuan's crystallization. Having this crystallization around would likely allow it to go further. When the passersby saw the 4-winged whale Kuan, their mouths were open so wide that they could completely stuff an egg. The first time they then left the range of the 4-winged whale Kuan's pressure. Otherwise, if it really snapped, it wouldn't even be able to escape. The 2 presidents who had just arrived were almost scared to death. Others might just be curious about the 4-winged whale Kuan. But they knew that this was a powerful existence of rank 5, Step 8, and there wouldn't be many people in the entire imperial city who could deal with it. Duh! A Kuan sound resounded throughout the entire imperial city. The king-level imperial beast masters who were practicing appeared one after another and rose into the air. Tuoba Yuan also arrived at this moment, first blocking off the surrounding space, not allowing anyone to take half a step closer before standing up in front of the 4-winged whale Kuan. What are you here for? Tuoba Yuan asked while standing ready to let the sublime illusion butterfly hidden in the void strike, transferring the 4-winged whale Kuan to another dimension. I came for the sake of my clan's inheritance, not to find trouble with humans. The four-winged whale Kuin's consciousness was transmitted into Tuoba Ziyuan's mind. At the same time, it also made him breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that he wasn't looking for trouble. Otherwise, he would have to destroy half of the city. Tuoba Ziyuan looked downwards and instantly noticed the green underworld Xian Kuin crystal that was emitting powerful energy. And standing in front of the crystal was none other than Chen Fei. This little guy, why is he here? Couldn't be that the really big commotion was caused by this guy, right? With a flash, Tuoba Ziyuan came in front of Chen Fei. Tell us what the situation is. Chen Fei was succinct. I came here to gamble on a stone, and then open the life crystal of the Kuin race. Tuoba Ziyuan's face darkened a few points. Sure enough, it was this little guy. Talent is strong, but the ability to mess things up isn't weak either. Tuoba Ziyuan grabbed Chen Fei's shoulder with one hand and captured the Qingdian Xian Kuin's crystallization with the other to come in front of the four-winged whale Kuin. Tell me, how do you two plan to settle? Chapter 104. Continuing to gather wool. So it's very simple. I only want my clan's demon crystals. The four-winged whale Kuin was very clear about his intentions. Tuoba Ziyuan explained to the four-winged whale Kuin. Currently this demon crystal belongs to this young man, and he has to agree to it. Then he looked towards Chen Fei. So what are your thoughts? In front of the two big brothers, Chen Fei appeared very small at this moment. But even if it was small, the rights and interests that should be fought for still had to be fought for. SSS grade Qingdian Shuangkuan, the life crystallization of a rank 5, 9th rank demon king with a complete inheritance. I don't think I need to say more about its value. I just want to know, what benefit would it be to me to hand it over to you? The Tuoba Ziyuan on the side was a bit nonplussed. It was such a valuable life crystal. To describe it as being of great value would not be an exaggeration. Even he was a little moved. It was no wonder that the four-winged whale Kuin would break its custom and land down. Hearing this, the four-winged whale Kuin also fell silent. It had only been attracted over by the aura that rose up to the sky, and in its haze, it had sensed that it might be the life crystals of the Kuin clan. It just hadn't thought that it was actually a Qingdian Xian Kuin. That was an even more powerful existence than their four-winged whale Kuin. It could completely use this one crystal to go even further. Because of this, its degree of preciousness was beyond imagination. After a long period of silence, the four-winged whale Kuin broke the deadlock. This is the most valuable thing I have on me. After saying that, it spat out a bunch of things. Earthly demon stone, star meteorite iron, dragon scale fruit, illusion-breaking bead. All of them were grade 4 and 5 heavenly treasures. Among these things, the individual pieces are not as good as the life crystals, but they are by no means weak. You pick 3 pieces to go. At the same time, I will impose my clan's brand on you. This brand can protect you 3 times, as long as your strength is below the 5th level, 6th rank, and not the strongest attributes such as time and space. Moreover, if I am nearby and know that you are in danger, I will also go to help. This is my greatest sincerity. It had to be said that the conditions given by the four-winged whale Kuin were quite good. Even Tuoba Ziyuan was a little envious. This was equivalent to having an additional level 5, grade 8 guardian beast. It was simply too good to be true. As for Chen Fei, he was also ruthlessly moved. Heavenly materials and treasures not to mention, these 3 life-preserving brandings were already something that others would beg for. However, he didn't agree right away, but instead made another request. In addition to that, I also want 3 drops of your heart's blood, so that my beast pet can be further advanced. The Kuin race all possessed the devouring lineage attribute, the Qingdian Xian Kuin had it, and so did the four-winged whale Kuin. The heart blood of the four-winged whale Kuin could also help Xiao Gu's serpentine evolve. In this way, not only did Chen Fei not lose, he even made a huge profit. Although the heart-head blood was difficult to harbor, 3 drops was not much for a four-winged whaling Kuin and was completely acceptable. Deal! Deal! After everything was done, Chen Fei suddenly came up with, Big brother, I have yet to meet an existence as powerful as you. Can I touch you? For winged whale Kuin? Tuoba Ziyuan? What kind of strange fetish is this? However, the four-winged whale Kuin didn't care. It wouldn't take off a few pieces of meat if he touched it. Of course, the two of them didn't know that Chen Fei had started wool gathering again. Meow, life-devouring skill. Swap, swap, swap. With the four-winged whale Kuin's heart blood, serpentine eating could be morphed into devouring, and in this way it was repeated. Meow, what about 9 heavens oceanizing? Change it again. Flight-type skills were only a boost for Dark Cloud, but not the best choice. Meow, the opponent is too strong, and the aura used for duplication is too much, only enough for one last time. This one is Yin Yang Increase. The one man and one cat saw fit not to touch the four-winged whale Kuan again for fear of the other party's revulsion. Afterwards, the four-winged whale Kuan rushed up into the sky and quickly disappeared before their eyes. Yin Yang Increase. Kuan-type demonic beasts not only mastered the power of devouring, but at the same time, there were also some that mastered the power of Yin and Yang. One could strike the seal of Yin and Yang into the body of the being increased, and excite it at any time. When excited, the Yin and Yang forces reverse each other and will enhance the power of a certain skill. Current proficiency, entry level, can enhance the power of the next strike skill by 50%. Chen Fei's heart was directly capitalized. To be able to boost the power by 50% at entry level, this is too damn terrifying, right? If this were to be a peak level skill, it would boost it by at least 100%. Its degree of terror could be imagined. Worthy of being a four-winged whale Kuan, worthy of being a level 5 8th order demon king, there was no such thing as a simple skill. Without any hesitation, Chen Fei asked Wu Yun to replace the seal of increase. Suddenly, Chen Fei cast his gaze towards Tuoba Zuan. Big brother war god. I've never seen a space-type demon beast before. Can you let me touch it twice? This would not be heaven-defying if the dark clouds could replicate spatial system skills. When Tuoba Zuan saw Chen Fei's anxious gaze, and combined it with what Chen Fei had done in the artificial secret realm, he knew that this guy definitely wasn't holding back any good farts. Get lost. There's still a whole lot of things to take care of. I don't have time to play with you. After saying that, Tuoba Zuan brought Chen Fei to the ground. Afterward, he gathered everyone at the scene. I called you all here for one thing only. Not a single word of what happened today must be said to the public. It's not that I don't believe you, but for the sake of stability, you all made the heaven and earth oath. Just pretend that nothing happened today. At the same time, I will specifically have someone place a layer of restraints on you so that if someone uses soul torture, mind detection, memory stealing, and other means on you, you will be able to know it at the first time to ensure your safety. What Tuoba Zuan said, they all understood and knew that it was for their good, so they naturally wouldn't refuse. It was just a pity when they couldn't take this matter out to brag about their greatness in the future. As for you kid, come with me. Before Chen Fei could agree, he was forcefully dragged by Tuoba Zuan into the artificial secret realm. The location that appeared was exactly where the prickly velvet water spirit had stayed. Is the prickly velvet water spirit in your hands? Chen Fei knew that this matter could not escape Tuoba Zuan's pursuit, so he had no choice but to admit, that's right, it is indeed in my possession. Do you need me to put it back? Tuoba Zuan waved his hand. That's not necessary. After saying that, he seemed to have remembered something, and the whole person fell into silence. Only after a while did Tuoba Zuan open his mouth. The thorny velvet water spirit is my son's favorite imperial beast, and now that it's in your hands, it won't be buried. I hope you can take good care of it. Chen Fei had recalled that Su Shanhai had said that Tuoba Zuan had no offspring. What about having a son now? What about your son? Tuoba Zuan raised his head and looked at the sky, avoiding Chen Fei's line of sight, not wanting his forlorn look to be detected by the other party. My son and daughter-in-law, traveling around the world with their children, who knew that they had encountered the mists. Tuoba Zuan did not continue, but Chen Fei already understood everything. He was a human war god, but at the same time he was also a miserable commoner. Sorry. Chen Fei knew that he had spoken too much. All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Chen Fei indeed had nothing else to do and was about to leave when he paused again. Wait. There is one thing that needs to be settled. Hearing Chen Fei in such a solemn tone, Tuoba Zuan looked over curiously. What? Chen Fei held out the jade sketch. This is the imperial spirit technique, which can help mortals embark on the path of cultivation. A short sentence, but it caused Tuoba Zuan's heart to ripple. Chapter 105. Dark Cloud Evolution Transitional Thunder. Chen Fei handed over the jade slip. The Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce both wanted the right to sell this imperial spirit art, but I didn't give it. I think it's better to give it to the military. For one thing, the price you set won't be too outrageous. After all, the object of sale is mortals, and they don't have much money themselves. Secondly, you can utilize the Spirit Sentinel technique to raise a special army to... Tuoba Zuan held the jade slip and was a bit mesmerized for a moment. He actually saw a few moments of human righteousness in one of his students. No wonder Su Shanhai held him in the highest esteem. Talented, capable, and with the heart of the human race. Just ask, which leader wouldn't like such a little guy? After reading the Imperial Spirit technique twice and confirming the wonders of this gongfu, he patted Chen Fei's shoulder in delight. Good boy. Although you like to mess around, what you mess around with is good. I'll accept this jade slip, and when the time comes, I'll utilize the military's official website to sell it. Only charging 1 million lower grade spirit stones, which is really not expensive, because this will be the first grade 5 martial art in the Imperial Spirit continent. At the same time, the military will split all the revenue with you 50-50. After all, it's not easy to raise an army, so please understand. However, I will apply for you for special merit above first-class merit with multiple uses. At the same time, I will apply for more than 30,000 contribution points as compensation, and I will personally add another 20,000 contribution value. On top of that, I will help you apply for a 60% discount on contribution value exchange. Feasible? Okay. Chen Fei did not refuse. Even if there were more spirit stones, it would not necessarily be possible to buy good heavenly materials and treasures, and the good things were all controlled by the major chambers of commerce. Only things that were inferior, or whose uses were unknown, would be put up for sale. But the army was different. There would be more, better quality heavenly materials and treasures or beast pets. As long as you had enough contribution points, you might even be able to exchange them for spatial and sealing demonic beasts. Seeing Chen Fei agree, Tuoba Ziyuan was very pleased. When Su Shanhai had recommended it, Tuoba Ziyuan was only somewhat interested in Chen Fei. But now, he did have a hint of a mind to take in a disciple. Only to think of his son's matter, Tuoba Ziyuan suppressed this thought. However, it wasn't impossible to give some resources to help him grow, right? These are for you. 2 items appeared in Tuoba Ziyuan's hands. I know from the others that your cat demon was recognized by the thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger, but it's still missing something if it wants to evolve. It just so happens that I still have a hijacking stone in my hand, which can increase the probability of evolution. As for this one, it's a SS Grey Dream Compass Core. I don't know if it will help your compulsion. Chen Fei stared blankly at these 2 items, before looking up and asking, "What are you?" Tuoba Ziyuan smiled. "Didn't Xiao Su say that you don't have the resources of a king-level Imperial Beast Master? Then there are now. If there is anything else you need in the future, you can come to me." At this moment, Chen Fei was overwhelmed with thoughts. He did not expect that one day, he would also be looked upon by a king-level royal beastmaster. Even more so, he hadn't expected that this person would be a human war god. When he thought of his previous life self who had survived through the cracks, Chen Fei was overwhelmed with emotion. Afterward, Tuoba Ziyuan gave Chen Fei a few pointers before letting him leave. After leaving the artificial secret realm, Chen Fei began to take stock of today's harvest. It was no longer enough to describe the harvest as abundant. Using horrifying would be appropriate. When added up, 100 million top-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be able to buy these things. The first thing Chen Fei did was to insert the 9 Heavens Enlightenment Willow into the resting soil and pour in some Earth Spirit Crystal Dew. As for what would happen afterwards, it would have to rely on itself. Afterwards, he took out the saber teeth of the hijacking Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger, as well as the hijacking transformation stone given by Tuoba Ziyuan, and a few other things. If it was just the saber teeth, it would need 1 million kill values to help it evolve perfectly. With the chemojacking stone, the kill value was reduced to 500,000. Only now, Chen Fei was so poor that he didn't even have 500,000 killing value. If it wasn't for the 100,000 parasites in the Baiwa mountain range that were still in the midst of a frenzy of killing, not to mention 500,000, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the 100,000 or so that he has now. Thus, Chen Fei walked to the contribution value exchange area, and the 20,000 contribution value from Tuoba Ziyuan was already enough for him to use for a while. Coupled with the things he had redeemed, it lowered the use of the killing value to 100,000. Dark Cloud. The evolution may be painful later. Be sure to hold on. Meow for the sake of revenge. A little pain is nothing. Alright, let's get started then. Chen Fei raised the kill value, and the red light didn't directly disappear into Dark Cloud, but wrapped around the saber teeth, extracting the essence and heritage of the saber teeth before it disappeared into Dark Cloud's body. Instantly, above Dark Cloud's flesh, there was a blue-violet light flowing. Meow! Ow! The blue-purple lightning seemed as if it was going to tear it apart. The sound of agony hovered throughout the sacred Canon space. The other demonic beasts were resonated by the sound as if the pain was in themselves. What Chen Fei did not know was that as the dark clouds evolved, the outside world followed suit. The clouds in the sky became strange. First, layer after layer of dark clouds were spread together, and then they formed a vortex shape. The pedestrians on the street were startled by the sight. Ma! Which big guy is going to cross the threshold? Hurry up and run. Do you want to be struck by lightning? It's worth it to come to Imperial City to see a thunderbolt. The various king-level Imperial Beast Masters were once again awakened. First the four-winged whale Kuan fell, and then the Thunder Tribulation. Today is really a big event frequently Even the High Priestess and the others who were lurking in the shadows were surprised. It was also the first time they had seen this kind of situation, and they were more or less nonchalant. Among the human race, there is actually an existence that has transited the tribulation. Isn't it only possible for a Peak King grade 9th ranked Imperial Beast Master to undergo an apocalypse? According to the information I have, there shouldn't be anyone who has reached this realm, right? Is it possible that it's one of those old monsters that don't come out of the world? That would be unknown. If there really are such strong people, then one has to be on guard. The High Priestess put on his clothes. Let's go and take a look as well. At this moment, all parties were out in force. As for Tuoba Ziyuan, he had been in the sky above where Chen Fei lived. The moment the robbery cloud appeared, the first thing he thought of was Chen Fei's cat demon evolution. Is this kid so reckless? He didn't check the information properly. Doesn't he know that if he wants to control the robbing thunder, he has to be struck by the robbing thunder first? The physical body couldn't carry the calamity lightning, so how could one control it? In the sacred Canon space, Chen Fei and Dark Cloud were suddenly thrown out by the sacred Canon. This was still the first time. While he was still in a daze, he spotted the sky's calamity clouds and was scared out of his wits. What about the promised perfect evolution? Why do we still have to cross the calamity? While he was surprised, Tuoba Ziyuan then shifted him and the dark clouds to the mountains outside the city. He didn't want the city he was in charge of to be lost to the tribulation lightning. Chapter 106. This is Chen Fei's true strength? Tuoba Ziyuan even overlapped the location where Chen Fei and Wu Yun were with a few layers of spatial barriers, preventing it from being spied on by outsiders. As to whether or not it would be shattered by the tribulation thunder, that was unknown. Even Tuoba Ziyuan was panicking as it was his first time to come into contact with the robbing thunder. Kid, why don't you stay away from that cat demon? Do you want to be struck by lightning together? The flesh of demonic beasts was too much stronger than humans. With Chen Fei's current flesh, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry it for even a single moment. Ow, Chen Fei. Take Ruler Jade and Xiao Gu and stay away. Don't get caught in my wave. Chen Fei was still worried. Such a big battle. Never experienced it in 2 lifetimes. Ow, go away. While driving Chen Fei away, Wu Yun felt his flesh in the midst of constant recasting. Like a hammer, it was constantly pounding on the reddish sword embryo before it became more and more solid. Not only that, Wu Yun's originally small body was currently growing larger. Although not as long as the ancient thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger's 10-meter-long body, but at this moment also reached more than 3 meters. Still covered in black hair, but his face was more powerful and domineering. The 2 canine teeth above the corners of the mouth followed to become longer, although not as exaggerated as the saber-toothed tiger, but in an invisible way to the dark clouds added a few points of majesty. Its heavy purple pupils, at the moment mixed with blue-white, became even more shining. Roar! The original cat's cry transformed into a tiger's roar at this moment. Only the dark cloud's tail curled, firmly tethered to Chen Fei, and then threw it out. It had already sensed that the robbing thunder was about to arrive. Dark cloud, hang in there. I still have 3 more times of the 4-winged whale Kuan's shield here. I won't let anything happen to you. Chen Fei was ready to use the 4-winged whale Kuan's shield at any time. Even if he used it all up at once, he would not allow anything to happen to Wu Yun. Right at the moment Chen Fei's words fell, the first robotic thunderbolt fell. It was bluish-purple in color, as thick as a bowl, like the hammer of the god of thunder that descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed on top of the dark clouds. Chen Fei and the 2 beasts in the distance, their hearts thumped. That kind of might was too terrifying, directly smashing out a deep pit. It was only after a while that the dark clouds climbed out of the pit, their legs and feet trembling a little, but it didn't look like there was much going on. At the same time, a blue-purple lightning mark was added to the body of Wu Yun. Tuoba Ziyuan came to Chen Fei's side, preventing him from scampering out. He hadn't experienced a lightning tribulation, but he had once studied some of them. The first one, the violet heavenly divine thunder. Although it's the weakest tribulation thunder, it's not to be underestimated. That blue-based mark that appeared on your imperial beast also represents that you can control the violet heavenly lightning in the future. Chen Fei hurriedly asked, "How many robberies and thunderbolts do I normally have to go through?" Tuoba Ziyuan was also unable to give a clear answer. "I only know that the stronger the talent, the more lightning tribulations one goes through. It is generally divided into 3, 6, and 9. As for how many passes your imperial beast will go through, I'm not sure then. However, according to my guess, at least 6 passes. After all, it's a heavy pupil no matter what. How could it be simple?" Chen Fei inwardly followed with a thump. Yes, Wu Yun was a heavy pupil possessor. How could his talent be weak? In the next moment, another robbing thunderbolt fell. Unlike the one just now, this one appeared white, carrying a divine aura. Pure world white thunder, belonging to the thunder of purity. It is not particularly threatening to normal living beings, but it has a natural restraint to evil demons and Chong, and to things that are filthy and dirty. After seeing the dark cloud absorb the pure world white thunder, Tuoba Ziyuan felt more and more that investing in Chen Fei was the right thing to do. When this dark cloud grew, it would naturally restrain the evil beasts in the mists. The third robbing thunderstorm poured down after brewing. This one took on a black color and carried the aura of death. Surprisingly, it's the black thunder of extinction. This thunder not only targets the physical body but also the soul. It's not that simple. Listening to Tuoba Ziyuan lament, Chen Fei let Ruler Jade strike at the first opportunity. Ruler Jade, Soul Guardian. A large soul bell appeared above the dark clouds, guarding them. Xiao Gu followed suit and spread a crystal barrier above the dark clouds. Only then did Tuoba Ziyuan have the opportunity to observe Chen Fei's third imperial beast up close. With 2 horns on its head, it had a strange pattern of growth and a fox-like appearance. After rummaging through his mind for a long time, he never found any information on the corresponding demonic beast. It wasn't until Ruler Jade used its skill and the vertical pupils on its head followed the moment it opened, that Tuoba Ziyuan reacted violently. Ancient Dream Soul Fox. How could this be possible? Shouldn't this clan have already disappeared in the river of history? Tuoba Ziyuan then looked at Wu Yun, who had heavy pupils, and Xiao Gu, who had the heavenly crystal bloodline. The qualifications of these 3 beasts were all quite strong. If Wu Yun evolved successfully, it would be 1 SS class and 2 S classes, full of potential. No. Tuoba Ziyuan discovered an even more terrifying scene. Under the extinction black thunder, Dark Cloud could no longer preserve its strength and used the earth-heavy sticky sand with all its might to resist the robbing thunder. And the aura on Wu Yun's body was of level 3, stage 7. In other words, Chen Fei was at least a senior 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster as well. This discovery caused even Tuoba Ziyuan, who was as steady as a mountain in the face of a 4-winged whale Kuan, to suck in a breath of cold air. So, this was Chen Fei's true strength. Had there ever been a first-year student in history who had reached an advanced 7th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster? There was almost none. What's more, there were still 3 months to go before the end of the first-year career. After 3 months, one would think that Chen Fei would already be at the advanced 9th rank, right? In other words, Chen Fei had caught up with the strength of a second year despite being a first year. It was no longer as simple as a genius, but a demon, an absolute great demon. Outrageous! Cursing darkly, Tuoba Ziyuan asked the Sublime Illusion Butterfly to arrange a few more layers of spatial barriers. Not only that, it also set up a few more layers of illusions. No one would be allowed to approach, much less pry. At the same time, his consciousness transmitted directly to the 4-winged whale Kuan in the sky above. Brother Kuan, keep an eye on it, and don't let the small and petty people get close. No problem. The 4-winged whale Kuan didn't go far. It had sensed the moment the tribulation thunder appeared. As for the rank 5, step 8, it was highly likely that it would also be able to take on the robotic thunder in the near future after the life crystals of the green underworld Shen Kuan. Observing the dark clouds crossing the tribulation at this moment would also be of no small benefit to it. As for Chen Fei, it had originally promised to help out some. As the extinction black thunder smashed down, Xiao Gu's crystal barrier and Ruler Jade's soul clock were just like papier-mâché and shattered in response. The earth-heavy sticky sand wasn't much use either. The dark clouds were once again smashed into the pit. Only, this time it was nowhere near as easy as the previous 2 times, with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and color hanging from his body. The most torturous black thunder strikes above the soul caused the dark clouds to struggle and roll around in the dirt. The four-winged whale cooing above the sky wanted to help heal, but was stopped by Tuoba Zuan. You must not. Neither you nor I can intervene, or we will also be targeted by the lightning of the calamity. The only ones who can intervene are Chen Fei and its imperial beasts, who are one in themselves. Hearing this, the four-winged whale Kuan then gave up. Only, even without the help of the four-winged whale Kuan, the injuries on Wu Yun's body were in the process of getting better. Original. At the moment the robbing thunder fell, Wu Yun had added the effect of Yin Yang increase to Star Healing. Chapter 107. Dark Cloud. The roasted fish is here. Under the increase, the effect of the healing was enhanced by a few points, which allowed Dark Cloud to recover quickly. However, the sky's robbing clouds did not dissipate, and robbing thunder was still brewing. Chen Fei's heart sank. It was true that he was right by Tuoba Zuan. The dark clouds would have to undergo at least 6 robberies and thunderbolts. He could only hope that the subsequent robberies and thunderbolts would not be so terrifying. On the other side, the High Priestess and the others had only arrived at the foot of the mountain now because Chen Fei had been suddenly diverted. However, they were clearly at the foot of the mountain, and they were dead set on not being able to see the situation on the mountain. The war drum master beat a drum while listening with his side ear. The drum sound didn't travel over, but bounced back. There should be something blocking the front. It's Tuoba Zuan. The High Priestess thought of this person at the first moment. This person possesses a spatial system demonic beast and cannot be defeated at this stage. He is a human who even the Lord has praised for his good talent. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to run to a small city like Tianqing City to develop our power. The crowd then realized that the High Priestess was so scornful of this Tuoba Zuan. The war drum master asked once again, "So what now?" The high priest was silent for a moment before spitting out a single word. "Wait! These illusions of Tuoba Zuan are warnings. If we enter rashly, we will likely be detected. This will not be favorable for our follow-up actions." None of the people objected, and the high priest was as steady as ever. Following the route he had set out, very few mistakes were made. In the sky, the 4th tribulation thunderbolt finally fell after brewing. The color of this thunder was different again, being red, like a flame. This one is the Red Lotus Karmic Thunder, a thunder that targets sinners. The more innocent killings one commits, the easier it is to be targeted by this thunder. If your imperial beasts do not create too many innocent killings, there is no need to fear this thunder. With the popularization of Tuoba Zuan, Chen Fei was relieved. That is to say, the robbing thunder actually removes the negative things of the transiting person. The less negative things, the easier it is to transverse the robber thunder. Tuoba Zuan gave an approving cry. According to the information I viewed, this is indeed the case. That's why for the 4-winged whale Kuan, who flies at the end of the white clouds all year round and does not compete with the world, it's instead easier to cross the tribulation thunder. These words, in fact, were purposely said by Tuoba Zuan to the 4-winged whale Kuan. As for us, being in this chaotic world, we can only kill to prove the Tao. Chen Fei nodded heavily, which meant that when he crossed the tribulation in the future, he would definitely run into this tribulation thunder again. But that was all in the future. If we could carry through the 10 evil kings, it would be useless to think that much now. The 5th thunder was a gray robbing thunder. This is the purgatory heart demon thunder, visualized by the heart demons, full of all kinds of temptations, or into the past amongst the visions. If one has too great an obsession in their heart, or those who had made an oath of heaven and earth and did not keep it, and other such circumstances, they will be heavily injured by this robbing thunder. Just as Tuoba Zuan finished speaking, Chen Fei's throat lifted again. Dark Cloud's obsession was not small, and he did not know if he would be able to pass through it peacefully. However, before the two of them could react, the 6th robbing thunderbolt had already fallen. Its interval was shorter than the previous ones. This is the red dust robbery thunder. Any living being has their own bonds or affection, love, and some become regrets, hatred. These are more unfavorable for crossing this calamity. It seems that your imperial beast obsession is very deep, and your obsession is like a devil. That's why you let these 2 robberies fall back to back. Dark Cloud, who was lying on the ground, did indeed go into the middle of his memories. The 6-winged headless angel carrying a heavy sword was blocking its front. And at this moment, it was being held in someone's arms. It was that familiar jasmine fragrance. The dark cloud looked up, Wasn't that the one of the person it once wanted to follow? But the next moment it was thrown out by this person. Meow, don't. The moment it was thrown into the sewer, Dark Cloud saw the girl once again fall in a pool of blood. Soon, the scene was replayed again ad infinitum. The Thunderbolt was utilizing this obsession, this regret, to completely shatter Dark Cloud's heart. And then later, the Dark Cloud was in the middle of a white space, with nothing but a dead tree. No, I should say it didn't want anything. It was afraid to see the girl fall in front of it again. Just want to be so lonely lying under the dead tree, the rest of life. So sometimes, the robberies of the inner world were far more terrifying by a few points than the robberies of the physical body. Dark clouds. Dark Cloud. Wake up, Dark Cloud. Chen Fei and Ruler Jade and Xiao Gu kept using their consciousness to transmit their voices over. Even if there was only the slightest possibility of help, they would not give up. Dark Cloud, you forgot. We haven't defeated the Headless Angel together. Wu Yun. This big brother will not allow you to die before me. Wu Yun, you promised to go with me to find my people. The lying Wu Yun suddenly raised his head. It seems, someone called me? Dark Cloud. Another sound. The Dark Cloud stood up and spun around, finding nothing. However, the dead tree behind it had actually started to sprout. There was finally another color in this white space. These little sprouts slowly grew and then turned into bubbles. On the bubbles, there were some images in them. Xiao Gu, Ruler Jade. Lock that black cat for me. Damn. This black cat even knows how to hide in the earth? Dark Cloud couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched the woeful appearance of the one man and two beasts trying to tackle it. They were so stupid. Dark Cloud. The roasted fish is here. Dark Cloud. Use the quicksand technique. Dark Cloud. Look at that stone with a purple aura. Dark Cloud. I'll definitely take you and tear that Headless Angel apart. As if touching a keyword, Dark Cloud finally recalled it. It turned out that it had more than just that girl in its world. In its current form, it had Chen Fei, as well as Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade. The bubbles on the tree all shattered at this moment, and it grew into a huge tree. Green grass and flowers continued to grow on the ground, forming a prairie. A milky white shadow landed behind Dark Cloud and softly shouted, "Dark Cloud!" Dark Cloud stiffened. What a familiar voice that was. Looking back, who else could it be but that girl? She squatted down and stroked Dark Cloud's head. Dark Cloud. I've never blamed you, you don't need to blame yourself. I can't accompany you on the road ahead. But there's someone to replace me, isn't it? Laughing twice, the girl continued. Don't carry all this hatred. That's too tiring. Just live well. The moment she said that, the girl went up in smoke. The white space also shattered open at that moment. Dark Cloud opened his eyes, but couldn't control his tears. Roar. Painful tiger roar. Meow. A relieved cat meow. Dark Cloud's huge body followed and shrunk to its most primitive form. Only 6 lightning marks appeared on its back. The sky's robbery clouds also began to slowly dissipate. Chen Fei patted his chest. There was a scare. Fortunately fortunate. Just when both he and Tuoba Ziyuan felt that it was over, the silhouette of the robbery thunder saber-toothed tiger suddenly appeared on the dark clouds. Roar. It let out a roar towards the sky, and as if the robber cloud was enraged, it actually coalesced once again. The 7th robbing thunder was about to fall down. Chapter 108, Xiao Gu's strongest strike. Chen Fei's entire being was bad. What is this saber-toothed tiger up to? Tuoba Ziyuan was thoughtful. The hijack thunder saber-toothed tigers are SSS-ranked super-strong existences and have mastered the hijack thunder. Logically, they are one of the demonic beasts that have the most hope of transcending and ascending. However, I don't know why, but every time, at the moment they are closest to ascension, they either die unexpectedly and violently or suddenly disappear. As a result, for such a long time, there is no record of the hijacking thunder saber-toothed tiger ascending. They are categorically, namely unwilling, which is why they roar towards the sky. Chen Fei did not expect that the hijacked thunder saber-toothed tiger had such a past. However, it was also true that after all, it was something that happened before the ancient times, and it was normal for him not to know about it. At this time, the robotic clouds were finished brewing and the 7th robotic thunderbolt fell. It was quite a terrifying scene. It was clearly a sonic tribulation thunder, but it coalesced into a large palm visible to the naked eye and descended from the sky. It was as if it was the wrath of the heavens that wanted to slap Dark Cloud to death. Dark Cloud naturally resisted, giving the sonic barrier an increase. But it was useless, it shattered at the first touch. Dark Cloud was directly slapped to the point where his internal organs ruptured and blood sprayed about. The most terrifying thing was that the sonic thunder hadn't ended yet. 2 more palms fell. In Dark Cloud's current situation, he would not be able to hold out at all. Chen Fei no longer delayed and hurriedly crushed the 4-winged whale Kuin's shield. As long as it could protect Dark Cloud, it would not be a waste. The High Priestess and the others at the foot of the mountain were also shocked. Is this the terrifying extent of the robber thunder? It's simply driving people to their deaths. A sonic thunderstorm visible to the naked eye. Just how condensed does this have to be to do this? There were still more SSS-class demonic beasts in ancient times, and after they ascended, the offspring left behind became weaker and weaker, either with a defective bloodline. The SSS-class beasts all had a hard time getting through the robotic lightning, not to mention the current offspring. The High Priestess was pondering, always feeling that there was something strange about this time's tribulation. Logically speaking, the Ascension Tribulation would have to be a much bigger spectacle than the current one. But if it wasn't the Ascension Tribulation, what kind of demonic beast could cause a thunder tribulation? I've never heard of it. At this moment, the High Priest felt like he was in an information cocoon. This kind of information that he could not understand was unbearable. At the same time, it was also a kind of resistance in the face of the unknown. The shield of the 4-winged whale Kuin played a great effect. The 2 big sound wave of thunder only managed to break the shield. After all, this was only for the 3rd-level beasts robbing thunder, not the 5th level. However, it was also because of this action that made the robbery cloud even more furious. The gray-black robbery cloud became even darker and more lurid, as if the entire sky was about to tear apart. Tuoba Zuan hurriedly stopped it. Chen Fei, you can't use the shield of the 4-winged whale Kuin anymore. This power that doesn't belong to you will only make the next robbery's thunder even more violent. Transitioning a tribulation, in the end, is a test of the tribulator himself, and external interference is not a good thing. Chen Fei heard this and had no choice but to put away the brand of the 4-winged whale Kuin. He only hated that he was not strong enough to be so passive in everything. At this moment, Chen Fei's desire for strength surpassed that of the past. The 8th robbing thunderbolt roared down. This thunder was not in the form of a common lightning bolt, but rather took on the appearance of the 4 divine beasts. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu. They were made up of golden-colored lightning, representing the will of the heavens. Tuoba Zuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This is the 4-elephant judgment robbery thunder. The robbing thunder carries the meaning of judgment and does not allow for resistance or questioning. Perhaps it was because of the saber-toothed tiger's roar and the 4-winged whale Kuin's shield that attracted this robber thunder. Tuoba Zuan still had some words that he couldn't bear to finish. Rumor had it that many demonic beasts that had ascended to cross the tribulation in the ancient times had fallen on this lightning tribulation. He didn't say it, nor did he dare to say it for fear of affecting Chen Fei. However, even if Tuoba Zuan did not say it, Chen Fei could still feel the terrifying nature of this tribulation thunder. The 4 divine beasts were all beings above the SSS, and even if they were just of the same rank, the dark clouds at this moment would be hard to hold on to. Not to mention 4 heads appearing at once. How could this still be fun? Little Gu, I'm afraid I'll have to make your descendants bleed heavily this time. Xiao Gu instantly understood what Chen Fei meant, and although it was heartbroken, it couldn't care less at this point. Under its command, group after group of 3rd-generation parasites flew out from within the sacred Canon space. After a period of accumulation, at this point, the 2nd generation of parasites had reached over 100,000 heads. In other words, 100,000 heads of 3rd-generation parasites could be hatched in a day. Of course, the premise was that there was enough aura to support it. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of densely packed 3rd-generation insects were crowding out this space, as if they could suck a person dry in an instant. All of the accumulations from these days were here. They appeared, not to stack crystal barriers for the dark clouds, that didn't have much effect. Instead, using crystal reorganization, each of the 3rd-generation compasses was reduced to 0, and then several thousand of them reformed into a spider web. On top of each spider web, there were multiple crystals attached. These crystals infused with all the energy of the 3rd-generation parasites. Afterwards, they rushed towards the 4 divine beasts without a fight. The 4 divine beasts hadn't even made a move yet, and the worms below had already started provoking them. Could this be tolerated? Feeling their dignity being offended, they roared down as well. Explode. The moment the spiderweb stuck to the 4 divine beasts' lightning shadows, Chen Fei chose to let them explode themselves. This was currently Xiao Gu's strongest and most powerful attack. While self-detonating, it also detonated the energy of those crystals. Boom! Boom! 100,000 or so third-generation compasses surrounded a divine beast to self-detonate, and the commotion it triggered naturally wouldn't be too small. The sound of that explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. The high priest and the others at the foot of the mountain felt like their ears were about to go deaf. Even the people in the city were startled by the loud sound. Previously, the high priest had felt that the aura of this tribulation thunder was not enough, but this explosion knocked out his doubts. Other than a 5th-level demon king, a 3rd-level beast or 4th-level beast could cause such a commotion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it was truly an ascension tribulation, the high priestess was relieved instead. After all, in this situation, one would either fall or ascend. There were no more redundancies. In this case, it wouldn't affect his rhythm. Tuoba Ziyuan also stared blankly at Chen Fei. This brat, unexpectedly, still had such an undercurrent. With the energy triggered by this explosion, demonic beasts below level 4, Step 5 would not be able to carry it at all. Even for demonic beasts with higher strength, even if they didn't die, they would have to shed a layer of skin. I'm afraid that the only beasts that would remain intact would be rank 5 beasts. Coupled with the explosion of the 4 divine beasts' shadows, even the spatial barrier of the sublime illusion butterfly was shattered by a layer. The lightning tribulation of a rank 3 beast had shattered the spatial barrier of a rank 5 demon king. This made Tuoba Ziyuan's heart unable to calm down for a long time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there was such a demon in this world. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Tuoba Ziyuan asked the sublime illusion butterfly to set up a few more layers of spatial barriers. He even summoned all of his imperial beasts just to shield everything around him from anyone's prying eyes. He wanted to press this possibility to death, completely. The high priestess acted very steadily, and Tuoba Ziyuan was by no means bad either. Looking at Dark Cloud again. Although he was affected by the explosion, he was not seriously injured. Meow, thank you. Big brother Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu gave an arrogant cry. You've called me big brother. How could I let you die in front of me? In truth, its heart was dripping blood. Hundreds of thousands of offspring zeroed out in one hit. But now is not the time to be sad. The robbery cloud is still brewing. There is still a final blow. Chapter 109 SSS Class Dark Cloud. The last Calamity Thunder was also the one that Chen Fei feared the most. Hundreds of thousands of 3rd-generation compasses had already been emptied, and the 4-winged whale Kuin's shield and Tuoba Ziyuan's spatial barrier couldn't be used. So what else could he use? Could it be that the 2nd-generation compotes that had been accumulated for so long should also be emptied? The robber thunder would not consider Chen Fei's feelings. The non-stop rotating robber cloud had already finished brewing. The last of the robberies had already finished brewing, and the last of the robberies fell. There wasn't much noise, and it wasn't as exaggerated as the 4-elephant judgment heist thunder. It appeared as brown lightning, like leaves, gently drifting down. However, it increasingly gave off the feeling of an approaching storm. This calamity thunder, I don't recognize it. All of the previous robber thunders, Tuoba Ziyuan knew some of them from the ancient records. But this color of lightning was the first time he had seen it. Even the ancient books had never mentioned it. Whether it is good or bad, whether it targets the physical body, the soul, or the heart demon, not a single thing was known. I only know that when this lightning falls, it is silent and passes directly through the crystal barrier, the earth-heavy sticky sand, the soul bell. All the means of defense were directly skipped by it. I'm afraid that even the self-detonation of the 2nd-generation bugs couldn't stop it for half a minute. Seeing this scene, even Tuoba Ziyuan held his breath and stared at it dead-on. This could no longer be described as bizarre. Rather, it was terrifying to the extreme, avoiding everything and hitting the target directly. Could there be a more powerful robber lightning than this? Even Tuoba Ziyuan wondered if the dimensional illusion butterfly's spatial barrier would be able to block it. Thinking about it, he didn't dare to try. Otherwise, if the lightning tribulation targeted him later, it would be too late to cry. Right at this time of urgency, Dark Cloud felt an extreme crisis. It was as if it was locked in, and no matter what, it could not avoid it. At this moment, it could only harden its head. But it was also at this moment. Layers of shadows appeared on the Dark Cloud. It wasn't just the silhouette of a thunderjack saber-toothed tiger, but a group of them. Roar! Roar! It was as if they had traveled through time and space, bringing with them unwillingness and anger, only to step on this robber thunder. Afterward, it collided with this brown robotic thunder. It was only a moment. The power of the will of the robbing thunder saber-toothed tiger weakened, and then dissipated into the heavens and earth. Only the leading saber-toothed tiger looked back at the dark clouds for a moment before biting down on the lightning. The lightning slowly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead of being happy, Dark Cloud felt from the actions of the hijacking thunder saber-toothed tiger. Pathos. That's right, they were questioning the heavens in such a way. Why did the heavens give up on their thunderjack saber-toothed tiger clan? If not, why not let them ascend? Unfortunately, they still cannot get the answer. The dimmed-down robber thunderbolt ended up bombarding the dark clouds. The original silky hair disappeared, leaving only a scorched black patch. Its appearance was generally the same as the 9 heavenly wisdom willow. The robbery cloud in the sky finally dispersed. Chen Fei and the 2 beasts rushed to the side of the dark cloud at the first opportunity. Tuoba Ziyuan also hurriedly allowed his imperial beast to use his healing skill. It was only that Wu Yun's injuries were left by the robbery cloud, and normal healing skills could not have any effect. Wu Yun, how are you? Chen Fei and the 2 beasts were anxious like ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. The next moment, streams of light began to emanate from Dark Cloud's body as the brown robotic lightning traveled over it. And then, Chen Fei felt a full of vitality. The scorched blackness on the Dark Cloud's body fell off piece by piece, revealing flesh that carried 9 thunderbolts. At the same time, its ears and canines were covered with black lines, mysterious and incomparable. Moreover, under the dual enhancement of the robbing thunder and evolution, the energy on the dark cloud surpassed the past and needed to break through upwards. It was only that the Imperial Beast was unable to surpass the strength of an Imperial Beast Master, preventing it from making a smooth breakthrough. Thus, Dark Cloud poured this power into Chen Fei, Xiao Gu, and Ruler Jade. This was the back-feeding. Under the Qingdian Xian Kuin's life crystals washing over him, Chen Fei was already on the verge of breaking through. Now all the reasons added together made the breakthrough of 1 person and 3 beasts come to fruition. Chen Fei was an advanced 8th-ranked Beastmaster, and the 3 beasts were 3rd-ranked 8th-ranked. Tuoba Zuan was staggered. The feedback from the robbing lightning is just strong. Wait, this rate of improvement, it's already caught up with second-year students, Hiss. On the other side, Chen Fei looked up at the information on the dark clouds. Heavy pupil robbing thunder tiger. Strength 3rd level 8th rank. Attribute, replica, assassin, elemental. Qualification, SSS. Potential, expected to be promoted to divine beast. Skills, 1. Mirror of reproduction. Proficiency, peak level. 2. Heist thunder mastery. Can gather one's own thunder element or the thunder element in nature to trigger a jacking thunder attack or form a jacking thunder barrier, etc. Proficiency, entry level. Remarks. At the current proficiency level, you can use 9 heavenly thunder and white thunder of the pure world. The higher the proficiency level, the more imprinted heist thunder can be controlled. And due to one's lower strength, the power of the lightning triggered is relatively small and cannot be compared to a true heavenly tribulation. The only way to get closer to the heavenly tribulation is to be stronger. Chen Fei finished reading the message and directly capitalized. Nangong Xingchen's thunderous violet Lin that hadn't even mastered the heavenly calamity was already SS rank, and the dark cloud that had mastered the heavenly calamity was surely even more powerful. I just didn't expect it to directly cross over from S rank to SSS rank. This was too damn strong. There was also the line of potential, expected to be promoted to divine beast. Seeing these words, Chen Fei couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart even more. Above the SSS grade qualification was the immortal beast, and only after that was the divine beast. The potential of the dark cloud had already come to the divine beast class, which was a good indication of the strength of the robbing thunderbolt. This was the first time he had seen an imperial beast with such a high potential. The sublime mirage butterfly might also be there. It was just that Tuoba Ziyuan was not allowed to see it. Tuoba Ziyuan also moved a few points closer, and under looking and looking, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Chen Fei, this is SSS level now. Chen Fei had no intention of hiding Tuoba Ziyuan, who had been guarding him during the crossing. Yes, my first SSS grade imperial beast. Outrageous. At this moment, Tuoba Ziyuan was on the verge of doubting life. It had taken him decades to raise the Sublime Illusion Butterfly to SSS grade, and how long had it been for Chen Fei? It was less than a year in full count. This was too terrifying. Thinking about the hijacking thunder just now, if it was 6 hijacking thunders, the dark clouds should have stayed at the SS level, but it was definitely stronger than a normal SS level. But the robbing thunder saber-toothed tiger hardwired 3 more channels. This had invariably boosted dark clouds qualifications. After a long time, Tuoba could not help but exclaim, "Worthy of being a robber thunder. If you can't pass it, you can only die. After crossing it, it is a new life." Chapter 110, Drawing a Circle to Curse You. After this lightning tribulation, Chen Fei's status in Tuoba heart had risen another level. This was most likely the little guy who could surpass himself in the future. Thinking of this, Tuoba mood was quite good. With a successor, there was still hope for this world. Afterwards, Tuoba let the Imperial Beast erase all traces of this place. As for those spatial barriers and illusions, he didn't want to remove them so early. Leaving them behind could be used as bait to see which people desperately wanted to explore. Then, he might as well check on these people as well. Then he looked at Chen Fei. "Your qualifications are rare in ancient times. I realized that even I cannot teach you too much. At one time, I was still thinking about whether or not to take you on as a disciple. Now that I think about it, it's actually a bit of a mongrel. You don't need anyone to pave the way for your future. Just follow your rhythm. Perhaps you can give everyone a surprise." After thinking about it, Tuoba took out a colorido stone. It was grayish in red, almost faded red. "This is my personal private teleportation stone with the mark of the Sublime Illusion Butterfly on it. As long as it is within its teleportation range, I will be able to arrive first." "Thank you, teacher." Chen Fei had seen everything that Tuoba had done for him in the past few days, especially when Tuoba hadn't forgotten to take care of Chen Fei's emotions under the lightning tribulation. Chen Fei had then recognized the other party. People and people were all mutual, and how could Chen Fei not feel the kind of intention that Tuoba had for his juniors to carry him forward? Therefore, this teacher, he spoke from the bottom of his heart. Tuoba heart paused for a moment, as if it hadn't been touched for a long time. He emotionally patted Chen Fei's shoulder. "I am already old, and I have to rely on you young people to support me in the future. I hope that in my lifetime, I can see the day you grow up." "Definitely." Chen Fei nodded heavily. "Today you helped me to cross the threshold. In the future, I will also go all out for the one where I die with the 3rd evil king." After returning to his room, Chen Fei hugged the 3 beasts and lay on the bed, not wanting to move at all. There was too much happening today, another stone gambling and another robbery. It was simply too much to digest in a moment. Especially the robbery, it came so suddenly that there was no mental construction at all. Even up until now, his heart was still jolting wildly all the time. "Dark Cloud, didn't you turn into a big tiger in front of you? How come you've turned into a kitten now?" Dark Cloud was paralyzed like a water droplet on the bed. It was the one who was the most tired. "Meow, I can switch back and forth between the 2 forms." "Oh, that's great. Normally, it's cat form when there's nothing to do, convenient for jerking off the cat, and tiger form when fighting, fierce and dominating, and it can also bluff the opponent a bit. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Meow, I think I'm so strong now. I can totally hang Tenkogu? It's getting closer to the headless angel." Upon hearing this, Xiao Gu directly exploded its hair. "Nope, it didn't have hair. What do you mean? I've become a war unit? Good for you, Dark Cloud. I remember you calling me Big Brother not too long ago." The Dark Cloud raised its head. "I am now an SSS, and you are only a tiny S rank. So, of course I'm the boss." Xiao Gu wasn't convinced at all. "Don't forget, my millions of compulsion army self detonated at the same time. You won't survive." Speaking of this, no matter if it was Wu Yun or Chen Fei, their minds couldn't help but conjure up hundreds of thousands of 3rd-generation insects exploding the 4 divine beast thunder void. If this really came across a 4 divine beast of the same rank, I wonder if it could be beaten? Ruler Jade on the side let out a teasing cry. "What's the point? I'll crush your soul before they even explode themselves." Xiao Gu became even more furious. "Ruler Jade, how come even you are tearing me down?" Ruler Jade said indifferently, "Because you're too able to fool around. Blitz, a proper blitz." Xiao Gu's insides were crying. Immediately after, it used crystal reorganization and formed an egg. "Ruling Jade, I'm going to draw a circle to curse you." ruling jade remained high and mighty. Humph childish. Chen Fei looked at the playful three beasts, his mood relaxing along with them. With them around, Chen Fei believed that he could go farther in the future. Even if he had to face the mists together, he wouldn't have any fear. Wait, it seems that there is still a light purple chi spirit mine that hasn't been opened? Suddenly remembering that there was still such a thing, Chen Fei then brought the three beasts to the middle of the sacred Canon space. It was slowly cut by Xiao Gu using a crystal knife, whose cutting speed was far slower than that of the knife ghost mantis. It was only after a long time that what was inside was revealed. It was a palm-sized key, something that did not know where it opened. But the material of this key was actually carved from the main trunk of the reincarnation cedar. When the word reincarnation was involved, it could not be simple. Thinking of this, Chen Fei put it into a box and kept it. Afterward, he began to build up his energy and wait for the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm the day after tomorrow. By the way, he would take this time to study the 10 ambush killing formation. At the foot of the mountain, the group of high priests were still waiting for a result. It was just that, after waiting for most of the day, they never saw the environmental and spatial barriers being removed. The war drum master mentioned, "Should we go in hard?" "No." The high priest hurriedly stopped the other party. Tuoba Ziyuan isn't as simple as you think. Once the spatial barrier is touched, he is able to immediately use spatial shuttle to transfer over. He's fishing. If we enter at this moment, we'll be fooled. Unless any of you are confident that you can beat his SSS-ranked spatial demon beast. Everyone else shut their mouths. Every SSS class was a unique existence. Not to mention that it was still a space system, where was it so easy to deal with? Retreat. Somewhat unwilling, somewhat helpless, the high priestess still made this choice. Endure for a while in order to better plan. 2 days later, the period when the Spirit Mansion Secret Realm was officially opened. The large group of people came to the entrance of the secret realm. Instead of an entrance, it was more like a spatial crack. Tuoba Ziyuan stood in front with his hands behind his back. I'm sure that the leaders have already said pretty much everything inside, so I won't repeat myself here. I will only say one thing: avoid killing your own people. Your talents are among the top among the human race, and your future lies in fighting against the evil beasts in the mists, not in the internal chaos of the human race. That's all I have to say. Next, it's up to your own destiny. With a wave of Tuoba Ziyuan's hand, 200 people entered through the spatial rift at the same time. The moment Chen Fei went in, as in the artificial secret realm, he directly summoned the third generation of parasites. Due to the large enough number of second-generation parasites, and spending a few million more top-grade spirit stones, 100,000 third-generation parasites could be hatched in a day. Chen Fei's projected army of 1 million insects was no longer a dream. Letting these third-generation parasites spread out, they searched for Tang Jian, Xin Lin, and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's strength wasn't weak, so if she could encounter them in the secret realm, she could reduce the number of people coveting them. Therefore, the day before he entered, Chen Fei specifically handed Jiang Yi a second-generation compulsion. Only then did Chen Fei begin to observe the surroundings. Unlike the artificial secret realm, the mist here was bigger and the aura was more abundant. Its aura density was more than 3 times that of the outside world. Even if one did not have to do anything and just cultivate it in place for a week, the progress would not be too bad. Only Chen Fei, who could use his kill value to improve, was destined to be idle. Chapter 111. Senior is really ruthless. When Chen Fei began to observe the surroundings, he realized that the front possessed 10 pools of water. Sun Gang did not mention this place. Instead, it was Tuoba Ziyuan who mentioned it to him. After all, he was a human war god and had far more information than Sun Bao. According to Tuoba Ziyuan, the 10 pools here correspond to the 10 elements of gold: wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness and ice. It was not used for absorption, but for forging the body and increasing the resistance of the 10 elements. Since there was such a wonderful use, how could Chen Fei let it go? He intended to take some of each and put them into the holy dictionary space for the subsequent 3 beasts to bathe in. But before he could do so, a pair of round eyes appeared on the surface of the water. It was only when one of them jumped out of the water that Chen Fei could see what they looked like. The shape was like a frog, but its head had many sharp horns and was covered with scales, as well as a tail similar to a Qilin's tail. Seeing this image, Chen Fei's first thought was the 4th son of the 9 sons of the dragon, Pu Wan. Before Chen Fei could react, the two gills of this group of dragon blood-horned frogs bulged out, and then, moo, moo, horned frogs making a cow mooing sound? Did the horned frogs split their legs? Or did the cow cheat? Could it be that this was the origin of bullfrogs? Chen Fei at first thought that their cow mooing sound was a bit of a novelty, but slowly he realized that something was wrong. Their voices were getting louder and louder, like a flood bell and thunder, deafening. What was even more outrageous was that Xiao Gu's crystal barrier and Dark Cloud's sonic barrier were directly blown away, and Chen Fei and the three beasts were not able to stand still, and were actually blown away hard. However, these horned frogs did not have the intention of killing them. It was more like they wanted to drive them away. Blah blah blah. Chen Fei climbed up from the ground with a lot of sand around his mouth. What the hell is this? He finally couldn't help but use the holy scripture to take a look at these horned frogs. Dragon blood horned frog Pugong offspring. Strength 3rd level 9th rank. Attribute elemental sonic auxiliary. Qualification S. Potential expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills 1. Sound wave impact. Can emit a loud ringing sound like a bell, creating a strong and powerful sound wave impact. When multiple dragon blood horned frogs use this ability together, a sound wave can be formed. The power is far more than 7 times that of a single individual. Proficiency, proficient level. 2. I see multiple heads together can form a sound wave. No wonder hearing a head of frogs, the crystal barrier was no big deal, but listening to a burst of frogs, it was instantly shattered. Dark Cloud, why don't we try your robbing thunder and see what power? Meow, I was just about to try it. Dark Cloud was old and excited, and it held great expectations for its new ability. Only to see Dark Cloud raise its claws, and then gently drop them. Several blue thunderbolts descended from the sky. The 9 heavenly thunderbolts directly smashed into the middle of the 10 water pools, and the currents rolled around wildly within the water pools. Not long after, the dragon blood horned frogs in the water pool floated up one after another, belly up. Only that they had been soaking in the thunder pool for years, their lightning resistance was not bad. They were only electrocuted and did not completely die out. 1 person and 3 beasts stared blankly at this scene. It was just a single strike, and it didn't use its full power, or the weakest 9 heavenly divine thunder. And then it was like this? The robber thunder was truly terrifying. But think about it. What was a robber thunderbolt? It was an existence that even a 5th level top-tier demon king was afraid of, and these dragon blood horned frogs were only 1 rank higher than Wu Yun, so they could completely hang on to it. Let's go. Collect this water of forging body and just continue on our way. Croak. As Chen Fei approached, another frog cry appeared. Only this one was thicker, stronger, and more powerful. What then appeared was none other than the king of the dragon blood horned frog. Level 4, Stage 1. Chen Fei had expected a big battle, but instead, he saw the horned frog king directly plop down. Croak Lord Shang Envoy. We were wrong to have rushed Lord Shang Envoy. This is the Chaos Pearl. Please laugh at it and release my clan. The voice in his mind made Chen Fei pause. What does Lord Upper Ambassador mean? Croak mastering the robbing thunder, for the messenger of the heavens, is naturally Lord Upper Envoy. Well, so understood. Then what is this Chaos Pearl? Croak the 10 pools of water in front of you. It is because of the Chaos Pearl's energy overflow to form. Then it seems that this Chaos Bead is a treasure without compromise. All right, I accept. Chen Fei was just about to ask the 3rd generation compass to fetch it when he sensed a crisis. In the next second, an ice crystal froze them all. Such a good treasure is not for first years like you to get your hands on. The person who came was none other than Huang Jun, a 2nd-year student of Luo High Academy, who had been attracted by the sound wave impact just now. His strength was medium to high, not reaching the level of Jiang Yi. He gave a light touch to the ice sculpture, and it shattered and came to pieces. Senior is really cruel, to not leave us a way out? If it was just frozen, it wouldn't die, it would naturally melt away when the time came. But destroying the ice sculpture, that would be a killing intent. In contrast, Chen Fei would not be merciful. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Huang Jun was shocked. How can you be fine? He could not figure it out at all. What he had sneak attacked was only a 1st-year student. How could the other party have escaped? What he didn't realize was that as early as the moment he approached, he had been scouted by the 3rd-generation parasites in the sky. Chen Fei did not move, only using crystal transfer the moment Huang Jun attacked towards himself. The only thing that is frozen is the air, Huang Jun said as he had his imperial beast prepare a killing move. Just as he was about to do so, the air around him was suddenly pumped clean. He couldn't even breathe, and his voice couldn't come out either. Since Chen Fei had made a sound, it meant that he had already made his move. Otherwise, why else would he still fight with him? This is not a waste of time. Huang Jun wasn't without any defense. It was just that this ability to suddenly drain the air was the first time he had encountered it. There is no defense. In front of the crisis, Huang Jun forced himself to calm down. His current physical strength reached the 3rd level of early-stage demonic beast. Even in a vacuum environment, he could hold out for a minute without dying. He didn't believe that this vacuum environment could last that long. At the same time, he let his imperial beast attack the vacuum barrier while he did so. It wasn't hard to break the skills of a first-year student. That's right. What really set Huang Jun off was not because of the strength or weakness, but the unequal information, the ego in his bones. To the very beginning, Huang Jun had never felt that Chen Fei, a first-year student, could be that powerful. Nor had he ever treated him as an opponent of the same level. Of course, Chen Fei would not be foolish enough to watch Huang Jun's hands crack the vacuum barrier. It wasn't like this was a turn-based system. At the moment of the sneak attack, a chain of killing moves had long been laid out. Chapter 112 Steady as an old dog. Vacuum extraction was only the first skill, followed by 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Straight Strike. The dragon blood-horned frog couldn't even hold up. How could a human like Huang Jun hold up? After the chop, not just let go. Chen Fei will not make the same mistake as Huang Jun, but continue to let Xiao Gu release poison. It's not polite at all. It's directly an insoluble poison. In the 100 Cities competition, Xiao Gu was very restrained and did not use this poison. But in this environment where there were no rules, there was no restriction. Until the spatial environment disappeared, until the poisonous mist dispersed. That one person and 3 beasts had all collapsed on the ground without any reaction. Well, Xiao Gu make up for it. Without mending the knife, it was easy to give the enemy a chance to turn the tables. Gu Roger. With a few swishes, 1 person and 3 beasts were frozen by the crystals, which then shattered and became starlight spots. At this point, Chen Fei still intended to verify the wave. The best way to verify was to see if the kill value had increased. Kill advanced 9th order human. Kill value plus 150. Oh, it was kinda small. This kill value is really hard to save, but one can be sure to completely kill the other party. This process was silky smooth and steady as an old dog. Chen Fei, this is for you. When Xiao Gu came back, he picked up Huang Jun's space ring in passing. Huang Jun had died, and the ban on this spatial ring was naturally lifted. Chen Fei took a look at it. There were a ton of household items and not many real heavenly treasures. He was really poor. It was better than nothing, so Chen Fei smoothly put it away. Croak as expected of Lord Upper Envoy, it's just strong. This human is really a death wish. Chen Fei smiled as he collected the chaos bead. You two, stop kissing ass. Now that this chaos pearl is in my hands, it's useless for you to guard these 10 pools. Sooner or later, one day, the energy of this pool will run out. How about it? Is there another place to go? The horned frog king shook its head. It had no other place to go for the time being. Chen Fei continued. How about this? You mix with me. Quack. The horned frog king cocked its head, not understanding what Chen Fei meant. It then saw Chen Fei tear open a piece of space and beckon towards it. The horned frog king knew that it couldn't fight, so it could only follow it in. What he came to was none other than the resting soil space. Chen Fei collected 10 pools of water into this in passing, and then threw the chaos bead in the center, allowing it to continue to renew the pool's energy. The pools are still there, just a different place to live. How about it, may I be willing? The horned frog king was still surveying the environment here, and it could sense that it was full of vigor and vitality. Thick and spiritual soil, various spiritual plants, and a constant supply of spiritual chi, as well as the small willow sapling next to it. That exuberant vitality was the only thing it had ever seen in its life. Here, it seemed to be not bad. Most importantly, from now on, they would have a relationship with the Lord Envoy, which would be very beneficial to their future development. Quack, I thank Lord Upper Envoy on behalf of my clan. Chen Fei waved his hand. All right, then go get ready. I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Chen Fei chose a direction and headed towards the spiritual plantation mentioned by Tuoba Ziyuan. Outside, the high priestess looked at the time. At this point, They have already entered the secret realm. Do it! As the high priestess gave the order, the weaver, the war drum master, and a bugmaster made their move together. Prohibition, unlock. With this sound, some of the second-year students in the Spirit Mansion's secret realm underwent a drastic change. In particular, the head of the 100 Cities Competition's second place Van Mountain Academy, Sikong Jinhai, as well as the second person LV Kai, suddenly shook all over. An evil aura emerged from them. At the same time, a compulsion worked its way up from the Dantian and then took control of their brains, giving a command: kill! Kill every human you come across. Dong Gang was the only second-year student from True One Academy to enter the Spirit Mansion mystic realm. He knew that he was isolated and not strong enough, so he planned to just keep on living. He avoided many people along the way, but only failed to avoid Sikong Jinhai. This is all of my harvest. All of it will be given to you. I only ask that you can let me off the hook.
Sikong Jinhai only nodded slightly.
Dong Gang sighed in relief, put down his things, and then left. Just before he could go far, he was bound by chains. Just as he was about to turn back, he was struck by a ghostly fire, burning his soul and dying beyond death. Sikong Jinhai nodded slightly, not meaning to let him leave, but determined to be human, killable. Just like this, the Spirit Mansion secret realm staged a massacre. Chen Fei, who was still rushing along, did not know about this, and at this moment he was checking his kill value. After 2 days of accumulation, as well as today's kills, the kill value had once again reached over 100,000 points. Without hesitation, Chen Fei directly used it on top of Dark Cloud's Heist Thunder Control. The proficiency level jumped from entry level straight to peak level. There were also 6 more Heist Thunderbolts that could be mastered: the World-Destroying Black Thunder, the Red Lotus Karmic Fire Thunder, the Purgatory Heart Demon Thunder, the Red Dust Heist Thunder, the Sonic Heist Thunder, and the 4 Elephant Judgment Heist Thunder. The only one that could be mastered was the last one, which required flawless level proficiency. Among them, the 4 Elephant Judgment Heist Thunder consumed the most spiritual energy, and with Wu Yun's current spiritual energy storage, it could be emptied after one use. The other Heist Thunder also consumed quite a bit of spiritual chi, and the current Dark Cloud could only use it at a leisurely pace. Of course, the effect of such a large output of spiritual energy was also terrifying. Demonic beasts below level 4, Step 2 that did not have lightning resistance were basically killed in a single strike. The current Wu Yun could casually accomplish the feat of killing over the level. Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade were envious to no end. Gu Chen Fei, I want to reach the SSS level as well. I want to crush everything too. Chen Fei smiled and knocked Xiao Gu. Your self-created spider-web self-explosion, isn't it strong enough? It's completely comparable to the 4 Elephant Judgment Robbery Thunder. Xiao Gu beamed. But that would require hundreds of thousands of my children and grandchildren, and how much time it would cost. And the Dark Clouds only need a few seconds to coalesce. The difference is obvious. When Chen Fei thought about it, it was really true. It seemed that Xiao Gu also had a bit of a brain. All right. This trip to the Spirit Mansion Mysteries will prioritize you and Ruler Jade. Meow, feel free. Dark Cloud didn't have any ideas. It was already SSS ranked. Just give them some chance to catch up with themselves. Gossiping and hurrying while improving their strength. There was no one else but Chen Fei and the 3 beasts. Phew, finally here. In front of Chen Fei's eyes, there was a large area of spiritual plants, and any random kind of spiritual plant was level 4 and up. 9 Yang Purple Bamboo, 7 Colored Divine Stone Flower, Immortal Bone Aloe, Vermilion Flame Mushroom. Chen Fei's mouth watered at the sight. However, these spiritual plants were not that easy to obtain, as could be seen from Heilei's state. It wasn't very good. Brother He, what a coincidence. Heilei also recognized Chen Fei and reminded, don't easily cross into the spirit plant garden. There is a level 4-9 demon plant guarding it. No one can come. Chen Fei was a bit puzzled. Since you can't fight it, why are you still surrounding here? Heilei pointed to a tree hole in front of him. Chapter 113, The Trial Space. See that tree hole, inside is a special challenge space. If you can achieve its rating, you can obtain the relative rewards. There's still something like that. So you're still here just to try a few more times? That's right. Heilei did not deny it. Chen Fei did not recklessly enter the tree cave, but first sent a 3rd generation compel in to see if it was as Heilei had said. After all, people's hearts were different. Chen Fei didn't dare to gullibly trust other people's words. The feedback from the 3rd generation of parasites was the same as what Heilei had said. Chen Fei was about to go in and give it a try, but He Lei beat him to it. "I'll give it one last try." After saying that, He Lei directly broke into the space of the tree hole. Chen Fei was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what the situation was. After about 10 minutes, He Lei was thrown out of the tree hole. At the same time, he held a 1,000-year-old stone vine in his hand, which was very beneficial to rock-based demonic beasts. He Lei put it into his spatial ring at the first time, and then without looking back, he left the scene at great speed. He Lei left so quickly that Chen Fei smacked his lips a little. But he also knew that he was afraid of being targeted. After all, he was only a first-year student. Since he was fine and productive, why wouldn't he be fine himself? It seems like it's possible to break in. However, before going in, Chen Fei arranged some means to save himself from being surrounded when he came out. As soon as he entered, Chen Fei first saw a stone tablet standing in front of him. There was quite a bit of information on it. First place, Shangguan Leifeng, 19 years old. Potential rating, SSS 27th level. 33rd place, Nangong Xingchen, 19 years old. Potential rating, SS plus 24th layer. 34th place, Jiang Yi, 20 years old. Potential rating, SS plus 24th tier. 42nd place, He Lei, 19 years old. Potential rating, SS 21st tier. Nangong Xingchen and Jiang Yi were also on top, indicating that they had already come to the Spirit Plant Garden. I just didn't expect that as strong as Nangong Xingchen and Jiang Yi, they wouldn't be able to reach the SSS level. Not true. The two were of different ages and strengths. How were they rated? With doubts, Chen Fei prepared to enter the real trial space, only to be stopped and asked to enter his name and age before he could enter. Instead of using his real name, Chen Fei wrote two random words, Mountain Ghost. This was the code name he had used in his previous life in conjunction with the army's various operations. Age, 19 years old. Subsequently, the trial space no longer stopped Chen Fei. Upon entering, he found himself in front of him with 3 class of silver-winged ice wolves, whose strengths were all at level 3, step 8. It turned out that it could sense the strength of the trialist and then arrange for phantom demonic beasts of relative strength. In this way, this trial was fair. Xiao Gu didn't even bother to make a move, only letting the 3rd-generation compulsion do it for him, and then shattered the illusion of these 3 wolf demons. Tier 2, 6 silver-winged ice wolves. The 3rd layer, 9 silver-winged ice wolves. It was only at the 4th layer that there was a change. 1 S-rank golden horned beast, 1 A-rank thunder pupil ape, and 1 A-rank fire scorpion spider, gathering the 3 major explosive attribute phantom beasts of fire, thunder, and gold. Only, it was still a 3rd-generation compulsion that could be resolved with a wave of the hand, no difficulty at all. The 3 heads on the 7th floor were all S-ranked phantom beasts. Tier 10, 3 S-ranked qualifications, 3rd level 9th rank phantom beasts. But even at level 3, 9th order, the 3 beasts were still too lazy to make a move, and the crystal arrow rain of the 3rd generation of companions was enough to crush them. Under a horizontal push, Chen Fei finally arrived at the 21st level where He Lei was intercepted. Level 21, 2 SS qualifications, 1 SSS qualification, and a level 4, 1st order demonic beast. Not only did this cross levels, there was even an SSS qualified phantom beast. With this kind of intensity, it was no wonder He Lei was stopped here. It didn't seem unreasonable. Dark Cloud. Try the power of the other robbing thunderbolts. At this level, Chen Fei was finally interested. Moreover, he discovered a phenomenon. With each layer of the trial space, the aura and state would be refilled. This meant that one could go all out on each layer. Since this was the case, this place became the best testing point for the robbing thunder. As the dark clouds drained the last drop of aura, the thunderous silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts appeared in the sky. Since they were peak-level skills, the strength of these thunder void shadows had heftily reached rank 4, step 2. The 3 phantom beasts on the opposite side directly wilted. They were just illusions, yes, but they were still suppressed by the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Bloodline unbeatable, qualifications unbeatable, strength unbeatable. What was there to fight for in this fight? Besides, the 4 divine beasts phantoms were rank 4, rank 2, yes, but the skills played out. SS beasts of rank 4, rank 5 wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it. This was the strongest frontal killing power of the dark cloud at the moment. Suddenly, Chen Fei realized a problem. While others were defeated by all 3 beasts together, on his side, a single dark cloud had crushed it. This seemed to be a bit exaggerated. With regards to the strength of the three beasts, Chen Fei had a clearer perception. Let's continue then, and see which layer we can break into. Dark Cloud. Meow, go for it. Xiao Gu. Gu him. Ruler Jade. Ow, you've lost your quality. Chen Fei let out a laugh. He also wanted to know where the limits of the three beasts were. Tier 24. 2 SSS qualified. 4th level, 1st rank. 1 SSS qualification, level 4, step 2. Nangong Xingchen and Jiang Yi had lost at this level. Although the Phantom Beasts didn't have much intelligence and fought by instinct, the 2 SSS qualified Phantom Beasts were truly not comparable to Nangong Xingchen at this stage. However, it still couldn't stop Dark Cloud, the 27th layer, also a layer that could be reached on the current Stone Tablet rankings, but had not been broken through. 3 SSS ranked qualifications for level 2 Fantasy Beasts. Together with the cross levels so calculated, it had crossed at least 5 ranks. Such intensity could only be described as terrifying. In terms of recent years, no one could even make it this far before the age of 20. So most likely, this Shangguan Leifeng was not from this era. Or rather, not someone from this continent. As Chen Fei pondered, the dark clouds had already pierced through them. Then continue. Tier 32. 3 SSS qualified. Level 4. 3 Fantasy Beasts. It could be solved by Dark Cloud plus 3 generations of compasses. Tier 36. 1 Immortal Beast qualification, 2 SSS qualifications, both level 4, step 4 Fantasy Beasts. Sealed Sky Qilin. Strength. Level 4, 4 Teach Order. Attributes. Seal Elemental. Flight. Qualification. Immortal Beast. Potential. Expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Skills. 1. Aura Sealing. Can target a certain being and seal its aura, making it unable to use its skills. Proficiency. Proficient. Remarks. Under this proficiency, it can seal for a period of 3 seconds. 2. Space Seal. Can seal a designated certain space. A living being's physical body, visible skills, etc. cannot pass through it. Proficiency. Peak. Remarks. Under this proficiency and strength, a space of 50m times 50m times 50m can be sealed. This is the terror of the pure blood Qilin? Chapter 114 Great Battle against the Heaven-Sealing Qilin. Chen Fei was stunned by the information about the Heaven-Sealing Qilin. The existence of an immortal beast qualification. A long time to live. However, this had a lot to do with its sealing lineage. Being able to directly seal space and restrain all visible skills was too terrifying. Currently, among Chen Fei's 3 beasts, only Ruler Jade's soul and illusion were able to restrain some of them. Dark Cloud's Robbing Thunder, to a certain extent, really wasn't necessarily able to break this space. After all, it was the visualization Robbing Thunder except for the last Robbing Thunder. Moreover, the other party was still a 4th level, 4th stage existence. In this battle, it looked like it would be necessary to go all out. Xiao Gu. Have the insect grandchildren ascend into the air and blockade the sky above. Chen Fei had already tried it. Even if the compulsion exploded itself, it would be refreshed in the same way when it reached the next level. It meant that the mechanism of this trial was to simulate the current strongest state. Since this was the case, Chen Fei asked Xiao Gu to pull out the 2nd generation bugs and the 3rd generation bugs together, using the gravity crystals to block their ability to fly first. Ruler Jade. Use Soul Stripping and directly attack the Heaven-Sealing Qilin. However, before Ruler Jade could make a move, he realized that he couldn't gather any aura at all and received a spiritual whack. Ruler Jade was dizzy and did not recover that quickly. There was only one scenario that indicated that Ruler Jade had been hit by this spiritual seal. It seemed that the Heaven-Sealing Qilin knew its weakness very well, which was why it dumped the skill on Ruler Jade in the first place. At the same time, the other SSS beast used a spiritual attack. This was the first time that Ruler Jade had been suppressed before it even made a move. Chen Fei even marveled at the speed of the Sealing Sky Qilin's skill usage. It was as if there was no need for a process, as if it came with the thought. It seemed that the 3 beasts needed to be properly exercised in the future. With the Ruler Jade out of action for a short period of time, Chen Fei turned his thoughts to the Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud. Used the Yin-Yang increase. On top of the 4 Elephant Judgment Heist Thunder. Dark Cloud's aura was drained once again, but the effect was remarkable. After the increase, the 4 Divine Beasts' Judgmental Thunder Flesh Void came to rank 4, step 3. Even the eyes of the Heaven-Sealing Qilin flashed with a hint of scorn. However, it was only a trace, and in the next moment, the sealing heavenly Qilin used the spatial seal on top of the 4 divine beasts' shadow. The 4 divine beast shadows were solid lightning, which just happened to be overcome. The next step was to see how much energy was left after the 4 divine beasts broke out of the spatial seal. However, with the 2 powerful skills thrown out by the heaven-sealing Qilin, it must have consumed a lot of its aura. Chen Fei didn't believe that it could still continuously blockade Ruler Jade's aura. Seemingly seeing through Chen Fei's intentions, the heaven-sealing Qilin disappeared in a flash and hid in the clouds. With the help of the clouds, it was able to avoid the locking of the Ruler Jade. It had to be said that this was a wonderful move. "Are you guys done yet? Come help me? I can't carry it anymore." Xiao Gu's voice reached the resonance channel that Chen Fei had established with the 3 beasts. As long as anyone used their spiritual sense, the remaining few could receive it. It turned out that Chen Fei's plan was to have Wu Yun and Ruler Jade fight against the heaven-sealing Qilin, while Xiao Gu and the army of compulsion worms fought against the other 2 SSS-class phantom beasts. Who knew that these 2 heads were also quite powerful? One mastered the summoning department and brought a swarm of moon spirit bats. These bats had extremely high poison resistance and fed on flying insects themselves. The compulsion insects were simply the most delicious food for them. It was precisely this that put Xiao Gu in a difficult situation. At this time, Ruler Jade had finally recovered, although it couldn't target the heaven-sealing Qilin. But it was still possible to knock down these 2 SSS-class phantom beasts that were in the way first. It didn't use soul-stripping first, but phantom splitting. In the middle of every battle, either Xiao Gu was killed in seconds, or Dark Cloud was killed in seconds, or it was killed by a soul skill. So much so that Ruler Jade was on the verge of forgetting about this ability. The current Phantom Split could create 3 splits and had 60% of the main body's attack power. Ruling Jade had 2 of the doppelgangers use their soul skills at full power to target the 2 SSS beasts. The other one used up all its energy and used dream projection to project a powerful presence. As for Ruler Jade himself, he kept the soul stripping in his hand, ready to deal with the heaven-sealing Qilin. This was the only skill capable of hitting the heaven-sealing Qilin hard, and it should never be wasted. Just like Zhong Kuei, instead of coming out of the hook, it was even more scary. With the addition of Ruler Jade's doppelganger, Xiao Gu could finally take a breather. But it was only to maintain the current situation, far from enough. Xiao Gu, self-destruct wave. Gu Roger that. The 3rd-generation compasses circled around the moon spirit bat, while all the 2nd-generation compasses formed a crystal net once again, sticking to those 2 SSS beasts. Come on. The art is to explode. Under the loud noise, those 2 phantom beasts became even more illusory, ready to disappear at any moment. If they didn't have the strength of a 4th-level 4th rank, they wouldn't be able to carry this wave. Dark Cloud, how's it going? Meow, it can induce a single calamity lightning, but it's not enough to induce the 4-elephant calamity lightning. The phantom beasts did not have energy to replenish, but Chen Fei possessed a large amount of spirit stones that could help replenish Dark Cloud's aura. This was one more advantage they had. It's fine, it's enough. If only they could use the last lightning bolt right now, even the heaven-sealing Qilin wouldn't have a chance to run away. That ability to penetrate various barriers and seals was too stunning. Dark Cloud, it's now. After the 2 SSS beasts ate a wave of self-destruction, they naturally had fear. Even if they were phantoms, they were afraid of another wave. Self-explosion, that was a fear that went deep into the soul. One side chased and the other side hid, which gave Xiao Gu a chance, driving them to the gravity field and limiting their flight. This time, Dark Cloud's Purgatory Heart Demon Robbery Thunder could fall. The Purgatory Heart Demon Robbery Thunder and the Red Dust Robbery Thunder were different from all the other robberies. They were targeting the mind. Even the sealing ability of the heaven-sealing Qilin couldn't block them. The 2 phantom beasts' heart demons? That was the fact that they knew they were dead. This heart demon was enough for them to not be able to walk out in a short period of time. Next, just let the 3rd-generation worm explode itself and take them away. Originally, everything was well calculated. Who knew that the heaven-sealing unicorn suddenly appeared? This time, it sealed the 2 SSS beasts. Although they couldn't get out, the outside world couldn't hurt them either. Using the spatial seal as a shield was also a good choice. The Dark Cloud aura was at the bottom. The swarm of insects and the moon spirit bat had died together. There was only Ruler Jade left. Unbeknownst to him, Ruler Jade had also been waiting for a moment for a long time. Soul stripping, soul suppressing cage, soul cutting. The 3 major soul-based skills were thrown over, even the heavenly Qilin would have to have a headache. After all, Ruler Jade's soul stripping could be used across 9 ranks. The 4 divine beast shadows just happened to break through the spatial seal at this moment. However, the Robber Thunder shadow was rather dull and couldn't withstand the tossing and turning, so instead of doing so, it would be better to explode another wave of itself. It died with those 2 SSS-class beasts. The 4 divine beast shadows were gone. The insect swarm was gone, and the aura was gone. All of their reliance was almost gone. This was the first time they had fought to such an extent. If the heaven-sealing Qilin still had any strength left, then the ones to lose would most likely be them. Chapter 115, a skill that makes Chen Fei incomparably heartwarming. After going through the suppression of the soul-suppressing Great Mountain, the figure of the heaven-sealing Qilin was becoming more and more deflated, in a state where it was about to disappear, but had not completely disappeared. 10-sided ambush formation. Rise. During these 2 days of sleeplessness, Chen Fei had only studied some of the skins of the Grand Formation and could barely run an entry-level formation. He did not have a high level of enlightenment in martial arts, but he had some talent in formations. Perhaps because he had received the killing sacred canon and implemented the way of killing, it made his gains in this formation surpass other martial arts. Taking advantage of the fact that the heaven-sealing Qilin was being rigidly controlled by Ruler Jade, Chen Fei had already asked Xiao Gu to place the formation disc around it before invoking it, stopping the heaven-sealing Qilin from 6 directions, namely up and down, southeast and northwest. Xiao Gu. Release the unsolvable poison first. Use crystal arrow rain above, dream projection, and earth heavy sticky sand below. In the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north, pull out those controlled tertiary beasts, as well as the 10 female parasites. One last fight. Even the 10 hatching mother compels were used. Chen Fei had truly moved out everything he could control. In the end, only one cry fell, explode. Past the 36th level of the trial, are we going to the next level? Looking at the few words that appeared on the canopy, both Chen Fei and the 3 beasts were paralyzed on the ground. Chen Fei hadn't even expected that just the entry-level 10 ambush formation had drained all of his aura to the point where his arms and legs were a bit weak. The same was true for the 3 beasts, especially when Dark Cloud used the earth-heavy sticky sand. It was the 3rd time it had drained its aura, and it almost fainted. Utilizing everything it could, it finally sent the heaven-sealing Qilin away. This fellow was too strong, and other than Ruler Jade's soul technique, other means were almost useless against it. Enter the next level. Chen Fei just wanted to go and see what kind of situation the next layer was in while recovering his condition. Layer 37. 2 Immortal Beast qualifications, 1 SSS qualification, Level 4, 4th stage Demonic Beast. A heaven-sealing Qilin, and another demonic beast with the appearance of a white cat and a body smaller than a dark cloud. There were 2 small horns growing on its head, flashing with a faint golden light. A pair of white wings, flickering with a slight luster, as if cloaked in a layer of silver frost. Looking at the harmless appearance of a human animal, it actually possessed unique attributes. Brahma Jade-faced beaver. Strength, 4th level, 4th stage. Attributes, imagination, elemental, flight, auxiliary. Qualification, immortal beast. Potential, expected to be promoted to divine beast. Skills, 1. Imagination comes true. As long as it has enough aura, it can visualize the spirits, weapons, and natural disasters that do not exist in reality. One by one, it can be materialized. Proficiency, peak level. Remarks, at this level of proficiency, the highest level of imagined strange beings cannot exceed level 4, step 8. And the more powerful the being, the shorter the time of existence. 2. Zip. Chen Fei swallowed hard. This attribute was too much love. Imagination comes true. This skill, it's simply not too dreamy. Ruler Jade's dream projection, crimson demons, demon summoning, belonged to random summoning. There was no way of knowing what would be summoned. But this skill, imagine real, was completely different, as it could imagine and simulate any demonic beast that one had ever seen. It belonged to controllable summoning. This meant that in the middle of a battle, one could always simulate a demonic beast that suppressed the opponent's attributes. Let's say Ruler Jade's soul skill was stronger. The Brahma Jade-faced beaver could completely imagine a zombie-like monster that wasn't afraid of soul techniques. The physical body was not broken, but it did not have a soul. For a monster without a soul, A soul technique that was even more powerful would still be useless. Or imagine a demonic beast that also possessed a soul system to block the ruler Jade's attack. When the ruler Jade was restrained, the sealing heavenly Qilin had no restraints. Even the Brahma Jade-faced ravens could create non-existent beings, reaching the point of creating something out of nothing. For something that never existed, even the killing sacred canon had no record of it, nor did it have any method of dealing with it. From this perspective, the Brahma Jade-faced civet was considered one of the nemeses of the slaying sacred canon. Of course, the Brahma Jade-faced beaver was not without its weaknesses. One was that it was difficult to control the degree of use of the aura of an imagined being. Sometimes the imagined being was too powerful and directly drained one's aura, causing one to be in danger. Another point was that the physical body was weak, and there was no overpowering means of killing other than imagined beings. If these could be perfected, then the Brahma Jade-faced beaver was not far from being a divine beast. What Chen Fei was really moved by was actually the imagine into truth skill. It was a pity that the other party was an illusory beast, not an entity. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have to let Dark Cloud make a copy of it. In the secret realm, fighting to death would not necessarily be as rewarding as this. Pity. Quite a pity. Exit the trial. A heaven-sealing Qilin was about to be too much to handle. Another Brahma Jade-faced ravens. One didn't need to think about it to know the end. Exiting the trial space, Chen Fei reappeared before the stone monument. The rankings on the stone monument had also changed. First place, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential rating, Transcendence 37th level. Transcendence? SSS followed by Transcendence. What kind of rating was this? Chen Fei was in the tree cave space and was unaware of the situation in the outside world. At the same moment he exited the trial, in the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm, the most mysterious one, a red beam of light shot up into the sky. It attracted everyone's attention. This was the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. Those leaders hadn't mentioned this. No one knew what it was because of. However, they all rushed over there at the first opportunity, suspecting that a heavy treasure had come out. Then look at Chen Fei. After possessing the rating, he got a jade token. On it was the word Wan. A line also appeared on the stone tablet at this moment. Transcendence may take the jade token to the spiritual plantation and pick 3 plants at will. 3 plants. Still picking at will. Well, not bad. At least it's much better than he lay. In the next second, Chen Fei appeared in the spiritual garden. To be more precise, he appeared in front of that level for grade 9 demonic plant. It was a demonic plant that had the appearance of a radish, and its tentacles were its weapons. Only this radish demonic plant was only a little over a meter tall. What was truly terrifying was the 2-meter-tall radish demon plant behind it. It was at least at the level of a demon king, but it was in a deep sleep. Chen Fei didn't dare to disturb it. Even if he had Tooba Zuan's spatial screen and the 4-winged whale Kuin's shield, he didn't dare to mess around. The radish demon plant took one look at the jade token and threw it back, while using his spiritual sense to transmit a sentence over, "Keep this token well." After saying that, the turnip demon plant drilled into the ground and disappeared. Chen Fei didn't know what the other party's words meant, but he still followed the other party's words and first put the token into the sacred canon space. Subsequently, Chen Fei began to observe the surrounding spiritual plants, 3A, that have to be properly picked. Chapter 116 Fishing for Law Enforcement? Since he could pick them at will and there was no circle to choose from, Chen Fei naturally went for the good ones. In the entire spiritual plant garden, there are countless grade 4 spiritual plants. Grade 5 spiritual plants also have dozens of species, but there are only 5 grade 6 spiritual plants. They are 1. Sycamore wood. When the sycamore wood grows to the sycamore god tree, it can attract a pure-blooded phoenix to inhabit it. 2. Frost cedar. Between its branches and leaves, covered with snowflakes that never melt, its branches can be used to forge spiritual weapons, and its leaves can be used as sharp arrows. The best part is the fruit, which allows the spirit to comprehend the frost domain, which is more powerful than absolute zero. Within its domain, it is even possible to freeze time and space. However, only one fruit is produced in 1,000 years, and now the fruit is about to ripen. 3. Dream peach tree. The flower blooms like a dream, and can lure living beings into an illusionary realm, thus controlling and sucking the life essence from them, thus bearing fruit. The peaches it bears can enhance the power and proficiency of illusion and dream skills, making their illusions and dreams more realistic, or to comprehend stronger illusion and dream department skills. Today, there are 2 fruits on the peach tree. 4. Dragon Vein Divine Camphor. Where this tree is planted, it will slowly gather dragon energy and form a dragon vein. Each dragon vein is rich in spirit stones. However, it takes more than 1,000 years to form a complete dragon vein. 5. Amethyst Star Rue. It is extremely helpful for rock and crystal-type demonic beasts. Each spirit plant had its own unique and powerful attributes. With only 3 plants to choose from, Chen Fei's first plant ruled out the Dragon Vein Divine Camphor. It was not that it was bad. If it was planted amongst the resting soil space, it could also form a dragon vein, thus having a constant supply of spirit stones. But the time needed is up to 1,000 years. Chen Fei can't afford to consume it now, nor can he afford to wait. The second thing that was ruled out was the sycamore wood. The phoenix had almost no assassin system attributes, and would not be of much significance to Chen Fei. Then it was a good choice. Chen Fei moved the illusory dream peach tree and the frost snow pine into the resting soil space. The moment he had just dug out the amethyst star Rue, he was teleported out by an irresistible huge force. The result was the same as he lay, who was thrown out by the tree hole. As for being so grumpy, Chen Fei cursed. Look, brother Bai. Why is the spirit plant in his hand? It's so glittering. Bai Yang squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while. I seem to have heard from my elders that this flower is called the amethyst star Rue. It's precious and incomparable, and you won't necessarily be able to see a single plant in 10,000 years. It can allow unusual crystal system demonic beasts to go one step further and grasp the power of the purple Shen crystal. Although the purple Shen crystal doesn't reach the level of grade 4 exotic crystal, it is above grade 3 special attribute crystals. Its hardness was only average on a grade 3 crystal, and the most important thing was its active attribute. The appearance of a demonic beast composed of purple Shen crystal could be endowed with activity, and for a short period of time it could help the controller charge into battle. It is actually equivalent to a puppet crystal. After listening, Chen Fei raised the amethyst star Rue in his hand. Worthy of being the White King's direct grandson, you know a lot. How about it? Do you want to grab it? At the same time, he also noticed Bai Yang's strength, which was already at the first stage of the patriarch level. What's going on? Didn't it say that the secret realm could only be entered by senior imperial beast masters? No, it didn't say that after entering, one couldn't break through. In other words, it was very likely that Jiang Yi and the other second-year students who could break through had broken through to the Zhongshe level. If that was the case, then Shenlin and Tang Jian, I'm afraid it would be a bit tricky. Thinking of this, Chen Fei felt the need to find these two earlier. However, it was better to solve the matter at hand first. Xiao Gu let out a joyful sigh. Chen Fei, do you count this as fishing for law enforcement? Chen Fei shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I've already tied the knot with him a long time ago. Do you think he'll let me go? Also, sure enough, Chen Fei hadn't guessed wrong. The next second after he finished speaking, Bai Yang let out a grim smile. Sometimes you really have to believe in heaven's destiny. I've always wanted to meet you in the middle of the secret realm so that I could catch up with you. Chen Fei pretended to be confused. I'm not familiar with Senior. I don't know what Senior wants to catch up with me? Oh, could it be Senior Sister Jiang? When it came to Jiang Yi, Bai Yang's face clouded a few more points. Since you've talked about it, then I'll let you die with a clear understanding that she's not something you can get your hands on. Fang Chun on. Finish him off. Okay Lu, that's easy. Fang Chun was Bai Yang's new little brother in Imperial City these days, and it was because of the hidden secret treasure given by Bai Yang that Fang Chun was able to hide in the top 100. In reality, he had just broken through to the advanced 9th rank, and his breath hadn't completely stabilized yet. With this kind of strength, he was completely dangled by Jiang Yi. Chen Fei put away the amethyst star Rue and let out a playful laugh. So Senior, are you sure you want to make a move on me? Bai Yang looked at Chen Fei towards looking at an idiot. Fang Chen, hurry up and cut the crap. However, he saw Chen Fei waved his hand. If I can never touch you again, then I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night in hell as well. After saying that, Chen Fei had already utilized Crystal Shuttle to leave the place. Crystal Shuttle, this was precisely one of the means he had set up. At the same time, the 10-square ambush formation rose, even if he drained his aura, so what, Chen Fei would still have to snuff out these seedlings that wanted to kill him. Xiao Gu, Wu Yun, and Ruler Jade, just like what was simulated in the trial space them. Unlike the battle with the heaven-sealing Qilin, there weren't many follow-up means left. But here, there were more than enough means, and there was no need to directly use the 4-elephant judgment robbery thunder. The same crystal arrow rain above, quicksand technique below. Eastern unsolvable poison, Southern illusion. Western 9 heavenly thunder, Northern 3 generations of compulsions. In the center of the formation, vacuum extraction. With such an arrangement, the heaven-sealing Qilin cried, not to mention Fang Chun and Bai Yang. Explosion! After a loud bang, dust flew from the scene. Chen Fei, however, did not unload his defenses. Others might be able to kill him with a single blow. But Bai Yang was different. Chen Fei had Tuoba Ziyuan's spatial barrier, the shield of a four-winged whale Kuan, and Jiang Nan's soul guard. Bai Yang could naturally also have the guardian objects of his own family's king-level imperial beast masters. King-level offspring, none of them were good to kill. It was also why the high priestess preferred to do it in secret. Only then would they not attract a king-level royal beastmaster, and they would be less likely to be discovered. Chen Fei, 3 kilometers at 9 o'clock. The third generation of parasites had already spread out long ago, and even if Bai Yang escaped, it would be difficult for him to run far. At this moment, Bai Yang was holding onto a large tree and panting. The expression on his face after the robbery quickly turned into disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? Isn't this Chen Fei just a first-year student? How is it possible to possess a third-level 8th-rank imperial beast? Also, the power of these skills is actually comparable to a rank 4 beast. Especially that 9 heavenly thunder, it almost scared the piss out of Bai Yang. That damn thing was a robber's thunder. Luckily, he sniffed the moment of crisis and directly crushed the talisman of shadow escape, given by the family, a life-preserving talisman refined for a level 5 shadow system demon king. However, Fang Chun was not so lucky, and had already been struck down in place by the robber's thunder. 2 of his imperial beasts had also fallen, with another one guarding beside him. Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry to catch up with Bai Yang, but rather, he made up for it first. Chapter 117. Inviting you to your death. Chen Fei followed Xiao Gu and once again utilized the crystal shuttle to return to the tree hole before, and then in a swift manner, he let the dark clouds split down the world, destroying Black Thunder, destroying Fang Chen's still awake demonic beast as well. In the end, Xiao Gu made up for it and destroyed the corpse. For those who wanted to kill themselves, Chen Fei did not have any psychological burden to kill them. On the other side, after Bai Yang doubted his life, the first thing he thought of was to escape. The farther away the better. I don't know what kind of elixir that guy Chen Fei ate to increase his strength so fast. Or maybe he was taken over by some old demon? If that was the case, that would make sense. Damn it! Leaving Mountain Bull possession. The departing Mountain Bull possessed the possession skill, which allowed it to transfer a portion of its own abilities, as well as a portion of its abilities, to the Imperial Beastmaster. Bai Yang had allowed it to possess itself in order to utilize the speed of the demonic beast and hurry out of here. However, under the watchful eye of the third-generation compass, Chen Fei and the 3 beasts could use the crystals to transfer over at any time. Senior Bai Yang, we meet again. Bai Yang paused in his steps, gloomy and incomparable. The most unwanted thing had still happened. Chen Fei, how about a discussion? I have the Demon King's shadow escape. You can't kill me. Instead of tangling like this, why don't we stop here? Don't miss out on the subsequent treasure hunt because of this. Moreover, I can promise that I will never trouble you again. This time, Chen Fei looked at Bai Yang as if he was looking at an idiot. Senior is joking. If it's true that I can't kill you, why would you need to dilly-dally with me here? The shadow escape is powerful, but in the end, it's not your strength. How many times can you use it? Bai Yang roared, Chen Fei, don't force me. Since I possess the Demon King's shadow escape, I can naturally possess the Demon King's killing move. Chen Fei hooked his hand. Come on then, what's the point of wasting words? You're the one who forced me. Great silence technique. Bai Yang shouted, only to disappear in the next second. Chen Fei had even taken out the shield of the 4-winged whale Kuan, only for Bai Yang to crush the shadow escape talisman and escape. Still really cunning. But there are third-generation compasses' eyes within a few dozen miles. Where are you going to escape? This time, Bai Yang disappeared even further, 5 kilometers away. He thought that he could get rid of Chen Fei this way, but he didn't expect the other party to be as sticky as a dog's skin plaster. Without any hesitation, Bai Yang once again crushed the shadow vanish. This time, Chen Fei didn't seem to catch up. This made Bai Yang sigh in relief. He didn't have many shadow recluse talismans left in his hand. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom! Just as Bai Yang caught his breath the next second, the 9 heavenly thunder fell, smashing Bai Yong into the ground. The possessed state followed suit and unraveled. He had no choice but to crush the talisman of shadow escape again and leave. In reality, Chen Fei had long since chased after him. After triggering the 10 ambush formation, Chen Fei had used a spirit stone to recover his aura while doing so. Now that he had finally recovered some, Chen Fei used the hidden yuan technique on himself and the 3 beasts. When Bai Yong said that he had the means of a demon king, perhaps he wasn't just saying that. After all, it was a king-level royal beastmaster family, so who knew what means it possessed? And the hidden yuan technique could completely avoid Bai Yang's scouting and locking. Even if he had a demon king-level killing move, it was useless if he couldn't lock onto someone. What's more, they were taking the assassin route. Assassins, weren't they meant to hide and sneak attack? Who would fight you head-on? Just like this, the two of them staged a game of cat and mouse. The more Bai Yong fled, the more frightened he became, and the more desperate he became. There is still one last shadow escape talisman left. What can we do next? Just as he was despairing, Bai Yong came across someone, none other than the second person from Brahma Academy, Lu Kai. Bai Yong felt like he saw hope. Brother LV, I found a secret treasure that is guarded by a powerful demonic beast. I can't manage it alone. How about we team up for a handful and split it 50-50 afterward? What Bai Yong was thinking was that if he teamed up to kill Chen Fei, it would be no less than killing a guardian beast, and what he obtained might be even more powerful than any so-called heavenly treasures. And Lu Kai, as the person from the second-place team of the 100 Cities competition, would not be so bad as to lose to Chen Fei again, right? Chen Fei, who was hidden in the shadows, took a look at this LV Kai, who was also at level 4, stage 1. He could fight against 2 people at the same time, but it was just more troublesome. If one wasn't careful, they might escape. One had to think of countermeasures. However, Chen Fei was still preparing his killing move when he saw LV Kai nodding at Bai Yong. All right, I promise you. But what? Bai Yong was a bit offended, knowing that the other party was going to make conditions. But first, please go to your death. After Lu Kai spoke, a long string of soul chains appeared and locked Bai Yong. Bai Yong was confused on the spot. What's the situation? How is it that one by one, they have such a heavy killing heart? Why do they kill everyone they see? He really didn't think wrong. Lu Kai did kill on sight. It was impossible to fight. This Lu Kai was not weaker than Jiang Yi. Bai Yong had to crush the last shadow escape talisman. Chen Fei had been hiding in the shadows, watching this scene with amusement, until the 3 beasts spoke at the same time. Meow, this person's chi. There's something wrong with it. Orange-red with some black chi. Gu, there is the scent of his kind in his head. Ow, this person's soul appears to be controlled. If it was just the dark clouds that had spoken, then Chen Fei would have paid more attention to Lu Kai. But now that the 3 beasts had spoken at the same time, it meant that there was something wrong with this Lu Kai, something very wrong. Thinking of this, Chen Fei simply helped LV Kai out, allowing Xiao Gu to cover him with a crystal and teleport him to Bai Yang's location. One might as well watch the drama first. Bai Yong was on the verge of crying. How come the other party also had a crystal shuttle? Or did he join forces with Chen Fei? Thinking of this, Bai Yang's heart was like death. You guys forced me. Bai Yong didn't have a Demon King level killing move. Even if he did, this kind of thing couldn't be used by a normal Zongshi level Imperial Beastmaster, and it would be easy to be crippled by draining his aura. So more of what was given were life preservation items like shields and evasive techniques. Other than that, there was one other thing, and that was the technique of increase. When Bai Yong crushed the increase artifact, a wave of energy instantly merged into himself and his Imperial Beast body, and his strength went straight up to the 4th level, the 4th step. Rigidly raising 3 steps was against the power of the rules of heaven and earth, so after the increase disappeared, Bai Yong would fall into a long period of weakness. This time, the secret realm was considered a wasted visit. But compared to a life, what was the secret realm worth? 7-headed serpent, spiritual light. The Naga 7-headed serpent was Bai Yang's only SS grade qualified Imperial Beast. As it was cultivated, with each additional head, its qualification would increase by 1 point. The current 7 heads, each mastering an element, were not weak. But the Lu Kai he was facing was equally not weak, possessing the ghost lineage of Ghost World Painter. Chapter 118. All like to explode themselves? The Ghost Realm Painter had a tattered robe just like the ancient scholar, that is, his face was ghostly, holding a brush in his right hand and a book in his left. Draw the appearance of ghosts on the book, then you can summon the ghosts. Like the Brahma Jade-faced beaver, it is a directional summoning type, but much worse than the Brahma Jade-faced beaver. The 4 shake time is too long, and by the time the drawing is done, the battle might be over. That's why its qualifications only went up to SS grade, far inferior to the Brahma Jade-faced beaver. Because of this, Lu Kai needed 2 other imperial beasts to fight with. One was a soul-devouring demon, devouring a large amount of soul power to enhance itself. The other is a necrotic witch demon which can summon countless necrotic skeletons. These dead spirit skeletons didn't need to be powerful. They only needed to entangle Bai Yang's 3 beasts and create painting time for the Ghost Realm Painter. As for the soul-devouring demon, it would directly capture Bai Yang's soul and kill the Imperial Beast Master, and the other 3 Imperial Beasts would not be attacked. Only, on Bai Yang's body, he also had one of King Zhang's souls guarding him, avoiding the soul-devouring demon's attack. Then, he had his Imperial Beasts launch a full-scale attack. In particular, the main head of the Naga 7-headed serpent possessed the light elemental attribute, which had a certain restraining effect on all 3 of Lu Kai's beasts. Bai Yang, who had been elevated to the 4th level, 4th rank, surprisingly pressed LV Kai to fight for a while, and even interrupted the Ghost Realm Painter's brewing process several times. If Chen Fei were to face the Bai Yang of this moment alone, it would also be somewhat tricky. It was true that after the king level, none of them were simple characters. All of them liked to hide their undercards. How could Chen Fei, who was hiding in the dark, let Bai Yang do as he wished? It would be too sorry for him if he didn't wreak havoc. Ruler Jade. Mess with that 7-headed snake. Bai Yang and the Imperial Beasts were both shrouded under Soul Guardian, but the illusion realm was not. Ruler Jade secretly weaved an illusion over to the Naga 7-headed serpent. It just happened to know the Naga 7-headed serpent's nemesis, the Guju bird. The Goyu bird, which had 9 heads, also had many different attributes, reached the level of immortal beast, and could also fly, which was exactly the right way to restrain the Naga 7-headed snake. Even more coincidentally, the Gushu bird was the very existence that the Phantom Soul Fox clan had invited to seal the Ruler Jade. Ruler Jade couldn't be more familiar with its appearance, breath, and pressure, and couldn't forget it even after millions of years. As this illusion passed, the Naga 7-headed serpent shuddered. It was like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to squeak. With the pause of the Naga 7-headed serpent, it also gave the ghost painting scribe a chance. In one fell swoop, he drew a 4th level, 5th ranked paper soul guest with a qualification of SSS rank. This caused Bai Yang to be startled. The paper soul guest was quite bizarre and didn't have a real fleshly body, but was instead made of paper. The smell of decaying paper permeated his body, as if it was a whisper at the time of death. Countless small paper figures floated out from the paper soul guest. These small paper people folded in the air while forming battleable ghosts and demonic beasts. This ability was no weaker than Xiao Gu's insect swarm. It lies in the fact that it doesn't need to hatch and can be formed quickly, but the number can't reach as many as the bug swarm. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The most ruthless thing was that these little paper people weren't afraid of fire. Because of the ghostly fire that bubbled up on their bodies itself, it was hard to suppress it unless it was a foreign fire. Coincidentally, by the hundreds of small paper people finally folded into the shape of a Guju bird. The Naga 7-headed snake had just rushed out of the illusion when it was startled by the Gushu bird paper person in front of it, thinking that it was still in the middle of the illusion, and retreated. Bai Yang was so angry that he was trembling. Fake. That's fake. It's not a real Guju bird. Get on it. Use light skills as well as ice skills with all your might to suppress them. He was in a hurry. This was Lu Kai's own strength, but Bai Yang wasn't. The Demon King level increase was strong and long-lasting, yes, but it couldn't stand up to being tossed around like this. However, by the time the Naga 7-headed serpent reacted, it was already too late. Except for the paperman Guju bird, the other papermen folded into tiny bees, drilling holes wherever they could, and closing in on Bai Yang and his imperial beasts at breakneck speed. And then, at the critical moment, explode. Bai Yang's heart was tired. Why did 1 or 2 of them like to use this kind of self-destructive attack? He seriously wondered if he had chosen the wrong imperial beasts, and instead should have chosen something like Xiao Gu or something like Paper Soul Guest. If in the next life, the reality was that there weren't that many ifs. The paper bee's self-detonation created an excellent opportunity for Lu Kai's side. It was also at this moment that the time of the Soul Guardian passed. Bai Yang, who had been blown up, was hit before he could use his second Soul Guardian. Without holding out for long, Bai Yang's soul was burned out by the ghost fire and died beyond death. His imperial beast was left with the Naga 7-headed serpent still alive, but it didn't dare to come close to Lu Kai at all and escaped. Lu Kai didn't care about it, his mission was to kill people, not beasts. Chen Fei didn't bother with it either, he was busy and was using his cell phone to record the footage of their battle. If someone asked how Bai Yang died later, hey! He was killed by Lu Kai. At the same time, he always felt that this Lu Kai wasn't simple, and its imperial beasts, as well as the way it acted, made him think of that mysterious organization. If it was really the work of this organization, this would be a good piece of fodder when the time came. It would also be a good choice to have the Bai clan, who had always only dodged the battlefield, to bite that organization. As the battle ended, Lu Kai picked up Bai Yang's spatial ring. The moment it was opened, a sudden white light dived into Lu Kai's body. That's the powder tracking of the scaled fragrant white butterfly. Chen Fei recognized the white light. Many clans possessed some means of tracking. Obviously, the spatial ring setting the second person to touch it would be sprayed by the scaled fragrant white butterfly's powder and subsequently marked. This powder, even if it washed off now, would be recognized in the future when encountering the scaled fragrance white butterfly as well. In this way, LV Kai and the White family's Liang was considered to have formed a bond. At the same time, this also reminded Chen Fei that not everyone's spatial ring could be touched casually, and it could not be ruled out. The moment the paper soul guest disappeared, it was time for Chen Fei to make his move. Under the hidden Yuan technique, the dark clouds had already quietly approached and slammed the increased pure world white thunder directly onto Lu Kai's ghost world painter. The pure world white thunder targeted all evil demons and ghosts in the world, acting as a purifying effect. For the ghost, demon, and necromancer lineages, it was simply a heavenly grudge. Under one strike, the ghost realm painter let out a horrifying and shrill scream. In particular, the pen and paper in the ghost realm painter's hand was shattered by the blow, and it would take no time to repair it. The painter himself was even chopped off a section of his arm by the pure world white thunder. If it wasn't for the surrounding dead spirit skeletons that had withstood some of it for it, the consequences would have been even more serious. The ghost realm painter, who was unable to paint, lost its threat. With just one strike, it seriously injured Lu Kai's strongest ghost realm painter. Pure world white thunder. A great feat. At this moment, LV Kai panicked and chose to run away at the first opportunity. This kind of great opportunity, how could Chen Fei let go? Chapter 119. I miss Big Brother Chen Fei. Under the purifying effect of the pure world white thunder, Lu Kai's other two imperial beasts were also heavily injured. Unable to do so, they could only retrieve the royal beast space at the first opportunity. Without the imperial beasts, Lu Kai became a human target that Chen Fei could easily pin down. Ruler Jade Soul Torture. For such a long time, Ruler Jade had not used this ability, and now he finally had the chance to use it. As Lu Kai fell into the torture state, Chen Fei seized the time to ask, "Who is the person behind you?" "I don't know." LV Kai didn't even know what the weavers looked like, so how could he possibly know their identity? "What are their characteristics?" "All wear masks, wearing black robes. There is a triangular pattern on the wall with an eye in the center of the pattern." Lu Kai's soul recalled these things as best it could. As the voice of the soul broke off, Chen Fei knew that his soul could not take it anymore, so he had to quickly ask the next question. "What is the mission this time?" "Kill everyone in the secret realm." Chen Fei did not feel surprised. The 200 people in the secret realm at this time, no. More than 100 of them were the best of the younger generation, and it would be too normal to be targeted by that organization. Can there be any accomplices in here? There is. See. Gong Zhenhe. When he said this, Lu Kai's soul spontaneously combusted. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but the weaver behind him sensed that the forbidden system had been touched. In order to prevent it from revealing its secrets, it ignited Lu Kai's soul at the first opportunity. The weaver was after all a king-grade imperial beastmaster, and Ruler Jade couldn't stop it a bit. However, its ways and means were the same as before. The only difference was that the last time's methods were even more terrifying and creepy. With things as they were, if Lu Kai was dead, he was dead. Chen Fei wouldn't care too much. It was a pity that the clues obtained were too few. A painting with a triangular pattern? Chen Fei did not know what it was, so he had to keep these in his mind and see if he could find out any clues in the follow-up. Right now, the top priority was to find the duo of Tang Jian and Xin Lin, as well as Xikong Jinhai. This person, again, could not be left behind. Just at the moment Chen Fei relaxed, he finally saw the red beam of light rising up in the distance. Such an obvious beam of light would definitely attract a large number of people to it. And the more people there were, the more likely Sikong Jinhai would be there. Thinking of this, Chen Fei rushed over without stopping. Hopefully, he could stop Sikong Jinhai in time. Xinlin, don't bring me along when you stir up a hornet's nest. Tang Jian wanted to cry without tears. Originally, it was just right to rush to the red light pillar. But in the middle of the road, he ran into Xinlin, who was being wildly chased by a swarm of bird soul bees. Being stung by sparrow soul wasps wouldn't kill you, but your soul would be in pain for half a day. The taste is not too pleasant. Of course, if stung too much, it was also life-threatening. What kind of treasure did you steal from others, causing these sparrow soul bees to be immortal with you? Xinlin had an innocent look on his face. I just took the bed where the queen bee sleeps. Who knew they were so crazy? How could a bed be so crazy? Is it possible that this bed is made of Shenjin jade? Tang Jian froze, finally realizing what this grandson had done, and then cursed even harder. His grandma's a ball. It's only possible for the divine beast Xuanwu's former habitat to produce Xuanwu golden jade. As long as you sleep on it, you can increase the strength of your physical body, and it's not too much to describe it as being worth a lot of money. If you robbed someone's supreme treasure, they shall not fight you to the death. Looking at the group of peaks behind them, the two were on the verge of crying. I miss Big Brother Chen Fei. Me too. Where the hell are you, Big Brother? Achoo. Chen Fei rubbed his nose. Someone is scolding me? Chen Fei. I sensed the compulsion that was sent out. Oh, that should be Tang Jian. Xinlin and the others go. Xinlin's treasure-hunting mouse was a heaven-defying little fellow, and if it wasn't for the existence of the Battle 5 scum, it would have been infinitely more qualified. Before seeing them, Chen Fei heard a buzzing sound. The sound was as loud as tens of thousands of third-generation parasites out in force. It was creepy to hear, and Chen Fei did not want to come into contact with it. However, Xiao Gu's words stopped Chen Fei in his tracks. Both second-generation insects are among the swarm. Chen Fei. Good guts, really good guts. Advanced second and third-ranked scum, how dare they tease a third and fifth-ranked bird soul bee? Are you tired of living? Nothing can happen to these two guys, so Chen Fei had to let Xiao Gu take action. The crystals suddenly covered Xinlin and Tang Jian, then transferred them to another place. At the same time, Chen Fei used the hidden yuan technique on them to help cover their breath. The sparrow soul bees couldn't find anyone, so they naturally dispersed. The first time the two saw Chen Fei, they hugged his thighs. Big brother, we've finally met you. Big brother. Begging for a cover. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the pig-headed appearance of the two, Chen Fei laughed so hard that his stomach cramped. If it wasn't for the second-generation compulsion being on them, Chen Fei definitely wouldn't have recognized them. Afterward, Wu Yun gave a handful of treatments over which took down some of the swelling. Big brother, here's your protection fee. Xinlin took the initiative to hand the other half of the Shenjin jade to Chen Fei. Without Chen Fei, the two would definitely die. Chen Fei didn't treat him politely and directly put it into the sacred Canon space. Big brother, why do I feel that the aura on your body is becoming more and more solid? Have you made another breakthrough? Chen Fei didn't admit it, nor did he deny it. Xinlin and Tang Jian instantly realized, envious. It had only been a short while and he had gone even further. If they continued like this, their strength would only be pulled further and further away. All right, cut the crap and hurry up. Xinlin and Tang Jian naturally wouldn't refuse. After finding Chen Fei, they had a backbone. The three of them searched all the way towards the spirit mansion, delaying quite a bit of time. So much so that by the time they arrived at the spirit mansion, a whole day had already passed. There wasn't just one palace here, but it was made up of several, and it was still only a fragmented part of it. With a golden roof, red doors, and an ancient tone, it was more than a little solemn and mysterious. Every brick and every tile revealed the flavor of history, obviously not of recent times. There are 3 of them with plaques. Hidden Scripture Pavilion, Pill Spinning, the Great Hall of Evangelism. The other plaques, for some unknown reason, were all broken. In this way, it does seem more like an ancient clan site. As for the red light, it came from the Great Hall of Evangelism. Jiang Yi, Nangong Xingchen and the others had all gathered here a long time ago. Jiang Yi relied over. The Great Hall of Evangelization is currently inaccessible. I don't know when it will be opened. The Scripture Pavilion and Dan Pill Spinning can be advanced. More or less there will be a harvest. Chen Fei noticed the aura on Jiang Yi's body. Surprisingly, She was already at the Patriarch level 2. Was it because Zhang Yi had been accumulating at the advanced 9th rank for too long that she had consecutively broken through? Or was it that she had another chance? What made Chen Fei care was not Zhang Yi's chance, but Xikong Zhenhai, who was even more powerful than her. How far had her strength reached? Chapter 120. Entering the Scripture Pavilion. Senior sister, pay attention to Xikong Zhenhai. He is likely to be the same as Song Gong. Without saying too much, Zhang Yi was able to understand what Chen Fei meant. At the same time, she also saw a few moments of gravity on her face. You can be sure? Certain. Good. I'll pay attention. And by the way, go find some people who can join forces. After experiencing the Song Bao incident, Zhang Yi's mind had grown a lot. Good and evil were only superficial. The real way to judge a person is not to look at what they show, but what they do behind the scenes that no one knows about. She would no longer easily trust others, but she trusted Chen Fei's judgment. The Song Bao incident, the accuracy of Chen Fei's judgment was still fresh in Zhang Yi's mind, including the later events at the frontline. Zhang Yi had also heard Jiang Nan mention some of them. When it came to things like this, Chen Fei always possessed a keenness that others did not. Or rather, he understood the evil in human nature better. After sharing some information, Chen Fei entered the pill spinning with Tang Jian and Xin Lin. Just like the spirit plantation, one could only obtain the corresponding elixir after passing the examination. And the content of the examination was precisely related to pills. Pharmacological insights, medicinal material matching, fire control skills, and elixir refinement. Regarding this, Chen Fei knew nothing about it. The Royal Spirit Continent's pills inheritance was not much to begin with, and with the Mist invasion, where was the time to learn all this? Chen Fei quickly withdrew from Dan pill spinning. He was self-aware of himself and would not waste time on this. Turning to it, he entered the hidden scripture cabinet. Unlike what he had guessed, the hidden scripture cabinet also had a trial test, and the content of the test was precisely martial arts. Inside and outside the flow of time is not the same for 110. Outside 1 day, inside 10 days. The ranking on the stone tablet is: first place, Shangguan Leifeng, 19 years old. Potential rating: SSS plus 69 hours to cultivate 4th level martial arts to mastery level. 27th place, Jiang Yi, 20 years old. Potential rating: SSS 66 hours to cultivate 3rd level martial arts to skillful level. 36th place, Nangong Xingchen, 19 years old. Potential rating: SSS 75 hours to cultivate 3rd level martial arts to skillful level. These people were really fast. Chen Fei suspected that they had rushed here at the first opportunity after entering the secret realm. However, they were all descendants of king-level royal beastmasters, so it was normal for them to know more about the secret realm. The first place was again this Shangguan Leifeng, who was also considered a legend. As for Zhang Yi's martial arts potential, it was surprisingly higher than the royal beast talent. Not true. Zhang Yi was the daughter of King Jiang, so there must be quite a few martial arts available for her to learn. In other words, the royal beast was most likely only part of the strength she had displayed, and martial arts was her hidden killing move. As expected, none of the king-level offspring were simple. Chen Fei realized this more profoundly. After digesting these things, Chen Fei stepped into the trial space. The only things placed in the space were the rank 3 and rank 4 martial arts. The difficulty of the 4th level martial arts was much higher. If the time was the same, then the potential rating for practicing grade 4 martial arts would only be higher. Chen Fei's martial arts talent was not high, so he could only take advantage of the situation and utilize his kill value to assist. Thus, he had to find the assassination martial art. Fortunately, there were enough martial arts in the trial space: 12 level 3 assassination martial arts and 3 level 4 assassination martial arts. The silent needle. It could draw out the aura and condense it into hair like silent needles, which could kill people invisibly when combined with specific assassination techniques. If it can be matched with the corresponding concealed weapon, the power can be greatly increased. No threshold, just need to learn and practice hard. Shadow blade cutting. Manipulating shadows to form sharp blades, delivering accurate strikes to the target. Threshold. Requires the possession of a shadow system talent. The art of puppetry. Controlling the aura, letting it be like a rope, controlling every joint place of the puppet, and then fighting, attacking, and killing. There is no threshold, only the need to learn and practice hard. At the stage of completion, one can even control living things. Nothing is not a puppet. Chen Fei first ruled out shadow blade cutting. Without the shadow system talent, it was impossible to learn it. The silent needle was relatively one-dimensional, but one pass could lead to 100 passes. After having a unique concealed weapon technique, it was possible to change to other concealed weapons with ease. However, the key point lies in learning and practicing hard. Even if the power of the silent needle reached the proficient level or even the peak level, but if it couldn't be thrown, then it would be a joke. As for the puppetry technique, it could be strong or weak. If the puppet under control was strong, it was naturally strong. If the puppet under control was weak, it would be rather chicken ribs, not as powerful as Xiao Gu's corpse control. In the end, Chen Fei still chose the silent needle. At least it wouldn't overlap with Xiao Gu's ability. The first step Chen Fei had to take was to familiarize himself with the book Martial Arts Inheritance, and then extract the aura according to the records therein. The aura was not as pure as imagined, but rather quite refuted. First of all, there are impurities in the aura. Evil chi, ghost chi, heart demonic magic chi, and the dead chi of the dead spirits. If too much of these chi were absorbed, it would be greatly detrimental to future cultivation. In addition to that, Reiki was also divided into various kinds: green wood aura, red fire aura, platinum aura, black water aura, yellow earth aura, thunder spirit aura, dark spirit aura, and other 10 major elemental auras. There are also star aura, moonlight aura, sunflower aura from the starry sky, as well as other types of yin-yang aura and chaos aura. Everyone's physique is different, will not need their own chi row away, will need their own chi gathered, and then absorbed into the body to the dantian, meridians, limbs and bones, the formation of large and small circumference. This is cultivation. If a person does not have the yin and yang talent, then the absorbed yin and yang aura will eventually dissipate like a funnel that slowly leaks away, and the aura returns to heaven and earth. Therefore, only with the right kind of aura can one continue to improve their strength. The silent needle belongs to concealed weapons, which are mostly metallic substances. Of course, it could also be lightning, dark spirits, and other. But with platinum aura as the base construct, usually no mistakes would be made. When one becomes skillful, constructing thunder spirit aura and dark spirit aura on top of platinum aura is also possible. After selecting the platinum aura, one begins to accumulate it continuously, and then crushes, hammers, and solidifies it. Just like hammering iron, step by step, let the platinum aura build into a silent needle that possesses killing power. Otherwise, when you eject the aura, it disperses before it even touches the enemy. Then how can you kill the enemy? Instead, you would only expose yourself. This whacking process was tedious beyond measure, and particularly consumed the mind. It took a full 64 hours before Chen Fei hammered out his first silent needle and crossed over to the entry level. As expected, his talent in martial arts was not high. If this were to be Shangguan Leifeng coming over, I'm afraid that he would have coalesced the silent destruction needle within 24 hours and practiced it in depth. Instead, Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief, finally reaching the entry level, after which smashing the kill value would be enough. More than 10,000 kill value can be upgraded to proficient level. This point is still taken out. The silent needle that had reached the proficient level had also undergone a drastic change. One needle could be condensed in a second. At the same time, the silent needle that was shot out could remain in the enemy's body, making it easy for the user to track it. Moreover, the silent destruction needle had been repeatedly compressed and hammered. Controlling the silent needle to explode would have the effect of a small bomb. Currently, its lethality could be targeted at 3rd-level demonic beasts, and for 4th-level demonic beasts it would not do much damage. In the next moment, Chen Fei was teleported outside, and the list on the stone tablet changed once again. Chapter 121. Your subtitle is still speechless on? First place, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential rating: Transcendence 64 hours to cultivate a grade 4 martial art to proficiency level. Once again, he received a transcendent rating. However, Chen Fei knew that this was all due to the sacred canon, otherwise, not to mention the proficient level, he wouldn't know how long it would take to complete even the skilled level. The next moment, another jade token appeared. The same word was engraved on it: Beast. At the same time, an additional yellow beam of light appeared in the Great Hall of Evangelism. No one knew how it was caused, but it was known that the Great Hall of Preaching would most likely open in the near future. This caused everyone to only search for treasures in the surrounding area, not daring to run too far for fear of missing the chance of the Great Hall of Evangelization. Chen Fei, who was in the middle of the scripture pavilion, didn't know this. He only knew that with this token, he could pick any inheritance in the scripture pavilion. Just like the spiritual plantation, of course, it was to pick from the higher levels. Grade 6 Assassination Martial Art. The Manju Flowing Cloud. Controls all water and ice elements in nature, including mist, vapor, and water droplets. Make water droplets form concealed weapons and sharp arrows to achieve dripping water piercing through stones. When the proficiency reaches a certain level, it can even control the blood in the enemy's body, causing their blood to coagulate or their blood to explode and die. Threshold. Can only be learned by possessing the water and ice elements. Ripple Palm. This palm can stir up the magnetic field within a certain area, using the invisible magnetic field as a hidden weapon to kill people invisibly. Threshold. Only those who possess the magnetism talent can learn it. There were only these 2 level 6 assassination-type martial arts, and the thresholds required were not low. Chen Fei's talent lay in sentinel beasts and nothing else. With these 2, he could only look at them but could not learn them. Turning to the 5th level martial arts. Just after looking at it for half a day, either the threshold could not be reached or it clashed with the abilities of the 3 beasts. Suddenly, on the shelf in the corner, there were some array jade slips that attracted Chen Fei. The martial arts qualifications were not good, but the formation still had some potential. Besides, the 10 Faces ambush formation was too spirit-consuming. The entry-level proficiency had already drained all of Chen Fei's spiritual qi, and if he reached the proficient level, it would still drain him into a dry corpse. The best thing to do was to find some formations that could even out the odds. Level 6 formation. Yin and Yang upside-down formation. The initial formation could invert the balance of yin and yang in a living being's body, causing it to fall into a state of confusion and subsequently weakening the enemy. The later stage formation can invert the yin and yang attributes within a certain space, turning heaven into earth, fire into water, and light into darkness. It is a yin-yang and assassin formation. If you can master the yin-yang 2 qi, you can master this formation faster. The 100 Ghosts Night March formation. Can summon in soldiers and sprites as weapons to attack and entangle, and cause some damage to the enemy's spiritual power. Entry level. Can summon 3 ghosts. Skillful. Can summon 10 ghosts. Proficient. Summons 100 ghosts. Peak level. Can summon 1,000 ghosts. Flawless level. Can summon 10,000 ghosts. And as the proficiency and entity increase, the stronger the ghost's single strength is. It belongs to the ghost and assassin lineage formations, and those who possess the ghost lineage can master it faster. Yin and Yang ghost lineage, Chen Fei did not have any, but it did not mean that he could not learn it. Formations were not the same as martial arts. Martial arts was to take what was practiced and contain it in one's own body. Formation was to draw the aura needed in nature and then seal it into the formation disc, using the array disc as a container rather than using a person as a container. Without these 2 systems of qi, the efficiency of Chen Fei's learning would be greatly reduced. However, as long as he reached the entry level, everything that followed could be handed over to the killing value. In the end, Chen Fei chose the 100 Ghosts Night March formation. There was no other reason, simply because there were too many ghost-type monsters in the mists. Fighting ghosts with ghosts was not a bad choice. According to Chen Fei's estimation, the 10 ambush formation was at least a grade 8 or grade 9 formation. That 100 Ghosts Night March formation belonged to rank 6, and one should be able to withstand proficiency at the proficient level. If he mastered it earlier, he would have one more card to play. Afterward, he was teleported out of the scripture pavilion. Looking at the second beam of light in the hall of transmission, Chen Fei pondered. It seemed that a beam of light would appear as soon as there was a transcendent potential assessment. Whether this was the case or not, Chen Fei could not be sure, but he could go and verify it. Apart from the scripture pavilion and pill spinning, there were other places of trial. The entire Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm was actually more like a specialized search for people with high potential. And the higher the potential, the more precious the things obtained would be. For future growth, it could be of great benefit. It was no wonder that the vast majority of those who entered the Spirit Mansion Secret Realm possessed the qualifications to become a king-grade royal beastmaster. Leaving the scripture pavilion, Chen Fei entered the side hall, and according to what Jiang Yi said, there was a mirror inside that could clarify the mind and enlighten oneself. The first person was finally not that Shangguan Leifeng, it was Cheng Jingjing. Chen Fei remembered the boss who was dirty, did not expect her to be so clear about her future development path. No more thinking, Chen Fei came to the mirror. The moment he looked into the mirror, Chen Fei was pulled into another space. What he saw was his parents conquering the sands and finally encountering the evil king of the ninth, who was about to be beheaded. The image was frozen at that moment, and then a line appeared in the sky. Do you want to stop this? Chen Fei didn't have any hesitation. I want to. In the next second, the image moved and Chen Fei joined the battle, resulting in his parents being saved by being decapitated by the evil king of the ninth. If the consequence of stopping it was at the cost of your life, would you still make the same choice as just now? Or rather, would you be willing to wait for your strength to increase before going back to take revenge? Seeing this, Chen Fei knew that the real difficulty had come. This was the dilemma. One's own life, one's parents' life, which to choose. By choosing himself, the rating would be higher, and a genius who could survive would be considered a genius. But with such a choice, is the barrier in one's own heart passed? No wonder Jiang Yi said that this is a trial to understand the heart and see the nature of the heart, and it does point directly to the most fragile part of the human heart. Chen Fei chose neither. I'll choose to open up and directly blow up the other side, so they won't have any danger to speak of. Subtitles in the air. Chen Fei stayed for a moment. You subtitles are still speechless on. A little later, Chen Fei entered another screen. At that time, he stood before the mist, facing millions of evil creatures, and behind him were millions of human races. If with your life you can save the lives of millions of human races, are you willing to do so? Chapter 122 Flawless Grade Skill. Chen Fei could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Again? What's the difference between this and the question just now? Is it to give up a small family, or saving everyone? An unsolved problem for the ages. Do you think I can solve it? Chen Fei still said, I choose to crush those millions of evil beasts after I open up. After a while, subtitles appeared in the air. Hashtag at hashtag. Chen Fei. Why the hell are you still cursing? As soon as the words fell, Chen Fei was directly blasted out of the mirror space. When he wanted to re-enter, he could no longer do so. Quite the temper. Coming to the stone tablet, Chen Fei found his ranking. 69th, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential rating. SSS Strong Soul Power, unaffected by illusions. Possesses a clear, and without any wavering or hesitation, direction of advancement. Only this direction is too breathless, either someone with an immensely strong heart or a complete madman. Other people are all three words. While they have a long string, it seems that this mirror has a lot of opinions about themselves. But Chen Fei felt that he was telling the truth. Why do you still want to follow the same old path? Why do you still have to make life and death choices when you're already hanging on? That means that this hanging is not big enough. Soon after, a wooden token appeared. This token also had a word on it. Inner. Inner disciple? Or does it mean something else? You can take this token and pick any level 5 beast material. Bone, endodermis, fur, sharp teeth. After picking for a while, Chen Fei picked the inner elixir of a ferocious beast, the Fuhu. When the time came, the immortal soul would obtained from opening the spirit mine would be the main focus, supplemented by this inner elixir. With the soul purification crystals exchanged from the 4-winged whale Ku inside, purify the soul impurities present in the inner elixir. Then using the heavenly Luan Soul Dew as a guide to increase the chances of a breakthrough. Adding 50,000 killing value to make up for the shortfall would allow Ruler Jade's soul-suppressing cage to undergo a metamorphosis and be upgraded to the flawless level. 1 million killing value would allow a peak-level skill to be upgraded to the flawless level. It took so many materials to bring the kill value down to 50,000. However, it was worth it anyways. In order to increase the source of killing value, Chen Fei had the 3rd-generation companions in the secret realm join in the killing. Together with the 3rd-generation compotes in the Baiwe mountain range, the killing value was accumulating. Until it reached 50,000, Chen Fei first extracted it to Ruler Jade's soul-suppressing cage. Its movement, surprisingly, was no smaller than the evolution of Xiao Gu. However, thinking about it, even a level 5 Demon King might not necessarily possess a flawless level skill. Voltron Soul-Suppressing Domain. By peak level skill, flawless level skill. Enhancement advantages. 1. Once the soul-suppressing domain is opened, all living souls of rank 4, step 5 and below can be suppressed. For the souls of living beings above rank 4, step 5, they also possess a great threat. As one's strength increases, the level of suppression will increase. 2. On top of the soul-suppressing mountain, there is the fierce beast Fuhu's aura and pressure, which can increase the power of the soul-suppressing mountain by 10 times. Once the full force of suppression, it is basically difficult to escape the soul. And the scattered remnants of the soul can be absorbed by the tiger, continue to enhance the power of the soul suppression mountain. And part of the soul power will be fed back to themselves, and then enhance the strength and qualifications. 3. As long as there is enough aura, the soul-suppressing domain can be used continuously with no time limit. After reading this long list of advantageous enhancements, Chen Fei was already too stunned to speak. This flawless level of proficiency was too invincible. From a cage to a domain with no time limit, this was already a considerable upgrade. 10 times the power of the soul-suppressing Great Mountain also amazed Chen Fei. One could imagine how refreshing it must be to have the enemy's soul left in fragments with the pressure of the Great Mountain during a sparring match. The most invincible thing was that 10 times the power was not the end, but a growth skill. The more soul fragments absorbed, the stronger the suppression power, simply terrifying. Chen Fei finally knew why it was called flawless grade, because there was no way to pick out any flaws. Also, with the improvement of this skill, Ruler Jade truly possessed the strength to kill with a single strike. Coupled with Dark Cloud's Robbery Thunder and Xiao Gu's Swarm Self-Explosion, allowing the Chen Fei at this time to surpass quite a few people of the older generation in this aspect of battle power, which included his parents. It had even surpassed his own self in his previous life. The 4th day of the Spirit Mansion Secret Realm. Chen Fei had entered quite a few trial spaces, but had never obtained a Transcendence rating. The Great Hall of Evangelization had also remained unopened, and many people were starting to get restless. The Secret Realm only had 7 days, but there was more than just the Spirit Mansion. Moreover, even if the Great Hall of Evangelism did open, whether or not they could snatch the opportunity was still one thing, which led to many people temporarily leaving the Spirit Mansion and going out to look for treasures. Among these people were Xin Lin and Tang Jian. Chen Fei, we've discovered a large tomb that we simply can't break into with our strength. Are you interested? A large tomb? A great tomb in the Spirit Mansion mysterious realm should not be simple, so Chen Fei was naturally interested. Go! He quickly arrived at a cliff along with Xin Lin, dark and deep. The floating grayish to greenish mist made the place a little more terrifying. It was as if an overwhelmingly ferocious beast had opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow a few people. The entrance to the tomb was at the halfway point of the cliff, a small inconspicuous hole. If it wasn't for the treasure-hunting rats, Xin Lin and Tang Jian would never have found such a hidden place. With the power of the flying demonic beast, the 3 of them quickly arrived at the cave entrance, only to find that there were quite a few green ghost bats dead at the entrance. Xin Lin frowned and said, "We just came down and just explored the path. We didn't dare to startle these green ghost bats." "You mean that they weren't killed by you guys?" "That's right. Then it means that someone else besides us has found this place." Chen Fei turned the bats over and realized that they were all dead peacefully and there was nothing special about them. "No, their souls have been devoured." Ruler Jade's spiritual voice came. If it was the souls that were devoured, then it must be the work of a soul system demonic beast. Chen Fei murmured, "All of their souls have been sucked away. You guys know what that means, right?" Xin Lin and Tang Jian's expressions also turned ugly. Among the 200 people who had entered the secret realm, there were very few who had contracted a soul demonic beast. Other than Chen Fei, who no one knew about, and the notorious Jiang Yi, there were only 4 people left. The one Chen Fei wanted to deal with, Xikong Zhenhai, as well as the dead Lu Kai, both possessed soul lineage demonic beasts. The other was Ji Chanfeng, the second-year head of the Dragon Academy, who possessed a SS Amaterasu soul dragon. It was in this person's hands that Jiang Yi lost. The last one was the second-year head of the first-place team of the 100 Cities competition, Taiching Academy, Shimin Lingyun. He possessed a SSS-ranked heaven-swallowing toad, combining the devouring, soul, and elemental lineages, a very perverted existence that could not swallow anything. He was also the only person in the competition, other than Chen Fei, who possessed an SSS beast at a young age. He was even recognized as the #1 person in the 100 Cities competition, and could suppress Xikong Zhenhai and LV Kai all by himself. Chen Fei only knew that no matter who it was an absolute tough opponent that wasn't that easy to deal with. "You two go wait outside. I'll go a little deeper and see if I can pick up some bargains." Chapter 123 Xin Lin and Tang Jian's Chance. Xin Lin and Tang Jian did not reject Chen Fei's suggestion. With their strength, they would only become a burden to Chen Fei, and it would be better not to enter than to do so. The two quickly exited. "Old Shen Ah, It seems like we must redouble our efforts, or else we'll keep dragging big brother Chen Fei behind. That's not a good thing. Xinlin nodded approvingly. That's right. If we keep going on like this, we'll only be disliked. I'm afraid that by then, Big Brother won't even bother to bring us along. The two appeared to have a not-so-small sense of crisis at this moment. If they didn't even have the value of being brought along, it meant that the gap between them and Chen Fei was already large to a certain extent. Xinlin gave a suggestion. I'm sure the big man won't come out this early, so let's go somewhere else to look for a chance? Totally fine anyway. We have an appointment with Big Brother to meet over at the Spirit Mansion. The two once again let the treasure-hunting mouse lead the way and kept going towards the depths. Along the way, the treasure-hunting mouse was acting unusually excited. That was a bit more excited than when it discovered the resting soil. The two naturally wouldn't stop, they had to make a break for it anyways. If it was really dangerous, it wouldn't be too late to withdraw again. The greed in their eyes grew stronger and stronger, as if they were about to find some absolute treasure. Stop! It was only after being yelled at by Xinlin that Tang Jian came to his senses for a few moments. What's wrong? Xinlin shook his head. I don't know what's wrong, but it just feels like the state isn't quite right. And my Crow Jiu realized that this surrounding contains a faint curse power. If it hadn't reminded me in time, we would probably have lost ourselves. Crow Jiu was none other than Xinlin's ghost curse crow, named for the 9 gray hairs on its head. It was also those 9 hairs that made it quite sensitive to curses. Being able to sense curses meant that there were either curse-type beings or curse-type heavenly treasures around. Tang Jian let out a low voice. So what's next? Should we leave or advance? Xinlin didn't answer right away, but looked down. The treasure-seeking mouse's desire for the front had never been seen before, which made Xinlin extremely heartbroken. Opening his mouth was different. Retreat! So what if it's even more heartwarming? Even if it's a supreme treasure, you have to have a life to take it. Also, without much hesitation, the two drew back. Only the two circled around for half a day, only to realize that they had been circling around in the same place. No matter what, they could not walk out. Illusionary realm. The two men thought of this thing at first, and their hearts followed with heaviness. Leaving Big Brother Chen Fei and realizing that we are nothing. Yes, even this small illusion realm can stop us. Then, fight it out. Since they couldn't walk out of the illusionary realm and no one could save them, they might as well go all the way forward and fight for a chance of survival. In just 1 hour's time, they entered the pink skeleton, necrotic grave, ghostly bride, kicked-headed child, and other bizarre illusions. And kick the head of the child and so on. Each illusion was quite terrifying and thrilling. Even if the two held the determination of certain death, they were always scared out of their wits. If they didn't rely on the sharp ability of the treasure-hunting mouse, the two would definitely die. Until later, the two actually walked into a cave without realizing it. Not knowing how far they had walked, the two found that there was suddenly light in front of them, and the colors were no longer so dull. Rushing through, they found that there was actually a village in front of them. There was quite a feeling of a village in the dark. This was something they could never have imagined. Wasn't it said that there was no one else in the secret realm? Was it an illusion, or was it real? Both of them were puzzled. They moved a few points closer and discovered that there were quite a few people hard at work in the middle of the village. Men, women, and children were planting spiritual plants similar to grains, while the elephant demon next to them was using its water ability to help irrigate. Xinlin exclaimed out in shock, 8 leaves, 8 colors. That's the 8 Immortals Valley. Tang Jian hadn't heard of it and had a curious baby face. What is that? The 8 Immortal Valley is a heaven and earth spirit valley of a very high level. According to my grandfather, that's at least a level 5 or higher spirit valley. Oh, I forgot to mention that this treasure-seeking mouse right now is none other than my grandfather's, and I'm merely borrowing it for a bit. My grandfather once found an 8 Immortals Valley because of the treasure-hunting mouse, and later cooked its grain into porridge. After drinking it, guess what? How could Tang Jian know this? And curious, he hurriedly urged Xinlin to finish and not to hang on to his appetite. Only then did Xinlin continue, the 8 Immortals are not the 8 Immortals in the true sense of the word, but refer to the 8 stimulable attributes. They are bloodline, enlightenment, luck, potential, charisma, 5 senses, spiritual power, and affinity. One of my grandfather's imperial beasts had its ancient bloodline stimulated because of the 8 Immortals Valley. Tang Jian was shocked. There are such powerful spiritual plants. Xinlin didn't deny that it was indeed powerful. The bloodline was not the strongest among the 8 attributes. If it could enhance potential, there was no escape for a king-level royal beastmaster. If it could enhance luck, it could get a lot of help in all aspects. Many people were always one step away from success. If it can enhance enlightenment, that is also 100 benefits and no harm. All in all, the 8 Immortal Valley was definitely worth their risk. Tang. Jian smacked his lips. According to you, the 8 Immortal Valleys should be incomparably precious. They can even plant large areas. What kind of place is this? The Immortal Realm. Xin Lin was also unsure. If this isn't an illusion, then it should be the Immortal Realm without a doubt. Just as the two were hesitating whether to move forward or retreat, they realized that the hole they had just come out of had long since disappeared. The two smiled bitterly. It seemed that they still had to make a break for it. Hee hee. We haven't had outsiders come here for a long time. It's still true. Their costumes are so strange. I haven't even seen their imperial beasts before. The two were heckled as ornamental beasts. The more they observed, the more the two were shocked that they couldn't see a single possibility of an illusion. The water had a water temperature, and the grain had a grain fragrance. Even the pedestrians passing by had body temperature. If it was an illusion, then what kind of illusion could be so realistic? The two men's vigilance was removed a bit, and they focused their minds on the 8 Immortals Valley, both considering how they could get it. The village chief knew their intentions and stated the rules of this place. There are 2 ways to get the 8 Immortal Valley. First, you become part of the village and are not allowed to go out for eternity, so of course you can eat fresh 8 Immortal Valleys. Second, pass the test left behind by the old ancestors. Xin Lin and Tang Jian looked at each other and chose the latter. Chapter 124 Goodbye Bone Temple. In order to catch up with Chen Fei's pace, Xin Lin and Tang Jian resolutely entered the mysterious village's trial. If you don't go to the 8 Immortals Valley, you vow not to. The other side. The first time Chen Fei entered the cave, he used the hidden elemental technique on himself and the 3 beasts. He also let the 10-3 generation bug scout ahead, just in case. After walking for a short while, the path ahead narrowed. On one side, it leaned against the cave wall, and on the other side, it was bordered by underground water. And above the water flow, there were some hanging coffins. Xin Lin and Tang Jian had walked here before, intending to pry open a hanging coffin to take a look, only to be scared away by the hanging coffin guardian beast. The 1,000 Deadly Corpse Demon, which is a level 3, step 6, can draw the energy it needs from corpses. The stronger the corpse, the stronger the 1,000 Deadly Corpse Demon was, and the higher its qualifications. Judging from the qualifications and strength of these 1,000 Deadly Corpse Demons, the owners within these hanging coffins were not much stronger in life. Naturally, Chen Fei did not have much interest in this and continued on. As he walked, Chen Fei saw the real entrance to the chamber. The door to the tomb, cast from the Yin suppression Xian Shi, was 7 meters high and 4 meters wide. It could block the Yin Fury Qi in the tomb or whatever zombie-type monsters ran out. Now, the door was opened up to a gap that a regular person could pass through. Chen Fei did not enter right away, but instead looked at the door in a daze. He was considering whether or not to remove this door, saying that he would not be able to use it in the future. Knowing Chen Fei's thoughts, Xiao Gu let out a teasing cry. Chen Fei, you are locusts crossing the border, not leaving an inch of grass behind.
陈飞敲了敲小谷脑袋，去，一边去，小孩子家家的，懂个啥？
There are quite a few zombie and ghost existences in the mists, and this Jianin Xian Shi is the right weapon to deal with them. Xiao Gu held his head and grimaced. Chen Fei, you hit me again. What if I become stupid? It wasn't much smarter in the first place. You! Ruler Jade, Dark Cloud, don't stop me. I'll fight him. Ruler Jade elegantly licked his paws. Wu Yun rested on Chen Fei's head. The 2 beasts coincidentally voiced out. We didn't stop you either. If you have the ability, you can go on. Xiao Gu. There was no tacit understanding at all. Chen Fei didn't immediately accept the Zhan Yin Xian stone, but planned to go in first to see what the situation was before saying anything. Sure. There's a situation. He told the 3 beasts to quiet down. At this moment, they were on a straight main path of the tomb chamber that could not be seen to the end. The walls were carved with various ghostly creatures. White Bone Boatman. There is a white bone boat on the river in the Nether Realm with a humanoid monster with a blurred face. One must not stare at this boat for a long time or the soul will be ferried to the underworld. There are also the ghosts of the Autumn Nun, the Temple Ghost, the Velvet Ghost, and the Harpist Ghost. Ghost-type monsters, which were quite rare in the Imperial Spirit continent, were almost invisible. For this large tomb to be able to carve so many ghostly creatures, it didn't seem like a product of the Imperial Spirit continent by any stretch of the imagination. This further confirmed that the secret realm should be an object from the heavens. Only, this great tomb and the spirit mansion seemed to have nothing to do with each other. Then how were such two unrelated contraptions hardwired together? Chen Fei shook his head, unable to figure it out at all. He only felt that there were more and more things in this world that were beyond his scope of understanding. This in itself had the feeling of being trapped in a fog. Clang! Clang clang! Suddenly, the eerie sound of a zither flooded out. It was as if the Qin master ghost on the wall had come to life. And then, with the sound of the zither, it melted the sound wave attack into it. The dark clouds opened their eyes at the first time, and then added a sound wave barrier to them, and a pure white thunder fell straight down to where the mural of the Qin master ghost was. When Chen Fei was just about to open his mouth, Dark Cloud had already ended everything. The cat's reaction speed was, indeed, fast enough. The mural that was struck by the thunderbolt directly blackened, and the Qin master's ghost on it also disappeared, seemingly having evaporated. Chen Fei also understood the purpose of these murals. It was to allow certain ghosts to hide in them and later sneak attack those who entered the graveyard. Dark Cloud's pure world white thunder should not be too useful at this moment. All the way over, these ghostly creatures were unable to pose half a threat to Chen Fei. Even after many of the ghostly creatures detected the aura of the robbing thunder, they didn't dare to move a single muscle for fear that they would be cleaved away in the next second. Walking through the main path, they arrived at the first chamber. On the coffin died a level 4, rank 29 winged centipede, which must have been the chamber's guardian beast. The same soul disappeared, suspected to have been devoured. There was another one that lunged from the corner, only to be easily taken down by Dark Cloud. As for this coffin, for some unknown reason, it was not opened. Since the person in front did not do so, Chen Fei did not intend to do so either. He directly crossed over the coffin, wanting to see what the person in front was up to. When he came to the second chamber, Chen Fei's pupils shrank. He saw a tall bronze tree without any leaves. There was only a woman's head hanging from the tree. All of their heads were stuck with hairpins crafted from green conch stones. The green color was a bit transparent, and there were conch-like patterns on it, simple and unassuming. However, they all stared with eyes as big as copper bells, as if they had seen something horrible at the moment before they died, or were unwilling or desperate. There was a faint layer of transparent crystals on their surface, making them not decay. What an evil practice! Chen Fei didn't know why the person who built the crypt did so, but it was definitely extremely cruel. Just like earlier, Chen Fei directly circled around the place, trying to catch up with the pace of the person in front of him. When he circled around to the back of the tree, he still couldn't help but look back. Discovering that the heads on the tree had unexpectedly all turned their heads to look at themselves. Although they were just as motionless, they just felt creepy. It was as if they wanted to pull one into an endless abyss. Chen Fei did not dare to stay any longer and headed for the third chamber. However, when he reached the third chamber, Chen Fei realized that he had actually left the Great Tomb. This place was once a village, only now it looked dilapidated. There was a field in front of the village. The plants on the field were all withered, but vaguely recognizable. Those plants had 8 leaves and 8 colors. What exactly is this place? And where did the people in front of them go? Holding these questions, Chen Fei sent more third-generation parasites forward to scout. Not long after, the parasites returned information. Looking down from above, the entire village was in the shape of a gossip. And in the center of the gossip, there was a bone temple. In the bone temple, there are 2 people. Upon hearing the word bone temple, Chen Fei's first thought was the bone temple in the 9 sepulchral regions. There couldn't be any connection between the two. Could there? In order to verify his thoughts, Chen Fei rushed to the bone temple at the first opportunity. Made of white bones of demonic beasts, each corner of the temple had a fierce beast head. Taotai, chaos, legend and poor chi. And the eaves of the temple took on the appearance of squid tentacles, strange and out of place. There were also 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance of the temple. Everything in the village was ragged and tattered, except for these 2 lanterns which were very new, as if time could not erode them. This was almost the same as that bone temple in the middle of the 9 sepulchral ferocious lands. Chapter 125 18 Layers of Hell. Chen Fei saw the 2 standing still through the door of the bone temple. Unsurprisingly, it was none other than Shimin Lingyun and Ji Qinfeng. There was nothing wrong with them. It was more like their consciousness had entered the midst of some sort of trial. After considering it for a moment, Chen Fei did not enter right away, but waited in the outside world until they had finished. The current him did not want to face these two yet. 10 minutes passed. The two woke up one after another, each with their own gains, and then directly left the Bone Temple before Chen Fei quietly entered. Here, a stone monument was similarly erected, and after the monument it was precisely a sacrificial spirit position. The arrangement was similar to the Bone Temple in the Nine Sepulchre land. Chen Fei moved closer to the stone monument and realized that there were still some rankings on it. But not many, only 8. Perhaps it was because there were very few people who could find this place. First place, Tuoba Ziyuan, 20 years old. Potential rating, Transcendence entering the 18th layer of Hell. Fourth place, Shimin Lingyun, 20 years old. Potential rating, SSS plus into the 16th layer of Hell. Fifth place, Ji Qinfeng, 20 years old. Potential rating, SSS into the 14th layer of Hell. Seventh place, Shen Lin, 19 years old. Potential rating, SS plus into the 12th layer of Hell. Eighth place, Tang Jian, 19 years old. Potential rating SS into the 11th layer of Hell. Teacher Tuoba was actually up there as well, and it was still a transcendent rating? After a while, Chen Fei suppressed the surprise in his heart. Also, Tuoba Ziyuan was the second human in Wu Yun's eyes to possess the purple qi. So how could he be simple? Having the ability of transcendence was completely understandable. It seems that this teacher of his is even more powerful than expected. Currently, there were 3 transcendence evaluations, 2 for himself and 1 for Tuoba Ziyuan. Not bad, they are all his own people anyway. What surprised Chen Fei even more was Tang Jian and Shen Lin. They had only reached the door of the chamber, but had not taken a step forward. It was hard to believe that they had lied. But there was absolutely no need for that. Moreover, even if they had entered, the ghostly creatures on that tomb chamber's long corridor were not something the two could touch. There was also the 9-winged centipede in the first chamber, which was also enough to kill them a few times. It's not very realistic for the two to want to walk this way. It should be that they came in from another way. That's just it. Let's go out and ask what the hell is going on. Chen Fei still used the name of Mountain Ghost to enter the trial space. Just like the Spirit Plantation, the status would be refreshed with every layer entered. Just after entering, Chen Fei felt that this space was very depressing. Boundless, there was only the metaphysical black sky, without any temperature, and no stars could be seen. The entire earth was like a red-hot iron block, red with a refuted blackness. Above the earth, a greenish-green ghostly qi was bubbling. The ghost qi clashed with the color of the earth, and from the visual effect, it was a bit more creepy. Chen Fei was also surprised. Was there really such a thing as hell? Surprisingly, it was so similar to what the orally rumored hell looked like. Layer 1, tongue-pulling hell. The topmost layer of hell, a few level 3, order 8 tongue-pulling ghosts without any challenging difficulty. Level 2, scissors hell. 10 heads of level 3, order 8 scissor ghosts, still killed by dark cloud in seconds. Layer 13, blood pool hell. In addition to some rank 1 ghosts, there was also a pool of blood. In the middle of the pool, there was a rank 2 prison blood demon ghost. This ghost mastered the blood attribute and could summon a more powerful being with blood sacrifice. It could also use the blood explosion technique, which exploded wherever blood dripped. After Dark Cloud had wasted a lot of effort to defeat it, he realized that the prison blood demon ghost had utilized the pool of blood to come back to life. Fighting like this was simply endless. In a fit of anger, Wu Yun directly triggered 4 or 5 thick pure world white thunderbolts to blow up the blood pool. This 18th layer of hell was much harder than expected. If there is no attribute that restrains each other, it basically 1t go far. The 17th layer, the stone mill hell. As soon as Chen Fei entered it, he found himself in the middle of a huge stone mill. This stone mill could not be resisted. Every time it swept over, it had the power of a level 5 Demon King's charge, far beyond what the current 3 beasts could block, and could only dodge. While dodging, they had to take on a few demonic creatures. A SSS grade puppet which could manipulate 9 SS grade, 4th level 4th rank ghosts to fight. The other head was a SSS grade 3-eyed inflammatory ghost that mastered the Yellow Spring Ghost Fire. This fire ranked high on the list of foreign fires, having both the spirituality of water and the power of foreign fires. When a living being entered the yellow spring, it was as if they were in a frying pan. The last SSS-ranked Song Negro Umbrella Feather Ghost, 4th level, 4th order. It was in the shape of a paper umbrella, with a bell on each of its bones. The top of the umbrella had many eyeballs, and the bottom of the umbrella was supported by a woman. The woman had long hair up to her waist, but her face could not be seen, and she was dressed in ancient clothes, which looked quite strange. This ghost would dance to the sound of the bells, with a graceful body, completely unrecognizable as a ghost. However, Chen Fei knew that this dance must not be allowed to finish. Otherwise, what would come was a devastating blow. After a dance, the mind loses its grip and the soul abandons the body. This ability was just like Ruler Jade's soul stripping, which was very strong and directly inhaled into the umbrella. Even Ruler Jade's soul guardian couldn't do much. Dark Cloud. Increase Ruler Jade. Ruler Jade. Voltron Soul Subduing Domain. Unfold at full strength. The opponent wanted to play on this aspect of the soul, and Chen Fei had likewise thought of this. He also wanted to see just how strong Ruler Jade was within its domain. These 3 ghostly creatures were already enough for Ruler Jade to strike. As the pale white domain unfolded, it encompassed the entire range of 1,000 meters in diameter. Of course, Ruling Jade could arbitrarily choose the objects that needed to be targeted, as well as those that were immune. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the end of the world if the enemy couldn't be distinguished. With the increase of the dark clouds, the killing power within the field was straight up to the 4th level 6th rank. If Tuoba Ziyuan was here, he would have to suck in a breath of cold air. Roar! Roar! 3 great mountains of souls fell, and their direction was not those puppets, but directly aimed at the main body. Above the great mountains of souls, a volatile tiger was roaring out. This sound was mixed with an extremely strong sonic binding power, binding the 3 ghosts in place, desperately waiting for the great mountain to suppress them. Boom! As the great mountain of souls fell, only the paper umbrella was left at the scene, and the physical bodies of the 3 ghosts followed their souls into smoke. The soul fragments that flew apart were all absorbed into Fuhu's belly. Only this was an illusion, and very few soul fragments could be absorbed. One-hit kills. This was how powerful Ruler Jade was now, looking at Xiao Gu with envy. Chen Fei, Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud are so strong. What about me? What about me? I was the first to contract Chapter 126 Chen Fei's Karma Line. Chen Fei let out a soothing cry. There is no chance that suits you right now. It's useless to force it. Once it is found, I will fight for it for you even if I spell out this old life. I also hope that you can grow stronger and stronger so that I can be invincible. You said it Don't forget it. Xiao Gu grunted a few times before giving up. Seeing Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud continuously getting stronger, it also developed a not-so-small sense of crisis. Subsequently, the 1 person and 3 beasts arrived at the 18th layer of hell, the knife and saw hell. As soon as they entered this layer, Chen Fei felt a full sense of oppression. Floating above them was a ghost dressed in a purple robe with angry, scholarly eyes. What was out of place was that he was carrying a large scythe that was taller than a human. Not only that, there was a pen floating on his upper right and a scroll on his upper left. It was much more imposing and domineering than the other ghosts and monsters. Scythe Judge Ghost. Strength, 4th level, 5th rank. Attribute Karma, Ghost, Soul. Qualification, Ghost Immortal equivalent to Immortal Beast level. Potential, expected to be promoted to Ghost Emperor equivalent to Divine Beast level. Skills, 1. Judgment of Good and Evil. An upgraded version of the Soul Torture skill. It has a more powerful pressure on the soul, and even things that the Lord has never noticed can be asked through the soul, and it is less damaging to the soul. Proficiency, Proficient. 2. Karma Tracking. A person's karma can be tracked so as to better judge the person's good and evil. If the person has done more evil, it can unleash soul karma fire burning. And with the power of karma added, its karmic fire surpasses the most common red lotus karmic fire, reaching Brahma karmic fire, a holy fire above the foreign fire. Proficiency, Peak level. 3. Groove. Karma system. Surprisingly, it's a karma system. This was an invincible attribute comparable to time, space, or something like that. No wonder even Tuoba Ziyuan would fall at this level. Now it seemed unsurprising. The flame after the enchantment was even at the level of a sacred fire. Chen Fei had never heard of anyone in the royal spirit continent possessing a sacred flame. This continent was relatively low grade, and it was simply not enough to harbor a sacred flame. How good would it be if it could be replicated? Chen Fei ruthlessly moved his heart. The sealing department, imagination department, and this time the causality department. If the skills of these three faculties could be integrated into Dark Cloud, wouldn't that be directly invincible? Nope. There was also Tuoba Ziyuan's spatial lineage. Hiss! Chen Fei felt horrified at the mere thought. It was just a pity that these guys were all illusions. Why were they just illusions? Roar! The Scythe Judge Ghost roared, and without saying anything, it directly unleashed karma tracking. This was its strongest skill at the moment, wanting to do a killing blow. And something like karma was even more nebulous than the soul system. Souls existed, and soul lineage beings could see them. Even if they weren't soul lineage beings, they could still see it occasionally. But karma was different. Even karma lineage possessors could only see different colored karma lines, thus judging whether a living being was good or evil in the past. Only when the Scythe Judge Ghost saw Chen Fei's karmic line, the entire ghost froze. It was like playing a game halfway through and suddenly getting stuck. Other people's karma lines were usually just 10 or 20. Good and evil karma, love and hate karma, gain and loss karma, fortune and woe karma, and 3 lives karma. But Chen Fei was different. The karma threads on his body directly formed a ball of wool. There are not just dozens of them, but thousands of them. He is a single person, but he is involved in the karma of all beings. How powerful must he be to do this? The Scythe Judge Ghost desperately tried to discern the threads of good and evil karma, but found that on Chen Fei, there were many contradictions. It was both great good and great evil. It was both slaughtering millions of spirits and saving the world's living beings. Such a person had already transcended the karma that the Scythe Judge Ghost could judge. Moreover, it could feel the greatest backlash it had ever suffered because of its own prying into Chen Fei's karmic threads. Thus, a scene that was incomprehensible to Chen Fei appeared. Before he could even make a move, the Scythe Judge Ghost spat out greenish ghost blood. The entire ghost's breath was dying, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. The domineering aura in front of it was only atrophied at this moment. Ow 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 ow. Xiao Gu acted as a translator. This person is too perverted. How can he have so many causal threads? No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's not human. He's definitely not human. Until finally, the Scythe Judge Ghost was incinerated by the Brahma heavenly karmic flame. Ruler Jade took the opportunity to have Fuhu swallow these soul fragments, which was better than nothing. Chen Fei, you're the one who isn't human. Your whole family isn't human. At the same time, he pondered. Could it be that it was because he had contracted the killing sacred canon that caused this ghost to be unable to deduce his own karma? That should be the case. Anything that was unfathomable, Chen Fei pushed it onto the killing sacred dictionary. While Chen Fei was still pondering, he was interrupted by Ruler Jade's spiritual sense. I feel that my soul aura is very full. It seems like I'm about to break through. Chen Fei hurriedly looked at Ruler Jade's information. Status. About to evolve. Wow 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 wow. Autonomous evolution. This is also fantastic. Back when Ruler Jade's Voltron soul subduing domain had reached the flawless level, its qualifications had been insufficient to support the skill, forcing it to evolve. This, coupled with the absorption of the Scythe Judge Ghost's soul fragment, caused this feeling of a breakthrough to grow stronger and stronger. Chen Fei was just about to say something when he was teleported before the stone monument in the Bone Temple. First place, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential judgment. Above Transcendence successfully raided the 18th floor of Hell. Another Jade token appeared. The word that appeared on this token was sect. When read together, it reads 10,000 Beast Sect. This is the right clan. With this token, one can exchange it for a grade 6 spirit item. Due to the rating of above Transcendence, it can be exchanged for any grade 7 spirit item. In the next second, one person and 3 beasts arrived in another space. This place was like a large spirit storage room with spirit objects everywhere. From level 1 to level 8, there could be upwards of 10,000 pieces. Chen Fei rubbed his eyes and marveled. I shouldn't have come to the 10,000 Beasts Sect's spiritual treasure storage room, right? This is too damn handsome. Chen Fei couldn't wait to stroll around. All the way over, he was blown away by what he saw. Grade 6 spiritual treasures. There were still 49 pieces. Grade 7 spiritual objects, there were 3. Grade 8 spirit artifacts, only 1. 8th grade spirit. 9 heavenly metaphysical water. For the holy water above the foreign water, it can cause any spiritual object or spiritual weapon to receive a great metamorphosis. According to the information in the Holy Dictionary, the most suitable spiritual object at the moment is the resting soil. The resting soil was empowered by the 9 heavens Shen water and could form 9 heavens resting soil. 9 heavens resting soil can increase the aura by several times and increase the probability of evolution of spiritual plants. The most striking sentence is, 9 heavenly breath soil is the minimum standard soil for pure land, blessed land, and cave heaven. This sentence alone is enough to prove the power of the 9 heavenly breath loam, and it makes Chen Fei's mouth water. Grade 7 Spiritual Objects. Chapter 127 SSS Grade Ruler Jade. Grade 7 Spiritual Objects. 1. Taiyang Sand. It is above the foreign sands and below the holy sands, and comes with the attribute of confinement, which allows it to devour other foreign sands for its own use. 2. Underworld Soul Pearl. Can absorb the souls of all things in heaven and earth for its own use, and use the absorbed souls as weapons for offense. 3. Brilliant Smallpox. Allows light beings to undergo a great transformation. Seeing these 3 grade 7 spirit items, Chen Fei was not only not excited, but instead had a headache. The radiant smallpox could be ruled out first. There wasn't much objection to this. Rather, it was the Tai Sui sand and the underworld soul bead that made Chen Fei waver. The Taiyang sand was after all above the foreign sand, not necessarily available in the entire imperial spirit continent, and could allow Wu Yun's quicksand art to go even further. However, Wu Yun himself did not have a sand attribute, otherwise it could allow the Taiyang sand to be more useful. As for the attributes of the underworld soul bead, it was extremely similar to Ruler Jade's, Fuhu's soul subduing domain, and could help Ruler Jade go further. It was just that the Ruler Jade itself was about to evolve. It just didn't know to which extent the step would cross over. It belonged to the unknown. Chen Fei had yet to make a choice, but Dark Cloud called out first. Miao Chen Fei. Let's give it to Ruler Jade first. The current me is already SSS ranked, and my main killing power is currently above the Heist Thunder. The quicksand technique is merely the icing on the cake. Unlike the Ruler Jade, if it breaks through naturally, it will be SS rank at best. If this soul pearl is added, perhaps, it can break through to a higher ceiling. Chen Fei instantly understood what Wu Yun meant. Touching Wu Yun with his left hand and Ruler Jade with his right, he laughed softly. As long as you guys don't mind. We are a team, and no matter who gets stronger, the one who will benefit in the end will also be the entire team. Meow, that's right. Ow, thank you, Dark Cloud. Only Xiao Gu turned into an egg again, drawing circles in the corner. Ku, why is it that the ones who get stronger always don't have my share? Ah. With Dark Cloud's affirmation, Chen Fei directly chose the Underworld Soul Pearl. The next moment, 1 person and 3 beasts were all kicked out of the Bone Temple. Chen Fei looked towards the Sacred Codex. The Ruler Jade itself was already on the verge of evolution. Even if it didn't require killing value, it could still go further. Now it needed 100,000 killing value, fusion of the Underworld Soul Bead, and the peaches of the illusory Dream Peach Tree, which would allow this evolution to go beyond the perfect level. After staying in the secret realm for another 2 days or so, the 100,000 killing value had long been saved. Chen Fei realized that every time he just saved some, he immediately used it up again. Just like ordinary people, it's not easy to get paid, but as a result, once the car loan and mortgage are deducted, there's basically nothing left. This evolution, from soul, dream system, illusion, strengthening flesh, speed, mental power, agility, control, charm, defense, and Fox Clan unity. Of the 11 evolutionary directions, pick 7 as the direction of evolution. Seeing this, Chen Fei was a bit stunned. How come it didn't jump out at him last time when Dark Cloud evolved? Oh right, the Dark Cloud only had the reproduction lineage at that time with no other attributes. The evolutionary route was relatively single. Seeing Ruler Jade's evolutionary direction, Chen Fei realized that Ruler Jade also had potentials such as spiritual power and charm. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't surprising. If one's soul was strong, one's spiritual power wouldn't be too bad. As for charm, it seemed that Fox demonic beasts had it. Pick soul, dreamscape, illusion, spiritual power, control, charm, and Fox race unification. These were almost all remote maneuvers, and Chen Fei didn't want to let Ruler Jade go into close combat. It only had 1 life, unlike Xiao Gu who had a swarm of insects as a stand-in. As the red light went wide, Ruler Jade fell into a painful tumble. The other 2 beasts knew the pain of this kind of body breakage and reorganization, and they all sweated for Ruler Jade. Only Chen Fei was different, as he seemed to see an incomparably powerful phantom soul fox silhouette watching ruler Jade from above the void in the underworld. The other party looked over towards Chen Fei before nodding its head, which caused it to disappear. However, the point of light formed by its disappearance actually surrounded ruler Jade and slowly disappeared into ruler Jade's body. Chen Fei let out a surprised cry. This is the blessing art. The art of blessing was a special ability mastered by powerful demonic beasts in the ancient times, but it had already disappeared in the river of history. Ruler Jade was able to be empowered by the art of blessing because it had stimulated the branding of the Phantom Soul Fox clan latent in its flesh. The first time it evolved from a rank to S rank, it was only making up for a lack of natural talent, and was not considered a true evolution. This time it was a true evolution and a perfect one at that, which had inspired that brand. With the blessing technique added afterward, Ruler Jade didn't feel any more pain, but slept peacefully. It broke through quietly like this, making the other two beasts very envious. Its fur grew softer and better looking, and the lines on its horns grew more complex. And the biggest change belonged to its tail, which had changed from 1 tail to 3. Phantom Soul Fox King 3 tails. Strength 3rd level 8th rank. Attribute Soul Department, Illusion Department, Dream Department, Assassin Department. Qualification SSS. Potential expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Skills. Remarks. As the qualification increases, all aspects are greatly improved. 1. Due to the blessing technique, the soul-stripping racial secret skill is further improved, with the control time from 1s 2s. The number of times it can be used in a day is raised from 6 to 12. The backlash received is reduced by 20%. 2. The beast's 3 tails are of the soul, dream, and illusion systems. Among them, the main tail is of the soul system. The 3 tails can form a huge aura storage device. Can use 6 times as much aura as before. 3. Add 2 new soul system skills. Soul Devouring. Can devour the souls of all things to enhance their own bodies. Proficiency. Entry level. The higher the proficiency and strength, the more powerful the being can be devoured. Soul Servant. Can take the souls absorbed and fuse them together to form a more powerful soul beast as a servant, and then command the servant to fight. Proficiency. Entry level. The higher the proficiency and strength, the more powerful soul beasts can be fused. 4. As a result of the evolution based on the Fuhu Soul Subduing Domain, this skill is further enhanced. The power of the Soul Mountain has grown from 10 times more powerful to 20 times more powerful. The level of strength that can be targeted has increased from 4th level 5th rank to 4th level 6th rank. The field expands from 1,000 meters in diameter to 2,000 meters in diameter. 5. The realism of illusions and dreams is increased by 20%. When manipulating the illusionary realm, can affect the other person's mind to a certain extent. Can interfere with another person's dreamscape to a certain extent and change their dream attributes. Zip. Ruler Jade is still the same Ruler Jade, the little guy who still possesses an extraordinarily long remark. Looking at Ruler Jade's information, Chen Fei sighed more and more. Too strong. Just too strong. It directly evolved from S-class to SSS class in 1 step. This evolutionary speed was comparable to that of Dark Cloud. In addition to replication, Dark Cloud had gone very far in the heavens and lightning, while Ruler Jade was also very malleable in the way of the soul. With the appearance of the second SSS beast pet, it represented that Chen Fei had completely surpassed his peers and started to chase after the older generation. Chen Fei collected the still sleeping Ruler Jade into the royal beast space and prepared to leave the tomb. Let's see if the Hall of Evangelism adds a beam of light due to the evaluation of above transcendence. Chapter 128. The Great Hall of Evangelization. Opening. When Chen Fei was about to retreat to the second chamber, he turned around and saw that the dilapidated village had disappeared. What in the world was going on here? However, Chen Fei didn't want to look into it. How many years ago was it? Even if he looked into it, what could he do? Seeing the bronze ancient tree again, those faces looked at Chen Fei coincidentally. A scene that made Chen Fei's scalp tingle appeared. It's the village's aura. Let me go, I want to return to the village. This little brother. Please also help me out and free us. These human heads, they were actually able to speak. Chen Fei instantly got goosebumps. This was too bizarre. Before Chen Fei could make a move, this bronze ancient tree unexpectedly stretched out countless branches and attacked. Its movements were very sharp, and the attack points were all on the neck, trying to cut Chen Fei's head down and hang it on the tree. Originally, Chen Fei didn't want to do anything more, he just wanted to leave quietly. But since this ancient tree moved first, then don't blame him. Dark cloud, split it for me. Demonic evil things like this were most afraid of the pure world White Thunder, so what if the other party's strength was at the 4th level, 4th rank? Under the pure world White Thunder, its strength was drastically weakened, and it was already quite good to be able to perform at rank 4, step 2 or 3. Ruler Jade opened the small-scale Voltron Soul Suppression domain, directly covering the entire bronze ancient tree. It completely crushed the soul of the ancient tree, and then devoured all the soul fragments, turning them into nutrients for Ruler Jade. Those human heads floated in mid-air one after another, and human silhouettes appeared underneath the heads, which then neatly bowed towards Chen Fei. Thank you, benefactor. Accept our obeisance. Relieved sisters, back to the village. It's been a long time since I've eaten the fragrant 8 Immortals Valley. They then transformed into starlight dots and flew towards the 3rd chamber. Chen Fei sighed. In fact, they had died long ago, and what was left was nothing more than an obsession. Now, this obsession had finally been relieved. After sighing, Chen Fei was ready to leave, but he realized that there was something more under his feet. It was a green conch stone hairpin and a few burnt seeds. It must be a token of gratitude from these obsessions. Chen Fei picked them up one by one and packed them in a red brocade box before leaving. Since all the demonic and evil things in the tomb had already been cleared away by Chen Fei, it would be a good idea to tear down this Shen In Shenshi gate as well. It was not easy to enter the secret realm. Chen Fei would not let go of any opportunity. After leaving the cliff, Chen Fei looked up and saw that there were 2 more lights in the direction of the spirit mansion beam. One was blue light, the same thickness as the red and yellow light. A thinner, faint black light was in the middle of the 3 colors. It should be due to the mixture of the 3 primary colors of red, yellow, and blue. In other words, this blue light was most likely due to the evaluation of above transcendence. If that was the case, there should be a new change in the Hall of Evangelization. In order to save time, Chen Fei utilized the crystals left behind by Xiao Gu in the spirit mansion and teleported there directly. In front of the Great Hall of Evangelization, dozens of people were crowded as the entrance was officially opened. The conditions for entry were to be rated at least at the SSS level and obtain an inner disciple token. As the first person came out, the crowd hurriedly asked, "What's inside? Is it still an examination?" Inside, there is likewise only one stone monument, but that monument is bigger and more imposing than the others. A white zephyr is carved on both corners of the stone monument. The white zephyr was a precious beast, with 2 horns on its head and a snow-white body, able to communicate with human speech, and could understand the feelings of all things. Only the white zephyr has always been nothing more than a legend in the royal spirit continent. Only read about it in books and books, no one has ever seen the real white zephyr. The man then said, "There is only one test for the stone tablet, and that is to perceive the stone tablet. It's just that I didn't sense anything and was kicked out." The crowd was in an uproar to be able to obtain an SSS rating and not even be able to make a tiny bit of sense. I'm afraid that this trial is far beyond the past. However, the more this happened, the more the crowd wanted to enter and explore. The harder it was, the greater the harvest. It was only that only one person could enter at a time, and the crowd could only wait patiently. While waiting, Xin Lin and Tang Jian arrived at the spirit mansion in a dusty manner. Their bodies were covered in mud and dust and scars, and at a glance, they had experienced some great calamity. However, they were in high spirits and didn't look like people who were in trouble. "What are you two?" After getting closer, Chen Fei realized that the aura on their bodies was even better than before. A breakthrough. Xin Lin and Tang Jian glanced at each other before nodding excitedly towards Chen Fei. Xin Lin was the first to report, "I'm an advanced 6th ranked Imperial Beastmaster." Tang Jian took over, "I'm advanced 5th order Imperial Beastmaster." Hehehehe. Catching up with the big brother this time. Having risen 3 ranks in a row within a few hours, they felt that they should be on the verge of catching up with Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't bother to crack down on them, just letting out a soft cry. Almost caught up. There was a 2-step difference in strength on the surface, but when it came to a real fight, the 3 beasts could pressurize a level 4 6-step demonic beast. Giving the 2 another half a year's time, they wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up. However, Chen Fei was still a bit curious. "What great chance have you guys encountered that could allow you to improve so much?" Speaking of this, Xin Lin and Tang Jian could be interested and told what they had seen and heard. The more Xin Lin spoke, the more excited he became. Big brother. You don't know. The rice cooked in that 8 Immortals Valley simply doesn't smell too good. Eating it together with the egg juice from the demonic beast eggs, the whole person is about to float up. Soon after eating it, I realized that there was a change in my body. I personally gained a potential attribute increase. My Crow Joe awakened its ancient bloodline and evolved to SS grade qualifications. Tang Jian followed. I personally gained a luck increase, and my Jade Forest Rock Beast gained an enlightenment increase, similarly evolving to SS grade qualifications. It's just a pity that we originally wanted to fetch some of the 8 Immortal Valleys out for you, big brother. But that village headman is dead set against giving it, saying that there is no precedent for this, unless one becomes a village person. Chen Fei just quietly listened to their story until the moment he stopped. He then spoke. Did you guys enter the Bone Temple? Both of them gave a beat at the same time. How do you know? Chen Fei took out his cell phone and opened the photo, the very same 8 people ranked on the stone tablet. Big brother, you also entered that village? Chen Fei nodded and shook his head. Yes and no. The village I went into was in a state of disrepair. There were none of those people you guys are talking about. They should all be dead, and all of those valleys have withered. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei took out the red brocade box, the very same brocade box that contained the green conch stone hairpin. The moment they saw the hairpin, Xin Lin and Tang Jian's pupils shrank. Yes, 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 this is it. All the women in their village have this hairpin. And these seeds, they are the seeds of the 8 Immortals Valley, only they are burnt. I don't know if they can still be planted. What's going on here? Why is it that we went into what is clearly the same place and saw different things? Chapter 129, Underestimating Xikong Jinhai. While the two were describing, Chen Fei already had some guesses. There are no more than a few reasons for this. First, what we saw could all be just illusions. But I can't imagine what kind of illusion could be so realistic. Second, there's something odd about that place. Maybe it has something to do with the time factor. What you went to was a village at another point in time, while what I went to was a village at this point in time now. The two men preferred the latter. The latter was also the only thing that made more sense. After learning this news, the two sighed at the same time. The people of that village were simple, living a life free from the world. I didn't expect to be poisoned this way as well, alas. For the two men's sadness, Chen Fei only wanted to say childish. A piker is not guilty of harboring a child. They can plant living 8 immortal valleys in patches, and as long as this news gets out, there will be a steady stream of people coming to their door. And among these people, there is no shortage of great traders and evil people. It's only a matter of time before the village suffers, unless there's some kind of supreme figure amongst them that can guard the village all the time. The two men opened their mouths, but realized that they were powerless to refute. Only a sigh remained. All right, the Great Hall of Evangelization has been opened. If you have obtained the inner disciple token, you can all go in and give it a try. After saying that, Chen Fei directly left without taking the two with him. He had just received a message transmitted by Xiao Gu. Chen Fei, the second-generation bug, said that Jiang Yi met Xikong Jinhai and is now being suppressed. Regardless of whether it was to aid the frontline or to give himself a soul shield, at least Jiang Wang's favor, Chen Fei had received it. Now that Jiang Yi was in danger, Chen Fei naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Besides, he still wanted to go and see if this Xikong Jinhai had learned any more information. Xiao Gu, instruct the second-generation bugs to condense crystals and teleport us over. Okay. The second-generation worm first left the battle range of Jiang Yi and Xikong Jinhai before condensing the crystal. This delay was a minute or two. When Chen Fei shuttled over, Jiang Yi was already spitting blood. Her breath wilted and she fainted. The Cloud Immortal Crane had broken a leg, the Crimson Demon was paralyzed on the ground, and the Glistening Soul Beast was still struggling to fight against the other party's Dead Soul Bird, but it had been at a disadvantage and was about to be undefeated. Chen Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, Jiang Yi feared for her life. Ruler Jade. Voltron Soul Subduing Domain. As soon as the domain was opened, it didn't matter if it was SS rank or 4th level 3rd stage strength. Ruler Jade could suppress it with a lift of its claws. When dealing with Lu Kai, Chen Fei had put some thought into it, but now brainless suppression would suffice. After possessing great strength, there was no need to calculate at all. Ruler Jade stunned Jiang Yi's 3 beasts as well, saving Jiang Yi from waking up and asking questions. Trouble. And then, he suppressed Xikong Jinhai's imperial beasts underneath the great mountain of Fuhu, without killing them directly. Killing it directly would cause a lot of damage to Xikong Jinhai, and in severe cases, death on the spot. It also had to keep the intact Xikong Jinhai for torture. As Chen Fei approached, Xikong Jinhai's eyes widened. I haven't seen you in the second-year students. Could it be that you are a first-year student? Chen Fei moved out a chair and sat down. Right guess, but no reward. Ruler Jade's spiritual sense quickly came through. This person possesses the Demon King's soul guardian in his body. My torture is ineffective. Soul guard. It seemed that Xikong Jinhai's status was quite a bit higher than Lu Kai's. It would take some effort to kill him hard with the Voltron soul subduing domain, so he might as well take this time to scare him. These imperial beast lives of yours are all under my control. Now you can tell me, what do you know? For example, the Sours, for example, the triangle one-eyed mural. Xikong Jinhai acted unwillingly and fell into the middle of thinking hard. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and smiled evilly. I'm acting like it, right? Ask me again when you can survive this blow. As soon as Xikong Jinhai's words fell, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. When the mirror shone on Xikong Jinhai and its imperial beast, it teleported them outside the realm. Xikong Jinhai's original position turned into a mirror. The mirror then turned into fragments and attacked Chen Fei. Not only that, there were hundreds of mirror fragments flying towards the domain from the outside world. The sharpness of the fragments was such that the trees and rocks wherever they passed were all cut in half. If the shards were to cut on Chen Fei, there would only be death. The Fushu soul suppression domain targeted the soul, and these mirror fragments without souls, Ruler Jade could not suppress. Swoosh! After a burst of air-breaking sound, Ruling Jade's domain followed and disappeared. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Xikong Jinhai just didn't believe that his opponent could react. I'm a Grandmaster Grade Imperial Beast Master. How can I only have 3 Imperial Beasts? Ha ha ha. It was the laugh of the aftermath of the robbery and the laugh of shame. To actually almost be taken out by a first-year student. It was too humiliating. If it wasn't for the Soul Guardian being there, he would have died long ago. This 4th Imperial Beast was set up by Xikong Jinhai in the distance. For one, it was to look for prey. Secondly, it was to deal with the situation at the moment. After waiting for a few moments, Xikong Jinhai came from the distance without any delay. He, surprisingly not dead. There was no body of Chen Fei at the scene. The situation that was thought to be a certain death was actually dodged by the other party. Chen Fei, who was hiding in the shadows, also took a small gasp and almost fell into a trap. The moment the mirror appeared, he instructed Xiao Gu to use the crystal barrier and teleport them out at the same time. He had underestimated this Xikong Jinhai. That move just now was the mirror substitute technique, an ability of the mirror beings. However, the Imperial Spirit Continent did not have any mirror-type beings. This attribute belongs to the foreign attribute, and the one who possesses this attribute is the 10th Evil King. With a little karami like Xikong Jinhai, naturally he wouldn't be seen by the 10th Evil King. This mirror demon, with a high probability, was the dependence of the 10th Evil King, and was prepared to become Xikong Jinhai's Imperial Beast early on. Knowing the other party's details, Chen Fei was also certain. Dark cloud. Test it first. The 9 heavenly lightning fell from the sky and struck Xikong Jinhai directly. It did not succeed, leaving some mirror fragments on the scene. Sure enough, Xikong Jinhai was hiding in the shadows while using a mirror double to lure the enemy. Careful enough. However, if Xikong Jinhai would leave a trick up his sleeve, how could a treacherous person like Chen Fei not leave a trick up his sleeve? Knowing that the soul technique would not work for the time being, Chen Fei had Xiao Gu take action against Xikong Jinhai's other 3 imperial beasts. First, he injected the seeds of an insoluble poison, ready to detonate at any time. Although the poison was not of much use to the ghost and necromancy lineages, it could be used as a marker. As long as those 3 beasts are out of Xikong Jinhai's imperial beast space, they can be accurately captured by Xiao Gu. Chapter 130. Is this world upside down? Or am I upside down? Chen Fei and Xikong Jinhai were both hiding in the shadows, depending on who couldn't hold their breath. At this time, Xikong Jinhai relied purely on the mirror demon to hold on. The lethality of this mirror demon is not too strong. The key lies in the god's appearance. Skills are strange. The key lies in the ability to hide. Its mirror world was a space of its own, and Xikong Jinhai could completely hide inside it, isolating his breath. What gave Chen Fei a headache was precisely this point. But despite this, the advantage had always been in Chen Fei's hands. Xikong Jinhai could only hide, and hiding itself was passive. Chen Fei had always been following the path of extreme assassination, and the hidden elemental skill could help him hide himself better in any situation. Furthermore, he still had the insect swarm army. With Chen Fei sparing no expense on spirit stones, the insect swarm army had accumulated to over 500,000. With these 50-something million insect swarms flying out of the sacred Canon space, the scene, how spectacular it was. Xiao Gu have the third-generation bugs spread out 2 by 2 at a distance of 10 meters apart, forming a checkerboard shape. Keep an eye on the territory within a few kilometers around here. The moment there is any movement, immediately report to me. As the swarm spread out, within a radius of 10 kilometers, all were Xiao Gu's eyes. This made Xikong Jinhai even more afraid to move. With one side carefully hiding and one side waiting for a rabbit, the situation was quite obvious. After half a day, Xikong Jinhai was just like a shrunken turtle, not daring to move at all, waiting for Chen Fei to get a little sleepy. Putting away the chair, Chen Fei ordered, "Ruler Jade, Phantom Split." With the evolution of the Ruler Jade, the split was raised from 3 to 6. Dark Cloud. Increase Ruler Jade's Voltron Soul subduing domain. After the increase, Ruler Jade's domain, which was fully unfolded, was close to reaching 3,000 meters in diameter. The domain opened by the other 6 doppelgangers was only 1,200 meters, but it was completely sufficient. Ruler Jade was running parallel to the 6 bilocations, and the length of its domain reached 10 kilometers. With such a long domain line, sweeping across in one direction, Chen Fei didn't believe that he still couldn't find Xikong Jinhai. Xikong Jinhai, who was hiding in the mirror space, had actually been observing the outside world through the mirror fragments. When he realized that 7 Voltron Soul suppression domains were unfolding at the same time, his entire being despaired. WTMD. Just outrageous. A level 3 beast actually mastered a flawless level skill? This is still a 3rd level beast? I'd believe you if you said it was a rank 5 demon king. There's also that cat demon, who even mastered the lightning. Is this world upside down? Or am I upside down? The 9 heavenly thunder in front of him scared the hell out of Xikong Jinhai. It was because of that strike that caused Xikong Jinhai to not dare to step out of the mirror space by half a step at all. Now, that 10-kilometer-long field was pushing across towards him. It was impossible to hide. The only way was to fight with all his might. Like Bai Yang, Xikong Jinhai chose to use the Demon King level increase technique. The strength of the 4 beasts was raised to level 4, step 6 between them all of a sudden. If I can't defeat this person even with this, then the heavens are going to kill me. Mirror G. Fully activate Mirror Matrix. This skill could utilize 999 small mirrors to construct a square mirror matrix. It utilized to the principle of reflection and refraction of mirrors. Xikong Jinhai had the other 3 beasts move towards the main mirror, which refracted the skill onto the other mirrors, and then passed it all the way over, following it up by attacking Chen Fei. Xikong Jinhai didn't dare to get close to Ruler Jade, so he could only use this to achieve a long-distance attack. Moreover, due to the special increasing effect of the mirror matrix, every refraction and reflection could further strengthen the attack power and range of that skill. Increased to the end, the power of that skill could be infinitely close to a 4th level 7th rank. For such attack power, even Chen Fei would have to retreat. This guy is high on drugs? Chen Fei quickly sensed that something was wrong. Since the other party had used his bottom card, then hide. If the other party could hide, why couldn't he hide himself? Anger and unwillingness made Xikong Jinhai crazy. Come out. If you have the ability to fight me head-on, aren't you strong? Don't you want to ask me something? If you can beat me head-on, I'll tell you everything. Gutless little Yakuza, Yuan. Chen Fei, who was hiding in the shadows, pulled out his ears and cursed too dirty. But the cursing was good. The dirtier the cursing, the more anxious the other party is. Chen Fei deliberately provoked. I'll just stay out. What can you do to me? Come on. Come on. There's a reward for finding me. Immediately after saying that, he changed places and continued. When your increase runs out, I'll slowly beat you again. It's as simple as swatting a mosquito. Changing places again, he continued his mouth attack. After the increase disappears, your strength should drop to a senior beast master. And any person you meet can beat you up. Are you afraid? What's the benefit of working for that organization? Why don't you tell me what you know? Maybe I can still let you off the hook. Xikong Jinhai was enraged, but more than anything, he was helpless. He didn't have Shikunyu's invincible and wide-ranging domain technique, so he couldn't replicate Shikunyu's Minesweeper tactic. Other than retreating, Xikong Jinhai couldn't think of a better way. Right now, he would rather face Shimin Lingyun than Chen Fei. It was too frustrating. What was most feared was not the kind of person who dared to fight head-on. Rather, it was guys like Chen Fei who could bend and engage in sneak attacks from time to time. And he can still find him at any time. This kind of fight was too suffocating, too hard to bear. Mirror G, mirror substitute technique. After the command, 9 Xikong Jinhai appeared on the scene. And then in 9 directions, they swiftly swept away. Chen Fei knew that the opponent's increased technique was about to run out and started to run away. Xiao Gu, have the 3 generation bugs close to each mirror doppelganger, and then self-destruct in the shortest time possible. Boom! Boom! After 9 consecutive explosions, a pile of mirror fragments were added to the scene. None of the 9 were Xikong Jinhai's main body. Then what about the main body? It was impossible for the opponent to escape under the eyes of so many third-generation companions. The only thing that was possible was to find a place to hide like last time and then use the mirror replacement technique to pretend that he had escaped. As soon as the Fushu soul-suppressing domain opened, Chen Fei realized that Xikong Jinhai was actually hiding underneath his feet. It turned out that he had long ago secretly dug a pit to hide the main mirror in. And then the moment the 9 doppelgangers appeared, he burrowed into the main mirror. One had to admit that this move was very wonderful. If another person had come, the odds were that he would have escaped. Unfortunately, he had met Chen Fei, the insect swarm, and the flawless level skill. Even if one factor was missing, he would have escaped. But there weren't that many ifs. As the backlash appeared, Xikong Jinhai's breath withered to the extreme. Not to mention fighting, he didn't even have the strength to escape. However, Chen Fei would not make the same mistake again. The moment he captured Xikong Jinhai, he instantly carried him into the sacred Canon space. Xikong Jinhai was cut off from all possibilities of escape. Chapter 131. Extinguishing the Church. In the canonical space, the mirror demon could not be hidden, and Chen Fei finally saw its appearance. It was an oval mirror with a deep black border, like the deepest shadows in the night. On such a border, there were also some tentacle-like decorations, completely unlike the aesthetics of this world. And inside the mirror hid a female humanoid monster with disheveled hair. The teeth were sharp, like a vampire. One eye was blood red in color, and the other looked like a swirl. She is in a constant state of madness and distortion. 1,000 faces mirror Heim. Strength, 4th level, 3rd rank. Attribute, mirror, illusion, assassin. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to be promoted to immortal beast. Skills. Without saying anything more, Ruler Jade directly used the Voltron Soul Suppression domain to suppress it. Within Ruling Jade's domain, the 1,000-faced Mirror G could only be crushed. Chen Fei once again came in front of Xikong Jinhai. This time, can we talk about it? Hee. Xikong Jinhai laughed, his body trembling with laughter. You can let me go after saying it? Since I can't, why should I do what you want? Ha ha ha. The laughter abruptly ended. At Chen Fei's command, Ruler Jade directly used soul torture on Xikong Jinhai. 1,000 faces mirror G? Who gave it to you? Xikong Jinhai's soul wavered. I can't see her appearance, but she possesses a rank 5 heavenly Jade Dream Beast and a rank 5 soul weaving beast. Chen Fei captured the key information. Her. What's her name? I don't know. She only has the code name, Weaver. Chen Fei's fists tightened, finally asking for some useful information. Then what is the name of this organization? Who else is in the organization? When this question was asked, Xikong Jinhai's soul began to struggle. He himself was in the midst of weakness due to the increased technique, and his soul wouldn't last long. This organization is called the Church of Extinguishing. It aims to extinguish the hope of humanity. There is also a high priest in the organization. Seemingly touching the keyword, Xikong Jinhai's soul began to spontaneously combust. It wasn't the first time Chen Fei had seen such a situation and wasn't surprised at all. What was surprised instead was the Weaver who was far away on the other side. She looked puzzled. What's going on? Xikong Jinhai's soul actually spontaneously combusted, and I couldn't detect anything beforehand. The High Priestess came with anger. What happened? The Lord said that you were not doing your job well, and you ended up needing him to clean up your tail. The Weaver was silent for a moment before blaming himself. I don't know what the reason is, but my imperial beasts, only sensed Xikong Jinhai's soul the moment it spontaneously combusted. The fact that the weaver couldn't detect it couldn't be blamed entirely on her. After all, Xikong Jinhai's soul was in the middle of ruler Jade's absolute domain. Not only that, it was also in the midst of the sacred Canon space. The double isolation was what caused her, a newly promoted king-level royal beastmaster, to not be able to detect anything. The high priest took a deep breath, knowing that some situations were indeed out of the weaver's control. Of those 200 people, there aren't many who can kill Xikong Jinhai. Shimin Lingyun is the most likely. There is also a possibility that he is in the middle of some special environment where his soul is not monitored. No matter which reason it was, the possibility of the organization's information leaking could not be ruled out. Therefore, the moment they exit the secret realm, conduct a second wave of cleanup, and never let them have the possibility of passing on information. In the sacred Canon space, with the death of Xikong Jinhai, the contracts of the four beasts were naturally disconnected, restoring their free bodies. Chen Fei had the third generation of parasites to parasitize and control the four beasts. However, it was impossible to parasitize the ghost-based existences. In the end, he took advantage of the gap in their weakness to control the dead soul bird, as well as the thousand-faced mirror G. The other two were unable to parasitize, so they let ruler Jade devour their souls. Returning to the secret realm, Chen Fei looked up at the sky and muttered, "Extinguish the church, high priest, weaver. Very well. Finally, I know your fledglings. Since this weaver's imperial beasts were all rank 5 demon kings, it means that those leaders amongst this organization are all at the rank of King Royal Beastmaster. It is also really improper to be a son of a man, all king level and still being a traitor. What do you think?" After knowing this information, Chen Fei craved for more strength. Never touch a porcelain until you are at the king level. Afterward, Chen Fei asked Wu Yun to use a healing technique on Jiang Yi. "Awake! I am." Jiang Yi had just woken up, and her entire body was still in a state of confusion. Suddenly, she jolted awake. "Where's Xikong Jinhai?" Chen Fei explained. "The Great Hall of Evangelization is open, and many people rushed over towards there. Among them were Shimin Lingyun and Ji Chunfeng, who scared off Xikong Jinhai." "Is that really the case?" Indeed, Chen Fei had already practiced to the point where he didn't blush or skip a beat even when he was babbling. "Let's go. There's a chance in the Great Hall of Evangelization. If you're late, it'll be gone." Jiang Yi looked at Chen Fei's back, still skeptical. However, she didn't think that Chen Fei could defeat Xikong Jinhai, so maybe what he said was true. "That's just it. Let's first look at the chances of the Great Hall of Evangelization." Jiang Yi hurriedly caught up. Arriving in front of the Great Hall of Evangelization once again, the people there were talking. Shimin Lingyun is now in the first place position, with 15 minutes of sensation time. "I just don't know what's in store. It definitely won't be bad. I only had 3 minutes of enlightenment, and I harvested a white zephyr blessing, and the proficient level skill was directly raised to the peak level. Don't mention how great it is. Wow, that's pretty good. No, I still have an intersect token. I'm gonna try again." Chen Fei had heard a little bit about it and didn't expect the benefits of this Great Hall of Evangelization to be this powerful. This must be tried. Just in time, Xin Lin and Tang Jian successively ended their trials. "Did you guys succeed?" "Of course." The two were excited. Xin Lin made a 9 gesture. "Maybe because of the 8 Immortals Valley, my potential has increased, and I was able to sense for 9 minutes. Tang Jian was even more excited. "I was enlightened for 10 minutes because of the luck boost." Chen Fei didn't ask about their gains, but it shouldn't be bad. It seemed like these two guys were also full of rewards from this trip to the secret realm. "Senior sister first, please." "That's fine too." Jiang Yi had 3 inner disciple tokens and could try 3 times. The first trip didn't find any tricks and returned empty-handed. The second trip comprehended 6 minutes. The third trip soared straight up for 14 minutes. Only a little worse than Shimin Lingyun. Jiang Yi's potential, it really wasn't low. It wasn't until everyone had used up their tokens and started looking for other opportunities that Chen Fei chose to go in. He always felt that the Jade token obtained from the Transcendence evaluation might not be that simple. Chapter 132. Battle against Tuoba Ziyuan. Entering the Great Hall of Preaching, Chen Fei came to what they called the White Hall. Chen Fei came before the white Zephyr Stone tablet they were talking about. On its leaderboard, there was no Shangguan Leifeng, nor Tuoba Ziyuan, Chang Jingjing, and the others. There were only the names of the students who had entered this time. Undoubtedly, this verified Chen Fei's suspicion. The Great Hall of Evangelization was only opened because of the 3 transcendents. When Chen Fei took out the 3 jade tokens, the tokens flickered with lime green light. These rays of light echoed with the stone monument, and in the end, they were all absorbed by the stone monument. There really is a connection. Not long after, a line appeared on the stone monument. Final trial. That's not right. Didn't it say that the trial of the stone monument this time was a test of comprehension? How come it's completely changed when it comes to oneself? Is it because of the jade token? That's fine. Since I'm here, let me try this final trial. Chen Fei brought the 3 beasts with him and resolutely entered. The trial was still in the form of a climbing tower. Only this time, the object of the trial was not a pure demonic beast, nor was it a pure demonic creature, but people. The first level, against Cheng Jingjing, who had won first place on the stone tablet. Only that was the Cheng Jingjing that was stuck at the age of 20. At that time, she was only an advanced 9th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, and Wu Yun could crush her with a single strike. Level 2, Shangguan Leifeng. Chen Fei was a bit surprised, not expecting to run into each other in such a way. The other party was wearing a white and green robe, with a golden crown of openwork carvings tying up his hair, and his brows were filled with a heroic aura. It was an ancient, fluttering young man. This, likewise, confirmed Chen Fei's guess. Above his waist, there is a token tied, the same jade, but the word is different, for holy. According to the ancient clan's name, it was probably the clan's holy son. His strength was at the 4th rank of the sect master grade, with 1 SSS grade Imperial Beast, 2 SS grade, and 1 S grade. Holy Pupil Green Phoenix. Strength, 4th rank, 4th stage. Attribute, life, chaos, healing, flight. Qualification, SSS. Potential, expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Skills. Remarks. The beast's lotus-patterned alien pupil is the holy pupil of life. Can see the flow of life and the veins of vitality. Can master most of the healing techniques, including anti-poisoning techniques, healing the body, soul, spirit, restoring aura, and other healing and recovery skills. Except for the Tsang technique, which is on the same level as time, space, and reincarnation, and requires chance to obtain. The Tsang technique, an instantaneous healing technique. As long as there is still a breath left, as long as there is enough aura, one can be healed instantly, also known as the art of immortality. Chen Fei finally understood why a Sacred Sun level character could not obtain the Transcendence rating. It turned out that it was because his Imperial Beast was biased towards healing. In single combat, this Saint Pupil Phoenix would suffer a bit. But in a war, this Sacred Pupil Phoenix will play an incredibly important role. It is simply a mobile super nurse. What was special was that it could also heal souls. Thus, this interesting scene occurred in Ruler Jade's Fuhu Soul Suppression Domain. How could it not completely kill the Sacred Pupil Green Phoenix? On one side, he crushed it with a great mountain of souls, and on the other side, he quickly healed the soul, pulling back the soul that was about to shatter. It was like a crocodile versus a turtle, clearly wanting to eat the other party, but just unable to do anything with the turtle shell. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, Wu Yun had used the powerful 4-elephant judgment robbery thunder, and Xiao Gu's swarm of insects had both exploded themselves, he really wouldn't have been able to take down the Sacred Pupil Green Phoenix. If there is a healing trial, this Shangguan Leifeng definitely deserves a Transcendence. 3rd level, Tuoba Ziyuan. Chen Fei heatedly smiled. Tuoba Ziyuan won't let him see his beast pet, but this time he can see it. An S-class Big Dipper giant bear, taking the meat tank route. An SS-ranked Tsunami Thunder Mastiff, possessing a foreign thunder. An SS-ranked Shading Skylark, main wind system, healing and increase use. The last one was also Tuoba Ziyuan's famous beast. Instant Phantom Butterfly. Strength, 4th level, 2nd stage. Attribute, Sublime, Elemental, Flying. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Remarks. This elemental system only involves the weakest, single dimension. It can only perform simple abilities such as instantaneous transportation and spatial binding. When upgraded to multidimensional, it can perform spatial teleportation, spatial folding, spatial distortion, and other abilities, and can realize the ability to tear through space and travel through different continents. When upgraded to superdimensional, it can even travel between different latitudes and parallel worlds. Realize the real heaven and earth at will. Skills. 1. Instantaneous movement. Move instantly to a marked location. Proficiency. Proficient level. Remarks. Current strength and proficiency can only instantly move to a range of 5 kilometers in a circle and must have a marked location to instantly move. 2. Spatial confinement. It can confine a living being within a certain area, unable to get out of this space. Proficiency. Proficient. Remarks. Current strength and proficiency can only confine a space of 50m times 50m times 50m. 3. Chen Fei finally realized that Tuoba Ziyuan's demonic beast was not of the spatial system. Rather, it was the sublime department that was similar to the space department and of equal status. The difference was that the spatial department could create space. The sublime system could not create space, but could travel through different latitudes and parallel worlds. In terms of shuttling through space, the sublime system was slightly better. Overall, each had its own merits, but both were invincible. It was also at this moment that Chen Fei realized the gold content of the purple qi in Wu Yun's words. If Tuoba Ziyuan could grow up, then it would really be heaven and earth at large, and an imperial spirit continent would never be the end of the road for him. Chen Fei is even more convinced that the previous life of Tuoba Ziyuan did not die, only to other worlds to go. Fortunately, what was in front of Chen Fei at the moment was the 20-year-old Tuoba Ziyuan. The instantaneous illusion butterfly had not yet truly evolved into the sublime illusion butterfly. Then it was possible to fight. Hey, Mr. Tuoba, let's have a fight. Xiao Gu, have all the third generation compels spread out. Speed. The instantaneous illusion butterfly could confine a certain amount of space, and if all 3 generations of compassion insects were confined, then the swarm would lose the role it was supposed to have. Tuoba Ziyuan didn't know Chen Fei's ability. While Chen Fei knew his 4 beasts' attributes, the main fight was an information gap. Ruler Jade, Illusion Realm first, while the Voltron soul-suppressing domain will first smash on the Big Dipper Giant Bear and the Tsunami Thunder Mastiff. The 2 non-flying Imperial beasts were easier to deal with. Of course, Tuoba Ziyuan himself could not be spared. Since the Imperial Beast Master was also a part of the trial, it was inevitable that he would be targeted to death. Dark Cloud, for Elephant Trial Robbery Thunder. Stop the sky-covering lark, and keep an eye on the instantaneous illusion butterfly at all times. Xiao Gu, at the first opportunity, let the 3rd generation insect and the instantaneous illusion butterfly die together. The most difficult to deal with was still the instantaneous illusion butterfly. Tuoba Ziyuan had just been hit by the illusion technique, and it didn't take long for the instantaneous illusion butterfly to undo it. The next second, it was suppressed by the Voltron soul suppression domain. Tuoba Ziyuan's illusion was indeed a bit miserable. Chen Fei did not feel that he could easily handle Tuoba Ziyuan and instructed Ruler Jade to use soul stripping on him. However, in the blink of an eye, the instantaneous phantom butterfly had already broken into the Fuhu soul suppression domain. In an instant, it brought Tuoba Ziyuan out of the domain. Its speed was simply appalling. Chapter 133, 10,000 Beast Sex Sovereign. Worthy of being an instantaneous movement, this ability is too insurmountable. It wasn't a very lethal skill, expensive in its speed. Ruler Jade's soul stripping was simply too late to lock onto Tuoba Ziyuan. It was too difficult to hit such an instantaneous target. However, there was only one instantaneous illusion butterfly after all. It could instantly bring out the Tuoba Ziyuan, it could bring out the Whistling Thunder Mastiff. But there was always a time when it was too late, and before the Big Dipper Giant Bear could be brought out, it was taken care of by Ruler Jade's domain. No matter what, it was still a flawless level skill, and it was completely fine to do a second kill. Tuoba Ziyuan covered his head, clearly suffering a considerable amount of backlash from the death of the Big Dipper Giant Bear. As Tuoba Ziyuan was temporarily injured, his remaining 3 beasts were also in disarray, and their combat style was not as smooth as earlier. Wait, after staring for half a day, Chen Fei finally found the marking points of the instantaneous illusion butterfly. These marking points were clearly the 3 generations of parasites that had originally dispersed, and on their bodies the marking powder of the instantaneous illusion butterfly remained. Chen Fei had originally considered that hundreds of thousands of 3rd generation insects could not be eliminated by the transient illusion butterfly, but now they had become moving targets instead. Awesome! Xiao Gu, have the 3 generation bugs form a checkerboard matrix again while releasing the unsolvable poison. Chen Fei was prepared to drown this entire space in poison. Didn't you instantaneous illusion butterfly have to instantly move to the marking point? What if the marking point was surrounded by toxins that were invisible to the naked eye? Can't you get it? However, the imagined scene of the instantaneous illusion butterfly being poisoned did not appear. It turned out that Tuoba Ziyuan had recovered in time under the treatment of the sky-shading lark, and then instructed the instantaneous phantom butterfly to avoid the 3-generation bug. The reason for this was that the 3 generations of insects had formed from its original chaotic shape to its current checkerboard shape. Tuoba Ziyuan was quite perceptive and was filled with vigilance at such a change. So it turns out that teacher Tuoba was already this stable when he was young. Chen Fei sked. After abandoning the compulsion marking point, the instantaneous illusion butterfly set its marking point as the rocks and trees below it, and then instantly shifted. Trying to capture the instantaneous illusion butterfly in this state was too difficult. Few Chen Fei exhaled heavily. That left the only means left. Xiao Gu. Make all the 3rd-generation bugs turn into crystal particles. With the use of crystal reorganization, the 500,000 or so 3rd-generation bugs turned into particle form, fluttered in the air with the wind. Even the instantaneous illusion butterfly could not completely avoid these crystal particles. Chen Fei didn't need much, as long as there were 1 or 2 particles attached to Tuoba Ziyuan. And then let this particle use crystal shuttle. The object of the shuttle was none other than Chen Fei himself, who decided to take a chance. Gotcha! Chen Fei shuttled behind Tuoba Ziyuan, touching Tuoba Ziyuan with one hand and the instantaneous phantom butterfly with the other, dragging them into the middle of the sacred Canon space in the first place. That's right, this was precisely Chen Fei's last resort. The instantaneous phantom butterfly was currently unable to tear through space, and would not be able to escape the sacred Canon space. While one could compress the sacred Canon space, by compressing the instantaneous phantom butterflies into a small environment, one could increase the hit rate of the Shikuju. It was also fortunate that the one he was dealing with now was the instantaneous illusion butterfly, not the sublime illusion butterfly that could rip through space. Otherwise, even this move would be useless. Chen Fei once again felt the difficulty of the spatial attribute. It was worthy of being one of the supreme attributes. On the 3rd level, it was only after using all means that he passed. The scene changed. Chen Fei stood atop the void, gazing out into the sky filled with stars. In such a vast and boundless void, he appeared so small. A silhouette came across the stars and stood opposite Chen Fei. The entire person looked elegant. His eyes were sharp with a bit of kindness, and there was a sense of returning to the basics. The figure spoke. I am the 10,000 Beasts sect patriarch, Lu Xiaohua, and you are the transcendent one? Chen Fei froze for a moment. Aren't you teacher Tuoba? The sovereign followed suit for a moment in a trance. Are you saying that you have seen someone who looks exactly like me? Chen Fei nodded frantically. Lu Xiaohua was silent for a while before sighing. Fate! Wonderful. What you are seeing now is merely an illusion left over from my year. My main body has already entered reincarnation. I just didn't expect that I could hear the information of my main body from your mouth. Omia. Chen Fei's eyes widened violently, his heart raging within. How could he not hide the surprise in his heart? Tuoba Ziyuan was actually the reincarnation body of the 10,000 Beast sect sovereign? Is there anything more outrageous than this? No. Lao Zi is a reborn person, so it doesn't seem to be any worse, right? Is this the purple chi existence that Dark Cloud spoke of? Surprisingly, they were all such outrageous fellows. Since you are a student of the main body, you are also my disciple. Lu Xiaohua's words made Chen Fei froze. This logic, it didn't seem to be wrong. Since that's the case, I'm more than comfortable handing over the inheritance to you. Chen Fei interrupted Lu Xiaohua. Wait, Teacher Tuoba had also entered here before. Why didn't you hand over the inheritance to him? Lu Xiaohua smiled faintly. There are many people who have entered here, but you are the only one who has obtained 3 transcendence ratings. It shows that your potential is still above the main body. Chen Fei gave a defensive cry. But Mr. Tuoba's instantaneous illusion butterfly is very strong. That's an existence of the sublime system. After hearing this, Lu Xiaohua did not have any surprise. Instead, he shook his head. Do you think that just this continent of yours is capable of breeding an instantaneous illusion butterfly? Chen Fei scratched his head. It was indeed the first time he had seen a sublime system exist. That instantaneous illusion butterfly was once one of my imperial beasts, which is why I was able to break the void and come to this continent. It also followed its main body into reincarnation. But even the main body with the instantaneous illusion butterfly can't compare to you, so it's clear that your potential is high. I see, then a lot of things could be explained. Chen Fei curiously said, "Does that main body possess the memories of that year?" "Unable to, so I need you to help me give this to him." Lu Xiaohua handed over a jade slip. It must be that within that jade slip, the secrets of the 10,000 Beasts sect and Lu Xiaohua's memories were stored. "All right, let's not talk about him." Lu Xiaohua signaled Chen Fei not to mention Tuoba Ziyuan anymore. "I don't have much time left, so I will now hand over to you the most important inheritance of this sect, the 10,000 Spirits Trial Tablet." What appeared in front of Chen Fei was none other than the stone tablet carved with the white zephyr divine beast. Lu Xiaohua stroked the stone tablet and said, "All the trials you experienced in the secret realm were all constructed from this stone tablet. It can create all sorts of different trial environments with the user's mind. For a sect, it is definitely a divine object." "There is even such a magical thing?" Chen Fei was nothing but surprised. Lu Xiaohua pushed the stone tablet over. "This stone tablet is the root of my sect. I hope you can make good use of it. If the time is ripe in the future, please help the main body re-establish the 10,000 Beasts sect